Chapter 1. The Raccoon's Deception. Goodness, could I possibly be this unfortunate? Having just traversed into this realm, I am to be made a scapegoat? Upon assimilating the memories of this new body, Yi Chun was suddenly engulfed in anxiety. Indeed, he had crossed over and had usurped the body of a person sharing his name. Yet, he now faced an exceedingly grave dilemma. He was coerced into impersonating Long Hao, the young master of the Long family, and subjected to a trial at the Nangong family. The reason for this predicament was that Long Hao was betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, but they had since regretted the union, seeking to annul the engagement under the guise of a trial. Long Hao, aware of his inability to succeed, had chosen to let him, a mere servant of the Long family, take his place to endure humiliation or possibly meet his demise. If I obediently masquerade as Long Hao at the Nangong family, even if I don't perish, I will surely be left incapacitated. The more Yi Chen contemplated, the more disheartened he became. Given the Nangong family's intent to withdraw from the engagement, it was unlikely they would allow Long Hao any chance of passing the trial. One could only imagine the dismal fate awaiting him, the impostor at the hands of the Nangong family. However, the moment he considered the newly acquired system in his mind, his concerns transformed into anticipation. For during his transition, he had also gained a system, the comprehension system. This system enabled him to instantly grasp all martial arts and techniques he encountered. Yi Chun, ahead lies the Nangong family. You wouldn't reveal the truth of your impersonation at a critical moment, would you? Suddenly, an anxious voice broke through his thoughts. Yi Chun snapped back to reality. Raising his gaze, he beheld a young man of about 20, his eyes cold and his lips thin, exuding an impression of unrelenting malice. This was none other than Long Hao, the current young master of the Long family. As long as you cooperate, not only will I spare you embarrassment, but I shall also ensure you shine at the Nangong family. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun responded with a smile that held a hint of irony. Why do you seem like a different person, grinning so oddly? Long Hao scrutinized him, suspicion etched across his face. My sister, Yi Yanran, remains in your custody. Do you believe I would dare to act recklessly? Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly. The original owner of this body had a sister named Yi Yanran, with whom he shared a deep bond since childhood. However, Long Hao, fearing noncompliance, had directly taken his sister hostage to coerce him into submission. As long as you understand. Long Hao smirked with satisfaction. Should you dare to defy me, do not blame me for tearing up the ticket. Then let us proceed. Yi Chun ceased to ponder further and boldly strode towards the grand entrance ahead. Above the door hung a massive plaque, inscribed with elegant characters. Nangong Manor. The performance is about to begin. As he approached the Nangong Manor, a sly smile crept across Yi Chun's lips. Does Long Hao not wish to make himself a scapegoat? Very well, let him embrace this role. However, should he fail to adhere to the prior agreement with the Long family, enduring humiliation within the Nangong household, and instead incite chaos, leaving the family in disarray and discontent, or perhaps, should he astonish everyone within the Nangong family, earning their respect, culminating in the eldest daughter's admiration and agreement to wed him. Then he shall see whether Long Hao will be infuriated to the point of bloodshed, regretting his decision to allow him to impersonate him. After all, once Long Hao passes his trials, the Nangong family is bound to fulfill their promise of betrothal. At that juncture, his impersonation of Long Hao may very well become irrevocable. Even if Long Hao were to seethe with indignation, he would likely refrain from revealing his true identity as the rightful heir of the Long family. It is essential to note that the Nangong family stands at the pinnacle of power, with formidable members throughout their lineage should they discover they have been deceived by the Long family. Their wrath would be relentless, seeking vengeance upon the entire Long clan. Soon enough, they arrived at the entrance of the Nangong estate. Upon announcing their names, they were promptly welcomed inside by the members of the Nangong family. Wow, one cannot discern that Long Hao, the heir of the Long family, is so remarkably handsome. Indeed, even if he is deemed a cultivation failure, with such looks, he could win the hearts of countless maidens. Even if he lacks the qualification to marry our eldest daughter, if he does not find me unworthy, I would still willingly accept him. As Yi Chun, the impostor of the Long family heir, made his entrance, innumerable maidens from the Nangong family gazed upon him with admiration and adoration. The body he had usurped, though merely that of a lowly servant within the Long family, was tall and strikingly handsome, undoubtedly a paragon of male beauty. Moreover, donning Long Hao's garment silken robes, an ornate folding fan in hand, and a jade pendant at his waist appeared even more dashing and resplendent. In stark contrast, the true heir, Long Hao, was dressed in the garb of a servant, plain and unremarkable, trailing behind in a state of diminishment. This pretentious scoundrel, observing Yi Chen basking in the limelight, surrounded by admiration, Long Hao seethed with jealousy. He conceded that he felt a pang of envy. Had he known the Nangong family would be so captivated, he ought to have taken matters into his own hands. Yet, the thought of the numerous brutal trials that lay ahead quickly transformed his indignation into a sense of schadenfreude. Such glory is but fleeting. What follows will be an unending torrent of anguish and torment. The more ostentatious Yi Chen becomes, the more profound the humiliation he will face from the Nangong family, rendering it a poignant irony. However, before the anticipated humiliation from the Nangong family could materialize, Yi Chen committed an act that ignited Long Hao's fury to an unprecedented level. Chapter 2. Fear of Chaos. Bang. The sound of a wine glass shattering on the floor echoed through the room. Having just consumed a goblet of wine presented by a servant of the Nangong family, Yi Chen, in a fit of rage, hurled the glass to the ground and bellowed, "What does this mean, Nangong family? Is this how you entertain your guests? Young Master Long, what is your intent?" A trembling servant, tasked with hosting Yi Chen, implored, "If there has been any oversight, I hope you will show leniency." The servants of the Nangong family, responsible for attending to Yi Chen, immediately knelt in fear, repeatedly apologizing, their bodies quaking. Meanwhile, Long Hao, who stood behind Yi Chen like a servant, was equally alarmed. He cast furtive glances at Yi Chen, as if questioning him silently. "What in the world are you doing? Are you trying to ruin me?" Before arriving, he had been repeatedly cautioned to maintain composure upon reaching the Nangong residence. Regardless of their hostile demeanor or venomous words, he was to endure and remain silent. For the Nangong family had clearly intended to call off the engagement and would undoubtedly create numerous obstacles. No matter how well prepared he was, passing their test seemed impossible. To his dismay, Yi Chen did not adhere to their prior agreement. Instead, he seized the opportunity to unleash his fury right from the start. This was a perilous course of action. If Yi Chen continued this reckless behavior, it would not only provoke the Nangong family, but could also expose the deception regarding his identity, leading to unmanageable consequences. Yet, despite Long Hao's repeated hints, Yi Chen, fully aware of them, chose to ignore them and continued his tirade. "Damn it, even if my Long family has fallen from grace, I am still the young master of the Long family and your nominal son-in-law. How dare you serve me such meager leftovers and inferior wine? This is an outrageous affront." As he raged, he kicked over the table before him, sending bowls and dishes crashing to the floor. Wine and food splattered everywhere. "This is disastrous." Long Hao, witnessing Yi Chen's brazen display, felt as though he might faint from frustration. "Oh, the young Master Long certainly carries himself with great arrogance." A sardonic voice emerged from a corner not far away. Turning towards the sound, Yi Chen beheld a youth, possessing an effeminate appearance yet exuding a certain charisma, who emerged from behind a stone archway with his hands clasped behind his back. "Who do you think you are?" Without regard for the identity of the newcomer, Yi Chen questioned rudely. The Long family had not only made him a scapegoat, but had also taken his sister hostage. Now was the perfect moment for revenge against the Long family, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. The more he displayed his contempt, the worse the Nangong family's impression of the Long family would become. He sought to incite Long Hao to the point of gnashing his teeth in frustration. Yet he himself could only suppress his own fury. "Young Master Long, I kindly ask you to speak more courteously." The youth's expression soured, but fearing Yi Chen's wrath, he quickly introduced himself. "I am Nangong Shu, a direct descendant of the Nangong family, and Nangong Liuli is my cousin." His meticulous report was merely an attempt to highlight the extraordinary nature of his own identity, aimed at intimidating Yi Chen, this inconsequential jester. For the woman he mentioned, Nangong Liuli, is the esteemed eldest daughter of the Nangong family, betrothed to Long Hao by fate. As he is a cousin of Nangong Liuli, his standing within the Nangong family must be considerable. Yet, how laughable. This nameless wretch, the young master has no interest in knowing him. Yi Chen, far from tempering his demeanor, continued to speak with haughty arrogance. You lack the qualifications to converse with me. Summon Nangong Lioli or directly call for Nangong Xian. What? I am unworthy to speak with you, yet you presume to request that our esteemed lady and our patriarch personally engage with you? Nangong Shu's fury ignited instantly. Long young master, do not forget, this is the Nangong family, not your Long family. He added indignantly, though you may be the young master of the Long family, your clan has fallen into disrepute, far removed from our status. We have extended you our hospitality, which should suffice as a gesture of respect. Do not be ungrateful. Moreover, as if recalling something, a smirk of mockery crept across Nangong Shu's lips, and he ominously added, Long young master, do not blame me for not warning you. Your visit to the Nangong family is a test. If you continue to provoke us with your biting words as before, you should be well aware of the consequences. His menacing words left Long Hao on edge, filled with trepidation. However, before he could intervene, Yi Chen's mouth, unrestrained and reckless, uttered another audacious remark. Huh? Are you threatening me, the young master? Let me be candid. My presence here signifies I do not regard your Nangong family with any significance. Upon hearing this, Long Hao nearly collapsed in disbelief. Can you be any more arrogant? How dare you demand that the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Xian, come forth to speak with you? You hold the entire Nangong family in such contempt? Who do you think you are? Where do you find such audacity and confidence? Yi Chun was merely a lowly servant of the Long family, destined to perform menial tasks and live a life of servitude, forever struggling to survive without hope of rising. Yet now, he had turned the tables, behaving with such insolence and arrogance in the face of the formidable Nangong family, even more so than the true young master of the Long family. Chapter 3. Collecting a modest interest you summoned me, the young master, to your esteemed Nangong family merely to subject me to relentless vexations, with the ultimate aim of compelling my withdrawal from the engagement, did you not? With a grand gesture, Yi Chun boldly proclaimed, Unleash your tricks swiftly, for I have no time to indulge in your petty squabbles, akin to children playing house. Young Master Long, are you truly so impatient? Nangong Shu retorted through gritted teeth. Even a figure of his usual composure found it increasingly intolerable to endure Yi Chen's incessant mockery. What are you waiting for then? Paying no heed to Long Hao's menacing glare, Yi Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he continued his taunts. Is it possible that the reputation and status of your Nangong family are merely the result of empty boasting? You. Nangong Shu was thoroughly incensed, roaring, Long Hao, if you remain so oblivious to your own insignificance, then I shall grant you your wish. With that, he trembled with intensity, a powerful aura emanating from within him, stirring a whirlwind of dust. What a terrifying presence. Nangong Shu's cultivation level is undoubtedly far superior to ours. We are doomed. The few dragon family guards accompanying Yi Chun were instantly gripped by fear, uncertain of how to proceed. The true young master of the dragon family, Long Hao, felt his heart leap into his throat. Young Master Nangong, please, do not let your anger take hold. Let us converse civilly. Overwhelmed by urgency, he stepped forward, trembling with trepidation. Our young master may have spoken excessively, but he harbors no ill will and holds your family in the highest regard. His words only served to provoke Yi Chun further, who swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Long Hao's face. The force of the strike, combined with his utter lack of defense, left Long Hao disoriented, struggling to discern his bearings. When he finally regained his composure, 5 distinct finger marks were already etched upon one side of his face. Yu Long Hao seethed with a mix of fury and disbelief, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He could scarcely fathom that Yi Chun, a mere servant, was audacious enough to act with such brazen defiance. Yet, what inflamed his anger even more was yet to come. Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Yi Chun, undeterred by Long Hao's murderous glare, struck the other side of his face with equal fervor. Impudent cur, dare you utter another word, and I shall smite you with a single blow. Yi Chun scolded vehemently. As a servant, one ought to exhibit the demeanor befitting their station. When I speak, it is not your place to interject with your trivial opinions. Long Hao fell silent, cradling his reddened cheeks, momentarily at a loss for words or actions. In that instant, he was truly stunned into silence. The dragon family guards exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. Yi Chun displayed an audacity that was truly staggering. Not only did he repeatedly provoke the Nangong family, but he also dared to publicly slap the heir of the Long family. Was he truly unafraid of death? Humph. Could my authority possibly be challenged by a mere sycophant like you? Yi Chen seemed utterly oblivious to the thoughts of Long Hao and the others as he turned his gaze towards the furious Nangong Shu. Excellent. He finally exhibited a semblance of masculine fortitude. Since the young master of the Long family exuded such confidence, let him take action. Nangong Shu, quite direct in his approach, dismantled his defensive stance and immediately gestured for Yi Chen to proceed. Had retribution finally arrived? Long Hao, who had been on the verge of losing his patience, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing Nangong Shu prepare to strike. Although Yi Chen had previously driven him to the brink of madness, once Nangong Shu engaged, Yi Chen would undoubtedly be left searching for his teeth, crying out for his parents. Long Hao eagerly anticipated this spectacle. Wait. Instead of taking immediate action, Yi Chen disdainfully retorted, "What are you? What qualifications do you possess to compel me to lower myself to engage with you?" Nangong Shu was incensed by this affront. Yet, before he could retaliate, Yi Chen pointed at Long Hao and several of the guards, suggesting that if they wished to spar with him, they should first defeat his utterly useless subordinates. What? You want us to spar with Nangong Shu first? Long Hao, who had been eagerly awaiting the entertainment, was left dumbfounded. How? Do you still intend to defy my orders? Yi Chen's expression hardened as he glared at Long Hao, his voice dripping with authority. As servants of the Long family, who partake of our sustenance and serve me with unwavering dedication, it is your sacred duty and mission to risk everything for me. Aye. Long Hao was nearly driven to madness. Yet before he could complete his sentence, the impatient Nangong Shu bellowed, "Have you all had enough of this farce?" He then turned to Yi Chen, stating, "You seem to be evading confrontation. Are you afraid to face me?" They had heard some rumors regarding the young master of the Long family, Long Hao, who was said to possess abysmal cultivation talent, pitiably low prowess, and spent his days reveling with a band of debauched companions, an archetypal scion of privilege. At this moment, his attempts to push his subordinates forward as a shield indicated his awareness of his own inadequacies. Does this young master fear you? Yi Chen, hands clasped behind his back, continued his brazen declarations. I merely believe that sparring with a nameless wretch such as yourself would be a disgrace, even in victory. He then cast a threatening glance at Long Hao and the others. What are you waiting for? Hurry and engage. Long Hao was infuriated beyond measure. However, after careful consideration, he chose to yield for the moment. Very well, I shall bide my time. I shall see how you evade when the Nangong family truly strikes tomorrow. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he discreetly nodded to a few of the guards. A few guards silently lamented their predicament. However, with a subtle hint from Long Hao, they exchanged glances, and one of the guards resolutely stepped forward. Since Brother Nangong possesses such noble inclinations, allow me to engage in a friendly spar with you. He first inclined his head in a respectful gesture towards Nangong Shu, and then added courteously, "However, I must preface this with a word of caution. Our duel is merely for the sake of camaraderie. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, I hope we can refrain from causing any discord between our families. What say you, Brother Nangong?" His words were a veiled attempt to protect himself, for the formidable prowess displayed by Nangong Shu earlier had been nothing short of terrifying. Despite his usual confidence, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Nangong Shu. Thus, if it were to be a friendly exchange, it should indeed remain within limits. Nangong Shu nodded in agreement at first, but then his tone shifted as he smirked. Yet, in the heat of battle, accidents are bound to occur. I trust you are prepared for such eventualities. The expression on the dragon family's guard stiffened. It was clear that Nangong Shu intended to fight fiercely. Yet, despite his anxieties, he found himself trapped in a situation from which there was no retreat. Reluctantly, he unsheathed his long sword with a decisive clang and gritted his teeth. I beg your pardon. With that, he charged forward. After such a prolonged build-up, they were finally about to engage. Meanwhile, Yi Chen felt a surge of fervent anticipation. His brash demeanor and relentless provocations towards the Nangong family were not solely motivated by a desire for revenge against Long Hao. There was a more significant reason behind his actions. He aimed to observe the ensuing battle, leveraging the opportunity to enhance his own cultivation through the insights provided by the Enlightenment system. One of its functions allowed him to rapidly comprehend techniques simply by witnessing others perform them. Chapter 4. Instant Mastery. Clang. Bang. The sounds of battle reverberated through the air. On the battlefield, the dance of blades and shadows unfolded, with fierce exchanges between the combatants. The Dragon Clan's guard, though not as formidable as Nangong Shu, proved to be a worthy adversary, launching lethal strikes with relentless ferocity. Humph, is that all you've got? Nangong Shu scoffed disdainfully while parrying the guard's onslaught. Though unarmed, he handled the confrontation with effortless grace and ease. His reluctance to conclude the battle swiftly stemmed from a desire to toy with his opponent. Had he wished, he could have ended it in an instant. It was only a matter of time before the guard would face defeat. Indeed, Nangong Shu could have triumphed with a single blow, yet he chose to prolong the encounter, which felt like an affront to those watching. One could only hope he wouldn't resort to excessive measures against the fifth brother. Dragon Hao and several guards were filled with both concern and indignation. Meanwhile, Yichen observed the spectacle with great interest. Raging River, Sky-Splitting Slash, Wishful Fist, Green Mountain Spiral Stab, Thunderstorm Breaking Palm. With each technique Nangong Shu executed, the comprehension system promptly identified and cataloged the names of these martial arts. Even when certain techniques were performed incompletely or bore flaws, the system would automatically rectify and optimize them to their most refined state. If this is the extent of your ability, the battle should come to an end. After a brief skirmish, Nangong Shu appeared to grow weary of the exchange. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and hurled a powerful strike towards the guard's face. Boom! The force of the punch surged like a dragon, unstoppable. The guard's eyes widened in shock as he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the blow. However, the speed of the attack left him no choice but to raise his sword in defense, only to have it shattered instantly by the sheer might of Nangong Shu's strike. Clang! Poof! The impact not only broke the long sword but also sent the guard flying, blood spilling from his mouth as he was hurled through the air. Whoosh! Bang! He landed heavily several meters away, unable to rise, with several ribs fractured. Fifth brother, are you all right? The other Dragon Clan guards rushed to his side. Yet Yichen did not share their dismay over his subordinate's defeat. Instead, he applauded enthusiastically. Clap! Clap! Well done! What a magnificent breaking the barrier fist! The martial arts of the Nangong family truly live up to their reputation. Among the techniques displayed in their recent clash, Nangong Shu's breaking the barrier fist was undoubtedly the most formidable. As the opponent unleashed their technique, the comprehension system within his mind promptly absorbed the essence, granting him instant enlightenment. Should his cultivation be on par with Nangong Shu's while executing the same breaking force fist, he was confident that the power he could manifest would undoubtedly surpass that of Nangong Shu by several folds. How did you know I was performing the breaking force fist? Nangong Shu inquired, astonished. Yichen's expression stiffened as he realized he had been overly exuberant. However, he was not concerned about being seen through and waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "My family, the Long family, has maintained cordial relations with your Nangong family. As the young master, I am aware of some of your martial techniques. What is there to be so surprised about?" Not wishing to linger on this topic, he quickly turned his gaze to Long Hao, who stood there like a wooden post. "Why are you still standing there? It's your turn." "Me?" Long Hao was momentarily taken aback, and upon grasping Yichen's implication, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, he was the true young master of the Long family. Was Yichen reveling in his borrowed authority? This was nothing short of taking advantage of the situation to retaliate against him. "What? Has the slap I gave you not awakened you yet?" Seeing Long Hao remain motionless, Yichen pointedly reminded him, "I am the young master of the Long family, and my authority should not be questioned or provoked in front of the Nangong family. Should you incite my wrath, I am capable of extreme measures." Long Hao's expression stiffened. The veiled threat in Yichen's words was unmistakable. If he did not comply, it was likely his schemes would be revealed. Yet, the thought of yielding to Yichen, this despicable servant, filled him with intense frustration. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, had already clenched into fists, and a sinister murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. "Ahem, ahem. Young master, perhaps it would be best if I were to take the lead," a clever Long family guard volunteered, eager to alleviate Long Hao's predicament. Without waiting for Yichen to intervene, he swiftly drew his sword and charged towards Nangong Shu. "You're quite perceptive." Yichen chuckled, refraining from interference. He genuinely wished to see Long Hao face some setbacks, but with the guard already in motion, there was no need to call him back. After all, his primary objective remained the absorption of these individuals' martial techniques by the comprehension system. While everyone was focused on the sparring, unbeknownst to them, the entire scene had long been under the watchful gaze of countless hidden eyes. At this moment, within a hollowed-out pavilion 100 meters away, several maidens clad in matching attire stood respectfully behind a stunningly beautiful lady. "Miss, this Long Hao is rather handsome, wouldn't you say?" one of the maids remarked dreamily after observing for a while. The lady furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, "What does it matter how handsome he is? In this illusory spirit continent, strength reigns supreme. Without genuine prowess, even the most handsome appearance is merely gilded exteriors concealing decay within." Moreover, she gazed disdainfully at Yi Chun on the battlefield from a distance and scoffed, "Before his arrival here, I held a flicker of hope for him. Had he possessed the integrity to recognize his shortcomings and strive for improvement, perhaps I would have reconsidered and honored our engagement. Yet look at him now. Fully aware that his subordinates lack the prowess of Nangong Shu, he recklessly forces them to challenge him, reveling in the peril they face. Such a deranged display of conduct reveals the depths of his vile and malicious nature. Therefore, taking a deep breath, as if pronouncing a verdict, she declared with resolute clarity, "I have made my decision. In this lifetime, no matter whom I marry, it shall never be this acerbic, ignorant, and foolish man." Additionally, as if recalling something, she added, "Increase the difficulty of the test for him 3 days hence, if it leads to his demise in the arena. That would be most fortuitous." Chapter 5. Pretentiousness within the courtyard. The battle raged on. Bang! Thud! Once again, a powerful strike sent one of the dragon family's guards crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. "Is this the extent of your prowess, dragon family?" Nangong Shu shook his head, an expression of disappointment etched upon his face. In truth, however, he felt a sense of triumph. The Nangong family had compelled Long Hao to undergo this trial, intending to humiliate him and force him into retreat. With his own strength, he had rendered several of Long Hao's guards utterly defenseless, a feat that filled him with satisfaction. Yet, his ultimate ambition lay with Yi Chun. Only by vanquishing the dragon family's young master could he attain the pinnacle of his accomplishment. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Yi Chun continued to gaze at the remaining 3 guards. Their faces were marked with anguish, yet under the inexorable pressure of Yi Chun's compelling gaze, one of them steeled himself and charged forward. Meanwhile, Yi Chun leaned closer to the simmering Long Hao, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "Let us strike a deal." "What deal?" Long Hao was taken aback. "If you surrender the dragon family's cultivation techniques to me, I shall refrain from allowing you to duel Nangong Shu. You wish to acquire my family's cultivation method?" Long Hao was infuriated. This was nothing short of taking advantage of a misfortune. With Long Hao's refusal, Yi Chun's expression darkened, and he raised his voice. "Next up is your turn to face Nangong Shu." "What? You want me to go?" Long Hao was on the verge of spitting blood. "Do you dare disobey the orders of this young master?" Yi Chun's voice was stern and commanding. Long Hao clenched his fists tightly, his jaw set, and the muscles in his face twitched slightly. After careful consideration, he finally gritted his teeth and muttered, "All right, you win this round." With that, he promptly retrieved a weathered book from his pocket and presented it to Yi Chun. The cover bore several prominent characters, the spirit cultivation technique. It was indeed the dragon family's martial arts cultivation method. "Now that is more like it." Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, accepting the spirit cultivation technique without hesitation. Martial skills and cultivation methods are distinct. The latter primarily guides warriors on how to enhance their cultivation, while martial skills instruct them on how to harness their inner spiritual energy into concrete offensive techniques. Although his comprehension system had just assimilated a dozen martial skills, it had yet to acquire a single cultivation method. Moreover, the execution of martial skills is predicated upon a certain level of cultivation. Without any cultivation, even the most formidable martial skills would be rendered useless. "Humph, even if I give it to you, what of it?" Long Hao retorted indignantly. "Do not forget your lack of cultivation. Even if you were a prodigy, what could you hope to achieve by cramming at the last moment?" He spoke a truth. Cultivation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It requires years of insight and accumulation to bear fruit. Having cultivated since childhood, he had only reached the 7th tier of the soldier level. One can only imagine the sluggish pace of such progress. Yi Chun's notion of becoming a warrior with but a cursory glance was nothing short of a fool's errand. But perhaps that is not the case. With a mysterious smile, Yi Chun swiftly flipped through the pages of the nailing Jew in his hand. In a mere 2 breaths, he had turned from the beginning to the end, without even pausing to examine it closely, before casually tossing it to Long Hao. Was that it? Long Hao blinked in astonishment, his face a mask of confusion. Yi Chun, however, was disinclined to elaborate, settling down cross-legged to begin his cultivation with an air of seriousness. Was he truly serious? Long Hao felt a mix of indignation and amusement. Even if one were to feign diligence, one should at least do so convincingly. A mere cursory glance at the cultivation method, and then readying oneself for a last-minute effort? Surely, even in jest, it need not be so glaringly obvious. Yet, Yi Chun paid no heed to Long Hao's barely suppressed laughter, as he had already immersed himself in the state of cultivation. Earlier, during his rapid perusal of the nailing Jew, he had not given it a thorough examination. Nevertheless, the comprehension system in his mind had instantly absorbed it, rectifying some of its flaws. Thus, what he now lacked was merely the process of cultivation. As he began to operate the nailing Jew, the formless spiritual energy surrounding him converged towards him like an ocean embracing a river. Soon, a sound akin to the bursting of bubbles resonated within him. First stage of the warrior level. This sound only emerged upon a breakthrough in cultivation, marking his formal entry into the realm of martial artists. The martial cultivation system bears a resemblance to the hierarchy of techniques, categorized from low to high as follows: soldier level, master level, spirit level, sect level, and king level, with each level further divided into 9 stages. Another gentle sound emanated from within him. Second stage of the soldier level. In the span of mere breaths, he had transformed from an individual devoid of any cultivation into a second-stage soldier-level warrior. His astonishing speed of advancement was naturally attributed to the comprehension system, which enabled him to grasp the essence of the techniques instantaneously, while other martial artists laboriously ponder their cultivation, engaging in various trials until they achieve a complete understanding for a breakthrough. He, with the aid of the comprehension system, attained insight in an instant. Thus, with mere practice, rapid advancement was simply a matter of course. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the last of the dragon family's guards could not withstand for long and was sent flying by Nangong Shu's punch, bones shattered, a sight too grim to behold. Young Master Long, it is now your turn, is it not? Nangong Shu clapped his hands, casting a cold gaze towards Yi Chun, who was seated on the ground. Yi Chun heard, but pretended not to, for he had not yet completed his cultivation. Humph. Do you think that feigning a state of cultivation will allow you to evade battle? Nangong Shu remarked with unabashed sarcasm. You did say earlier that if I defeated your subordinates, you would accept my challenge. As the young master of the dragon family, you would not be so untrustworthy, would you? Yet, Yi Chun continued to feign ignorance. After all, he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. How could he possibly abandon it midway? Well, since young Master Long remains undeterred, I shall defeat your last subordinate, regardless of whether you have completed your training. I shall no longer hold back. With that, Nangong Shu immediately fixed his gaze upon Long Hao. Me? Long Hao's body trembled. The few attendants he had brought were all vanquished in the war of attrition. Now, he was truly left alone. If Yi Chun continued to feign unconsciousness, he could not afford to retreat at this moment. Perhaps it would be better to wait until our young master has finished his training. I am merely a subordinate, with inferior cultivation, and truly. Please, enlighten me. Before he could finish his words, Nangong Shu bellowed and lunged at him like a ferocious wolf. Goodness! Long Hao was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Yet, seeing Nangong Shu charging at him, he had no time for explanations and immediately exerted all his strength to defend himself. The reality proved that skill was paramount. Even with all his might, it was futile. After a series of clashes, he was ultimately defeated by a single move from Nangong Shu, left bruised and disheveled. He did not rise immediately, not from inability, but from fear, for standing up would signify his capacity to continue the fight. At that point, Nangong Shu would surely unleash further ferocity, leading to his own demise. Thus, despite the humiliation, he remained on the ground, feigning grievous injuries. Yi Chun, oh Yi Chun, I shall see how long you can maintain this act. While he lay there lamenting, he harbored such malicious thoughts. However, Just as he believed Yi Chun would persist in his charade of silence, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Chapter 6. You are not qualified to be my opponent, ah? After some cultivation, I feel rejuvenated. Just as Nangong Shu and Long Hao believed that Yi Chun would continue to feign ignorance to evade the duel, Yi Chun unexpectedly stretched lazily and then stood up. Young Master Long, is it your turn now? Nangong Shu remarked with a playful smile. Of course. Yi Chun not only refrained from making further excuses, but also readily agreed. This time, it was Nangong Shu who was taken aback. The others, including Long Hao, exchanged incredulous glances, their faces painted with disbelief. Young Master Long, you wouldn't dare to pull another trick, would you? Nangong Shu still found it hard to trust his own eyes. Hadn't he just been full of excuses and cunning? Where did this sudden courage and confidence come from, allowing him to agree so readily? If you do not strike, I shall take the initiative. Yi Chun, weary of idle chatter, propelled himself off the ground and charged forward like a frenzied beast. Could it be? He truly dares to attack, and he has become so proactive? The pupils of Long Hao and his companions nearly popped out of their sockets. Nangong Shu was left utterly bewildered. Yet, seeing Yi Chun racing towards him with the speed of lightning, he could not afford to ponder further and immediately threw a punch at Yi Chun. Bang! At the moment the fist was unleashed, a fierce wind howled, and a semi-transparent force erupted, unstoppable in its momentum. However, Yi Chun did not flinch or evade. Instead, he met the attack head-on with a punch of his own. Bang! Though both were strikes, the force emanating from Yi Chun's fist was evidently far more formidable than that of Nangong Shu. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept through the air. Despite both employing the same technique, Nangong Shu's punch was effortlessly dispersed by Yi Chun's overwhelming force. How could this be? Nangong Shu was struck by a wave of disbelief. He had not yet articulated his thoughts when he realized that the combat technique Yi Chun executed was, astonishingly, the same as his own, Nangong clan's breaking force fist. What baffled him the most was that his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the warrior rank, just a step away from advancing to the master rank. Under such circumstances, even if Yi Chun's cultivation was also at the 9th level of the warrior rank, he should still maintain the upper hand while executing the breaking force fist. Yet, the reality was that his own attack was utterly ineffective against Yi Chun's. It was simply inconceivable. Boom! After shattering Nangong Shu's attack, Yi Chun's force continued unabated, delivering a heavy blow to him. Crack, crack, crack. Uft. The sound of breaking bones echoed, followed by Nangong Shu spitting blood as his body was sent flying backward, landing several meters away, a disheveled and pitiful sight. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the arena. This shocking outcome left everyone in a state of stupefaction, momentarily unable to react. Especially for Long Hao and the members of the Long family, it was utterly perplexing. Nangong Shu was perhaps merely astonished by Yi Chun's formidable prowess. Yet as a subordinate of the Long family, they were thoroughly acquainted with him. Entering the Long family at the tender age of 12, he had signed a slave contract lasting 30 years. For 8 years, he had lived a life of utter humility, performing the most menial tasks. Moreover, he possessed no cultivation skills and had never engaged with any training techniques or combat arts. Even though he had casually flipped through the spirit-gathering technique and commenced practicing on the spot, it was undoubtedly a mere fade. He would never believe that Yi Chun's current cultivation was the result of recent practice. After all, cultivation is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. Yet, the formidable Nangong Shu, whom they could not rival, was unexpectedly defeated by Yi Chun in a single move. How could this be? I have already stated that you are not worthy to engage with me, Yi Chun coldly remarked as astonishment enveloped the crowd. How could you possibly know my Nangong family's breaking fist? Nangong Shu was taken aback and furious. Who claims this is your Nangong family's breaking fist? Yi Chun rolled his eyes. Have you even considered whether your family's breaking fist possesses such immense power? Nangong Shu was momentarily rendered speechless. Despite his indignation, he had to concede that the combat technique Yi Chun had just showcased, while seemingly akin to his own breaking fist, exhibited several times greater refinement and power. Particularly during its execution, there were numerous subtle distinctions. Now that you have achieved your self-inflicted humiliation, you may take your leave. Yi Chun unceremoniously issued his dismissal. Nangong Shu's complexion fluctuated between green and white, but ultimately he forced himself to rise, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Yi Chun, and then limped away into the distance. How is it? I mentioned that upon arriving at the Nangong family, not only would I avoid embarrassment, but I would also ensure you bask in the limelight. Do you believe me now? After Nangong Shu departed, Yi Chun cast a knowing glance at Long Hao, a smirk playing on his lips. Long Hao trembled slightly, his previous disdain and fury replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and confusion. After a moment, he hesitantly inquired, "How could you possess such extraordinary strength?" "I have simply concealed my cultivation. Is that so wrong?" Yi Chun nonchalantly replied. Naturally, he could never reveal his identity as a transmigrator endowed with a comprehension system. "You have hidden it well." Long Hao did not express any skepticism. Instead, he sighed. "It seems we have misjudged you all these years." Yet, he quickly added with malice, "Even if you have concealed your cultivation, do not forget that your sister, Yi Yanran, remains in my grasp. Should you overstep your boundaries, do not blame me for tearing up the agreement." "Enough, enough. If I truly intended to expose your schemes, would you still be standing here in one piece?" Desiring to divert the conversation from this topic, Yi Chun hastily shifted his focus elsewhere. "By the way, do you possess any master-level techniques or combat skills?" In the brief span of just a quarter of an hour, he had transformed from a person devoid of any cultivation into a 9th-tier martial artist of the soldier level. Having already ascended to the 9th tier of the soldier level, it was indeed time to seek out techniques and skills of the master level for further cultivation. "No." Long Hao shook his head without a moment's hesitation. "Even if the Long family possessed master-level techniques and skills, my cultivation has yet to reach the master level. Carrying them would be futile. Didn't he bring them with you?" Yi Chun felt a tinge of disappointment. He did not doubt Long Hao's words. After all, techniques and skills are not simply better at higher levels. One can only cultivate techniques and skills that correspond to their own level of cultivation. Otherwise, attempting to practice higher-level techniques without sufficient cultivation could lead to disastrous consequences. Long Hao's cultivation was merely at the 7th tier of the soldier level, still quite distant from the master level. So it was entirely reasonable that he did not possess any master-level techniques or skills. Since Long Hao lacked them, surely the Nangong family must have some, he mused, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Chapter 7. Seizing the opportunity, though aided by the Enlightenment system, his cultivation speed was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, without the guidance of corresponding techniques at the master level, it was akin to a lost child, utterly oblivious to the path ahead. Thus, the quest for master-level techniques and combat skills became imperative. Otherwise, once the Nangong family's trials commenced, even the formidable Enlightenment system would be powerless to assist him. "You don't intend to set your sights on the Nangong family, do you?" As if sensing Yi Chun's thoughts, Long Hao's expression abruptly changed. "What? Do you plan to betray us?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. "Of course not." Long Hao replied awkwardly. "We are allies now. We rise and fall together. How could I possibly betray you?" Pausing for a moment, he earnestly continued, "I merely wish to advise you that if your cultivation has yet to formally reach the master level, acquiring master-level techniques and combat skills would be futile." "Why?" Yi Chun was taken aback. "Because only those with the appropriate cultivation can practice techniques and combat skills of the corresponding rank." Seemingly to dispel Yi Chun's reckless thoughts, Long Hao explained with unwavering resolve, "Unless your cultivation has broken through to the first stage of the master level, any erratic practice would not only be ineffective, but could lead you astray in your cultivation." "How do warriors at the 9th tier of the soldier level transition to the master level?" Yi Chun inquired, perplexed. "There are only 2 methods." "Which methods?" Long Hao elaborated. "The first is to gradually cultivate and await a natural breakthrough, though this approach is rather slow. Thus, under normal circumstances, most warriors opt for the second method." "What is the second method?" Yi Chun asked with curiosity. "It involves utilizing medicinal pills to forcibly break through the soldier-level bottleneck and ascend to the master level." "What kind of pills possess such efficacy?" Yi Chun pressed eagerly. Although he had the Enlightenment system, it could only expedite his comprehension of techniques and combat skills he had already encountered. Transitioning from the 9th tier of the soldier level to the master level would require personal insight, which the Enlightenment system could not provide. There are many types, but the most universally acknowledged for their effectiveness is the pinnacle breaking pill. "Do you have any?" Yi Chun inquired. "Of course not." Long Hao rolled his eyes. "Even if my family had some, I am only at the 7th tier of the soldier level, Who knows when I might need it? So it is impossible for me to carry it around. I wonder if the Nangong family possesses any? Yi Chen muttered. You intend to ask the Nangong family for some? Long Hao teased. Don't get your hopes up. The Nangong family is eager to distance themselves from us. Even if they have it, why would they give it to you? Seeing Yi Chen still unwilling to give up, he gritted his teeth and said, If you absolutely must have it, I could take you to the Alchemist Guild for a visit. Perhaps you might find one there. When did you become so generous? Yi Chen asked with keen interest. You. Long Hao was utterly exasperated. Yet, under Yi Chen's seemingly amused gaze, he could not help but indignantly proclaim, Fine, I concede. Is that satisfactory? Indeed. He was reluctant to squander money on Yi Chen, yet he feared even more the chaos Yi Chen might unleash within the Nangong family. As the hour was still early, Long Hao did not linger, promptly escorting Yi Chen away from the Nangong residence and into the bustling streets. In any thriving city, the Alchemist Guild is an indispensable establishment, and the Sunset City was no exception. To procure the pinnacle breakthrough pill that Yi Chen required, the Alchemist Guild was undeniably the optimal choice. Within the Nangong family, in the palace of the eldest daughter, Nangong Liuli. What? That wastrel Long Hao actually defeated you outright? Furthermore, the combat techniques he employed bear striking resemblance to our Nangong family's breaking force fist. Upon receiving Nangong Shu's report, Nangong Liuli could not help but exclaim in astonishment. I previously believed this Long Hao to be merely a reckless and superficial scion, but judging from the recent encounter, perhaps we have underestimated him. Nangong Shu replied with a wry smile. The expression on Nangong Liuli's delicate face shifted with uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, By the way, based on your confrontation with him, do you think he has reached the master level in his cultivation? Probably not. Nangong Shu shook his head. What leads you to that conclusion? Nangong Liuli pressed. Though he bested me, he must have exerted his utmost effort. Had he attained the master level, that punch would have left me gravely wounded, if not dead. So, you mean he has yet to step into the master level? Nangong Liuli pondered for a moment before scoffing. Even if I have underestimated him, with such cultivation, dealing with him would be a mere trifle for our Nangong family. In Sunset City, before Yi Chen could reach the Alchemist Guild, a nearby murmur of conversation piqued his interest. Have you heard? Tonight, the Pearl Auction House will host a grand auction, showcasing numerous treasures. I heard about it too. Apparently, there will be some master-level techniques and combat skills, as well as weapons and armor. What a pity, though, the items up for public auction will likely command exorbitant prices. Even if I desired to participate, I lack the capital. Upon hearing this discourse, Yi Chen's curiosity was instantly ignited. Master-level techniques and combat skills, you say? He mused, casting a knowing glance at Long Hao. It seems you may have to indulge me tonight. What scheme are you concocting now? Long Hao inquired, his expression wary. Did you not hear them? The Pearl Auction House is hosting an auction tonight, and among the items for sale are precisely the master-level techniques and combat skills I require. Let me tell you, the money I have brought is barely sufficient to purchase the lowest quality pinnacle breakthrough pill. I have no surplus. In a bid to assuage Yi Chen's skepticism, Long Hao produced all the gold notes he possessed, presenting them to Yi Chen. This is all I have. If you doubt me, feel free to inspect thoroughly. There is no need for a search, but I shall graciously accept these gold notes. Yi Chen, exhibiting no reluctance, accepted all the gold notes presented by Long Hao, and began counting their total. Surely, you do not intend to take them all? Long Hao exclaimed in a state of panic. After all, that was all of his fortune. What, merely 20,000? Before Long Hao could finish his sentence, Yi Chen, having completed his count, shook his head in disappointment. Although it is somewhat lacking, I suppose I shall make do for now. Unfazed by Long Hao's ashen complexion, Yi Chen tucked the gold notes into his pocket and swaggered towards a magnificent edifice ahead. A grand plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with flamboyant characters, Alchemist Branch of Shanyang City. Step aside, do not obstruct my path. As he approached the entrance, an assertive hand rudely shoved him aside, almost toppling Yi Chen to the ground. Who the devil is so inconsiderate? Yi Chen's temper flared instantly. Turning reflexively, he was met with the rugged visage of a youth, sturdy and robust, with a face cloaked in stubble, exuding an air of primal vigor. What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a handsome young master? The youth, disregarding Yi Chen's furious glare, blustered on. If your clumsiness causes me to miss the president's public alchemy session, You won't survive with even 10 heads. What did you say? The president of the alchemist branch is publicly demonstrating alchemy? Initially irked, Yi Qin's anger dissipated upon hearing those words. You must be feigning ignorance. The youth barked. Today is a momentous occasion. The president is publicly auctioning alchemical creations. And you're not here to join the excitement? What type of elixir will the president be demonstrating? Yi Qin, disregarding the youth's insults, pressed on with eager anticipation. Naturally, it will be the highly coveted pinnacle elixir. This news has been circulating for quite some time. Are you truly asking out of ignorance? At the mention of the pinnacle elixir, Yi Qin's spirit stirred with intrigue. Chapter 8. The Wrath of the Crowd. Good dogs, step aside. Without waiting for Yi Qin to continue his inquiry, the young man impatiently waved his hand and arrogantly strode through the gates of the Alchemist Association. Instead of feeling indignant from the insult, Yi Qin's lips curled into a sly smile. Let us also venture inside, he declared, taking purposeful strides into the Alchemist Association. Inside, the hall was a bustling sea of people, the din resembling the roar of a tide. To witness President May's grandeur today makes my arduous journey worthwhile. President May is the preeminent alchemist of this association. The quality of the top-tier pill he concocts will undoubtedly be exceptional. While many alchemists are capable of producing top-tier pills, the higher the quality, the more effective the elixir. I have longed for President May to personally craft one for me, yet despite my generous offers, he has consistently declined. Today, shall my wish finally be fulfilled? My son stands at the 9th level of the scholar rank. I am determined to acquire the top-tier pill personally refined by President May. Do not rejoice too soon. Everyone here desires the top-tier pill crafted by Master May. And the competition will likely be fierce. I have prepared 300,000 gold coins. Do you think I fear losing to others? You're nothing. I have set aside 400,000. Enough of this bickering. I intend to purchase President May's top-tier pill for 500,000 gold coins. Before the alchemy demonstration had even commenced, the crowd was already embroiled in a fierce bidding war. The newly arrived Yi Qin, upon hearing the bids being proclaimed, couldn't help but gasp inwardly. 500,000 gold coins for a top-tier pill, such wealth. He had only managed to borrow 20,000 gold coins from Long Hao, which he had thought was a substantial sum. After all, he had been a servant of the Long family and had never encountered such riches. However, in comparison to these individuals, he realized he was truly unable to comprehend the world of the affluent. Silence, everyone. Now, let us welcome President May to the stage to concoct the elixir. At the crowd's enthusiastic urging, a venerable elder with flowing white hair finally ascended the platform. The stage had been meticulously prepared, with an alchemical furnace, ingredients, and a sufficiently vigorous flame, all essential components for the art of alchemy. Upon reaching the platform, President May graciously addressed the assembly before commencing his work. Initially, the tumultuous noise below subsided, as all present understood the importance of maintaining silence to avoid disturbing the alchemist's focus. Yi Qin watched with keen interest. The process of alchemy is exceedingly protracted. President May labored for a full 2 hours before finally declaring the endeavor complete. During this time, he experienced 2 failures. Yet, no one felt disappointment towards President May. According to the consensus, the top-tier pill is notoriously difficult to refine, with a minuscule success rate. Were it any other alchemist, they might attempt dozens of times without achieving a single success. The esteemed President May, after 2 unsuccessful attempts, ultimately succeeded in concocting the elusive breaking pinnacle pill, a testament to his exceptional alchemical prowess. Living up to the expectations of the assembly, the old man, having faced failure on 2 occasions, finally triumphed in producing a precious elixir. As soon as the pill was completed, President May raised it aloft, declaring with utmost gravity that its quality had reached the superior grade. At that moment, the crowd erupted in jubilant applause, their praises flowing like a melodious tide. Wow, it is indeed of superior quality, truly deserving of the title of the foremost alchemist in Xianyang City. The breaking pinnacle pill, notoriously challenging to refine, was accomplished by President May in merely 3 attempts, achieving a quality that was nothing short of extraordinary. If it were any other alchemist, they might not succeed even after 30 tries, and should they achieve success, the quality would likely be subpar. It was evident that this breaking pinnacle pill would fetch an astonishing price. Naturally, as the value is commensurate with the worth, the crowd fervently lauded him, almost deifying President May. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, President May appeared to revel in the adulation, yet feigned humility as he remarked that the accolades were misplaced and merely a stroke of luck, insisting he was not as formidable as they claimed. However, amidst the chorus of praise, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Such fanfare, and I expected a supreme-grade pill, yet it is merely of superior quality. This remark ignited a stir among the onlookers. What? Just superior quality? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Such arrogance. Do you realize the difficulty of refining the breaking pinnacle pill? President May's success in 3 attempts, achieving superior quality, places him beyond the reach of many alchemists. How dare you malign President May? What is your true intention? Apologize immediately, or we shall cast you out, ensuring you never set foot in the Alchemist Guild again. Yes, kneel and apologize. I believe that is too lenient. He should compensate for the damage done to President May's reputation. With just a single utterance, Yi Chen instantly became the target of scorn, the ire of the crowd palpable as many wished to tear him apart. Yet, Yi Chen displayed no sign of remorse. Instead, he shrugged with an innocent expression, stating, "I merely spoke the truth, believe it or not." Hearing this, Long Hao, who stood beside him, felt his heart leap into his throat. "Ancestor, could you please be more cautious? This is the alchemist branch, and that man is the president. Can you afford to offend him?" He tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve, anxiety etched across his face. Yi Chen maintained an air of indifference, which prompted Long Hao to feel a pang of desperation. He continued to implore earnestly, "You must understand that alchemists are revered professionals. Often, even the powerful leaders of various factions within Shenyang City must bow and scrape before them to procure a single elixir. What business do you, someone who has never dabbled in alchemy, have making a ruckus here?" Just as Long Hao's words faded, a commanding voice echoed from the elevated platform. "Everyone, please be silent." It was none other than President May, who had just demonstrated the crafting of a pinnacle pill before the gathered crowd. The commotion stirred by Yi Chen had certainly caught his attention. After requesting silence, President May gazed down at Yi Chen with a courteous demeanor and inquired, "Could it be that this young friend is also an alchemist?" "Well, I suppose so," Yi Chen replied, somewhat awkwardly. He intended to convey that having observed the crafting process, he had indeed acquired the knowledge to produce a pinnacle pill. However, he could only create that specific pill and no others, as the Enlightenment system merely allowed him to grasp any knowledge he had encountered, rather than instantaneously mastering the myriad ways of the world. Suppose so? President May's irritation was palpable, yet he restrained himself in an effort to uphold his gentlemanly composure. "Are you attempting to deceive me, young friend?" "Certainly not." Yi Chen shook his head, responding earnestly, "If I were to undertake the crafting, not only would I succeed on the first attempt, but the quality would undoubtedly surpass yours." At this declaration, a chorus of indignation erupted. Chapter 9. This poison. "I accept it, young man. Your arrogance is beyond comprehension. Are your family members aware of your brazen behavior outside? If you wish to boast, at least prepare a draft." Speaking recklessly without forethought could lead to dire consequences. At such a tender age, displaying such ignorance of the world, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? In the entire Shenyang City, no one dares to address President May with such insolence. Even the most skilled alchemists hesitate to guarantee the successful concoction of a pinnacle elixir on their first attempt, let alone one of superior quality to that of President May. Amidst the collective denunciation from those around, President May's expression darkened. "Young friend, one must be accountable for their words." He clasped his hands behind his back and disdainfully remarked, "Ambitious youth, I can understand your lofty aspirations. However, heed my warning. Speaking without basis can invite calamity. Is it so that none of you believe me?" Yi Chen forced a bitter smile. "If you wish for me to gain your trust, then let me ascend the stage and demonstrate my alchemical prowess before you all." President May seemed incensed by Yi Chen's audacity, snorting coldly, "If you lack the courage to step forward, refrain from seeking attention here." He had never believed that this brash young man was indeed an alchemist. After all, he was familiar with every alchemist in Shenyang City, from those nearing the end of their days to the youthful novices, yet he had never encountered Yi Chen. Furthermore, having immersed himself in the art of alchemy for decades, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved in crafting a pinnacle elixir. Thus, even if Yi Chen hailed from elsewhere, he could not fathom that the young man's skills surpassed his own. However, just as President Mei anticipated Yi Chun to withdraw in defeat. Very well, I shall present my inadequacies. With that, Yi Chun boldly strode towards the elevated platform. Hey, what are you doing? Long Hao exclaimed in a state of panic. He, like the others, assumed Yi Chun was merely seeking attention. Never did he imagine the young man would actually ascend the stage. If he failed to produce anything, would he not be left with no way to retreat? Not only Long Hao, but President Mei also wore a look of astonishment. Young man, are you truly determined to charge ahead without regard for the consequences? His brows furrowed tightly, his face taking on a shade of anger and disdain as he gazed at Yi Chun. He had encountered many attention-seeking jesters in the past. However, a simple application of psychological pressure would usually send them retreating, sparing themselves further humiliation. Yet this young man defied expectations, leaving President Mei feeling somewhat embarrassed. Didn't you ask me to come up and demonstrate my skills? Yi Chun shrugged innocently. Now that I am here, why do you regard me with such disdain? What if I succeed in my endeavor? President Mei, in a fit of anger, ironically smiled. For one must understand that the ingredients required for concocting the pinnacle pill are exceedingly rare, and the cauldron I possess is not something every alchemist is deemed worthy to touch. So, do you truly wish for me to proceed with the refinement? Yi Chun, equally incensed, responded, one moment insisting I undertake the task, the next declaring the materials too precious and the cauldron untouchable. Was this not a deliberate attempt to amuse oneself at my expense? If you desire me to refine it, then you must publicly pledge your word. President Mei, disregarding the dignity of his position, declared with resounding authority, if you fail to produce anything, not only must you compensate for the materials with a sum of 10,000 gold coins, but you shall also publicly apologize to me and all present. Furthermore, from this day forth, you shall never again set foot in the Alchemist Guild of Sheong City, nor shall we sell you any elixirs. And what if I succeed on my first attempt, producing a pill of superior quality? Yi Chun replied with intrigue. If we are to engage in a wager, it cannot be one-sided in its penalties, for that would render me severely disadvantaged. You with your audacity? President Mei scoffed. Do not speak of success on your first try. Even if you achieve it within 5 attempts, and the quality meets the mid-tier standard, I shall concede. Is mere concession sufficient? Yi Chun shook his head. Then what more do you desire? President Mei, now agitated, inquired. Should I fail, I must compensate and apologize. Why is it that upon my success, you merely utter I concede and consider it resolved? This, President Mei furrowed his brow slightly. Though he harbored doubts about Yi Chun's ability to succeed, he could not deny that the wager bore an element of injustice. Let us revise the terms. Should you succeed within 5 attempts, and the quality surpass the mid-tier standard, not only shall you forego the apology and material compensation, but the pill shall also rightfully belong to you. Now that is more equitable. Yi Chun did not press further. After all, his willingness to step onto the stage indicated his confidence in achieving the task. At this moment, anticipation surged within him. Since you have agreed, then take your oath. President Mei waved his hand emphatically, adopting a confrontational stance. Yi Chun, unfazed, promptly made a solemn vow before the crowd, invoking dire consequences should he break his word, such as being struck by lightning and meeting an untimely demise. The oath was indeed severe, yet for one such as him, who traversed realms, it was merely a jest. Oh, you truly dare to swear. How bold. Should you fail to produce the pill, believe me, I shall not hesitate to end you. President Mei, possessing a certain restraint, chose not to stoop to petty arguments, yet I, the young master, have always had a penchant for confronting those I detest. I wonder how far he can continue this farce. As Yi Chun pronounced such a venomous oath, the crowd did not hesitate to mock him. Yi Chun, however, paid them no heed, confidently ascending the high platform. The cauldron still radiated warmth, and all necessary materials for the pinnacle pill lay before him. System, O system, I have now drawn the ire of the masses. Do not let me down at this critical moment. Do not fail your master. Contemplating thus, he took a deep breath and commenced the meticulous process of alchemical refinement according to the methods catalogued within the Taoist system. The first step was already flawed. I had anticipated this. The young man is merely a pretender, lacking even the most rudimentary understanding of the process. Yet he dares to speak with such arrogance? President Mei, initially filled with uncertainty, was immediately filled with delight upon witnessing Yi Chun's inaugural misstep in the refining procedure. regardless of the type of elixir being crafted. The general steps remain consistent. First, extract the medicinal liquid. Second, eliminate impurities. Third, amalgamate into a pill. Fourth, nurture the concoction. The initial step of extracting the medicinal liquid entails the gradual infusion of each herb into the cauldron, allowing it to slowly transform into a liquid essence. This process, though seemingly straightforward, is fraught with complexity. For instance, if the flames are too vigorous, they will reduce the herbs to ashes. Conversely, if the fire is too feeble, the essence will not materialize. Moreover, the timing for extracting each herb is critically important. Any misstep in sequence or inaccurate timing of introduction into the cauldron can lead to a catastrophic failure. Yet, Yi Qin's first action was to pour water into the cauldron before carelessly tossing all the herbs in. This was not the crafting of an elixir. It resembled more the preparation of a broth. Chapter 10. A dignity lost, huh? Am I truly seeing this correctly? Is he actually concocting a pinnacle elixir in such a manner? Although I am not an alchemist, I am familiar with the fundamental steps of potion making. What he is doing is not the refinement of elixirs at all. It is clearly the brewing of a herbal soup. Is this the foundation of his earlier boastful claims? The crowd erupted into laughter. Yi Qin, however, remained undeterred, absorbed in his craft, oblivious to the jeers around him. He held a firm belief that the Enlightenment system would not lead him astray. Having observed President May refine the elixir 3 times previously, the system had already recorded the method for creating the pinnacle elixir and made several corrections to its flaws. The most significant amendments pertained to the initial step. Other alchemists merely followed the routine of extracting the medicinal liquid, unaware that such an approach not only increased the failure rate, but also significantly compromised the quality of the elixir, even if it were ultimately successful. In contrast, brewing with water preserved the medicinal properties of the ingredients in their optimal state. Once perfected, the elixir's quality would undoubtedly reach new heights. Yet, before he could even complete the first step, some alchemists could no longer bear to watch. President May, this lad does not even grasp the most basic knowledge of alchemy. I believe it is best to spare him further humiliation. I concur. This is a sheer waste of our time. Knowing he cannot succeed, should we continue to watch? Would that not reflect our own ignorance? Indeed, to witness his process is an affront to our intelligence. A few alchemists voiced their discontent. Given his method, it was indeed unnecessary to squander any more time. President May nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze toward Yi Qin. However, before he could speak, Yi Qin interjected. What? Are you afraid that the pinnacle elixir I ultimately produce will surpass yours in quality, and thus wish to interrupt me prematurely, allowing you to claim victory by default? You insolent brat. President May fumed. Very well, since you remain undeterred, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, should you fail to produce it, do not blame me for my harshness. Just watch closely. Do not disturb me until I have completed my work. With the provocation having taken effect, Yi Qin resumed his potion making in silence. Before long, the ingredients were fully brewed, resulting in a true herbal concoction. The subsequent step involved the removal of impurities. While other alchemists would surely employ a fiercer flame to refine and dissolve the impurities, Yi Qin's method left the onlookers utterly astonished. He retrieved a bamboo sieve, repeatedly scooping out the excess impurities from the herbal concoction. What on earth is he doing? Using a bamboo sieve to extract impurities? I have never witnessed such a method in my life. If he succeeds in his endeavor, I shall take my own life on the spot. The actions of Yi Qin have sparked an outpouring of criticism from the crowd, with President May wearing an expression of disdain. However, in order to compel Yi Qin to earn respect and to demonstrate his own impartiality, he refrains from interrupting him. In the face of various jibes and sarcasm, Yi Qin remains remarkably composed. As a time traveler, he possesses a profound understanding of the formidable power of science. On Earth, the fundamental principle of various filters is merely to utilize a sieve for separation. Even though this place lacks sophisticated instruments, employing a bamboo sieve to directly extract the impurities is undoubtedly superior to melting these residues into the elixir. In other words, this is a direct method of eliminating impurities, thereby rendering the medicinal liquid more refined. Soon, the debris within the elixir was meticulously removed. The next step involved the fusion into a pill. For this stage, he did not resort to any unconventional methods, but instead, like an ordinary alchemist, He increased the heat to evaporate the excess moisture from the liquid. This phase proceeded quite smoothly. Within just half an hour, a pot of watery medicinal liquid was transformed into an exceedingly viscous essence. After further kneading, it ultimately coalesced into a perfectly round pill. The final step was nurturing. As long as the heat was expertly controlled to bring the pill to the ideal state, his concoction would be deemed a success. At this moment, those who had previously mocked him began to alter their tone. Although Yi Qin's refining method had initially defied their expectations, the successful transition to the final step indicated that this peculiar approach was indeed viable. Notably, the pill within Yi Qin's cauldron appeared resplendent and translucent, seemingly devoid of any impurities, surpassing even the quality of the one President May had previously refined. Could it be that this young man was not merely seeking to attract attention? It now seemed evident that he was not a mere jester, but rather a prodigy in alchemy. While his method may have been unconventional, the successful progression to this stage suggested that they had underestimated him. Not only did the others share this sentiment, but even President May's expression shifted. With only the final step remaining, success appeared to be but a heartbeat away. The nurturing phase is the least prone to error among all the steps. Yet, regardless of his grim demeanor, shortly thereafter, an exquisitely pure pill was extracted from the cauldron by Yi Qin. Let us evaluate its quality, Yi Qin declared, descending from the platform and presenting the pill to the crowd. Ah, what a rich fragrance. There seems to be a faint halo surrounding it. It undoubtedly exceeds the standard of a premium grade. It is a rare treasure, truly a rare treasure. Only when the quality reaches such heights does the pill itself emit light. It is hard to believe that he succeeded in his first attempt, achieving a quality that classifies it as a rare treasure. The pill President May crafted earlier seemed merely to be of premium grade. This young man has actually produced a rare treasure, which surely surpasses President May's creation. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed that a precious top-grade elixir could emerge from the hands of such a young individual. This certainly places President May in an awkward position. Indeed, just moments ago he had attempted the refinement thrice before finally succeeding in concocting a fine top-grade elixir. While this young man achieved the creation of a precious top-grade elixir on his very first attempt, what a blatant slap in the face. Had President May placed his faith in this young man from the outset, perhaps he would have found a way to gracefully extricate himself from this predicament. However, given his earlier sardonic remarks, it seems he is destined to suffer a loss of dignity. Upon discerning the quality of the elixir, the crowd not only underwent a complete transformation in their perception of Yi Qin, but also felt sympathy for President May's embarrassing situation. Others might have been able to contemplate these thoughts, and President May, not lacking in intelligence, surely understands the depth of his current embarrassment. His aged visage had turned crimson, and he initially intended to utter something to alleviate the tension. Yet, in that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. At that instant, he truly wished to vanish into a crevice. This was indeed an unparalleled humiliation. Chapter 11. The essence of a master. I never anticipated that this young man possessed such extraordinary talent in alchemy. In a nearby corner, Long Hao and several guards were expressions of disbelief. They had initially retreated to this corner out of fear of being embarrassed by Yi Qin's actions. To their astonishment, the outcome was nothing short of revolutionary. Young master, I can't shake the feeling that Yi Qin has transformed into a different person, one of the guards remarked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, I have noticed this as well, Long Hao nodded, his agreement evident. He inexplicably possesses a cultivation level surpassing our own, and now, he is an alchemist whose skills exceed even those of President May. I find him increasingly inscrutable. It appears we can no longer treat him as we did before. The guard said gravely, although his achievements have surpassed my expectations, a servant will always remain a servant. He cannot escape the grasp of my authority. But young master. The guard hesitated, only to be interrupted by Long Hao. Rest assured, no matter how high his cultivation, he cannot compare to Nangong Liuli. She is, after all, the most gifted talent among the younger generation in our vicinity, and the Nangong family has resolutely decided to annul the engagement. Regardless of how arrogant Yi Qin may become, once the Nangong family's trials commence, he will be swiftly returned to his former self. What if he reveals crucial information at a critical moment or suddenly rebels? The guard expressed his lingering unease. With his current level of cultivation, should he openly defy us, we would find ourselves powerless against him. Have you forgotten that his sister, Yi Yanran, is still in my possession? Long Hao sneered. Moreover, he signed a 30-year servant contract with our Long family 8 years ago. As long as the contract remains in effect, no matter where he goes or how powerful he becomes, he cannot escape the identity of a servant to the Long family. In this world, a servant contract is a legitimate foundation. Unless the master willingly releases the servant or the contract expires, the servant will never rise to power. Meanwhile, President Mei addressed Yi Chun. Would you like to personally verify the results? He looked at the elder, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. Cough indeed. The younger generation is formidable. I must confess, my judgment has faltered this time. With the situation at hand, President Mei could no longer feign ignorance and, with a resolute demeanor, stated, "Young man, at such a tender age, to possess such remarkable proficiency in alchemy, I am truly humbled. Does this mean you concede?" Yi Chun awaited this very acknowledgement. Naturally, President Mei chuckled awkwardly. "Since you have successfully concocted the rare pinnacle-breaking pill, I shall honor my promise. Not only will I refrain from charging you for the materials used, but the pinnacle-breaking pill you have crafted shall belong to you. By the way, may I inquire about your esteemed name?" Suddenly recalling, President Mei eagerly asked, realizing he had yet to learn the name of the young man before him. After all, in his heart, he merely regarded Yi Chun as a mere jester, seeking to attract attention, and thus couldn't even be bothered to inquire about his name. However, the fact that this young man's alchemical skills surpassed his own indicated that he could not be an inconspicuous individual. Yi Chun initially intended to introduce himself as Long Hao, but as he began to speak, he straightened his chest, gazed into the distance with a tragic yet noble demeanor, and proclaimed, "Indeed, many have bestowed upon me countless titles. Yet to me, worldly fame and fortune are but mere illusions. Such hollow accolades are best left unmentioned." His profound words left the surrounding arrogant alchemists feeling utterly ashamed. Behold, what is true elegance? What is true grace? A genuine master typically regards wealth as worthless and does not chase after fame and profit. In stark contrast, these usually haughty alchemists, who often take pride in their superiority, were suddenly rendered as nothing more than a crude assembly of individuals. Even President Mei, blushing, remarked, "What you say is indeed true, my young friend. I have been overly fixated." In addition to the alchemists present, those who had come to witness President Mei's prowess and those laden with riches, ready to bid on his elixirs, were likewise captivated by Yi Chun's display of mastery. Indeed, true masters are distinctly different. Those alchemists, typically so proud and disdainful, must now reflect on this extraordinary talent, who is modest, amiable, and remarkably rare. Is this not the essence of a gentleman's magnanimity contrasted with a petty person's constant worry? If only I could invite him to my Zhong family as a guest. I would be willing to pay any price. The head of the family had a daughter of an age similar to this alchemical genius. If only. While the crowd was enveloped in shame, what went unnoticed was the subtle twitch at the corner of Yi Chun's mouth. The reason he refrained from revealing his true name was born out of necessity. Currently, he assumed the identity of Long Hao, the young master of the Long family, and disclosing his real name would certainly expose his charade. However, to claim to be Long Hao would unwittingly grant his counterpart undue recognition. Thus, after careful consideration, he opted to maintain the guise of a reclusive master. "My young friend," the family head continued fervently, "I understand your disdain for fame and fortune and your view of wealth as mere refuse. Nevertheless, I have come today seeking your precious pinnacle elixir. Should you be inclined to part with it, I am willing to pay any price." At this, a lavishly dressed middle-aged man shouted excitedly. Yi Chun's spirit was stirred. "You desire my pinnacle elixir?" After a moment of contemplation, he once again exuded the demeanor of a true master, remarking, "Though I typically disregard fame and fortune, this pinnacle elixir holds little significance for me. Should any present require it, feel free to bid." Fearing the tarnishing of his noble image, he hastily added, "Of course, the funds from auctioning the elixir will be used to alleviate the suffering of the impoverished, for the world is rife with sorrow. If I can lend my meager assistance to rescue those in dire straits from their anguish, it would be a source of solace." Though he spoke with such righteous fervor, deep down he regarded himself as one who ought to be the recipient of charity. However, his decision to publicly auction this rare elixir was motivated by another, more significant reason. The upcoming auction at the Pearl Auction House beckoned. The 20,000 gold coins he extorted from Long Hao could serve many purposes, yet they seemed insufficient for participating in the bidding war. Among the treasures to be auctioned, there was a master-level martial technique he desperately needed. If this elixir could fetch a handsome price, he would possess the means to enter the fray of bidding. Chapter 12. An unwelcome request, certainly. The pinnacle elixir is essential for Yi Chun as well. After all, it is a requisite for transitioning from the 9th tier of the scholar level to the master level. He himself has a pressing need for one to cultivate master-level techniques and combat skills. However, since he is already capable of concocting it, he can simply refine another after publicly auctioning this one. Given that many are eager for the elixir, let us not linger. Please, make your bids. I bid 300,000 gold coins. I bid 310,000. I bid 320,000. I bid 380,000. After an intense bidding war, the exquisite pinnacle elixir refined by Yi Chun was ultimately secured for 600,000 gold coins. The affluent merchant who acquired the elixir felt he had struck a tremendous bargain and, after exchanging 600,000 gold notes for the elixir from Yi Chun, he beamed with pride, boasting to those around him. Meanwhile, those who failed to win were filled with a mix of anger and disappointment. Some implored Yi Chun to refine another, but he firmly declined. His reasoning was simple. He had no time. Had he not been compelled by circumstances, he would never have revealed his capabilities so publicly. Thus, having refined the elixir for the auction was already an exception, and he could not permit further indulgence. Despite the rejection, those still yearning for the elixir did not harbor resentment. Instead, they felt it was unreasonable to press him further. As for the high-quality pinnacle elixir that President Mei had crafted earlier, it was quickly forgotten amidst the fervor. Even those who had come seeking the elixir set aside their thoughts of President Mei and her companions. Once the dust settled, Yi Chun did not depart, but approached the visibly distressed President Mei. I have a modest request, if I may. Speak freely, young friend. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall not refuse. President Mei's spirits lifted instantly, and without regard for the nature of Yi Chun's request, she pledged her unwavering support. Alchemists of remarkable skill are typically sought after by various factions. However, the alchemists of the alchemy branch in Qinyang City are rather mediocre in comparison. If they could recruit the prodigious Yi Chun into their ranks, it would undoubtedly bring them great renown and endless benefits. I would like to borrow some of the materials and the cauldron from you, President Mei, Yi Chun stated awkwardly. He was in dire need of another pinnacle elixir, as the one just auctioned was no longer available for his personal use. That is certainly agreeable. Without a moment's hesitation, President Mei acquiesced to the request. As long as the materials belong to our branch, young friend, you may use them at no cost. However, I prefer not to refine it in front of a crowd. It tends to attract too much attention, Yi Chun continued, feigning a demeanor that suggested the burdens of fame were overwhelming. Understood. Please, follow me. President Mei nodded in comprehension, eagerly leading the way. As Yi Chun was escorted into the Alchemist Association by President Mei, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Long Hao and several guards intended to follow, but were halted by members of the Alchemist Association, who asserted that entry to the inner sanctum was reserved for a select few. Frustrated yet powerless, Long Hao could do nothing but wait outside like a true servant. Shortly thereafter, within the confines of the association, under President Mei's direct supervision, Yi Chun was soon presented with a top-tier alchemical furnace, along with an assortment of the necessary medicinal herbs for crafting the coveted pinnacle elixir. This was at Yi Chun's behest. As he sought to continue his endeavors in refining the elixir, he justified his efforts as a selfless contribution to the association, acknowledging the unwritten rule that one should not bite the hand that feeds. Having not contributed anything of value yet, he had already sold a single elixir for 600,000 gold coins. Now, as he borrowed the association's furnace and materials once more, it would be rather remiss not to produce an elixir in return. However, his primary motivation remained his own benefit, with the experience gained from his previous attempts. This time, Yi Chun found the process considerably more effortless. Within a mere hour, he successfully crafted several exquisite pinnacle elixirs. The quality of the elixirs varied from inferior to superior, exquisite, and ultimately, the highest grade. The fact that he could consistently produce elixirs of such high caliber was nothing short of astonishing for all the alchemists in Qinyang City. This was particularly remarkable given the subpar quality of the herbs and furnace. Otherwise, the elixir's quality could have reached even greater heights. Please accept this pinnacle elixir, President Mei. I must take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to, Yichen stated after producing several exquisite elixirs. He offered one to President Mei, retained a few for himself, and then stood to bid farewell. It was now evening, and the auction at the Pearl Auction House was likely about to commence. My young friend, since there are no outsiders present, might you share your esteemed name? It would facilitate future interactions among colleagues, President Mei inquired eagerly. Having received the elixir with great reverence, the rise or fall of an association is significantly influenced by the alchemists within. A highly skilled alchemist can attract numerous affluent clients seeking elixirs, and can even leverage such relationships to mediate disputes among various factions, thereby securing substantial benefits for the association. Conversely, an association devoid of a competent alchemist risks failing to sell even the most affordable elixirs. This could lead to its swift decline, or worse, dissolution due to economic pressures. It is clear how vital it is for the Alchemist Association to retain Yi Chun, this alchemical prodigy. President Mei, I have previously stated that I prefer to remain anonymous in my endeavors, and I hope you will not impose upon me, Yi Chun replied diplomatically. Should the opportunity arise, I shall return. Without waiting for further discourse, he hastily departed, almost fleeing the scene. President Mei was in a state of agitation, immediately signaling to all the alchemists around him. They flocked to him, expressing their gratitude profusely and showering him with flattery. However, no matter how they tried to hint and insinuate, Yi Chun remained tight-lipped, responding only with vague and ambiguous remarks. A throng of people, like persistent shadows, accompanied Yi Chun to the entrance of the alchemist branch. Seeing that Yi Chun was resolute in his stance, they were reluctantly compelled to relent. My young friend, I have one more humble request. As it became clear that Yi Chun could not be persuaded to stay, President Mei gritted his teeth and put forth a particularly challenging request that left Yi Chun in a quandary. I have long endeavored to concoct the transformative pill, yet I have never succeeded. If you could prepare one for me, I would be willing to acquiesce to any demands you may have. What? The transformative pill? Yi Chun nearly collapsed from shock. Although the quality of the pinnacle pills he had concocted reached the level of rare treasures, and he succeeded in crafting them each time, he was only capable of producing pinnacle pills. As of now, he had no knowledge of other formulations. The Enlightenment system could only assimilate and refine his understanding after he had observed others in the act of creation or perused relevant texts, allowing him to attain comprehension. Prior to this, he had only witnessed President Mei successfully concoct the pinnacle pill. He had no experience with any other elixirs. Chapter 13. Who is that enchanting beauty? Given that you, my young friend, are capable of concocting the exquisite pinnacle-breaking pill, it stands to reason that the formulation of the revitalization pill should pose no significant challenge. Unaware of Yi Chun's inner turmoil, President Mei continued with eager anticipation. The creation of a revitalization pill has been my lifelong aspiration, and I hope. Oh, who is that captivating beauty? Before President Mei could finish his sentence, Yi Chun suddenly pointed behind him and inquired. The crowd was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned to look. To their astonishment, the space behind them was utterly devoid of any presence, not even a shadow. When they turned back, Yi Chun had already slipped away like smoke, leaving no trace. In a nearby corner, Long Hao and several guards exchanged glances, a mixture of envy and jealousy reflected in their eyes. What exactly had Yi Chun accomplished within those walls? These alchemists, who typically would not deign to acknowledge us, now treated Yi Chun, a mere servant, with such reverence? Though they were frustrated, seeing Yi Chun depart prompted them to quietly follow in his wake. Before long, news of the Alchemist Association's events spread like wildfire to the upper echelons of various factions. The entire elite of Sheong City was set abuzz. What? A prodigious alchemist publicly concocted a rare pinnacle-breaking pill? Even President Mei could only produce a superior one. Yet this young alchemist, not yet 20, had managed to create a rare version? Immediate arrangements were made for the head of each clan to personally visit the Alchemist Association and meet this prodigy. If he truly possesses such abilities, no matter the cost, we must cultivate a relationship with him. Upon receiving the news, the leaders hastened to the Alchemist Association. Even Nangong Xian, the head of the Nangong family, along with his daughter, Nangong Liuli, arrived. However, by the time the various factions' leaders arrived, the prodigious alchemist had already taken his leave. What a pity that this talented individual chose not to reveal his name. Such a remarkable talent has slipped through our fingers. After hearing President May's account, the crowd expressed their regret. At that moment, Nangong Liuli furrowed her brow and remarked, "President May, could it be that you fear we might poach this talented alchemist, and thus have intentionally concealed or hidden him?" Her words elicited immediate agreement from those around her. "Indeed, President May, your actions seem rather ungracious. Our esteemed families have consistently supported your alchemist association, and after such a difficult search for an exceptional talent, you hide him away, even withholding his name from us. Does that not strain our relations?" Faced with the crowd's skepticism, President May felt profoundly disheartened. After much earnest explanation and with numerous alchemists vouching for his account, he finally dispelled their doubts. It is indeed a lamentable circumstance that such an extraordinary young prodigy has appeared in Xiang City, yet remains shrouded in mystery. Upon leaving the Alchemist Association, Nangong Liuli mused. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Xian, nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of such a person, one not to be easily overlooked. He instructed the family head's envoy to dispatch individuals to investigate, mandating that any information related to the alchemical prodigy be reported to him at once. At the Mingzhu auction house, a throng of people gathered, buzzing with excitement. Even before the auction commenced, the venue was filled with countless participants, predominantly composed of esteemed individuals. They were either affluent or influential. Yichen managed to gain entry primarily because he presented a gold ticket worth 10,000. As the crowd cheered exuberantly, the auction finally commenced. The initial items presented for bidding failed to pique Yichen's interest until a master-level cultivation technique, known as the Pawang Ju, made its appearance. According to the host, this technique was indeed classified as a master-level cultivation method, albeit incomplete. What? It was incomplete? Who would desire an imperfect cultivation technique? Indeed, such a flawed method could easily lead to missteps, resulting in one succumbing to madness. It was rather unkind of the Mingzhu auction house to present this for sale. I wouldn't accept such a defective cultivation technique even as a gift, let alone spend my money on it. Even if the starting bid were exceedingly low, I would refrain from participating. Upon hearing the protests from the audience, the host felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, with the technique already on display, he was compelled to assert, "We have clarified the deficiencies of the Pawang Ju. Thus, it cannot be considered deceptive. The auction for this treasure is entirely voluntary. If it does not meet your approval, you are free to forego bidding, as our auction house does not impose any pressure." After this statement, the host awkwardly raised a sign displaying a conspicuous figure, 5,000 gold coins. This was the starting bid, meaning that anyone wishing to place a bid would need to offer more than 5,000 gold coins. Otherwise, the auction house reserved the right to retract the item. Ding! The auction had officially begun. As the bell rang, an uncanny silence enveloped the hall. Not a single bid was made in the expansive auction room, a rather uncomfortable situation. However, I bid 5,001 gold coins. After a brief pause, a voice shattered the stifling silence. Someone has actually placed a bid. I must be mistaken. Surely, this person is foolish, aware that the cultivation technique is flawed, yet still daring to bid? Do they not comprehend the risks of an incomplete cultivation method leading one astray? It must be someone desperately in need of a master-level technique, but lacking sufficient funds, thus risking it all on such a defective method. What a pitiful individual. As soon as the bid was placed, it was met with a wave of derision and mockery. Accompanying Yi Chun into the auction venue, Long Hao rolled his eyes in disdain. The individual who had just placed the bid was none other than Yi Chun himself. Are you so affluent that you intend to squander your wealth indiscriminately? Casting a scrutinizing glance at Yi Chun, Long Hao's mind raced as he cautiously suggested, "Since you are now so financially blessed, why not consider returning the 20,000 I once gifted you?" Before he could finish his thought, Yi Chun interrupted. "I never claimed to be wealthy. 5,001 gold coins for the first time, 5,001 gold coins for the second time, 5,001 gold coins for the third time." The host, having inquired thrice without any higher bids, hastily brought the gavel down. He was anxious, fearing that no one would bid at all. After all, if the items they presented for auction were met with silence, it would create an awkward situation. Fortunately, a fool had provided them with a way out. Whether the buyer would succeed in their cultivation or fall into madness was of no concern to the Mingzhu auction house. They had publicly acknowledged the item's flaws before the auction, thus absolving themselves of any responsibility for the consequences. Chapter 14. The disparity among individuals subsequently. Several treasures were successively auctioned, among which was a master-level combat technique. However, what was particularly unbearable for the crowd was the fact that this master-level technique was, regrettably, incomplete. Consequently, various voices of dissent arose within the auction house. Nonetheless, since it had been presented on stage, the host, with great eloquence, managed to suppress all opposing remarks and, with resolute determination, proceeded with the public auction. The outcome was predictable. Even with a starting bid of merely 3,000 gold coins, hardly anyone participated in the bidding. Yet, the host found solace in the fact that the same fool from earlier provided them with a way out. The incomplete master-level combat technique was successfully acquired for the price of 3,001 gold coins. That individual was none other than Yi Chun. Unfazed by the scornful jeers of the onlookers, he paid the amount, exchanged it for the cultivation method and combat technique he had won, and promptly departed from the auction house, returning to the Nangong family. They were currently residing in the Nangong household, and staying out late would easily incite discontent. However, returning late at night, even the servants of the Nangong family cast disparaging glances in their direction. It was already well known that the young master of the Long family was a wastrel, and this only confirmed the rumors. Returning at such a late hour surely indicated he had been indulging in debauchery. It was one thing for him to behave so in his own family, but to come to the Nangong family and still be so unruly was truly incorrigible. No wonder our young lady sought to make things difficult for him. If she were to marry such a man, it would be akin to placing flowers in a pile of manure. In any case, in just a couple of days, he would no longer be the son-in-law representing our Nangong family. In the shadows, Nangong Liuli furrowed her delicate brows. It was only after Yi Chun had departed that she inquired in a hushed tone, "Do you know what he was up to today?" Replying to the young lady, "We did not pay attention." The servant responded, "Never mind, I can't be bothered to inquire further. Let him be." Nangong Liuli sighed, then asked, "By the way, do we have any news about that talented alchemist?" Replying to the young lady, "There is none." The servant replied with a wry smile, "The city of Shenyang is so vast. Finding someone whose name we do not even know is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Continue to keep an eye out tomorrow, especially around the Alchemist Association." "Yes, young lady." Nangong Liuli cast a lingering glance in the direction Yi Chun had taken and mused. Why is it that the disparity between individuals is so pronounced? "Young lady, do not concern yourself with this waste. After the assessment in 2 days, he will be severed from any ties with you and will henceforth be of no consequence," the servant retorted indignantly. In the guest room of the Nangong family, after chasing away Long Hao and his companions, Yi Chun closed the door, retrieved a broken top-grade pill he had concocted at the Alchemist Association that day, and swallowed it whole. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, commencing the process of refining and absorbing its potent medicinal energy. This was an essential item for transitioning from the 9th rank of the soldier level to the master level. Without the aid of such elixirs, one could only rely on gradual comprehension through personal endeavor. He could not abide such a method reliant solely on chance. As a traveler through realms, he firmly believed that his fate was dictated by his own will, not by the whims of destiny. With the ethereal energies of the surrounding world gradually coursing into his being, after the passage of half an hour, the 9 spirals of energy within him finally coalesced into a singular spiritual node. This marked the transition from the 9th tier of the scholar level to the 1st tier of the master level. It was now time to cultivate the techniques and combat skills of the master level. Eager to delve deeper into his newfound abilities, he hastily retrieved 2 tomes. These were the incomplete cultivation techniques and combat skills he had acquired at a bargain during today's auction at the Pearl Pavilion. The cultivation method was titled the Breaking Illusions Technique, while the combat skill was known as Thunderclap Slash. With a flick of his wrist, he perused the Breaking Illusions technique briefly before carelessly casting it aside. Though he could not fully comprehend it, the enlightenment system nestled within his mind swiftly absorbed its essence. Indeed, the Breaking Illusions technique was far from complete. It was merely a rough draft. The creator of such a method had either abandoned the endeavor midway or had failed to grasp its intricacies, leaving behind numerous flaws and shortcomings. Following the prescribed methods could not only lead to a lack of success in cultivation, but could also result in a catastrophic demise due to the improper flow of spiritual energy. However, as soon as the system completed its assessment, it began to rectify the deficiencies within the technique. In but a moment, the corrections were fully realized. Master, the breaking illusions technique has been successfully amended. Please proceed with confidence in your cultivation, echoed the voice of the enlightenment system in his mind. Subsequently, a myriad of intricate characters materialized in his consciousness, representing the perfected version of the technique. After swiftly assimilating the knowledge, he comprehended it thoroughly. Now, all that remained was to cultivate. Taking a deep breath, he entered a meditative state, silently activating the breaking illusions technique within. The surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, converging into his body like a tempestuous sea. In mere moments, the sound akin to the shattering of bubbles resonated from within him. He had reached the second tier of the master level. Yichun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, once the principles of the technique were understood, the process of cultivation became a simple endeavor. Subsequently, he devoted another half-hour to ascend directly to the 9th tier of the master level. If only he possessed the cultivation techniques of all realms, would he not become an unparalleled powerhouse overnight? Seeing his rapid progress, Yichun began to fantasize about more expedient shortcuts. Yet, as he recalled the transitional phases inherent to each realm and the necessity of complementary combat skills, he dismissed such naive thoughts. Each pinnacle of a grand realm necessitated a transition, either through personal enlightenment or the aid of elixirs. The body he had seized was devoid of resources, and he had to strive for everything on his own. The notion of soaring to greatness was, for now, rather unrealistic. Since he had already attained a measure of cultivation, it was time to explore the realm of combat skills. Murmuring softly to himself, he picked up the Thunder Slash once more. He quickly skimmed through its contents. This was a martial technique that could only be wielded with the Crescent Moon Blade, characterized by its sweeping motions and invincibility. However, it was also incomplete, with several pages having been torn out and the final pages missing. If this fell into the hands of another warrior, it would be rendered a useless tome. Yet, under the rapid restoration of the Enlightenment system, a nearly perfect master-level martial technique soon materialized in his mind. After a brief moment of internal contemplation, he fully grasped the essence of the technique. What remained was merely the need for a suitable weapon. Although he had comprehended the martial skill, Yichun found himself in an awkward predicament, realizing that he still lacked a weapon capable of unleashing the full potential of the Thunder Slash. The execution of each martial technique varies, and most techniques require a weapon as a medium for their release. For instance, the master-level technique Thunder Slash he had just comprehended necessitated a rather hefty blade to truly manifest its power, and the most fitting weapon for this purpose would undoubtedly be the Crescent Moon Blade. Chapter 15. Master Smith Wang Duzue tomorrow. I shall visit the weapon shop. With this resolution, he quickly settled down for a peaceful night's sleep. At the break of dawn the next day, he gathered Long Hao and several others and set out. The purpose of today's expedition was to seek a suitable weapon. Soon, they arrived at a weapons shop. However, after examining all the crescent blades within, he found none to his liking. Either they were too light, the dimensions were incorrect, or the quality was subpar. Was there truly no superior crescent blade available? Eventually, Yichun had no choice but to inquire with the shopkeeper. Dear customer, acquiring a top-tier weapon is not impossible, but it comes with certain challenges. The shopkeeper said with a mysterious smile. Oh, is it exceedingly expensive? Yichun asked. Indeed, it is costly, as one must pay for quality. However, there is a more significant reason. What reason? Yichun inquired with curiosity. The shopkeeper did not hold back and briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Yichun became intrigued. It turned out there existed such an extraordinary smith in the city. According to the shopkeeper, there was indeed a renowned smith in Shenyang City capable of forging the weapon he desired. This master smith was named Wang Dazue. His forging skills were considered the finest in the city. Any weapon crafted by Wang Dazue would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless connoisseurs. However, this master smith was known for his eccentric temperament, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to request his services. He was uninterested in money, fame, or even the coercion of powerful forces. Even those from prominent factions, willing to pay a handsome price, would find it challenging to persuade him to forge a weapon. Very well, Let us go and take a look. After hearing the shopkeeper's account, Yichun immediately strode away, heading towards the location indicated by the shopkeeper. Didn't the shopkeeper mention that this master smith has a peculiar nature, making it hard for ordinary folks to engage him for weapon forging? Long Hao remarked as he caught up. Do I strike you as an ordinary person? Yichun retorted. At this moment. You certainly do not resemble an ordinary person, Long Hao replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, he soon became curious. Do you already have a way to persuade Wang Dazue? Not yet, but... Yichun replied with a mysterious smile. I possess a potion that can remedy all forms of defiance. What sort of miraculous potion is this? Long Hao was taken aback. Realizing the implications, his expression darkened immediately. Yichun paid him no mind, continuing toward their destination. Having lived in an era of sensational news, he had witnessed all manner of eccentric individuals. No matter how peculiar Wang Dazue might be, he believed that with a little interaction, he could devise a method to win him over. Before long, they arrived at the residence of Master Smith Wang Dazue. Knock, knock, knock. Before they even laid eyes on him, they were met with the sound of a hammer striking iron. However, as they drew closer, Yichun's expression soured once more. At that moment, the entrance to Wang Dazue's abode was surrounded by a throng of people, at least 100 strong. Will Master Wang succeed in forging a superior long sword this time? A voice inquired. It is difficult to say. Master Wang has endured numerous failures in his quest to create this exceptional blade, yet he remains steadfast in his determination. If only he would craft a sword that I could purchase. Even a medium-grade sword would suffice. I would pay a handsome price. A masterpiece from a master is assuredly a fine creation. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Yichun, intrigued, eagerly pushed through the throng. Upon peering through the entrance, he beheld a robust man clad in a work apron, his face adorned with stubble, vigorously wielding a hammer at a semi-finished long sword beside the forge. So this is Master Wang, truly a man who lives up to his name. Yichun mused quietly to himself. No sooner had he spoken than a woman nearby offered a gentle warning. It would be wise to speak with more courtesy. Directly addressing the master by name may incite anger. Startled, Yichun instinctively glanced sideways. Before him stood a tall and alluring woman, seemingly in her 20s. Isn't a name meant to be spoken? Yichun thought dismissively. Yet, as his words lingered in the air, dozens of hostile gazes were cast upon him. Ahem. May I inquire your name, fair lady? Are you perhaps seeking Master Wang for weaponry? In an effort to divert the animosity, Yichun hastily shifted the conversation. The woman appeared amused by his antics, covering her mouth as she chuckled. I am Ran Xingyun, indeed here to seek a sword from Master Wang. A pleasure to meet you. Yichun replied with polished manners. I am Long Hao, the young master of the Long family from Qingye City. It is a tremendous honor to make your acquaintance, Miss Ran. He typically refrained from engaging in conversation unless the other party was a beauty. His reluctance to reveal his true name stemmed from a desire to keep his impersonation of Long Hao under wraps. Qingye City? That seems quite distant. Ran Xingyun remarked, surprised. Indeed, it is far. This is my first visit to Xianyang City. Yichun replied with a smile. Observing Yichun sharing laughter with Ran Xingyun, Long Hao stood behind like a mere statue, consumed by frustration. Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet he found no one to confide in. Meanwhile, within the courtyard, Master Wang continued his arduous task of weapon forging. Damn it, another failure, he shouted moments later, forcefully hurling the ruined sword to the ground. It was merely a hair's breadth away. Why must I falter at the final step? He clutched his hair in agony, resembling a frenzied beast. Alas, another failure? This must be the 16th attempt. Disheartened, the onlookers lamented. Yet look, he seems undeterred, preparing to forge anew. At this rate, he will not relent until he produces a superior weapon. Undeterred by his previous failures, Wang Dachui resolutely set about forging anew. Miss Ran, please hold on. I shall take a look inside. Yichun, who had been engaged in a leisurely conversation with Ran Xingyun, could no longer contain himself and strode purposefully toward the courtyard. What are you doing? Ran Xingyun's expression shifted slightly as he shouted. It is most ill-advised to disturb a master craftsman during their work. Your intrusion could provoke the master's ire. Not only Ran Xingyun, but others present were also anxious for Yichun. Wang Dachui was notorious for his fiery temperament and eccentric personality. Even many esteemed families dared not offend him lightly. Yet, Yichun boldly entered while Wang Dachui was in a foul mood. Was he not courting danger? However, When everyone heard Yi Chen's subsequent remark, astonishment gripped them all. The way he forges is bound for failure. I merely wish to offer him some guidance. Chapter 16. Infuriating yet irreparable. What did you just say? You intend to instruct Master Wang. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you possess to guide Master Wang? He is the most renowned blacksmith in this city. And you, a mere upstart, dare to speak so brazenly? As Yi Chen's words echoed, a cacophony of jeers erupted from those around him. Even Wang Dezhu, who was preparing to forge anew, was drawn in by such audacious proclamations. What did you just say? You wish to advise me? Wang Dezhu inquired incredulously. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded with conviction. Am I mistaken? No one in the entirety of Sheiyang City has dared to address me, Wang Dezhu, in such a manner. Yet I have. Yi Chen replied with nonchalance. Could it be that you are also a blacksmith? Wang Dezhu asked, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Not previously, but after observing your craftsmanship just now, I believe I am one now. Yi Chen admitted, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. After merely watching, you consider yourself a blacksmith? Wang Dezhu could scarcely believe his ears. The onlookers, who had already harbored disdain for Yi Chen, erupted into laughter. Is this fellow jesting? To claim he has become a blacksmith simply by watching the master forge? If mastering the craft were that simple, wouldn't everyone be a master blacksmith? They had seen arrogance before, but this youthful brashness was unprecedented. Even if one were to boast, shouldn't it be done in a manner that invokes some semblance of belief? To speak so recklessly, did he not fear the exposure of his falsehoods and the humiliation that would ensue? The crowd's disdainful gazes towards Yi Chen resembled those directed at a fool. It is crucial to recognize that the esteemed status of blacksmiths arises not only from the rarity of innate talent, but also from the arduous difficulty of the craft. It demands immense perseverance and patience, requiring years of relentless practice to refine one's skills. This young man, appearing scarcely past his teenage years, brazenly proclaimed such exaggerated claims, inviting ridicule. Among the crowd, even Ran Qingyun, who had earlier engaged in amiable conversation with Yi Chen, shook his head in disbelief. Initially perceiving him as a composed and cultured gentleman, he now realized the folly of his judgment in befriending such a braggart. Anticipating the skepticism of those around him, Yi Chen remained unperturbed. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Wang Dezhu with intrigue. You do not believe me, do you? No, I do. I genuinely, Wang Dezhu began, only to be interrupted by his own laughter. He had intended to mirror Yi Chen's serious demeanor, but the moment he spoke, he could no longer contain his mirth. Wang Dezhu was, after all, the most esteemed blacksmith in Sheiyang City, possessing exceptional talent from a young age and dedicating decades to mastering the craft to achieve his current stature. A young man, scarcely yet 20, boldly proclaimed that after merely forging a single item, he had become a master craftsman. Is this not sheer bravado? What struck him as particularly absurd was the fact that the other party had the audacity to suggest he could offer guidance on the art of forging. While he had encountered many who boasted and exaggerated their abilities, he had never before met anyone so utterly oblivious to reason. Before he could even articulate the flaws present in the other's technique, the latter hastily dismissed him as a charlatan. With such a refusal to acknowledge one's own shortcomings, it was no wonder that the craft of forging remained stagnant, unable to produce weapons of superior quality. Disappointment etched on his face, Yi Chen shook his head and lamented. Well, it matters not. Since you refuse to heed any counsel, my words would merely be akin to playing the lute to a cow. I bid you farewell. With that, he turned to leave. Yet, he was not genuinely departing. Like others, he had come in search of a weapon, and he could not simply walk away without achieving his goal. His actions were merely a strategic retreat. Indeed, no sooner had he turned than he heard Wang Dezhu call out, Wait, what is it? Do you have more to say? Yi Chen replied, his impatience evident. Since you claim you can identify the flaws in my forging, do enlighten me. If you cannot provide a coherent explanation or merely spout nonsense, do not blame me for being unkind. He added with an icy glare, my time is precious, having squandered so much of it listening to your drivel. It would weigh heavily on my conscience if I did not exact a substantial cost from you. You may have misunderstood. Yi Chen corrected him. I wish to guide you because I see potential in you, and I cannot bear to see you trapped in a misguided notion. But do reflect on your attitude just now. Rather than seeking knowledge humbly, you approached me as if interrogating a suspect. Why should I waste my efforts on someone who misconstrues goodwill as folly? Do you presume I am idle and without purpose? His barrage of questions left Wang Dazue momentarily speechless. Seemingly indignant, he ground his teeth and demanded, "What must I do for you to offer me guidance?" Though he firmly believed Yi Chun was an arrogant blusterer, the more grandiose Yi Chun's claims became, the more determined he felt not to let the matter slide, lest he swallow his pride. Cough, cough. Countless craftsmen have knelt before me, imploring for my insight, yet most were turned away. Yi Chun waved dismissively, his disdain palpable. With your insincere demeanor, you think to earn my counsel? That is but a fantasy. Then what must I do to demonstrate sincerity? Wang Dazue pressed, suppressing his anger. That depends on how fervently you wish to elevate your forging skills. Yi Chun replied, continuing to lead him on. Wang Dazue pondered momentarily before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Very well, if you can indeed identify the flaws in my weapon forging, not only will I publicly apologize to you, but you may also select any weapon from my collection to take with you." Upon hearing this proclamation, the onlookers outside could scarcely contain their astonishment. How remarkable it was that this young man could elicit such a promise from Master Wang. The privilege of taking any weapon from here was an opportunity that even many esteemed families would envy. Could it be that one could not discern the utter impossibility of this promise? Master Wang's words were merely a means to compel this presumptuous youth to pay a price. Indeed, I am eager to witness how he intends to enlighten Master Wang. Should his words be nonsensical and incoherent, with Master Wang's notorious temper, he would surely find himself in dire straits today. The crowd was already incensed by Wang Dachui's commitment, yet when they heard Yi Chun's subsequent response, they truly grasped the meaning of infuriating someone without consequence. Chapter 17. On-site guidance. A stunning revelation. What kind of sincerity is this? Yi Chun exhibited not a trace of surprise. Instead, he wore a face of disdain. This place is merely a collection of scrap metal. I wouldn't accept it even as a gift. You are going too far. Wang Dazue was on the verge of exploding with anger. Many influential figures in Xi'an City had gone to great lengths, offering exorbitant prices to procure a weapon from him, yet most had ultimately been left wanting. How could this young man, who seemingly appeared from nowhere, dismiss his wares as mere junk? I am merely stating the truth. Faced with Wang Dazue and the other's murderous glares, Yi Chun remained unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. What you all perceive as treasures is simply a lack of exposure to superior items. To me, this is undoubtedly just a heap of scrap. Fine, fine. Then tell me, what must I do for you to make an exception and guide this unremarkable blacksmith? This statement nearly erupted from between Wang Dazue's clenched teeth. Yi Chun, sensing an opportunity, rubbed his nose and said, "Let us make it this way. If I can guide you in forging a weapon of superior quality, not only will that weapon belong to me, but you must also agree to perform 3 tasks within your capability for me. What do you think?" What he desired was for the other party to craft a weapon tailored to his specifications. If there were no suitable weapons available, even if offered for free, they would be of no use to him. All right, it's a deal. Wang Dazue seemed unable to contain his eagerness, promptly agreeing with a resounding affirmation. Since that is settled, let us dispense with the formalities and begin. Just as he was about to start his guidance, Yi Chun suddenly recalled something and inquired, "What type of weapon do you intend to forge?" "Of course, it will be the longsword I excel at." "A longsword?" Yi Chun shook his head. "No, I do not require a longsword." "Ah, I misspoke. Forging your best longsword would diminish the caliber of my guidance. It would be better to forge something of greater difficulty." "What kind of challenging weapon?" Wang Dazue asked, his impatience growing. "The crescent blade," Yi Chun enunciated clearly. With the assistance of the comprehension system and Wang Dazue's innate craftsmanship, guiding him to forge a superior weapon should pose little challenge. However, what he sought was a crescent blade that could unleash the full might of the thunderstrike, rather than a longsword. The crescent blade? Wang Dazue pondered briefly before readily agreeing. "Although it is somewhat difficult, I can indeed forge it. Since there are no objections, let us begin. The dimensions for the crescent blade are as follows." Yi Chun promptly detailed the required measurements, shape, weight, and more. Upon hearing this, Wang Dazue finally set to work forging the weapon. Meanwhile, Yi Chun stood beside him like a teacher, offering guidance. Extend the quenching time by 3 breaths. Increase the hammering intensity by 15 strikes. Pay attention to the hammering technique. Strike from the side here, not from the front. At this moment, Yi Chun appeared as a master craftsman, instructing an apprentice in the art of forging. However, The onlookers did not regard him as a distinguished figure. Instead, they perceived him as merely posturing. Even before the final product was revealed, they seemed convinced that Wang Dachui's crafted crescent blade would not meet expectations, likely failing even to reach the standard of a mid-grade weapon. Should this indeed be the case, Wang Dachui would likely transform into a frenzied beast, mercilessly punishing Yi Chun. Yet, as Wang Dachui tirelessly wielded his hammer, his initial disdain gradually morphed into astonishment, and ultimately into admiration. Many of the details Yi Chun illuminated were aspects he had previously overlooked. It could be said that every word from Yi Chun was remarkably poignant, pinpointing flaws he had neglected or failed to perceive. At last, with the final strike of the hammer, a superior crescent blade emerged before the audience. The blade was broad and imposing, seemingly impervious to damage. Particularly, the edge glimmered with a chilling light, captivating all who beheld it. It was indeed of superior quality. A true masterpiece. Wang Dachui raised the newly forged crescent blade, his face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. "Master, you are the true master. I was blind and presumptuous. I hope you will not judge me too harshly." With deep respect, he presented the crescent blade to Yi Chun. After all, even in his expertise with long swords, he had never successfully forged a superior weapon until now. Under Yi Chun's guidance, even this unfamiliar crescent blade achieved exceptional quality. One can only imagine the exhilaration swelling within him and the profound shift in his perception of Yi Chun. What? Is it truly a superior weapon? Am I mistaken? Even Master Wang himself acknowledges it? My heavens, am I dreaming? The crowd, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, now stood in stunned silence, particularly Ran Xingyun, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Just moments ago, she, like the others, had dismissed Yi Chun as a boastful fool, never anticipating his remarkable prowess in the craft of forging. Merely by offering guidance, he had enabled Wang Dachui, who had long been unable to forge a superior weapon, to break through his limitations and create one. This raised the question, did Yi Chun's skills in forging surpass those of Wang Dachui? It is essential to understand that instructing others in crafting is a completely different endeavor from crafting oneself. Much like the relationship between teacher and student, only a teacher of considerable skill can cultivate exceptional students. Conversely, a teacher of limited ability cannot possibly produce outstanding disciples. However, what left the crowd even more astounded was yet to come. Insufficient, still insufficient. Yi Chun not only did not revel in joy, but instead shook his head, asserting the necessity for another round of tempering. What? More tempering? Wang Dachui was taken aback. Had it not already been successfully forged? If you follow my instructions, the quality should ascend to even greater heights, Yi Chun proclaimed. This, Wang Dachui hesitated. The successful forging of a superior weapon had already left him nearly beside himself with excitement. Little did he anticipate that Yi Chun would suggest there was still room for improvement. This notion completely upended his previous understanding. One must realize that once a weapon has taken shape, it cannot undergo further tempering. Otherwise, not only would the quality not improve, but it would likely incur damage instead. Chapter 18. The quality can be even higher. Do hurry up, Yi Chun urged impatiently, noticing Wang Dachui's troubled expression. However, Wang Dachui remained reluctant. After all, he had painstakingly forged a high-quality weapon, and the thought of ruining it was unbearable. Yet, recalling Yi Chun's profound mastery of weapon forging, he gritted his teeth and reinserted the crescent blade into the furnace. Meanwhile, Yi Chun continued to offer guidance from the side. His ability to assist stemmed from the Dao comprehension system. By observing Wang Dachui's forging process, the system not only recorded his techniques, but also refined and enhanced them to achieve perfection. Naturally, there was a reason Yi Chun refrained from taking the reins himself. The craft of weapon forging differs significantly from that of alchemy. The latter requires less physical aptitude. Mastery of the techniques suffices. Conversely, weapon forging demands higher physical attributes such as strength, stamina, and endurance, qualities Yi Chun simply did not possess. Thus, should he attempt to forge personally, it would be a miracle if he could produce even a low-quality weapon. Clang! The hammer struck repeatedly. This time, Yi Chun's instructions were more stringent. He meticulously detailed where each strike should land, the force to apply, and the angle to use. Consequently, Wang Dachui swung the hammer with utmost caution. A single misstep could render all their efforts futile. At last, under the watchful and anxious gazes of the onlookers, the final strike fell. The resounding clang echoed profoundly, drawing everyone's breath as they fixated on the crescent blade that Wang Dachui gradually lifted. The blade shimmered with metallic luster, the hilt radiated a faint halo, and the edge gleamed with sharpness. As he raised it, an exhilarating metallic resonance reverberated through the air. "It's done. It's truly magnificent," Wang Dachui exclaimed, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. "It's a rare treasure. The quality has indeed elevated. I did it. I truly did it. It's simply unbelievable." His elation rendered him somewhat incoherent. The previously hushed atmosphere erupted with fervor upon his affirmation. A weapon of such extraordinary quality, surpassing even high-grade status? No, I must be dreaming. In Xieyang City, mid-grade weapons were already a rarity, and today, the emergence of a treasure-grade weapon was astonishing beyond belief. Witnessing the birth of such a remarkable weapon left me with no regrets. If this news were to spread, it would surely create a sensation throughout Xieyang City. Who could this extraordinary craftsman be, possessing such unparalleled skill in weapon forging? If only I could forge a connection with him, I would forsake everything without hesitation. To think I just insulted him, please do give me 2 slaps as punishment, or I shall be tormented by guilt. The crowd erupted in cheers, with men and women of all ages eager to rush forth and embrace the precious Yi Chun. Ran Xingyun's eyes sparkled with an unusual light, his face alternating between a rosy hue of embarrassment, fervor, and a melancholic longing. "I was blind and disrespectful. I sincerely hope you can forgive my transgressions, noble sir." After a brief moment of ecstatic joy, Wang Dachui clasped his hands in reverence towards Yi Chun, stating, "Were it not for your guidance, I might still be toiling away in ignorance, ensnared in this fallacy for an indefinite time. Such a great favor requires no words. It was merely a trifling effort, not worthy of excessive concern." Yi Chun generously waved his hand, his gaze soon fixating intensely on the crescent blade that Wang Dachui had just forged. "This blade is undoubtedly yours," Wang Dachui, understanding the unspoken truth, decisively declared. "This blade was crafted under your esteemed guidance, both in sentiment and reason. Thus, it rightfully belongs to you." With that, he respectfully presented the exquisite crescent blade to Yi Chun. "Very well, I shall reluctantly accept it." Yi Chun, without hesitation, received it with grace. He had come here specifically for Wang Dachui to forge a weapon suited to him, and now that it was complete, he had no reason to decline. "May I inquire your esteemed name, master?" At that moment, Wang Dachui realized he did not yet know Yi Chun's name. Merely a name, best left unspoken. Yi Chun had anticipated this and waved his hand grandly, adopting an air of enigmatic mystique. Just as in the Alchemists' Association, he could not afford to let Long Hao benefit from his sudden fame. Using his true name would only risk exposure. Thus, the wisest choice was to continue embodying the persona of a mysterious sage. "Is it possible that I have offended you, master, thus leading to this situation?" Wang Dachui inquired cautiously, furrowing his brow. "A trivial misunderstanding. How could I possibly dwell on it?" Yi Chun shook his head. "Since you harbor no resentment, why? I am accustomed to humility and prefer to remain nameless." The more Yi Chun declined to reveal his name, the stronger his aura of mystery became in the eyes of the crowd. Truly, a master is beyond the reach of us common folk. Just look at the embodiment of a true sage. How fortunate it would be to forge an acquaintance with him. Such a recluse, who regards fame and fortune as mere trifles, is seldom encountered by ordinary individuals. Moreover, one must not be forceful. Rather, one can only plead with kind words. While others might grasp this notion, Wang Dachui was no exception. "Master, apart from this crescent blade which is rightfully yours, I also promised you 3 conditions. Please, speak freely. I shall not refuse anything within my capability." 3 conditions? Yi Chun paused, realizing he indeed had 3 additional promises to consider. As his thoughts whirled, he turned and approached Ran Xingyun, asking, "May I have a word?" "Of course." Ran Xingyun, taken aback, hurriedly nodded. Following Yi Chun, she walked to a nearby corner. This scene evoked both envy and jealousy among the onlookers. "Did you not express a desire to seek a sword from Master Wang?" Once they were away from the crowd, Yi Chun inquired. "Yes, indeed." A fervent excitement ignited in Ran Xingyun's eyes. She had sought a sword for quite some time, but had faced rejection at every turn. If Yi Chun were to forge a sword for her, it would surely surpass one crafted by Master Wang. It was worth noting that Yi Chun's casual guidance had enabled Master Wang, who had always struggled to create superior weapons, to forge a treasured-grade weapon in one fell swoop. Such a craftsman undoubtedly possessed skills far superior to Master Wang. Yet, upon contemplating the lofty status of a craftsman, she couldn't help but smile wryly. To be acquainted with a master like you is already an immense honor for someone like me. As for the matter of seeking a sword, how could I dare to trouble you? You misunderstand. I do not intend to forge a sword for you. I merely— Sensing the implications in her words, Yichen wiped his brow and offered an awkward smile. I wish to propose a trade. Chapter 19. In the dark transaction? Ran Xingyun was taken aback. Indeed. Yichen nodded and countered, you already know my name, correct? The young master of the Long family in Qingye City, Long Hao? Ran Xingyun instinctively replied. During their earlier conversation, Yichen had indeed mentioned his name and origin. Yichen did not deny it, affirming, yes, I am indeed the young master of the Long family in Qingye City. However, as you might have noticed, I regard fame and fortune as mere illusions and prefer to remain low-key. What does the master mean? Ran Xingyun was still somewhat perplexed. I can have Wang Dachui forge a sword for you, but the condition is that you must keep my identity a secret. You mean not revealing your true identity to anyone? Ran Xingyun furrowed her brows. Exactly. Yichen nodded. If you agree, I can have Wang Dachui start forging a long sword for you immediately. I agree, of course. As long as you can have Master Wang forge a long sword for me, I swear I will not disclose your true identity to a third party. Ran Xingyun immediately pledged without any hesitation. Although she wished for Yichen to forge it personally, she had to settle for the next best option, considering the lofty status of the master craftsman. After all, she had previously sought a sword from Wang Dachui multiple times without success. The fact that Yichen could arrange for Wang Dachui to forge one for her was already a remarkable opportunity. She dared not hope that a craftsman of even higher caliber than Wang Dachui would personally create a weapon for someone as insignificant as herself. Excellent. I hope you keep your word. Seeing Ran Xingyun's agreement, Yichen nodded in satisfaction and returned to Wang Dachui. Are the 3 conditions you mentioned earlier still valid? Absolutely. Wang Dachui assured, thumping his chest. Thanks to the master's guidance, I have made great strides in my forging skills. I would not hesitate to accept not just 3 conditions, but even 30. I have yet to think of the remaining 2 conditions, but for now, I require you to fulfill the first one. Yichen directly instructed Wang Dachui to forge a longsword for Ran Xingyun. Wang Dachui readily agreed and immediately began the forging process on site. However, Yichen did not linger, delivering a discourse on profound philosophical concepts that even he found difficult to comprehend, and gradually distanced himself amidst countless odd gazes. Alas, what a pity! Wang Dachui lamented as he watched Yichen's retreating figure. I thought I had befriended a master craftsman and could seek his wisdom in the future, but it seems I was overly presumptuous and inadvertently offended this esteemed individual. While reflecting on this, he silently vowed to uncover the origins of this mysterious craftsman and find ways to befriend him. Everyone else present shared his sentiments, feeling they had missed a rare opportunity to connect with a high-level craftsman. Certainly, some have contemplated discreetly tracking and unearthing more secrets about this prodigious craftsman. Yet, none dared to take action. The reason being that such an enigmatic artificer is not someone to be trifled with or offended. It is essential to recognize that artificers, much like alchemists, are exceedingly rare and sought after by various factions. To offend a highly skilled artificer is tantamount to declaring enmity with numerous powerful entities. Since Yichen was unwilling to disclose his origins, he naturally preferred to remain inconspicuous. Should he discover he was being followed, the consequences would be dire for anyone involved. With Yichen's departure, news swiftly took flight, reaching the ears of the upper echelons in Sheiyang City. In no time, the leaders of various factions rushed to gather, including the Nangong family. Not only did the patriarch, Nangong Xian, arrive, but the eldest daughter, Nangong Liuli, also displayed a keen interest. However, by the time the high-ranking officials of these factions arrived to witness the prowess of the young artificer, it was already too late. Such astonishing skill in crafting, possessed by a mere youth under 20 years of age, truly astonishing. Sheiyang City indeed harbors hidden talents. Regrettably, this talented artificer, like the brilliant alchemist before him, was reluctant to reveal his name or background. Otherwise, any faction leader would not hesitate to offer their entire fortune for the chance to commission a weapon from him. As disappointment washed over the crowd, one woman captured widespread attention, Ran Qingyun. Many influential figures, eager to acquire a weapon forged by the legendary Wang Dazue, were prepared to pay exorbitant sums, yet many would still find themselves unable to fulfill their desires. However, this Ran Qingyun astonishingly received a long sword forged personally by Wang Dazue, and remarkably, at no cost. What stirred envy further was the unparalleled quality of the long sword, which reached an unprecedented level of excellence. What merit did this young lady possess to receive such preferential treatment from Master Wang? The patriarch had previously been willing to offer 1 million gold coins for a mid-grade weapon, but was consistently met with refusal. How had this young lady succeeded? The most incredible aspect was that Master Wang not only forged the sword for her free of charge, but the quality also attained an unprecedented level of superiority. While the crowd was envious, they began to inquire about the circumstances leading to this event. Upon learning that Ran Qingyun had engaged in a casual conversation with the talented artificer beforehand, many shifted from envy to jealousy. Previously, I had assumed he was merely a brash and frivolous youth. Had I known he was such a genius in crafting, I would have been the first to approach him. I stood right beside him yet dismissed him. What a tremendous regret. If others felt this way, Ran Qingyun herself felt she had encountered a benefactor. Had it not been for that brief exchange, not only would she not possess this exquisite long sword, but even a mid-grade sword would have been a distant opportunity, let alone for free. Qingyun, could you share the details with me? As the crowd departed in disappointment, Nangong Lu Li, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, approached Ran Qingyun. Having known each other since childhood due to their lineage as direct descendants of families in Shenyang City, their connection ran deep. It is a tale I still find hard to believe. Ran Qingyun did not withhold any information, promptly recounting how she inadvertently engaged in a conversation with Yi Chun, leading to Yi Chun requesting Wang Dazhu to forge a weapon for her. However, she refrained from mentioning Yi Chun's identity as the young master of the Long family from Qingye City. The reason Wang Dazhu agreed to craft the sword for her stemmed from a transaction between her and Yi Chun, wherein she pledged not to disclose his origins. Qingyun, your fortune is truly extraordinary. To have fortuitously encountered such a remarkable genius, I find myself a bit envious. After listening to Ran Qingyun's account, Nangong Lu Li chuckled wryly. Enough about me, let us discuss you instead. Seemingly recalling something, Ran Qingyun inquired with curiosity. I heard that your Nangong family is to host a grand event tomorrow. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Nangong Lu Li's expression grew even more somber. Chapter 20. A great misunderstanding. What is the matter? Ran Qingyun inquired, noticing the bitter expression on Nangong Lu Li's face. To be candid, I am betrothed to the scion of a declining family, and tomorrow's grand assembly will serve as a public trial for my fiancé, Nangong Lu Li replied with a wry smile. In truth, my greatest hope is that he will rise to the occasion, passing the numerous trials before him. Even if his family is now in disarray, I would advocate for our engagement. Regrettably, she shook her head, self-deprecatingly adding, alas, my fate is as fragile as paper, and I seem to attract only the most incompetent and frivolous of scoundrels. Who is your fiancé? Ran Qingyun's curiosity was piqued. This matter is already settled, so there is no harm in sharing it with you. Nangong Lu Li took a deep breath and stated clearly, my fiancé is none other than the current heir of the Long family, who relocated to Qingye City. His name is Long Hao. The revelation left Ran Qingyun utterly astonished. Her mouth agape. What? Your fiancé is Long Hao, the heir of the Long family in Qingye City? Seemingly unable to believe her ears, she stood in dazed silence for a moment before repeating the question. What is the matter? Seeing Ran Qingyun's intense reaction, Nangong Lu Li was taken aback. Has my sister heard of this scoundrel? Long Hao is a scoundrel? An incompetent? Ran Qingyun's expression turned noticeably uneasy. Her beautiful eyes flickered momentarily, and then she fixed an intense gaze upon Nangong Lu Li, posing an oddly pointed question. Sister, could it be that your expectations are too lofty? This was the only explanation that seemed plausible, for she had yet to mention that the young, talented alchemist who had recently stirred a commotion here, receiving widespread acclaim, was indeed the very same scoundrel Nangong Lu Li had referred to. Such a youthful prodigy in the art of alchemy was the object of desire for many influential factions. Yet, Nangong Lu Li labeled him a scoundrel and an incompetent? This could only imply that Nangong Liuli's standards were excessively high. My dear sister, you have yet to witness the true nature of that scoundrel. Otherwise, you would not think my expectations so unreasonable. Seemingly reluctant to dwell on such a melancholy topic, Nangong Liuli waved her hand dismissively. Let us speak of more pleasant matters. After tomorrow's trial, I shall have no further ties to that scoundrel. Very well. Ren Qingyan nodded, her mind racing with ideas. I have a small request, and I hope you will grant it. Speak freely, as long as it is within my power. I shall not refuse. Nangong Liuli was accommodating. I wish to attend the grand assembly of the Nangong family tomorrow. May I? Ren Qingyun implored earnestly. Nangong Liuli hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Though family matters are typically kept private, it would be harmless for her sister to witness the festivities. Tomorrow, I am to be tested, am I? Upon returning to the Nangong family, Yichun received a message from them, urging him to prepare for the trials that would commence early the following morning. The challenges were numerous and varied, encompassing not only the highly esteemed martial arts sparring, but also the seemingly trivial pursuits of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This left him in a state of distress. While he felt somewhat confident about the martial arts aspect, having prepared diligently for some time, the other disciplines were entirely foreign to him. It appeared he would need to seek out books on these arts or consult with knowledgeable individuals for guidance. Noticing that time was still on his side, Yichun ventured out once more. Ideally, the Nangong family's library would have been replete with a vast array of literature. However, given their disdain for him, gaining access to their collection was akin to climbing a mountain. Thus, he determined to search outside for relevant materials. As he stepped out the door, he encountered the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, Nangong Liuli, returning home. Where was Long Hao? Discovering that he was absent yet again, Nangong Liuli's irritation flared. Earlier, during her visit to the master craftsman Wang Dachui, she had been thoroughly disheartened by the critiques of Ran Qingyun. Upon her return, she had intended to have a private conversation with Long Hao, wondering if she had misjudged him. After all, Ran Qingyun's past was well known. Initially perceiving the talented craftsman as merely a charlatan, she was astonished when he showcased his extraordinary skills, leaving the elite of Sheiyang City in awe. She had no desire to repeat Ran Qingyun's mistake. Moreover, concerning her fiancé, she hoped sincerely that her instincts had been flawed. To her dismay, with the trials looming the next day, Long Hao was still roaming about aimlessly. Miss, the young master has just stepped out, reported a servant. He left just as you returned. What a coincidence. Nangong Liuli's expression darkened further. As her thoughts raced, she waved her delicate hand and commanded, immediately dispatch someone to covertly monitor his actions. Yes, miss. After departing the Nangong estate, Yichun wandered through numerous streets, yet he could not find a single bookstore. This world felt incredibly backward. Growing increasingly disappointed at the lack of bookstores, he reflected on his own world, where a simple stroll would reveal an abundance of shops, each offering an endless array of knowledge. Even when confined at home, a search online would yield virtually any information one sought. However, in this ancient realm, most books were tightly held by various factions, seldom shared with outsiders. Just as he was mired in frustration, a melodious voice wafted through the air. Oh dear sir, come and sit with us at Suihua Tower. Our ladies are as beautiful as flowers. Instantly invigorated, Yichun lifted his foot and made his way toward that vibrant establishment. Due to the absence of Long Hao and others, there were no prying eyes to scrutinize his actions. Soon, welcomed by several elegantly adorned young ladies, he confidently entered the Suihua Tower. Meanwhile, a few guards from the Nangong family who had been shadowing him departed in indignation. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding crash, Nangong Liuli, having just received the report, struck the table before her, shattering it into fragments. What a despicable scoundrel, truly incorrigible. The more she contemplated, the more her fury intensified. At such a critical juncture, Long Hao still had the audacity to indulge in revelry? What she found utterly intolerable was his choice to visit a brothel. Milady, please calm your anger. The young master, the frightened guard, attempted to interject, but Nangong Liuli roared in response, silence. Long Hao is not worthy of being the young master of the Nangong family. Not only did she hold no regard for Long Hao, but the fact that their engagement had not yet been annulled, and that he was still under their roof, rendered his visit to a brothel an affront to her and the entire Nangong family. Even with her considerable patience, this was beyond her tolerance. Remember, Tomorrow's trial for Long Hao must be intensified. Nangong Liuli seethed. Furthermore, send invitations to the upper echelons of all the prominent families. I shall publicly humiliate Long Hao before everyone, making it clear that he is not even worthy to carry my shoes. Initially, the trial for Long Hao was to be a discreet affair, not meant to disturb anyone. But now, her resolve had shifted. For the humiliation he had inflicted upon her, she would return it 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Chapter 21. An invitation from the master at this moment, within the splendid confines of the Tsuehua Tower. Melodies from a multitude of instruments resonated continuously, captivating Yi Chun to the point of enchantment. In his exuberance, he indulged in a few hearty drinks. However, his purpose for being here was not merely to seek merriment, but rather to acquire knowledge about various musical instruments. After all, it seemed that there were no bookstores in this city of Xi'an. Thus his only recourse to learn about these instruments was to visit such establishments. Before long, every instrument capable of producing sound in Tsuehua Tower had been played by the songstresses. Are you satisfied, young master? In the wake of the final performance by the songstress Lu Yu on the guzheng, she gracefully bowed to Yi Chun. Quite good. Yi Chun nodded in approval, but then shifted his tone, though it still lacks a certain finesse. Could it be that the young master is also knowledgeable about musical instruments? Lu Yu inquired, astonished. I was ignorant before, but after witnessing your performance, I find I have suddenly acquired some understanding. Yi Chun replied, somewhat awkwardly. You claim to have gained knowledge merely by watching us perform? Lu Yu's face was a portrait of disbelief. Why not allow me to give it a try? Yi Chun rose and approached the guzheng, his hands deftly plucking the strings. The resonant notes flowed forth, at times gentle and fluid like a stream, enveloping listeners in a refreshing embrace. At other moments, they rang out with the force of iron, evoking a sense of galloping steeds, majestic and powerful, and at times, they turned mournful and heart-wrenching, stirring the soul to tears. He played the very piece Lu Yu had just performed, titled Ode to the Mountains and Rivers. Yet, the melody that emanated from his fingers bore a stark contrast to Lu Yu's rendition. While Lu Yu's interpretation of Ode to the Mountains and Rivers was slightly off-key, with irregular intervals between notes, Yi Chun's rendition was flawless, with each note perfectly timed. Moreover, he had made subtle enhancements to the original piece, rendering it even more fluid and exquisite, such that those who listened were entranced, unable to tear themselves away from the celestial sound. As the final notes lingered in the air, the room fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had paused. There was no applause, no words of praise. All the songstresses were momentarily transfixed, ensnared in the exquisite melody, unable to extricate themselves. What is the matter? Was my performance lacking? Yi Chun furrowed his brow, noticing the silence. At the very least, someone should express an opinion. He continued, feeling slighted. As a guest, even if my performance were subpar, shouldn't these songstresses adhere to the principle that the customer is always right and feign applause out of courtesy? This silence is quite perplexing. Suddenly, a shrill scream shattered the stillness. The first to react, a songstress, clutched her hair in a frenzy, exclaiming, I have heard countless renditions of Ode to the Mountains and Rivers, but never has anyone played it with such exquisite beauty. Another songstress, still in a daze, murmured, This piece is surely a gift from the heavens. How rare it is to hear such a melody among mortals. Yet another songstress, overwhelmed with emotion, wept. What shall I do if I can never hear such a magnificent piece again? Upon hearing these words, Yi Chun finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that aside from martial arts and combat techniques, the skills of alchemy and weapon crafting, any other skill could be effortlessly assimilated by the Enlightenment system after witnessing a demonstration, subsequently refining it to a state of perfection. Naturally, his remarkable ability to play the piece Ode to the Mountains and Rivers so exquisitely was not solely attributed to his profound understanding of the music's essence, but also because playing music differed from weapon crafting. The latter required one's physical prowess to meet certain standards before one could forge superior weapons by hand. In contrast, playing music merely necessitated the movement of one's fingers. As long as one grasped the underlying principles, it could be performed flawlessly. My lord, I never would have guessed you were such a musical virtuoso, Lu Yu said, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Earlier, I overstepped my bounds by attempting to display my skills before you, and I hope I did not cause you any amusement. Miss Lu, you are overly modest. Your playing was quite commendable, Yichen replied dismissively. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from outside. At that moment, a woman's voice chimed in. For you to play Ode to the Mountains and Rivers with such intricate finesse, it must be that you have immersed yourself in music for many years. Turning towards the sound, Yichun beheld a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a flowing azure dress, gracefully making her way into the hall. May I inquire who this esteemed lady is? Yichen asked politely, noticing that her attire differed markedly from those of the women at the Tsuhua Tower. I am Xiao Wu, a disciple of the master of illusory melodies. She introduced herself, her face radiating pride and joy. However, Yichun was momentarily taken aback. Who was the master of illusory melodies? The name was unfamiliar to him, but Lu Yu and the others beside him gasped in astonishment. What? Is she truly the disciple of the master of illusory melodies? The legendary figure known as the goddess of the Guqin? How fortunate she is to be under the tutelage of such a master. Seeing the intense reaction from the crowd, Yichun grew even more bewildered. Was the master of illusory melodies truly that renowned? My lord, the master of illusory melodies is one of the 4 great masters of Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Lu Yu eagerly explained, her enthusiasm evident. Upon hearing this, Yichen's interest was piqued. It turned out that these so-called 4 masters were indeed eminent figures with profound attainments in their respective arts. Even many prestigious families held these 4 masters in the highest regard. Miss Xiao Wu, may I inquire where your esteemed master is? Yichen's gaze became intense as he addressed Xiao Wu. His purpose for coming to Tsuhua Tower was to study the arts in preparation for the examination set by the Nangong family the following day. If he could meet these 4 masters, he was confident that, with the Enlightenment system, he could swiftly learn their exceptional skills. To be candid, I have come to seek you out on behalf of my master, Xiao Wu said with a mysterious smile. Is your master also present within Tsuhua Tower? Yichen asked, somewhat surprised. Not only my master, but the masters of chess, calligraphy, and painting are also in the adjacent room. Xiao Wu bowed gracefully to Yichun and added, I just heard the young master play Ode to the Mountains and Rivers. My master spoke highly of it and specifically instructed me to invite you for a conversation. May I inquire how you feel about this? What? The 4 masters are actually present at the Tsuhua Tower? The 4 masters are known for their reclusiveness. How could they gather here today? I have longed to witness the grandeur of the 4 masters, and it seems my wish will finally be fulfilled today. Do not harbor such illusions. Even if the 4 masters are within the Tsuhua Tower, it is not something that mere songstresses like us can hope to see. Before Yichun could respond, Lu Yu and the others had already begun to exclaim in astonishment. Yichun, his spirits lifted, quickly gestured to Xiao Wu. Since Master Huanin has extended an invitation, how could I dare to decline? Please lead the way, Miss Xiao Wu. With the 4 masters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting present, even if Xiao Wu had not come to invite him, he would have sought them out on his own accord. Chapter 22. Unrestrained Madness. Young Master, please follow me. Upon hearing Yichen's agreement, Xiao Wu promptly stepped forward to lead the way. Before long, she escorted him into a room adorned with elegance. The atmosphere was serene, devoid of the company of the charming maidens from Tsuhua Tower. Within the chamber sat 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, each accompanied by several attendants who displayed utmost reverence. Could these be the 4 masters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? A swift glance confirmed Yichen's suspicions regarding their identities. Before one of the women rested an exquisite guzheng, her features concealed by a veil. Yet her exposed eyes radiated an air of arrogance that deterred direct gaze. It was evident that she was the renowned musician, Huanin, among the 4 masters. Beside her sat a middle-aged woman, gracefully aging yet undeniably alluring. Her attire resembled a masterpiece of art itself. From her garments, Yichun surmised that this enchanting figure was the celebrated painter Du Sanyang. The other man, positioned before a chessboard, held a piece in hand, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. Surely, this was the chess master, Li Jianshan. The final man possessed an effeminate beauty that even surpassed that of the women. He toyed with a brush, a smile gracing his lips, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. This individual must be the calligrapher, Shi Liang. Master, esteemed masters, this is the young gentleman who just performed Ode to the Mountains and Rivers next door. Upon bringing Yichun into the room, Xiao Wu respectfully reported to the 4 masters. It was astonishing to witness a man possessing such exceptional musical talent. Impressive indeed. Huan Yin cast a look of approval at Yi Chun. Flattery is unnecessary. Master Huan Yin summoned me, and I am eager to learn what wisdom you wish to impart. Yi Chun replied straightforwardly. You possess remarkable talent at such a young age. With proper guidance, you may achieve great heights in your musical journey, Huan Yin remarked as she rose. I see potential in you and wish to take you as my disciple. Would you accept this offer? Become your disciple? Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Noticing Yi Chun's hesitation, Huan Yin's gaze turned noticeably frosty. Xiao Wu, who had brought him in, shot him an indignant look. To have Master Huan Yin actively seek to accept one as a disciple was a coveted opportunity for anyone. How could Yi Chun still hesitate? Such a lack of appreciation. Shi Liang, the calligrapher, furrowed his brow slightly and interjected, Young man, while your performance was commendable, it was merely adequate. In comparison to Master Huan Yin, you are still far from her level. Li Jianshan, the chess master, echoed, Ambition is not inherently a flaw, but lacking the most basic self-awareness renders one foolishly misguided. Du Sanyang, the painter, added, Young man, it is a privilege for Master Huan Yin to wish to take you as her disciple. You should hasten to accept her offer before the opportunity slips away, lest you find yourself filled with regret. The musician, Huan Yin, coldly remarked, Young man, I hope you have made your decision before I change my mind. With that, she turned her back to Yi Chun, seemingly irked. However, when she heard Yi Chun's subsequent response, not only she, but everyone present was astonished. Everyone has misunderstood. I merely wish to exchange insights on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with you four. As soon as these words were uttered, the venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared at Yi Chun as if he were a fool. Huan Yin swiftly turned around, regarding Yi Chun with a peculiar gaze, incredulously asking, Did I hear you correctly? You wish to challenge us in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? You heard me right. I indeed said that. Yi Chun nodded and continued. I wonder who will step forward first. Or are you all too frightened to engage in a contest with me? Ridiculous. With his insight system, he could learn and replicate any demonstration with ease. Under such circumstances, why bother seeking a mentor? Young master, do not overestimate yourself. Xiao Wu could no longer contain her disdain and scolded. With your meager skills in music, you dare to challenge my master? You are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. Yi Chun remained unfazed, fixing his gaze on Huan Yin, and provocatively inquired, So, do you dare or not? Huh. Huan Yin, enraged yet amused, declared, Since you are so confident, today you shall witness what true musical skill is. Initially, she had dismissed Yi Chun, but this young man's audacity was beyond belief. The four masters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting had garnered their titles due to unparalleled talent and expertise in their respective domains. This young man, who had just played a decent piece, audaciously challenged all four masters simultaneously, exhibiting a flagrant disregard for reality. Master, I shall prepare at once. Xiao Wu, evidently indignant at Yi Chun, promptly volunteered to fetch a guzheng and placed it on the table before him. How intriguing. Before the contest could commence, the calligraphy master, Shi Liang, suddenly interjected with enthusiasm. Since both of you are so eager, a mere exchange of skills seems rather dull. Why not wager something instead? Wager what? Yi Chun inquired with keen interest. Naturally, we shall bet on something both parties possess. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Liang produced a delicate box from his sleeve. Presenting it as he explained, I have here a spirit-viewing pill. Should you surpass the musician in skill, this pill shall be yours. Agreed. Yi Chun replied without hesitation. He was well aware of the spirit-viewing pill, which, like the pinnacle pill, was an exceptional elixir for transitioning between realms. However, while the pinnacle pill facilitated the shift from the scholar level to the master level, the spirit-viewing pill aided the transition from master level to spirit level. Currently situated at the 9th tier of the master level, he had been searching for a spirit-viewing pill, and now it had been presented to him on a silver platter. What a timely stroke of fortune. Since it is a gamble, there must be wins and losses. Since you have agreed to wager the insight elixir, might I inquire if you possess an equivalent item? Asked Shi Liang. An equivalent item, you say? Yi Chun pondered momentarily before nodding affirmatively. Indeed I do. What might that be? Shi Liang inquired with curiosity. A rare pinnacle elixir. To instill confidence in his opponent. Yi Chun produced a small box containing a crystal-clear elixir that emanated a faint luminescence. This was one of the pinnacle elixirs he had previously concocted at the Alchemist Association. At that time, he had prepared several, envisioning that even if he required only one for himself, such elixirs would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. In retrospect, his foresight was indeed commendable. A rare pinnacle elixir? Shi Liang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Huan Yin, Xiao Wu, and the other two chess masters, Li Jiangshan and Du Sanliang, also gazed at him fervently. The quality of elixirs is categorized into inferior, medium, superior, rare, and supreme. Typically, superior elixirs are exceedingly challenging to refine, let alone rare ones. Although the pinnacle elixir and the inside elixir serve different realms of transition, a higher quality elixir significantly enhances the probability of successful transition while minimizing the time and effort required. Chapter 23. A display of musical prowess. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to verify. Yi Chun, unperturbed by the possibility of forceful reclamation, generously extended the small box. Its transparent nature allowed Shi Liang and the others to discern its contents at a glance. Indeed, it was a precious grade-breaking pinnacle pill. After a moment of careful observation, Shi Liang nodded in satisfaction. Though the spirit-viewing pill is undoubtedly more challenging to concoct, it is merely of medium quality. While your breaking pinnacle pill is a rarity, making our stakes fairly equivalent. Since my wager poses no issues, let us commence. Yi Chun, uninterested in delay, turned his gaze directly towards the musician, Huan Yin. Brother Shi Liang, are you certain you wish to stake this spirit-viewing pill? Huan Yin inquired, a slight frown creasing her brow. This competition was originally between her and Yi Chun, yet Shi Liang was now wagering such a valuable prize. If she were to suffer defeat, not only would she face humiliation, but she would also drag Master Shi Liang into the mire, a scenario she wished to avoid. I have witnessed your musical talent. I firmly believe that within 1,000 miles, no one can surpass you in this art, unless you deliberately hold back. Otherwise, victory in this wager is assured. Shi Liang expressed his unwavering confidence in Huan Yin. Rest assured, Brother Shi Liang, even if not for myself, for the sake of your spirit-viewing pill, I shall exert my utmost effort, Huan Yin declared earnestly. She then turned her attention to Yi Chun. To ensure a more accurate assessment of our skills, let us perform the same musical piece. Whoever plays it better shall be deemed the victor. What say you? Not a problem. Yi Chun, who had grown impatient, urged. Then hurry and play. I await your performance. What piece do you wish to perform? Huan Yin asked. Oh. It matters not. Any piece you can play will suffice. I am well versed in all melodies of the world. Yi Chun waved his hand grandiosely. Arrogant. Utterly ignorant. Even our master would not dare claim mastery over every musical composition. Who does he think he is? This braggart, likely seeking to impress the onlookers, is simply ridiculous. Huan Yin's disciples scoffed in derision. Huan Yin herself shook her head, regretting her earlier decision. Given Yi Chun's boastful remarks, it was evident he was an ignorant fool. How could he agree to engage in a musical duel? It was a gross affront to her dignity and intellect. Master Huan Yin, please proceed. Despite her annoyance, Yi Chun gestured for her to begin. Then I shall present my humble offering. With the moment upon her, Huan Yin cast aside her doubts, gracefully seated herself before the guzheng, extending her delicate, fair hands to pluck the strings. The sound resonated sharply. Initially, it roared forth like a fierce tempest, majestic as a dragon, stirring the hearts of all present. It was as though they stood upon a battlefield, witnessing thousands of horses and soldiers clashing amidst billowing smoke, their battle cries echoing through the air. Yet, after a brief while, the music transitioned into a somber tone, imbued with melancholy, transforming into a lament that evoked tears. The surrounding audience appeared as if they were amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses, shrouded in sorrow and desolation, filled with despair. Suddenly, a squirrel leapt onto the windowsill, quietly listening to the enchanting melodies played on the lute. Soon after, 2 crows flew in and perched upon the treetops outside the courtyard, incessantly cawing in sync with the music. Meanwhile, a few cats and dogs nestled against each other, seemingly captivated by the ethereal strains of the lute. The renowned musician, known as the Master of Melodies, conjured sounds that not only brought tears to the eyes of the listeners, but also enraptured the small creatures around. How I wish I possessed such extraordinary skills. Particularly with this piece, The Lament of War's End, I have yet to witness anyone else, aside from the master, capable of performing it. Even if this young man possessed immense talent, he could never master this composition. The audience reveled in the exquisite music, showering praises upon the performance. The piece fluctuated in tempo, at times so swift that the fingers were but a blur, and at others, it lingered with haunting echoes, shifting in tone throughout. Even the master's most accomplished disciple, Xiao Wu, could not play the Lament of War's End. With a final, piercing note, the composition abruptly ceased. As the last sound faded, a blade-like beam, tangible as if wrought from reality, shot forth from the strings, leaving a scratch upon a stone lion statue outside. The ability to evoke such a visceral and lethal resonance was truly remarkable. A master is indeed unmatched by mere gestures. Given the complexity of the Lament of War's End, it is evident that without extraordinary skill, one could never hope to perform it in its entirety. Even if this young man could play, he would likely do so in a chaotic manner, lacking any grasp of its essence. The master had undoubtedly poured his heart and soul into this performance to secure a wager in favor of Shi Shiyang. In my understanding, only the master could produce notes with such lethal potency. This young man's defeat was all but assured. Following the performance, the audience erupted in further admiration. Even before Yi Chun began to play, they envisioned his inevitable humiliation. The master, seemingly pleased with her performance, looked toward Yi Chun and inquired, "How about you? Can you play the Lament of War's End?" Of course, Yi Chun nodded. He wished to confess that he had not known it before, but having witnessed her play, he now could. However, he reconsidered, feeling that such a statement would come across as pretentious and might invite skepticism. The path to enlightenment was his greatest secret, one he could not allow anyone to uncover. "You can play?" the master asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "How well can you perform it?" Despite her words, a smirk of disdain lingered at the corner of her mouth. Although the Lament of War's End was not a secret piece, its difficulty was extraordinarily high. Even Yi Chun had heard of it, yet being able to perform it flawlessly was an entirely different matter, let alone to the extent she could. "I remain uncertain about the quality of the performance, but I shall know upon attempting it." Yi Chun exhibited not a hint of trepidation. Rather, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Do proceed and play, do not dawdle." The ethereal melody truly ignited her enthusiasm. A young lad such as he, even if he had practiced diligently since childhood, she found it hard to believe he could indeed play the Lament of the Ceasefire to such a level. "Then I shall disgrace myself." Yi Chun, without hesitation, returned to his seat, extended his hand, and began to caress the strings of the piano. Chapter 24, Young Master. Please exercise restraint. The sound of the guqin resonated like the relentless flow of a mighty river, each note striking at the very strings of the soul. In the beginning, it was akin to a fierce clash of armies, a cacophony of fervor that ignited the blood of all who listened. Many in attendance harbored an unconscious aversion towards Yi Chun, yet before long, save for the ethereal music, nearly everyone found themselves irresistibly absorbed in the enchanting melodies he conjured. Some gazed skyward in anguish, others wept uncontrollably, while a few danced with abandon, as if they were amidst a brutal battlefield, fighting valiantly against adversaries. However, the music soon took a melancholic turn, evoking deep sorrow. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, with at least half collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Even those who stood were racked with quiet sobs. Simultaneously, various animals emerged, swaying to the rhythm of the guqin. A group of dogs tilted their heads, their eyes brimming with tears as they emitted mournful howls. A flock of geese circled overhead, their cries piercing the air, and butterflies flitted gracefully nearby. Even the composed Huan Yin found her heart beginning to unravel, unwittingly merging with Yi Chun's poignant music. With a final flourish, Yi Chun struck the strings with fervor, unleashing a crescent blade of sound that sliced through the air, piercing the stone lion outside with unparalleled precision. The lion cleaved in two, the cut so clean it appeared as though it had been severed by a single stroke. The lingering echoes enveloped the gathering, who remained enraptured by the mournful strains for an extended period, unwilling to return to reality. Even the surrounding animals lingered, seemingly reluctant to depart. "How did I perform?" Yi Chun rose, casting a knowing smile toward the tear-streaked Huan Yin. Startled, She finally emerged from her sorrowful reverie. How could you play so impeccably, achieving such a level of mastery? Her eyes, wide with disbelief, regarded Yi Chun as though he were a marvel. The piece he had just performed, The Sorrow of Ceasing War, was flawless. Not a single note faltered, and his sense of rhythm surpassed her own. Some minor imperfections had even been rectified by him, elevating the piece to a realm of profound depth and resonance. Particularly, the final note wielded a blade-like ferocity that was at least tenfold more potent than her own. Her rendition had merely left a slight scratch upon the stone lion, while Yi Chen's sound had cleaved it in twain. The distinction in skill was unmistakably clear. This was the result of diligent practice combined with exceptional talent. Yi Chen smiled nonchalantly. With victory secured, any further humility would come across as insincere. Of course, his mention of hard work and innate ability was merely a guise to conceal the existence of his enlightenment system. Otherwise, these individuals, driven by curiosity, would undoubtedly seek to uncover the truth, leading to an inextricable situation. It appears that you are indeed a true master of the Guqin, and I, in my modesty, had the audacity to wish to become your disciple, much to your amusement. Given the circumstances, even if Huanin were reluctant, she had to relinquish her lofty demeanor and graciously bowed to Yi Chun, offering her apologies. The nearby Xiaowu and several other disciples of Huanin gazed at Yi Chun with eyes brimming with admiration. Were it not for Huanin's presence, they might have already rushed over to inquire about Yi Chen's contact information, or rather, to ask if he had a beloved. Their master, Huanin, is a virtuoso among the 4 great masters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and no one surpasses her in Guqin skills. Yet, this handsome young man outshines her in musical prowess. Such a dashing figure, endowed with both charm and talent, is naturally the object of their affection. Master Huanin, you are too gracious. Yi Chen replied with a respectful gesture, smiling. It is indeed an honor to engage in a musical exchange with Master Huanin today. At this juncture, he shifted his tone, lamenting that while he could only listen to the Master's enchanting melodies, he regrettably could not behold her exquisite visage, an undeniable loss. Are you particularly interested in the beauty of this young lady? Huanin's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. It is said that the master is not only unmatched in her Guqin skills, but also possesses an ethereal beauty. As a normal man, I naturally wish to glimpse her countenance. Yi Chen candidly admitted. Indeed, when Lu Yu introduced him earlier, it was precisely as such. Although Master Huanin is one of the 4 great masters, she is merely 26 years of age, her appearance akin to that of a celestial being, captivating countless admirers. Yet, she remains indifferent to romantic entanglements, dedicating herself solely to the refinement of her musical craft, and thus, to this day, remains single. Sir, please maintain your decorum. Before Huanin could respond, Xiaowu interjected. My master has long sworn to unveil her face only before the one she truly cherishes. Your request seems rather presumptuous. Xiaowu, do not speak out of turn. There is no such matter. Xiaowu was abruptly interrupted by Huanin, who declared, I wear this veil merely to deter the advances of frivolous suitors. This does not concern you, so kindly step aside. Xiaowu exchanged glances with her fellow disciples, each bearing a look of perplexity. However, under Huanin's silent admonition, she refrained from further comment, nodded, and quickly retreated to a nearby corner. Turning to Yi Chen, Huanin smiled shyly. Sir, my disciples are prone to frivolous chatter. Please do not heed their foolishness. I shall not take offense. Yi Chen shook his head. If you do not mind, I would be willing to unveil my face for you. As she spoke these words, Huanin's voice dropped noticeably, her eyes shyly avoiding Yi Chen's gaze. Is this true? Yi Chen responded, somewhat astonished. He had merely spoken idly, never expecting her to take it seriously. As long as you do not find it objectionable. With a shy smile, Huanin turned her back to the crowd and slowly removed the delicate veil that adorned her face. As the veil fluttered away, a breathtaking visage appeared before Yi Chen. Her petite nose, rosy lips, and pointed chin framed a complexion as fair as snow, making her face so exquisitely delicate that she seemed no older than 18, despite having reached the age of 26. Coupled with her alluring figure, she embodied the enchanting grace of nature, a true convergence of elegance and beauty. Caught off guard by her stunning allure, Yi Chen found himself momentarily speechless. Is my appearance disappointing to you, young master? Huan Yin inquired, her brows slightly furrowing, a hint of anxiety flickering in her expression as Yi Chun remained silent. Oh, if Master Huan Yin were to forego the veil entirely, she might easily incite unwarranted attention, Yi Chun remarked sincerely. However, Huan Yin appeared perplexed by his words. What do you mean by inciting attention? Simply put, Master Huan Yin is extraordinarily beautiful. Yi Chun wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. As long as I do not disappoint you, that is all that matters, she replied with a gentle smile, donning the veil once more. Please, no need to call me master. Just Huan Yin will suffice. Would that not be too presumptuous? Yi Chun was taken aback. In the presence of your exceptional musical talents, how could I dare to claim the title of master? Huan Yin humbly countered. Since you do not mind, I shall call you by your name henceforth. Just as Yi Chun and Huan Yin were engrossed in their delightful conversation, they were unaware of the astonished expressions shared among Xiaowu and several other female disciples tucked away in a corner. They recalled their master Huan Yin's solemn vow. She would not easily unveil her face unless she found someone truly special. The implication of her recent actions was unmistakable. The most vexed of all were the chess master Li Jiangshan, the calligraphy master Shi Liang, and the painting master Du Sanyang. Despite being peers of Huan Yin, they had long known her without ever having glimpsed her true visage until this moment. Chapter 25. Winning the heart of a beauty by the way. We have been conversing for quite a while, yet I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. After engaging in conversation with Yi Chun for a moment, Huan Yin suddenly realized she did not know his name. Is it possible to refrain from disclosing it for now? Yi Chun felt a bit embarrassed. He was reluctant to reveal his name, for the reasons remained unchanged. If he were to say he was Long Hao, all the reputation and favor he had painstakingly earned would merely serve as a garment for Long Hao. Conversely, should he divulge his true name, the act of impersonating Long Hao could potentially be exposed. Therefore, the best course of action was to maintain an air of mystery. Might it be that you disdain a mere girl, hence refusing to even share your name with me? Huan Yin remarked with self-deprecation. Moments ago, disregarding her disciple's objections, she had insisted on unveiling Yi Chun's true identity. Little did she anticipate that he would not even be willing to utter his name. Miss Huan Yin, please do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. Yi Chun hastily shook his head. I simply have certain difficulties that I find hard to articulate. In due time, I shall certainly clarify my identity and background to you. What difficulties might you have? Huan Yin instinctively inquired. It is somewhat inconvenient to discuss at present, but please rest assured, I have no intention of concealing anything. Yi Chun's expression was sincere. I see. Noticing that Yi Chun did not seem to be lying, Huan Yin's expression finally brightened a little. Yi Chun, seizing the opportunity, shifted the topic. He turned his gaze toward the master of the arts, Shi Liang, and inquired if their previous wager still stood. Wager? Shi Liang's lips twitched violently. Earlier, to prove that Yi Chun was merely a name-dropping charlatan and to win Huan Yin's favor, he had staked a spirit-viewing pill as his wager. He had originally believed that, after the contest, he would reap both fame and fortune. Who would have thought that this young man, not yet 20, would possess such astounding skill in the art of music? Even Huan Yin had conceded defeat, leaving him no room to play tricks. Furthermore, as one of the four masters of arts, if he were to resort to deceit, it would tarnish his reputation. Reluctantly, he feigned nonchalance and presented the small box containing the spirit-viewing pill to Yi Chun, graciously stating, I shall honor the wager. Since you have surpassed Master Huan Yin in musical prowess, this spirit-viewing pill is naturally yours. Then I shall graciously accept it. Yi Chun did not hesitate to take it. His current cultivation was at the 9th stage of the master level, and he was in need of a spirit-viewing pill to transition into the spirit level. Since he had won the wager, there was no reason to refuse. If I recall correctly, you mentioned upon entering here that you wished to engage with us in the arts, did you not? After receiving the pill, Shi Liang insinuated. The spirit-viewing pill had cost him a considerable price to acquire from an alchemist. He had not even had the chance to consume it himself before handing it over to Yi Chun. If he did not act upon this, how could he find peace? Indeed, I did say so. Yi Chun did not deny it. However, if Shi Liang had not brought it up, he was indeed prepared to issue a challenge. After all, his purpose for being here was to master the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He had nearly perfected his skills in music. Yet the other three arts remained elusive. Dare you to engage in a calligraphic duel with me? Shuoyang provocatively inquired. He acknowledged that Yi Qin's proficiency in music was remarkable. However, mastery of music did not equate to excellence in calligraphy, for the two existed in entirely different realms. The higher Yi Qin's musical skill, the more it evidenced that he had devoted the majority of his efforts to music over the years. Thus, even if Yi Qin had some understanding of calligraphy, it would hardly rival his own expertise as a calligraphy master. Should Yi Qin dare to accept the challenge, he could certainly reclaim his lost dignity with interest. Why hesitate? Yi Qin said, waving his hand. Since I have expressed my desire to engage with you all in the arts, I assure you, my intentions are sincere. My lord, do you truly wish to contest your calligraphy skills with a master? Before Shuoyang could respond, Huanin interjected with a tone of grave seriousness. Simultaneously, her eyes conveyed a silent warning to Yi Qin. She shared Shuoyang's concerns. Music and calligraphy were entirely distinct disciplines. Despite Yi Qin's musical prowess, it did not necessarily imply he possessed similar talent in calligraphy. Should he agree to the contest, he would surely face a humiliating defeat, an outcome she wished to avoid. I have dabbled in the four arts and am fortunate to encounter you esteemed masters today. If I do not seize this rare opportunity to engage in a meaningful exchange, it may become a lifelong regret. Yi Qin replied with a smile. Huanin fell silent, a flicker of disappointment crossing her beautiful eyes, overshadowing the fondness she had felt for Yi Qin moments ago. Her well-meaning advice had been disregarded. Instead of heeding her caution, he stubbornly pursued the calligraphic challenge, rendering her concern futile. Nearby, the painter Du Sanyang and the chess master Li Jiangshan shook their heads in dismay. Ah, the youth of today? Impulsive, overly ambitious, and eager to prove themselves. Yet such behavior can only lead to self-inflicted humiliation. My lord, you truly possess audacity. I admire it. Upon Yi Qin's acceptance, Shuoyang feigned praise before fanning the flames further. Since you are so confident, why not wager something additional in our contest? Oh, what do you propose to wager? Yi Qin asked, intrigued. I possess a spatial bracelet. Should you surpass me in calligraphy, it shall be yours, Shuoyang declared, removing a bracelet from his wrist, its surface gleaming with metallic luster and subtly radiating an ethereal glow. A spatial bracelet, you say? Yi Qin's interest piqued. He had heard of such artifacts before. Renowned as one of the finest creations of advanced artificers, it contained a compressed space for the storage of items. Remarkably, no matter the weight of the contents, the bracelet itself remained unchanged in heft. It was indeed the ultimate companion for travelers. As long as one possesses a spatial bracelet, one can store an infinite number of items within it, alleviating the burden of carrying them. How is that possible? Do you dare to wager? Tianliang pressed on with his inquiries. In a bid to restore his pride and reclaim the elusive spirit-peering pill, he was genuinely prepared to take risks this time. After all, crafting a spatial bracelet is not within the reach of just any artisan. Even the most renowned blacksmith in Shenyang City, Wang Dachui, is incapable of forging such a masterpiece. It is easy to imagine the immense value of this spatial bracelet. Very well, I shall accept this wager. Yi Qin responded without a moment's hesitation. When a splendid opportunity presents itself, one cannot possibly refuse. Chapter 26. A decade of life and death and uncertainty. What equivalent wager can you propose? Ten Liang inquired. Since we are to gamble, the stakes must be balanced. Otherwise, would it not be a disadvantageous position for him? And what do you wish for me to wager? Yi Qin countered. Ten Liang appeared to have anticipated this moment. Immediately responding, let us do this. You shall wager your precious pinnacle elixir, along with the mid-tier spirit insight elixir that you won from me. Only then do the stakes seem somewhat equitable. What say you? Agreed. Yi Qin replied without a moment's hesitation, retrieving two small boxes. One contained the pinnacle elixir, while the other held the spirit insight elixir he had just won from Ten Liang. With these two elixirs present, may we commence? Yi Qin urged as he placed the boxes upon the table. My lord, why must this be so? Seeing her persuasion had faltered, Huanin sighed in resignation and stepped aside. Though Yi Qin appeared relaxed and content, she perceived it as a manifestation of ignorance and unwarranted bravado. Ten Liang, seemingly triumphant, could hardly contain his eagerness. Excellent. Since the stakes have been established, allow me to outline the rules of our contest. He swiftly elucidated the rules. The competition would last half an hour, during which both would compose a poem, not only comparing the depth of their verses, but also the aesthetic quality of their calligraphy. Do you have any objections to the rules I have stated? None. Yi Chen shook his head. Then let the contest officially begin. Tin Liang, evidently confident, seized his brush and began to inscribe on the rice paper. Swish, swish, swish. In a brief moment, a poem sprang forth upon the paper, its essence depicting the grandeur of mountains and rivers, the strokes vigorous and powerful, the ink flowing like a divine dragon in flight. Each character resonated with an imposing grandeur, evoking the imagery of towering peaks that instilled a sense of awe. Bravo! What an exquisite poem. Brother Tin Liang's talent is indeed extraordinary. The title of calligraphy master is well-deserved. As Tin Liang laid down his brush, the chess master Li Jianshan was the first to applaud. The painter Du Sanliang also did not hold back his accolades, noting the poem's lofty sentiment and robust strokes. From any perspective, it was a paragon of calligraphic excellence. Even Huan Yin, who desired Yi Chen's victory, could not help but express admiration. The essence of calligraphy is truly ever-changing. Today has opened my eyes to its wonders. Simultaneously, she cast a sympathetic glance toward Yi Chen. Tin Liang's poem, in both sentiment and execution, was indeed of the highest caliber, flawless in every aspect. While Yi Chen possessed a certain eloquence in poetry, the spontaneity of his creation made it unlikely for him to craft a piece that matched the profound imagery and exquisite strokes of Tin Liang's work, a veritable dream. Indeed, Yi Chen stood there, hesitating to put brush to paper, his face betraying a deepening embarrassment. Look at his expression. He must realize defeat is inevitable. Indeed, just because he excels in music does not imply he is equally adept in calligraphy. He hesitated to put pen to paper, indicating that he had yet to conceive a complete poem. Alternatively, it could be that he was utterly ignorant of poetry, merely putting on a fa aude moments ago. Such is the consequence of bravado. With his exceptional musical talent, he could have stood shoulder to shoulder with the four masters, earning universal respect. Yet, he chose to attack his opponent's strengths with his own weaknesses. What a futile endeavor. Now, let us see how he extricates himself from this predicament. The disciples of the four masters were quick to mock him. However, Yi Chen, standing before the desk, paid no heed to their jeers. After observing Shi Liang's poem for a brief moment, he unexpectedly exclaimed, "With your literary talent, you truly deserve to be hailed as a literary giant of this generation. Should you concede now, I would fully understand." Shi Liang beamed with pride, his face alight with a sense of accomplishment. After all, having the courage to admit defeat is a kind of valor. You seem to have misunderstood. Yi Chen shook his head. What I meant to say is that your literary prowess is commendable, yet it still pales in comparison to mine. What? Shi Liang's expression froze. The onlookers, eager for a spectacle, exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. Even in the face of such overwhelming evidence, he still persisted in his obstinacy. Most importantly, was there any merit in such stubbornness? The disparity between them was glaringly evident. The more he boasted, the more he would become a subject of intense irony. Was it truly necessary to cling to this charade? Splendid. Truly splendid. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shi Liang, consumed by rage, responded with a mocking smile. Since you were so confident, why delay? Put pen to paper without further ado. He casually tossed aside his brush and gazed disdainfully at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. When Yi Chen had praised him earlier, he had assumed Yi Chen was aware of his impending defeat and was seeking an escape route. To his surprise, Yi Chen had uttered such audacious words, utterly lacking in reason. Huan Yin interjected, "Young master, one should know when to stop. Speaking too definitively will only leave you in a difficult position. Thank you for the reminder, but I am merely stating the facts." Yi Chen smiled. "Huan Yin, it seems my words have stirred considerable dissent. In that case, I shall unveil my humble work." Yi Chen wasted no time, seizing the brush and swiftly gliding it across the rice paper before him. Swish, swish, swish. He wrote with remarkable speed, the ink flowing as if it were a stream, completing the piece in one breath. When he withdrew the brush, a poem emerged on the rice paper before him. Its contents as follows: 10 years of life and death. Two vast expanses, unthought of, yet hard to forget. In just a few short lines, it encapsulated the profound melancholy and sorrow of human separation. Even with a mere glimpse of its meaning, an overwhelming sense of desolation washed over the reader, evoking an uncontrollable wave of sorrow. Particularly striking were the brushstrokes. Sometimes grand and majestic, at other times lingering and ethereal. causing the reader's emotions to ebb and flow in harmony with the varying rhythms of the words and the poem's shifting sentiments, weaving a tapestry of joy and sorrow. Meanwhile, a sudden chill swept through the air, carrying with it a few desolate leaves, leaving one's heart and soul shivering, ensnared in an endless desolation and solitude. Silence enveloped the scene, as if it were a grave. No one uttered a word. Everyone appeared to have lost their very essence, vacantly staring at the rice paper before Yi Chun, lingering in a stupor for an extended time. Suddenly, a soft sound shattered the oppressive silence. From within the chess master Li Jiangshan, a faint cracking noise emerged, akin to the popping of bubbles. Was this the sound of a breakthrough? Who among them had reached a new level? Despite the subtlety of the noise, it instantaneously roused the entranced onlookers. Li Jiangshan, from whom the sound originated, jubilantly exclaimed, "What splendid characters! What exquisite verses! They have enabled my cultivation to break through. Such profound artistry is truly unprecedented in my life." Another gentle sound echoed. And to the astonishment of all, the musician Huan Yin also experienced a breakthrough. For 3 years, I have devoted myself to mastering the Guqin. Yet my cultivation has remained at the 5th rank of the master level. I never anticipated that a single poem could elevate me to the 6th rank. How extraordinary! As Huan Yin expressed her sentiments, her gaze towards Yi Chun shimmered with newfound brilliance. The scholar Shi Liang, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly staggered backward a few steps, his face a portrait of despondency. Such ever-changing strokes and heart-wrenching meanings. I fear I shall never be able to compose anything of this caliber in my lifetime. In that instant, he seemed to age a decade, appearing frail and isolated. The verses crafted by Yi Chun not only surpassed in calligraphy, but also resonated with profound depth, inducing a transformation in the surrounding atmosphere and catalyzing breakthroughs for both Huan Yin and Li Jiangshan. While his earlier poem had indeed touched hearts, in comparison, it was on an entirely different echelon. If his poem were likened to the doodles of a child, then Yi Chun's verses could rightfully be deemed the masterpiece of a calligraphic maestro. Chapter 27. A Stroke of Luck. Cough, cough. My humble abilities have caused you all to laugh. As everyone experienced a whirlwind of emotions, Yi Chun suddenly managed an awkward smile. His embarrassment stemmed from the realization that the exquisite poem was not his own creation, but rather the masterpiece of a deceased poet from his original world. In that realm, devoid of spiritual energy, even profound verses appeared rather ordinary to the untrained eye. However, in this world, the infusion of spiritual power magnified the poem's essence and effects 1,000-fold, leading to a transformation in the surroundings and prompting breakthroughs in the cultivation of those nearby. Please, do not continue to mock me. Your talents are indeed formidable, and I concede my defeat wholeheartedly. Unaware of Yi Chun's inner thoughts, Shi Liang promptly admitted his loss with sincerity. You are far too modest. My ability to compose this poem was merely serendipitous. Yi Chun spoke the truth, yet to those around him, it came across as humility. Look, not only is he extraordinarily talented, but he also possesses such understanding, truly a rare combination. Any woman who misses out on such a young prodigy will lament for a lifetime. Alas, our master has already expressed her admiration for him. It seems we have no chance. Though I may not be unappealing, in comparison to our master's breathtaking beauty, my own looks pale in insignificance. I might have the audacity to compete with her, but unfortunately, I lack the means. As the atmosphere lightened, the admiration of many female disciples for Yi Chun soared to unprecedented heights. Particularly, several female disciples of Huan Yin were utterly captivated. Had Huan Yin not been standing beside them, they would have undoubtedly cast aside decorum and rushed forward to claim Yi Chun for themselves. Young master, possessing such astonishing talents in both music and calligraphy at such a tender age is indeed a source of shame for us. Not far away, the painter Du Sanliang sighed in admiration. Excelling in even a single domain leaves countless individuals in awe. Yet Yi Chun surpasses both the musician Huan Yin and the calligrapher Shi Liang in 2 distinct arts, showcasing his exceptional gifts. Most remarkably, Yi Chun appeared to be scarcely 20, making it easy to envision his future achievements soaring to even greater heights. In the face of such a monstrous genius, even the most self-assured individual could only lower their proud head. You flatter me, esteemed senior. My triumph over the musician and calligrapher is purely a matter of luck. Yi Chun deflected the praise, then fixed his intense gaze on the wager Shi Liang had presented earlier, suggesting, since you admit defeat, what about this spatial bracelet? Shi Liang's complexion turned pale. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself against the pain in his heart and feigned magnanimity, saying, since I have lost, this spatial bracelet naturally belongs to you, young master. With that, he lifted the bracelet, giving it a gentle shake. Buzz! The spatial bracelet shimmered with a radiant glow. In an instant, a cacophony ensued as countless miscellaneous items tumbled forth from nowhere, swiftly accumulating into a towering heap. These were the various possessions stored within the spatial bracelet belonging to Shi Liang. Now that the bracelet had been relinquished to Yi Chun, it was only fitting that he extract his belongings prior to handing it over. I promptly erased my soul imprint. All that was required from the young master was a single drop of his essence, allowing him to resonate with the spirit of the artifact, thus rendering this spatial bracelet wholly his. Shi Liang forced a smile before channeling a thread of spiritual energy into the bracelet. A sharp crack echoed as the sound of rupture filled the air. Henceforth, his soul imprint within the bracelet was entirely eradicated, rendering it an ownerless object. Yi Chun, naturally unreserved, accepted the bracelet and immediately drew forth a drop of his essence from his fingertip. With a soft plop, the blood fell, instantly absorbed by the spatial bracelet. In the next moment, a subtle connection of the soul emerged between him and the bracelet. Without needing to gaze, he could sense the vastness of the compressed space within, perceiving the items it contained. Astonishingly, it possessed a volume of 10 cubic meters. Upon inspecting the dimensions of the bracelet's space with his divine consciousness, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Typically, spatial bracelets with capacities of 2 to 3 cubic meters are considered quite generous. Many only offer the size of an ordinary bag, suitable merely for smaller items. Yet, Shi Liang's bracelet boasted a full 10 cubic meters. No wonder the expression on his face had been so grim when he passed it over. By the way, esteemed painter, since I have already engaged in exchanges with both the musician and the calligrapher, might it now be our turn to spar in the art of painting? After securing the wager into the spatial bracelet, Yi Chun's gaze turned fervently towards Du Sanyang in the distance. You wish to challenge me in painting? Du Sanyang's expression darkened, her admiration for Yi Chun morphing into disappointment. She conceded that she had misjudged him twice, underestimating his musical prowess in calligraphy. However, she could hardly believe that a youth of scarcely 20 could achieve such remarkable heights in two disciplines. It was an unimaginable limit for anyone. She could not fathom that Yi Chun could have any substantial accomplishments in painting. Then, esteemed senior, please proceed. Yi Chun wasted no time, gesturing for her to begin. He professed his own expertise in painting, yet in truth, he was utterly ignorant of the craft. His greatest reliance lay solely upon the Enlightenment system. Whether in his musical contest with Huanin or the calligraphy duel with Shi Liang, it was the system that had enabled his success. He would observe the opponent's technique. The system would swiftly record and refine it, imparting enlightenment that allowed him to surpass them. Otherwise, if he were to paint first, it would be a marvel if he could produce even a child's drawing, let alone a masterpiece. Then I shall begin. Du Sanyang thought little of it, and immediately took up her brush to create. After the passage of more than half an hour, an extraordinarily lifelike painting unveiled itself before the assembled audience. This was a landscape masterpiece, depicting majestic mountains, cascading waterfalls tumbling down the gorges, and wild geese soaring through the sky. At the heart of the canvas, a river meandered gracefully between the mountains, with bamboo rafts drifting serenely, exuding a poetic charm. In the foreground, the silhouettes of trees danced gently, and a fawn cautiously peeked out, eager to reveal itself. The entire artwork resembled an ethereal realm, vividly alive and strikingly realistic. Upon closer inspection, one might be entranced. As the river appeared to flow, the geese seemed to flap their wings in flight, and the fawn appeared to leap forth from behind the branches, moment by moment. This enchanting imagery left the surrounding spectators in awe. Yet, Leaf Chun remained stationary, leisurely observing without putting brush to canvas. "Young master, why do you not begin?" asked Huanin, perplexed. The essence of painting lies in patience. Even for a master like Du Sanyang, creating a complete work demands considerable time and meticulous effort. The two had agreed upon a competition lasting merely 1 hour, and now, With more than half of that time elapsed, how could Li Chen appear so unperturbed? Did he not feel the slightest sense of urgency? Chapter 28. A stroke of genius, since everyone is so eager. I shall begin. Yi Chen nodded, leisurely returning to his desk. He did not reach for the brush. Instead, he lifted the inkstone and splashed ink directly onto the paper. With a crash, the inky liquid poured forth, scattering in chaotic droplets across the canvas, creating a seemingly disorderly scene. This action instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. "Young master, what are you doing? What does this mean, young man? If you cannot create a painting, it suffices to concede. Why resort to such coarse and disrespectful antics?" The crowd clamored with accusations. It was not painting. It was an utter disruption, considering the time left for the competition was scant. Many believed Yi Chen was aware that he could not produce a painting superior to Du San Yang's, thus resorting to a tantrum, ready to create a scene. Such behavior was a disgrace to artistry, a humiliation to culture. Moments ago, he had reveled in victory over the musician Huan Yin and the calligrapher Shi Liang, but now, faced with the likelihood of defeat, he behaved like a ruffian. "Please, refrain from your outbursts. I am indeed painting." Yi Chen felt utterly innocent in the face of their unwarranted reproaches. "Huh, is this what you call painting?" Du San Yang, both furious and incredulous, challenged him. "Then pray tell, what are you attempting to depict?" "You shall see shortly." Yi Chen, disinterested in defending himself, picked up the brush and began to delineate upon the ink-splattered paper. Indeed, he was painting, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. In his original world, ink-splash painting was quite common. Perhaps the people here had never witnessed such a technique. Hence their astonishment. "Humph, at this point, you still wish to put on airs, thinking us fools." Although Du San Yang did not intervene, her anger was palpable. Others speculated that Yi Chen was either mad or regarded them as simpletons. Even Huan Yin shook her head, lamenting, "Young master, is it truly so difficult for you to concede?" As her words trailed off, a look of surprise replaced her skepticism. She suddenly perceived that as Yi Chen moved the brush with serpentine grace, the previously chaotic ink-stained paper began to transform. No longer mere splatters of ink. It morphed into a vividly realized dragon. The dragon opened its maw, rearing back to emit a resounding roar, exuding an aura of grandeur that seemed to swallow mountains and rivers. Though it was but a nascent form, it already instilled a profound sense of awe and terror. How is this possible? Such a remarkable method of painting exists in this world. Had we misjudged him? As Yi Chen continued to work upon the inky canvas, apart from Huan Yin, the others were left in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Even Du San Yang, who had previously sought to undermine Yi Chen, found her disdain gradually replaced by disbelief, and Yi Chen remained engrossed in his artistic endeavor. Swish, swish, swish. In his grasp, the brush incessantly connected the inky dots, ultimately culminating in a vivid depiction of a divine dragon. Finished. In merely a quarter of an hour, Yi Chen cast the brush behind him and turned to face the astonished crowd. "What do you think? Not too shabby, right?" No one responded, for they were all enveloped in profound astonishment. Initially, they believed that Yi Chen would surely be incapable of rendering a complete artwork in such a brief span. They presumed that when he splattered ink onto the paper, he was merely aware of his impending defeat, thus behaving like a reckless rascal. To their utter disbelief, he had indeed conjured such an astonishing creation on a page marred by ink. Moreover, it had only taken him a mere 15 minutes. The dragon depicted on the paper was even more lifelike, roaring towards the heavens, as if it might burst forth from the canvas at any moment, stirring up a tempest of chaos. The entire artwork was imbued with a palpable aura of ferocity, instilling fear in all who beheld it. To achieve such a remarkable piece in such a short time, employing such a unique technique, spoke volumes of his artistic prowess. After the initial shock, the artist Du Sanyang self-deprecatingly remarked, "To be candid, even I could not reach such a level, but..." She shifted her tone and continued, "In terms of the painting's essence, it still falls slightly short of my work." "Really? Just slightly?" Yi Chen was taken aback, glancing at his creation before smacking his forehead in realization. "Oh dear, I completely forgot the final step." "The final step?" The crowd was perplexed. Yi Chen, however, offered no explanation. He simply seized his painting and gave it a vigorous shake. In an instant, the still wet ink on the paper began to shift. The once remarkably realistic dragon transformed into an ethereal creature, soaring forth from the canvas. As it ascended into the sky, the dragon let out a thunderous roar, its cry resonating through the air, startling all present and causing their faces to pale. Heavens, the dragon within the painting has come to life? How is this possible? Am I hallucinating? The crowd was in utter disbelief. After soaring in a circle above, the dragon returned to the painting, resuming its previous stillness. Yet now, it appeared even more lifelike, making it difficult for anyone to meet the penetrating gaze of its eyes. And now, lowering the paper, Yichen regarded Du Sanyang with a sly smile. A stroke of genius, truly a stroke of genius. Regaining her composure from the state of shock, Du Sanyang exclaimed in a trembling voice, such a unique method, combined with the dragon's ascension, this artwork is undoubtedly a treasure. The emergence of the painted creature is a hallmark of a masterpiece. My earlier landscape painting, not to mention being a treasure, doesn't even qualify as a superior work. At best, it ranks as above average. The comparison between the two is indisputable. In a moment of astonishment, Du Sanyang gazed at Yichun as one might regard a creature of legend. The young gentleman, despite his tender years, possessed astonishing accomplishments in the realms of music, calligraphy, and painting. Pray tell, how have you achieved such feats? She inquired, bowing deeply before Yichun, her demeanor radiating utmost respect. If there had been a flicker of doubt in her mind previously, it had now been supplanted by a profound sense of shame and remorse. Throughout 3 competitions, they had deemed Yichun inadequate, yet the outcome had utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Even the slowest among them should comprehend that individuals of prodigious talent indeed exist in this world. Ahem. I believe I have addressed this question several times already. It boils down to diligent practice and innate talent. Yichun replied, somewhat sheepishly. Du Sanyang, Huan Yin, Shi Liang, Li Jiangshan, Xiao Wu. Returning to the main topic. Not wishing to linger on this matter, Yichun turned his keen gaze towards the chess master, Li Jiangshan. Esteemed elder, I have also delved into the art of chess. Shall we engage in a friendly match? Initially, the chess master Li Jiangshan was somewhat reluctant. However, driven by his competitive spirit, he ultimately acquiesced. The result was predictable. After a spirited exchange, he found himself bested by Yichun. Chapter 29. The eve of the trial. To my astonishment, the prowess of your chess skills is truly exceptional. I am filled with admiration, said Li Jiangshan, genuinely impressed after suffering 2 consecutive defeats at the hands of Yichun. I humbly accept your graciousness, Yichun replied, clasping his hands in respect. It is an honor for me to engage in an exchange of talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with such esteemed masters today. I had hoped to converse with you all at length, but alas, I have pressing matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall take my leave. With that, he rose and made his way outside. Having acquired the skills of the 4 masters, there was no need to squander more time. Moreover, it was already late at night, and he ought to return to the Nangong residence to rest. Otherwise, he would be fatigued and ill-prepared for the various trials that awaited him. Are you leaving, my lord? Huan Yin was the first to approach, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Dear Miss Huan Yin, there will be ample time in the days to come. Fate will surely bring us together again. Let us conclude our evening here. Yichun shook his head, wearing a rather helpless expression. In truth, he too wished to linger and engage in something more, but reality did not permit it. After all, he could not even reveal his true name, and staying would undoubtedly lead to numerous inconveniences, perhaps even causing Huan Yin to perceive him as lacking sincerity. Thus, after much contemplation, he felt he must temporarily disappoint the lady's kind intentions, with hopes of making amends in the future. Once you have attended to your important matters, might you visit me at the Listening Snow Pavilion? As Yichun turned to leave, Huan Yin could no longer concern herself with how others might perceive her. She hurriedly caught hold of his sleeve. A man of such remarkable talent and beauty as Yichun is the epitome of a prince charming in the hearts of women. To miss such an opportunity could lead to a lifetime of regret. Therefore, she was willing to shed her facade and set aside her previous pride if it meant keeping Yichun close. Do you reside at the Listening Snow Pavilion? Miss Huan Yin? Yichun, unsure of its location yet not wanting to disappoint her, nodded. As long as you do not find me bothersome, I shall certainly pay a visit on another day. With this earnest promise, he finally departed from the Tsuohua building with an elegant demeanor. Alas, having encountered such a genius today, our 4 masters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting have thoroughly lost face. After Yichen had left, the calligraphy master Shi Liang sighed in dismay. Not entirely so, at the very least. We have witnessed what it truly means that there are always greater talents beyond our own. The chess master Li Jianshan replied with a wry smile. How unfortunate that the young lord did not wish to disclose his origins. Otherwise, we would certainly seek him out in the future for further enlightenment. The painter Du Sanyang added. Huan Yin, however, appeared disheartened and remarked, the night is deep. If there are no further matters, we should retire to our chambers and rest. For tomorrow there will be a challenge at the Nangong residence. Indeed, Master Huan Yin speaks wisely. Du Sanyang concurred. The Nangong family has invited us four to compete in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If we do not rest well tonight, we may not perform to our fullest potential tomorrow. The painter elder is overly concerned. The esteemed master Shi Liang dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, saying, I have heard that the son-in-law of the Nangong family is none other than the young master of the Long family from Qingye City. However, it is rumored that this current heir is nothing but a talentless wastrel. Nevertheless, having not yet encountered him, caution is indeed prudent, as reminded by the kind-hearted Huan Yin. Surely, you two are not feeling psychologically affected by the previous incident? With a hint of disdain, Shi Liang replied, I concede that the young gentleman from earlier possesses remarkable abilities across the board. Our defeat at his hands is not unjust. However, in this world, such an all-encompassing genius must surely be a rarity, if not singular. Moreover, he added, pausing for effect, the esteemed positions of the four masters of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting are not so easily shaken by mere commoners. This time, the Nangong family's unfortunate son-in-law has truly drawn the short straw. Shi Liang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This evening, the four masters had, astonishingly, been bested in their own respective fields by the same young man, which undoubtedly stung their pride. Thus, at the grand event hosted by the Nangong family the following day, he was determined to exact a tenfold, if not 100-fold, retribution upon the family of the son-in-law for the humiliation they had endured. The next morning, at the Nangong residence, the presence of the four masters was a source of great honor for the family. As the masters arrived, the head of the family, Nangong Xian, along with his daughter, Nangong Liuli, and numerous high-ranking members of the Nangong clan, stepped out to greet them with warmth and enthusiasm. The four masters had been invited at considerable expense by the Nangong family, with the intent of challenging the young Master Long Hao in the arts of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Rest assured, Master Huan Yin, since we have arrived, we shall certainly give our utmost effort, Huan Yin declared with unwavering confidence, before adding, by the way, there is a matter we wish to discuss with the Nangong family. Please, Master Huan Yin, speak freely. Whatever is within our capacity, we shall not hesitate to accommodate. Nangong Xian replied readily. It is this. Huan Yin did not withhold any details and recounted the encounter from the previous night at the Cuihua Tower. Upon hearing the tale, both Nangong Xian and Nangong Liuli, along with the surrounding elite of the Nangong clan, were left in utter disbelief. A young man, scarcely 20, had managed to surpass the four masters in their respective fields? The revelation was nothing short of astounding. In the realms of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, few could stand on par with the four masters. Should anyone excel in even one of these disciplines over any of the masters, their renown would soar. Yet, this enigmatic young man had triumphed over all four. What an extraordinary phenomenon. What manner of genius is this? Marveled Nangong Xian. Nangong Liuli echoed his sentiments, lamenting. In just 2 short days, how has such a multitude of young talents suddenly emerged from Xiang City? 2 days ago, a prodigious alchemist astounded everyone at the Alchemist Guild before mysteriously vanishing. Yesterday, an enigmatic master craftsman casually offered advice that enabled the renowned blacksmith, Wang Dachui, to forge exquisite weapons. Last night, an undisclosed young talent surpassed the four masters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Each of these prodigies has the potential to send shockwaves through the upper echelons of Xiang City. Yet, these young luminaries remain elusive, unwilling to reveal their identities or origins. Master Nangong, your esteemed family is well informed in Xiang City. If possible, we implore you to assist us in locating this multifaceted genius. Huan Yin expressed earnestly. Such a talent, even without Master Huan Yin's insistence, I shall diligently seek. Nangong Xian replied with fervor. After receiving the four masters, the Nangong family's assessment of their son-in-law, Long Hao, was finally set in motion. The first phase of the examination, naturally, involved music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Within a spacious room, all necessary instruments for the trials were meticulously arranged. The four masters, here to test the young master of the Long family, Long Hao, were primarily motivated to intentionally challenge him, hoping to coax him into retreat, ultimately leading to an annulment of the engagement. Leading the four masters to the testing venue, Nangong Xian clasped his hands respectfully and implored, "Therefore, regardless of what Long Hao may say, I ask that you four masters show no mercy, and strive to leave him utterly humiliated and without solace. Rest assured, aside from the all-encompassing genius from last night, it is unlikely anyone else in Shenyang City can surpass us in the arts." Shushi Shiliang declared with pride. "I hold this belief firmly." Nangong Xian nodded, then disdainfully remarked, "However, the four masters need not worry excessively. From my observations, Long Hao is merely a frivolous dandy without any scholarly merit. As long as you do not show leniency, he stands no chance of emerging victorious. If that is the case, why delay any further? Let us summon Long Hao, the young master of the Long family." Shiliang urged impatiently. Last night at Suihua Tower, he had already been seething with frustration. Earlier, Huan Yin had publicly recounted their humiliating experiences in search of that mysterious genius, leaving him eager for an outlet for his pent-up emotions. With the Nangong family's leader having issued a challenge, he was determined not to miss this opportunity to showcase his abilities and restore his reputation. Chapter 30, Where Life Brings Encounters. Please wait a moment, esteemed masters. I shall summon Long Hao at once. Nangong Xian wasted no time, promptly instructing someone to find Long Hao. Meanwhile, the four masters, Qin Shi Huan Yin, Qi Shi Li Jiangshan, Shu Shi Shi Liang, and Hua Shi Du Sanyang, each took their designated seats, adopting the poised demeanor characteristic of distinguished talents. Some closed their eyes in meditation, others gazed skyward, a few toyed with their paintbrushes, emanating an air of aloofness. "Here comes the young master of the Long family," a voice echoed before the person arrived. The four masters remained undistracted, continuing to maintain their lofty postures, while the other members of the Nangong family wore amused expressions, seemingly eager to witness Long Hao's embarrassment. With the sound of footsteps growing nearer, several figures emerged into view. The foremost among them stood tall and handsome, with refined features, deep-set eyes, and a smirk of irreverence playing on his lips. It was Yi Chun. Following closely behind him were several guards and a servant, the latter being the true young master of the Long family, Long Hao. However, at this moment, he, like the other guards, respectfully trailed behind Yi Chun. "You must be aware of the rules for the competition in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, correct?" A young man from the Nangong family stepped forward, casting a mocking glance at Yi Chun. "Nangong Shu." Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, recognizing the young man he had encountered upon entering the Nangong family. During their first meeting, he had seized an opportunity to unleash his wrath, leaving Nangong Shu seething with rage. Initially, Nangong Shu had intended to teach him a lesson, but instead had found himself humiliated and disgraced. It was clear that the young man harbored deep resentment and had been waiting for a chance to retaliate. Now that the competition was about to begin, Nangong Shu must have felt that retribution was at hand. "I am indeed aware of the rules." Yi Chun nodded, affirming. "The first round consists of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If I succeed in 2 of these, then I shall pass, correct?" "Indeed." Nangong Shu nodded in agreement. "Since you are already familiar with the rules, I shall not elaborate further. Please proceed." He gestured for Yi Chun to continue, following the direction of Nangong Shu's hand. Yi Chun's eyes brightened instantly. Were those not the four masters with whom he had sparred in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting at Suihua Tower the previous night? At this moment, the four masters maintained their solemn poses, some with eyes closed in repose, others gazing skyward, entirely oblivious to him. These four are the masters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The young master of the Long family may challenge any one of them, Nangong Shu declared with a triumphant smile. Yi Chun did not respond immediately. Instead, he stepped forward, positioning himself among the four masters, and with a playful smile remarked, "Masters, how serendipitous it is that life brings us together once more." Qin Shi Huan Yin slightly furrowed her brow, being the first to open her eyes. She realized that this voice sounded rather familiar. Upon recognizing him, she was left utterly astonished. "Young master, how can it be you?" she exclaimed, her gaze towards Yi Chun filled with disbelief. Upon hearing her outburst, the trio of Li Jiangshan, Shi Liang, and Du Sanyang turned their attention to Yi Chun. In the next moment, the four esteemed masters, who had been exalted by everyone, stood there in utter shock, rendered speechless. What was happening? The idle scion of the Long family, Long Hao, who was deemed incompetent by the Nangong family, was actually the versatile genius who had outshone them in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting the previous night? What a jest! Indeed, it is I? Yi Chun nodded, a wry smile gracing his lips. I had long anticipated that the Nangong family would test my abilities in the arts, but I never imagined it would involve a contest with the four of you. You are the son-in-law of the Nangong family, the young master of the Long family in Qingye City, Long Hao? Huan Yin still found it hard to believe her own eyes. Absolutely true. Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly. Huan Yin fell silent, her beautiful eyes scanning all the members of the Nangong family with indignation. The painter Du Sanyang, the calligrapher Shi Liang, and the chess master Li Jiangshan all wore grim expressions, glaring furiously at the members of the Nangong family. Masters, what is the meaning of this? The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Xian, felt utterly perplexed under the furious gazes of the four masters. However, he was not foolish. After pondering the dialogue exchanged between Yi Chun and the others, he quickly discerned some clues and cautiously inquired. Could it be that the four masters are acquainted with the young Master Long? Nangong family head, have we offended you in any way? Huan Yin countered with a question. Of course not. What brings you to say such things, Master Huan Yin? Nangong Xian was taken aback. If not, then why do you humiliate us so? Huan Yin bit her lip in anger. Shi Liang and the others were equally indignant. To them, it seemed that the Nangong family was deliberately humiliating them. After all, Yi Chun was the son-in-law of the Nangong family. They could not possibly be unaware of his abilities. Under such circumstances, for the Nangong family to summon them to evaluate Yi Chun was nothing short of a calculated affront to their dignity. Masters, I genuinely do not understand the situation. Could you please clarify your words? Nangong Xian was nearly in tears. Yet, the more genuine his expression, the more it appeared to Huan Yin and the others as a deliberate insult to their intelligence. Bang! Huan Yin could no longer contain her fury and slammed her palm down on the guzheng before her. In an instant, the strings snapped with a sharp twang, and the instrument shattered into splinters that scattered in all directions. Master Huan Yin, please calm your anger. Nangong Xian panicked and quickly said, there is no need to destroy the guzheng. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as the chess master Li Jiangshan overturned his chessboard, the black and white pieces clattering to the ground in disarray. Meanwhile, the calligrapher Shi Liang and the painter Du Sanyang, though they did not smash anything, wore expressions of profound indignation. Fully aware of Nangong Xian's pretense of ignorance, they pondered whether continuing to explain their anger would render themselves foolish. Enough! Suddenly, a delicate voice pierced through the crowd. Turning towards the source, they beheld a woman of exquisite form and breathtaking beauty, gliding forth with a graceful stride. Her complexion was fair, her bright eyes and radiant smile evoking the most poetic imagery of beauty, like fish sinking in the depths or flowers shyly blooming. As she emerged, it seemed that all surrounding elements dimmed in comparison to her presence. Miss Nangong. Huan Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Were you just reprimanding us? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's eyes brightened with realization. So, this must be the fiancée of Long Hao, the esteemed Miss Nangong Liuli of the Nangong family. He had heard her name countless times. She was renowned as a prodigious talent in the vicinity, possessing not only celestial beauty but also exceptional cultivation prowess, setting her apart among the younger generation. However, upon this encounter, her beauty surpassed even his highest expectations. Chapter 31. Apologies, but I am that genius at this moment. No one felt more conflicted than Long Hao, who stood behind Yi Chun. The more stunning and breathtaking Nangong Liuli appeared, the deeper his regret sank for allowing Yi Chun to impersonate him. After all, he was the true heir of the Long family. Yet now, he could only stand behind this false heir like a servant, helplessly watching his fiancée, Nangong Liuli, treat Yi Chun, the lowly impostor, as her betrothed. The suffocating sensation was unbearable. If given the chance to choose again, he would willingly endure humiliation at the Nangong family rather than allow this insignificant servant to reap the benefits. But alas, in this world, all that exists is opportunity, with no antidote for regret. Given the circumstances, no matter how unwilling he felt, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his indignation. Otherwise, should he reveal the truth, not only would he suffer greatly, but the entire Long family would face dire consequences. Esteemed masters, aside from certain disreputable scions, my Nangong family has always valued hospitality. Should there be any shortcomings in our reception, I urge you to speak candidly. However, to unleash such unfounded fury is nothing short of unreasonable. Stepping forward, Nangong Liuli addressed Huan Yin. As she mentioned the disreputable scions, she cast a pointed glance at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, not one to be easily dismissed, innocently inquired, Nangong Liuli, are you referring to me as a disreputable scion? As Long Hao's fiancée, and with him currently impersonating Long Hao, he felt entitled to address her directly. Who else could she mean? Nangong Liuli huffed. You claim you wish to join the Nangong family to prove your worth. Yet you roam the pleasure districts at night. What else could you be but a disreputable scion? Enough, Nangong Liuli. Before Yichen could respond, Huan Yin could no longer tolerate it and pointed at Nangong Liuli, admonishing, he is not that kind of person. Huh. Nangong Liuli was taken aback. The other members of the Nangong family exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the unfolding situation. Huan Yin, a master among the four greats, renowned for her elegance and reclusive nature, was now publicly defending Long Hao, a known scoundrel. What could possibly warrant such fervent advocacy for him? Yet, the astonishment did not end there. Indeed, Master Long is a gentleman of integrity, not the disreputable scion you describe. Huan Yin's words had barely settled when the painter, Du Sanyang, chimed in to echo her support. The chess master, Li Jiangshan, added, though our acquaintance with Master Long is limited, his graceful demeanor and refined conduct hardly align with the character suggested by Miss Nangong. The scholar, Shi Liang, chuckled ruefully. Miss Nangong, could there be a misunderstanding between you and Master Long? With the four greats rallying in support of Yi Chun, the Nangong family found themselves in an even more vexing predicament. They summoned the four masters with the intention of making things difficult for Yi Chun. Yet, to their astonishment, not only did the masters refuse to comply with their demands, but they also ardently defended Yi Chun, the seemingly unlearned scion. Was this not akin to shooting themselves in the foot? It was utterly absurd. Despite her frustration, Nangong Liuli, being astute, quickly began to piece together the unfolding situation. The four masters must have had prior acquaintance with Yi Chun, and their relationship was likely far more profound than they could have ever imagined. After all, the four masters, whom they had summoned at great expense, would not so brazenly confront them unless there was a compelling reason. Had she truly misjudged the situation? Contemplating this possibility, Nangong Liuli's gaze towards Yi Chun subtly shifted. Who were the four masters? They were cultured gentlemen whom even the powerful sought to impress. Yet, just moments ago, they had risked defending the Nangong family to support Yi Chun. This clearly indicated that Yi Chun was not as simple as he appeared. However, upon witnessing Yi Chun's nonchalant demeanor and recalling his escapades in the brothel the previous night, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within her. Even if the four masters were acquainted with Yi Chun, the notion of them prioritizing their loyalty to him over their obligations to the Nangong family was decidedly inappropriate. What did it mean to bite back? Nangong Liuli, mind your words. Huan Yin retorted, your Nangong family has so humiliated us, yet you still seek our respect? It is utterly laughable. When have we ever insulted you? Nangong Liuli was left utterly perplexed. You. Huan Yin was seething with rage. Not wishing to prolong the argument, she pointed at Yi Chun, declaring, in terms of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Master Yi surpasses us all. Yet your family insists we compete with him. Is this not an affront to our dignity? At this proclamation, the assembly nearly fainted in disbelief. What? The young Master Long was said to excel in the arts beyond the four masters? How could that be? Was the versatile genius who had sparred with the masters at the Tsuihua Pavilion none other than young Master Long himself? The most astonished were Nangong Xian and Nangong Liuli. From the outset, they had dismissed Yi Chun as a mere wastrel. Even when the four masters defended him, they had merely assumed it was due to a close relationship. They had never fathomed that the one who had outperformed the four masters in the arts was the very scion they had deemed a failure. Impossible. How could it be you? How could you possess such remarkable skill in the arts? Struggling to believe her ears, Nangong Liuli muttered the same words repeatedly, as she stumbled backward in shock. On that exquisite and enchanting visage, the once impenetrable chill that kept others at bay had long since evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming astonishment and incredulity. Just moments ago, when the four masters recounted the events at the Tsohua Pavilion from the previous night, her heart had raced with excitement, contemplating the prospect of befriending that enigmatic polymath. She resolved to seize the opportunity at any cost. Little did she anticipate that the very genius she had been fervently seeking was none other than the fiancé she had long dismissed with disdain. Irony. A colossal irony indeed. Reflecting upon her reckless distribution of invitations the night prior, she felt an urge to bash her head against the wall in sheer regret. In a fit of fury upon learning of Long Hao's visit to the pleasure house, she had rashly sent out invitations to nearly all the prominent figures of Xi'ang City, intending to publicly humiliate Long Hao and demonstrate that he was unworthy even to carry her shoes. Never in her wildest dreams did she foresee such a turn of events. She could scarcely bear to imagine the raucous laughter that would erupt when the esteemed guests arrived, only to learn of the unfolding drama, mocking her lack of discernment and ridiculing the myopia of the Nangong family. Yet, the more she fretted, the more inevitable the calamity seemed. Suddenly, a voice bellowed from the entrance, "Report." Forthwith, a flustered servant of the Nangong family rushed in, bowing respectfully as he announced, "Esteemed master, young miss." The president of the Alchemists Guild, Mei Shuesong, Master Blacksmith Wang Dachui, along with the leaders of various factions, have arrived at the main entrance. Shall we go out to greet them personally? Chapter 32. Grave consequences of a single sentence. What? The leaders of all major factions have arrived? Nangong Liuli felt a wave of dizziness, nearly on the verge of spitting blood. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating how to rectify the erroneous decision made regarding last night's invitations. Little did she expect that before she could devise a solution, the high-ranking officials from various factions had already come. What should she do now? "Master, miss, the leaders of the factions are still waiting outside. Please make a swift decision," urged a servant who had come to report. Nangong Liuli took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the shock within, and waved her hand, saying, "Understood. We shall go out to greet them at once." After dismissing the servant, she turned her gaze back to Yi Chun, her eyes devoid of any shame or indignation, replaced instead by a look of disdain. "Tell me, how did you accomplish this?" "What do you mean?" Yi Chun responded, puzzled. "What method did you employ? Or what cost did you incur that enabled the four masters of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting to advocate on your behalf?" "Huh." Yi Chun suddenly chuckled. "Do you still believe that I bribed the four masters?" "Otherwise," Nangong Liuli retorted, her pretty face marred by contempt. As a refined young lady, she possessed a modicum of understanding of the arts. From her perspective, a common individual would require at least a decade of diligent practice to achieve a modest proficiency in any one of the four arts. Even those with some talent would need 2 to 3 years to reach such a level. Even if Long Hao had some aptitude in these arts and had diligently practiced since childhood, at not yet 20 years of age, how far could he have progressed? Moreover, it was rumored that Long Hao was nothing more than a debauched wastrel, indulging in revelry and mischief. A scoundrel like him claiming superiority over the four masters in the arts? Absurd. Thus, after her initial shock, she finally grasped the situation. Yi Chun must have gone to great lengths to win over the four masters to pass Nangong's family test, ultimately hoping to marry her. His talented and beautiful fiancée, honestly, whether you believe it or not, is of little consequence. Yi Chun shrugged indifferently in response to Nangong Liuli's skeptical gaze. The so-called true gold fears no fire. Prior to last night, he had indeed been ignorant of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Yet after his encounter with the four masters, he had seemingly emerged as a master in his own right. What was there to fear from the test of the Nangong family? If you wish us to believe, then let us continue the live competition with the four masters. At this point, Nangong Liuli looked towards the four masters, implying, of course, the four masters could deliberately go easy on him. But I must remind you, our eyes are not blind. Nangong miss, are you certain you want us to continue competing with young Master Long in Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Master Shuliang's face turned an ashen hue. The previous night's contest had already brought him considerable embarrassment, knowing full well that victory is unattainable. To persist in public competition is nothing short of a desire to further disgrace oneself. What? Have I struck a nerve, causing you to seethe with indignation? Nangong Liuli was relentless. Very well, let us compete, though it may merely squander more time. Yet, to ensure that all are convinced, we must see this charade through. Yichen could no longer bear it, and promptly stepped forward. However, Shuyang hastily shook his head like a rattledrum, insisting they should not compete. Absolutely not. Chess Master Li Jianshan echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, "We just lost to young Master Long last night, and now you wish to challenge us again? This is nothing short of deliberate humiliation." The painter Du Sanyang was consumed with fury, declaring, "Nangong Liuli, do not push your luck." The musician Huanin pointed an accusing finger at Nangong Xian, indignantly stating, "Since your Nangong family is so aggressive, do not blame me for severing ties." Master Huanin, it is a misunderstanding. It is truly a misunderstanding. Nangong Xian attempted to salvage the situation, but Huanin seemed to have reached her limit, resolutely proclaiming, "I, Huanin, hereby swear that from this day forth, I shall completely sever my ties with your Nangong family." As her words echoed, Li Jianshan, Du Sanyang, and Shuyang all publicly declared their vows to dissociate from the Nangong family. The authority of the four masters is not to be trifled with. Even the Nangong family, once provoked, would receive no mercy. "Masters, please, let us discuss this calmly." Nangong Xian was genuinely alarmed, yet before he could finish, Nangong Liuli interjected, "Father, no need to say more. Liuli, do you comprehend the grave consequences of offending the four masters?" Nangong Xian asked anxiously, "Father, do you still not see the truth?" Nangong Liuli retorted coldly, "The so-called four masters of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting have either been bought off by Long Hao or are mere pretenders. With their resolute stance, no amount of pleading or apologies will sway them." But Nangong Xian sought to voice further concerns, only to be cut off once more by Nangong Liuli. "Father, it has come to this. There is no need to dwell on it. We should focus on the matters ahead. What do you intend to do?" asked Nangong Xian. His brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, Nangong Liuli declared, "Since the upper echelons of the various factions have arrived, this trial must proceed to its conclusion." She turned her gaze back to Yi Chun, smirking coldly. "Long Hao, even if you pass the trials of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, remember this, the matter is far from over." "Whatever." Yi Chun shrugged indifferently. "Then wait and see." Nangong Liuli scoffed before preparing to step outside to greet the other guests. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she halted abruptly. For the musician Huanin, who had just berated the father and daughter, suddenly approached Yi Chun. Displaying a bashful smile and speaking in a soft, gentle voice, "Young master, you left last night without revealing your name, and it has left me restless all night. Thankfully, I finally know it now." Upon witnessing this scene, Nangong Liuli found herself utterly dismayed. "Ah, what is this? Am I invisible? I am the betrothed of Long Hao, even if I hold no affection for him and wish to annul our engagement. Should it not at least wait until I have formally done so? To flirt and exchange glances in my presence, what does this signify? Am I merely a decorative figure as his fiancée? Or does the entire Nangong family lack dignity?" Not only Nangong Liuli, but others from the Nangong family were also incensed, jumping up and down in frustration, hurling curses. "Long Hao, do not overstep your bounds. How dare you engage in such shameless behavior before our esteemed young lady? It is no wonder she wishes to dissolve the engagement. It appears you are nothing but a scoundrel who initiates and then abandons. Regardless, you remain our family's nominal son-in-law. Do you not fear provoking the ire of the entire Nangong clan with such actions?" Chapter 33. The arrival of the indulgent young master. Confronted with the accusations from the crowd, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming sense of innocence. Had Huan Yi merely exchanged a few words with him, was it truly necessary for him to be vilified so mercilessly? Furthermore, if one lacks an understanding of terminology, it would be prudent to refrain from its misuse. What does abandoning after indulgence even mean? He had never treated Nangong Liuli frivolously, nor had he ever spoken of forsaking her. Thus, the notion of abandoning after indulgence was utterly unfounded. As for inciting the displeasure of the Nangong family, they had long held grievances against him, did they not? Enough of this. If you wish to test me, do so swiftly. This clamor serves no purpose. Impatiently waving his hand to dismiss the gossip, Yi Chun expressed his disdain. "Very well, Long Hao, splendid indeed." Nangong Liuli seethed with resentment. vowing to repay the humiliation he inflicted upon her 100-fold, 1,000-fold. With a fierce glare cast at Huan Yin, she dramatically flicked her sleeve and departed in anger. Although the other members of the Nangong family were furious, they refrained from charging at Yi Chun. It was evident to all that the more audacious Yi Chun became, the more disastrous his fate would be in the end. It was not a matter of vengeance. Rather, it was simply a matter of timing. My lord, I have inadvertently caused you trouble, but I assure you it was unintentional. I did not foresee such an outcome. Huan Yin expressed her profound regret after the Nangong family had exited. It is of no consequence. They are merely too conservative, unworthy of concern, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. In his previous world, even conversing with other women or engaging in more risky behavior was quite commonplace. The intense reaction from the Nangong family merely highlighted the conservative nature of this world, which appeared utterly repressed. Soon, under the personal welcome of Nangong Xian and his daughter, another esteemed group of guests arrived at the Nangong residence, high-ranking figures from various factions within Shenyang City. Among them were the president of the Alchemist Association, Mei Shuesong, the city's renowned master craftsman, Wang Dachui, the head of the Ran family, Ran Wanyun, accompanied by his eldest daughter, Ran Qingyun, and Qian Sifang, the proprietor of the Mingzhu auction house. Indeed, nearly every notable figure from Shenyang City had gathered. Amidst countless eager gazes, the curtain was finally raised on Yi Chun's second trial. Have you heard? The Nangong family's trial for Long Hao, the young master of the Long family, appears to be concerning comprehension. I have heard as well. Comprehension is an elusive concept, and it remains uncertain what their criteria for evaluation might be. We shall soon find out. However, I have also been informed that Long Hao, the current young master of the Long family, is an indolent scion with negligible learning, possessing mediocre cultivation talent, and is even outclassed by an ordinary warrior. Ironically, his betrothed, Nangong Liuli, is a paragon of both beauty and intellect, with a cultivation talent that is nearly unparalleled among the younger generation. Moreover, I have also heard that Nangong Liuli intends to personally engage in the trial, competing in both comprehension and martial arts against Long Hao. If the rumors hold any truth, Long Hao stands not a shred of chance and will undoubtedly suffer great humiliation at the hands of the Nangong family. Perhaps you remain unaware that the invitations dispatched by the Nangong clan were specifically intended for us to witness the farce surrounding the young master of the Long family. Even before the second trial has commenced, a flurry of gossip regarding Long Hao has already begun to circulate. As for the previous contest of musical and artistic talents, it was deemed a disgrace by the Nangong clan, and thus no one dared to mention it. Otherwise, if the influential figures were to learn that the so-called wasteful young master, the debauched Long Hao, had actually outperformed the four masters in these arts, they might reconsider their disparaging remarks. Of course, while discussing Long Hao and Nangong Liuli, the upper echelons of various factions did not neglect to forge connections amongst themselves. Among the most revered were Mei Zuitsong and Wang Dachui. Wherever they went, they were met with an influx of flattery from numerous high-ranking individuals, showering them with warmth, gold notes, and lavish gifts. The efforts expended to cultivate relations with these two were considerable. This situation arose naturally due to their esteemed professions. Mei Zuitsong, the president of the alchemist branch, is renowned as the most skilled alchemist in the entirety of Shenyang City. Many have long sought the elixirs crafted by his hands, yet have been thwarted due to inadequate connections or insufficient gifts. Such an occasion is undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to establish rapport with him. As for Wang Dachui, he is universally acknowledged as the premier artificer in Shenyang City. Just yesterday, it was rumored that, under the guidance of a talented artificer, he successfully forged a weapon of exceptional quality. One must ask, among all the influential figures present, who would not wish to possess a weapon of such caliber? Suddenly, a loud exclamation drew everyone's attention to the entrance of the training arena. The young master of the Long family has arrived. Oh, has the young master of the Long family come? I wonder what he looks like. I've heard that his cultivation talent is exceedingly mediocre, so I imagine he has not much to behold. In my estimation, he not only lacks physical allure, but may indeed be remarkably unattractive. Otherwise, Nangong Liuli would not be so eager to annul the engagement. He should be appearing shortly. Let us hope he is not too much of an eyesore. Amidst countless eager gazes, several figures gradually approached the entrance of the arena. Leading the group was a man clad in a satin brocade robe, exuding elegance and charisma. The moment he emerged, many young men present, who considered themselves quite dashing, felt a wave of inadequacy wash over them. Is this truly the young master of the Long family, Long Hao? Wasn't he supposed to be a waste? How can he be more handsome than I? This is a cruel twist of fate. Upon witnessing Long Hao's appearance, envy and resentment began to brew among many. Of course, the envy was primarily among the young men, while numerous women gazed with sparkling eyes, brimming with fervor. Such a handsome man, and Nangong Liuli does not desire him? With looks like his, regardless of his mediocre cultivation talent, I would gladly overlook any other shortcomings. Even the simple pleasure of entering and exiting alongside him each day is a profound delight. The commotion sparked by Yi Chen's entrance was quite significant, drawing the curiosity of the older leaders of various factions, who had long since ceased to concern themselves with appearances. He is indeed handsome. But what value does good looks hold? It is merely a gilded exterior concealing an inferior core. Lacking any skill, no matter how striking one's facade may be, it ultimately amounts to naught. Just observe his ostentatious gait and the irreverent smirk gracing his lips. One can easily discern he is a frivolous dandy devoid of substance. The youth of today seem increasingly oblivious to their own limitations. Not only the others, but even Mei Xuesong and Wang Dachui, who were being encircled by the senior leaders, did not hesitate to voice their opinions. The younger generation is indeed far too impetuous, lacking any semblance of composure. As Mei Xuesong's words resonated, Wang Dachui echoed, stating that the absence of a competent weaponsmith among the youth stems largely from their vanity and indulgence, akin to this scion of the Long family. Just as he was articulating his thoughts, he abruptly halted, for he suddenly recognized the young master of the Long family, who was steadily advancing into the training arena. As someone he knew, beside him, Mei Xuesong also stood up as if confronted with a marvel, his gaze fixated intensely on Yi Chen, who was making his way into the arena. Chapter 34, Blinded President Mei, Master Wang. What has transpired? The onlookers, who had been lavishing praise upon Mei Xuesong and Wang Dachui, were taken aback by their sudden and intense reactions. Stand aside, Mei Xuesong commanded sharply. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly parted the crowd and made his way toward the training arena. Wang Dachui, equally resolute, thrust his robust arms to clear a path through the throng, following Mei Xuesong without a hint of concern for offending the influential figures present. What has come over President Mei and Master Wang? They seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. What has gotten into them? Confused murmurs rippled through the crowd, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity, prompting them to follow suit. They are heading straight for the young master of the Long family, Long Hao? A ripple of excitement coursed through the spectators. Whispers of Mei Xuesong and Wang Dachui's notorious tempers had circulated widely. It was certain they were displeased with the frivolous young man, and a confrontation was imminent. Wang Dachui, known for his propensity to act without mercy, was sure to deliver a severe reprimand to Long Hao. Observing the intentions of Mei Xuesong and Wang Dachui, the high-ranking members from various factions wore expressions of schadenfreude. However, the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Xian, sought to curtail the escalation. He hurriedly advanced a few paces to intercept Mei Xuesong and Wang Dachui, his demeanor fraught with trepidation. Masters, I implore you, why are you obstructing our path, head of the Nangong family? Wang Dachui demanded, his voice thunderous. Although Long Hao may be a scoundrel, he is still the son-in-law representing our Nangong family, and the examination is about to commence. Might I request that you postpone your actions until after the test? Nangong Xian pleaded desperately. Yet Wang Dachui showed no inclination to relent, barking back, I seek Long Hao. What concern is it of yours? His bellowing voice, raw and unrefined, sent droplets of spittle flying, drenching Nangong Xian's face. Nangong Xian felt a surge of frustration threatening to overwhelm him. However, before he could utter another word, Mei Xuesong had already bypassed him and advanced toward Yi Chen. This is disastrous. Nangong Xian's heart plummeted. While he secretly relished the prospect of Long Hao facing a setback, this was still their Nangong family's territory, and Long Hao had specifically come to undertake their family's examination. If the test had yet to commence, and their guest were to be incapacitated or worse, even if they were unafraid of retribution from the Long family, they would still be concerned about the damage to their reputation. Beside him, Nangong Liuli displayed no desire to intervene. Rather, a smirk of amusement tugged at the corners of her mouth. Long Hao, oh Long Hao, are you not quite capable? Even the four masters of arts have been swayed to your side, only to turn their ire upon our Nangong family at a critical moment. I am most curious to see if you have similarly influenced President Mei and Master Wang. Just as she reveled in her thoughts, the smile on her lips abruptly faltered. As Mei Xuedong rushed before Yi Chun, instead of unleashing fury upon him, he instead bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Young master, I did not expect to find you here. It truly has been a challenge for me." What was happening? Had Mei Xuedong lost his mind or grown senile? To pay his respects to the debauched heir of the Long family? Not just Nangong Liuli, but everyone present was left in stunned silence upon witnessing Mei Xuedong's actions. However, the astonishment only deepened as the scene unfolded further. Step aside. Just as Nangong Xian stood there, dumbfounded, Wang Dachui pushed him aside and swiftly approached Yi Chun. Much like Mei Xuedong, he too bowed respectfully, his face alight with excitement as he said, "Master, it is truly a delight to encounter you here." What? The expressions of all present froze once more. How could this be? It was one thing for the elderly Mei Xuedong to be confused, but Wang Dachui, in the prime of his life, robust and of sound mind, how could he act so irrationally? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting the discomfort one feels when forced to swallow something repugnant. The most astonished of all were Nangong Liuli and her father, Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian stood there, mouth agape in shock, unable to react for quite some time. Meanwhile, Nangong Liuli swayed unsteadily, her vision darkening as she felt the world spinning around her. This was impossible. It could not be, she muttered to herself, staggering backward, her beautiful face etched with disbelief and grievance. It was one thing to accept that the four great masters of the arts had been won over by Yi Chun, but what of Mei Xuedong and Wang Dachui? One was the president of the Alchemist Association in Sheang City, and the other was the city's most esteemed master craftsman. Even the high-ranking officials from various factions showed them no deference. Yet now, they were bowing so respectfully to this young scion of debauchery? Was the world going mad? Or were her own eyes deceiving her? "President Mei, Master Wang, I am pleasantly surprised to see you here." Just then, Yi Chun's cheerful voice broke through the stunned silence. "Young master, so it turns out your true identity is that of the heir of the Long family from Qingye City?" Mei Xuedong exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. "Since the day before yesterday, after your departure from the Alchemist Association, I have been inquiring about your whereabouts, but to no avail. I never expected you to be residing within the Nangong family all this time." Wang Dachui added with gratitude, "Thanks to your guidance yesterday, master, I have finally broken free from my limitations and am now able to forge high-quality weapons independently. This kindness will forever remain etched in my memory." Their declarations left everyone utterly astonished. What? He was the prodigious alchemist who had concocted the rare pinnacle elixir just 2 days prior at the Alchemist Association? Good heavens! How could it be him? Wasn't he just a frivolous wastrel? Did you hear what Master Wang just said? The mysterious young man who guided him to forge a rare weapon yesterday was actually Long Hao. But how could this be? How old could he possibly be? How did one achieve such remarkable accomplishments in the arts of alchemy and artifact crafting? While the crowd was astonished by Yi Chun's mysterious identities, their gazes towards Nangong Xian and Nangong Liuli shifted from initial friendliness to derision. How could such a prodigious talent be dismissed by the Nangong family as lacking in skill? Was their expectation of the son-in-law excessively high, or were they merely blind to his brilliance? It is perplexing to possess such profound mastery in alchemy and artifact crafting, yet be regarded as a worthless individual by the Nangong family, who sought to sever the engagement. One cannot fathom their reasoning. What baffles me further is that their intention in inviting us was to witness the humiliation of Long Hao. My curiosity grows regarding how they plan to publicly disgrace such an outstanding genius. These scornful remarks pierced the hearts of every member of the Nangong family present like sharp thorns. Have we truly erred? It appears that the young Master Long has concealed his talents so profoundly. Indeed, this time the Nangong family has misjudged him. Had we known of his exceptional achievements in alchemy and artifact crafting, we ought not to have hastily proposed such a trial, especially when he arrived at our Nangong household. We should have welcomed him with utmost respect rather than derision and disdain. What use is there in lamenting now? Words that should not have been spoken have already escaped our lips, and actions that should not have been taken have been committed. Now, we can only hope that he possesses the magnanimity to overlook past grievances and reconcile with our Nangong family. Those around us from the Nangong clan wore expressions of bitter regret, their hearts heavy with remorse. Chapter 35. Is it not over yet? Standing at the periphery of the crowd, Nangong Liuli trembled slightly, her complexion as pale as parchment, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, she appeared profoundly isolated and desolate, as though abandoned by the entire world. Just the day before yesterday, upon hearing rumors of a prodigious alchemist emerging from the branch association, she had harbored a desire to befriend him. Yesterday, she learned of an extraordinary weapon craftsman who, with mere casual guidance, enabled Master Wang Dazue to forge a weapon of exceptional quality, leaving her lamenting the missed opportunity to meet that genius. Today, when the four masters of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting mentioned having been bested by a young man under 20 at the Tsuwa Tower the previous night, her longing intensified. Little did she anticipate that these enigmatic talents, who had once stirred her heart, were, in fact, the same individual, her detested fiancé. Could there be a more ironic twist? Especially considering that she had momentarily suspected that the four masters' reluctance to compete with Yi Chun might have been due to prior collusion. It now seemed that it was not the masters who had been bribed, but rather that they had genuinely fallen to Yi Chun at Tsuwa Tower. Liuli, I told you yesterday that Long Xiaozhu might not be as lacking as you perceive, yet you refuse to believe me. A familiar voice broke through her humiliation. Ran Xingyan? Nangong Liuli's expression darkened as she turned to face the speaker. There before her stood a tall and extraordinarily alluring woman. Why did you not inform me yesterday? Memories of the previous day's events ignited a deep resentment in her eyes. A genius craftsman had appeared, casually instructing Master Wang Dazue to forge a weapon of remarkable quality. Upon hearing this news, she and her father had rushed over, eager to make the acquaintance of this prodigy. However, instead of meeting the craftsman, she had encountered Ran Xingyun, who had boasted of her serendipitous introduction to the genius and how he had commissioned a sword from Wang Dazue. Yet, when the subject of her fiancé, Long Hao, arose, Ran Xingyun's demeanor had grown inexplicably peculiar. It was then that she sensed something amiss. Despite her inquiries, Ran Xingyun had refused to clarify, instead requesting to attend the grand event hosted by the Nangong family that day. In retrospect, she realized she had been deceived. Ran Xingyun must have known that her fiancé, Long Hao, was indeed the genius craftsman, yet she had concealed this truth, leaving Nangong Liuli in the dark. Consequently, she became the subject of ridicule and endured endless humiliation. All thanks to Ran Xingyun. Had she been informed of the truth yesterday, today's mortification could have been averted. Liuli, the reason I did not tell you yesterday is that I had promised Long Xiaozhu not to reveal his true identity to anyone. Ran Xingyun's face was etched with guilt, unable to meet Nangong Liuli's gaze for a moment. Do you think I would ever trust you again? Nangong Liuli retorted bitterly. I once regarded you as a sister, only to discover that you. Liuli, given the circumstances, perhaps it would be best to let it go. Before she could finish her sentence, her father, Nangong Xian, spoke from another direction, his voice laden with bitterness. Go and apologize to Long Hao. Let this matter pass. Apologize? Nangong Liuli's delicate frame shuddered, her previously complex expression suddenly replaced by a flash of resentment. No, I will never apologize. This is far from over, she declared resolutely. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Even if he possesses unparalleled talent in music, chess, calligraphy, and alchemy, those are merely second-rate skills. Indeed, professions abound in this world, and countless talented individuals exist across various fields. Yet, no matter how intricate and diverse the vocations may be, they cannot escape a brutal law. Strength prevails. To put it plainly, the one with the strongest fist is the leader. Regardless of achievements in other professions, when confronted by a group of thugs, one can only bow to force. Among the younger generation in her vicinity, she was undeniably recognized as the strongest, her cultivation talent far beyond that of her peers. With this alone, she had the leverage to continue challenging Long Hao. Liuli, your father knows you have always been proud and unwilling to bow to anyone, but this time, we truly erred. Nangong Xian spoke earnestly. An apology might just salvage everything, turning major issues into minor ones. and ultimately leading to a happy resolution. If you persist in your stubbornness, you may very well push the situation into an irreversible abyss. As the saying goes, no one understands a daughter better than her father. Nangong Xian knew his daughter all too well, proud, stubborn, and unyielding. She only accepted subservience from others and never bowed to anyone. The more pressure applied, the more fiercely she would rebound. "Father, I admit I misjudged him before, but this humiliation, this anger, I cannot swallow." Nangong Liuli seethed with fury. "My dignity, the honor of the Nangong family, cannot be provoked or insulted by anyone. If I bow to him today, then neither I nor the entire Nangong family will ever hold our heads high again." Liuli, "But, father, my mind is made up." Before Nangong Xian could say more, he was abruptly interrupted by Nangong Liuli. "This is a matter between Long Hao and me, regardless of the outcome. I will bear it all and will not implicate anyone from the Nangong family." Without waiting for her father to respond, she resolutely turned and called out to Yi Chun, who was surrounded by admirers. "Long Hao, prepare to face the upcoming challenge. We await your word." Yi Chun responded cheerfully, extricating himself from the clutches of Mei Shuesong and others, striding confidently towards Nangong Liuli. "I hear the second challenge will test our understanding, is that correct?" "What? This is already the second round? What was the nature of the first trial? Why are we left in the dark?" "The Nangong family invited us here, ostensibly to witness the trial process, yet they proceeded with the first trial in secrecy? What precisely did they assess in the young Master Long, and what were the results?" Before Nangong Liuli could respond, a chorus of inquiries erupted from the crowd. Although these questions were entirely reasonable, they pierced Nangong Liuli's heart like a multitude of sharp blades. She already felt sufficiently humiliated. If these individuals were to learn the outcome of the recent trials in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, who knows what caustic laughter might ensue. "Enough." As if unable to endure any longer, she suddenly shouted, "I have sent out invitations for you all to be guests, not to mock my Nangong family. I trust you will conduct yourselves accordingly." Ignoring the indignant gazes directed at her, she turned once more to Yi Chun. "May we begin?" "Whatever." Yi Chun shrugged. His comprehension system excelled in sudden enlightenment. The Nangong family dared to test his understanding? It was utterly laughable. Chapter 36. So full of himself, unaware of Yi Chun's thoughts. Nangong Liuli waved her delicate hand and commanded, "Bring forth the martial arts manuals." "Yes." A servant from the Nangong family responded promptly, placing two identical tomes upon the table before them. Shattered Mountain Palm. The covers of both books bore these three prominent characters. These two manuals on the Shattered Mountain Palm technique, classified as a martial skill of the scholar level, contained identical content, of which I have never comprehended. Nangong Liuli explained. What we are to compete in is the simultaneous understanding of this technique, limited to the span of 1 hour, after which a live assessment will determine who grasps it more profoundly. "And how will the assessment be conducted?" Yi Chun inquired. "Quite simply, there will be elders to judge, along with senior representatives from various factions that I have invited to witness. Fairness is assured." "Very well, let us commence without delay," Yi Chun remarked nonchalantly. Nangong Liuli appeared equally eager, immediately signaling a servant. The servant, understanding her intent, lit an incense stick and struck a gong. When the sound resonated, an elder from the Nangong family, his hair and beard white as snow, proclaimed in a rhythmic voice, "The second competition officially begins now." With a swift motion, Nangong Liuli seized one of the books and began to peruse its contents with great speed. In contrast, Yi Chun did not immediately grasp the other volume. Instead, he sauntered over to a nearby chair, propped up his legs, and leisurely gazed at the clouds above. What is young Master Long doing? Why is he not seizing the opportunity to comprehend the technique and instead chooses to sit there staring at the sky? Does he expect the heavens to grant him enlightenment? How utterly pretentious. Is he not concerned about losing to Nangong Liuli and becoming the subject of ridicule? No, I believe he is acutely aware of his inferior comprehension compared to Nangong Liuli and has thus resigned himself to defeat. I concur. Although he excels in alchemy and crafting, it is said that his cultivation talent is rather mediocre. Witnessing Yi Chun's arrogant demeanor, even those who initially held high hopes for him began to think he had surrendered. Even Nangong Liuli could not help but exclaim, "What are you doing?" "I am waiting for you," Yi Chun replied with a smile. "Waiting for me?" Nangong Liuli teased. "Are you hoping that I will comprehend it first, and then you will voluntarily concede?" Concede? You think too highly of yourself. Yi Chen shook his head. This rudimentary technique is far too simple for me. I could grasp it in a single glance. I shall allow you this chance. Lest it be said that I am bullying you. You dare to look down upon me? Nangong Liuli fumed. She was renowned as a prodigy, unmatched among her peers in cultivation talent. Even if Yi Chen possessed extraordinary gifts in music, chess, calligraphy, and the arts of alchemy and crafting, she believed that no one could surpass her in martial prowess. Yi Chen could not possibly be the exception. Indeed, I do look down upon you. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen did not deny it. For you lack even the qualifications to be my rival. Why should I hold you in esteem? You. Nangong Liuli was so enraged that she nearly coughed up blood. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, she forcibly suppressed her inner fury and coldly remarked, Do you intend to disturb my state of mind and then triumph over me through such underhanded tactics? The comprehension of martial skills indeed hinges on one's insight, yet the steadiness of one's heart is equally paramount. If the heart is unstable, one may find their efforts futile and progress painfully slow. Yi Chen's deliberate pretense, coupled with his unabashed self-mockery, was clearly meant to disrupt her mental tranquility and hinder her from grasping the essence of the broken mountain palm. Think as you will. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly, saying, If I were in your position, I would seize every moment to comprehend, rather than waste time chattering with me. After all, he smirked, I have all the time in the world, whereas you are quite limited. Very well, just wait and see. Nangong Liuli gritted her teeth in hatred. Subsequently, she ceased her idle banter with Yi Chen, meticulously perusing the contents of the tome before sitting cross-legged, closing her eyes, and beginning her meditation on the martial techniques. Soon, the hour's deadline was fast approaching. After an extended period of contemplation, Nangong Liuli finally opened her eyes. Exhaling a breath of stale air, a satisfied smile graced her lips. This time, her insights had flowed smoothly, unimpeded by Yi Chen's distractions. Humph, let us see how you contend with me now, she muttered, turning her gaze towards Yi Chen. To her astonishment, Yi Chen was still lounging in his chair, basking in the sun with an air of indifference. Even if you wish to concede, must you make it so glaringly obvious? Nangong Liuli chuckled. Moments ago, she had been half convinced that Yi Chen might have some hidden stratagem. However, it now seemed that he had indeed surrendered outright. For even the most perceptive individuals require at least an hour to grasp an entirely new tier of martial skill. And at this moment, less than a quarter of an hour remained until the deadline. No matter how astute Yi Chen might be, it was implausible for him to achieve anything substantial in such a brief time frame. Oh, have you attained your insights? Upon hearing Nangong Liuli's voice, Yi Chen stretched lazily and replied nonchalantly, Since that is the case, I might as well take a casual look. With that, he strolled over to the table and casually picked up another volume of the Broken Mountain Palm Manual. What a farce, relying on last-minute efforts. He dares to think he can surpass the most gifted of the younger generation, Nangong Liuli? What a delusion. It seems he is merely going through the motions. There is no need to harbor high hopes. I am merely curious to see how he embarrasses himself. The members of the Nangong family sneered derisively. Nangong Liuli also scoffed, believing that the more Yi Chen pretended, the more he would become a source of irony when his results were finally revealed. Indeed, Yi Chen's subsequent actions were so absurd that they could elicit laughter from all present. With a swift motion, he flipped through the pages of the fragmented Yupalm technique without pausing to scrutinize it, completing the task in mere moments before casually tossing it back onto the table. What on earth are you doing? Nangong Liuli inquired, unable to suppress her amusement. I'm comprehending the combat technique, Yi Chen replied earnestly. Nangong Liuli could no longer contain her laughter. The others from the Nangong family soon joined in the mirth. This is utterly hilarious. Is he truly attempting to grasp the essence of a combat technique? With such a rapid page-turning speed, he likely didn't even absorb the content within. Yet he dares to seek enlightenment on the intricacies of martial arts? Don't be ridiculous. If such a method could yield understanding, I would immediately draw my blade and end my life. Not only the members of the Nangong family, but many influential figures who had once held high hopes for Yi Chen shook their heads in dismay. He is ultimately still too young, so concerned with appearances, yet lacking self-awareness. While his accomplishments in other realms are commendable, none can rival Nangong Liuli in the talent for martial cultivation. His brilliance is undeniable. Yet virtue must accompany talent. Being overly arrogant is not only distasteful, but will inevitably lead to his downfall. I truly wonder how he plans to conclude this farce. Chapter 37. Arrogance in the face of public criticism. Yi Chun remained oblivious, closing his eyes in contemplation for a brief moment before turning his gaze back to Nangong Liuli. How have you comprehended it? Are you so eager to concede? Nangong Liuli retorted. The time has not yet come, Yi Chun urged, pressing forward. Besides surrendering, she truly could not conceive of any other possibility. Surrender? Yi Chun shook his head, asserting, I never claimed I would concede. I merely believe that if you are already prepared, there is no need to squander any more time. Let us verify the outcome now. Is that truly your statement? Nangong Liuli exclaimed, both astonished and furious. With only one step remaining before the conclusion of their contest, Yi Chun's audacity was astounding, akin to a stubborn stone in a restroom, both foul and unyielding. Elders, let us authenticate the results. This time, Yi Chun was disinclined to engage in further dialogue with Nangong Liuli, directing his attention to the presiding elder. If neither of you objects, we can indeed verify the outcome ahead of schedule. Noting that Nangong Liuli had no objections, the elder nodded and proclaimed, since this competition measures comprehension, we will assess the depth of understanding of this particular martial technique, rather than cultivation levels. Should there be a disparity in your cultivation, rest assured, it shall not lead to any unfairness. Seemingly apprehensive that Yi Chun might later seek excuses for defeat, the elder first clarified the rules. The Shattered Mountain Palm consists of 9 levels. The more levels one demonstrates, the higher their comprehension. Now, who among you shall step forward to demonstrate first? Please, after you. Yi Chun gestured graciously to Nangong Liuli. Then do watch closely. Nangong Liuli, undeterred, strode confidently to the center of the arena, raising one hand slowly as her internal spiritual energy surged into her palm. In an instant, a small vortex of spiritual energy formed in her palm. Indeed, it was the Shattered Mountain Palm. In less than an hour, she had grasped this technique to such an extent. Her comprehension was truly remarkable. Such understanding, I fear, my own unworthy kin could scarcely match even 1%. Wait, not just one vortex. It has divided into 2? Oh, now it has transformed into 4. The Shattered Mountain Palm, divided into 9 levels, signifies that the manifestation of a spiritual vortex in the palm indicates comprehension of the 1st level. 4 vortices demonstrate mastery of the 4th level. The 4th level, what an unimaginable feat. Though the Shattered Mountain Palm is merely a soldier-level technique, in such a short time, an ordinary martial artist would struggle to grasp even the 1st level. Yet, Nangong Liuli has achieved the 4th level. Her comprehension is nothing short of terrifying. Wait, it seems she has conjured a 5th vortex. How is that possible? Has she truly comprehended the 5th level? Am I not seeing correctly? As the number of vortices in Nangong Liuli's palm increased, the astonishment among the crowd grew. Particularly, several elder judges were so exhilarated that they rose from their seats. Their faces flushed with excitement, even more so than Nangong Liuli herself. They wielded the Shattered Mountain Palm as a test of comprehension, undoubtedly due to their profound familiarity with it. Yet, even the elders who had cultivated for decades had scarcely reached the 7th level. In a mere hour, Nangong Liuli comprehended the 5th level, which speaks volumes about her extraordinary talent. With a powerful shout, she unleashed her palm strike as the 5th vortex took form. The resounding impact reverberated through the air. The half-human-sized boulder, struck by her hand, shattered instantaneously, sending fragments scattering. Remarkable, simply remarkable. I am deeply suspicious that she must have practiced this technique before. It seems to me that she is cheating, no matter how gifted she is. It is inconceivable that she could grasp a soldier-level technique to such an extent in such a short time. The level of comprehension displayed by Nangong Liuli was so astounding that it led many to suspect that the Nangong family was engaging in deceit. Hey, mind your words. Who is cheating? Our young lady conducts herself with utmost integrity and would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. To ensure fairness, we specifically selected a soldier-level technique that had been sealed away for 30 years. Our young lady is not yet 20 and had never encountered this technique prior. The members of the Nangong family fervently defended Nangong Liuli. However, lacking evidence, the crowd remained skeptical, with a significant portion still doubting the integrity of the Nangong family. After all, this soldier-level technique belonged to them, and no one could ascertain whether Nangong Liuli had practiced it beforehand. Yet, I believe, amidst the widespread skepticism, Yi Chun, Nangong Liuli's opponent, unexpectedly stepped forward and declared, "I believe Nangong Liuli has not cheated. Her comprehension is genuine and self-earned." Gasps filled the air, as everyone stood in stunned silence. Was this person foolish? While they were voicing their grievances, he chose to defend Nangong Liuli instead. What a peculiar choice. Nangong Liuli was also taken aback, but after a brief flicker of her beautiful eyes, she coldly replied, "Don't think that your words of support will earn my gratitude. You merely stated the facts. I do not require your appreciation. I simply believe that everyone is making a mountain out of a molehill, and it is unnecessary to quarrel over trivial matters." Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly. "You've already accepted the outcome as inevitable, so it's understandable that you find it inconsequential." Nangong Liuli teased. "The more blindly confident you are, the more likely you are to embarrass yourself." Yi Chun kindly warned, "Are you speaking of yourself?" Nangong Liuli scoffed. When it comes to blind arrogance, who could rival Yi Chun? His earlier display had left countless people in shock. Arguing is futile. Let us await the result. Yi Chun refrained from further rebuttal. It was confirmed that Nangong Liuli had indeed comprehended the 5th level of the Shattered Mountain Palm. Several elder judges engaged in a brief exchange, ultimately arriving at a conclusive decision. The members of the Nangong family erupted in joyous celebration upon hearing the verdict. Now, it was time for young Master Long to make his display. One of the elder judges turned his gaze toward Yi Chun. "Very well." Yi Chun nodded, striding confidently toward another stone of equal size. With a single hand raised, his inner spiritual energy surged rapidly toward his palm. What a performance! Even at this moment, his expression remained gravely serious. I truly admire his acting prowess. No amount of theatrics can alter the fact that he is a mere waste in the realm of martial arts. He may puff himself up, yet he still manages to hold on until the end. I must commend such courage. In truth, there was no need for pretense. Everyone could have anticipated. What? A young member of the Nangong family, who had begun to voice his disdain, suddenly transformed his words into a gasp of astonishment. For as he spoke, a swirling vortex unexpectedly coalesced in Yi Chun's palm. Chapter 38. Demonstrating results. How is this possible? He can actually perform it? Am I seeing things? As everyone gazed at the swirling vortex of spiritual energy forming in Yi Chun's palm, they were utterly astounded. Had he merely glanced through the manual? He hadn't even settled down to comprehend it. Yet here he was, successfully manifesting it? This is preposterous. However, the astonishment did not cease there. A resounding roar erupted as another vortex of spiritual energy emerged. The second layer. This was a vortex that could only be generated by the second layer of the Shattered Mountain Palm. How could he possibly achieve this? Overwhelmed by disbelief, someone let out a curse. Most incredulous of all was Nangong Liuli, who thought, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." He had not even scrutinized the contents of the manual, nor taken the time to comprehend it. How could he have possibly succeeded in manifesting the second? Before she could utter the final word, she found herself at a loss for words. For another vortex of spiritual energy had materialized in Yi Chun's palm. At this moment, the crowd was genuinely dumbfounded. Yet, the shock did not end there. The spiritual energy continued to surge, and moments later, the third and fourth vortices appeared in succession. By the time the fifth vortex emerged, the hearts of the onlookers began to falter. The fifth vortex? No, this cannot be real. How could he manifest the fifth layer? While most present were simply astonished, the members of the Nangong family were incensed, particularly Nangong Liuli, who was on the verge of exploding with frustration. She had stubbornly believed that Yi Chun's comprehension was inferior to hers, and given that he had not properly examined the manual nor invested time in understanding it, it should have been impossible for him to demonstrate the Shattered Mountain Palm. Yet the reality was that Yi Chun not only succeeded, but had also manifested the fifth layer. How could she reconcile this in her mind? However, what was even more unbearable was yet to come. The spiritual energy surged forth, and astonishingly, another vortex appeared in Yi Chun's palm. Now, the crowd was completely astounded. The sixth layer of the Shattered Mountain Palm. Such a feat had already surpassed Nangong Liuli, for she could only manifest up to the fifth layer, and now, with 6 vortices of spiritual energy coalescing in Yi Chun's palm, it was clear that he had grasped the sixth layer. The mastery of combat techniques is a gradual process. The second layer generally builds upon the first. If one cannot comprehend the first layer, it is impossible to skip it and grasp the second. Thus, the higher the layer manifested, the greater the comprehension demonstrated. As Yi Chun gathered 6 vortices in his palm, the superiority was unmistakably evident. How could I, in my area of expertise, be outdone by him? Nangong Liuli murmured, tears brimming in her eyes. At this moment, the grievances within her surged forth like a deluge, impossible to suppress any longer. Her innate talent and accomplishments in martial arts were her most cherished assets. It was precisely for this reason that, despite knowing Yi Chen's extraordinary gifts in other realms, she was unwilling to concede defeat. Little did she expect that in her area of expertise, she would fall short of Yi Chun. No matter how resolute her spirit, it had now utterly shattered. However, the martial technique Yi Chun was executing did not waver in the face of her despair. Moments later, the 7th and 8th vortices of spiritual energy continued to manifest. The cacophony had ceased, as everyone present stood utterly astonished. Merely flipping through the combat technique manual without taking time to comprehend it, and yet managing to unleash the 8th tier, was that not terrifying? For even the elders of the Nangong family, who had practiced for decades, had only attained the 7th tier at most. With a resounding boom, amidst countless disbelieving gazes, the 8 vortices of spiritual energy in Yi Chen's palm suddenly transformed into a colossal illusory hand, measuring nearly 2 meters across. It radiated a golden brilliance as though cast from gold, its weight suggesting it could annihilate anything in its path. My heavens, is this the pinnacle? It is the 9th tier of the shattered mountain palm. Legends say that only upon reaching the 9th tier does the vortex of spiritual energy morph into a semi-transparent golden giant hand. How could he have comprehended the entire shattered mountain palm? This is unfathomable. The few elder judges were so astonished that their voices trembled. No one understood the shattered mountain palm better than they did. Even the elder with the longest training had only reached the 7th tier. Yet now, an outsider branded a waste had elevated their family's shattered mountain palm to its utmost peak. How could they bear it? Shattered mountain palm. Boom. With a single strike, the stone before him erupted, scattering into countless fragments and powder. Moreover, the ground below caved in significantly, forming a massive palm imprint 2 meters wide, with cracks radiating outward. A sight to behold. The entire training arena fell into a deathly silence. Many felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, the reality beyond comprehension. Especially the members of the Nangong family. After a brief silence, one of them suddenly roared, "This is cheating, this is deceit. I refuse to accept this." Upon hearing this, the other members of the Nangong family gradually awakened to the reality. Yes, this was undoubtedly cheating. No matter how high one's aptitude, it was impossible to master the shattered mountain palm's final tier in an instant. He must have practiced it before. Who was the true cheat? The answer had become painfully clear. Our young lady indeed comprehended the technique on sight, but some had resorted to underhanded means. Now I finally understand why he was so brazen earlier. He must have already perfected the shattered mountain palm. Not only the members of the Nangong family, but even the higher-ups from various factions cast skeptical glances at Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chen's level of comprehension is truly astonishing, transcending the bounds of what anyone can accept, making it difficult for anyone to believe. While others harbor such doubts, Nangong Liuli's suspicion is even more pronounced. "Have you practiced the shattered mountain palm before?" she inquired. To accuse without evidence is a flimsy tactic. Yi Chun replied, "Isn't this shattered mountain palm a technique originating from your Nangong family? This is my first visit to your family, and I have never engaged with any of your martial arts or techniques. Where could I have practiced it beforehand?" The situation was inherently suspicious, and no matter how eloquently you argue, you cannot absolve yourself of suspicion. Nangong Liuli retorted coldly. Moreover, our two families maintained close ties over a decade ago, with numerous exchanges in martial arts. Perhaps your Long family has already pilfered a copy of the shattered mountain palm. Very well, if this is your stance. I have nothing further to say. Yi Chun chose not to argue but suggested, "How about this? We could engage in another way. Or you could showcase your most proficient technique, and we can compete again." "You are insulting me," Nangong Liuli exclaimed in indignation. To challenge her with her most adept technique would render any potential victory dishonorable. "What exactly do you want?" Yi Chun, feeling somewhat irritated, retorted. The rules of the competition were set by you, and the techniques were presented by your Nangong family. If I win, you accuse me of cheating. Now that I ask you to use your most proficient technique, you claim I am insulting you. Ultimately, are you not simply seeking to force my surrender? I certainly do not mean that. Nangong Liuli appeared somewhat flustered. At that moment, a melodious voice emerged from the crowd. I have a proposal that is absolutely fair and just. Chapter 39, A Fairer Contest. Oh, Miss Ran, what is your esteemed opinion? The crowd turned their gazes toward her. Yi Chun, too, felt a stir of interest. The speaker was an extraordinarily enchanting woman. He recognized her from a previous encounter at the workshop of the renowned craftsman Wang Dazue. Her name was Ran Shengyun. Surely, many present were familiar with this martial technique. As she spoke, Ran Shengyun retrieved a tome from her spatial bracelet. The gathering and scattering of sands? It was indeed this master-level martial skill. This technique had been innovated by a remarkable individual not long ago. It was not only comprehensive, but also possessed formidable power. Just a month prior, it had been auctioned off at a high price, secured by the Ran family, and to his surprise, it now rested in the hands of Miss Ran. Many in attendance immediately recognized the martial skill in her possession. Even Nangong Liuli remarked, "You intend to use this martial skill manual for our contest?" Indeed, Ran Xingyan nodded. This manual, created by that esteemed individual recently, has likely not been practiced by either you, dear sister, or young Master Long. I trust everyone here can agree on that. She surveyed the assembly. I can indeed vouch for that. It was true. The gathering and scattering of sands was indeed a novel technique crafted by that extraordinary figure. And apart from the Ran family, it was unlikely anyone else had trained in it. If Miss Ran is willing to present it for a contest between young Master Long and Miss Nangong, its fairness should be beyond reproach. The crowd nodded in agreement. Does young Master Long have any objections? Ran Xingyun inquired of Yi Chun. I certainly have no objections, but Yi Chun replied with a hint of implication. I fear that if I were to emerge victorious, there would be those who would concoct all manner of peculiar excuses and justifications. Rest assured, should you prevail over me this time, I shall not utter a single word of dissent, Nangong Liuli declared earnestly. Since neither of you has any reservations, let us commence. Ran Xingyun placed the manual upon the table before them. Thank you, Sister Chengyun, for your generosity. Regardless of the outcome, I, Nangong Liuli, shall gratefully accept this gesture. Nangong Liuli expressed her appreciation. The higher the level of martial skill, the less likely it is to be made available to outsiders. The gathering and scattering of sands, a master-level technique, was not only impressively comprehensive but also immensely powerful. The Ran family had expended a substantial sum to procure it from the auction. At this moment, Ran Xingyun's willingness to present it as a tool for their contest showcased her magnanimity. I merely wish to witness a fair conclusion. Ran Xingyun smiled. In that case, you may proceed first. Yi Chun gestured invitingly. Without hesitation, Nangong Liuli seized the manual from the table and began to study it intently. The content of this martial skill manual was not extensive. Even though she scrutinized it meticulously, she required only a quarter of an hour. Now it is your turn. As she spoke, Nangong Liuli tossed the manual to Yi Chun. Yi Chun casually caught the book, swiftly leafing through its pages with a rustle. Before closing it and handing it over to Ran Shengyun, he perused from the first page to the last in the blink of an eye. Is that all it takes? Ran Shengyun found it hard to believe her own eyes. Perhaps the previous display of the shattered mountain palm was forgivable, as Yi Chun might have genuinely practiced it, seizing the opportunity to show off in front of everyone. However, this book, Gathering and Scattering Sands, was a martial technique recently created by a master. Aside from a select few in the Ran family, no one else had seen it. For Yi Chun to merely flip through it randomly and expect to comprehend its essence? Surely he was overestimating himself. That is sufficient. Yi Chun nodded earnestly, then turned to Nangong Liuli, inquiring, how much time do you require? Certainly 1 hour. Nangong Liuli replied after a moment of contemplation. Very well, I shall wait for you. Yi Chun returned to the chair, lazily sinking into it. By the way, I'll take a brief rest. Call me when you're ready. With that, he closed his eyes and slipped into a state of slumber. Still pretending. I wonder how long he can keep this up. Nangong Liuli ground her teeth in frustration. However, fearing unforeseen circumstances, she refrained from saying more, settling into a meditative posture. Quickly entering a state of concentration, She needed to seize the moment to maximize her understanding. As for Yi Chun, if he continued to feign comprehension as before, he would not only fail to create another miracle, but would also become the laughingstock of all. After all, how could one comprehend without thoroughly studying the content? Nangong Liuli was not the only one with such thoughts. Others directed scornful glances at Yi Chun. Do not show off, or you shall invite disaster. Let him revel in his pretense. When the time comes to validate his results, let us see how he extricates himself from this predicament. I can almost envision him blushing in embarrassment before Nangong Liuli. Well, it is just 1 hour. Let us wait and see. Time passed swiftly. An hour later, time is up, the presiding elder announced, bringing an end to Nangong Liuli's meditation. Is the time truly up? Nangong Liuli opened her eyes, her delicate brows furrowing, likely unsatisfied with her recent insights. However, upon noticing Yi Chun still sound asleep, her spirits lifted. Go wake young Master Long. Yes, miss. A servant from the Nangong family acknowledged and promptly approached Yi Chun. Yet before he could reach him, Long Hao, standing beside Yi Chun, awakened him first. Young master, wake up, the time has come. Has an hour already passed? Yi Chun stretched, rising from his chair and striding towards the center of the training ground. What have you comprehended? Nangong Liuli inquired, a hint of playful derision gracing her lips. I have already grasped everything. I was merely waiting for you. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Comprehended everything? Nangong Liuli blinked, and then couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. I shall see how you have comprehended this. Without waiting for Yi Chun to respond, she turned her gaze towards the elder referee, asking, May we begin? Certainly, replied one of the elder referees. You may showcase your results first. Yes. Nangong Liuli affirmed and strode confidently to the center of the arena, her hands moving gracefully as she began to dance. As if under the influence of a mysterious force, the grains of sand on the ground were lifted, swirling and changing shape in harmony with Nangong Liuli's movements, creating a breathtaking spectacle. When the sand had gathered in sufficient quantity, she waved her hands. With a sharp whoosh, all the grains of sand surged forward, targeting a thick wooden board, their numbers resembling a torrential downpour. The sound of a cacophony ensued as the wooden board, half a foot thick, was instantly riddled with countless holes from the assault of the sand. Impressive indeed. What Miss Nangong just demonstrated was the art of gathering and dispelling sand. Although still somewhat unrefined, achieving such a level of understanding in just 1 hour is already remarkable. Not merely remarkable, but utterly astonishing. Among the direct descendants of the Rand family who have practiced gathering and dispelling sand, the one with the highest aptitude took an entire month to barely reach the level Nangong Liuli has attained at this moment. Her exceptional comprehension is indeed beyond reach. It is no wonder she is universally recognized as the foremost figure of the younger generation. Chapter 40. Beyond limits. The crowd erupted in praise for the achievements displayed by Nangong Liuli. Yet, simultaneously, many eyes turned toward Yi Chun. Young Master Long, it seems your moment has arrived. We hope your earlier arrogance can be matched by the results you present. We are all eagerly awaiting the display of your prowess. Their words dripped with sarcasm. Nangong Liuli, with a triumphant smile, gestured elegantly for Yi Chun to proceed. Long Hao, the stage is yours. Very well, Yi Chun replied, striding boldly into the arena. Even now, he appeared to be putting on a faade. The type of pretentiousness I loathe the most is embodied in such theatrics. I cannot fathom how he will conclude this display. No one believed that Yi Chun could execute the techniques. Every movement and expression of his would invite a flurry of criticism and scrutiny. Though he heard their remarks, he remained unfazed. Upon reaching the center of the arena, he raised both hands and began to execute the movements as chronicled in the ancient texts, alternating between gentle and fierce motions. The ground beneath him trembled as the grains of sand, seemingly compelled by an unseen force, rose in plumes, swirling in the surrounding void. The speed was astonishing. In mere moments, the ascending sands enveloped Yi Chun, obstructing the view of all present. How is this possible? How did he achieve this? They recalled that he had not observed the technique closely and had not taken the time to comprehend it. How could he manifest the gathering and dispersing sands to such a degree? The astonishment among the crowd reached its zenith. Particularly struck was Ran Xingyun, who understood the intricacies of the gathering and dispersing sands. The technique was categorized into 5 distinct levels. The first level, sand attraction. The second, flowing sand; the third, sand in motion; the fourth, whirling sandstorm; and the fifth, raining sand from the skies. Just moments ago, Nangong Lioli had only managed to execute the third level, sand in motion. Yet now, Yi Chun was clearly demonstrating the fourth level, whirling sandstorm. The disparity between their abilities was striking. How had Yi Chun accomplished this? He had barely glanced at the sacred texts, and yet he had reached the fourth level of mastery. However, what left her even more incredulous followed. As Yi Chun continued to wave his hands, an increasing volume of sand lifted from the ground, causing it to crack and fracture, transforming into a swirling tempest that gathered above his head, forming a dense cloud of sand. The scene was apocalyptic, with the skies darkened and the air filled with chaos. Is this truly the fifth level, raining sand from the skies? No, it cannot be real. He had merely cast a fleeting glance. How could he elevate the gathering and dispersing sands to its utmost pinnacle? The most astonished of all were Ran Xingyun and her father. No, the power of the fifth level is not this terrifying. The voice of the head of the Ran family, Ran Wanyun, trembled with disbelief. Ran Xingyun was equally agitated, his words tumbling over each other in confusion. The fifth level of the sand flow technique, as described in the ancient manuscript, could at most gather a sandstorm spanning 10 meters in radius. Yet, the sandstorm hovering above the head of the dragon young master was an astonishing 30 meters wide, far surpassing the pinnacle of the technique. How could this be? Am I seeing things? Meanwhile, Nangong Lioli's complexion was as pale as parchment, her delicate form shaking violently. No, this is impossible. It is absolutely inconceivable. Repeating the same phrase in a daze, she staggered backward, her expression one of despair, as if she were on the brink of tears. Having comprehended the third level of the sand flow technique within just an hour, she had believed victory was assured. Little did she expect that Yi Chun, who had not even scrutinized the manuscript nor devoted any time to understanding it, had elevated the technique to an unprecedented height, surpassing even the highest realm described in the text. Is this dragon how truly a prodigy? To prevent widespread destruction due to its overwhelming power, I shall refrain from targeting a specific opponent. As the crowd stood agape, Yi Chun's calm voice resonated. With a casual wave of his hand, a deluge of sand and gravel cascaded from the heavens like a torrential downpour, crashing down upon the onlookers, eliciting cries of anguish. When the last of the debris settled, the entire arena of the Nangong family was blanketed in a thick layer of sand. How is this? Yi Chun surveyed his surroundings. Yet, not a single soul uttered a word. Everyone appeared as if bewitched, their gazes vacant and their expressions frozen. It was not until this moment that they began to recover from the shock of the earlier spectacle. Surely, you do not intend to play tricks now? Noticing the silence, Yi Chun furrowed his brow and inquired once more. The first to regain their composure was a member of the Nangong family, who immediately clapped his hands in excitement. However, halfway through, he seemed to realize something and hastily ceased his applause, his tone wavering as he remarked, "The scene is indeed grand, but it is merely superficial." As his words fell, the other stunned individuals gradually awakened from their stupor. Yet, aside from exchanging blank stares, no one dared to voice their opinions. At that moment, words could scarcely convey the depth of their astonishment. Esteemed judges and elders, having now demonstrated our abilities, it is time for you to declare the victor. Yi Chun's voice rang out once more across the arena. On the high platform, several judges exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. Wasn't the outcome glaringly obvious? Why inquire further? Moreover, as elders of the Nangong family, it was an uncomfortable truth for them to declare that Nangong Lioli had lost. Lioli, perhaps. It would be best to conclude your trial against Dragon Hao here, suggested Nangong Xian, head of the Nangong family, as he approached Nangong Lioli, his face etched with helplessness and bitterness. At this juncture, if one does not cease, the plight of his daughter, Nangong Lioli, and their entire Nangong family will only worsen. An elder from the Nangong family beside him earnestly advised, "Lioli, after the previous trials, the capabilities of young Master Long have become evident to all. If this continues, it is likely that your situation will become even more precarious." Nangong Lioli's delicate frame quivered, her fair complexion shifting from pale to flushed. After a moment, she suddenly waved her sleeve defiantly and gritted her teeth, declaring, "No, there is still one final trial. I cannot concede defeat yet." "Lioli, what exactly do you intend to do?" Nangong Xian felt a surge of despair. Yi Chen's abilities have garnered universal recognition, surpassing everyone's expectations. Persisting in her defiance would only lead to her own humiliation. Yet, until the final moment, his daughter would never resign herself to defeat. Filled with resentment, Nangong Liuli's expression was resolute. I acknowledge that Long Hao possesses exceptional talent and cultivation, but high talent does not necessarily equate to superior mastery. The upcoming trial is a competition in the arena. My cultivation level is already at the first stage of the spirit realm, and he cannot possibly contend with me. Chapter 41. Arrogance in the heavens. However, before Nangong Xian could articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by Nangong Liuli. Father, I have made my decision. Please do not obstruct me. Without allowing Nangong Xian another word, she fixed her piercing gaze upon Yi Chen. There is no need for the elder referee to announce it. I concede this match. Oh, have you finally surrendered? Yi Chen replied with a satisfied smile. Do not rejoice too early. There remains one final trial. Are you referring to the arena duel? Yi Chen inquired. He had already heard about the challenges of the day, and the climactic trial was indeed the arena contest. Precisely. Nangong Liuli nodded firmly. Dare you to ascend the arena and face me in a fair contest? What is there to fear? Yi Chen shrugged. Very well. I shall await you on the arena. With a decisive leap, Nangong Liuli propelled herself into the air, soaring to the arena that stood 5 meters high. Upon landing, she did so with poise and strength, exuding an elegance that was truly captivating. So, the final trial is an arena duel? One cannot help but wonder if young Master Long can create another miracle this time. It is said that Nangong Liuli recently broke through the barriers of her master level and officially entered the spirit level. Such prowess is unattainable not only for the younger generation, but even for many seasoned warriors of the older generation. Moreover, the combat techniques she has mastered are exceptionally powerful. Even against opponents of the same level, she can easily overpower them. Although young Master Long possesses remarkable talent, the true measure will ultimately be revealed in the arena. Otherwise, why would it be said that among countless professions, warriors reign supreme? Before Yi Chen could step onto the arena, concern began to ripple through the crowd. After enduring so many trials, no one doubted Yi Chen's abilities anymore. However, just as he was about to ascend the arena, an extremely discordant voice suddenly resonated from the entrance of the martial arena. Whoever dares to lay a hand on Sister Nangong shall contend with me. Peng Jianan. At this declaration, countless gazes were immediately drawn towards the speaker. Who is this person? Do you not recognize his attire? It is the unique garb of the disciples of the mysterious sect. Indeed, a disciple of the mysterious sect, he must be quite formidable. As the crowd discerned the newcomer, they hastily parted to create a passage for the young man. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is this the senior brother of Nangong Liuli? Long before arriving in Shenyang City, he had heard tales of the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, Nangong Liuli, who, due to her exceptional innate talent, was taken under the wing of a mentor from the mysterious sect a few years prior. The mysterious sect is the most prestigious cultivation sect within 1,000 miles, filled with talent and brimming with powerful figures. Any warrior would consider it an honor to be accepted into the mysterious sect. The Nangong family has become a force to be reckoned with precisely because of the genius that is Nangong Liuli. After all, offending the Nangong family would mean incurring the wrath of their formidable eldest daughter. As a disciple of the mysterious sect, Nangong Liuli naturally enjoys the formidable backing of her entire clan. Anyone daring to provoke the Nangong family must tread carefully. Brother Peng, what brings you here? On the arena, Nangong Liuli appeared somewhat agitated. I happened to be passing through Shenyang City and heard that my junior sister Nangong was testing her fiancé. So I came to take a look. Peng Jinan, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode with an air of arrogance, his expression exuding supreme confidence. As he approached, he did not cast a glance aside, as though the esteemed figures from surrounding factions were mere ants in his eyes. Despite his haughty demeanor, the crowd dared not show any dissent. Instead, they parted for him, wearing smiles of flattery and ingratiation. Even an ordinary disciple of the mysterious sect is not someone the local powers in Shenyang City would dare to offend lightly. Junior Sister Nangong, I was unaware that you had a fiancé. Upon reaching the arena's base, Peng Jinan inquired with a hint of displeasure. Nangong Liuli cast a subtle glance at Yi Chen, furrowing her brow as she replied, Brother Peng, your presence at the Nangong family is an honor for me, and for the entire clan, but this matter is personal. I would appreciate it if you refrained from intervening. Your personal matter? Peng Jinan flicked his sleeve and scoffed. Junior sister, have you forgotten that you are the one favored by Brother Shimen Xiao? In this world, aside from Brother Shimen, anyone who dares to cast their gaze upon you is committing an unforgivable sacrilege. Brother Peng, do not speak nonsense. Nangong Liuli's complexion changed instantly, a mix of shame and anger coloring her features. Whether Brother Shimen has an interest in me is his concern. I have never claimed to wish to become his partner. What a joke. She was already betrothed, and should anyone misconstrue her actions within the mysterious sect as indiscriminate, her pristine reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, despite her explanations, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? So it turns out Nangong Liuli has another man in the mysterious sect? Isn't she the fiancée of the dragon young master? The betrothal hasn't even been annulled. How could she engage in such duplicity? How could a woman be so brazenly shameless? While the onlookers were shocked, the true Dragon Hao's eyes blazed with fury. Though he had never entertained the thought of passing the Nangong family's test and marrying Nangong Liuli, the betrothal still existed. The fact that she was mingling with another man was a blatant affront to him. As a man, who could endure such humiliation? Only Yi Chun, amidst the astonishment, felt a sense of schadenfreude. After all, he was merely an impostor, not the true heir of the dragon family. Nangong Liuli's entanglement with Long Hao had no bearing on him. Junior sister Nangong, it is you who should be cautious with your words. Peng Jinan not only refused to relent, but coldly threatened. Brother Shimen Xiao is the foremost figure in our mysterious sect's outer circle, with countless women vying for his affection. That he has chosen you is indeed a privilege. I hope you cherish it and do not jeopardize your bright future for the sake of some nameless individuals. Moreover, as if recalling something, Peng Jinan added, since I am here today, I shall take it upon myself to oversee matters concerning your fiancé. I shall not permit anyone to interfere with the woman favored by senior brother Shimen Xiao. Peng Jinan, you are being utterly unreasonable, Nangong Liuli exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Upon first encountering Peng Jinan, she had felt a surge of excitement, believing that having a fellow disciple from the Misty sect present would bolster her confidence. Little did she anticipate that he would arrive and speak so brazenly, causing the last remnants of her dignity to evaporate in an instant. Unreasonable? Peng Jinan shook his head. I am merely stating the truth. Senior brother Shimen has treated me with kindness, and as long as I am here, I shall ensure that no one tarnishes his reputation. You claim to defend Shimen Xiao's honor, but have you considered my predicament? Nangong Liuli retorted, her frustration palpable. As a woman, my virtue is of utmost importance. With a single utterance from you, my reputation lies in ruins. How am I to face others in the future? That is of no concern to me. Peng Jinan waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, Sister Nangong should solely focus on senior brother Shimen. The opinions of insignificant individuals should not weigh upon your thoughts. Chapter 42. Utterly defeated Peng Jinan. You are truly overstepping your bounds. Nangong Liuli was utterly incensed, discarding even the title of senior brother as she leaped from the platform, striking towards Peng Jinan with a swift palm. Humph, do you still wish to lay a hand on me? Peng Jinan shook his head, addressing her, Nangong junior sister. Your confusion is profound, and you have greatly disappointed your senior brother. As he spoke, he countered with a palm of his own. Bang! The two palms collided, unleashing a torrent of force that sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Peng Jinan remained firmly planted, his legs slightly sinking into the ground. In stark contrast, the descending Nangong Liuli was repelled, landing with a stagger and retreating several paces, her breath quickening and her complexion paling. In this exchange, the victor was already clear. Nangong junior sister, though your innate talent for cultivation is commendable, your current abilities fall short of mine. Engaging me would only result in your own humiliation, Peng Jinan proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, a look of arrogance upon his face. Come again, Nangong Liuli shouted fiercely, reaching into her spatial bracelet. A flicker of ethereal light erupting as a finely crafted long sword manifested in her grasp. Oh, are you truly prepared to fight? Peng Jinan scoffed, similarly retrieving a long spear from his wrist. Buzz! The ethereal glow revealed a spear of chilling brilliance, a weapon that could instill fear into the hearts of many. This spear, known as Soul Caesar, was an exquisite weapon. After drawing the spear, Peng Jianan took a moment to bask in his own pride, announcing its quality. A superior grade weapon. It appears that this disciple of the Misty sect is not to be trifled with. No one in the entirety of Sheiyang City possesses such a weapon. It is no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. The crowd erupted in fervor. Yet among them, only Wang Dachui, the foremost blacksmith of Sheiyang City, exhibited not a hint of excitement, instead wearing a look of disdain, for what was there to boast about with merely a superior grade weapon? Just yesterday, under the tutelage of young Master Long, I forged a treasure-grade weapon. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the battleground became charged with tension. Peng Jianan, you have insulted me far too much. Today, I, Nangong Lioli, shall wash away the humiliation I have endured with your blood, she declared with a fierce undertone, charging forward with her sword, undeterred by the prospect of facing Peng Jianan. You overestimate yourself. Peng Jianan retorted coldly, brandishing his spear to meet her assault. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons clashed, sending waves of energy rippling outward, stirring up sand and debris in a tumultuous dance. It must be noted that both Nangong Lioli and Peng Jianan were formidable opponents. Within moments of their engagement, the ground beneath them was left riddled with craters from the residual shockwaves. Clang! A thunderous metallic sound echoed as Peng Jianan swept his spear horizontally, instantly propelling Nangong Lioli away. Managing to stabilize herself several meters away, Nangong Lioli coughed up a mouthful of blood. Nangong Junior sister, you are no match for me. Holding a long spear, Peng Jianan pointed its tip menacingly at Nangong Lioli, warning, if you continue, you shall only suffer greater harm. Undeterred, Nangong Lioli wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, positioning her longsword before her chest. With deliberate movements, her fingers glided over the blade, murmuring softly, the sword is lonelier than fireworks. Clang, clang, clang. As her fingers danced across the sword, it emitted a resonant hum that stirred the soul. In an instant, she leaped into the air, soaring several meters high. Harnessing her momentum, she thrust her sword towards Peng Jianan with ferocity. Swoosh! As the long sword was unleashed, a piercing beam of sword light erupted from its tip. The phrase "the sword is lonelier than fireworks" encapsulated her ultimate combat technique. The released sword light was not only razor-sharp, but also swift as lightning. Once unleashed, it was nearly impossible to evade unless one could meet it head-on. Even a martial artist of comparable skill would find it challenging to counter such a fierce strike. With a flourish, Peng Jianan sensed the impending threat and thrust his spear forward to intercept the incoming sword light. Clang! The two forces collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. The ground where they clashed buckled dramatically, sending waves of earth cascading in all directions. Yet Peng Jianan remained steadfast, his feet unmoving, while Nangong Lioli was forcefully propelled back, spitting a mouthful of blood skyward. Thud, thud. After landing, she staggered backward several steps before barely regaining her balance. However, she now appeared on the brink of collapse, her complexion pale and devoid of color. Sister Nangong, the disparity in our strengths is not trivial. I have reached the third tier of the spirit level, while you have only just entered the first tier. With such a vast difference, even if you exert every ounce of your strength, you cannot hope to match me. Peng Jianan, wielding his spear with an air of dominance, declared, had I not shown you mercy just now, you would already be a soul beneath my weapon. Nangong Lioli attempted to retort, but the stark reality of their power imbalance stifled her protest. Under normal circumstances, battling even one tier above was already a formidable challenge. With her cultivation 2 tiers below Peng Jianan, no matter how much resentment she felt, she could not alter her fate. Enough of this. I have no desire to elaborate further. I urge you, Sister Nangong, to act wisely. Peng Jianan's demeanor was commanding and imperious, as if he was delivering a verdict to Nangong Lioli, allowing her no opportunity for rebuttal. In truth, within the realm where power reigned supreme, she found herself powerless to contest his words. By the way, who is your fiancé? Might you introduce him to your senior brother? Seemingly recalling something, Peng Jianan cast a curious glance over the assembly of onlookers. What are you truly after, Peng Jianan? Nangong Lioli was flustered and exclaimed, is your previous humiliation not sufficient? Do you wish to implicate others as well? No, your fiancé is not just anyone. He is a blemish in your life and an obstacle to the bond formed between senior brother Shimin and you. I possess ample reason to seek him out for a private conversation. Peng Jinan let out a chilling smile. Simultaneously, his sinister gaze began to scour the crowd. It was over. This time, it was truly the end. In the corner, the real Long Hao turned pale with fear. Nangong Liuli's cultivation had already placed her beyond his reach. Furthermore, the brazen and tyrannical Peng Jinan surpassed even Nangong Liuli in strength. If he were to confront him privately, he would likely not only escape with his life, but could very well end up incapacitated, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Although Yi Chun was currently recognized as the legitimate heir of the Long family, he appeared outwardly calm in the face of the aggressive and immensely powerful Peng Jinan. Yet internally, he was undoubtedly in a state of turmoil. Should he be cornered to a certain extent, it was highly probable that Yi Chun would reveal his true identity. At that point, he would not only have to contend with Peng Jinan's wrath, but also face the frenzied retaliation of the entire Nangong family. Chapter 43. The Wrath of Thunder Peng Jianan. If you have any grievances, let them be directed at me, not my fiancé. Nangong Liuli displayed remarkable fortitude, refusing to yield even after being bested by Peng Jianan. Below the arena, Yi Chun found himself somewhat astonished. Although he found Nangong Liuli's obstinacy and pride rather off-putting, he could not help but admire her unwavering spirit and clarity of affection and disdain. Naturally, knowing that Peng Jianan was in pursuit of him, he refrained from stepping forward. It was not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary entanglements in such a trivial conflict. Furthermore, it was evident that Peng Jianan was a brash individual who relished in displays of strength. To mirror his behavior would only serve to portray himself as foolish. Nangong Jr. Sister, do you believe that your silence will spare you from my inquiry? Peng Jianan chose not to further torment Nangong Liuli, instead shifting his gaze toward the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Xian. Surely, this must be the patriarch of the Nangong clan. Indeed, I am the head of the family. Nangong Xian's countenance darkened significantly under Peng Jianan's scrutiny, his speech faltering. I am quite eager to make the acquaintance of your esteemed son-in-law, and I implore the Nangong patriarch to facilitate this introduction. Peng Jianan's words dripped with authority, suggesting that compliance was not optional for Nangong Xian. In truth, Nangong Xian found himself with little recourse, though he was reluctant to bow to Peng Jianan. A careful weighing of the situation led him to acquiesce. Young Master Long, this matter is not to my liking. I beseech you to understand the difficulties I face. Nangong Xian glanced at Yi Chun, his expression revealing profound discomfort. Rather than allow the Nangong family to suffer, it would be more prudent to present Yi Chun as a scapegoat. After all, they had already made an enemy of him. What harm could there be in further tarnishing their honor by selling out a friend for personal gain? Father, how can you do this? Nangong Liuli was filled with both rage and disappointment. Though she was unwilling to concede to Yi Chun, she also did not wish to drag him into this predicament. To her dismay, while she steadfastly held her ground, her father readily capitulated, casting Yi Chun to the wolves. Liuli, one must recognize that pragmatism breeds wisdom. Moreover, did you not wish to outshine Long Hao and make him pay a price? Nangong Xian admonished, his tone harsh yet tinged with concern. I seek to prove my superiority over him, yet I disdain such despicable tactics. Nangong Liuli was consumed by fury. Enough! Nangong Xian, incensed and humiliated, bellowed at this juncture. Your whims cannot dictate the course of action. Before Nangong Liuli could retort, he once again clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Peng Jianan, saying, Liuli is still naive and unversed in the ways of the world. If she has offended, I hope you will overlook her ignorance. Fear not, Patriarch Nangong. As fellow disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect, I hold no ill will toward Nangong Jr. Sister, Peng Jianan replied with a triumphant smile, his gaze now fixed intently on Yi Chun. And you must be the fiancé of Nangong Jr. Sister? Indeed, Yi Chun nodded in affirmation. He did not wish to engage in a contest of bravado with his opponent, yet this did not imply fear. When avoidance was no longer an option, facing the situation with composure was the only recourse. Excellent. Peng Jianan nodded, asserting, I care not for your identity, nor for how you managed to associate with Sister Nangong. But I trust you have heard how she is regarded within the Miao Miao sect. The woman whom my senior brother Shiman Shao has taken a liking to cannot be touched by someone as insignificant as you. He pointed at Yi Chun, commanding in tone. Immediately kneel and apologize to me, and publicly sever your engagement with the Nangong family. Should your demeanor be sufficiently sincere, perhaps I might spare your life." His posture was undeniably domineering, yet none dared to challenge him. Instead, they cast sympathetic glances at Yi Chun. In the face of the colossal Miao Miao sect, any attempt at resistance was merely a path to self-destruction. However, contrary to the crowd's expectations of Yi Chun trembling in fear and pleading for mercy, he uttered a statement that left everyone astounded. "I had no intention of quarreling with a brute like you, but since you seem so eager for death, I shall oblige." As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards Peng Jianan, exhibiting neither the tension nor anxiety one would expect when faced with imminent peril. Maintaining an air of calm throughout. Was he seeking death? Had he grown weary of life? This was the collective sentiment of the onlookers. Even Nangong Liuli was taken aback. Through 2 days of discreet observation, she had grasped Yi Chen's arrogance, yet she never imagined it would manifest in such a reckless manner. She had already experienced the extent of Peng Jianan's strength, realizing that even she, a first-tier spirit-level cultivator, was utterly powerless against him. Given her understanding of Yi Chun, whose cultivation was at most at the 9th tier of the scholar level, how could he possibly hope to contend with a 3rd-tier master-level Peng Jianan? It was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly deluded. How delightful! After a brief moment of astonishment, Peng Jianan's rage transformed into laughter. "In this humble town of Sheyang, there exists someone even more arrogant than I. What a revelation! Facing imminent doom, and still so much prattle." Yi Chen shook his head. As he quickened his pace, he also swept his hand across his spatial bracelet. Buzz! A ghostly light surged forth, and a weapon materialized in his grasp. It was the crescent blade forged under the guidance of Master Wang de Chue. Its imposing design radiated brilliance, and the blade shimmered with flowing circles of light, emitting a metallic roar that seemed capable of shattering the hearts of those in its vicinity. It glows. Has this crescent blade reached the legendary status of a rare treasure? Indeed, it was a weapon of exceptional quality. Only such weapons could emit light upon their surface. The rumors from yesterday were true. The young master of the Dragon Clan truly guided Master Wang in crafting a weapon of unparalleled quality. As the crowd beheld Yi Chen's weapon, envy and admiration filled their hearts. Most pleased of all was undoubtedly Wang de Chue. "Behold, this exquisite Yenyue knife, crafted by none other than this humble blacksmith." He proudly introduced it to those around him, stating that while my ability to forge this weapon was greatly aided by the guidance of the young Dragon Lord, it was indeed my own hands that shaped it, strike by strike. Across from him, Peng Jianan could not help but express surprise at the possession of such a rare weapon. "It seems you are quite remarkable, young man." Nevertheless, despite his astonishment, as he observed Yi Chen swiftly approaching, a chilling smirk crept across his lips. "The weapon is impressive, but you should never have revealed it before me. For once I eliminate you, this weapon shall become my trophy." With a derisive laugh, he brandished his soul-snatching spear and advanced. "Long Hao, do not act rashly." On the other side, Nangong Liuli shouted. Fully aware that Yi Chen stood no chance against Peng Jianan, she could not bear to watch him walk to his demise. Yet, before she could intervene, Yi Chen had already closed the distance to Peng Jianan. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the first stance of Thunder Slash, Wrath of the Thunder. With a powerful push from his feet against the ground, he leapt high into the air. As his body descended, he gripped the knife firmly, aiming the blade downwards towards the oncoming Peng Jianan. Chapter 44. Turning the Tables. What? This? Peng Jianan gasped, his previously menacing grin transforming into sheer terror. The incoming wave of blade energy instilled within him a profound sense of unease. Such a feeling could arise from only one possibility. Yi Chen's assault had escalated to a life-threatening level. In an instant, as he raised his spear, Yi Chen's crescent blade struck with unrelenting ferocity. The blade's momentum surged like a wild torrent, utterly unstoppable. Clang! The spear, which first met the blade's edge, was instantly cleaved in twain, shattered into 2 pieces. Without pause, the blade continued its relentless descent, cleaving from Peng Jianan's head to his feet, ultimately embedding itself into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth buckled, and clouds of dust erupted. Peng Jianan's movements and expression froze in place. The spectators, who had previously been anxious for Yi Chen, now stood in stunned silence, struck dumb by the unfolding scene. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Splatter! The sound of blood erupting pierced the air. Under the gaze of countless horrified onlookers, a line of blood shot forth from within Peng Jianan's body. Moments later, his form split in two, collapsing to the sides. Thud, thud, though the sound of his body hitting the ground was not loud to the ears of the crowd. It resounded like thunderclaps. With a single stroke, Yi Chun had dispatched an opponent whom even Nangong Liuli could not match, effortlessly and decisively. This outcome utterly shattered everyone's understanding. With such prowess, did he dare to demand my submission and apology? Truly reckless. Yi Chun scoffed, sheathing his blade, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. The reasons behind his swift execution of the third-tier spiritual master, Peng Jianan, were threefold. First, upon returning from the Tsuhua building the previous evening, he had consumed the spirit-seeking pill, one from Shi Shiyang. This pill served as the optimal elixir for transitioning from master level to spiritual level. After ingestion, he had successfully ascended from 9th-tier master to 1st-tier spiritual. Second, he had acquired the battle technique Thunderstrike from the Mingzhu auction house. Although it was a fragmented technique, under the repair of the Enlightenment system, it had achieved perfection, far surpassing numerous master-level techniques in power. Third, he possessed a distinct advantage in weaponry. His weapon had reached the rare quality tier, while Peng Jianan's spear was merely of good quality, rendering Yi Chun's weapon decidedly superior. With these advantages compounding, even with a 2-tier disadvantage in cultivation, he was able to triumph over the stronger opponent, striking down Peng Jianan with overwhelming force. After an indeterminate amount of time, the crowd gradually regained their senses. Yet, they collectively chose silence. Each individual's expression was a complex tapestry of shock, astonishment, regret, and disbelief. At this juncture, even the most obtuse among them should have come to a realization. In the esteemed realm of Qingye City, the young Master Long Hao of the Long family is far from being an ineffectual individual. Rather, he is an all-encompassing genius. His talents in the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as his exceptional skills in alchemy and forging, are unparalleled. Even in martial prowess, which is widely revered, he surpasses all, eclipsing even the foremost contender of the younger generation, Nangong Liuli. Naturally, such brilliance invokes a spectrum of emotions. Figures such as Mei Shuesong, the president of the Alchemist Association, Wang Dachui, the foremost blacksmith of Sheiyang City, and the esteemed young lady of the Ran family, Ran Qingyun, who have never held animosity towards Yi Chun, are currently ablaze with excitement. Conversely, the members of the Nangong family are engulfed in anxiety, embarrassment, and regret. Particularly, Nangong Xian and Nangong Liuli wish fervently to vanish from sight. As for the various dignitaries who were invited by the Nangong family to witness the spectacle, they are now preoccupied with their own thoughts. The Nangong family's insistence that the young Master Long accept their trial was merely a pretext for annulling the engagement, was it not? Initially, I had anticipated witnessing his downfall, yet now I find myself fervently wishing for a rift between the Nangong family and the young Master Long. I share this sentiment, for should the engagement between the young Master Long and Nangong Liuli be dissolved, my daughter's prospects will flourish. A prodigy of the young Master Long's caliber will attract suitors from every corner, even if a marriage alliance is unattainable. Establishing a cordial relationship with him would be immensely beneficial for any family. Regardless, I shall endeavor to ensure the dissolution of this engagement, bringing them to an unsatisfactory conclusion. While others engaged in hushed conversations, Yi Chun turned his gaze once more to Nangong Liuli, inquiring whether their contest should continue. A tremor coursed through her delicate frame, and her fair visage drained of color. At this juncture, was there even a point in continuing? She had exerted herself to the utmost, yet could not best Peng Jianan. However, before Yi Chun, Peng Jianan had exhibited no resistance and was effortlessly cleaved in two. Though they had yet to formally engage, the disparity in strength was starkly apparent. I, she stammered, attempting to articulate her thoughts. Yet, as she began to speak, her voice faltered, overwhelmed by emotion, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Unable to bear the weight of Yi Chun's penetrating gaze any longer, she abruptly turned away, hands covering her face, and stumbled off into the distance. Liuli, Nangong Xian called out, yet ultimately refrained from compelling her return. At this point, even if he were to force her back, it would merely subject her to further ridicule without remedying the situation. His silence might have sufficed, but as he spoke, he inadvertently drew Yi Chen's attention. Nangong family head, Yi Chen remarked, casting his gaze in that direction, his tone laced with implication. Might I inquire if there are any further trials? And no, there are none. Nangong Xian stammered, grimacing as he spoke. Then does that imply I have successfully passed the trial? Yi Chen continued his inquiry. Of course. Nangong Xian hastily nodded, forcing a most unsightly smile. Our esteemed nephew possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled ability, having triumphed in all trials with exceptional results. Upon hearing these words, the upper echelons of various factions cast disdainful glances in response. How shameless could the Nangong family be? Had they not, just moments ago, proclaimed that their opponent was a debauched wastrel? I recall that he had previously addressed the young Master Long by name, and now he dares to refer to him as the world's nephew. Moreover, just moments ago, while Peng Jinan was flaunting his might, he had unhesitatingly cast young Master Long aside. Now he brazenly seeks to ingratiate himself with him. What audacity! Not only the leaders of various factions, but also others from the Nangong family wore expressions of embarrassment, wishing to flee the scene to avoid further humiliation. Yet, while they derided Nangong Xian, their thoughts were occupied with a more pressing concern, the fate of the engagement between Long Hao and Nangong Liuli. The Nangong family had previously declared that should Yi Chun fail the trial, they would unilaterally annul the engagement. Now that Yi Chun has successfully passed the trial, the Nangong family certainly could not, and would not, dare to break the engagement. In truth, the initiative has shifted, no longer resting in the hands of the Nangong family. Through this series of trials, Yi Chun has transformed from a passive player into one who now takes the lead. Whether to annul the engagement will be decided by him alone. Chapter 45. An unexpected decision. The influential figures present were eager for Yi Chun to exact vengeance, to repay grievances, and to thoroughly humiliate the Nangong family, culminating in a public declaration of divorce, thereby severing all ties with them. Particularly, the true heir of the Long family, Long Hao, cast numerous suggestive glances towards Yi Chun. His intention was for Yi Chun to impersonate him at the Nangong estate, ostensibly to endure humiliation or even face death, never once contemplating that Yi Chun might actually pass the Nangong family's trial. Now that Yi Chun had successfully navigated the challenge, Long Hao was consumed with excitement, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. With the terrifying abilities Yi Chun had exhibited over the past couple of days, Long Hao recognized that Yi Chun was no longer within his control. Whether Yi Chun chose to unveil his schemes or to retaliate against the Long family, it would spell unimaginable disaster for them. However, Yi Chun remained oblivious to Long Hao's furtive glances. After surveying the crowd, he straightened his chest and declared in a resonant voice, I, Long Hao, the heir of the Long family from Qingye City, come with a sincere heart to accept the trial of the Nangong family. Now that I have successfully passed, I wish to inquire, does my engagement with Nangong Liuli still hold? His words instantly rendered the assembly silent. What did this imply? Did he wish to uphold his engagement with Nangong Liuli, or was there a deeper intention? The members of the Nangong family were particularly bewildered. Having publicly acknowledged Yi Chen's success in the trial, they were more than willing to honor the engagement made years ago. Yet, Yi Chen's statement was ambiguous. If they confirmed its validity, he could seize the opportunity to humiliate them thoroughly, leading to utter disgrace for the family. Nangong family head, may I ask, does my engagement with Nangong Liuli still hold? Yi Chen pressed on, his gaze piercing as he turned towards Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian's face was a canvas of struggle. After a moment of internal conflict, he seemed to arrive at a difficult resolution, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed with firm resolve, of course it holds. And what of Nangong Liuli? Yi Chen inquired further. Although the Nangong family was led by Nangong Xian, it was Nangong Liuli who was betrothed to Long Hao. Should she refuse, even the entire Nangong family's opposition would be in vain. Rest assured, her engagement to you is decreed by the family head. As long as I consent, she has no grounds for objection. Nangong Xian assured fervently. Then it is settled. Our engagement will continue. If the family head has no objections, I shall return to Qingye City to confer with my father and subsequently choose a day to formally propose to the Nangong family. Upon hearing this, the true Long Hao was nearly in tears. The outcome he most desired was for Yi Chun to maintain his faade, to thoroughly humiliate Nangong Liuli, sever ties completely. and then pen a letter of divorce before departing from Shenyang City, ensuring that the truth behind his impersonation would never surface. In that case, he could continue to languish in Qingye City, living off the fruits of others' labor. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Chun unexpectedly agreed to continue the engagement. How could this possibly proceed? He is, after all, the true heir of the Long family. If the engagement were to persist, it could lead to one of two outcomes. The first scenario involves the revelation of Yi Chun impersonating him, which would infuriate the Nangong family and incite a frenzied retaliation against the Long family. The second scenario would involve a sustained charade, where Yi Chun would assume his identity permanently, marrying his fiancée Yi, Nangong Liuli, and bearing children. Meanwhile, he would be compelled to maintain the faade and diligently safeguard Yi Chun's secret. The more he contemplated, the more apprehensive he became. He could no longer afford to hesitate and swiftly leaned toward Yi Chun, lowering his voice to say, "Young master, I have some matters I wish to address with you privately." Yi Chun raised an eyebrow but did not refuse. "Very well," he replied, then turned to Nangong Xian with an apologetic smile. "Uncle, please wait a moment. My servant has something he wishes to discuss with me in private." "Not at all. Not at all. You attend to your matters. We shall wait for you here." Nangong Xian appeared exceedingly pleased. He had anticipated that, after witnessing Yi Chun's remarkable capabilities, the young man would seek revenge against their family. To his surprise, Yi Chun was willing to honor the engagement with his daughter, Nangong Liuli, an unimaginable delight for him. "Now that we are alone, what is it you wish to say?" Yi Chun inquired leisurely, leading Long Hao to a secluded corner. His public acknowledgement of the engagement was not a genuine desire to assume the identity of the Long family's heir and wed Nangong Liuli, but rather a strategic maneuver to compel Long Hao to yield. After all, his sister, Yi Yanran, remained in their adversary's grasp. Pushing them too far could provoke desperate measures, potentially leading to mutual destruction. Furthermore, the original owner of this body was bound by a 30-year slave contract with the Long family. Until that contract was redeemed, he could not alter his status as a servant. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Long Hao seethed, scanning the vicinity to ensure they were alone. "Since we are well acquainted, I shall be straightforward," Yi Chun stated, fixing his intense gaze upon Long Hao. "I wish to propose a transaction." "What transaction?" Long Hao was taken aback. "Do you not desire for me to draft a divorce letter, thereby severing ties with the Nangong family entirely?" Yi Chun countered. "Indeed." Long Hao nodded, but then warily inquired, "What do you mean by a transaction?" "I can facilitate your request, but you must agree to two conditions." "What conditions?" "First, release my sister, Yi Yanran. Second, annul my slave contract." After articulating his demands, Yi Chun pressed, "Make your decision swiftly." With the initiative now in his hands, Long Hao had no justification to refuse unless he sought mutual destruction. "Very well. I agree. Hurry and draft the divorce letter for the Nangong family." Long Hao hesitated only briefly before eagerly acquiescing. Jokes aside, the fate of the Long family now rests almost entirely in the hands of Yi Chun. Even he, in his folly, understands the gravity of his choices. "I shall, in your stead, draft a letter of divorce for the Nangong family. However, that shall not be at this moment." Yi Chun shook his head. "Not now, then when?" Long Hao's expression darkened. "It is contingent upon you first fulfilling your promise, releasing my sister, and dissolving my servitude contract. Only then will I compose the divorce letter for you." "What if you turn against me at that juncture?" Long Hao asked, filled with caution. "Do you believe you possess any bargaining power against me at this moment?" Yi Chun's visage grew cold, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Long Hao's countenance shifted slightly. He has now come to a stark and brutal realization. Yi Chun's accomplishments have reached a level that he can only aspire to throughout his life, especially considering Yi Chun's terrifying prowess in martial arts. Should he wish, he could single-handedly obliterate their entire Long family. Chapter 46. Running away from home. Very well. It is settled. After a swift assessment, Long Hao ultimately conceded. "Excellent. I shall inform Nangong Xian and then make my way home." Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction and turned to retrace his steps. "Dear nephew, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up, for your uncle shall spare no effort from the entire Nangong family to assist you." Upon seeing Yi Chun's return, Nangong Xian promptly approached with a beaming smile. His flattery unmistakable. "Thank you for your kind offer, uncle, but these are merely trivial matters that do not require your involvement." Yi Chun casually dismissed, then continued. Since you have no objections to the matter I previously raised, I shall return to Qingye City to seek my father's counsel. As for the subsequent details, our families may discuss them further. Is it not a rare occasion for you to visit Shenyang City? Are you not inclined to stay a few more days to foster a rapport with Lu Li? Nangong Xian inquired with a sly grin. In his eagerness to solidify his connection with Yi Chun, he cast aside any semblance of dignity. After all, the Nangong family had previously created numerous obstacles for Yi Chun, and now that Yi Chun was willing to honor the marriage pact, he was determined to seize this rare opportunity. Uncle, while I too wish to linger longer and deepen my affection for Lu Li, matters of marriage must adhere to the dictates of our parents and the words of a matchmaker. Returning to Qingye City promptly will allow us to finalize this union swiftly. Yi Chun insisted. Ah, I see. Nangong Xian's expression faltered slightly, for he recognized Yi Chun's words as a mere pretext. However, with Yi Chun's steadfast refusal, he could not shamelessly press for his stay. Reluctantly, he offered various promises and lavish gifts, ultimately leading Yi Chun and his party out of Shenyang City himself. At last, had they escaped this stifling place? Once distanced from Shenyang City, Long Hao felt akin to a beast liberated from its cage, an indescribable sense of exhilaration washing over him. Ever since entering Shenyang City, the true heir of the Long family had been reduced to the role of a humble servant, trailing behind Yi Chun, who was but a genuine servant. The weight of such indignity had nearly driven him to madness. Now free from this predicament, he felt as though the vast ocean was his to traverse and the sky his to soar. He longed to sprout wings and return to Qingye City at the swiftest pace, reclaiming his identity as the rightful heir and showcasing his supposed achievements in Shenyang City. Although these accolades were not of his own making, Yi Chun had indeed acted under the guise of his title. If he could persuade Yi Chun to draft a letter of divorce for Nangong Lu Li, thus severing all ties with the Nangong family, then the myriad miracles Yi Chun had wrought in Shenyang City would naturally revert to his name. With this thought, he suddenly fixed an intense gaze upon Yi Chun. By the way, let me clarify, the decision for you to impersonate me in the Nangong family's trials was made by me on a whim. The rest of my family remains unaware of this, as you are well aware, correct? Indeed, Yi Chun nodded, countering, what is it you wish to convey? Having safely returned from the Nangong family, I fervently hope that no one, apart from our small circle, ever learns of this matter. Fearing a refusal from Yi Chun, Long Hao hastily added, if you agree, I shall comply with any conditions you set. Certainly. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun acquiesced. The pressing concern was to dissolve his slave contract and rescue his sister. As for the affairs between the Long and Nangong families, they bore no relevance to him, and he had no desire to intervene. Regarding reputation, as a time traveler, he held it in utter disregard. Moreover, possessing the Tao Insight system, he was destined to soar to greater heights and distances. Why would he be confined to a mere small town like Qingye City? That has settled then. Seeing Yi Chun agree so readily, Long Hao earnestly vowed, rest assured, as long as you help me keep this secret, I shall comply with any request you make. Unless it is beyond my capabilities, otherwise, I shall not refuse. The stakes involved his own reputation and the future of the Long family. Should this scandal be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, he was prepared to pay any price to placate Yi Chun. The next day, at the Nangong family residence. What? Lu Li has actually run away from home. Upon hearing the report from a maid, Nangong Xian's expression instantly darkened. Do you know where Lu Li has gone? The maid trembled in fear. I do not know, master. This morning, when I rose to prepare for Miss Lu Li's grooming, she had vanished, leaving only this letter on the table. Could it be that she has gone to Qingye City? After reading the letter again, Nangong Xian's countenance grew even graver. The letter in his hand was indeed pinned by Nangong Lu Li. Yet, within its contents, she merely stated that she had gone out on an errand and urged him not to worry, without specifying her destination or purpose. Master, the young lady has always been proud. Even after her defeat at Long Hao's hands yesterday, she refused to bow her head. When you decided her marriage to Long Hao without her consent, she must have perceived it as a grave humiliation, wishing to confront Long Hao to retract your decision. An elder remarked, this is utterly absurd. Nangong Xian was beside himself with worry. We have only just negotiated with Long Hao to continue their engagement. If Lu Li were to sever ties with him, all our efforts would be in vain. Master, it is imperative that we urgently send someone to intercept the young lady. or dispatch a team to Qingye City, hoping to pacify matters before she creates a scene at the Long residence. Proposed another elder. It seems we have no choice but to proceed thus. Nangong Xian nodded in agreement and then added, No, in order to express our sincerity to the Long family. I shall personally journey to Qingye City. After all, without my presence, none of you can sway Luli. Fearful of delays leading to unforeseen changes, Nangong Xian did not tarry. Accompanied by a cadre of prominent figures from the Nangong family, he embarked on the journey to Qingye City without pause. Several dozen miles away from Shenyang City, in a valley where myriad flowers bloomed, the sound of a guqin resonated, attracting butterflies to dance gracefully and birds to soar in the sky. This place, known as Listening to Snow Tower, was the residence of the Qin master, Huan Yin. Suddenly, with a sharp twang, a string snapped, transforming the once enchanting melody into a jarring sound that startled the butterflies into flight and caused the birds to cry out in distress. What has happened to the master? Just moments ago, she played flawlessly. How could a string break so abruptly? The ancient zither she possessed was of exquisite quality, its strings remarkably resilient. Such a mishap could only occur if the master intended to snap it. Could it be that her state of mind was unstable, leading to this calamity? Upon hearing the sound of the broken string, the disciples, who had been diligently practicing, instinctively ceased their plucking, looking up toward the highest pavilion in the air, where Huan Yin often honed her skills. At that moment, in the pavilion, Huan Yin gazed at the broken string before her, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. After a brief pause, she spread her hands over the ancient zither and, with a fierce expression, declared, What a promise you made, Long Hao. You vowed that once your affairs with the Nangong family were concluded, you would come to Listening to Snow Tower to seek me. Here I have waited in vain. And yet you have broken your word and returned directly to Qingye City. After a moment's pause, she continued, gritting her teeth, Do you think that by leaving Shenyang City, I would be unable to find you? Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. With that, she abruptly rose, instructed her disciples on certain matters, and immediately set off for Qingye City. Chapter 47. The Return of the Young Master in Qingye City, the Long Family. What? How could Howard have possibly passed the rigorous trials of the Nangong family? Just moments ago, upon receiving a carrier pigeon message from Shenyang City, the family head, Long Sihai, was so startled that he sprang from his chair. Indeed, he was genuinely taken aback. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father. He was well aware of his son Long Hao's character. Indolent and complacent, spoiled by favoritism, with mediocre talent and cultivation, he had shown little desire to improve himself, preferring instead to consort with a band of ruffians, engaging in mischief and tyranny. The burden of concern for this son had weighed heavily on him. Initially, he had thought that this visit to the Nangong family would merely be a formality, a humiliating experience leading to the dissolution of the engagement. Never did he anticipate such a revolutionary outcome. This was utterly unexpected for everyone involved. Family head, could there be some hidden circumstances? An elder queried, uncertainty evident in his voice. What hidden circumstances could there possibly be? Long Sihai furrowed his brow. I would sooner believe a sow could climb a tree than accept that Howard truly passed the Nangong family's rigorous trials. However, this message was not sent by the young master himself, but from an old acquaintance of ours within the Nangong family in Shenyang City. Surely he would not lie? The elder speculated. But the Nangong family has been relentlessly pressuring Howard to accept the trials precisely to annul the engagement. How could they allow him to succeed? Long Sihai remained skeptical. Family head, perhaps there exists a possibility. Another elder pondered for a moment before speaking. It could be that the true intent of the Nangong family was not to annul the engagement, but rather to use the trials as a pretext to urge us to expedite our proposal. Impossible. Long Sihai declared emphatically. The Nangong family is currently at the height of their power, with the eldest daughter Nangong, Liuli, possessing both beauty and talent. From any perspective, there is no reason for the Nangong family to be more eager than us to facilitate this union. Could it be that the young master has been concealing his true capabilities all along? At that moment, another elder ventured a different possibility, suggesting that the young master's apparent frivolity might have been a deliberate act to mislead everyone. If he truly possesses such abilities, then why would he need to feign? Long Sihai questioned, bewildered. Perhaps the young master has been deliberately hiding his brilliance, biding his time for the opportune moment to shine. The elder continued to share his conjecture. At this juncture, another elder exclaimed with excitement, "Family head, regardless of the reasons, the fact remains that the young master has passed the Nangong family's trials. Rather than engage in baseless speculation, we should instead consider how best to welcome him back." With these words, the last vestiges of doubt in Long Sihai's heart dissipated. He could almost envision Long Hao returning from Shenyang City, transformed into a resolute and composed individual, no longer reckless, but a man of great ambition and aspirations. Soon after, their long downtrodden Long family would once again bask in glory, propelled by Long Hao's formidable rise. Perhaps my previous despair towards him rendered me oblivious to the fact that he is indeed a rare and extraordinary talent. The more Long Sihai pondered, the more he felt the possibility of his son being unfathomable, even leaving his own father in the dark. The following day, after estimating Long Hao's return, he summoned several elders of the Long family and proposed a bold suggestion. He advocated for the widespread distribution of invitations to the high-ranking powers of Qingye City to celebrate his son Long Hao's triumphant return. "Patriarch, might this appear excessively ostentatious?" questioned one elder of the Long family, furrowing his brow upon hearing Long Sihai's proposal. "After all, we have only just received word of the young master's successful passage through the Nangong family's trials. To make such a grand display now could lead to ridicule should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Such concerns are unwarranted." Long Sihai waved his hand dismissively. Having contemplated this for an entire night, it is evident that the news of Howard passing the trials is indisputable. Hence, the continuation of the marriage pact with the Nangong family is as good as settled. Moreover, a fervent anticipation began to surface on his face. Our Long family has endured relentless pressure and constraint from various powers since our relocation to Qingye City. Now that Howard is poised to rise, it presents the perfect opportunity to assert our strength. The patriarch intended to make it clear to all factions that the days of riding roughshod over the Long family would vanish with the return of his son Long Hao. Time flew by, and 5 days had passed. After days of travel, Yi Chun and his companions finally returned to Qingye City. Of course, before entering the city, Yi Chun and Long Hao had exchanged their garments for those that rightfully belonged to them. "Yi Chun, please do not think me tedious, but this is of utmost importance. You must ensure that our ruse remains undisclosed," Long Hao reiterated, anxious about any potential slip-up. Before Yi Chun could respond, he turned back to the guards, "And you all, rest assured, young master, should we let this slip, we would invite the wrath of the heavens. You speak nonsense, young master. We will forget all that transpired in Shenyang City. What are you saying? I comprehend not a word." The guards, understanding the gravity of the situation, vied to display their cleverness. "Excellent." Long Hao nodded in satisfaction, then turned once more to Yi Chun. "And you? Release my sister, dissolve the slave contract, and then we can discuss further." Yi Chun raised his hands in a gesture of acquiescence. "Fear not. Since I have promised you, I shall not create trouble." Having reached an agreement, Long Hao gestured grandly, "Let us return home." Initially, the group intended to return to the Long family discreetly, but as they stepped through the city gates, they were met with a cacophony of raucous cheers. "Welcome back, young master. Victory for the young master. The young master is formidable." Amidst the jubilant shouts, numerous scions and servants of the Long family formed 2 long lines, celebrating Long Hao's return. This throng, who had previously feigned respect towards Long Hao, now concealed their disdain behind a veneer of enthusiasm. At this moment, however, the gazes of all those present were imbued with reverence and admiration for Long Hao. The spectacle was so overwhelming that it left Long Hao momentarily taken aback. Yet he was not foolish. After a brief moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp the situation. Suppressing his rising panic, he cleared his throat, squared his shoulders, and, with an air of arrogance, strode confidently down the path through the crowd. Truly incorrigible. Observing Long Hao's self-satisfied demeanor, Yi Chun could not help but let out a sigh. During their few days in Shenyang City and throughout their journey, Long Hao repeatedly indulged in foolish acts that brought him nothing but humiliation. One would have thought that after so many experiences, he would have learned his lesson. However, it appeared that his vanity had once again swelled, leading him to repeat his previous mistakes. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he became a laughingstock once more, or worse, found himself in grave trouble. Nevertheless, Yi Chen had no intention of stopping Long Hao. His most pressing desire was to rescue his sister, Yi Yanran, and to dissolve the 30-year servitude contract he had signed with the Long family years ago. As long as these two matters were successfully resolved, he would sever all ties with the Long family. Chapter 48. The fox borrowing the tiger's might. At present, Long Hao stands as the focal point of admiration, akin to a moon encircled by countless stars. Wherever he treads, he captivates the attention of the masses, igniting fervor and excitement. It seems as though he is the epicenter of everyone's gaze. Each of his movements sends ripples through the crowd. In stark contrast, Yi Chen dutifully trails behind him, remaining silent and unobtrusive. Given Long Hao's current stature, it is unlikely that anyone would heed his words, even if he were to speak. After all, he has reverted to being the humble servant he once was. Cough, cough, young master. Have you perhaps forgotten something important? Upon arriving at the Long residence, Yi Chen, unable to bear Long Hao's indulgence and flattery, gently tugged at his sleeve. Enough, enough. I am well aware of what needs to be done. Long Hao, though aware of Yi Chen's reminder, displayed an unmistakable impatience. The glory he now basked in was beyond his previous imaginings. Thus, even if this honor were not rightfully his, he chose to indulge in self-deception, unwilling to awaken from the illusion. Take care of this matter. I have numerous esteemed guests to entertain. Yes, young master. The guards, understanding his intent, promptly escorted Yi Chen away from the cacophony. You haven't harmed my sister, have you? Yi Chen's heart raced with trepidation as they made their way. Fortunately, it appeared that Long Hao's intentions were merely to compel his compliance. He had merely placed his sister, Yi Yanran, under soft confinement, ensuring her comfort without resorting to any egregious actions. Brother, you have finally come to rescue me. As the door creaked open, a young girl with an innocent visage leapt into Yi Chen's embrace. She stood a head shorter than him, her features charming and her attire unpretentious. Upon finding refuge in his arms, she immediately dissolved into tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Yi Chen stood frozen, taken aback for a prolonged moment. Was this truly the sister of the original owner of this body, Yi Yanran? He found himself somewhat disoriented. Though he had assimilated the memories of the previous inhabitant, he remained the sovereign of his own soul, a traveler from another realm. The sudden need to accept a stranger as a sister felt profoundly peculiar. Little Ran, do not cry. With your brother here, you shall never endure such grievances again. Ultimately, he reached out to gently pat Yi Yanran's back, offering her a soft word of comfort. Yi Chen, now do you believe we have not deceived you? Inquired the guard who had accompanied him. The first task promised by the young master is complete, but there remains one final matter. Yi Chen reminded them. Are you referring to the dissolution of the slave contract? The guards, well aware of the terms of the transaction between Long Hao and Yi Chen, posed the question. Then what are we waiting for? Yi Chen urged. In his former world, he could have easily dismissed the concept of a slave contract. However, in this realm, such contracts were legally binding. Until the contract was annulled, he would endure discrimination, relegated to a status beneath others, barred from many places and actions. Nevertheless, the multitude of restrictions renders one nearly immobile. Thus, to regain a state of freedom, it is imperative for the Long family to revoke the slave contract. This matter requires the personal signature of the young master. I shall escort you to the great hall forthwith. In the main hall of the Long family, the high-ranking members of various factions from Qingye City gathered at the invitation, creating a scene of remarkable liveliness. However, the invited dignitaries predominantly displayed disdain, casting doubt on the Long family's ostentatious celebration of the young master's return. After all, being fellow powers within Qingye City, they were well acquainted with one another's backgrounds. The capabilities of Long Hao, the young master of the Long family, were all too familiar to them. No one believed that Long Hao had successfully passed the test of the Nangong family, and even fewer regarded him as an exceptionally formidable warrior. The reason these factions did not refuse the invitation was merely to witness the Long family's impending folly. What a charade! Such pretentiousness is truly repugnant. Rest assured, should the Long family rise, they pose a significant threat to us. Would the head of our family simply watch them flaunt their arrogance? So, do any of you have a strategy in place? Heh. I have long orchestrated a splendid performance, eagerly awaiting Long Hao to embarrass himself publicly. I have also prepared a grand gift for the Long family that will undoubtedly reveal Long Hao's true nature. The high-ranking members of the various factions whispered among themselves, their faces adorned with sinister smiles. In stark contrast, the members of the Long family exhibited exuberance, their spirits soaring. They stood tall before the dignitaries, shedding their former inferiority. The young master has arrived. A loud proclamation silenced the bustling atmosphere. All eyes converged upon the grand entrance of the hall's inner sanctum. There a young man, with hands clasped behind his back and head held high, strode forth with an elegant gait. Following closely behind him was a throng of eager attendants. Indeed, it was Long Hao. He appeared quite self-assured. Could it be that he truly passed the Nangong family's test? Yet, observing his haughty demeanor, he seemed no different from before. It is likely that the Long family seeks to exploit this opportunity to beguile us, the various factions, into hesitating to apply further pressure upon them. As Long Hao made his grand entrance, the factions present erupted in further speculation. One among them stepped forward, boldly inquiring, "Young Master Long, have you truly passed the test of the Nangong family?" Naturally, Long Hao seemed well prepared, striding confidently onto the most prominent platform, and with a measured cadence, proclaimed, "In my journey to Sheong City, I not only triumphed over the 4 masters of the arts, but also surpassed my fiancée, Nangong Liuli, in both comprehension and combat prowess. Moreover, my performance in alchemy garnered the admiration of Mei Shuesong, the president of the Sheong City Alchemists Association. A mere casual remark from me enabled Wang Dachui, the foremost smith in Sheong City, to break through in his craft, allowing him to forge superior-grade weapons. However, these accolades are but superficial. Had you not pressed for details, I would not have readily divulged such information." After finishing his words in one breath, Long Hao shook his head, wearing an expression that conveyed the burdensome weight of fame. Although he exuded an air of arrogance, the members of the Long family were utterly captivated, believing that Long Hao was the epitome of humility. However, the senior figures from other factions, who had been invited, remained skeptical. Is it true or not? One of them stepped forward, half convinced, and inquired, "Can young Master Long provide us with proof?" "Proof?" Long Hao's expression stiffened, and with a facade of bravado, he retorted, "What more proof is required? Are my various deeds in Sheong City not sufficient evidence? Unless you display it publicly, who can ascertain the veracity of your claims?" The man persisted in his challenge. "Did you not assert that you surpassed the 4 masters in the arts? While I concede that my painting skills may not rival those of the renowned artist Du Sanyang, I do not consider myself lacking in talent. Shall we engage in a contest? Do you dare?" Another young man emerged from the crowd, a smirk playing on his lips as he taunted, "Long Hao, I admit that my aptitude and strength cannot compare to your fiancée, Nangong Liuli, yet I am still eager to spar with you publicly. Will you accept the challenge?" Upon hearing this, Long Hao's expression soured further. He had merely capitalized on the reputation established by Yi Chun in Sheong City to flaunt his own prowess. To put it bluntly, he was engaging in deceitful boasting. While he could manage to bluff verbally, the prospect of a live demonstration threatened to expose his true self. Yet, if he were to decline, these individuals would surely accuse him of hollow bragging. The most frustrating aspect for him was that in Sheong City, where no one had seen him, he could continue to let Yi Chun take the spotlight. However, this was Qingye City, where nearly everyone was familiar with him, making it impossible for him to have Yi Chun impersonate him. Just as he pondered what excuse to fabricate, a servant from the Long family abruptly rushed into the hall, exclaiming, "Master, young master, there is a woman named Huanin at the main entrance, demanding to see young master." Chapter 49. A sudden retreat. Who is Huanin? Such audacity. Do we truly believe our young master is someone who can be summoned at will? Upon hearing the announcement from the servants, many members of the Long family displayed disdainful expressions. However, those with broader experiences suddenly altered their countenances. "Huanin? That name strikes a familiar chord, does it not? Oh, I recall now. The musician among the 4 masters of Qinshi Shuhua is indeed named Huanin. Could it be that the lady seeking an audience with the young Master Long is the very musician from the 4 masters? Did you not hear the young Master Long proclaim that, in Sheong City, he surpassed all 4 masters in the arts? It seems we are indeed speaking of the musician Huanin." Having discerned the visitor's identity, those who had earlier doubted Long Hao began to look somewhat perturbed. Their audacity to speak out had stemmed from a belief that Long Hao was merely boasting. Yet, the renowned musician Huanin is a figure of great repute. Known for her aloofness, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most influential factions to seek her favor. Yet here she is, personally visiting, specifically requesting to meet Long Hao. This single piece of information is enough to conjure countless possibilities in the minds of the onlookers. I knew it. Not only am I, as a father, unable to see my son's extraordinary talents, but everyone present also fails to recognize the remarkable capabilities hidden within my Hauer. Muttering to himself, Long Sihai, without even seeking Long Hao's consent, eagerly declared, "What are we waiting for? Quickly, invite Master Huan in." Wait, he paused, as the servants had yet to respond, then amended, "I shall personally go to welcome her." A person of Master Huan Yin's stature must be greeted with the utmost respect. Adjusting his attire in haste, Long Sihai hurriedly made his way outside. Meanwhile, he cast a mocking glance at the influential figures around him. "Did you not question my son Long Hao's abilities? I shall now bring forth the musician as proof and see who dares to speak further." However, in his moment of triumph, he failed to notice Long Hao's face had turned extremely awkward. "Ahem, esteemed guests, I must attend to some pressing matters, so I shall take my leave." With that, he fled towards the back hall, as if escaping. "Hauer, what are you doing?" Long Sihai was momentarily taken aback. The visit from musician Huan Yin was an unparalleled honor for the Long family. How could one not warmly welcome her, yet instead choose to evade? "Father, you entertain her. I truly have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall depart first." Without waiting for Long Sihai to respond further, Long Hao dashed away, leaving no trace behind. What a farce. He had merely been relying on the prestige of others. Should Master Huan Yin discover that he is the true young master of the Long family, it would not only ruin his reputation, but also bring disgrace upon the entire Long clan. Why would the young master flee? Could it be he has no desire to meet Master Huan Yin? I understand now. Our young master must certainly think little of Master Huan Yin, hence his reluctance to receive her. I, too, concur, for our young master's proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting indeed surpasses that of the four masters. While others exalt the master of illusions to the heavens, our young master regards him with disdain. The chasm between individuals is truly vast. After an initial shock, many members of the Long family quickly envisioned their most desired outcome. The family head, Long Sihai, also agreed, stating, "Regardless of the nature of Hauer's relationship with the musician, the latter is a renowned master. His personal visit must not be treated with indifference. Let us welcome him first." With a grand gesture, he led many senior members of the Long family out. Before long, they indeed ushered in a woman shrouded in a black veil, her gaze exuding an unparalleled arrogance. "Where's Long Hao?" Upon her arrival, the master of illusions wasted no time, her tone brimming with indignation. She had come to Qingye City to seek justice after being stood up by Yi Chun, so her demeanor could hardly be gracious. This, Long Sihai felt somewhat awkward, but under the forceful gaze of the master of illusions, he mustered the courage to reply, "Hauer has just stepped out." "Just left?" The master of illusions paused in surprise. Indeed, unbeknownst to her, Long Sihai did not conceal the truth and stated straightforwardly, "After your arrival, Hauer suddenly mentioned an urgent matter and asked me to entertain you first. He left just as I arrived." The master of illusions' expression darkened. Had Long Hao departed before her arrival, it could have been deemed a mere coincidence. However, now that she was here, and he had just left, it was as if he had made it clear he did not wish to see her. Master, could there be some misunderstanding in this?" Seeing the indignation in the master of illusions' eyes, Long Sihai became flustered, expressing his utmost respect. "If there has been any lack of hospitality, I sincerely hope for your understanding. No need for that." With a delicate wave of her hand, she declared, "I seek Long Hao only to ask him one question. Since he has left, I shall wait for him here." With that, she strode over to a nearby chair and sat down, clearly indicating that she would not leave until Long Hao arrived. She had journeyed from Sheong City solely to meet him. How could she possibly depart without seeing him? "Master of illusions, I have a question that I would like to ask, if I may." At that moment, a young man with a refined appearance stepped forward. His eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at the master of illusions. "Speak, before I lose my patience." The master of illusions coldly replied, "I heard that a few days ago in Sheong City, young Master Long Hao had a musical contest with you. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, the master of illusions furrowed her brows slightly. However, after a moment of contemplation, she nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is true, and, taking a deep breath, she candidly admitted, I was indeed defeated. In that instant, the hall fell into an eerie silence, each face adorned with disbelief. Most present were well aware of Long Hao, a mere wastrel devoid of any merit. Just a moment ago, the audacious boasting that transpired in public may have been prompted by the considerable distance between Qingye City and Shenyang City, allowing Long Hao to shamelessly fabricate those colossal lies to obscure the grim circumstances he faced in Shenyang City. Particularly during his hasty retreat, the onlookers became even more convinced of this speculation. Long Hao must have been terrified that the illustrious Master Huanin, the master of the lute, would arrive and expose his deceptions, which is why he dared not linger. Who could have anticipated that Master Huanin would openly acknowledge his defeat to Long Hao in the art of music? Such news is utterly astonishing. Ahem. Do you still wish to question my son Long Hao? The one most pleased by this turn of events is none other than Long Sihai, the head of the Long family. Earlier, amidst the incessant provocations from the crowd, he had been concerned that something might go awry. However, upon hearing Master Huanin's admission, the weight upon his heart has finally been lifted. Suddenly, as the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, a loud shout resonated from outside the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, a servant from the Long family hurriedly rushed in, dropping to one knee before Long Sihai, breathlessly reporting, esteemed family head, the master of the Nangong family from Shenyang City. Nangong Xian, along with his daughter Nangong Lioli and numerous formidable members of the Nangong family, have arrived unexpectedly, requesting an urgent audience with you. Chapter 50. A series of misunderstandings. The words of the servant from the Long family struck like thunder on a clear day, instantly igniting a stir among the crowd. What? The Nangong family from Shenyang City? The head of the family and the young lady have personally come? What on earth has Long Hao been doing in Shenyang City during this period to provoke such a significant commotion? It would be one thing if a musician from the realm of arts came seeking him, but the Nangong family is an unparalleled force in Shenyang City, more powerful than the combined foundations of all the families in Qingye City. Now, the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Xian, along with the young lady, Nangong Lioli, have deigned to visit the Long family? How astonishing! Long Hao truly is an enigma. It seems we have all underestimated him. He may have been concealing his true self, while we foolishly regarded him as a mere waste. While others shared this sentiment, all members of the Long family were in utter disarray. Are you certain they are indeed from the Long family? Unable to believe his ears, Long Sihai asked once more. Patriarch, I swear, they indeed claim to be from the Nangong family of Shenyang City, and the leader among them even introduces himself as Nangong Xian, the current head of the Nangong family, along with the young lady, Nangong Lioli, the servant asserted earnestly. Long Sihai fell silent again. Sharing a glance with the higher-ups of the Long family surrounding him, he forcibly suppressed the shock within, tremblingly commanding, What are you all still standing there for? Our esteemed guests have arrived. Quickly, let us go out to welcome them. Yes, Patriarch. The members of the Long family responded in unison, hastily following Long Sihai outside. Before long, Long Sihai ushered in a group of unfamiliar faces. It was none other than the martial artists of the Nangong family, led by Nangong Xian and Nangong Lioli. Given the current stature of the Nangong family, their decision to visit the Long family was already a significant concession. Yet, at that moment, Nangong Xian exhibited no trace of superiority. Instead, he wore a broad smile, engaging in casual conversation with Long Sihai as they made their way into the main hall. His demeanor warm and amiable. Only Nangong Lioli maintained a sullen expression, her eyes brimming with resentment and fury. She had originally intended to confront Long Hao alone at the Long family, to sever ties once and for all. She would rather endure a severe humiliation at his hands and be cast aside than accept this shameful engagement. However, just as she was nearing Qingye City, she was overtaken by her father and over 100 members of the Nangong family who insisted on accompanying her to the Long family. After various explanations and attempts at persuasion proved futile, she had contemplated returning to Shenyang City, waiting for a moment when her father was distracted to sneak back. Yet, considering the distance between Shenyang City and Qingye City, she ultimately abandoned that idea. The journey from Shenyang City to Qingye City required at least 5 days one way, making a round trip a 10-day endeavor. If she returned and then made her way back, the opportunity would be lost. Thus, she resolved to approach the Long family with an unwavering determination, regardless of her father's presence or opposition, to clarify her intentions and dissolve this humiliating engagement. Even if it meant facing the scorn of countless individuals and being subjected to derision, she was willing to bear it all. Is this the current head of the Nangong family in Sheong City, Nangong Xian? The extraordinarily beautiful woman must be the Nangong family's eldest daughter, Nangong Liuli, who is betrothed to Long Hao. Truly, seeing her in person surpasses all the rumors. I had long heard that Nangong Liuli's extraordinary talent and cultivation is unmatched among her peers, and her beauty can only be described as that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Now that I behold her, her allure exceeds even the wildest tales. I initially assumed that the Nangong family had come to confront the Long family, but it appears I was mistaken. Upon confirming their identity, the leaders of various factions from Qingya City, who were invited here, were taken aback. Since the Nangong family did not come to seek retribution, it must be a peace offering instead. However, what merits does Long Hao possess? To endure the rigorous scrutiny of the Nangong family is enough to challenge everyone's perception. Yet he has compelled the head of the Nangong family and the esteemed eldest daughter, Nangong Liuli, to voluntarily approach the male's household to extend an olive branch. It should be noted that in the realm of Huanin, even if a woman is willing, she would typically wait for the man to propose, rather than taking the initiative. Otherwise, she would be subject to scandalous whispers, deemed shameless and unworthy. Yet, given the current stature of the Nangong family, along with Nangong Liuli's beauty and talent, it is indeed chilling to consider the implications of their willingness to proactively seek favor with the male's family. Long Sihai seems to have realized this as well. Before Nangong Xian, he shed his previous subservience, now exuding an air of composure and pride. Master Huanin, what brings you here? Scanning the crowd, Nangong Xian quickly spotted Huanin lurking in the corner. Just because you are here, does that mean I cannot be? Huanin retorted coldly, harboring resentment towards the Nangong family since her prior humiliation there. Moreover, due to her association with Long Hao, her animosity towards Nangong Liuli had only intensified. It appeared that Nangong Liuli sensed this, opting not to greet Huanin, instead inquiring, "Where's Long Hao? I have not seen him. He has stepped out for a moment." Long Sihai replied. Stepped out? Nangong Liuli's delicate brows furrowed, revealing her impatience. However, unbeknownst to her, Long Sihai, in a bid to appear clever, interjected, "Do not be anxious. Liuli, as the saying goes, if love is true and enduring, does it matter if we meet at dawn or dusk?" Howard simply was unaware of your visit. Otherwise, he would have hurried back to see you. Master Long, I believe you are mistaken. I am not. Before Nangong Liuli could finish her sentence, Nangong Xian, prepared for the interruption, sharply commanded, "Liuli, do not be impudent." Father, your father is engaged in a delightful conversation with your uncle. What are you interrupting for? Despite his words, he frequently cast imploring glances towards Nangong Liuli. Upon learning of Nangong Liuli's elopement, he hurriedly assembled a group and rushed to catch up, finally intercepting her near Qingya City. His initial intention was to escort her directly back to Sheong City, but Nangong Liuli threatened to take her own life, insisting on visiting the Long family to confront Long Hao. Reluctantly, he accompanied her, not to bolster her resolve, but rather to prevent her from acting recklessly. Do not be angered, Brother Nangong. Youth is often impetuous. When affection blooms, a mere day apart can feel like an eternity. We have all traversed such emotions, have we not? Unaware of the true circumstances, Long Sihai did not temper his remarks. Instead, he continued to fan the flames. Nangong Xian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Fearing for Nangong Liuli's volatile temperament, he treaded cautiously within the Long family estate, each step fraught with trepidation, afraid that a single misstep might provoke an explosive reaction from her. Yet, Long Sihai, unperturbed, chose this moment to further provoke Nangong Liuli. He could scarcely fathom the acerbic words and astonishing actions that his daughter, known for her fiery temper, might unleash. However, before Nangong Liuli could erupt, a familiar voice resonated through the gathering. "Where is the young master?" The voice, rich and magnetic, emanated from the entrance of the grand hall. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a Long family guard ushering in two newcomers, a young man and woman. The young man was strikingly handsome, yet clad in the garb of a servant, while the young woman appeared to be around 15 or 16, modest and shy in demeanor. The voice that had spoken belonged to the young man in servant's attire. Long Hao? The familiarity of the voice caused Nangong Liuli to abandon her explanation to Long Sihai, leaping up from her seat in an instant. Nangong Xian's face lit up with joy as he regarded the young man with warmth. Only Long Sihai, the patriarch of the Long family, grew stern, exclaiming, "Yi Chun, are you blind? The master of this house is entertaining esteemed guests, and you, a lowly servant, dare to stride in here as if you belong? This is no place for you." Chapter 51. Escalating Tensions. Words of Astonishment. The sharp rebuke from Long Sihai struck the ears of those present like a thunderclap. Who is this Yi Chun? What of the servant? Is he not Long Hao? What was the head of the Long family speaking of moments ago? Why is the young master of the Long family clad in the garments of a servant? The members of the Nangong family, along with the musician Huan Yin, were utterly taken aback. Meanwhile, the senior figures from the various factions of Qingye City, as well as all the members of the Long family, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Hadn't he, a mere lowly servant, entered? Why such an intense reaction from the Nangong family, particularly Long Sihai? The head of the Long family was at a loss. However, rather than continuing his reprimand of Yi Chun, he turned to Nangong Xian with a smile, inquiring, "Brother Nangong, my son Long Hao has just stepped out and has yet to return. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" "Mistaken?" Nangong Xian blinked, re-examining the servant who had entered, and awkwardly replied, "Brother Long, this jest of yours is rather exaggerated, would you not agree?" Beside him, Nangong Liuli expressed her indignation, exclaiming, "Head of the Long family, do you believe we are blind, or are you intentionally toying with us?" "Toying with you? I have done no such thing." Long Sihai was taken aback, feeling utterly wronged. A disrespectful and undignified servant had barged in, and he had merely chided him a couple of times. Could the Nangong family truly react with such fervor? It was utterly baffling. "Since you are not jesting with us, why do you speak such blatant falsehoods?" Nangong Liuli retorted, both astonished and furious. Long Hao was clearly before them, yet Long Sihai insisted he had not returned. Was this not a blatant lie? What infuriated her most was that Long Hao was indeed dressed as a servant and had audaciously inquired about the whereabouts of the young master. "Are you not the young master of the Long family yourself? Questioning your own whereabouts? What madness is this?" "Liuli, from where do you draw such conclusions?" Faced with her accusations and the ire of those surrounding her, Long Sihai felt as though he might bleed from the heart. "Head of the Long family, it appears you are determined to treat us as fools, are you not?" Nangong Liuli declared, her teeth clenched in anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Long Sihai as she thundered, "Even if our Nangong family has wronged you in the past, my father has personally come to offer an apology. Is it truly necessary for you and your son to resort to such bizarre methods to humiliate and retaliate against us?" The ire was not confined to the Nangong family alone. Even the musician Huan Yin, who had previously experienced some discord with Nangong Liuli, joined in solidarity, declaring, "Head of the Long family, your actions are utterly excessive. Master Huan Yin, how could you too?" Long Sihai felt as though he might weep. The members of the Nangong family could be understood, but even Master Huan Yin was turning against him. "Long Hao, what trickery are you and your father engaging in?" Nangong Liuli seemed unable to contain herself any longer. She immediately cast a glance at Yi Chun, her eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent. "Me?" Yi Chun's expression stiffened. Caught in a predicament where leaving seemed impossible and staying felt equally untenable. He had initially come to seek Long Hao for the dissolution of their slave contract, never anticipating that members of the Nangong family, along with the master musician Huan Yin, would be present in this grand hall. Had he foreseen this, he surely would have refrained from entering. Now, to his dismay, he found himself exposed before all, unable to escape. Furthermore, Long Hao's scheme for him to impersonate a servant and face the trials at the Nangong residence could no longer remain concealed. Old man, speaking lies with open eyes, and the young one feigning ignorance as a servant. What exactly are you two up to? Questioned Nangong Liuli, father and son. Before Yi Chun could respond, Long Sihai, realizing the gravity of the situation, could only manage a bemused smile. Liuli, Master Huan Yin, Brother Nangong, you truly misunderstand. This Yi Chun is merely a servant of the Long family. Huh, he is your servant? Nangong Xian retorted with a mix of fury and incredulity. So, the one undergoing trials at my Nangong family was not Long Hao, but rather a mere servant of yours? Brother Nangong, my words are entirely truthful. How could I not recognize my own son? Long Sihai, desperate to affirm his honesty, gestured towards the onlookers from Qingye City. If you doubt my words, inquire of these witnesses and see their accounts. He sought to demonstrate his integrity, yet Nangong Xian could no longer contain his outrage, bellowing, "Enough, Long Sihai." Even if Long Hao has become unrecognizable, resorting to such base tactics to humiliate us is utterly excessive. Truly, it is you who are overstepping, Nangong Xian. Long Sihai retorted. Now incensed, he understood that the Nangong family's facade of peace was merely a disguise for their true intentions of seeking retribution. Yi Chun, being a mere servant of the Long family, a widely acknowledged truth, was nonetheless adamantly claimed by the Nangong family as Long Hao, dismissing any attempts at explanation. Was this not willful provocation? It was he who felt wronged, and he who believed that the Nangong family was the true instigator of this farce. Very well, Long Sihai. Since you insist on treating us as fools, further conversation is unnecessary. We take our leave, Nangong Xian declared, unable to endure any longer, and with a dismissive wave. He led his family toward the exit of the hall. Take your time, no need for farewells. Long Sihai, equally incensed, issued a decree for their departure without concern for the potential rift with the Nangong family. Yet, the root cause of the discord, Yi Chun, remained sidelined. With all present oblivious to the true circumstances, he alone possessed the knowledge of the reality unfolding. While he could have clarified the situation, he refrained from doing so. After all, the slave contract had yet to be dissolved, and disclosing his impersonation of Long Hao at the Nangong residence would undoubtedly bring catastrophic consequences to the Long family. Should he force Long Hao into a corner, it would complicate his pursuit of a favorable resolution regarding the slave contract. Thus, allowing the misunderstanding to persist was, in fact, the most advantageous scenario for him. Long Hao, you shall see. As Nangong Liuli passed by Yi Chun, she did not hesitate to leave a harsh remark. Yi Chun shrugged, wearing an expression of innocence and helplessness. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside the grand hall. A dragon clan guard burst in, flustered, and exclaimed, "Report to the clan leader. A grave situation has arisen. The young master is being attacked by a group of ruffians outside." Upon hearing this, all members of the Nangong family, who were poised to depart in anger, were rendered speechless. Wasn't Long Hao here? How could he be assaulted outside? Moreover, by a gang of ruffians? Was this a joke? In their astonishment, Nangong Liuli, Nangong Xian, Huan Yin, and the others simultaneously turned their gaze towards Yi Chun. Could it really be such a coincidence? Yi Chun felt somewhat vexed. He had thought that once the Nangong family departed, the misunderstanding would cease, and his endeavor to have Long Hao release him from the slave contract would proceed smoothly. Little did he expect that such a significant incident would occur at this critical juncture. If Long Hao were to be summoned, even if he did not come forward to clarify, the truth would inevitably come to light. Chapter 52. True colors revealed. Has Hao been assaulted? Ignoring the astonished expressions of the Nangong family, Long Sihai urged urgently, "What on earth happened?" Moments ago, the young master slipped out through the back door, only to encounter a group of ruffians. A trivial disagreement led to a brawl. The servant's face was etched with anxiety. The ruffians were formidable, and the young master was outnumbered. Before long, he was left battered and bruised. "Master, you must hurry and take people to assist him, or the young master may be overwhelmed to death." What? Is this truly happening? Long Sihai erupted with fury. "What are you all dawdling for? Quickly, follow me to rescue him." Yes, yes. The members of the Long family, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, abandoned any further discourse with the Nangong family and rushed toward the main hall's exit. In a mere moment, the grand hall was left with only a few servants from the Long family and the members of the Nangong family. What is this? The illustrious young master of the Long family, surrounded by a band of ruffians? Back in Xiang City, did he not surpass everyone in talent and skill? Especially in martial prowess, he could easily dismiss disciples of the Piamiao sect. How could he be so soundly thrashed by a mere group of thugs? This must be a joke of grand proportions. The members of the Nangong family exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. With no answers forthcoming, their eyes instinctively turned toward Yi Chun, who stood not far away. Are you truly not Long Hao?" Nangong Liuli inquired, her expression filled with uncertainty. This matter, is rather complicated, Yichen replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Not wishing to be interrogated like a criminal, he quickly diverted the conversation. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. Hey, you stand right there. As Nangong Liuli attempted to pursue him, Yichun had already slipped away, disappearing in an instant. It seems there is certainly something amiss. Let us follow the Long family and see what transpires. Indeed, there is something suspicious. We must uncover the truth. The members of the Nangong family refrained from chasing Yichun and instead surged out of the grand hall, following the direction the Long family had departed. Before long, they arrived on a street behind the Long family. At that moment, a group of wild-looking men was mercilessly pummeling a youth clad in a satin robe. Don't hit my face. Damn it. How could you kick me there? Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Long family. The besieged individual curled up on the ground, his hands shielding his head, alternating between pitiful cries and threats, his appearance utterly tragic. Yet, no matter how he attempted to intimidate or bribe them, the group showed no signs of relenting. What of the Long family's young master? I have always despised you entitled and arrogant science. If you truly possessed such bravado, would you have been reduced to this state? The so-called young master of the Long family, renowned in Shenyang City, is now the subject of mockery. As they rained down blows, the crowd erupted in laughter. Upon witnessing his son's dismal plight, Long Sihai was consumed with rage. How dare they inflict such harm upon my son? The other members of the Long family were equally indignant. Yet, more than anger, there was astonishment and confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be celebrated in Shenyang City? Did he not surpass the esteemed Nangong Liuli in prowess? How could he be bested by a few ruffians? Could it be that Long Hao's earlier boasts were mere fabrications? Despite their bewilderment, as the young master of the Long family, Long Hao's kin promptly rushed to his aid, swiftly subduing the assailants. Infuriated, he raged, "How dare you oppose me? Do you have the gall to challenge the young master? I shall make you wish for death." Having finally extricated himself, Long Hao's fury knew no bounds. It seemed that no act of vengeance could quell his inner turmoil. In his frenzied retaliation against the subdued ruffians, he was oblivious to the presence of a group from the Nangong family ahead. Could it be? Is this truly the young master of the Long family, Long Hao? Who is the individual that came to our Nangong family for the trial? What is going on here? The members of the Nangong family exchanged perplexed glances, utterly baffled. If the earlier spectacle in the Long family hall was meant to humiliate them, what could this scene signify? Surrounding them were not only members of the Long family, but also numerous onlookers who unanimously declared this to be the young master of the Long family, leaving no room for doubt. Enough! A voice, filled with fury, cut through the din, silencing all. That voice sounds so familiar. Long Hao's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively turning to look. The moment he did, his pupils constricted violently, and his face paled as if drained of all color. It's over. Upon recognizing Nangong Liuli, his heart plummeted. Just moments ago, while reveling in his own bravado in the hall, he had heard the musician's sound and, fearing exposure of his scheme, had made an excuse to leave. He had intended to slip out the back door to evade the situation. Yet, he had barely stepped outside when he encountered a group of unruly thugs who, without provocation, had assaulted him. Having just reclaimed his identity as the young master, basking in the limelight, how could he allow a few ruffians to take advantage of him? In a desperate attempt to fight back, rather than triumph like Yi Chun in Shenyang City, he had instead revealed his true vulnerability, being beaten to a pulp, reduced to tears, and left searching for his teeth. This pitiful scene alone was sufficient to ruin his reputation. Unexpectedly, his fiancée, Nangguang Liuli, happened to witness the scene. In addition to Nangguang Liuli, Nangguang Xian and several prominent figures from the Nangguang family were also casting peculiar glances at him. He could hardly fathom the unimaginable consequences that awaited him, nor how he would confront the overwhelming chorus of ridicule and vitriol. "You are the true heir of the Long family, Long Hao." Despite his despair, Nangguang Liuli's chilling voice pierced through the air, reaching his ears with impeccable timing. Aye. Long Hao initially intended to feebly defend himself, but after several stammering attempts, he found himself at a loss for words. At this juncture, no amount of eloquence could salvage his predicament. Meanwhile, Nangguang Liuli approached him with the relentless inevitability of death itself, her gaze sharp as a blade, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. Chapter 53. The truth revealed. Why do you impersonate Long Hao? Nangong Liuli inquired, her words deliberate and piercing as she stood before him. Impersonate Long Hao. Long Hao's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a voice from the crowd shouted, "He is indeed the young master of the Long family, Long Hao. How could he be an impostor?" Exactly. We have witnessed him exerting his dominance in Qingye City since childhood. I would recognize him even in ashes. Another voice chimed in. I recently heard that he went to Shenyang City to undergo the Nangong family's trials, excelling in every aspect. Even the renowned Nangong Liuli, the first talent of Shenyang City, was left utterly subdued by him. I thought he must be truly formidable, yet it appears he is merely a figure of empty renown. Indeed, seeing is believing. Had I not witnessed this with my own eyes, who would have believed that the young master of the Long family, Long Hao, was so inept? What a farce! The Long family has been boasting about him for days, and now this ironically unfolds. I wonder where the Long family's pride has vanished. Upon hearing these remarks, every member of the Long family present wished desperately to disappear from sight, especially the family head, Long Sihai, whose face shifted from crimson to purple, then to a sickly hue of green. What in the world is happening? He muttered, previously convinced that the Nangong family was intentionally creating obstacles. Now, he began to realize that perhaps he had been gravely mistaken. The supposed trials of the Nangong family, the claims of proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, all mere fabrications. His son, Long Hao, was not the profound figure he had imagined. Rather, he remained the same irresponsible wastrel. Father, Long Hao felt a surge of shame. At this juncture, what could he possibly say? So, you mean to say your success in Shenyang City was a deception? You have not only deceived your father, but the entire Qingye City? Long Sihai's fury was palpable. Before Long Hao could respond, Nangong Liuli interjected with a sharp command. Long family head, we expect a satisfactory explanation. Nangong Xian also stepped forward, declaring, Long Sihai, clarify this at once, or do not blame us for turning against you. Long Sihai, both astonished and enraged, seized the despondent Long Hao, demanding, You scoundrel! Explain yourself to everyone. Father, I realize my mistakes. In that moment, he fell to his knees before Long Sihai. Then, under the myriad incredulous gazes, he unraveled the whole truth. He understood that revealing the reality could lead to dire consequences. Yet the time for silence had passed. What? You actually allowed a servant to impersonate you and undergo the Nangong family's trials? This audacious act of deception was beyond belief, and he marveled at Long Hao's audacity. The most absurd part was that a lowly servant had somehow passed the rigorous trials of the Nangong family. How had that servant managed such a feat? Upon hearing Long Hao's narration, the surrounding crowd was left utterly astonished, particularly Long Sihai, who, in a moment of shock, coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering backwards, his face etched with an expression of despair akin to death. The other members of the Long family, overwhelmed with shame, lowered their heads in silence. In stark contrast, the members of the Nangong family were filled with righteous indignation, seething with rage. How audacious of Long Hao to deceive us by sending a servant to impersonate him for the assessment at our Nangong family. Had we not arrived in Qingye City in time, we would have been completely outwitted by you. Such intolerable behavior warrants retribution. No one shall stop me today, for I shall rend this despicable wretch to pieces. To dare treat our Nangong family as a mere jest, even 1,000 deaths would not suffice to quench my wrath. The Nangong family members were eager to take action against Long Hao. However, Nangong Liuli raised her delicate hand, commanding, Cease at once. My lady, how can you plead for this shameless scoundrel after the Long family has so brazenly deceived us? One of the Nangong family members protested in anger. Such a person does not deserve to ignite our fury. Nangong Liuli cast a sidelong glance at the fidgeting Long Hao, pondering. What intrigues me more is the identity of the person who initially impersonated him at our Nangong family. He truly is merely a servant of the Long family, Long Hao replied cautiously. Impossible, Nangong Liuli declared with unwavering conviction. How could a mere servant possess such astonishing potential and capability? But I speak only the truth. You may inquire with my father or any other members of the Long family. Long Hao replied with a bitter smile. Liuli, he is indeed just a humble servant of our Long family. The family head can attest to this. Long Sihai insisted earnestly. If you still doubt it, you may accompany me back. and I shall have a servant present the slave contract he signed. Then let us return immediately. I must question him directly." Nangong Liuli commanded with authority. Long Sihai dared not refuse, promptly leading the way with trepidation. Just moments ago, he had been bold enough to confront the Nangong family, believing his son Long Hao had transformed and now possessed the standing to rival them. Yet now, realizing his son remained the same ineffectual person, he was not only stripped of his arrogance, but was instead gripped by anxiety, fearing how the Nangong family would retaliate against the Long family. After all, this incident had escalated far too much. The fact that his son was impersonated was sufficient to incite the wrath of the Nangong family. Moreover, the servant who pretended to be Long Hao had successfully passed the Nangong family's rigorous assessments, bringing them immense humiliation. With the truth now revealed, one could only imagine the fury of the Nangong family. Not long after, in the grand hall of the Long family. Could you please stop staring at me like that? It's quite uncomfortable." Under the scrutinizing gazes that regarded him as a monster, Yi Chun felt a twinge of unease. "Are you truly just a servant of the Long family?" It seems she still cannot bring herself to believe that all of this is indeed true. Nangong Liuli scrutinized Yi Chun for a considerable time before finally posing a question laden with complexity. Yi Chun shrugged his shoulders, tacitly acknowledging her incredulity. He had initially promised Long Hao to keep these secrets, yet since Long Hao himself had confessed, what remained for him to conceal? The slave contract, perhaps? Nangong Liuli, filled with reluctance, cast a threatening glance at the visibly anxious Long Sihai beside her. Even with so many witnesses to attest, she remained unable to accept that the all-encompassing genius, who excelled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and whose mastery in weapon forging and alchemy was unparalleled, could merely be a humble servant of the Long family. I shall summon the servant to retrieve his slave contract at once." Long Sihai, not daring to delay, immediately signaled to the steward nearby. Shortly thereafter, the steward indeed presented a yellowed contract. Chapter 54. The enemy knocks at the door. Indeed, it is a slave contract. Upon perusing the slave contract presented by Long Sihai, Nangong Liuli found it utterly impossible to remain incredulous. The document explicitly detailed that Yi Chun, a native of the southern outskirts of Qingye City, hailed from a humble farming family, orphaned at a young age, and wandered the streets with his younger sister. By a stroke of fortune at the age of 12, he was fortunate enough to be selected by the Long family, binding himself to a 30-year servitude contract. For 8 years, he had diligently fulfilled the duties of a servant within the Long household. After collectively examining the contract, the Nangong family fell into a profound silence. None could have anticipated such an incredible and ironically poignant outcome. A lowly servant of the Long family had eclipsed the most brilliant prodigies across various realms. How utterly ironic. This was not merely a disgrace for the Long and Nangong families, but a humiliation for all professions. My esteemed guests, it is my failure in upbringing that has led to this farcical predicament. However, please rest assured that from this moment forth, I shall impose strict discipline and ensure he will no longer act recklessly. As the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, Long Sihai could withstand it no longer and was the first to shatter the silence. He felt as though he were on the verge of collapse. How foolish he had been to boast extravagantly and send out invitations to the high-ranking powers of Qingye City to celebrate. Now, he realized that the ostentation of the past was met with a biting irony. Do you think a mere apology will suffice? Nangong Liuli coldly glared at Long Hao, her gaze akin to flames. Long Hao trembled, his confidence faltering as he stammered. Then what do you intend to do? Bring me ink and brush. Nangong Liuli commanded sharply. What do you need ink and brush for? Long Hao was taken aback. Yet, before she could respond, he hastily urged the nearby servant. Did you not hear the instructions of Miss Nangong? Quickly, fetch the ink and brush. Yes, yes. The servant complied, scurrying to present the ink and brush respectfully before Nangong Liuli. Without further ado, she seized the brush and began to inscribe upon the rice paper with great fervor. Swish, swish, swish. After a flurry of strokes, a few hastily written lines emerged on the paper, crowned by 2 exceedingly prominent characters. Divorce document. At the bottom, the signature read, Nangong Liuli. A divorce document? She intended to divorce Long Hao. This was utterly absurd. Was it not customary for the male to initiate the divorce? How had the tables turned? Such a formidable woman dared to defy conventions so boldly. As the onlookers beheld the divorce document, penned by Nangong Liuli. They were rendered utterly astounded. In the realm of the illusory spirit continent, where a patriarchal hierarchy prevailed, it was a rare occurrence for a woman to initiate a divorce once a betrothal was established. Even when the Nangong family had contemplated breaking the engagement, they had merely intended to subject Long Hao to a trial, compelling him to write a divorce document should he fail. Yet now, the situation had been completely reversed. The woman was divorcing the man. Such audacity was simply unparalleled. Nan Gongxian initially felt a twinge of doubt, yet reflecting on how the Long family had manipulated him, he refrained from intervening. From this day forth, I, Nangong Liuli, sever all ties with you, Long Hao. After completing the divorce letter, Nangong Liuli tossed the pen aside and turned to Yi Chun. Do you have anything to say to me? Unsure of how to respond, Yi Chun shrugged. At this juncture, all matters seemed to no longer concern him. What was there left to say? You think that with the truth revealed, you can remain unscathed? Nangong Liuli suppressed her fury, stating, since you have involved yourself, you can forget about escaping unscathed. What do you intend to do? Yi Chun replied innocently. I. Nangong Liuli was at a loss for words. Her inquiry stemmed from indignation, but if pressed to consider her intentions, she truly could not devise a course of action against Yi Chun. Suddenly, a series of raucous sounds erupted from outside the door. What is happening? Who is causing a ruckus out there? Hearing the commotion, the members of the Long family hastily shifted their focus. Long Hao, come out here. Though he was not yet visible, a commanding voice pierced through the air. Simultaneously, one by one, the Long family guards at the entrance were sent flying. As the intruder surged forward with unstoppable force, breaking through with ease. Moments later, they forcibly entered the main hall of the Long family. Who is this? There is only one person, and she is a woman? Upon recognizing the newcomer, astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, she was a woman, strikingly beautiful, with an alluring figure, wielding a long sword that glinted with a cold light. Her sharp gaze radiated an air of danger, making her presence formidable. Senior Sister Chen? While others were unfamiliar with her, Nangong Liuli gasped. Junior Sister Nangong. The woman arched an eyebrow and cast her gaze upon Nangong Liuli. Yet her beautiful eyes held not a trace of joy at seeing a fellow disciple. Rather, they brimmed with hostility. Senior Sister Chen, what brings you here? Nangong Liuli, sensing the animosity, began to step forward cautiously. That is a question I should be asking you. Why are you here instead of in Xiang City? Nangong Liuli found herself momentarily speechless. I demand to know what has happened to Brother Peng Jinan. Without receiving a reply, the woman pressed on with relentless questioning. Peng Jinan? Nangong Liuli's expression shifted slightly, and she instinctively glanced at Yi Chun, stammering, Brother Peng, he is dead, isn't he? Before she could finish her sentence, the woman interjected. Nangong Liuli ceased to respond, tacitly acknowledging the claim. In truth, from the moment Chen Duoduo entered, she had surmised the purpose of the visit. The woman had undoubtedly learned of Peng Jianan's demise and traced her way to the Long family in Xingye City. As a disciple of the Miao Miao sect, you concealed the tragic fate of our fellow disciple at the hands of your Nangong family. Nangong Liuli, what is your true intention? Chen Duoduo continued her cold interrogation. Senior Sister Chen, the situation is not as you imagine. Nangong Liuli intended to explain, but before she could finish her words, Chen Duoduo waved her sleeve and scolded, Enough. Regardless of the reason, anyone who dares to kill a disciple of my Piao Miao sect must pay with their life. Chen Duoduo swept her gaze over the crowd, her voice suddenly rising. Where is Long Hao? Come forth and face your demise. Upon utterance of these words, all eyes converged on Long Hao. No, it's not me. Long Hao's complexion turned pale with fear, and in a flustered manner, he pointed at Yi Chun, exclaiming, He is the one who killed Peng Jinan, not I? Are you Long Hao, the young master of the Long family? Chen Duoduo approached step by step, her demeanor aggressive, with a hint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. I am not. No, I indeed am Long Hao, the young master of the Long family, but since you are Long Hao, then that is correct. Hand over the sword. Before Long Hao could finish his sentence, Chen Duoduo lunged forward with her sword drawn. Chapter 55. Adding fuel to the fire, Dragon Hao was filled with trepidation, his soul nearly fleeing his body. This deranged woman, without allowing him to finish his words, had launched an attack. Should he perish beneath her sword, it would be an unjust fate. It was Leaf Chun who had truly slain Peng Jinan, not him. With a swift motion, a crescent-shaped sword light cleaved towards him, fierce and unrelenting, as if it would shatter all in its path. Dragon Hao barely had time to react before it was upon him. Such an assault, such velocity, if no unforeseen event occurred in the next moment. Dragon Hao would undoubtedly be cleaved in twain. Be careful, Howard. In that critical moment, Dragon Sihai suddenly leapt forward, shoving Dragon Hao aside. Yet, the approaching sword energy sliced through his shoulder. With a spray of blood, one of Dragon Sihai's arms was severed, spiraling into the air. This single encounter revealed the terrifying prowess of Chun Duoduo. Humph, overestimating yourself. Chun Duoduo scoffed, showing no intention of halting her advance. Miss, this is a misunderstanding. Dragon Sihai, disregarding his pain and clutching his severed limb, retreated anxiously. The one who truly killed your disciples from the Piao sect is not my son, Dragon Hao, but him. He pointed at Leaf Chun. Yet, Leaf Chun merely shrugged. I am not the young master of the Dragon clan. With that, Dragon Sihai spat a mouthful of blood. You wretched scoundrel, so devoid of responsibility. You are the one who committed the act, yet you dare to bite back when the moment arrives? Leaf Chun, you are utterly despicable. You are the one who killed the disciples of the Piao sect, yet you lack the courage to admit it? The others from the Dragon clan chimed in, hurling accusations. Despite the onslaught of reproaches, Leaf Chun remained unfazed. He would take responsibility for his own actions. Why should he concern himself with their plight? Had the Dragon clan exhibited a modicum of accountability and willingly accepted their part in the matter, he might have considered stepping forward to acknowledge it. However, the clan sought to exploit him, and when trouble arose, they wished to cast him as the scapegoat. There is no justice in such a bargain. Nangong brother, Luli, do speak a word of fairness. After being ensnared by Leaf Chun's retort, Dragon Sihai grew increasingly anxious, casting a pleading gaze towards Nangong Xian and Nangong Luli. But Nangong Xian remained indifferent, appearing unconcerned. Only Nangong Luli, after a moment of struggle, finally raised her voice. Sister Chun, that is enough. As she spoke, she swiftly darted forward, positioning herself in front of Dragon Sihai. Sister Nangong, Brother Peng met his tragic end at your family's hands, and you share an undeniable responsibility. I have yet to settle the score with you. Yet you dare to intervene? Chun Duoduo's tone was frigid, her sword vibrating with power, resonating through the very soul. This matter originated with me and pertains solely to myself. Do not harm the innocent. Nangong Liuli spoke with resolute conviction. I acknowledge that Peng Jianan perished in my Nangong family, but I shall provide an explanation to my sect. There is no need for you, senior sister, to concern yourself with this matter. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a disciple of the mysterious Cloud sect. Chun Duoduo slowly raised her longsword, its tip aimed directly at the bridge of Nangong Liuli's nose. Enunciating each word with chilling clarity, you must either step aside or face death alongside them. Nangong Liuli fell silent, but deftly brushed her hand over her spatial bracelet. A faint glow emanating as a longsword materialized in her grasp. Junior sister Nangong, you have made a grave error in judgment. Chun Duoduo shook her head in disappointment, her tone suddenly turning icy. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for casting aside our camaraderie. With that, she thrust her longsword forward with ferocity. Naturally, Nangong Liuli would not stand idly by and immediately countered. The clash of weapons echoed through the air, resonating with intensity. The shockwaves from their combat shattered nearby tables and sent spectators tumbling in disarray. Though Nangong Liuli possessed commendable strength, it paled in comparison to that of Chun Duoduo. With but a few breaths exchanged, Chun Duoduo's sword sent Nangong Liuli's weapon flying. Junior sister Nangong, you have brought this upon yourself. Chun Duoduo scoffed, her sword lunging towards Nangong Liuli's throat. In a moment of panic, Nangong Liuli's expression shifted dramatically. Disarmed and unable to evade Chun Duoduo's lightning-fast strike, she felt the weight of impending doom. However, just as her life hung in the balance, clang! Chun Duoduo's sword did not pierce Nangong Liuli's throat as anticipated. Rather, it was abruptly intercepted by a blade that had appeared out of nowhere. Chun Duoduo staggered back, astonished as she turned to face the wielder of the blade. It was a young man, strikingly handsome, yet clad in the garb of a servant. Who are you? She demanded coldly, her surprise evident in her eyes. As a disciple of the mysterious Cloud sect, she was accustomed to overpowering those present, even reducing her fellow disciple, Nangong Liuli, to near helplessness. She had not anticipated that an inconspicuous servant could not only block her fierce thrust, but also force her to retreat. The most astonished of all was Nangong Liuli, who had believed she would not escape this perilous moment. To her shock, it was the very person she despised who had saved her life in this critical hour. "Miss Chun, it is him. Now you must believe." Dragon Sihai, who had narrowly escaped death moments ago, seized the opportunity to speak. "He is the true culprit behind the murder of your fellow disciple, masquerading as my son, Long Hao, to infiltrate the Nangong family and subsequently slay Peng Jianan during the competition. Is that so? There is more to this." Chun Duo regarded Yi Chun with keen interest, remarking, "While I cannot ascertain the truth of his claims, judging by the prowess you just displayed, it seems that only you could have slain Peng Jianan. What discernment you possess." Yi Chun shrugged, unashamed, and admitted, "I am indeed the one who ended Peng Jianan's life. If you seek vengeance on his behalf, then come at me." "What is your intention, Yi Chun?" inquired Nangong Liuli, her expression a mixture of complexity. "I am the one responsible for Peng Jianan's demise. You need not bear the burden of this. Furthermore," he slowly raised his crescent blade, its edge ominously directed towards Chun Duo. "This arrogant woman. I have long wished to teach her a lesson." "What did you say? You wish to teach me a lesson?" Chun Duo retorted, her anger manifesting as derisive laughter. "You certainly possess audacity, but audacity does not equate to capability. Shall we put it to the test?" Yi Chun, uninterested in further banter, brandished his blade and charged forward. With a powerful push from his feet, he leapt into the air, utilizing the force of his descent to bring his crescent blade crashing down towards Chun Duo. Chapter 56. Utilizing the library, the first strike of the Thunderblade, the Wrath of Thunder. With a swift motion, the blade descended with unstoppable force, akin to a torrential storm. Chun Duo furrowed her brows, hesitant to confront it head-on. As she retreated, she unleashed two formidable waves of sword energy. Clang! Although her strikes were fierce, they shattered against Yi Chun's blade. The deafening sound of the great sword cleaving downwards resonated through the air, splitting the ground beneath into a wide chasm. The resulting shockwave propelled Chun Duo backward by several paces. Such strength? Chun Duo was taken aback. She had presumed that, with her cultivation at the 4th level of the spirit realm, even if this youth could defeat Peng Jianan in direct combat, he would not pose a threat to her. To her astonishment, the battle had barely commenced, and she found herself at a disadvantage. "Senior Sister Chun, I hope you will know when to stop." At that moment, Nangong Liuli, having retrieved her longsword, stood beside Yi Chun, her blade pointed toward Chun Duo. "Are you planning to join forces with him?" Chun Duo's brow furrowed, her eyes filled with reluctance. "I have stated that I will provide the sect with an explanation for Peng Jianan's demise. I hope you will not force my hand." Nangong Liuli replied resolutely. "Very well." Chun Duo sneered. "Nangong Junior Sister, should you two join forces, I concede that I would not be your match. However, you shall soon pay the price for your actions." With that, she sheathed her sword and began to retreat towards the Grand Hall's exit. Facing Yi Chun alone was already daunting, and with Nangong Liuli's assistance, her defeat was inevitable. Thus, despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to withdraw for the time being. Nangong Junior Sister, I almost forgot to mention something." Reluctant to leave in such a disheveled state, Chun Duo turned back at the entrance of the Grand Hall, saying, "Perhaps you are unaware, but I did not come here solely for revenge against Peng Jianan." "What do you mean by that, Senior Sister?" Nangong Liuli was taken aback. "Because there are others from the Misty sect nearby?" Chun Duo replied with a mysterious smile. "Others?" Nangong Liuli's expression shifted slightly. "Who are they?" "Brother Jiang Guangyuan and Sister Kong Xiai. They are also present." Nangong Liuli's expression changed slightly. "To disclose the truth, we were originally escorting the Grand Elder to the Divine Physician Valley for treatment. While passing through Shenyang City, we learned of Peng Jianan's murder, which prompted me to come to Qingye City for a look." Chun Duo replied meaningfully. "This place is merely 2 days' journey from the Divine Physician Valley. Once we escort the Grand Elder there, we will undoubtedly return to seek justice." Leaving behind a chilling smile, Chun Duo suddenly accelerated, transforming into a gust of wind as she rushed out of the Long family's Grand Hall. Yi Chun did not attempt to stop her. From their earlier confrontation, he had discerned that while he could maintain the upper hand, Chun Duo's strength was indeed formidable, and with his current cultivation at the 1st level of the spirit realm, he still lacked the means to defeat her. Moreover, having previously slain Peng Jianan, he has already attracted considerable trouble. Should he publicly execute another disciple of the mysterious Cloud sect, it would only invite far greater complications. Just now, I am grateful to you. After Chen Duo departed, Nangong Liuli cast a glance, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Yet upon hearing Yi Chen's response, her initial gratitude swiftly transformed into fury. A great favor need not be explicitly acknowledged. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that if she wished to repay him, she might offer herself, and considering her modest beauty, he could reluctantly accept. Once, Yi Chenyu, Nangong Liuli was nearly driven to madness. The faint fondness she had harbored for him evaporated in an instant due to his words. All she had done was express her thanks. Yet he had the audacity to imagine that she would offer herself in gratitude. What was he thinking? The most infuriating part was that the scoundrel had the gall to say he would only begrudgingly accept it once. That figure was utterly shameless. By the way, were the two individuals your senior sister mentioned particularly formidable? Yi Chen hastily shifted the topic. Although Nangong Liuli was indignant, she would not dwell on such a shameless subject in front of so many people. She snorted coldly and replied curtly, "Naturally. Then what is the extent of their cultivation?" Yi Chen persisted with his inquiries. Jiang Guangyuan has attained the 7th stage of spirit level, while Kong Ci is at the 6th stage. At this point, Nangong Liuli scrutinized Yi Chen, inquiring about his own level of cultivation. "I have reached the 1st stage of spirit level," Yi Chen responded. "Only the 1st stage of spirit level?" Nangong Liuli was taken aback for a moment, then retorted solemnly, "Who are you trying to deceive? Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you." Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. He was indeed speaking the truth. Ever since he consumed that spirit-viewing pill at the Nangong family, his cultivation had broken through the constraints of the master level, entering the realm of spirit level. However, he was still merely at the 1st stage. After all, he did not possess any cultivation techniques for spirit level, and even with the comprehension system, he remained in the dark without guidance. "If I am not mistaken, your cultivation should be at the 4th stage of spirit level." It was unclear whether she sought to convince herself or to compel Yi Chen to acknowledge her claim. But she promptly voiced her assessment. "Back when I was at the Nangong family, Peng Jianan was at the 3rd stage of spirit level. Yet you managed to slay him with a single blow, sufficient to indicate your superiority over him. Moreover, just now, you were able to repel Chen Duo with a single strike. Even if you had the advantage of weaponry, Chen Duo is at the 4th stage of spirit level. Thus your cultivation must be equal to hers, at the 4th stage. Am I correct? If you wish to differentiate based on combat power, that is not without merit." Yi Chen replied ambiguously. "Do not get too pleased with yourself." Nangong Liuli was further incensed by Yi Chen's dismissive attitude. "Even if your cultivation is at the 4th stage, once Jiang Guangyuan and Kong Ci arrive, your demise is inevitable." After a brief pause, Nangong Liuli scoffed. "Therefore, before they arrive, you should flee from here. It may just preserve your life." "Flee?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Why would I escape? Do you wish to remain here and await death?" Nangong Liuli retorted angrily. "What if they lack the courage to come?" Yi Chen replied with a mysterious smile, then turned to Long Sihai. "Master Long, I would like to borrow your family's library for a time." "Borrow the library?" Nangong Liuli was taken aback, then incredulously asked, "Are you hoping to frantically seek enlightenment and elevate your cultivation to a level where you can contend with them before Chen Duo and her entourage return?" "Precisely." Yi Chen nodded. "Huh." Nangong Liuli laughed, her laughter laced with derision. "Should I mock your naivety or your ignorance? Cultivation cannot be accomplished in an instant. It demands years of persistent effort and dedication, coupled with diligent practice, to have even a glimmer of hope for advancement." With her extraordinary talent that allowed her to stand above the younger generation of Shenyang City, even with complete cultivation techniques and combat skills, she had only reached the 1st level of the spirit realm after starting her training at the age of 8. One can only imagine how excruciatingly slow her progress had been, even if Yi Chen's talent surpassed hers. To expect him to ascend several levels in just a few days is nothing short of a fantastical dream. Chapter 57. Breaking the slave contract. Not only did Nangong Liuli cast a scornful glance towards Yi Chen, but others also regarded him with disdain. Chen Duo had just mentioned that once the Grand Elder of the Miao sect was delivered to the Divine Physician Valley, stronger comrades would be summoned back for revenge. Among Chen Duo's associates, One had already reached the 6th tier of the spirit level, while another had astonishingly achieved the 7th tier. Based on Yi Chen's earlier conversation with Nangong Liuli, his current cultivation was merely at the 4th tier of the spirit level. This implies that in order to contend with Chun Duoduo's companions, Yi Chen would need to ascend 3 tiers in rapid succession, reaching at least the 7th tier of the spirit level. The Divine Physician Valley was only a mere 2 days' journey away. A round trip would take at most 4 days. To think that Yi Chen could elevate himself from the 4th to the 7th tier within these 4 days. It was sheer folly, even for those with exceptional talent. Managing to break through even a single tier in such a brief span was commendable. To aspire for 3? That was nothing short of a dream. Yet, undeterred by the skeptical gazes around him, Yi Chen addressed Long Sihai with unwavering resolve. Might I request a brief use of your library? This. Long Sihai's expression turned somewhat awkward. What? Is the head of the Long family unwilling? Yi Chen's countenance darkened. No, do not misunderstand. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather there exists a more pressing reason. Long Sihai forced a smile. The truth was, he truly felt reluctant. After all, the library of any family or faction was typically reserved for its own members, seldom open to outsiders. Even during the time when the Long family and the Nangong family maintained a cordial relationship, they would not share their martial arts or techniques. However, despite his reluctance, he dared not refuse. Yi Chen was no longer the lowly servant he once was. Just moments ago, the fiercely imposing Chun Duoduo had caused him to flee in terror before Yi Chen, revealing the magnitude of his strength. Thus, if Yi Chen were to force his way into the Long family library, who within the entire Long family could possibly stop him? The mere act of consulting him first was already a significant concession. What pressing reason could that be? Yi Chen inquired. In our Long family library, there are indeed several spirit-level techniques and combat skills, but each of them is incomplete. Long Sihai explained sheepishly. Incomplete? Yi Chen was taken aback. Indeed. Long Sihai nodded. These techniques and combat skills are all fragmented. Some of our members attempted to cultivate them, but the results were disastrous. They either fell into madness or met with sudden death. Thus, Long Sihai sighed, offering a well-meaning warning. Given your current cultivation level has reached the spirit level, entering the library would likely yield no benefit. That is of no concern. I only wish to enter and take a glance. There is no need for the head of the Long family to worry about anything else. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. Yi Chen, did you truly grasp what the Long family has conveyed? Beside him, Nangong Liuli could no longer bear the scene and impatiently reiterated. Incomplete martial techniques and skills should not be recklessly cultivated. Otherwise, one risks either succumbing to madness or meeting an untimely demise. When Yi Chen had earlier mentioned temporary cultivation in preparation for confronting Chun Duoduo and her entourage, she had deemed it mere folly. Now, with no complete martial arts skills at his disposal, how could he still persist? Such ignorance bordered on the tragically absurd. I am well aware that you cannot cultivate incomplete techniques. However, your limitations do not bind me. Yi Chen replied with a mysterious smile. You are utterly unreasonable. Nangong Liuli exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot. On the other side, Long Sihai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cautiously said, Yi Chen, do you believe that the head of the Long family is merely using excuses to prevent you from entering the library? Rest assured, I harbor no doubts about your words. Not wishing to prolong the discussion, Yi Chen urged, since the head of the Long family has consented, please lead me to the library. Of course, Long Sihai responded hurriedly, then turned to Long Hao. Howard, why are you still standing there? Hurry and take Yi Chen to the library. Do not worry, father. I will handle this. You should tend to your wounds. Long Hao replied promptly and moved to lead the way, while Long Sihai attended to his injuries. Having lost an arm to Chun Duoduo, he was bleeding profusely and risked succumbing to excessive blood loss if not treated promptly. Long Hao, have you forgotten something important? Upon seeing Long Hao, Yi Chen was reminded of another matter. What is it? Long Hao asked, taken aback. The slave contract. Yi Chen replied with a sly smile. He had not fled from Sheong City primarily to rescue his sister, Yi Yanran, but also to terminate the slave contract. Now that matters had settled, it was time to finalize these issues. Fear not. Even if you do not mention it, I shall ensure that it is resolved. Long Hao, no longer daring to refuse, immediately summoned the documents for Yi Chen's slave contract and signed his name with a flourish. At last, Yi Chun was liberated from his subservient status. It was hard to fathom that he had once been born into servitude. Is this not a testament to the adage that one should not judge by appearances? The onlookers were filled with astonishment. Had Yi Chun not brought it up, they might have forgotten that this individual, who had accomplished numerous miracles and inspired envy in many, was once merely a lowly servant within the Long family. Nangong Liuli, too, came to a realization, her gaze toward Yi Chun now imbued with a complex mixture of emotions. How could someone of such humble origins conceal such remarkable potential and talent? By the way, I too wish to visit the library. As her thoughts raced, Nangong Liuli approached Long Hao. You would not refuse me, would you? No, I would never dare. Long Hao replied, wiping away more cold sweat. Given the relationship between our two families, how could I possibly obstruct your entry? Do not presume to be overly familiar with me. Do not think that a few flattering words will absolve you of your past transgressions. Nangong Liuli scoffed coldly, then turned her gaze towards Yi Chun, stating, I am keen to witness how you intend to cultivate those incomplete martial arts of the Long family. Suit yourself. Yi Chun made no attempt to dissuade her, and said to Long Hao, lead the way. Very well, please follow me. Long Hao promptly proceeded ahead without delay. Shortly thereafter, he guided Yi Chun and his companion to a heavily guarded pavilion. Above the entrance hung a massive plaque, emblazoned with several conspicuous characters. Library Pavilion. It seemed that Long Sihai had not deceived you. Here, the spiritual level martial arts techniques are not only exceedingly scarce, but none are complete. After perusing the library pavilion for a brief moment, Nangong Liuli shook her head in disappointment, saying, it would be best not to waste any more time. We should leave. Before she could finish her sentence, she was rendered speechless. For at that moment, Yi Chun was engaged in an act that utterly astonished her. Chapter 58. The sound of pages turning. The sound of pages turning echoed softly, flap, flap. At this moment, Yi Chun was not the slightest bit disappointed. Rather, he was fervently engrossed in his reading. His pace was astonishingly swift, as he flipped through each book rapidly, merely skimming its contents before hastily moving on to another, indiscriminately exploring a wide array of genres. What are you doing? Nangong Liuli inquired, astonished. Reading, Yi Chun replied succinctly. Is this how one reads? Nangong Liuli remarked with frustration. When others read, they delved deeply, savoring the profound meanings embedded in each sentence. You, on the other hand, are merely flipping through pages as if it were a game. Perhaps, my method of reading differs from yours, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. He could not reveal the existence of his comprehension system, and whether Nangong Liuli believed him was of no concern. What mattered most was to swiftly absorb the knowledge contained within these texts. After all, his comprehension system could rapidly catalog any material he had perused, refine it, and lead him to profound insights. Having finally accessed such a repository of knowledge, he was determined not to squander the opportunity. Go ahead and pretend, Nangong Liuli scoffed. How can you possibly comprehend anything when you can't even see the content clearly? That's of no concern to you. Yi Chun retorted, growing impatient. He pointed toward a nearby corner that was pleasantly cool. If you choose not to read, kindly refrain from disturbing me. Are you really that addicted to pretending? Nangong Liuli exclaimed, her face a mask of indignation. Although Yi Chun had previously triumphed over her using this very method during their last encounter at the Nangong family's testing grounds, she remained steadfast in her belief that no one could possess such an extraordinary level of comprehension. Yi Chun's ability to master two combat techniques to such an extent must have stemmed from prior training or covert cheating. Believe what you wish, just do not hinder me. Yi Chun dismissed her, continuing to flip through one book after another. It must be noted that although the Long family had declined, their library still housed a considerable collection of texts. Rows of bookshelves extended deep into the library, showcasing a seemingly endless variety of titles. Beyond martial arts techniques and combat skills, there were texts on alchemy, weapon forging, music, chess, calligraphy, talismans, soul manipulation, and formations, countless in number. However, the quality was sorely lacking. Most of the books were of the lowest tier, with the majority being of the scholar rank, a few belonging to the master rank, and only a handful of spirit rank, most of which were incomplete, either flawed or merely fragments. Are you truly willing to gamble your life on these incomplete techniques? Nangong Liuli queried, her frustration mounting as Yi Chun continued to be dismissive. I value my life too much to jest with it. Do refrain from bothering me. Yi Chen's irritation grew more palpable. However, Nangong Liuli remained resolute, picking up a spirit-level combat technique from the shelf, and with a smile that was neither here nor there, remarked, "This set of Yanluo Duanhuan I have just perused is indeed a spirit-level technique, yet it is riddled with numerous flaws, rendering it utterly impractical for cultivation." She waved it before Yi Chen, adding, "If you can successfully cultivate it, even if you can only execute the first move, I shall not only overlook your previous deceit and collusion with Long Hao, but will also grant you any condition you desire." "Is that truly so?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Though he initially had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse with Nangong Liuli, her overtures left him with little reason to decline. Moreover, it was paramount to consider that Nangong Liuli was a disciple of the Miao Miao sect, and there might come a time when he could find her services beneficial. Of course, Nangong Liuli nodded, then swiftly changed her tone, "But do not say I did not warn you. Should you encounter any mishap during your cultivation, do not blame me." Her words were merely a ploy to compel Yi Chen to reveal his true nature. The tome entitled Yanluo Duanhuan, which she had indeed examined, was fraught with faults, making successful cultivation virtually impossible and likely to induce serious errors. Thus, unless Yi Chen was truly reckless, there was no way he would accept such a wager. Yet, even if Yi Chen were to take up the challenge out of sheer defiance, the multitude of flaws in Yanluo Duanhuan would render it utterly unfeasible for cultivation. Rest assured, should any issues arise during my training, it will be my own affair, unrelated to you. Now hand over the manual. Yi Chen extended his hand, demanding the text. "Are you truly willing to gamble with me?" Nangong Liuli's fair visage turned pale. "Is it not you who proposed this wager?" Yi Chen replied with a wry smile. "However, is it worth risking your life merely to contest me?" Nangong Liuli's anger was palpable. "Will you or will you not gamble?" Yi Chen asked, growing impatient. "You are quite something, truly." Nangong Liuli was at her wit's end. "Very well, since you seem so eager to court disaster, take it." With that, she forcefully placed the manual into Yi Chen's palm. "I hope you keep your word." Yi Chen chuckled softly, immediately flipping through the Yanluo Duanhuan. With a swift motion, he perused the pages, then tossed it back onto the shelf. "Is that all you read?" Nangong Liuli blinked, gazing at Yi Chen as if he were a fool. "Indeed, I have finished." Yi Chen nodded, "And I can demonstrate it to you right away." "Huh, you merely glanced at it, and now intend to showcase it to me?" Nangong Liuli was torn between laughter and tears. Even if Yi Chen read swiftly, he had yet to begin comprehending, yet he already anticipated demonstrating it. "What? Do you not believe me?" Yi Chen, disinterested in further debate, prepared to perform on the spot. But Nangong Liuli waved her delicate hand. "Very well, take your time. I can no longer remain here." With that, she turned to leave. She had come to realize that Yi Chen was undoubtedly toying with her. To continue engaging with someone who clearly regarded her as a fool would only serve to make her appear foolish herself. "Hello, did you not say?" Yi Chen intended to call out to Nangong Liuli, but she had already hurriedly walked away. Helpless, he reluctantly abandoned the thought and returned to his book. "Oh, why has Miss Nangong emerged? She appears quite distressed. No wonder. Our Long family's library is not only scant in spiritual-level techniques, but lacks a single complete one, which must surely be disappointing for her." Upon seeing Nangong Liuli exit the library, the onlookers immediately speculated about various possibilities. Nangong Xian approached her directly, inquiring, "How did it go?" "Not a single complete spiritual-level technique or combat skill. What a sheer waste of time." Nangong Liuli replied with a cold huff. "It seems the decline of the Long family is indeed justified." Nangong Xian remarked pointedly. "To lack even a full set of spiritual techniques and skills is truly disheartening." At this juncture, as if recalling something, he asked, "By the way, where is Yi Chen?" "He's still inside." At the mention of Yi Chen, Nangong Liuli's expression darkened further. "Is there not a single complete technique or combat skill within? What on earth is he still doing in there? What else could he be doing?" "Just putting on a show, of course." Nangong Liuli scoffed. "The main issue is that he seems to have become addicted to the act. It's impossible to stop him." Chapter 59. Mutation. Could it be that Yi Chen truly intends to cultivate those incomplete martial arts techniques? Nangong Xian chuckled softly. "Whether he chooses to cultivate them, I cannot say, but he is indeed inside." Nangong Liuli remarked. "If he is not cultivating, then what is he doing in there?" Nangong Xian inquired in astonishment. Nangong Liuli's expression grew awkward, and after a moment, She replied in an exceedingly unnatural tone. He seems to have merely entered to flip through some books for amusement. What? Flipping through books for fun? Nangong Xian was taken aback. The others, upon hearing this, exchanged bewildered glances. Flipping through books? What could possibly be entertaining about that? Could it be that he, having been a servant of the Long family, has seen little literature and thus wishes to engage with books more intimately? Thinking along these lines, it became somewhat understandable. After all, he was once a servant of the Long family, and perhaps he believed that by perusing more books, he could shed his humble origins. Indeed, it must be his inferiority complex at play. Entering the library under the pretense of reading was merely a fade to satisfy his vanity. When he emerges, let us feign curiosity and see how he responds. As the group patiently awaited, several hours later, Yi Chun indeed emerged from the library. Yi Chun, how was your reading? What books did you peruse? Could you share with us in detail? The crowd immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with questions in a cacophony of teasing and mockery. Nangong Liuli, however, turned her head aside, disinterested in glancing at Yi Chun again. Yet, upon hearing his subsequent response, she could not help herself. Overall, the gains were quite satisfactory. What? Satisfactory gains? Nangong Liuli approached him, teasingly saying, Then do enlighten us on which books you read and what insights you gained. Had you not mentioned our wager? Yi Chun replied with a sly smile. You dare bring up that bet? Nangong Liuli retorted indignantly. Then show everyone what you have learned. You were the one who said so. Yi Chun, with a smirk, replied, If I demonstrate it later, do not resort to trickery. As long as you can execute the first move of the Hell's soul-severing technique, I will unconditionally agree to one of your requests. Nangong Liuli declared emphatically. What? The Hell's soul-severing? Is that not a spiritual-level martial technique of our Long family? Such a technique is riddled with flaws that render it nearly impossible to cultivate. Yi Chun cannot possibly be considering practicing this incomplete technique, can he? And to wager with the young lady of the Nangong family? I truly cannot fathom his thoughts. Upon hearing about the Hell's soul-severing technique, many martial artists from the Long family immediately became intrigued. After all, it was their family's technique, and no one understood its fatal flaws better than they did. This technique was created by one of their ancestors, who, before perfecting it, fell into madness and slaughtered over 100 clansmen before dying a public death in a fit of rage. It is precisely for this reason that no one has dared to touch this set of combat techniques from the Long family. Yet, Yi Chun, in a bid to wager against Nangong Liuli, not only cultivated this formidable technique, but also planned to demonstrate it before the crowd. Was this not courting death? Unfazed by the gloating gazes of the Long family members, Yi Chun strode forth, thinking, Since no one believes, then I shall. Brother, I feel unwell. Before Yi Chun could finish his thoughts, a feeble voice echoed from a short distance away. Yanran? Yi Chun furrowed his brow and turned to look. There. He saw his younger sister, Yi Yanran, whom he had just rescued, suddenly turn as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her body swaying unsteadily as if she might collapse at any moment. Miss Yi, what is the matter? The nearby Huan Yin was startled and swiftly caught her before she could fall. Yi Chun, disregarding his intended display of martial prowess, rushed over in a few quick strides. Brother, Yi Yanran had intended to convey something to Yi Chun, but before she could finish, her eyes fluttered shut and she fainted. What could have caused her to faint so suddenly when she seemed fine just moments ago? Yi Chun was engulfed by a surge of anxiety. Do not panic. Allow me to check her pulse, Huan Yin said, extending her hand to rest on Yi Yanran's wrist. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with confusion. I am sorry, though I possess some knowledge of medicine, I cannot discern her ailment. How could this be? Yi Chun was beside himself with worry. Although he had traversed through time and taken over this body, he had subconsciously accepted Yi Yanran as his sister after merging with her memories. He had only just rescued her and intended to provide her with a secure and prosperous life, free from worries. Yet, before he could even set his plans in motion, such an unforeseen event had transpired. Did you do something to my sister? As thoughts raced through his mind, Yi Chun's gaze sharpened as he turned to the Long family members surrounding him. Prior to this, his sister Yi Yanran had been held captive by Long Hao, and now, her sudden fainting might very well be connected to him. Yi Chun, what are you insinuating? Long Hao exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. I swear I have done nothing. My sister has always been in good health. If not for something you did, how could she suddenly faint? Yi Chen's eyes were fierce as swords, causing Long Hao to feel a prickling unease. But I truly haven tea. Long Hao lamented, on the verge of tears. How about this? I will summon the guards who were watching over your sister. You can question them. He immediately issued the command. Soon, several guards arrived. However, these guards fervently asserted that during their watch, they had not mistreated Yi Yanran in any way, aside from preventing her from wandering about. They had ensured she was well-fed and cared for. To prove their honesty, each one even cut their palms and swore an oath to the heavens. Observing that these individuals did not appear to be deceitful, Yi Chen chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Do not fret, Yi Chen. I shall summon our family's physician immediately. As Yi Chen's expression remained rife with murderous intent, Long Hao hastily brought forth the most esteemed healer from the Long family. However, after a moment of examination, the physician was unable to discern any clarity regarding the situation. Meanwhile, Yi Yanran remained in a state of unconsciousness, occasionally uttering soft groans. Her countenance marred by anguish. Young Master Yi, your sister's ailment is quite peculiar. My medical expertise is regrettably limited, and I am truly at a loss. The Long family physician shook his head, then, with a shift in tone, continued. However, while I cannot ascertain the cause of her affliction, there may be a place that can. Are you referring to the Divine Physician Valley? Yi Chen's mind stirred with intrigue. Indeed, it is the Divine Physician Valley. The physician nodded emphatically. If there exists anyone capable of saving your sister, it is likely that esteemed healer you of the Divine Physician Valley. Yi Chen, you do not intend to take your sister to the Divine Physician Valley, do you? Before Yi Chen could respond, Nangong Liuli interjected. Let us not forget that my fellow apprentice, Chen Duo, and her companions are also en route to the Divine Physician Valley. Should your paths cross, or should you encounter one another within the valley, the ensuing events need not be elaborated further. Chapter 60. Knowing the danger despite Nangong Liuli's well-meaning admonition, Yi Chen paid her no heed, his intense gaze fixed upon Long Hao. Please prepare a carriage for me. Are you truly intent on taking your sister to the Valley of the Divine Healers? Long Hao questioned, incredulous at Yi Chen's apparent madness. Before departing, Chen Duo had mentioned that they were to escort the esteemed elder of the Piamiao sect to seek medical assistance in the valley. Should he receive treatment, he would return with more formidable comrades to exact vengeance. Yet here was Yi Chen, not contemplating an escape, but willingly marching into the lion's den. Was this not akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger, inviting his own demise? My sister's life hangs by a thread. Could you expedite the process? Yi Chen urged. Startled, Long Hao, disregarding any further delay, hurriedly ordered his subordinates to prepare the carriage. Nangong Liuli, initially poised to voice her thoughts, observed Yi Chen's ominous countenance and instead approached Nangong Xian. Father, I shall accompany him to the Valley of the Divine Healers. Why would you follow him? Nangong Xian exclaimed, nearly beside himself with frustration. Your fellow disciple has already branded you a traitor. Rather than seeking a way to redeem yourself to our sect, you wish to venture to the valley with him? This matter arose from me. I cannot abandon it. Seeing that Nangong Xian was about to continue, Nangong Liuli interjected, Father, I am not seeking your permission. I merely wish to bid you farewell. Please return to Xieyang City. Liuli, but Nangong Xian was both furious and anxious. Yet before he could finish, Nangong Liuli had already turned away. Yi Chen, the carriage is ready. Long Hao's voice called out. Thank you. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude with a glance towards Long Hao and swiftly lifted the unconscious Yi Yanran into the carriage. I will accompany you. Huanin followed suit. Upon receiving Yi Chen's incredulous look, she hastily clarified, as a woman, I possess greater attentiveness than a man like you. Additionally, with my modest knowledge of medicine, I can assist in caring for your sister along the way. Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Miss Huanin. Yi Chen did not refuse her offer. Rather, he regarded her with appreciation. He had to concede that he was utterly inept at tending to patients. Having someone as meticulous as Huanin by his side was undoubtedly advantageous. I shall also go. At that moment, another figure slipped into the carriage, Nangong Liuli. What is your purpose for coming? Yi Chen's brow furrowed. While Huanin's presence could aid in caring for his sister, he questioned what Nangong Liuli intended to accomplish by joining them. Was she there to disrupt? My fellow disciples harbor a deep-seated animosity towards you. If I am not present, I fear they may. They had best not provoke me, or I shall ensure they regret ever being born into this world. Yi Chen interjected, his tone brimming with authority. However, To Nangong Liuli's ears, it sounded like reckless bravado. Previously, Chen Duoduo had warned that two other exceptionally powerful disciples would also be accompanying the esteemed elder on their journey to the Valley of the Divine Healers. A 6th-tier spirit grade and a 7th-tier spirit grade. In such a formation, Yi Chen found himself utterly devoid of any power to resist. As for his intention to elevate his cultivation to a level capable of contending with his opponents before Chen Duoduo returned to exact her revenge, it was, in her eyes, sheer folly. Not to mention that the Long family lacked a complete spirit grade cultivation method. Even if they possessed one, it would be impossible for Yi Chen, regardless of his exceptional comprehension, to achieve several tiers of advancement in a mere 4 days. Nevertheless, in a situation where passive resistance held no promise of victory, Yi Chen chose to approach the enemy willingly. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. With a fleeting glance at the unconscious Yi Yanran, she refrained from arguing with Yi Chen and urged, "Time is of the essence. We must set off immediately. Regardless of your agreement, I am determined to go." Without waiting for Yi Chen's response, she settled herself beside Yi Yanran, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, adding, "Moreover, I can take care of your sister. Isn't it better to have an extra pair of hands?" At this gesture, a flicker of irritation flashed in the depths of Huan Yin's beautiful eyes. However, seeing that Yi Chen seemed uninclined to forcibly intervene, she remained silent. "Let us depart." With this command from Yi Chen, the driver promptly set the carriage in motion. Although Nangong Liuli's presence offered him little assistance, he knew that with her obstinate character, he could not dissuade her. Most importantly, his sister Yi Yanran was in grave danger, leaving him no time for idle chatter with Nangong Liuli. That night, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and a full moon hung high. After traveling for half a day, Yi Chen and his companions paused in a desolate wilderness, preparing to rest for the night. "Take a moment to rest. I will tend to Yanran," Huan Yin approached. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Yi Chen nodded and moved to sit cross-legged nearby, swiftly entering a meditative state. Though his sister remained in a deep unconsciousness, her condition had not deteriorated. With no other pressing matters at hand, it was time to devote himself to cultivation. Earlier at the Long family's library, he had assimilated several spirit-grade techniques and combat skills. The comprehension system not only corrected all deficiencies, but also allowed him to fully integrate the knowledge. However, grasping the essence of the techniques did not equate to an immediate elevation in cultivation. A specific training process was still required. Of course, for him, this process was merely a natural progression. Before long, an hour had passed. Emerging from his meditative state, Yi Chen finally opened his eyes. As anticipated, his cultivation had surged from the initial 1st tier of spirit grade to an impressive 9th tier. Yet, this was where his advancement halted. Each major realm's pinnacle possessed a transitional period. To ascend to an even higher realm, there were only 2 methods. One could forcibly break through the bottleneck using medicinal aids, or gradually transcend the constraints through one's own comprehension. Undoubtedly, Yi Chen would opt for the first method. Do not be deceived by his apparent superiority over Nangong Liuli in the Nangong family, for he merely relies on the Tao comprehension system to gain an unfair advantage. He has never considered himself to be a peerless genius capable of transcending to the next grand realm solely through his innate understanding. Such reliance on fortune is best avoided. However, he faces a conundrum in his quest to break free from the constraints of the spirit level through the use of medicinal pills. The most renowned pill for transitioning from the spirit level to the sect level is undoubtedly the Taizong pill. While perusing a tome titled Compendium of Pharmacology in the Long family's library, he had encountered a brief overview of the Taizong pill. It is not only exceedingly difficult to concoct, but also requires an exceptionally rare medicinal ingredient. Consequently, the Taizong pill is often said to be priceless, yet unavailable. Many martial artists have reached the 9th tier of the spirit level, but remain unable to break through the barriers and ascend to the sect level due to their inability to procure even a single Taizong pill. "What? No progress at all?" Nangong Liuli inquired, observing his crestfallen expression from a distance. "There is indeed some progress, but..." Yi Chen intended to elaborate on the matter of the Taizong pill, yet before he could finish his thought, Nangong Liuli interjected with unwarranted confidence. "Cultivation is never a swift endeavor. Even in the absence of progress, there is no need for you to feel disheartened or embarrassed." Chapter 61. The encounter of enemies. Am I disheartened? Am I embarrassed? You haven't even let me finish my words. Yet how can you presume to know whether I have made any progress in my cultivation? Is this self-assuredness truly commendable? Cold sweat trickled down Yi Chen's back. However, what left him even more speechless was yet to come. Even if there is no progress in your cultivation, there is no need for excessive concern. Since I have chosen to accompany you, I possess the means to ensure your survival. Nangong Liuli spoke with an air of mystery. How will you do that? Yi Chen instinctively inquired. Aren't they supposed to escort our esteemed elder from the Piaomiao sect to the Divine Physician Valley for treatment? Nangong Liuli sighed. As long as I can persuade the elder, Chen Duo will not dare to act recklessly. And what is your confidence level? Yi Chen asked curiously. Nangong Liuli hesitated for a moment before vaguely responding. Although my confidence is not particularly high, from my recollections, our elder from the Piaomiao sect has always been amiable and magnanimous. As long as I articulate the difficulties and gain his trust, he should not be overly difficult with me. Are you thus entrusting your fate to another? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. In this world, there exists no absolute fairness or justice. Only by continuously growing stronger can one avoid being at the mercy of others regarding their destiny. Nangong Liuli pondered thoughtfully. Seemingly wishing to cease the idle chatter, she waved her hand weakly. Enough, it's getting late. Let us rest quickly. In a day's time, we shall arrive at the Divine Physician Valley. 2 days later, within a valley shrouded in the essence of soul practitioners. Divine Physician, I beseech you, save our elder. Yes, you are known as a divine healer. If you cannot cure our elder, then it seems there is no one who can. Several disciples of the Piaomiao sect, including Chen Duo, knelt before a thatched cottage, pleading desperately. I have made myself abundantly clear. This is an incurable ailment. An old and impatient voice emanated from within the cottage. Do not presume that because you hail from the Piaomiao sect, you are superior. I have already examined your elder and declared there is no remedy. If you doubt my words, you may seek another esteemed physician, but do not linger here as an eyesore. But Chen Duo attempted to say more when a feeble voice came from behind. Do not speak further. Since the divine physician has declared himself powerless, it can only mean my fate is sealed. My time has come. Elder, Chen Duo and the others rose, their faces etched with sorrow. Not far from them, a stretcher bore an elderly man, his hair and beard white, his face lined with deep wrinkles, his eye sockets sunken, and his limbs withered like decayed wood, resembling a corpse risen from the grave. Such is fate. There is no need to force it. The old man smiled bleakly, lamenting his lack of enlightenment, which had prevented him from breaking through that barrier. Otherwise, he could have lived for at least another 20 years. Before Chen Duo and the others could respond, the elder weakly waved his hand. Let us depart. Since the divine physician has declared it hopeless, before I pass, I wish to return to my roots and rest eternally within the Piaomiao sect. Chen Shimi, let us escort the elder back. A male disciple beside Chen Duo patted her shoulder, feigning sorrow as he remarked, both the esteemed healer and the elder have said so. There is little more we can do. Very well. Chen Duo did not refuse, nodding in agreement as she prepared to approach the elder. However, after taking just a few steps, she suddenly halted, her gaze sharpening. It is you? As she beheld several figures approaching, a fierce murderous intent ignited in her eyes. Chen Shimi, what troubles you? Do you recognize them? Observing her intense reaction, the surrounding disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Do you recall my account of the encounter with the Long family in Qingye City? Chen Duo pointed at the approaching individuals. He is the true murderer of Peng Jinan, and he even forced me back from the Long family with a single blade. Is it truly him? One exclaimed in disbelief. A mere slave of the Long family managed to slay Peng Jinan and push back Shimi with a single strike? Truly, one must not judge by appearances. We had intended to resolve matters with them on our way back to Piaomiao sect, yet here they are, presenting themselves so conveniently. What a twist of fate. The other disciples from Piaomiao sect glimmered with excitement at Chen Duo's revelation, eager for confrontation. The group targeted by Chen Duo was none other than Yi Chen, Huan Yin, Nangong Liuli, and the still unconscious Yi Yanran, who was being supported by Huan Yin. This is bad. They have spotted us. Nangong Liuli's complexion changed, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Even Huan Yin's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. Though she had garnered recognition for her musical talent, her martial prowess was rather lackluster. If these disciples from Piaomiao sect disregarded her identity as a musician and came at her with violence, she would have no means of defense. Only Yi Chun remained calm and composed, striding forward without a hint of hesitation, completely ignoring the encroaching group led by Chen Duoduo. Senior Sister Chun, Senior Sister Kong, Senior Brother Jiang, I implore you to refrain from such hostility. Noticing Yi Chen's indifference, Nangong Liuli rushed forward in a few quick strides. Let us resolve our disputes in front of the elder. There is no need for violence. Senior Sister Nangong, how can you still speak so boldly? Chen Duoduo glared at her, her eyes brimming with resentment. Your transgressions shall be reported to our sect, and you will face the consequences you deserve. However, this audacious fiend who dared to slay a disciple of Piao sect must pay with his life. With that, Chen Duoduo turned to a male and female disciple beside her. Senior Brother Jiang, Senior Sister Kong, this scoundrel is no weakling. I cannot handle him alone. Fear not. With me here, his doom is at hand. Jiang Guangyuan stepped forth, his hands clasped behind his back, casting a cold glance at Yi Chun, and spoke in an undeniably commanding tone. Young man, will you surrender obediently, or, if you wish to avoid death, then step aside? What? Jiang Guangyuan found it hard to believe his own ears. The others exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. This young man truly possessed an extraordinary audacity. Who was Jiang Guangyuan? Although he was not the strongest disciple of the outer sect of the Misty sect, he ranked among the top 10. His cultivation having already reached the 7th level of the spirit realm. It was presumed that with Jiang Guangyuan personally confronting him, Yi Chun would at least be cautious, bracing himself for a formidable foe. To their astonishment, he dared to utter such audacious words. Yi Chun, what are you doing? The most anxious of all was Nangong Liuli. She knew full well that Yi Chun could not possibly be Jiang Guangyuan's match, yet she had come along in the hope of persuading the ailing Grand Elder, thereby restraining Chen Duoduo and her companions. Little did she anticipate that before she could even begin her plea, Yi Chun was already courting disaster. Although she had prepared countless reasons and excuses, they were likely of no use now. After all, no matter how magnanimous the Grand Elder might usually be, he could hardly tolerate a reckless individual who dared to threaten the disciples of the Shiman clan while being brazenly arrogant before him. Chapter 62, A Small Trick. Much to the elder's amusement, it was not only Nangong Liuli who felt anxious. Huanin quietly cautioned, Yi Chun, rescuing your sister is paramount. Such a domineering approach will only bring us harm without any benefit. It is precisely because saving my sister is critical that I find no time for idle chatter with them. Yi Chun expressed, unperturbed by the presence of Chen Duoduo and others, as he fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Guangyao, who stood before him. Step aside. I have no time for conversation. Huh? Conversation? Who the hell wants to converse with you? I merely wish to. Jiang Guangyao's fury twisted into a laugh, but before he could finish, a low command resonated from behind. Guangyao, stand down. Elder. Jiang Guangyao furrowed his brow, instinctively casting a glance towards the elder lying on the stretcher. Do you not see? They are also here seeking medical assistance. The elder gestured towards Yi Yanran, supported by Huanin. I see them, what of it? Jiang Guangyao retorted indignantly, they are our enemies. And now is the perfect opportunity to strike while they are vulnerable. Fool. The elder's voice rose sharply. If he indeed harmed our disciples of the Piao sect, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. However, the one in critical condition is another, and we must not allow our grievances to endanger the lives of others. He pointed towards Yi Yanran. This young lady is in dire peril. Should you obstruct her treatment and miss the optimal moment, you would be the architect of her demise. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chun cast a more scrutinizing glance at the elder. Although he harbored little fondness for the Piao sect, the elder's words were undeniably just. Elder, I, Jiang Guangyao, though seething, dared not rebut at that moment. Stand down. Let him take the patient inside first. Yes, elder. With the elder's command, Jiang Guangyao had no choice but to comply, hastily stepping aside. Yet, as he withdrew, he cast a furtive glance at Yi Chun, his eyes brimming with malice and murderous intent. Yi Chun noticed but remained unfazed, turning to Huanin. Please assist my sister inside. Very well. Huanin nodded, supporting the unconscious Yi Yanran from behind. Meanwhile, Nangong Liuli exhaled in relief. She had initially feared an inevitable clash, but unexpectedly, the elder's words diffused the tense atmosphere. Thank you for your timely intervention, elder. As she followed Yi Chun towards the thatched cottage, she did not forget to bow respectfully to the elder. After this matter, I shall provide you and the sect with a satisfactory explanation. Proceed. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Nangong Liuli wasted no time and hurriedly followed suit. Come, let us also go and observe. Indeed, we must ensure he does not escape through the back. Jiang Guangyao and his companions exchanged glances before entering the humble abode of the renowned healer. The humble exterior of the thatched cottage belies its exquisite and spacious interior, adorned with an array of jars and bottles, filled with herbs both familiar and unfamiliar, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that captivates the eye. At this moment, an elderly man with graying temples is diligently working with the herbs, seemingly oblivious to Yi Chun and his companions, whether by design or sheer concentration. Having encountered the esteemed Master Ban, Yi Chun, regardless of the man's demeanor, bows respectfully. Your ability to enter the Valley of Divine Healers speaks to your competence. Master Ban observes, having previously declared that anyone able to breach the valley's entrance would receive his utmost efforts in treating their ailments, regardless of their condition. Thank you, Master Ban. Yi Chun replies hastily, understanding that entry to the Valley of Divine Healers is not granted lightly. Several formations surround the valley, requiring either knowledge of these formations or exceptionally high cultivation to penetrate. Otherwise, with the valley's renowned reputation and the countless individuals seeking treatment, it would be impossible to accommodate all who wish to enter. While others may have relied on formidable strength to force their way in, you have managed to decipher my formations, young man. You have certainly piqued my interest. Master Ban regards Yi Chun with a discerning gaze, admiration evident in his eyes. Might I inquire if you have studied formations from a young age? This query catches the attention of both Huan Yin and Nangong Liuli, as it aligns with their own curiosity. When they arrived at the valley's entrance, both had suggested a direct assault, believing that with their spiritual prowess, breaching the barrier would pose little challenge. Yet, Yi Chun opted for a more elegant solution, deciphering the formations. Initially, Huan Yin and Nangong Liuli perceived his approach as a waste of time, for formations are intricate and often require years of dedicated study to grasp their complexities. Yi Chun had already demonstrated extraordinary accomplishments in various fields back in Xianyang City, defying their expectations. Yet they found it hard to believe he had also delved into the study of formations. To their astonishment, he effortlessly unraveled the seemingly enigmatic formations, guiding them into the Valley of Divine Healers with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Along the way, Huan Yin and Nangong Liuli had inquired about his knowledge, to which Yi Chun casually replied that he had chanced upon a few books while perusing the Dragon Clan's library, unaware they would prove useful. Upon hearing this, the two women felt a sense of indignation, convinced that Yi Chun was merely toying with them. However, despite their probing, he remained reticent about the truth. Ultimately, their curiosity was left unsatisfied. Now, with Master Ban's renewed inquiry, their interest is once again piqued. I have merely dabbled in the study of formations, a trivial skill that may amuse you, esteemed elder. Yi Chun humbly acknowledged the situation before swiftly shifting the topic. My sister is in grave danger. Might I request you, esteemed senior, to examine her condition first? We can engage in a more extended conversation at a later time. The formations devised by Bansho were indeed not particularly esoteric. The reason the masses perceive them as profoundly mysterious is merely due to the immense time and effort required to grasp the foundational principles of these formations. In this realm of illusory spirits, few are willing to invest such considerable resources in studying formations. Otherwise, once one attains the basic understanding, unraveling Bansho's formations would hardly pose a challenge. A few days ago, upon entering the Long family's library, Yi Chun recognized the wisdom in having diverse skills. Hence, he welcomed any and all types of books. Thanks to his enlightenment system, even a cursory glance would allow the system to catalog the material, refining it to its most complete form and bestowing him with sudden insights. Among the myriad of texts he perused, several pertained to formations. Although he was still at the most rudimentary stage, and some content remained incomplete, the system's enhancements enabled him to grasp the basics of formations, thus allowing him to decipher Bansho's constructs. Very well, my young friend, allow me a moment. I shall now examine your sister's pulse. Bansho was quite decisive. Immediately approaching the bedside of the unconscious Yi Yin ran to take her pulse. This pulse, could it be? No, that's not right. Perhaps it is. But then again, not quite. What could it be? As he took her pulse, Bansho murmured to himself, his expression oscillating between astonishment shock, and confusion. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's emotions mirrored Ban Shou's fluctuating demeanor. "Esteemed doctor, what exactly afflicts my sister?" Unable to contain his urgency, Yi Chen implored. Ban Shou remained silent for a moment, conducting another thorough examination before abruptly shaking his head with an air of embarrassment. "I am afraid I cannot ascertain the nature of this ailment at present." "What? Even you cannot discern it?" Yi Chen's heart plummeted. Yet Ban Shou hastily shook his head, his demeanor betraying a facade of confidence. No, do not panic. I merely said for now. After all, this condition is quite rare, and my memory is a tad hazy. I shall need to consult ancient texts." "Ancient texts?" Yi Chen's spirit stirred, his gaze fixed intently on Ban Shou. "Esteemed senior, might you possess a wealth of literature concerning medical knowledge?" Chapter 63. Unveiling the Truth. What do you mean by that? Ban Shou rolled his eyes. "The reason I possess the title of divine physician is due to my extensive reading of medical texts, coupled with countless experiments. The collection of ancient physicians' works I have amassed is as thick as a mountain. Could I possibly have the honor of witnessing them?" Yi Chen expressed profound interest. "Oh, does it seem that my young friend has a penchant for the medical arts?" Ban Shou inquired with curiosity. Yi Chen's expression stiffened. What knowledge did he possess in medicine? He merely wished to peruse the medical books collected by Ban Shou. Although he had encountered a myriad of texts in the Long family's library, none had pertained to the medical field. Otherwise, he would not have been utterly oblivious to his sister's ailment throughout their journey. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he straightened his chest and feigned gravitas. "Ahem. Esteemed elder, to speak candidly, I have perused countless medical texts since my youth. However, due to my tender age, my medical skills remain limited, and I am utterly incapable of comparing myself to your esteemed self." His reasoning for this response was straightforward. If he admitted to knowing nothing of medicine, Ban Shou would undoubtedly be disappointed and would not allow him to handle those medical books. However, his words struck both Huan Yin and Nangong Liuli with astonishment. They acknowledged that while Yi Chen might possess extraordinary talents in other domains, he was utterly inept in the realm of medicine. Just considering his clumsiness in caring for Yi Yanran over the past 2 days was ample evidence of his meager foundation in the medical arts. They had originally presumed that in the presence of someone hailed as a divine physician, Yi Chen would exhibit a modicum of humility. To their surprise, he dared to put on airs, to claim he had perused countless medical texts, and to foolishly aspire to compare his skills with those of a divine physician. What audacity and confidence did he possess? Did he not fear being unmasked by the divine physician Ban Shou, who might, in a fit of anger, refuse to treat his sister Yi Yanran? Nevertheless, only the two of them were aware of Yi Chen's true capabilities. Upon hearing his words, Master Ban Shou's expression brightened instantly. Indeed, in my many years of practice, I have encountered numerous presumptuous quacks, yet I have never met a young friend as modest as you." Ban Shou's fondness for Yi Chen surged. Most physicians often boast of their abilities to attract more clients. Thus, it was rare to encounter someone as humble as Yi Chen. Huan Yin and Nangong Liuli were rendered speechless. Yi Chen was not being modest. He was merely posturing. "Esteemed elder, you flatter me. My trivial medical skills are scarcely worthy of mention in your presence." Ignoring the disdainful glances from the two women, Yi Chen continued to be courteous. "However, if the esteemed elder would allow me to glimpse your collection of medical texts, I would be eternally grateful. Of course, these texts are not secrets. Since you are also a practitioner in this field, it would be my pleasure to share them with you." Suddenly, Ban Shou became unusually affable, immediately pulling Yi Chen towards the back hall, almost as if they were brothers. This scene left Nangong Liuli and Huan Yin utterly dumbfounded. What to do? As Yi Chen and Ban Shou vanished from sight, Huan Yin anxiously exclaimed. Nangong Liuli was equally incensed. This lad, who had no understanding of medicine whatsoever, dared to boast in front of the renowned physician. If he were to be exposed later, one could only imagine the consequences. Though their voices were not particularly loud, the quiet atmosphere allowed Chen Duo and her companions, who had just entered, to overhear them. What? So Yi Chen was merely putting on a facade? Ha! This is utterly hilarious. This lad, utterly ignorant of medicine, dares to show off before the master physician? I shall go in and expose his true self. With that, Chen Duo prepared to rush into the back hall, but was stopped in her tracks by Jiang Guangyuan. Junior Sister Chen, the back hall is the most sacred place for Master Ban. Unless granted permission, Anyone daring to make a commotion or force their way in will face severe repercussions. But that lad, Chen Duoduo, still wore an expression of indignation. Yet Jiang Guangyuan smiled ominously. Fear not. Since we know he is pretending, we shall reveal his true nature when he emerges. On the other side, Kong Si echoed. Jiang Shixiang is right. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Currently, Master Ban treats him as an equal with warmth. If he discovers the ruse later, his wrath will surely be formidable. Chen Duoduo, you all. It was only then that Nangong Liuli realized she had misspoken. However, words once spoken are like spilled water, they cannot be retrieved. All they could hope for now was that Master Ban would not engage Yi Chun in lengthy conversation, but rather hurry back to treat Yi Yanran after reviewing the materials. If that were to happen, even if they later discovered Yi Chun was a fraud, at least their goal would have been achieved. Otherwise, if they engaged in any medical discussion, even if only briefly, Yi Chun's utter lack of knowledge in the field would undoubtedly expose him in an instant. Yet, the more they worried, the more their fears came to fruition. Young friend, since you have perused countless medical texts since childhood, have you ever encountered the Millennial Herbal Compendium? Even as the words faded, the crowd could still faintly hear Master Ban's resonant voice. After that, the conversation became inaudible. Yet, even without hearing, one could imagine the ensuing dialogue would be exceedingly awkward, and Yi Chen's predicament utterly embarrassing. Indeed, Master Ban would quickly discern Yi Chen's pretense, erupting in fury and casting him out like a dog. Just the thought of it caused Nangong Liuli and Huan Yin's hearts to sink. In stark contrast, Chen Duoduo and her companions reveled in schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the thunderous roar of Master Ban from the back hall. However, in reality, they waited for a considerable time. Yet the anticipated furious outburst remained conspicuously absent. Back hall. Esteemed Master Ban, you recently mentioned the Millennial Herbal Compendium. I have some recollection of it. Yet I am uncertain of its authenticity. In the face of Master Ban's challenging inquiries, Yi Chun was well prepared and spoke eloquently. I have encountered numerous instances of such issues. The medical texts I have perused are either incomplete or fabricated under the guise of borrowed names. This is indeed a common occurrence. Master Ban nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Yi Chen's words. Since you have brought up the Millennial Herbal Compendium, might I inquire if you possess an authentic copy of this tome? Yi Chen asked fervently. Indeed, I do. Master Ban replied without hesitation, gesturing towards a row of bookshelves. If my memory serves me correctly, it should be located on that shelf. Should you find the version you possess unsatisfactory, you may reference mine. Pausing for a moment, Master Ban solemnly cautioned, to acquire the genuine Millennial Herbal Compendium, I have invested considerable resources. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generosity. Yi Chun exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Yet, in an effort to redirect the conversation, he adopted a serious tone. However, my sister is gravely ill. If there are any materials you require, I kindly urge you to expedite your inquiries, for human life is of paramount importance. We may discuss the intricacies of medical knowledge at a later time. He deftly shifted the topic, motivated by two simple reasons. First, to ensure Master Ban's assistance in saving his sister, and second, to divert attention so he could thoroughly absorb the invaluable knowledge contained within these medical texts. Chapter 64. The Temptation. Very well, young friend, feel free to do as you wish. I shall take my leave to consult relevant texts, Ban Shou remarked, casting a benevolent glance at Yi Chun before he began to peruse the books related to Yi Yanran's ailment. Meanwhile, Yi Chun seized the opportunity to rummage among the rows of shelves. The sound of pages rustling filled the air as he swiftly flipped through one book after another, merely skimming their contents before hastily moving on to the next. Observing this haphazard method of reading, Ban Shou, who had been engrossed in his own research, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you doing, young friend?" "Reading," Yi Chun replied without turning around. "Reading? Is this how one reads?" Ban Shou's frown deepened. "I'm merely glancing through," Yi Chun nonchalantly dismissed. Desiring to evade further conversation, he was, however, pursued relentlessly by Ban Shou. "But how much can you truly comprehend with such a cursory glance? These tomes are invaluable, amassed at great cost, and your reckless handling of them verges on sacrilege against the sacred texts of medicine. Senior, please do not take offense. There is a reason for my superficial browsing." Yi Chun had anticipated Ban Shou's skepticism and had prepared an excuse. "As I mentioned earlier, I have perused medical literature since childhood. My visit here is solely to discover what treasures lie within your collection that I have yet to encounter. The books I hastily glanced at were all ones I have already read. Thus, there is no need for a thorough examination. Yi Chen beamed. Yet Ban Shou's expression darkened, and he reiterated his inquiry. Are you quite certain that every book you just flipped through was previously familiar to you? His narrowed eyes shifted from admiration to disdain as he scrutinized Yi Chen. Most of the volumes in his collection were rare editions, devoid of duplicates. Yi Chen had flipped through no fewer than 50 or 60 books, many of which were indeed rare, yet he had not examined a single one in depth. This could only imply that Yi Chen was a charlatan seeking to gain notoriety without merit. In response to the accusation, Yi Chen feigned innocence. Senior, is there some misunderstanding with the way you are regarding me? Humph, misunderstanding? Ban Shou scoffed. If you genuinely wish to save your sister, then be forthright with me. Such pretentiousness will not earn my goodwill. It will only lead to disappointment and sorrow. Ah, Senior, do you truly believe there is a misunderstanding? Yi Chen replied with a wry smile. I assure you, I have indeed read all the books I just flipped through. How can that be construed as feigned ignorance? You still persist in this charade. Ban Shou exclaimed, exasperated. He seized a book from one of the shelves. If I recall correctly, this is one you just perused. Is it not? Indeed, I did flip through it. Yi Chen acknowledged after glancing at the cover. Since you have perused it, then according to your own words, you have read it before, correct? Yes. Then you must have some recollection of the content within this tome, I presume? Previously, there was nothing, but just now, I casually flipped through it and recalled everything. Huh, splendid, truly splendid. Ban Shou seemed to have been awaiting this very statement and immediately opened a page, inquiring. This book records a medicinal herb known as the purple-tailed sweet fruit. Do you have any recollection of it, young friend? Of course. Yi Chen nodded without a moment's hesitation. Oh, then please describe its characteristics and benefits. Ban Shou continued to probe. Do you wish to play a charade? The elder thought, eager to see how long Yi Chen could maintain his facade. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's subsequent response, he was utterly taken aback. The purple-tailed sweet fruit, also known as the purple sweet fruit, is entirely purple in hue, resembling. Yi Chen did not pause for a moment, immediately articulating the characteristics, benefits, features, and growth regions of the purple-tailed sweet fruit with remarkable fluency. Senior, was what I just said correct? As Ban Shou stood in a daze, Yi Chen's magnetic voice resonated in his ears. Ban Shou shuddered slightly, finally coming to his senses. He remained silent. Yet his gaze upon Yi Chen was akin to that of a man beholding a marvel. It was not that Yi Chen had erred. Rather, he had been excessively accurate, mirroring the contents of the book in his possession word for word. What is going on? Did the junior truly misspeak? Noticing Ban Shou's silence, Yi Chen stepped forward eagerly. How is this possible? Seeming unable to believe his own ears, Ban Shou flipped to another page before Yi Chen could approach. Can you also elaborate on the bitter root? Certainly. The moment Ban Shou mentioned the name of the herb, Yi Chen eagerly recounted its details. Once again, Ban Shou was rendered speechless. For Yi Chen's descriptions matched the text of the book perfectly. Could it be that he had already memorized the contents of this book? After contemplating, Ban Shou could only arrive at this conclusion. If he had not committed it to memory, how could Yi Chen instantly recite the information from any page he opened? Perhaps I should test him further. Unwilling to concede, Ban Shou selected another book. As before, this was one that Yi Chen had casually perused and set aside. To Ban Shou's astonishment, after several random inquiries, Yi Chen was able to provide immediate answers each time. Furthermore, for several treatment methods regarding certain ailments, Yi Chen offered his unique insights, asserting that the original author of the book either recorded inaccuracies or was mistaken in the treatment methods proposed. Initially, Ban Shou was greatly astonished, viewing Yi Chen as excessively arrogant for daring to question these medical classics. Yet, when Yi Chen began discussing the medicinal approach for one particular ailment, Ban Shou found himself unable to refute it. This was because the disease Yi Chen described was indeed documented in the book, but Ban Shou had personally attempted that treatment method on patients, only to find it ineffective, exacerbating their conditions instead. In regard to this ailment, Yi Chen not only discerned its shortcomings, but also articulated a specific treatment plan. Esteemed elder, are you not intending to peruse the text to discover a remedy for my sister? He remarked. It seems rather inappropriate for you to linger here engaging in idle conversation with me. After being questioned for an extended period, Yi Chen began to grow somewhat impatient. After all, His purpose for being here was to seek medical assistance for his sister, while examining these medical tomes was merely a secondary endeavor. Was Bansho truly so engrossed in idle chatter that he neglected the gravity of his sister's condition? I apologize. I was unjustly presuming your intentions. I mean, I was simply too engrossed. I shall resume my studies forthwith. You may attend to your matters as you see fit. When Bansho spoke to Yi Chen again, the skepticism that had once lingered in his eyes had vanished entirely, replaced by a profound respect evident in his use of the honorific you, illustrating the extent of his shift in attitude. Chapter 65. This illness. I can cure. As Bansho walked away, visibly disgruntled, Yi Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief. His earlier eloquence stemmed solely from having perused those books. Had Bansho chosen different texts for his examination, he would have been utterly at a loss for words. Subsequently, he employed the same method and swiftly scanned through all the remaining books. Although Bansho had amassed a considerable collection of medical literature, it was predominantly focused on a singular discipline, limiting the scope of knowledge. Within a span of less than an hour, he had thoroughly examined hundreds of volumes across 2 rows of shelves. Despite Bansho's lingering skepticism, he refrained from further challenging him following their earlier exchange. Have you discovered any relevant information, esteemed senior? Yi Chen inquired, unable to contain his impatience. Not yet, Bansho replied, somewhat awkwardly. He vaguely recalled several similar peculiar ailments akin to Yi Yanran's unusual condition, but could not precisely locate them within his vast collection, making the search rather cumbersome. Perhaps I shall not trouble you further, revered Bansho. I might be capable of treating my sister myself. Upon hearing this, Bansho failed to grasp the implications of Yi Chen's statement and hurriedly assured him, rest assured, young friend, I will certainly unearth the pertinent details to assist your sister. What did you say? You intend to treat your sister yourself? It dawned on him that Yi Chen had just proclaimed a remarkably audacious assertion. The symptoms of an ailment that even he, a skilled physician, could not discern were supposedly within the grasp of this young man who sought his counsel. Was this a jest? If he possessed the ability to cure her, why would he have gone to such lengths to visit the divine physician valley? Was it merely to humiliate himself? Thank you, esteemed Bansho, for providing these invaluable texts. They have indeed been a great benefit to me. Yi Chen expressed his sincere gratitude before turning to leave. Hey, have you truly discerned your sister's affliction? Bansho quickly followed him out. Outside, nearly an hour had passed. Yet there was still no sign of them. Could it be that Bansho had uncovered his deceit and disposed of him within? If that were the case, it would save them the trouble of exposing his true nature. Despite the prolonged silence, Chen Duo and her companions harbored an unrelenting desire to witness Yi Chen's downfall. In contrast, Nangong Lioli and Huan Yin fidgeted anxiously, akin to ants on a hot pan, unable to remain still. Younger friend, please enlighten me on the nature of your sister's illness. A familiar voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the inner hall, Bansho and Yi Chen. They're out. This lad seems unscathed. Could it be that Bansho has yet to unveil his true character? As the onlookers noted Yi Chen's unharmed state, a mix of astonishment and disappointment washed over them. Conversely, Nangong Lioli and Huan Yin quickly transformed their anxiety into joy and rushed forward. How is it? Are you unharmed? Seeing the 2 women so eager, Yi Chen shrugged and retorted, I merely entered to discuss some literature with Master Ban. What could possibly transpire? Did Master Ban not engage you in any medical discourse? Huan Yin looked on with uncertainty. We did discuss. Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. Then, did Master Ban not express his wrath or resort to violence against you? Huan Yin still found it hard to believe. That is indeed perplexing. Why would Master Ban become enraged or resort to violence against me? Yi Chen felt increasingly bewildered. Enough. Step aside. Bansho, displeased by Huan Yin and Nangong Lioli's insistence on lingering around Yi Chen, interjected, My young friend claims he can treat my sister. Do not meddle here. What? He can treat his sister? Nangong Lioli and Huan Yin's expressions darkened to the utmost degree. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Chen Duo and her companions, after an initial shock, erupted into laughter. Haha, did I hear correctly? This lad intends to treat his sister? Even Master Ban requires reference materials. How could he possibly? Their unrestrained mockery stemmed from the belief that Yi Chen was merely a pretentious charlatan. They assumed that exposing Yi Chen's true nature would not provoke Master Ban's ire. However, silence. Before Yi Chen could respond, Ban Shou bellowed, "You all, get out of here, lest I show no mercy. Master Ban, we leave." Chen Duo attempted to interject, but Ban Shou's voice thundered once more. Though Chen Duo was indignant, she dared not retort. Yet, beside her, Jiang Guangyuan was unwilling to allow Yi Chen to endure such unjust slander. Pointing at Yi Chen, he proclaimed, "Master Ban, he is nothing more than a fraud seeking fame. Do not be deceived by him." Noting Ban Shou's still glowering countenance, he continued, "When you entered the inner chamber earlier, those two young ladies accompanying him openly stated that Yi Chen is utterly ignorant of medical arts. You have surely been tricked." His reckless determination to reveal the truth stemmed from the hope that by exposing Yi Chen's fade, Ban Shou would discern the reality, thereby ensuring Yi Chen would face consequences. Yet, in truth, such foul slander. Young Master Ye's medical skills are unparalleled, his knowledge vast. Even I am ashamed in comparison. How dare you question young Master Ye's expertise? Upon hearing this, not only were Chen Duo and her companions stunned, but Huan Yin and Nangong Liuli were equally astonished. What? Yi Chen's skills are unparalleled? Even Master Ban feels inferior? Was it my ears deceiving me? Or did Master Ban misspeak? Observing Ban Shou's grim demeanor, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly peculiar. Particularly, Jiang Guangyuan, in a fit of exasperation, declared, "Impossible. This cannot be. This fellow must have employed some cunning deception to ensnare Master Ban." With a determined grit of his teeth, he stepped forward, pointing at Yi Chen and bellowing, "You insolent brat, do you think I am unaware of your true worth? Just because you have deceived the esteemed physician Ban does not mean you can fool me. I swear, I will not rest until your true form is revealed. You dare to act arrogantly before me, you fool who knows not the meaning of peril." As Jiang Guangyuan prepared to take action, Ban Shou suddenly retrieved an object from his spatial bracelet and hurled it towards him. Whoosh! Bang! It was a tiny transparent bag, and as it soared towards Jiang Guangyuan, it unexpectedly burst open. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colored powders erupted, enveloping Jiang Guangyuan and his companions. Cough, cough. What on earth is this? Is it poison? It is said that Physician Ban bears another title, the Poison Saint. If he has poisoned us, we would be doomed. Physician Ban, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please spare us. We shall never act so brazenly again. Chen Duo and the others, their faces drained of color, hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. Chapter 66. The double in constitution. This 5-colored hallucinogenic powder serves merely as a minor reprimand for you, should you dare to show disrespect to young Master Yi again. The next substance you encounter will be the 3 flavors of fatal powder. It seems that Ban Shou merely intended to issue a stern warning rather than resorting to lethal measures. Yes, thank you, Divine Dr. Ban, for your mercy, they exclaimed hurriedly, their voices tinged with fear. We shall leave at once, and will not disrespect young Master Yi again. Chen Duo and her companions dared not utter another word, and scurried away in a fluster. They had heard of the 5-colored hallucinogenic powder, known to induce vivid hallucinations even from a mere whiff. Though such effects would not endure for long, they would be sufficiently tormenting. Yet, what truly instilled dread in them was Ban Shou's mention of the 3 flavors of fatal powder, a potent toxin that could rupture blood vessels and soften bones within a quarter of an hour, ultimately reducing a person to a mere puddle of blood. It was indeed the most lethal of poisons. In light of such warnings from Divine Dr. Ban, not only would these disciples of the Miao Miao sect hesitate, but even the Grand Elder, despite not suffering from grave illness, would likely refrain from further insolence. Indeed, as they burst out of the thatched cottage, they began to experience a myriad of hallucinations, flailing about like lunatics, their words becoming nonsensical. Inside the cottage, Nangong Liuli and Huan Yin exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe their own eyes. When Jiang Guangyuan attempted to expose Yi Chen's true identity, they had felt a surge of anxiety for him. Little did they expect such an outcome. How had Yi Chen managed this? A revered physician, utterly beguiled by someone with no medical expertise. What astonished them most was that Ban Shou had mentioned Yi Chen would personally treat Yi Yinran's ailment. How would he accomplish this? Through mere deception akin to flattering Ban Shou. Just a group of misguided youths. Young friend Yi, do not stoop to their level. After dismissing Chen Duo and her cohorts, when Ban Shou turned his gaze back to Yi Chen, his expression of anger had transformed into one of obsequiousness. It seems this old man was blind to your remarkable medical prowess, young friend. Since you can treat my sister's illness, do begin at once. I wish to learn from you as well. Faced with Ban Shou's sincere demeanor, Huan Yin and Nangong Liuli felt as though they were caught in a dream, the reality stretching beyond belief. Ordinarily, after Jiang Guangyuan had revealed the truth, Ban Shou should have recognized the oddity of the situation. Yet he remained unwaveringly convinced of Yi Chen's abilities. He even went so far as to punish Chen Duoduo and her companions to protect Yi Chen's reputation. However, amidst their astonishment, a sense of unease settled in their hearts. Regardless of how masterful Yi Chen's deception might be, the necessity for practical proof loomed large. The greater the initial uproar, the more catastrophic the eventual fall would be. For instance, Yi Chen's claim that he could cure his sister Yi Yanran was an exceedingly foolish endeavor. Although Ban Shou may have been led astray, she is acutely aware that Yi Chen possesses no knowledge of medicine whatsoever. Should he attempt to treat Yi Yanran, he would not only fail to discern the underlying issues, but would also expose his pretentious nature. Nevertheless, under the anxious gazes of the two women, Yi Chen exhibited no signs of the tension that one would expect from a schemer whose plot had been unveiled. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed and nodded with assurance, declaring that he would commence his endeavor. As he boldly approached the bedside and extended his hand to take Yi Yanran's pulse, Nangong Liuli inched closer, her face etched with concern. Huan Yin also cast him questioning glances. Yet, Yi Chen appeared oblivious to their trepidation, closing his eyes as he examined Yi Yanran's pulse. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, his expression not marred by any hint of difficulty, but rather illuminated by an unmistakable joy. "Haha, splendid. This is truly remarkable news." Upon hearing this, Nangong Liuli and Huan Yin nearly collapsed in disbelief. "What is so splendid? Your sister is gravely ill, having been in a coma for 2 days. Why are you so elated? What good news can there possibly be?" Ban Shou implored. "Young friend Yi Chen, have you discovered something? What I initially suspected has now been confirmed. I understand why my sister has suddenly fallen into this state of unconsciousness." Yi Chen exhaled deeply. "Why?" Ban Shou instinctively inquired. "In truth, this is not a disease." Yi Chen cast another incredulous glance at his sister. "The reason for her condition lies in her possessing an exceedingly rare constitution." "What kind of constitution?" Ban Shou persisted. "The dual Yin evil body." Yi Chen enunciated each word with clarity. "The dual Yin evil body? What an extraordinary constitution. Why have I never heard of it before?" Nangong Liuli and Huan Yin exchanged bewildered expressions. Ban Shou, initially puzzled, suddenly gasped in realization. "No wonder I could not discern her ailment. It turns out she possesses this once-in-a-millennium constitution. It is truly astonishing." "Elder, what precisely does this constitution entail?" Nangong Liuli asked. "It is a constitution with an exceptionally high aptitude for cultivation. Prior to the age of 15, she is akin to an ordinary person. However, after reaching that age, once the potential of the dual Yin constitution is unlocked, her cultivation speed can soar to unprecedented heights, achieving in a short time what countless prodigies cannot attain." "Is that truly possible?" Nangong Liuli exclaimed in astonishment. Huan Yin, equally incredulous, pondered how Yi Chen could possess such extraordinary talent, and now his sister as well. Were the two siblings favored by the heavens? "But how did you discern this?" Nangong Liuli turned her gaze back to Yi Chen. Logically, if the renowned physician Ban Shou could not identify the symptoms, it seemed implausible that Yi Chen could. Yet, with Ban Shou's acknowledgement, it became evident that Yi Chen was not merely speaking without foundation. "I have mentioned that I possess some knowledge in the field of medicine. Yet you refuse to believe me," Yi Chen said with a wry smile. "Since you claim to have medical expertise, why did you bring your sister to the Divine Healer Valley?" Nangong Liuli still couldn't comprehend. "Well, I previously thought my medical skills were rudimentary, and coupled with my chaotic thoughts, I was hesitant to diagnose my sister recklessly." Yi Chen shrugged innocently. "However, after perusing the medical texts collected by Elder Ban, I realized that I might indeed be capable of making a diagnosis." Seeing Elder Ban's face flush with embarrassment, he hastily changed the subject. "Of course, my willingness to diagnose my sister stems from the presence of Elder Ban. Even if I were to err in my diagnosis, the Elder would be there to correct me promptly. My young friend, you are too modest. Had it not been for your diagnosis, I might never have connected the dots regarding your sister's rare constitution, no matter how many texts I perused. Elder Ban remarked with self-deprecation. Even if you did make the diagnosis, what can be done to improve your sister's current condition? Huanin inquired. Rest assured, all she requires is a specific medicinal concoction, which will not only bring her back to consciousness swiftly, but also unlock the potential of her dual fiend physique. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Outside the thatched cottage, having witnessed Yi Chen's diagnostic process, the Grand Elder of the Miao Miao sect was astonished, with a glimmer of something unusual flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Duo and the others, who had just emerged from the illusion, missed the entire diagnosis that Yi Chun had conducted on Yi Yanran. Rather than altering their perception of him, they were filled with resentment. Chapter 67. The Elder's Request. Within the humble abode, Yi Chun addressed the elder. Although I am aware of the medicinal herbs required, I unfortunately do not possess them myself. I wonder if you might have them here. Before he could finish, Ban Shou waved his hand dismissively. Dear young friend, there is no need for formality. Should I have what you seek, feel free to take it. At this juncture, his gaze intensified as he inquired, which herbs do you require? Without further ado, Yi Chen listed the common herbs along with a rather rare ingredient. After perusing the list, Ban Shou exhibited no hesitation and promptly retrieved the requested materials. Yi Chen, not one to linger idly, immediately commenced the preparation of the medicinal concoction. After administering it to Yi Yanran, she swiftly regained consciousness. The agony that once marred her visage was replaced by a healthy glow. The aura emanating from her body stirred the surrounding spiritual energy, flowing into her as if the sea welcomed rivers. It appeared that her latent potential had indeed been awakened. Observing the robust energy radiating from Yi Yanran, Ban Shou expressed his admiration. If she progresses smoothly, she will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. Perhaps even contend for the title of the world's strongest. Nangong Liuli chimed in. It seems that such extraordinary talent in a brother is mirrored by an equally remarkable sister. Huanin remarked, I initially perceived her as an ordinary girl, yet she possesses the rare dual fiend body. Ban Shou added, had it not been for Yi Chen's astute observation and alternative treatment, not only would the potential of her dual fiend body remain dormant, but it could have cost her life, rendering her a lost gem. What are you all talking about? Yi Yanran, perplexed by the admiration directed her way, instinctively moved closer to Yi Chun, bewildered. Brother, where are we? Who is this strange old man? He looks rather fierce. Ban Shou, taken aback by her innocence, responded, Yanran, you are unwell, and this esteemed individual is the renowned physician from the Divine Physician Valley. I brought you here for his expertise. Yi Chun then recounted the incident of Yi Yanran fainting at the Long family estate, after which he exchanged a few words with Ban Shou and prepared to take his leave. However, Nangong Liuli interjected anxiously. Shall we exit through the back door? The back door? Yi Chen shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Do you wish to court danger? Nangong Liuli's expression darkened. Huanin spoke earnestly, young master. Patience leads to tranquility. Stepping back could open broader vistas. There is no need to assert oneself at this moment. I am not asserting myself. I merely perceive them as no threat to me. Before Nangong Liuli and Huan Yin could elaborate further, he strode purposefully toward the door of the abode. This fool truly seems oblivious to the meaning of death. Come, let us follow and see. The ethereal sound and Nangong Liuli were seething with anger. Yet upon noticing that Yi Chun had already ventured outside, they could only follow him with hearts full of anxiety. Previously, during their time at the Long family, Nangong Liuli had inquired about Yi Chun's self-assessment of his cultivation level, which he claimed to be merely the first rank of the spirit level. However, even if Yi Chun had been deceitful, his performance against Chen Duo indicated that he was at most at the fourth rank of the spirit level, equal to Chen Duo. Yet, on their journey to the Divine Doctor Valley, Yi Chun had made no discernible progress in his cultivation. In such circumstances, confronting Chen Duo and her companions would be akin to courting disaster. It must be noted that Kong Si, a female disciple, had attained the 6th rank of the spirit level, while Jiang Guanyuan had ascended to the 7th rank. Faced with such a vast disparity, Yi Chun had no chance of victory. He has emerged. I thought he lacked the courage to show his face. Just moments ago, he was shielded by the Divine Doctor inside. Now that he is outside, let us see who will protect him. Were it not for the Elder's benevolence, allowing him to bring others in for treatment, he would have already become a casualty beneath my sword. Now that he has finished his consultations, The elder should no longer intervene, should he? As Yichen stepped out, Chen Duoduo and her associates immediately cast him glances filled with schadenfreude. Yichen noticed them, but chose to disregard their presence. In contrast, Nangong Liuli rushed forward, kneeling before the elder Guang Chenghua, who lay on a stretcher, and said anxiously, "Elder, this is all a misunderstanding, I implore you." Before she could finish her plea, Guang Chenghua feebly waved his hand. He then mustered the strength to lift his frail body and barked at Chen Duoduo and her group. "All of you, step back. Elder, what is the matter now? He has slain our disciples from the mysterious Cloud sect. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. He must pay with his life," Chen Duoduo exclaimed, confusion and indignation evident in her tone. "You may have intervened earlier, but why continue to do so now? Moreover, he is nothing but a charlatan who has deceived even the divine doctor. Such scum must not be allowed to act with impunity." Chen Duoduo and her companions were both perplexed and furious. Yet the elder replied, "Did you not see that his sister walked out on her own? And so what?" Chen Duoduo retorted coldly, "That was solely due to the divine doctor's exceptional skills in healing. Humph, you were merely trapped in an illusion and remain unaware of what transpired." Guang Chenghua was disinclined to waste further breath on this matter. He simply inclined his hand towards Yi Chun and smiled. "Young friend, my disciples, in their ignorance, have acted inappropriately. I hope you will not hold it against them." Upon hearing this, Chen Duoduo and her companions were even more incensed. They had traversed hundreds of miles, bringing him to the divine Dr. Valley for treatment, believing the elder would side with them. Instead, not only had he repeatedly prevented them from seeking vengeance for their fellow disciples, but he also showed such respect for this deceitful trickster. It was simply intolerable. Could it be that Guang Chenghua, much like Ban Shou, has succumbed to confusion, allowing himself to be ensnared by this youth's superficial tricks? Yet, despite their reluctance, witnessing Ban Shou trailing behind Yi Chun and being scrutinized by the esteemed elder of the Piamiao sect, Guang Chenghua, they dared not make a move. "You overestimate my intentions. I have come to the divine Dr. Valley solely to seek medical assistance for my sister. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall not stoop to their level," Yi Chun remarked with a faint smile, preparing to depart with Yi Yanran and the others. The objective of saving lives had been achieved, and there was no need for him to linger. However, after taking just a few steps, Guang Chenghua called out, "Young friend, please wait. What further wisdom do you wish to impart, esteemed elder?" Yi Chun inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he harbored a degree of goodwill towards Guang Chenghua, the grand elder of the Piamiao sect's outer sect, he was disinclined to engage in extensive discourse. After all, he had previously slain disciples of the Piamiao sect. An undeniable truth, and should the elder seek to exploit this to his advantage, Yi Chun would not stand idly by. "Do not misunderstand, young friend. I merely wish to request a favor of you." In a show of sincerity, Guang Chenghua struggled to rise from his stretcher, making a determined effort to approach Yi Chun. Chapter 68. Even terminal illness can be cured. Elder, what is your intention? How can this young man possess the merit to warrant such extensive effort from you? Chen Duoduo and her companions were astounded, yet their astonishment was eclipsed by indignation and confusion. However, their concerns were met with disregard by Guang Chenghua, who, with a feeble gait, finally approached Yi Chun. To the astonishment of Chen Duoduo and the others, he bowed deeply before Yi Chun and said, "Young friend Yi, your medical skills are remarkably profound. Would you be so kind as to provide an examination? Regardless of the outcome, I shall be eternally grateful and remember it with utmost sincerity." "What? You wish to seek medical advice from this charlatan? Elder, have you lost your senses? The esteemed physician Ban has already diagnosed you. You are afflicted with a terminal illness, with no remedy available. Why do you persist in such futile hope? Even if you refuse to give up, you should consult other skilled physicians instead of this deceitful trickster." Chen Duoduo and her companions were nearly driven to madness. They had completely disregarded the basic tenets of respecting their elders and began to view Guang Chenghua as a senile old fool. In their eyes, Guang Chenghua was desperately seeking a remedy, mistakenly believing Yi Chun to be a more illustrious healer than Ban Shou. However, they were different. They had long seen through Yi Chun's ruse and could not bear to watch Guang Chenghua fall victim to it. "Silence!" Guang Chenghua barked. "If anyone dares utter another word, I shall send them back to the Misty sect immediately." Chen Duoduo and her companions were stifled with frustration, Yet after careful consideration, Jiang Guangyuan chose to suppress his emotions, casting a knowing glance at Chen Duoduo and the others. Understanding his silent message, they chose not to persist and stepped aside. However, each of their lips curled into a mocking smile. The reason for their acquiescence was simple. Since Guang Qinghua placed such faith in Yi Chen's medical abilities, let him be deceived. Perhaps only when Guang Qinghua truly recognized his folly would he comprehend the meaning of harsh truths. Young friend Yi, may I once more implore you to examine me? Guang Qinghua earnestly requested after Jiang Guangyuan and the others had retreated. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. To be candid, he was reluctant. Yet, recalling how the elder had previously intervened on behalf of Chen Duoduo and her companions, he relented. Very well, I shall take a look at you, but I cannot guarantee a diagnosis. Rest assured, regardless of the diagnosis, I shall harbor no grievances and will be profoundly grateful. Guang Qinghua repeatedly expressed his thanks. Without further delay, Yi Chen stepped forward and took his pulse. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, his expression shifting as he contemplated. Young friend, have you discerned anything? Guang Qinghua inquired eagerly. Ban Shou could not restrain himself, asking, do you harbor any concerns, young friend? Senior Ban, what terminal illness did you diagnose Elder Guang with earlier? Yi Chen countered with a question instead of answering. Naturally, it is the decay syndrome. Ban Shou replied without a moment's hesitation. This ailment is all too common. Once one reaches a certain age, the body's functions begin to deteriorate rapidly. In as short a time as a month or as long as half a year, one may be reduced to nothing but bones. After a brief pause, he added, there is no remedy for this illness, except for one method that can help escape the shadow of death. Is it a breakthrough in cultivation? Guang Qinghua replied with a bitter smile and shook his head. I have long known this, yet for decades, I have been unable to break through the constraints of the king level and enter an entirely new realm. At this juncture, he gazed at Yi Chen. Is your diagnosis the same as that of Banshini? Indeed, Yi Chen nodded. Guang Qinghua's body trembled slightly, and a deep despair flickered in his eyes. If Yi Chen's diagnosis coincided with that of Ban Shou, it was tantamount to pronouncing his own death sentence. However, Yi Chen suddenly added, although my diagnosis is similar to that of Banshini, there may be an alternative method, apart from elevating one's cultivation, that could restore your physical functions and extend your life by at least another decade. Such a method exists. Guang Qinghua's sorrow transformed into joy. Yet, the nearby Chen Duoduo and others scoffed. You young man, while one might indulge in reckless eating, one must not speak frivolously. Should you deceive the esteemed elder with your nonsense, beware that we may ensure you leave empty-handed. They derided him. Even Ban Shini has declared it a terminal illness. How dare a charlatan like you claim you possess a cure? Yi Chen had no desire to engage with Chen Duoduo and her companions, but their repeated interruptions stirred his indignation. Since you all choose not to believe, why should I remain here to suffer your scorn? Farewell. With a flick of his hand, he turned and strode away. Young friend, wait. Guang Qinghua exclaimed in distress, preparing to pursue him. Yet, due to his frail state, he stumbled and fell to the ground after just a few steps, landing in a disheveled heap. Elder, are you all right? Chen Duoduo and the others rushed forward to assist him. Silence. Guang Qinghua's face darkened with anger. Did you not insist on bringing me here to seek medical help? Now, a capable healer has emerged to treat my terminal illness, yet you refuse to acknowledge him and shut the door on the true physician. Is it your intention to watch me turn to dust? At this proclamation, the expressions of Chen Duoduo and her companions shifted dramatically. Elder, we are wronged. Since we brought you to the Physician Valley, it is with the hope of ensuring your health and longevity. Elder, if we held even a shred of malice towards you, may the heavens strike us down. They hastily raised their hands to swear an oath. Then go and invite young friend Yi Chen back. Guang Qinghua urged, exasperated. Remember, treat him with utmost courtesy and do not behave as you did just now. Understood, elder. Jiang Guangyuan and the others, though vexed, had no choice but to comply with Guang Qinghua's wishes. After a series of apologies, coupled with the earnest pleas of Nangong Liuli and the hopeful expressions of Ban Shou, Yi Chen reluctantly acquiesced. However, his agreement to diagnose Guang Qinghua was not a sign of wavering commitment. Rather, it was motivated by his disdain for the despicable demeanor of Jiang Guangyuan and his companions, seeking to teach them a lesson. Esteemed Elder Guang, regarding your affliction of decay, aside from advancing your cultivation, I indeed possess another method to prolong your life, a method that is. As the crowd beckoned him with reverence, Yichen wasted no time in articulating the solution he had in mind. Yet, this was not solely his own invention. It was, in fact, the result of the Tao Understanding System's intervention. After perusing all the medical texts available to Ban Shou, the system not only cataloged the information but also performed extensive modifications and integrations, refining the treatment approaches to perfection and generating numerous remedies for previously incurable ailments. The treatment method for Guang Qinghua's decay, therefore, was one that had been derived by the system. Hence, while Ban Shou had exhausted his efforts and declared the condition beyond remedy, Yichen confidently asserted the existence of an alternative means to extend life. Chapter 69. Hidden Intentions. Dear young friend Yichen, does this method truly hold promise? Ban Shou inquired, an air of uncertainty enveloping his words after listening to Yichen's account. According to Yichen, the process required an astonishing 50 different medicinal herbs, each to be meticulously boiled using distinct techniques. Ultimately, these concoctions would converge in a water vat, steeping overnight to dispel the deathly aura and restore vitality. While the proposition appeared plausible, Ban Shou had never encountered such a procedure before and was left questioning its authenticity. This is the only solution I can presently conceive, Yichen replied, shaking his head before turning his gaze towards Guang Qinghua. Of course, you are free to dismiss my claims as mere nonsense. With that, he began to turn away. Young friend, please pause. Guang Qinghua urged hastily. I have faith in your diagnosis, yet the complexity of brewing the medicinal broth is daunting. If you are not present to supervise, it may lead to numerous oversights. But I am pressed for time. Yichen insisted, though in truth, he had no immediate intention of departing. Having lived a long life, Guang Qinghua was astute and skilled at reading the room. After observing Yichen for a moment, a sudden idea struck him. How about this? If you could remain to oversee the brewing of the medicinal broth, I shall not shy away from any requests you may have, provided they are within my capacity to fulfill. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This adage holds true across all civilized realms. Although Yichen professed a lack of time, his reluctance to leave instantly indicated he sought to negotiate some terms. As expected, since Elder Guang is so earnest, I would not mind supervising the brewing of the medicinal broth. However, at this juncture, Yichen shifted his tone, adding, should I encounter any difficulties in the future, I hope you will remember today as promise. Guang Qinghua's guess was indeed correct. Yichen was attempting to leverage this opportunity for certain conditions. After all, he had previously slain a disciple of the Miao Miao sect within the Nangong family, and had since made an enemy of the Long family through his conflict with Chen Duoduo. Though he feared no retribution, being at odds with such a formidable faction would inevitably lead to incessant troubles. If he could resolve these issues through Guang Qinghua, it would be advantageous. Moreover, to enhance his strength, relying solely on innate talent and comprehension was insufficient. He needed to utilize the Enlightenment system. The primary function of this system was to appropriate advanced martial arts and techniques. Gaining access to a powerful sect like the Miao Miao sect would undoubtedly be a prime opportunity. Establishing a good rapport with Guang Qinghua now would only serve to benefit his future endeavors in the sect. Rest assured, young friend, as long as I can successfully extend my lifespan, I shall exert every effort to assist you with any requests. Having received Yichen's agreement, Guang Qinghua wasted no time in publicly pledging his unwavering support. May I offer a word of caution first? At that moment, the voice of the esteemed physician Ban Shou echoed through the gathering. What wisdom do you impart, esteemed physician? Both Guang Qinghua and Yichen were momentarily taken aback. Although the esteemed friend Yichen has proposed a method to cure the decay disease, we now face an exceedingly awkward predicament. Ban Shou chuckled. What issue? Guang Qinghua furrowed his brow. Among the more than 50 herbs mentioned by our young friend Yichen, there exists one that is extraordinarily rare, and even I do not possess it. Which herb? Guang Qinghua's expression suddenly darkened. In any prescription, the proportion of herbs must be meticulously adhered to. Any deficiency could not only render the efficacy inadequate, but might even lead to catastrophic consequences. If even a slight shortfall can cause such issues, one can only imagine the implications of entirely lacking a necessary herb. Thus, if Ban Shou is missing even one of the required herbs, regardless of the efficacy of the prescription proposed by Yichen, it cannot be brewed. This herb is known as blood spirit grass. Banshou shook his head, a wry smile on his face. Blood spirit grass is exceedingly rare, valuable yet elusive, nearly impossible to procure. Even with my extensive collection, I do not have this herb. What shall we do then? Guang Qinghua grew increasingly anxious. Only Yi Chun seemed to anticipate this predicament, displaying no surprise, but rather a subtle glint of cunning in his eyes. For he had not yet revealed that the prescription he provided could indeed treat Guang Qinghua's decay disease. Yet one of the herbs listed was superfluous. In truth, it was added to conceal his own intentions. This herb, as mentioned by Banshou, was the blood spirit grass. Blood spirit grass is one of the ingredients required to concoct the Taizong pill, the optimal elixir for transitioning from the spirit level to the sect level. Currently, Yi Chun had reached the 9th stage of the spirit level and was in dire need of a Taizong pill for his advancement to the sect level. Although the method to refine the Taizong pill is readily available, the blood spirit grass required for its concoction is exceedingly scarce. It was with this ulterior motive that he included the blood spirit grass in the prescription. He sought to determine whether Banshou had it in stock. If so, he could discreetly keep it during the brewing process for his own future use. As long as the final concoction proved effective, no one would suspect a thing. Conversely, if Banshou did not have it, leveraging Guang Qinghua's status as the Grand Elder of the outer sect of the Miao Miao sect would likely allow him to seek out a blood spirit grass with relative ease. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? In truth, blood spirit grass is not entirely unattainable. Just as Guang Qinghua was burning with impatience, the divine physician Banshou suddenly appeared to recollect something, hinting, as I understand, blood spirit grass typically grows in secluded primordial forests, often guarded by formidable beasts. Are you implying? Before Banshou could finish his sentence, Guang Qinghua seemed to have already surmised the answer. Indeed, Banshou nodded emphatically. It is precisely the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a place rife with ferocious beasts and seldom trodden by human feet. If one wishes to find blood spirit grass, perhaps one must venture there and take a chance. Upon the mention of the Beast Mountain Range, the expressions of all present subtly shifted. It is rumored that the Beast Mountain Range is rife with ferocious beasts, known for their brutality. Even martial artists at the sect level could easily find themselves trapped in its depths, with little hope of return. Even if the elusive blood spirit herb truly flourishes within, who would dare risk their life for the sake of Guang Qinghua to seek such a remedy? Elder, at this juncture, do you still not comprehend the gravity of the situation? As the crowd fell into a profound silence, Jiang Guangyuan, embodying Guang Qinghua, could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Guang Qinghua instinctively turned his head. Jiang Guangyuan pointed at Yi Chun, filled with righteous indignation, declaring, "This scoundrel is merely spouting nonsense. The prescription he provided you is undoubtedly a fabrication, aimed solely at securing your protection and thwarting our quest for vengeance against him." Chen Duo seized the opportunity to echo, "Elder, the prescription he speaks of is so convoluted, including an ingredient that is utterly unattainable. His malicious intent is glaringly obvious. The concoction he proposed is entirely incapable of curing your decaying illness." Anticipating the reactions of Jiang Guangyuan and the others, Yi Chen displayed no anger, merely shaking his head with a profound expression, stating, "Indeed, the Beast Mountain Range is perilous, and I can understand your reluctance to venture forth. However," he shifted his tone, continuing, "if you choose to use your fear as an excuse to viciously accuse me of providing a false prescription, do you not find that rather despicable?" Chapter 70. Hidden Agendas. As Yi Chen's words fell, Jiang Guanyin staggered, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. How treacherous! It was exceedingly cunning. Yi Chen's statement instantaneously thrust him into a dilemma. Should he choose not to refute it, it would imply he was indeed cowardly, disregarding the life and death of the esteemed elder Guang Qinghua. Yet, if he were to oppose it, he would be compelled to take tangible action and venture into the perilous depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in search of the blood spirit herb. However, the mountain range was fraught with danger, and the thought of risking his life for the sake of the ailing old man was utterly unappealing to him. "Elder, I am willing to journey to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to seek the blood spirit herb for you." At that moment of silence from Jiang Guangyuan, Nangong Liuli unexpectedly stepped forward, her voice resonating with strength. This time, it was Yi Chun who felt vexed. Individuals like Jiang Guangyuan, who often boasted loudly of their willingness to brave fire and water for Guang Chenghua, had remained silent, yet here was Nangong Liuli, inexplicably eager to showcase her bravado at such a critical juncture. Nangong Liuli, your willingness brings me great comfort. Guang Chenghua appeared somewhat moved, smiling as he said, should I survive this ordeal, and you bear no fault in the death of Peng Jianan, I shall certainly vindicate your name. Thank you, elder. Nangong Liuli expressed her gratitude. I shall accompany you. Yichen suddenly declared. You wish to join as well? Guang Chenghua inquired, turning his gaze toward him. Nangong Liuli, equally perplexed, added. You need not go. Then let me ask you, do you know what the blood spirit herb looks like? Where it grows? This. Nangong Liuli found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Chun waved his hand decisively, proclaiming, it is settled then. He then turned to Chen Duo and the others. What say you? Since Nangong Liuli has expressed her willingness, are you all truly intending to remain silent? Aye. Chen Duoduo's complexion shifted from green to white. She shared Jiang Guangyuan's sentiments. The idea of risking her life in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for a single blood spirit herb was utterly unacceptable. However, with Nangong Liuli stepping forward and Yi Chun making such a bold statement, they now found themselves in a predicament. There was no retreat. I too am willing to venture to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to seek medicine for the elder, just as Chen Duoduo hesitated. Jiang Guangyuan suddenly knelt on one knee, resolutely expressing his loyalty. Chen Duoduo was taken aback, casting a questioning glance at Jiang Guangyuan. He understood her unspoken concern and immediately responded with a reassuring look, as if to say, do not worry, I have it under control. Although Chen Duoduo did not fully grasp the meaning behind Jiang Guangyuan's gaze, she gritted her teeth and declared her willingness to seek the herb for Guang Chenghua. With both Jiang Guangyuan and Chen Duoduo pledging their support, several other disciples of the Miao Miao sect, including Kong Ci, followed suit. Without further delay, the group made their preparations and set forth on their journey. Before departing, Yi Chun entrusted Huanin to care for Yi Yanran. Naturally, Huanin readily agreed. Although renowned, Huanin excelled only in her musical talents, possessing limited cultivation that rendered her incapable of accompanying Yi Chun on the perilous venture into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. As for Yi Yanran, despite her concerns for Yi Chen's safety, she found herself powerless to intervene. 2 days later, at the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, South Palace Liuli, with a countenance full of bitterness, gazed at Yi Chun with a look of regret. In her perspective, had she not invited him to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he likely would not have come. If anything were to befall Yi Chun, she believed the blame would rest upon her shoulders. In truth, even if this expedition to the mountain range were to be avoided, I would still venture there alone after departing from the Divine Doctor Valley, Yi Chun asserted. Why? South Palace Liuli was momentarily taken aback. Because. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Guangyuan and the others trailing behind them. Lowering his voice, he continued. Once my sister's dual Yin-Fiend body potential is awakened, her growth will be unstoppable. However, given her current physical condition, she is incapable of withstanding it without the aid of certain extremely Yin and chilling substances. What kind of substances? South Palace Liuli still seemed perplexed. Many exist. Yi Chun replied, for instance, the ice lotus from the extreme North Glacier, or the beast core of the ice snow demon wolf. These all belong to the category of extremely Yin and chilling substances. And if you fail to find them, what will happen to your sister? South Palace Liuli inquired. In the short term, nothing severe will occur, but in 2 months, her body will grow increasingly cold, unable to control the surging Yin energy within her. At that point, a backlash will ensue, ultimately resulting in her freezing to death, becoming an ice sculpture from the inside out. Is it truly so terrifying? South Palace Liuli gasped. I had thought that once her potential was awakened, her path to cultivation would be a smooth ascent. Any special physique carries immense risks, and my sister's dual Yin-Fiend body is no exception, Yi Chun expressed, feeling a hint of vexation. He had already addressed the issue of her unconsciousness upon awakening, but that was merely the prelude. A series of precautionary measures must follow to ensure the successful growth of the dual Yin-Fiend body. Therefore, even if it were not for the blood spirit grass, he would indeed delve deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range after leaving the Divine Doctor Valley. And what of them? South Palace Liuli glanced back at Chen Duoduo and the others, her worry evident. Knowing they harbor such deep animosity towards you, why employ provocation to compel them to join? Within the Divine Doctor Valley, Jiang Guangyuan and his companions refrained from acting against Yi Chun due to the presence of the Divine Doctor and the Grand Elder. However, once they ventured into the mountain range, the situation would be precarious. I fear that in my absence, they may pose a threat to my sister, Yi Chun stated gravely. In truth, aside from his desire to shield his sister Yi Yanran from danger, he harbored another motive he wished to keep from South Palace Lioli: to lead Jiang Guangyuan and the others into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, thereby resolving the issue once and for all. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with Chun Duo and her group, but their persistent provocations and threats to end his life compelled him to reconsider. Though he was unafraid of their threats, he remained concerned for the safety of those around him. Rather than allowing it to become a hidden danger, it is far more prudent to eradicate it at its roots. This, indeed, is the very reason why he, fully aware of Jiang Guangyuan and his companions' animosity towards him, employed provocation to compel them to follow him to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. However, does this not place you in peril? Nangong Lioli expressed her concerns. Fear not, since I dare to draw them here. I possess my own means of dealing with them. Yi Chun replied with a mysterious smile. They would be wise not to entertain any nefarious intentions, for I would not hesitate to locate a suitable resting place for them within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Yet, given your current cultivation level, you shall see soon enough. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. Nangong Lioli, initially apprehensive, found herself reassured by Yi Chun's confident demeanor, prompting her to refrain from further questioning. The more she learned about Yi Chun, the more enigmatic he appeared. Like an intricate puzzle, the more she sought to unravel it, the deeper the mystery became. Since Yi Chun claimed to have a strategy to handle the situation, it was likely not without reason. Moreover, as the sole individual capable of rescuing Guang Chenghua, Jiang Guangyuan and his companions would surely exercise caution despite their grievances against him. Yet, unbeknownst to her, as she comforted herself with these thoughts, Jiang Guangyuan and his cohorts lingered in the distance, their expressions twisted into cold smirks. Chapter 71. Revealing Fang's brother Jiang truly is remarkable to have conceived such a stratagem. Upon discerning Jiang Guangyuan's intentions, Chun Duoduo's face radiated with anticipation. Yi Chun, that young lad, thinks we will genuinely concern ourselves with the elder's ailment and obediently allow him to manipulate us into searching for medicine in the myriad beasts mountain range. Little does he know, Brother Jiang has intentionally led him astray, merely playing into our hands. Within the Divine Healer Valley, supported by a cadre of skilled healers and the Elder, I had been anxious about finding an opportunity to act. Unexpectedly, he has taken the initiative to venture into the myriad beasts mountain range, insisting on bringing us along. Truly, he is one who walks a path where heaven offers none. Boldly striding into the gates of hell, Jiang Guangyuan chuckled coldly. Yet, on the other side, Kong Ci furrowed her brow and remarked, Brother Jiang, he is the only one capable of saving the Elder. If we were to kill him, would that not also? Sister Kong, are you still unaware of this boy's true nature? Jiang Guangyuan scoffed. He merely exploits the Elder's desperate will to survive to deceive us. The prescriptions he provides are undoubtedly fraudulent. Even if we were to truly find the blood spirit grass, the Elder's decay affliction could never be cured. Then why must we accompany him into this perilous venture? Kong Ci still seemed perplexed. First, by following him, we at least present ourselves as having made an effort before the Elder and others. Moreover, Jiang Guangyuan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chun ahead, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Once we delve deeper into the myriad beasts mountain range, we may act openly, without any fear of repercussions. But how shall we explain our actions to the Elder upon our return? Kong Ci voiced her concerns. Is that not simple? Jiang Guangyuan appeared to have anticipated this, responding with a cold laugh. The myriad beasts mountain range is rife with ferocious beasts and lurking dangers. After we eliminate him and Nangong Lioli, we can easily proclaim that they perished in the jaws of beasts while searching for medicine for the Elder. What are we waiting for then? Kong Ci seemed eager. Patience. Jiang Guangyuan waved his hand. We are still in the outskirts. Should we strike now, the Elder could send someone to investigate, and they may trace it back to us. It would be prudent to wait until we venture deeper. But if we encounter a formidable beast, might we not endanger ourselves as well? Chun Duo expressed her worries. Sister Chun, fret not. Although the Myriad Beasts mountain range is teeming with beasts, the outskirts typically harbor no high-level monsters. Before Jiang Guangyuan could respond, Kong Ci interjected. Even if some powerful beasts do appear, with our spirit-level prowess, they would merely deliver their beast cores to us. At this point, she seemed to recall something. Casting a glance at Yi Chun and the others ahead, her expression darkening. If we were to encounter particularly strong beasts, perhaps we need not even lift a finger. We could use them to eliminate our target. A most cunning plan indeed. Jiang Guangyuan nodded in agreement. Before long, the group had ventured over 100 miles into the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their canopies shrouding the ground in darkness. The surroundings were secluded, and the occasional roars of beasts and cries of monkeys echoed in the air, sending shivers down the spines of all present. It was about time. After casting a glance around, Jiang Guangyuan could no longer contain himself and waved his hand. Whoosh! A flurry of sounds pierced the air as several disciples of the Misty sect, including Jiang Guangyuan, accelerated forward, swiftly blocking all avenues of escape for Yi Chun and his companion. Brother Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Despite having anticipated Jiang Guangyuan's actions, Nangong Liuli was still greatly alarmed upon witnessing their encirclement. Only Yi Chun remained composed and unperturbed. At last, are you revealing your true intentions? He turned to Jiang Guangyuan, a smirk playing on his lips. Have you truly thought this through? Humph, still pretending to be brave in the face of death? Jiang Guangyuan drew his sword. Its tip pointed menacingly at Yi Chun. Though I do not know what trickery allowed you to deceive the Grand Elder, it matters not. For this place shall soon become your grave. What do you intend to do, Jiang Guangyuan? Nangong Liuli shouted vehemently. Yi Chun is the only one who can save the Grand Elder. If you kill him, you will be sealing the Grand Elder's fate. Nangong Liuli, your naivety is truly endearing. If we cared about that so-called Grand Elder, would we have come to confront you? Chen Duoduo mocked. Besides, you are struggling to save yourself, and yet you wish to defend this boy? How laughable. Are you planning to kill me as well? Nangong Liuli exclaimed, her anger boiling over. She had assumed that Jiang Guangyuan and his cohorts would only target Yi Chun, never imagining they would seek to eliminate her too. If he lives, we shall all be deemed criminals. Chen Duoduo shook her head, her tone dripping with pity. You only have yourself to blame for opposing us. To kill him, you must first step over my dead body. Nangong Liuli, displaying her spirit, reached for her spatial bracelet, and with a hum, a delicate long sword materialized in her grasp. Humph, overestimating yourself. Chen Duoduo scoffed. Brother Jiang, leave Nangong Liuli to me. You handle this boy. Rest assured, he won't escape. Jiang Guangyuan acknowledged her words, advancing step by step towards Yi Chun. The other disciples of the Misty sect similarly closed in, their gazes fixed on Yi Chun and Nangong Liuli, as though they were two condemned souls. Yi Chun, it is I who have brought you to this peril. If only I could hold them off, you should flee. Seeing no path of escape, Nangong Liuli gritted her teeth, preparing to charge recklessly into the fray. However, before she could make a move, a rush of wind swept past her ears, and a figure suddenly shot forward like a bolt of lightning. So swift was the motion. It resembled a thunderclap. Yi Chun, Nangong Liuli's expression changed drastically. The one who had darted past her was none other than Yi Chun. Yet by the time she shouted out, it was already too late. Yi Chun moved with astonishing swiftness, in the blink of an eye. He had rushed to the nearest disciple of the mysterious sect. With a hum, he brushed his hand across the spatial bracelet, summoning a formidable crescent blade into his grasp. Bang! With a powerful push against the ground, he soared into the air, diving towards the mysterious sect disciple across from him. The first strike of the thunder slash. Fury of thunder. Crackle. The blade descended with a force akin to a raging tempest. What? No. The disciple of the mysterious sect was struck with terror, for he distinctly sensed an overwhelming aura of death emanating from the blade that Yi Chun wielded. Just as his desperate cry escaped his lips, the sharp edge was already upon him. Thud! With a single, decisive strike, he could not even raise his weapon in defense. As Yi Chun's blade cleaved through him with a relentless force, ultimately embedding itself into the ground below. In one move, he had dispatched a disciple of the mysterious sect. Chapter 72. Regret comes too late, curse it. How dare he retaliate? This young man is utterly ruthless. As Yi Chun mercilessly struck down a fellow disciple, the remaining disciples of the Piao Miao sect were engulfed by terror. Meanwhile, Duo hastily warned everyone to be cautious, for this youth's strength was formidable. Only senior sister Kong Si and senior brother Jiang Guangyuan could hope to subdue him. Upon hearing this, the three weaker disciples dared not engage any further and quickly retreated. Humph, now you think to withdraw? Yi Chun sneered, retracting his crescent blade and sweeping it horizontally. Swish! The blade gleamed with unmatched sharpness, slicing through the air like a silver ribbon, effortlessly cleaving through the waist of the three Piao disciples. The technique he employed was the second form of the thunder slash, known as sweeping the thousand armies. Despite the blade's length seemingly insufficient to reach them, the lethal radiance that erupted from its tip extended over a meter. Even if they managed to evade the edge of the blade, the radiant aura still struck them in the abdomen. Gush, gush, gush. Blood sprayed forth, instantly staining the ground crimson. The three disciples, severed in twain, lay dead beyond revival. Heavens! This! Duo was rendered pale with fright. She had previously sparred with Yi Chun, yet she recalled his strength being far less formidable during their encounters at the Long family estate. Among the four disciples who had just perished at Yi Chun's hands, two were of comparable cultivation to her own, yet, before Yi Chun, they had not even the slightest ability to resist and had met their grisly fate. This demonstrated just how astonishingly Yi Chun's combat prowess had escalated in merely a few days. How did he achieve this? Not only was Duo astonished, but Nangong Liuli was also left in utter disbelief. She had always thought Yi Chun had made little progress in his cultivation, which had caused her great concern. Just moments ago, she had even risked her life to ensure Yi Chun's escape. Little did she expect that even those fellow disciples she could not contend with were rendered utterly powerless before him. However, what left her even more horrified was yet to come. Everyone, stand aside, let me handle this. While Duo and Nangong Liuli were stunned, Kong Si, having reached the 6th level of spirit classification, pressed forward instead of retreating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As she lunged toward Yi Chun, her movements were as swift as lightning, weaving left and right, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. In her hands were two short swords, weapons most adept at ambush and assassination. Once within close range, even those stronger than her would find it challenging to mount a defense. Yi Chun was keenly aware of her approach. Just before she closed in, he positioned his crescent blade horizontally and began to spin it around his waist. At this moment, he unleashed the third form of the thunder slash, known as the whirlwind wall. Swish, swish, swish. True to its name, as the speed of his spinning blade reached a certain threshold, a dazzling array of light flickered around him, forming an impenetrable wall of blades. Clang, clang, clang. Kong Si's twin swords appeared exceedingly sharp, yet upon reaching the blade wall, the edges were rendered as pliable as soft clay, swiftly eroded by the rapidly unfolding layers of the knife barrier. What a dense array of glimmering blades! Kong Si's countenance shifted dramatically as her swords were whittled down to mere hilts. She could no longer afford the pretense of bravado and hastily retreated. However, before she could even distance herself, the encroaching knife wall, which had ensnared Yi Chun with no avenue of escape, surged towards her with alarming speed. Brother Jiang, save me. The words barely escaped my lips when Yi Chun, accompanied by a whirlwind of the densely packed blade wall, swept forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following a cacophony of piercing shrieks, Kong Si's form was reduced to a sanguine mist, her essence scattered throughout the air. He is astonishingly powerful. Duo gaped, momentarily paralyzed by shock, forgetting her own flight. Nangong Liuli, too, covered her mouth with her hands, oblivious to the long sword that had slipped from her grasp onto the ground. Prior to this, she had repeatedly reassured Yi Chun that mastery and cultivation was not an instantaneous achievement, even with a complete martial text. It was implausible to attain a breakthrough in mere days, let alone the preposterous ambition of ascending 3 tiers. Little did she anticipate that the Yi Chun who once matched her evenly was now capable of effortlessly slaying Kong Si, a formidable spirit level 6. How was this possible? In just a few brief days, to what extraordinary heights had Yi Chun's cultivation ascended? The most perplexing aspect was that within the Dragon Clan's library, the spirit-level martial arts techniques were exceedingly scarce, and none were complete. Under such circumstances, how had Yi Chun's prowess escalated? Her mind teemed with questions. Yet no rational explanation surfaced despite her fervent contemplation. She was not alone in her astonishment. Not far away, Jiang Guangyuan's face paled in shock. Chen Duo, did you not assert that this lad's cultivation was at most on par with yours? What on earth is happening? As he retreated in fear, Jiang Guangyuan suddenly cast a fierce glare at Chen Duo. Brother Jiang, I truly do not comprehend how this has transpired. Chen Duo replied, her expression one of innocence. When I faced him at the Dragon Clan in Qingye City, his strength was indeed comparable to mine, I swear. At this juncture, she appeared to grasp something, exclaiming, could it be that he was concealing his true strength? Damn it, Chen Duo, you harbinger of doom. You shall bear the responsibility for the deaths of all our comrades. Jiang Guangyuan's fury was palpable. It was precisely because Chen Duo had assured them with unwavering conviction that Yi Chen's cultivation would reach no higher than spirit level, for that they had dared to venture into the perilous Wanshou mountain range. Little did they expect Yi Chen to unveil such terrifying combat capability, effortlessly dispatching 4 disciples from the Miao Miao sect, including 2 at spirit level 4. While even Kong Ci at spirit level 6 stood no chance against him. Such formidable prowess could not possibly correlate with merely spirit level 4. He must have achieved at least spirit level 7 or higher, akin to his own status. Brother Jiang, Chen Duo was about to continue her feeble attempt at justification when her words faltered. After mercilessly extinguishing Kong Ci's life, Yi Chen advanced with an imposing, relentless force, reminiscent of a wall of blades. Whoosh! The third technique of Thunder Slash, the Whirlwind Wall, was unleashed with a precision akin to a harvester, sweeping away all in its path, leaving nothing but devastation. So swift was his assault that Chen Duo barely had time to retreat before half of her shoulder was brutally reduced to a pulp. Yi Chen, I realize my mistakes. I beg you. Her plea for mercy echoed, piercing and sorrowful, like the wailing of a vengeful spirit. Alas, beneath the overwhelming might of the whirlwind wall, her cries barely escaped her lips before her remaining form was mercilessly torn into fragments. Now it's your turn. Yi Chen remained undeterred, lunging towards Jiang Guangyuan with unwavering resolve. When he chose to strike, it was with unyielding ferocity, executing his actions with decisive clarity, leaving no room for respite or escape. Chapter 73, The Judgment of Yen Luo. No life, no rest, damn it. Do you really think I fear you? With no way to evade, Jiang Guangyuan steeled his resolve and launched a counterattack. The sound of steel resonated as his fingers glided over the sword's blade, causing it to vibrate with a captivating melody. With a swift motion, the sword's radiance surged forth like a brilliant rainbow, soaring 3 meters into the sky. He then gripped the hilt with both hands and brought the sword crashing down upon Yi Chen's wall of blades. With a thunderous clash, the wall shattered, and Yi Chen was forcefully pushed back. Stumbling a few steps, Yi Chen finally managed to halt his retreat. Huh, is this all you've got? With a single strike that repelled Yi Chen, Jiang Guangyuan's fear transformed into disdain. Just moments ago, Yi Chen's onslaught had been overwhelming, and he had believed that even his most formidable techniques would struggle to withstand it. Now, it appeared that his earlier trepidation had led him to overestimate his opponent. Be cautious, Yi Chen. What you just faced was a spirit-grade technique from our mysterious cloud sect, known as the One-Sword Breaking Evil. Nangong Liuli exclaimed loudly. But Yi Chen merely shook his head dismissively, responding, is a spirit-grade technique truly so remarkable? However, before Nangong Liuli could articulate her thoughts, Yi Chen suddenly turned to her with a smile. Do you recall our wager in the Long family's library? What wager? Nangong Liuli was momentarily taken aback. The judgment of Yen Luo. Yi Chen reminded her. Are you referring to that incomplete technique from the Long family? Nangong Liuli's memory was jogged. During their time in the library, she had observed Yi Chen skim through books at an astonishing pace and had grown impatient with his seemingly pretentious manner, leading her to propose a bet. The terms were that if Yi Chen could successfully master even the first form of that incomplete spirit-grade technique, she would unconditionally grant him a request. That very technique they had wagered upon was the judgment of Yen Luo. Surely, you wouldn't go back on your word? Yi Chen inquired. Of course not. Wait, have you truly mastered it? Nangong Liuli's face was filled with disbelief. Although the technique was indeed spirit-grade, its incompleteness posed significant risks. Forcefully attempting to cultivate it could lead to dire consequences, ranging from madness to instantaneous death. Even if Yi Chen were exceptionally fortunate, avoiding such fates The higher the technique's grade, the more arduous it became to master. Despite Yi Chun's unparalleled talent and comprehension, it was implausible that he could perfect a spirit-grade technique in a mere few days. Furthermore, given the numerous flaws in this particular technique, it was virtually impossible to achieve any noteworthy progress through sheer force. Nevertheless, watch closely. Yi Chun offered no further explanation. A mysterious smile gracing his lips as he grasped the hilt of his crescent blade, the blade glimmering ominously as he waved it towards Jiang Guanyin. With each motion, a fierce arc of blade light sliced through the air. However, its power pales in comparison to the thunder slash he had just executed. Humph, with such a combat technique, how dare one claim it has reached the spirit level? I dare say it barely qualifies as soldier level. As he observed the few slender rays of blade light slicing towards him, a look of disdain deepened on Jiang Guanyuan's face. Clang! As he wielded his sword in a horizontal and vertical sweep, Yi Chun's blade lights were effortlessly deflected. Boy, if your means are limited to this, then, how is this possible? Just as he was about to declare Yi Chun's impending demise, Jiang Guanyuan suddenly sensed something amiss. The blade lights he had just deflected surprisingly curved back towards him, reattacking from several meters away. Remarkably, the returning blade lights had doubled in power, lengthening from 2 inches to 4, and their speed had considerably increased as well. What sort of audacious combat technique is this? Jiang Guanyuan seethed with rage. Yet, as he witnessed the relentless onslaught of blade lights, he could no longer afford to feel disheartened, immediately raising his sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed repeatedly as the returning blade lights were once again deflected by his long sword. However, barely a few meters away, they curved back once more, and both their power and speed had once again doubled. What in the world is this bizarre technique? Jiang Guanyuan was both astonished and furious. If these blade lights continued to return in such a manner, even if he could block them indefinitely, he would eventually be worn out. Moreover, with each return, their power would only grow stronger, inevitably reaching a level he could not withstand. You truly succeeded in your cultivation? Meanwhile, Nangong Liuli felt as if she were in a dream, the surreal nature of it all overwhelming her. The peculiar combat technique Yi Chun had just executed was none other than the spirit-level technique she had wagered on with him in the Long family's library, the first move of the Yama's soul-severing technique, unyielding to death. As the name suggests, once executed, it would not cease until it claimed blood. It would either kill the opponent or continue to grow in power. Of course, while this technique was peculiar, if the opponent's cultivation was superior to that of the user, it could be forcefully dispelled through sheer strength. Unfortunately, although Jiang Guanyuan had reached the 7th stage of the spirit level, Yi Chun's cultivation seemed to be no less formidable. No matter how Jiang Guanyuan swung his sword with all his might, he could not dispel the blade lights. Instead, they only grew sharper and faster, overwhelming him and leaving him flustered. Suddenly, a sound echoed, the splatter of blood from an open wound. In a moment of negligence, a blade light grazed his shoulder, severing a large chunk of flesh and leaving a gruesome sight of blood. Yi Chun, stop this at once. You must cease. Enraged by the loss of flesh, Jiang Guanyuan erupted in fury. Yet, regardless of how he flailed and struggled, the blade's radiance did not diminish in the face of his fury. Instead, its might grew ever more formidable. In an instant, one of his legs was severed by the shimmering edge. My leg, my leg. What? Just as he was lost in his agonized wails, another arc of the blade sliced through one of his arms. This time, he could no longer utter a sound. With a leg and an arm severed, the agony surged, rendering him nearly breathless, leaving no room for cries. Almost there, with a swift motion of his hand, Yi Chun dispersed the intertwining blade's radiance. The reason the blades continued their relentless assault was solely due to his manipulation from afar. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly command their dissolution. Yi Chun, what do you truly desire? Jiang Guanyuan fell to the ground, a picture of utter desolation. Yet at this moment, he could no longer attend to his pain. For Yi Chun, wielding the crescent blade, advanced towards him step by step. Chapter 74. Just a joke, Yi Chun remained silent. Yet his stride towards Jiang Guanyuan did not falter, his countenance growing increasingly icy, instilling a chilling dread. Sister Nangong, this is a misunderstanding. Jiang Guanyuan pleaded in vain to Yi Chun, steeling himself as he cast a desperate glance towards Nangong Liuli. Moreover, we are still fellow disciples. Do you truly wish to stand by and watch as I perish? A flicker of compassion flashed in Nangong Liuli's eyes. Ultimately, however, rather than intercede on Jiang Guangyuan's behalf, she coldly retorted, "You reap what you sow." When you were so adamantly declaring your intent to kill me, did you ever contemplate the bonds of our fellowship? I was merely jesting earlier. Could you not take it so seriously? Jiang Guangyuan, in his urgency, exclaimed, "What? A joke?" Before Nangong Liuli could respond, Yichen could no longer contain his laughter. "I am merely engaging in a murderous jest myself. I implore you not to take it too seriously." With that, he drew his blade. The sound of a sickening thud echoed through the air. Blood gushed forth, and a head rolled to the ground. Thus, the few disciples of the Miao Miao sect who had entered the Beast Mountain range with them met their untimely end, not a single one surviving. Yi Chen's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the blade, shaking off the blood that coated it. Subsequently, he casually slipped it into his spatial bracelet. The once towering crescent blade instantly transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, vanishing into the depths of the bracelet. Now we can comfortably search for the blood spirit grass and the ice and snow demon wolf. Yi Chen murmured, turning his gaze towards Nangong Liuli. How did you accomplish that? Nangong Liuli asked, her voice trembling. The Yinluo Soul Sever is a fragmented combat technique, is it not? I told you before we entered the Long Family's library. Just because you cannot cultivate incomplete techniques does not mean I cannot. Yi Chen replied with a mysterious smile. But, she stammered. No more buts. Since I have successfully executed the first move of Yinluo Soul Sever, you cannot back out now. Yi Chen flashed an innocuous smile. Nangong Liuli's expression shifted through various shades. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. Very well, speak your mind. I will not refuse as long as it is within my capabilities. As she uttered these words, her thoughts seemed to wander, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks. She dared not meet Yi Chen's gaze, lowering her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, curling in on herself as if both frightened and expectant. However, as she awaited his response with trepidation, Yi Chen merely stated, "Let us keep a tally for now. When I think of suitable conditions later, you shall assist me in fulfilling them." With that, he turned and ventured deeper into the Beast Mountain range. Is that all? A hint of disappointment flickered in Nangong Liuli's eyes as she watched him walk away. Yet, shaking her head to dispel her fleeting thoughts, she resolutely suppressed her emotions and hurried to catch up. Be cautious as we delve further. We may encounter higher-level beasts. Upon hearing the footsteps approaching, Yi Chen, without turning back, offered a reminder. What on earth are you? Some kind of freak? Nangong Liuli retorted with a question of her own. Even now, her mind remained awash with countless inquiries. It seemed that what others deemed impossible became mere trifles in Yi Chen's hands. The laws that bound all others held no sway over him. Such an extraordinary man could only be aptly described as a freak. I am a flesh-and-blood person, you know, Yi Chen replied with a wry smile. Yet, back at the Long family residence, your cultivation was clearly at the same level as Chen Duod was. How is it that in just a few days, even Jiang Guangyuan, a formidable 7th-tier spirit-level warrior, is no longer your match? Nangong Liuli inquired, her face rife with curiosity. The secrets of the universe must not be divulged. Yi Chen winked, his expression shrouded in enigmatic mystery. You. Nangong Liuli was both exasperated and furious. It was always like this. At critical moments, he left her hanging, piquing her curiosity only to divulge a mere fraction of the truth, leaving her yearning for more. It was utterly infuriating. Suddenly, the rustling of branches and leaves echoed through the air. Shoo, it seems something is approaching. Yi Chen abruptly gestured for silence. His previously languid demeanor now transformed into one of grave seriousness. Nangong Liuli, disregarding her irritation, swiftly brushed her spatial bracelet, and with a hum, a delicate long sword materialized in her grasp. What could it be? She whispered, her eyes brimming with vigilance. It should be. Roar. Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, a resounding beastly roar erupted from the direction of the disturbance, reverberating through the mountains and forests. This is bad. It could be some enormous beast. Retreat quickly. Both of them wasted no time in pulling back, yet they were still a moment too late. Crack. As the commotion drew nearer, the trees ahead swayed violently, towering giants toppling as if crushed by some colossal entity. They had barely retreated when, with a thunderous crash, the trees were shattered, and a massive figure burst forth from the cascading debris. It was a Droughtland rampaging lizard. Nangong Lioli's complexion shifted slightly. Yi Chun, too, recognized the creature, a gigantic lizard, measuring 5 meters in length, its body covered in robust scales, adorned with a row of sharp horns atop its head. It charged forward, wreaking havoc in its path. This creature was indeed the Droughtland rampaging lizard, a variant of lizard that far surpassed ordinary ones in both size and ferocity. Bursting forth, it charged directly at Yi Chun and Nangong Lioli. Little reptile, seeking death. Yi Chun stood firm, not flinching as the Droughtland rampaging lizard lunged at him. With a swift motion, he summoned his crescent blade from the spatial bracelet, raising it high to strike down upon the beast. Swoosh! A sharp flash of blade-like energy erupted forth, its momentum akin to that of a relentless force, slicing through the body of the drought-stricken lizard in an instant. The ferocity of its advance remained unabated, yet as it reached the front of Yi Chun and his companion, its massive form, spanning a remarkable 5 meters, split into 2 halves. Soaring past them on either side, a nauseating stench wafted through the air. With a cacophony of sounds, the severed remains of the drought-stricken lizard finally came to a halt after demolishing a substantial swath of trees. The chaotic scene soon returned to a semblance of calm, but the once menacing drought-stricken lizard now lay motionless. "You certainly do not hold back," Nangong Lioli remarked, her heart still racing. Despite its formidable size, the drought-stricken lizard was of a relatively low rank, merely equivalent to a novice warrior of the master level. The suddenness of the encounter had startled her. Had she engaged, she too would have effortlessly dispatched the beast. Although this creature is of lesser rank, it is nonetheless the most formidable beast we have encountered since entering the 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Yi Chun replied, glancing back at the lizard's dismembered form. "Go check if there are any beast cores." "You want me to check?" Nangong Lioli blinked, struggling to believe her ears. "But I am a woman. You, a man, would have me do such a gruesome task? Could you not exhibit a bit of gentlemanly decorum?" Just as Nangong Lioli was engulfed in frustration, a hearty laugh rang out from not far away. Moments later, a flurry of sounds sliced through the air as a group of individuals rushed towards them from the direction of the drought-stricken lizard. In no time, they came to a halt before Yi Chun and his companion. Chapter 75. Boasting to the wrong audience, a group of over a dozen individuals, both men and women, adorned in wild attire and exuding a fierce aura, clearly seasoned by years of wandering in the wilderness. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, clad in soft armor, with a rugged beard and piercing eyes, wielding a hefty battle axe that lent him an intimidating presence. "Ha ha, my young brother, we are fortunate for your timely intervention. Otherwise, we would have been in pursuit for quite some time to slay this land-dwelling lizard." The leader clasped his fists toward Yi Chun, not waiting for a response before gesturing grandly. "What are you all standing around for? Go and collect the beast core." "Yes, second master." The dozen or so followers replied in unison, preparing to retrieve the beast core. "Have I consented to your collection of the beast core?" Yi Chun's voice was low and firm. "I am the one who slayed this land-dwelling lizard. Consequently, the beast core rightfully belongs to me. Who among you dares to touch it without my permission?" The group paused, exchanging puzzled glances. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "My young brother, I mentioned earlier that we were the ones who pursued this land-dwelling lizard. The beast core belongs to me," Yi Chun reiterated, undeterred by the man's explanations. It was indisputable. He was the one who had vanquished the creature, and thus the core was his. Why should these individuals presume to claim what was rightfully his? "My young brother, that is not how it works. We were the first to lay eyes on this land-dwelling lizard, and it should rightfully be ours." The middle-aged man attempted to argue. Yi Chun interjected, "By your logic, since I have seen you, does that mean your life now belongs to me?" The man was momentarily speechless. After a brief moment of contemplation, he puffed out his chest and, with his thumb pointed at his own nose, declared with bravado, "Do you know who I am, young brother?" Before Yi Chun could respond, the man eagerly proclaimed, "I am the vice leader of the Evil Tiger mercenary group, Black Tiger." He struck a pose that he believed to be impressive. The result was, "Apologies, I have not heard of you." "What? You have not heard of me?" Black Tiger's expression soured. The others surrounding him wore similarly awkward expressions. They had expected that revealing their identity would leave Yi Chun awestruck, compelling him to bow before them. Instead, they were met with indifference. Very well. Even if you have not heard of my illustrious name, surely you have heard of our renowned leader, White Tiger. Of the evil tiger mercenary group? Black Tiger shifted his approach. Not at all. Yi Chen shook his head, his demeanor unflappable. What? You have not heard of him either? Black Tiger's face fell, shaking his head in disbelief. I must say, you young people are truly lacking in refinement. No, rather, you are exceedingly ignorant. To not have heard of our prestigious mercenary group speaks volumes of your insular knowledge. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, Black Tiger waved his hand dismissively. But I cannot blame you. After all, it is quite normal for young individuals like yourselves, who are just stepping into the world, to be unaware of a prominent figure like our commander. Yi Chen felt cold sweat trickle down his back. What does it matter if I am inexperienced? Why must I necessarily know your commander? Without regard for Yi Chen's increasingly uncomfortable demeanor, Black Tiger continued, Surely you have heard of Long Hao, the young master of the Long family in Qingye City? Long Hao? Yi Chen's expression stiffened. Nangong Liuli also wore a peculiar look. So you have heard of the young master Long. Noticing Yi Chen's astonished expression, Black Tiger smiled with satisfaction. I presume you have also heard of the legendary feats he accomplished in Sheong City not long ago? Legendary feats? Yi Chen's expression became even more awkward. However, in Black Tiger's eyes, it appeared as confusion and curiosity. Well then, since you haven't heard, allow me to enlighten you. Black Tiger placed his hands behind his back and spoke with grandiosity. Recently, the young Master Long stirred up quite a storm in Sheong City. First, he made astonishing breakthroughs in alchemy, shocking the entire alchemist association in Sheong City. Even the president, Mei Shuesong, was deeply impressed and sought to recruit him into the association. Then, with just a few pointers, he enabled the foremost blacksmith in Sheong City, Wang Deju, to forge a masterpiece weapon. In addition, he possesses unparalleled skills in the arts, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, defeating even the esteemed four masters of these arts. What captivated everyone's attention the most was the young Master Long's performance in the Nangong family. In terms of comprehension and combat prowess, he utterly overwhelmed the current leader of the young generation in Sheong City, Nangong Liuli. As Black Tiger recounted Long Hao's exploits in Sheong City, his words flowed with fervor and excitement, akin to narrating his own legendary tale. However, he remained oblivious to Yi Chen's growing embarrassment, which was palpable, especially beside him. Nangong Liuli's face had turned ominously dark. Ahem. Could you please pause for a moment? Unable to endure Black Tiger's exuberant recounting, Yi Chen quickly interjected. You've said so much, but what exactly are you trying to convey? Is it not obvious? Black Tiger rolled his eyes, seemingly disappointed in Yi Chen's comprehension. What I wish to convey is that our evil tiger mercenary corps shares a profound friendship with the young Master Long, especially our leader, White Tiger, who shares a close bond with him. Yi Chen felt utterly mortified but managed to suppress a smile and asked, and then? With such a deep connection to the young Master Long, are you not even slightly astonished? Black Tiger countered. Yi Chen, forget it. The only reason I am telling you all this is to convey one simple point. Seeing that Yi Chen seemed still perplexed, He Hu fixed his gaze intently upon him and articulated each word with conviction. Our evil tiger mercenary corps is not to be trifled with. It is evident. Yi Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Of course, I merely wish to convey that while our evil tiger mercenary corps wields considerable power, we do not exploit our strength to intimidate the weak. Having said what needed to be said and boasting to his heart's content, He Hu gestured toward the corpse of the drought land frenzy lizard. Here's the deal. If you hand over this beast core to me, I can escort you to the Shuangxia Gorge. What is the Shuangxia Gorge? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. Were you not here for the ice and snow magic wolf? He Hu countered. Ice and snow magic wolf. A flicker of fervent anticipation ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. The reason he had dared to venture into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was not solely to procure medicinal materials for Guangqinghua, the grand elder of the outer sect of the mysterious mist sect, but rather for himself and his sister, Yi Yanran. The ice and snow magic wolf was indeed one of his objectives. The beast core of the ice and snow magic wolf was a substance of utmost coldness and purity, capable of countering the backlash from his sister, Yi Yanran's dual malevolent physique. Chapter 76. The big shot. It appears you are utterly unaware. Observing Yi Chen's puzzled expression, the Black Tiger shook his head. If you are not here for the ice and snow demon wolf, then never mind. But do tell me, what is truly going on? Yi Chen's interest was piqued instantly. If I reveal this, will you cease your contention over the beast core of the dryland frenzy lizard? The black tiger's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If you speak the truth, this beast core is yours. Yi Chen, in his magnanimity, responded. However, in reality, he held little interest in the beast core. Had it not been for the frenzied advance of the beast toward them, he would have been disinclined to engage in its slaughter. You said it. Upon Yi Chen's agreement, the black tiger did not withhold information, promptly recounting everything related to the ice and snow demon wolf. After listening, Yi Chen's excitement only intensified. According to the black tiger, traces of the ice and snow demon wolf had indeed been discovered deep within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. However, due to the creature's exceptionally high level, even the most adept martial artists were unable to hunt it. Therefore, a person of considerable renown had issued a call, inviting various mercenary groups to the Shuangxia Gorge, the site of the ice and snow demon wolf's appearance, to unite their efforts in the hunt for this formidable beast. Who was this illustrious individual? Yi Chen inquired. Although the black tiger had provided a general overview, he had not revealed the identity of the esteemed figure who initiated the summons. This individual is truly of significant stature. The black tiger chuckled mysteriously and countered. You must have heard of the famed Divine Medicine Valley, correct? Divine Medicine Valley? Yi Chen exchanged glances with Nangong Lioli, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, we have heard of it. It seems you are not as uninformed as I had presumed. The black tiger patted Yi Chen's shoulder with a sense of pride, declaring, this esteemed figure is one of the direct disciples of Master Ban, Emo Shirshing. I don't believe I've heard of him. Yi Chen admitted sheepishly. He had heard of the Divine Medicine Valley and had even conversed with Master Ban. Yet he was unfamiliar with the names of his notable disciples. You young individuals, fresh to the world, lack experience and breadth of knowledge, yet you refuse to accept it? The black tiger resumed his boasting. Emo Shirshing has thoroughly absorbed the true teachings of Master Ban, excelling in medical arts and renowned throughout the realm. For mercenaries like us, who traverse rugged mountains, illness and injury are common, making someone like Emo Shirshing, who practices medicine externally, invaluable to us. At his command, nearly all mercenary groups respond, hastily converging from various locales to heed his directives, and our fierce tiger mercenary group is no exception. At this juncture, the black tiger wore a teasing smile and asked, So, do you wish to witness such a grand gathering of powerful beings and behold the presence of a figure like Emo Shirshing? Indeed. Yi Chen nodded eagerly. Finally, the nearby Nangong Lioli could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. What is so amusing, young lady? The black tiger turned his gaze toward her. No, it's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some amusing events. Nangong Lioli hastily waved her hand. Hu, not dwelling on it further, redirected his gaze towards Yi Chen. After we hunt down this arid ground lizard, we shall proceed to Shuangxia Gorge to rendezvous with our leader. Since you are willing to part with the beast core of the arid ground lizard, I shall not take it without offering something in return. I will take you along to witness the sights. Thank you. Yi Chen replied casually. Hu, not wishing to delay, commanded his men to retrieve the beast core. And soon the trio set off on their journey. Seemingly apprehensive that Yi Chen might bring him trouble, Hu frequently offered reminders along the way. For instance, he warned that the Shuangxia Gorge would be teeming with exceptional talents and formidable figures, necessitating caution in speech and a humble demeanor. Particularly, he emphasized the importance of not offending Emo Shirshing, the one who commanded the masses, as doing so would mean enmity with all mercenary factions. Is it really that exaggerated? Yi Chen felt a tinge of annoyance at Hu's excessive praise of Emo Shirshing. He is merely a disciple of the renowned divine physician Banshou, is he not? Must he be exalted to such a godlike status? My young friend, do not think I am being alarmist. Many mercenaries, grievously injured or afflicted by illness, owe their lives to the timely intervention of Emo Shirshing. Hu insisted. Thus, a single word from him can compel most mercenary groups to risk their lives for him. Even our leader, the White Tiger of the Evil Tiger Mercenary Group, has benefited from Emo Shirshing's aid. It is precisely why we responded so promptly to his recent summons. Seemingly unwilling to linger on this topic further, Hu posed another inquiry. By the way, my young friend, what is the status of your cultivation? Cultivation? Yi Chen paused momentarily before responding, It's rather average, I suppose. Have you reached the master level? Heihu pressed further. Indeed, I have. Yichen continued to be evasive. It appears your talent and cultivation is commendable. At such a young age, you've already attained the master level. Heihu exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Given that you can slay the arid ground lizard, your cultivation must be at least at the 5th tier of the master level, correct? Roughly. Yichen felt a flicker of annoyance. He was reluctant to divulge too much to this acquaintance, yet Heihu's incessant questioning was becoming irksome. However, Heihu, being the typical brash type, showed no signs of restraint. With a triumphant grin, he remarked, though your cultivation is impressive, it still pales in comparison to mine. Before Yichen could respond, Heihu continued, to spare you any disappointment, I have reached the 9th tier of the master level. Impressive. Yichen offered a compliment. Since your cultivation is lower than mine, should we encounter any formidable beasts along the way, you must heed my guidance. Otherwise, not only could you find yourself in peril, but you might also endanger everyone else. Certainly, Yichen agreed readily. His sole objective was to have Heihu lead him to Xuanxia Gorge. As for the others, he was entirely indifferent, preferring not to engage too deeply with these fleeting acquaintances. However, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications, yet an unforeseen incident occurred along the way. A chilling hiss echoed through the air, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. What was that sound? It seemed to be a snake. Everyone quickly sought cover to avoid. Upon hearing the commotion, the expressions of Heihu and the others changed dramatically. Before they could adequately conceal themselves, a massive python suddenly lunged forth from the thicket ahead. Measuring over 10 meters in length, with a girth of nearly 2 feet, its body was a deep, ominous black, adorned with peculiar antennae atop its head and eyes that glimmered an unsettling green. Good heavens, it was a green-eyed rattlesnake. How could we be so unfortunate to encounter such a formidable spiritual-level beast? The green-eyed rattlesnake was not only a spiritual-level creature, but also possessed potent venom and astonishing speed. If it targeted us, we would have no chance of escape. Upon recognizing the beast that had surged from the underbrush, Heihu and his companions were seized by terror. They resolved to scatter, hoping that at least one among them might flee. After considerable deliberation, Heihu gritted his teeth and made this difficult decision. He was the most skilled among them, yet even he had only reached the 9th tier of master level. In contrast, this green-eyed rattlesnake was a spiritual-level beast. The classification of beast levels mirrors that of human warriors, correlating strength with rank. Soldier level corresponds to soldier level, master level to master level, and spiritual level to spiritual level. Since this green-eyed rattlesnake was indeed a spiritual level beast, unless a spiritual level warrior was present, it was impossible for them to withstand its might, even if they all banded together. Rather than risking their lives in vain, it was wiser to flee separately. No matter how swift the green-eyed rattlesnake was, it was only one creature and could not simultaneously intercept all 10 of them. Chapter 77. The true strong. Though the idea was commendable, before anyone could commence their escape, the emerald-eyed rattlesnake had already launched its assault. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds as its tail whipped through the air, its head rearing high, mouth agape to reveal glistening fangs dripping with venom. The stench overwhelming, inducing nausea. Particularly chilling were its piercing green eyes, radiating a ferocious glint, terrifying to behold. In an instant, before the onlookers could brace themselves, the serpent struck with lightning speed. A collective sentiment of despair echoed among the members of the Black Tiger Mercenary Corps. This creature, not only astonishingly swift, could also spew venom, which, upon contact, would reduce a body to putrid remains within the span of an hour. Faced with such a formidable beast, even the most powerful among them, Black Tiger, found himself utterly defenseless. However, in the midst of their peril, a sudden, delicate cry rang out from behind the group. Instantly, a rustling sound erupted, and a torrent of quicksand rushed overhead, enveloping the emerald-eyed rattlesnake in a heartbeat. The force was so tremendous that it not only thwarted the serpent's assault, but also overturned its massive form to the opposite side. The cries of despair were chilling, reverberating through the air. Amidst the swirling dust and chaos, the great serpent writhed and struggled violently, as if enduring unimaginable agony. What was happening? The recently spared Black Tiger and his companions were filled with astonishment. It was evident that Yichen had intervened. Yet, was not Yichen merely at the 5th rank of the master level? How could he contend with a foe that even the ninth-rank martial artist Black Tiger could not withstand? In their astonishment, they all turned in unison. What they beheld next left them utterly flabbergasted. There stood Yi Chun, whom they had been concerned about, quietly several meters away, making no move at all. Instead, it was the woman who had silently accompanied him, now gracefully dancing. As she moved elegantly, the surrounding sand rose in waves, coalescing into a torrent that surged towards the thrashing emerald-eyed rattlesnake. The true wielder of power was her. It seemed they had misjudged her all along. Upon realizing the identity of the assailant, Black Tiger and the others were struck with profound shock. Until that moment, they had assumed that Nangong Liuli was merely a subordinate to Yi Chun. Now, they comprehended the depth of her concealment. It is worth noting that the emerald-eyed rattlesnake was a spirit-level beast. Without corresponding cultivation, it was impossible to contend with it. This meant that the stunningly beautiful woman was not merely a follower of Yi Chun, but rather a concealed powerhouse in her own right. The wind howled fiercely, wreaking havoc upon the realm. The shifting sands, manipulated by Nangong Liuli, relentlessly eroded the body of the emerald-eyed rattlesnake, inflicting grievous wounds in mere moments. A heart-wrenching wail echoed as the emerald-eyed rattlesnake, unable to endure the onslaught, writhed violently before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the graceful Nangong Liuli finally ceased her movements. With a whoosh, the swirling sands dispersed, and the dim haze gradually cleared. The once ferocious emerald-eyed rattlesnake now lay on the ground, convulsing, utterly devoid of combat capability. Its massive serpentine form was riddled with bloodied holes, crimson streams flowing forth in a gruesome spectacle. In a flash, Nangong Liuli darted towards the emerald-eyed rattlesnake. Simultaneously, she brushed her hand across her spatial bracelet, a ghostly light flickering to life, and in her grasp appeared an exquisite longsword. Arriving before the rattlesnake, she swung her sword decisively. With a swift motion, the sword gleamed, and the serpent's head fell to the ground. Thus, the once fearsome emerald-eyed rattlesnake met its demise. The entire encounter transpired in the span of merely 10 breaths, an execution marked by resolute decisiveness and unerring precision. The Black Tiger and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words or actions. Indifferent to their astonishment, Nangong Liuli shook her hand, shaking off the blood from her sword, before returning it to her spatial bracelet, where it vanished in a wisp of ethereal light. "The beast core belongs to you," she declared, striding back to stand beside Yi Chun, her exquisite visage remaining cold and impervious to scrutiny. "Thank you so much for saving our lives. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we might have faced grave danger. It is truly astonishing to discover that you are a spirit-level powerhouse." The group, coming to their senses, hurried to express their gratitude. The Black Tiger, however, wore an expression of embarrassment. Throughout their journey, he had boasted of his acquaintances with influential figures, reveling in his own prowess as a ninth-tier master. Now, he realized that the very foundation of his pride was rendered laughable in the presence of this seemingly unassuming woman. Nevertheless, with a thick skin, he approached Nangong Liuli, mustering the courage to say, "I was presumptuous before, and I apologize for any offense caused." Nangong Liuli offered no response, merely casting a questioning glance towards Yi Chun. In the past, she would have taken charge in any situation. Yet, having witnessed the mysterious abilities Yi Chun demonstrated along their journey, she understood that all her previously held pride was but a jest in comparison to his capabilities. "Let us collect the beast core and continue on our journey," Yi Chun advised. Yes, have your ears gone deaf? Hurry and retrieve the beast core." At the Black Tiger's command, several members of the Evil Tiger mercenary group rushed to collect the beast core. However, they dared not claim it for themselves, instead handing it over to the Black Tiger. "My dear lady, since it is you who has slain this emerald-eyed rattlesnake, the beast core naturally belongs to you." The Black Tiger presented a thumb-sized, translucent orb before Nangong Liuli. "This is indeed a spirit-level beast core. If auctioned, it could fetch no less than several 100,000 gold coins, attesting to the immense value of such a treasure. I do not require it. You may keep it." Nangong Liuli gently shook her head. Although several 100,000 gold coins is no small sum, given the wealth of the Nangong family, she was not particularly concerned about such a trifling amount. "Ah, I am most grateful, my lady," the Black Tiger exclaimed with delight, but soon after, he cautiously inquired, Might I ask for your esteemed name? Prior to this, he had only inquired about Yi Chun, inadvertently overlooking Nangong Liuli. Little did he anticipate that this modestly low-profile woman possessed strength surpassing even Yi Chen's, and indeed, his own. Such prowess surely hinted at an illustrious background. He was eager to discover the true identity of this exquisitely beautiful woman. Chapter 78. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nangong Yi. Nangong Liuli pondered for a moment before speaking. Initially, she intended to reveal her true name. However, upon recalling how the Black Tiger had boasted before her about the legendary feats of the Long family's young master in Xiang City, including how he had vanquished her as the foremost contender of the younger generation in that very city, she hastily concocted a pseudonym instead. Nangong Yi. The Black Tiger raised an eyebrow and promptly complimented her. What a splendid name. May I inquire where you hail from, and what your relationship is with young Master Yi Chen? He was aware of the close yet ambiguous connection between Yi Chun and Nangong Liuli, which did not quite resemble that of lovers. Why such inquiries? Nangong Liuli's delicate face darkened. Let us be on our way. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. The Black Tiger found himself somewhat awkward, casting an inquiring glance at Yi Chun. Let us proceed. Yi Chun, naturally, would not divulge the truth. He merely turned to follow Nangong Liuli. To his astonishment, within such a brief span of time, she had cultivated the flowing sands technique to the 4th level. It seemed her comprehension and innate talent were indeed remarkable. Yi Chun felt a twinge of envy. Are you insulting me? Nangong Liuli retorted, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation evident in her tone. I am not. Yi Chun shrugged, feigning innocence. What I say comes from the heart. He spoke no falsehood, for his own understanding was, in fact, inferior to that of ordinary martial artists. His ability to swiftly grasp various skills stemmed solely from the Enlightenment system. Thus, he genuinely felt a pang of envy towards Nangong Liuli's extraordinary talent and insight. Enough. Nangong Liuli was both humiliated and furious. Is your previous insult at my Nangong family not enough? Do you wish to continue belittling me? She was unaware of Yi Chen's possession of the Enlightenment system. All she knew was that during the assessment of Yi Chen's comprehension, even at her utmost effort, she could only grasp the 3rd form of the flowing sands technique within an hour. Even after all this time, she had only recently mastered the 4th level, the wild sand dance. Yet, during their earlier contest of comprehension, Yi Chun had not only comprehended the final level of the flowing sands within an hour, but had also demonstrated a power that surpassed the descriptions in the manual. In light of this, how could Yi Chen's words be construed as praise? They were clearly a satire. Do not be angry. I truly meant no offense. Yi Chen chuckled in exasperation. He had merely expressed a heartfelt sentiment, yet it had incited such a reaction from Nangong Liuli, which struck him as utterly perplexing. After a long journey, at dawn the following day, the group finally arrived at their destination, the Shuangxia Gorge. Young brother, Miss Nangong, once we reach the rendezvous point, I shall recommend you to our leader, the White Tiger. The Black Tiger's face was alight with anticipation. Once our leader learns of Miss Nangong's cultivation reaching the spirit level, he will undoubtedly extend a warm welcome. Since witnessing Nangong Liuli's formidable combat prowess, the Black Tiger's focus had shifted entirely. More often than not, he paid closer attention to Nangong Liuli's demeanor, neglecting Yi Chun. However, in response to his incessant flattery, Nangong Liuli remained remarkably indifferent. Only Yi Chun occasionally reciprocated with a remark. Just like this time, Nangong Liuli chose to disregard him once again. Instead, it was Yi Chun who remarked, "Then I shall trouble you. No need for such politeness. Follow me." Black Tiger, undeterred, eagerly stepped forward to lead the way. Before long, they arrived at a relatively secluded canyon, home to a mercenary group, distinguished by a fierce white tiger emblazoned on their banner. At that moment, numerous ruggedly dressed men busied themselves outside their tents. This is our Evil Tiger mercenary group. Black Tiger proudly introduced the group to Yi Chun and his companion, then quickened his pace to approach. Deputy Leader, you have returned. How was the harvest? Did you manage to acquire the beast core from that drought-stricken lizard? These two seem unfamiliar. They are not members of our mercenary group, are they? Could they be new recruits of the Deputy Leader? As Black Tiger approached with Yi Chun and his companion, he immediately attracted the attention of many members of the Evil Tiger mercenary group. However, the majority of the male mercenaries' gazes were fixated on Nangong Liuli. For a beauty of her caliber, rare as a phoenix among the flock, always commanded attention wherever she went. Nonetheless, Yi Chun, with his handsome visage, also drew the attention of several female mercenaries, who cast flirtatious glances his way. Some even took the initiative to approach him, suggesting that if he had no plans for the evening, they could find a secluded spot to discuss aspirations and life philosophies, exhibiting a lively and spirited demeanor. Enough. Let us not disturb young brother Yi and Miss Nangong any longer. I still need to take them to meet the boss. Black Tiger intervened as he noticed Nangong Lioli becoming increasingly irritated. Deputy leader, the boss is currently entertaining distinguished guests and cannot be disturbed. One mercenary interjected. Entertaining distinguished guests? Black Tiger paused, intrigued. What kind of distinguished guest? It is Dr. Chengdong. The man replied. Dr. Chengdong? Black Tiger's eyes lit up. Indeed, a distinguished guest. Once the boss has finished receiving him, I shall enter. He then turned back to Yi Chun, saying, Gentlemen, our boss is still occupied with esteemed visitors. You may need to be patient for a while. What is the background of this Dr. Chung? Yi Chun inquired, perplexed. On the way here, he had heard Black Tiger mention that the hunt for the ice snow demon wolf was called forth by the disciple of divine physician Ban Shou, Mo Shihang. But this Chengdong was a name he had not heard before. This Dr. Chung also hails from the Valley of Divine Physicians and is a junior of Mo Shihang. Black Tiger explained. Though Chengdong may not possess the same renown as Mo Shihang, he is a highly esteemed physician within our mercenary circles, known far and wide. Suddenly, the curtain of the central tent was drawn aside, and two men emerged. Both were male, yet their physiques and appearances seemed to represent two extremes. One individual donned a flowing robe, possessing an effeminate visage and a slender frame, standing half a head shorter than the average person. The other was a robust middle-aged man, rugged in appearance, with piercing eyes and a muscular arm bared, exuding an explosive strength. Yet, this middle-aged man displayed a demeanor of utmost respect towards the effeminate youth. Bowing his head in deference, Rest assured, Dr. Chung, I shall diligently uphold our assigned checkpoint. Even if it requires the last breath of our fearsome tiger mercenary corps, we shall not betray the trust of Dr. Mo and yourself. Desperation is unnecessary. Simply refrain from half-hearted efforts. Chung Dong replied, hands clasped behind his back, head held high, speaking in a tone reminiscent of condescension. As long as you cooperate earnestly, once we hunt down the ice snow demon wolf and acquire the beast core, the fearsome tiger mercenary corps will enjoy discounts on any medicinal purchases in the future. In response, Bai Hu exhibited not an ounce of dissatisfaction, instead expressing profound gratitude, as if bestowed with a great boon. Make way, everyone, make way. Suddenly, a frantic shout pierced the air. Following the sound, two mercenaries were seen carrying a bloodied comrade. What caused the injury? How severe is it? The crowd quickly abandoned their admiration of Chung Dong, rushing to the injured individual's side. Bai Hu also hurried forward, only to turn pale upon inspection. The severity of the wounds suggested that survival was unlikely. With a sigh of despair, he suddenly had a moment of clarity and fixed his intense gaze upon Chung Dong. Dr. Chung, your medical expertise is unparalleled. Might you step aside? Allow me to take a look. Chung Dong, seemingly magnanimous, promptly approached the injured man to assess his condition. Moments later, he shook his head, a look of sorrow crossing his face. The injuries have penetrated the lungs. Even deities cannot save him. You should inquire if he has any last words and prepare for his final arrangements. At this proclamation, a heavy silence fell over all members of the fearsome tiger mercenary corps. Chung Dong was a disciple of the divine physician Valley. If he uttered such words, it was evident that hope was lost. Yet, at that moment, an exceedingly discordant voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Who says he is beyond saving? Chapter 79. The reckless physician. Due to the clarity of the voice, nearly everyone present turned their attention to the speaker. Who is this person? What did he just say? There is still hope? Dr. Chung has declared it hopeless. How can this individual make such reckless statements? Even if he seeks to draw attention, this is hardly the appropriate occasion. Upon recognizing the speaker, most members of the fierce tiger mercenary corps directed hostile glares toward him. With a companion's life hanging in the balance, everyone was engulfed in profound sorrow, and this young man, emerging from nowhere, dared to make such a jest. Hey, Brother Yi Chun, please refrain from such talk. Black Tiger exclaimed, hastening to stand before Yi Chun and lowering his voice. Dr. Chung Dong has declared there is no hope. Confronting him like this may provoke his anger. Before Yi Chun could respond, Black Tiger pressed on. You should quickly apologize to everyone. This is no laughing matter. I am not joking. Yi Chun raised his hands in exasperation. I am merely stating the truth. Why should I apologize? Black Tiger felt as though he might faint. Witnessing a comrade's imminent demise was an overwhelmingly painful and serious matter for everyone in the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Yi Chun's flippant remarks felt like a direct assault on their deepest sensitivities. Moreover, Dr. Chung, hailing from the Valley of Divine Physicians, had declared the situation hopeless. Yi Chun's assertion of hope was tantamount to a challenge to Cheng's medical expertise and authority. Black Tiger, who is this person? White Tiger's voice rang out with authority from the front of the central tent. Black Tiger shuddered and hurriedly replied, These two are friends I encountered on the road. I was just about to introduce them to you, boss. Friends? Such indiscreet companions are a poor choice indeed. You must sever ties with him immediately and have them leave. I do not wish to see them again. Boss, please let me explain. These two are not. Black Tiger attempted to defend himself, but Chung Dong, standing beside White Tiger, suddenly waved his hand. Enough, since this gentleman claims the injured still has hope. I am curious to see how he intends to bring him back from the brink. Chung Dong regarded Yi Chun with a raised chin, looking down upon him. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yi Chun, you are also knowledgeable in medicine? Somewhat. Then I must ask, from whom did you receive your tutelage? And what is the name of your esteemed teacher? I have no mentor. My medical knowledge is self-taught. Yi Chun spoke the truth. He had indeed acquired his medical knowledge from the texts of the Divine Physician class. However, Chung Dong not only doubted him, but burst into laughter. Did I hear correctly? You are self-taught? What? Self-taught medicine? If that were the case, wouldn't everyone be able to become a physician? I suspected he was merely seeking attention, but I did not expect him to reveal his folly so swiftly. To capture our attention, one would dare to jest about the death of Al Yang, which is truly despicable. The crowd seethed with indignation. Black Tiger was especially anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, exclaiming, Little brother, are you trying to get me killed? Very well, since you are all so averse to seeking help. Further discussion is futile. Farewell. Yi Chun shook his head and turned to leave. Although he was confident the injured party could be saved, these individuals not only refrained from requesting his assistance, but also mocked him, even preparing to turn against him collectively. He would not waste his efforts on such a thankless endeavor. Wait. Just as he turned around, Chung Dong's voice echoed once more. If we do not clarify matters today, do not think you can leave here. While speaking, he cast a covert glance at White Tiger. Block his way. White Tiger understood immediately and shouted fiercely. The members of the evil Tiger mercenary group converged, swiftly obstructing Yi Chun's path. What do you intend to do? Yi Chun inquired. As a disciple of the Divine Physician Valley, my diagnoses are infallible. Yet you have claimed there is hope for him. Are you questioning my medical skills? Or are you challenging the authority of our Divine Physician Valley? Chung Dong retorted coldly. You are overthinking it. I have no interest in questioning your skills, nor do I wish to provoke the authority of your esteemed valley. I merely see a life hanging by a thread and cannot bear to witness such a vibrant existence fade away. Yi Chun pointed at the injured individual. Since you insist you can save him, then prove it to me, Chung Dong said through gritted teeth. He was indeed provoked. He had already examined the injury meticulously. A sharp object had pierced the victim's lung, nearly through and through. Such a grave injury, not even his senior brother, Mo Shihang, could remedy. Yet, this fellow named Yi Chun claimed there was still hope. If he did not expose this man's deceit, would his own reputation not be tarnished forever? What if I do save him? Yi Chun countered. If you save him, I shall call you grandfather. Chung Dong gritted his teeth, making a promise that was, to him, extraordinarily humiliating. He was held in high esteem. To publicly address a younger person as grandfather would indeed be immensely disgraceful. However, having made such a malicious vow, he felt there was no way he could lose. I am still young and unmarried. Calling me grandfather would be quite disadvantageous for you. Yi Chun rolled his eyes. What do you want then? Chung Dong's face darkened with anger. Yi Chun pondered for a moment and asked, Do you possess blood spirit grass? Blood spirit grass? Chung Dong paused, then scoffed. What do you think blood spirit grass is? Not even our Divine Physician Valley has a single one, so how could I? None. Yi Chun expressed disappointment. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, since you have discovered the trail of the ice and snow magic wolf upon your successful hunt, the beast's core shall rightfully belong to me. What do you say? Dream on, Chung Dong retorted, still unwilling to concede. Although we summon the heroes to hunt the ice and snow magic wolf, it is my senior brother, Mo Shirshing, who oversees this endeavor, and I lack the authority to decide. What wager do you propose then? Yichen asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. I possess no other treasures, but I am rich in an abundance of rare herbs and exotic plants. If you are amenable, I can put forth these medicinal materials as my stake. In a bid to expose Yichen's deceitful antics and to safeguard his own reputation, Chung Dong was genuinely prepared to invest significantly this time. It is worth noting that the medicinal herbs he had amassed over the years were not only numerous in variety, but also astonishingly plentiful. If he were to present them all, he could nearly establish an apothecary. Among them, several herbs were of such extraordinary value that they could be deemed priceless. Chapter 80. Unconventional healing methods. Are you quite certain you wish to wager all your medicinal herbs against me? Yichen's interest was piqued. Although he had acquired considerable medical knowledge, he possessed not a single herb to his name. In the event of an emergency, lacking the appropriate medicinal materials rendered his skills utterly futile. Of course, Chung Dong replied, nodding emphatically. He then shifted his tone. However, I must clarify. If you are unable to save him, what then? If I fail to save him, my life is yours to do with as you please. Yichen shrugged nonchalantly. Humph, what is the life of an insignificant nobody worth? I wouldn't accept it even if offered. Chung Dong scoffed. Unless you can present something of considerable value, refrain from boasting here, and do not think of laying a finger on the injured. The leader of the evil tiger mercenary corps, by who, concurred. Chung, you are correct. The injuries my men have sustained are already grave. If we allow this charlatan to meddle, it would surely hasten their demise. Then will you allow me to treat him or not? Yichen's frustration mounted. I previously expressed my intention to leave, yet you insisted I stay to treat him. Now that I am here, you prevent me from doing so. What is it that you truly desire? Chung Dong momentarily found himself at a loss for words. However, after a moment's contemplation, he appeared to reach a decision, proclaiming, Very well, you need not present a wager. Yet, should you fail to save him, I shall use you as bait. Bait? Yichen was somewhat perplexed. Haha, indeed. You shall serve as live bait to lure out the ice snow demon wolf. Chung Dong replied with a sinister smile. Agreed. Yichen responded without a moment's hesitation. Is this truly your assertion? Chung Dong pressed. Bai Hu added, If you are unable to save him, not only will Chung not spare you, but none of us from the evil tiger mercenary corps will either. Enough. The matter of saving him is paramount, so all of you, step aside. With the terms agreed upon, Yichen wasted no time and immediately made his way toward a nearby cluster of campfires. Where are you off to? The injured party is that way. What business do you have over there? Are you preparing to flee? The members of the evil tiger mercenary corps quickly surrounded him, each ready to pounce should Yichen attempt to escape. Rest assured, I am merely gathering some medical instruments. Yichen shook his head, picking up a branding iron and tossing it into the roaring flames. Isn't your aim to save him? Why burn a branding iron? They found his actions utterly perplexing. It seems he lacks even the most basic knowledge of healing and yet pretends to be an expert. Ignoring their skepticism, Yichen continued on his path toward the injured individual. After a thorough examination, he confirmed his earlier assessment. The patient was covered in wounds, with the most critical being a 2-foot-long blade that had penetrated deeply into his lungs. Once the sharp blade is drawn, not only will it cause incessant bleeding, but the victim may also succumb to shock from the unbearable pain, ultimately hastening their demise. Is there hemostatic grass and corpse-eating worms? Yichen turned to Chung Dong. What do you need these 2 herbs for? Chung Dong instinctively inquired. To save a life, of course. Yes, I have them, but... Then hurry and bring them out. Are you afraid I might actually save him and lose the bet? TCH, I merely believe your method of treatment is imprudent. I have plenty of these 2 herbs in my spatial bracelet. As he spoke, Chung Dong waved his hand over the bracelet, and the 2 herbs materialized. One was a plant, entirely golden and palm-sized, known as hemostatic grass. True to its name, it is quite effective in stopping bleeding. However, the other herb's properties were quite the opposite. Chung Dong produced a collection of slender worms, harvested from decaying corpses, possessing a potent corrosive effect. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you intend to use these corpse-eating worms for treatment, the injuries will not only fail to improve, but will worsen. Just hand them over. If you cannot treat him yourself, refrain from distracting me. Yi Chen interrupted Cheng Dong's earnest counsel. Simultaneously, he snatched the 2 herbs from Cheng Dong's hands, crushed them, and mixed them together. Yi Chen instructed as he handed the herbs to the nearby White Tiger. Are you certain this will? Do you really wish to save your subordinate's life? White Tiger hesitated, but was swiftly interrupted by Yi Chen. All right, I shall do it myself. Despite his doubts about Yi Chen's ability to revive his subordinate, White Tiger had no choice but to proceed with the desperate remedy. Soon, he followed Yi Chen's instructions, crushing the hemostatic grass and corpse-eating worms, blending them thoroughly before returning them to Yi Chen. Bring me the branding iron. Yi Chen called to the Black Tiger on the other side. Understood. Although Black Tiger was perplexed about the purpose of the heated iron, the urgency of the situation compelled him to act without hesitation. Once the herbs and branding iron were ready, Yi Chen wasted no time, reaching forth to extract the blade that had pierced the victim's lung. With a sudden thrust, crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. What are you doing? Cheng Dong exclaimed in alarm. Pulling it out like that will cause him to. Silence. Yi Chen snapped, swiftly seizing the heated branding iron from Black Tiger and applying it directly to the bleeding wound. The sizzling sound filled the air, and the acrid odor permeated the surroundings, prompting everyone nearby to cover their mouths and noses, some unable to endure the noxious scent, retreating to vomit. The already feeble victim writhed in agony, emitting heart-wrenching screams that shattered the hearts of all present. Damn it, this fellow is not saving lives. He is clearly tormenting them. Has he mistaken healing for the barbaric act of scorching pigskin for barbecue? Liang was already on the brink of death, and before he could succumb, this wretch had to subject him to further agony, utterly inhumane. If Liang were to perish later, I would ensure that this scoundrel experiences a fate worse than death. Witnessing Liang's suffering, every member of the evil Tiger Mercenary Corps gritted their teeth in rage. Were it not for Cheng Dong's restraint, they would have forcibly intervened to stop Yi Chen, subjecting him to 1,000 tortures. Even He Hu, who least desired Yi Chen to fail, could not contain his low growl. Yi Chen, if you are merely trying to save face, I implore you to. Huh? How could this be? The warning had barely escaped his lips when it transformed into a gasp of astonishment. For he observed that, after the iron had seared him, Liang's fatal wound had surprisingly shrunk several times. Even the blood that had been gushing forth was effectively cauterized, sealing the flow of crimson that had threatened to spill. Chapter 81. Just not wanting to discourage you initially, everyone was unable to bear the sight of such a grim situation, turning their heads away. However, upon hearing the exclamation from the Black Tiger, they all glanced back, only to be astounded. The wound, had it actually diminished? Moreover, the bleeding had ceased. Could such a crude method truly be effective? Witnessing the results of Yi Chen's treatment, everyone found it hard to believe their own eyes. The most astonished among them was none other than Cheng Dong. As a physician, he was unparalleled in his expertise of healing. Yet, whether in medical texts or during his studies under the esteemed healer Ban Shou, he had never encountered such a miraculous approach to treatment. The use of a branding iron to cauterize the wound in order to halt the bleeding was indeed unprecedented and astonishing. Yet, no matter how incredulous he felt, the undeniable reality before him compelled Cheng Dong to acknowledge that Yi Chen's seemingly torturous method of treatment had indeed yielded remarkable results. What are you dawdling for? Bring the medicine. Yi Chen barked sharply when he noticed the White Tiger lost in thought, cradling the prepared medicine. Ah, yes, right away. The White Tiger, jolted back to reality, hurriedly handed over the medicine. Yi Chen accepted it, applying the concoction to the patient's wound before wrapping it up, concluding the process with a clap of his hands. Is that all? The White Tiger blinked, somewhat unable to trust his own eyes. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as though they were caught in a surreal moment. A physician like Cheng Dong, when treating external injuries, was meticulous and followed an intricate series of steps, fearing that the slightest oversight could result in fatal harm to the patient. Yet here was Yi Chen, employing such a brutish method akin to scorching pigskin, and it appeared to be effective. It was simply unfathomable. While others began to accept Yi Chen's unconventional treatment, Cheng Dong was torn between astonishment and fury. As a disciple of the divine physician Valley, he had already assessed the patient, deeming him beyond saving. If Yi Chen truly managed to revive this individual, wouldn't his own reputation be irreparably tarnished? Furthermore, He had wagered with Yi Chun that if the latter succeeded in saving the patient, he would relinquish all of his medicinal herbs to him. These herbs were the result of nearly a decade spent traversing treacherous terrains, and among them were many rare specimens. The thought of giving them all away without a fight filled him with discontent. Yet, as he contemplated the substances Yi Chun had employed, the panic on his face swiftly morphed into anticipation. Humph, let him not rejoice too soon. The real drama was yet to unfold. Indeed, Yi Chun's method of using a branding iron to cauterize the wound was something completely unexpected for Cheng Dong. However, even if the bleeding had been momentarily halted, Yi Chun was now applying corpse-eating worms to the patient's wound. These worms, extracted from cadavers, possessed corrosive properties. Applying them to the wound would not promote healing but would, in fact, lead to further decay. As time gradually passed, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Rather, Liang's wound healed completely, and his breathing became steadily even. Finally, he stirred and awakened. Liang was alive. He had truly survived. Was it not said by Cheng Dong that such an injury was beyond even the aid of celestial beings? This young man is indeed extraordinary. He has managed to defy death from an injury that even Cheng Dong could not remedy. It seems we have all wrongly judged him. His medical skills must surpass those of Dr. Cheng. With Liang's awakening, the evil tiger mercenary group erupted in jubilant cheers. As Black Tiger exhaled a sigh of relief, he could not resist teasing. "Boss, do you still wish for me to sever ties with him?" White Tiger felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, his thick skin prevailed. After shooting a glare at Black Tiger, he strode over to Yi Chun and awkwardly said, "Young master, I beg your forgiveness for my earlier ignorance and any offense I may have caused. I hope you can overlook my folly." "A trivial matter," Yi Chun replied dismissively, then turned his gaze to Cheng Dong. "Now, fulfill your earlier promise." Cheng Dong's expression stiffened, his eyes filled with an indescribable fury. Yet, in spite of his anger, he refrained from lashing out. After all, the facts were laid bare before him. If he were to succumb to rage, it would only reveal his pettiness and lack of integrity. However, to concede defeat and relinquish the hard-earned medicinal herbs he had painstakingly gathered was a bitter pill to swallow. Just as he racked his brain for an excuse to evade this obligation, a series of crisp applause rang out from a short distance away, accompanied by a voice brimming with admiration. Indeed, though this treatment method is rudimentary and primitive, there is a saying, returning to simplicity. Sometimes, adhering too rigidly to convention proves less effective than such primitive methods. "Senior Brother Mo?" Cheng Dong exclaimed with delight, rushing forward eagerly. The members of the evil tiger mercenary group, including White Tiger, stood in solemn respect. He was none other than Mo Shihang, the central figure behind this hunting competition. Yi Chun also turned his curious gaze toward the source of the applause. The applauding individual appeared to be a young man nearing 30, with a fair complexion and a cheerful demeanor, exuding an innate elegance in his every gesture. "Senior Brother Mo, you have arrived just in time. This fellow must have employed some underhanded trick to temporarily preserve the life of the injured. You must seek justice for your junior brother." Cheng Dong, seizing what he believed to be a lifeline, began to bark wildly. Yet, instead of supporting him, Mo Shihang issued a sharp command, "Silence. Senior Brother Mo, a bet is a bet." Mo Shihang waved his hand decisively. "Since you have publicly wagered against this young man, and he has now revived the patient, you must honor your earlier promise." Cheng Dong was left utterly dumbfounded. With Mo Shihang's sudden appearance, he had thought him to be an ally come to bolster his position. "Unforeseen circumstances have led me to stand against my own principles, compelling myself to honor a promise? Is this a misunderstanding? What has prompted Mo Shihang to act in such a perplexing manner?" Yet, oblivious to the astonishment etched on his face, Mo Shihang approached Yi Chun directly. "My young brother, your earlier method, though seemingly casual, reveals a profound confidence on your part. Could you elucidate the rationale behind employing the corpse-eating worms and blood-coagulating grass to treat the wound?" Feeling compelled to share his insights, Yi Chun nodded and gestured towards the now-conscious Liang. "The reason I utilized corpse-eating worms is that the wound was severely burned, leading to complete blood blockage in the affected area. If blood circulation is not restored promptly, the wound risks bursting open once more. The corpse-eating worms serve to invigorate the meridians and promote blood flow. Yet, given the corrosive nature of these worms, are you not concerned about exacerbating the injury?" Mo Shihang inquired. Did you not notice that I also incorporated blood-coagulating grass? Yi Chen replied with a mysterious smile. While the corpse-eating worms possess corrosive properties, the blood-coagulating grass effectively staunches bleeding. When combined, they achieve a harmonious balance. Thus, this concoction not only avoids worsening the wound but stands as an exceptional remedy for healing. His thorough explanation struck like a clarion call, dispelling doubts from those who had lingered in skepticism. Although Yi Chen's methods appeared rough and rudimentary, they concealed a remarkable depth of medical wisdom. Even Mo Shihang could not help but exclaim, bold yet meticulous, unafraid to experiment. Your aptitude for medicine is indeed impressive. Too kind, too kind. Yi Chen humbly responded. By the way, I presume you now recognize my identity? Mo Shihang suddenly fixed an intense gaze upon Yi Chen, as if recalling something significant. Are you not Mo Shihang, a disciple of the Divine Healer Valley? Yi Chen stated instinctively. Excellent. Mo Shihang seemed quite pleased with Yi Chen's response, puffing out his chest and lifting his chin, proclaiming enigmatically, since you are aware of my origins, you must also understand the rarity and honor of becoming a disciple of the Divine Healer Valley, correct? What exactly are you implying? Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Mo Shihang ceased his circumlocution and stated directly, I perceive your considerable talent in medicine and wish to take you on as my apprentice. Are you willing? Upon hearing this, the members of the Evil Tiger Mercenary Corps cast envious glances. However, Nangong Liuli could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, Am I mistaken? Or do you truly wish to take Yi Chen as your disciple? What do you mean by that, young lady? Mo Shihang's expression darkened. I'm not trying to dishearten you, but even your master, Divine Healer Ban Shou, would likely hesitate to utter such words to Yi Chen. Nangong Liuli replied, struggling to stifle her amusement. Chapter 82. Must I read people's expressions? My dear girl, are you belittling the esteemed medical valley? Mo Shihang's countenance darkened further. Others shared the sentiment, deeming Nangong Liuli utterly unaware of her own limitations. Although Yi Chen had just rescued a patient with grievous injuries, it was merely a stroke of luck, not a testament to exceptional medical prowess. Mo Shihang was a renowned physician of the medical valley, held in high esteem and affection by countless individuals, and his offer to accept Yi Chen as a disciple was considered a tremendous honor. Yet, to their astonishment, Nangong Liuli boldly claimed that even Ban Shou, Mo Shihang's master and a figure revered as a divine healer, would not dare to accept Yi Chen as a disciple. Where did her audacity and confidence stem from? It is not that I disdain the medical valley, but the truth is as such. Faced with the indignation of the crowd, Nangong Liuli shrugged nonchalantly and innocently remarked, If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire of him. She gestured toward Yi Chen. Mo Shihang cast a glance in his direction, not inquiring, but his eyes brimming with menace. His proposal to take Yi Chen as a disciple was already a considerable concession. Should Yi Chen refuse, it would place him in an exceedingly awkward position, one that would strip him of his dignity. However, upon hearing Yi Chen's forthcoming response, he nearly choked on his rage. If you wish for me to acknowledge you as my master, first return to the medical valley and ascertain whether your master dares to permit such a thing. Yi Chen replied with a smirk. It was preposterous. He had devised a treatment for an ailment that even Ban Shou could not cure during his time at the medical valley. Mo Shihang was merely Ban Shou's disciple. How could he presume to accept him as a disciple? Such ignorance was astounding. Very well. How delightful. Mo Shihang's fury transformed into a mocking smile. Merely by coincidence saving a patient, he dared to be so arrogant. Today's youth seemed increasingly oblivious to their own limitations. Are you finished? Yi Chen, disinterested in further banter, urged, If you have concluded, might we allow your junior to fulfill his earlier promise? What? Fulfill a promise? Cheng Dong, standing nearby, panicked. What? In front of so many witnesses, do you intend to go back on your word? Yi Chen surveyed the crowd, his expression laden with meaning. Is it true that the disciples of the medical valley conduct themselves in such a duplicitous manner in public? Do not slander our medical valley. Mo Shihang could no longer contain himself and sharply commanded Cheng Dong, quickly provide him with all the medicinal materials you possess. But, senior brother, do as I say at once, or upon our return to the valley, I shall report to the master and have you expelled from the sect. Though Mo Shihang felt greatly aggrieved, he was unwilling to let this incident tarnish the reputation of the medical valley. With his order given, Cheng Dong, despite his reluctance, could only suppress his bleeding heart and retrieve an overwhelming collection of medicinal materials from his spatial bracelet. The sheer variety and quantity left the onlookers bewildered. Yi Chun, naturally unreserved, stepped forward and began to collect the items one by one into his own spatial bracelet. He understood that Cheng Dong had likely only produced a portion of what he possessed. Moreover, the herbs extracted were merely some common varieties, while the more precious ones were undoubtedly retained by the other party. However, he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Although Cheng Dong's vacillation was widely regarded with disdain, he was ultimately a physician who, over the years, had undoubtedly performed numerous acts of saving lives. For a healer, herbs are akin to a soldier's weapon. Without their weapons, how could they venture onto the battlefield and engage the enemy? By leaving some herbs for the other party, he was, in essence, providing innocent individuals with a chance for salvation. Do you have any other business? Upon witnessing Yi Chun conclude his gathering of herbs, Mo Shihang impatiently remarked, "If there is nothing else, you may leave. You are not welcome here. In truth, your welcome or lack thereof is of no concern to me." After a brief pause, Yi Chun added, "Moreover, the Wan Beast Mountain Range does not belong to anyone in particular. Whether I choose to leave or stay is not contingent upon anyone's disposition." Mo Shihang was infuriated. Yet, in his fury, he could not resort to force to coerce Yi Chun into submission. After all, as disciples of the Divine Healer Valley, they were accustomed to resolving matters through healing. Should he resort to violence, it would not only tarnish his reputation, but also bring disgrace to the entire Divine Healer Valley. "Let us go." Yi Chun ceased further discourse, uttering a brief farewell to Nangong Liuli before turning to depart. The Black Tiger initially wished to speak, but, upon observing the grim expressions of Cheng Dong and Mo Shihang, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. As for the White Tiger, he was even less inclined to speak, although he had completely revised his opinion of Yi Chun. If forced to choose sides between the disciples of the Divine Healer Valley and Yi Chun, he would undoubtedly unhesitatingly side with the former. After all, Yi Chun was merely a folk healer who had emerged from obscurity, even if fortune had allowed him to rescue one of their subordinates. His assistance was certainly not as significant as that of the disciples of the Divine Healer Valley. "Who is this young man?" Mo Shihang inquired in a hushed tone after Yi Chun had departed. The White Tiger paused, quickly glancing at the Black Tiger. "Black Tiger, you brought these two. You should be aware of their origins, correct?" "I know a bit, but not in great detail," the Black Tiger replied reluctantly. "Then do enlighten me," Mo Shihang urged. "The young man named Yi Chun is said to have come from Qingye City. As for the exceptionally beautiful woman, she is called Nangong Yi. I did not inquire further about her background." Yi Chun, Nangong Yi. Mo Shihang pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. It seemed he had never heard of these individuals in the realm of medicine, leading him to conclude that they were likely not reclusive masters. Continuing, he probed, "What brings them deep into the Wan Beast Mountain Range?" "They are also here for the ice and snow demon wolf," the Black Tiger answered candidly. "Oh, are they coveting the beast core of the ice and snow demon wolf as well?" A sinister smile suddenly crept across Mo Shihang's lips as he exclaimed, "Send word down. From this moment forth, anyone who provides assistance to Yi Chun will no longer be able to procure any herbs from me." Upon hearing these words, the White Tiger and the Black Tiger secretly rejoiced. Had they engaged in a confrontation with Yi Chun moments ago, it is highly likely that their malevolent tiger mercenary corps would have borne the brunt of the consequences. It is well known that those who live on the edge, constantly flirting with danger, often find themselves afflicted by injuries and ailments. Many afflictions, which could be swiftly remedied with a single dose of medicine, become fatal if they offend a physician and are denied timely treatment. One can only imagine the vital importance of a healer in their lives. The ice snow demon wolf is a beast of the highest order, requiring teamwork to successfully hunt it down. Mo Shihang sneered, asserting that as long as no one collaborates with him, he would either be left to watch helplessly or would be forced to charge in and become fodder for the ice snow demon wolf. At this juncture, he seemed to recall something and inquired, "Black Tiger, what is Yi Chun's cultivation level?" "He claims to be at the 5th stage of the master level." Black Tiger replied respectfully, "Is that all?" Mo Shihang scoffed even more disdainfully. However, Black Tiger added, "Yet the truly formidable one is the young lady by his side. Could it be that her cultivation surpasses Yi Chun's?" Mo Shihang asked, astonished. "Indeed." Black Tiger nodded emphatically. Her cultivation has already reached the spirit level. On our way here, we encountered a green-eyed rattlesnake, and none of us could contend with it, but that young lady dispatched it with ease. It seems I have misjudged her and overlooked her prowess. M.O. Shershing lamented. Yet, as he recalled that the ice snow demon wolf was a beast of great caliber, the clouds of worry on his face dissipated. What does it matter if she is at the spirit level? With merely the two of them, attempting to subdue a beast of the ice snow demon wolf's caliber would be akin to courting death. Chapter 83. The old outsmarting the young. Having distanced themselves from the malevolent tiger mercenary corps, Yi Chun and his companions swiftly arrived at the entrance of a canyon. What are they doing? Yi Chun instinctively inquired upon witnessing the scene ahead. At that moment, a group of individuals was laboriously inscribing peculiar patterns upon the ground and the surrounding stone walls, spanning an area of several hundred meters. Though the designs appeared chaotic at first glance, a closer observation revealed a profound and intricate order. They are setting up a formation. Despite being a woman, Nangong Liuli hailed from a prestigious family and possessed considerable insight. She discerned the situation immediately. If I am not mistaken, the formation they are arranging is known as the beast-binding formation of 100 chains. This formation, although potent, is exceedingly complicated to establish. A single misstep could render all efforts futile. Nangong Liuli elucidated. Could they be attempting to ensnare the ice and snow demon wolf with this formation? Yi Chun speculated. That seems likely. Nangong Liuli nodded. The ice and snow demon wolf is a beast of the sect level. Unless a sect master intervenes personally, they must rely on the power of the formation. Indeed, this warrants further exploration. Yi Chun's interest was piqued. Without waiting for Nangong Liuli's response, he strode toward the individuals engaged in the formation. Hey, what are you doing? Nangong Liuli hurried after him. The formation is ever-changing and embodies the laws of heaven and earth. It cannot simply be understood with a cursory glance. Instead of wasting time here, we should be strategizing on how to hunt the ice and snow demon wolf. Let's observe first, Yi Chun replied without turning back. With the insight system at his disposal, even the most profound concepts appeared trivial to him. Soon, they reached the canyon's entrance, where no fewer than 30 individuals were diligently focused on their task, meticulously inscribing the runes, fearful of making even the slightest error. The one directing the formation was an elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, his face etched with wrinkles, appearing frail enough that a gust of wind could topple him. Is that Master Bailey? Nangong Liuli exclaimed, astonished as they approached. You know him? Yi Chun asked, surprised. He is a renowned master of formations, Bailey Ji. As she spoke of the elderly man, admiration filled Nangong Liuli's expression. Master Bailey is over 80 years old and has devoted his life to the study of formations. Although his personal cultivation is modest, his expertise in formations has reached an extraordinary level. It is said that any defensive formation he personally establishes is virtually impenetrable. Even if one's cultivation is inferior to that of an enemy, as long as they are within a formation set up by Master Bailey, they can remain invincible. Therefore, many families and factions are willing to pay exorbitant fees for his services. While she spoke with fervor, a jarring voice suddenly interrupted. What a laughable array of flaws. What? Flaws? The excitement on Nangong Liuli's face instantly froze. Seemingly unable to believe her own ears, she stared blankly at Yi Chun for a moment before inquiring. What did you just say? I said, Master Bailey's formation is riddled with flaws. Yi Chun reiterated. Huh, I must have misheard. You have merely glanced at it a few times and dare to claim that Master Bailey's formation is full of defects? The incredulity in her voice involuntarily rose several decibels, so much so that it not only struck Yi Chun as jarring, but also drew the attention of Bai Li Ji, who was directing the arrangement, along with the 30 or so disciples nearby. Young lady, what did you just say? Our Master's formation is full of flaws. Do you even comprehend the words that leave your lips? Do you have any idea who my master is? As they halted their tasks, the crowd began to encircle Nangong Liuli, fists clenched and ready. Even Bai Li Ji, leaning on his cane, limped over to join the fray. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no disrespect toward Master Bailey. I merely, Nangong Liuli, startled, was about to apologize, but before she could finish, Yi Chun's unrestrained tongue erupted once more with words that nearly drove her to the brink of fury. You all arrived just in time. I was about to warn you that this formation is evidently flawed. It not only fails to contain the formidable ice and snow demon wolf, but may also endanger those guarding it. Yi Chenyu, Nangong Liuli felt a murderous intent rising within her. Bai Li Ji was notoriously petty and could not abide anyone suggesting inadequacy in his formations. Such was his nature that his disciples had inherited this trait, and they would invariably pounce on anyone who dared speak ill of their master. Thus, her earlier statement had been akin to poking a hornet's nest, and she was at a loss for how to rectify the situation. Yi Chun, however, showed no inclination to temper his words, instead brazenly pointing out the flaws and deficiencies in their formation. Was he not merely adding fuel to the fire, escalating matters further? Indeed. Kid, what did you say? Have the audacity to repeat it. Bai Li Ji's disciples closed in, their eyes gleaming with menace, as if they wished to devour Yi Chen whole. What are you all doing? Yi Chen finally sensed the gravity of the situation. I merely spoke the truth. Is it necessary to react in such a manner? Prior to this, he had no knowledge of who Bai Li Ji was, nor could he fathom that the other party was entirely unwilling to entertain dissenting opinions. The truth? You are nothing but a fool. My master is the most esteemed formation master within 1,000 miles, and you dare to claim his formation is full of flaws? Who do you think you are, to challenge our master as formation? As they cursed him, some rolled up their sleeves while others brandished weapons, and the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Alas, I must express my bewilderment regarding your words. Just as I was about to articulate my thoughts, a series of coughs resonated from the rear of the crowd. Cough, cough. Everyone, step aside. Yes, master. The crowd responded in unison, promptly parting to create a corridor. Soon after, Bai Li Ji, leaning on his cane, made his way through the throng. Young one must be accountable for their words, he remarked coldly while approaching Yi Chun. Since you claim that my 100 chains beast-trapping formation is riddled with flaws, you shall be obliged to explain yourself today. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking advantage of your youth. Taking advantage of my youth? Yi Chun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, awkwardly sizing up Bai Li Ji as he retorted, Elder, with your frail constitution, it seems you may have already 1 foot in the grave. Even if you wish to intimidate me, you must possess the strength to do so. You insolent wretch, how dare you speak so to your elder? Bai Li Ji's disciples erupted in a fervent uproar. You are gravely insulting our master's character. Our master remains vigorous despite his years, and you dare to wish him dead? Chapter 84. Is this considered a vow of poison? In response to the raucous shouts of the disciples, Bai Li Ji did not attempt to quell the uproar. Rather, he appeared quite pleased. Little one, you must have noticed that despite my advanced age, anyone who dares to offend me will surely face consequences. Observing Bai Li Ji's triumphant demeanor, Yi Chen felt as though he might collapse to the ground. What a peculiar bunch, he thought. He had merely offered a kind reminder regarding the flaws in their formation, yet they were unwilling to heed his counsel and instead called for his demise. What distressed him even more was that the surrounding youths, filled with youthful exuberance and fervor, were somewhat excusable in their bravado. However, Bai Li Ji, despite his years, displayed none of the dignity expected of an elder. Bai Li Sr., you have truly misunderstood. We are not. Nangong Li was nearly frantic. But before she could finish her thought, Bai Li Ji waved his hand dismissively. Enough, young lady. Given your respectful attitude, I shall overlook this matter. But this lad. He pointed at Yi Chun. If he does not clarify his words today, I shall not let this matter rest. What do you intend to do? Kill me? Yi Chun retorted impatiently. Not kill you. But if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall ensure your life becomes a torment. Bai Li Ji scoffed. Are you referring to my earlier comment about the myriad flaws in your formation? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Bai Li Ji nodded. I have studied formations for decades, and no one has ever dared to question me on this matter. Yet you, a mere boy, presume to critique my formation? And what if I can point out the flaws? Yi Chen countered. Impossible. Bai Li Ji declared with unwavering confidence. This Bai Lian beast-trapping formation has long reached perfection. It possesses no flaws or deficiencies. Let us not be so hasty in our assertions. Should I reveal a flaw, I fear you may lose your reputation. Yi Chen replied with a cold smile. Since you are so confident, then speak. Bai Li Ji exclaimed, both astonished and furious. First, let us establish the terms. Yi Chen gestured. If I reveal a flaw and you, out of pride, refuse to acknowledge it, would I not be wasting my breath? Very well, Bai Li Ji conceded. If you can indeed identify a flaw in the Bai Lian beast-trapping formation, and I find your argument valid, I shall not deny it out of vanity. To demonstrate his sincerity, he promptly swore a solemn oath. I, Bai Li Ji, vow that if this impudent boy can point out a flaw in the formation, and I merely deny it for the sake of pride, then let me bear a son without an anus. Seeing the tragic determination on Bai Li Ji's face, Yi Chen broke into a cold sweat. A son without an anus? Is this truly a vow of poison? He mused. Most importantly, given that the man was nearly a century old, could he even conceive? Despite his frustration, Yi Chen recognized that the other had indeed sworn an oath. Without further delay, he began to enumerate the flaws present within the formation. Undoubtedly, his swift discernment of the flaws stems from the Enlightenment system. Initially, he was utterly ignorant of formations, yet the 100 chains trapping beast formation laid out by these individuals was merely a few steps away from completion. The Enlightenment system effortlessly registered it and highlighted numerous shortcomings. How about that? Do you believe it now? As Yi Chen articulated the flaws within the formation, a half-smile played upon his lips as he regarded Bai Li Ji. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, oscillating between sorrow and joy, anger and bewilderment. Ultimately, however, it seemed he had an epiphany, bursting into laughter. Absurd, utterly absurd. Do you intend to be deceitful? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. After numerous validations, he was acutely aware that the Enlightenment system could not be mistaken. Yet, despite having pointed out the flaws, this old man refused to acknowledge them. This could only imply that his opponent was determined to be duplicitous. What you just stated, while seemingly logical, upon my careful reflection, diverges from the accounts in the texts. The more Bai Li Ji spoke, the more convinced he became of his own righteousness, his voice inadvertently rising in pitch. This 100 chains trapping beast formation was meticulously arranged according to the texts, and many of the flaws you just identified contradict the original creator's records. Is this not sheer nonsense? Did he truly believe that the formations documented in books were infallible? Yi Chen felt dizzy. The flaws he had just identified had been refined by the Enlightenment system. In other words, by rectifying according to the flaws he pointed out, the formation would undoubtedly reach a more perfect state. Yet, this Bai Li Ji stubbornly refused to even consider it, insisting that the original creator was unequivocally correct. In such a scenario, even if what he posited were the truth, he would likely find himself at a loss for words. The formations recorded in books are the painstaking creations of their original authors, perfected through countless trials. What qualifications does a mere youth possess to question the wisdom of his predecessors? Bai Li Ji not only dismissed this notion, but also vehemently criticized. I have encountered many arrogant young fools like you, thinking of soaring to great heights before they have even found their footing. It appears you are quite accustomed to relying on your elders. Yi Chen shook his head, opting not to continue the debate. Instead, he proposed, facts speak louder than words. Our argument here bears little significance. Why not validate the truth through practical results? Very well. Bai Li Ji, far from refusing, appeared eager. Since you are so eloquent, mere rhetoric will not suffice. If you truly possess such capability, demonstrate it by arranging 100 chains trapping beast formation for me to observe. At this juncture, he shifted his tone, adding, of course, I will not provide any assistance in terms of personnel or resources needed for the arrangement. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Ji's 30-odd disciples exchanged glances, each wearing expressions of schadenfreude. The 100 chains beast-trapping formation is intricate in nature, with a convoluted programming process. The arrangement is not only labor-intensive, but also demands a considerable investment of time and human resources. A group of over 30 individuals toiled day and night for 5 consecutive days, nearing completion. Even with a modicum of understanding of formations, Yi Chen realized that, without any assistance, it would take him several months to set up a complete 100 chains beast-trapping formation. Such a lengthy duration would render it impossible for anyone to await the verification of results. Furthermore, in their eyes, Yi Chen was merely a charlatan, spouting nonsensical claims. And no one believed he could truly establish the formation. Not only did Bai Li Ji and numerous disciples share this sentiment, but Nangong Liuli also perceived Yi Chen as delusional. When he audaciously critiqued Bai Li Ji's formation earlier, she felt he was merely inviting humiliation upon himself. And now he dared to compare his practical results to Bai Li Ji's? Was he not inviting even greater scorn? Yet, amidst the multitude of gazes that regarded him as a fool, Yi boldly proclaimed a statement that left everyone astounded. A mere 100 chains beast trapping formation? I require no assistance. I can set it up alone in half an hour. At this declaration, a cacophony of derisive laughter erupted around him. Chapter 85. Another show of pretense. Am I hearing this correctly? A single individual, in merely half an hour, claims to be capable of setting up a 100-link beast trapping array? Is he here merely for amusement? It has become evident that he possesses not the slightest understanding of formations, and has come here to utter grandiose statements solely to attract attention. Lacking even the most fundamental knowledge of array principles, he dares to critique our master. Truly absurd. The 30-odd disciples of Bailey G erupted into laughter. Even Bailey G himself could not suppress a chuckle as he remarked, "Young man, are you certain you haven't come here, seeking humiliation? It is well known that the larger the formation, the more intricate it becomes, requiring a more elaborate setup. The 100-link beast trapping array they had just arranged, even with the most esteemed array master within 1,000 miles presiding over it, required 30+ assistants and a full 5 days to nearly reach completion. Yet this audacious youth, who seemingly appeared from nowhere, believes he can establish the 100-link beast trapping array alone in half an hour. Such ignorance is laughable. Since you doubt my capabilities, I shall now." Yi was about to take action, but before he could finish his sentence, a loud shout echoed from a distance. What was happening? This voice. Yi instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but curse his misfortune. The speaker was none other than Mo Shihang, a disciple from the Divine Physician Valley whom he had encountered not long ago at the Evil Tiger Mercenary Corps. At this moment, Mo Shihang was leading a throng toward them with great fanfare. "Dr. Mo, you have arrived just in time. There is an insufferable fool who dares to publicly challenge my master's array," one of Bailey G's disciples promptly accused. "Oh, someone has the audacity to question Master Bailey G's formations?" Before even laying eyes on them, Mo Shihang exclaimed in surprise, "Point them out to me. Let me see who possesses such boldness to dare." His words abruptly halted as he finally recognized the audacious one who dared to question Bailey G's array. "Why is it that you appear wherever I go?" Mo Shihang's expression darkened. Cheng Dong, who accompanied him, sneered, "Heh, what a narrow road for enemies. We were just about to greet Master Bailey, urging them not to assist this fool, and here we are, encountering him instead. Dr. Mo, Dr. Cheng, do you know this person?" Bailey G inquired, perplexed. "Know him? Of course we do." Cheng Dong laughed heartily. This name-dropping charlatan recently swaggered into the Evil Tiger Mercenary Corps camp, and after Mo Shihang and I exposed his deceit, he now seeks to fool you, esteemed sir." Upon hearing this, Nangong Liuli could no longer contain herself. "Cheng Dong, you truly speak from a vile heart. Who is the one deceiving others? Is it not true that Yi Chun revived the injured member of the Evil Tiger Mercenary Corps? That was merely a stroke of luck," Cheng Dong retorted, his demeanor fierce yet lacking true conviction. "Moreover, the methods he employed for treatment are utterly dubious. Even if the patient appears fine now, one cannot guarantee that more severe side effects will not emerge in the future. If, according to your diagnosis, that injured individual is already deceased, what future remains?" Nangong Liuli argued vehemently. Yet, Yi merely waved his hand, signaling a dismissal of the matter. "It's pointless to debate with them. Let us attend to our own affairs." With that, he turned to leave. Though Nangong Liuli was indignant, she refrained from further words, not wishing to squander breath, and followed suit. Is this how it concludes? With their true colors unveiled, are they now scurrying away? I always knew this fellow was nothing more than a boastful charlatan. The crowd erupted in derisive laughter. Bailey G's disciples initially intended to drag Yi back for a more severe reckoning, but were halted by Mo Shihang. "Enough. Our immediate concern is to prepare for the hunt of the ice and snow demon wolf. This jester is not worth our time." As his words settled, Bailey G's 30 or so disciples reluctantly acquiesced. Mo Physician speaks wisely. Such an inconsequential clown, even a glance is an affront to the eyes. Who are we? To lower ourselves to his level? That would only reveal our own ignorance. For the sake of Mo Physician, we shall let him be this time. Should he dare to prance about again, we shall ensure he pays dearly. Just as the crowd was ready to return to their tasks, someone shouted, pointing in the direction Yi had departed, "Look, what is that fellow up to?" At this, the assembly turned their gaze, and a chorus of laughter erupted once more. "I can't be mistaken. Is he truly attempting to set up a formation? I thought, after his scheme was exposed, he would scurry away in disgrace. Yet here he is, putting on a show. Does he not realize how embarrassing this is? Such a showboating jester does not regard humiliation. Their motto is to be shameless. Since he seeks to invite ridicule, let us see how he intends to establish a 100 chains beast trap within half an hour, relying solely on his own abilities. Come, let us witness this spectacle. If we do not utterly humiliate him, we shall owe him an apology for his misguided efforts. Encouraged by one another, the crowd surged towards Yi Chun and Nangong Lioli. Even Mo Shishing and Chung Dong joined the throng. Yi Chun, are you certain you possess even a modicum of understanding regarding formations? Seeing the crowds approach, Nangong Lioli could not help but inquire once more. Like the others, she believed Yi Chun was merely feigning knowledge. Her repeated defense of him was simply an attempt to spare him further embarrassment. She had expected Yi Chun to possess some self-awareness and distance himself from the gathering. To her astonishment, he halted here, declaring his intent to set up a formation to ensnare the ice and snow demon wolf. What struck her as particularly absurd was that the formation he intended to establish was none other than the 100 Chains beast trap, which had just been the subject of their mockery. Do you not believe me as well? Yi Chun retorted while diligently inscribing the runes. Nangong Lioli was truly at a loss for words. At that moment, Bailey Ji and his companions finally approached. Yi Chun, you truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. Bailey Ji sneered. Your pathetic little tricks were already exposed by me earlier. Do you still wish to flaunt them here? Master, this fellow is likely just trying to stir up trouble for everyone's amusement. One of Bailey Ji's disciples chimed in. Another added, moreover, look at the runes he is inscribing. They resemble nothing of the sort. The order is all jumbled, and they appear as simplistic as a child's doodles. This is not the formation of an array. It is merely a child drawing circles on the ground. Even if he could manage to set up a rudimentary array, there would be no beasts in this area, let alone the ice snow wolves. He is merely wasting his efforts. Despite the ridicule from the crowd, Yi Chun remained undeterred, focusing intently on his runic inscriptions. Chapter 86. The ferocious beast unleashed. What he intended to set up was indeed the 100 Chains beast trap, albeit a version refined by the Enlightenment system. Not only were the symbols simplified, but the entire intricately complex formation was rendered into a more comprehensible structure. This was the very reason he had the audacity to assert that he could, single-handedly, establish the 100 Chains beast trap within half an hour. While Bai Liqui and his companions required over 30 individuals laboring diligently for several days to accomplish this feat, he needed merely one person in half an hour. Furthermore, his version boasted greater potency and enhanced defenses. Of course, his choice to arrange the formation at this location was not driven by a desire to prove anything to Bai Liqui and the others, but rather by necessity. According to Mo Shishing's scheme, once all preparations were in place, individuals would be dispatched into the depths of the canyon to lure out the slumbering ice and snow magic wolf. As soon as the wolf fell into Bai Liqui's 100 Chains beast trap, the various mercenary groups lurking nearby would converge and launch a coordinated assault to vanquish it. The plan appeared sound, yet he discerned a significant flaw. Bai Liqui's 100 Chains beast trap was riddled with vulnerabilities. Should the ice and snow magic wolf truly attain a sect level, it would undoubtedly escape the confines of Bai Liqui's trap. Once liberated, the most likely route for its escape would be towards his current position. One must admire his audacity, even as we see through his little tricks. He manages to maintain such a faade. As the saying goes, when water is too clear, no fish can survive. When a person is too despicable, he becomes invincible. Once one sheds all semblance of shame, there truly is little one can do to hinder them. Nevertheless, let us return to our own matters and refrain from lingering here to witness his folly. Indeed, the more I observe, the more I fear I shall have nightmares this evening. Faced with various taunts, Yi Chun remained unfazed, and the others soon grew disinterested, dispersing in their own directions. Remarkably, within a mere half hour, Yi Chun had indeed concluded his work. Everything was in place, awaiting the favorable wind. Clapping his hands, Yi Chun returned to the side of Nangong Lioli. Are you certain this is a formation? Nangong Lioli's expression appeared rather unnatural. Bai Liqui's 100 Chains beast trap was adorned with a plethora of densely inscribed symbols within a radius of several hundred meters, each symbol imbued with profound philosophical principles, creating a grand and imposing spectacle. In stark contrast, Yichen's formation appeared chaotic and utterly lacking in coherence. At this rate, not only would it fail to qualify as a large-scale formation like the Hundred Chains Beast Trap, it might not even be considered a basic one. Let us proceed. It is time to validate the results. Yichen, uninterested in explanations, strode purposefully towards a nearby prominent hill. The hill, flanked by walls on three sides, was easily defensible and advantageous for offense, offering a vantage point to survey the surroundings. Just wait for the formation to reveal its might. A formation personally orchestrated by the master could never bear a hollow reputation. As Yichen ascended to the summit of the hill, Bai Laqui's command of the Hundred Chains Beast Trap was finally brought to completion. As the crowd erupted in cheers, they could not resist contrasting Yichen's formation. Indulging in various scornful jests, Yichen noticed their derision but chose to disregard it. In contrast, Nangong Liuli felt an overwhelming discomfort. Had she not witnessed the myriad miracles Yichen had conjured, she would have longed to vanish into the shadows. Look, they seem to have entered the canyon. Soon after, Nangong Liuli suddenly gasped, pointing at the canyon's entrance. Has it finally begun? A flicker of intense anticipation ignited in Yichen's eyes. At that moment, a band of mercenaries had indeed ventured into the canyon. Although their numbers were few, their agility suggested formidable cultivation. After all, their purpose in entering the canyon was to awaken the slumbering ice snow demon wolf. Those of lesser strength would likely meet a dire fate. A howl echoed from within, resonating like thunder, shaking the earth and causing debris to cascade from the cliffs. It was the roar of the ice snow demon wolf. It has come, prepare yourselves. Such a terrifying sound. One could only imagine the chaos it would unleash upon emerging. The mere echo of that beastly roar transformed the expressions of all outside the canyon. Mo Shirshing, at the forefront, felt a twinge of anxiety, yet to prevent panic from spreading, he feigned calmness, declaring, "Do not be alarmed. We are fully prepared. No matter how ferocious the ice snow demon wolf may be, it cannot evade us for long." Thudding footsteps echoed from within the canyon, drawing nearer and growing louder. Moments later, several figures burst forth from the canyon, the very individuals who had entered earlier, now battered and disheveled. As they fled, their faces were etched with indescribable terror. "Run, everyone run. The ice snow demon wolf is far too formidable. We stand no chance of hunting it." The fleeing figures cried out in panic. Why were only they escaping? Where were the others? It was evident they had surely met a tragic end. Witnessing the dire state of those emerging from the canyon, the onlookers outside grew increasingly uneasy. Even Yichen and Nangong Liuli, perched on the hill, wore solemn expressions. It seemed the ice snow demon wolf was indeed a formidable foe. Nangong Liuli's delicate face turned pale, her body instinctively tensing. If the hundredly urgency formation proved inadequate to contain the ice snow demon wolf, the consequences would be dire. I mentioned earlier that the hundredly urgency formation has numerous flaws. Without rectification, many will perish, yet no one believed me. Yichen shook his head. If the hundredly urgency cannot ensnare the ice snow demon wolf, then Nangong Liuli stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Just look and see." Yichen waved his hand. The ominous thuds echoed once more. The heavy footfalls grew increasingly closer, and after a brief moment, a colossal creature burst forth from the depths of the canyon. Its general form resembled an exaggerated version of a gigantic wolf, standing an impressive 5 meters tall and stretching 10 meters in length. Its eyes radiated an eerie green glow, while menacing fangs dripped with viscous saliva, presenting an appearance both fearsome and savage. Particularly striking was the layer of wispy white mist that enveloped its body wherever it passed. A thick frost quickly formed upon the surrounding objects. My heavens, such towering stature! To have angered such a terrifying beast. I cannot fathom whether this was a grave mistake or not. With such formidable ferocity, it is no wonder that none dare to hunt alone. It is said that an adult ice snow demon wolf possesses strength comparable to that of a master-level warrior and can wield ice-based magic. I can only hope that Master Bailey's formation can ensnare it, otherwise. Upon catching sight of the ice snow demon wolf's true visage, the onlookers were filled with even greater dread. Setting aside other considerations, merely its colossal size rendered everyone else in its presence insignificantly small, akin to mere ants. Chapter 87. A premature exultation. If the formation set by Bailey G cannot contain it, one can scarcely imagine the dire consequences that might ensue. On the hillside, Nangong Liuli furrowed her delicate brows, her hand gripping the sword trembling ever so slightly. Yet beside her, Yi Chun exhibited not a trace of fear. Rather, his eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. This ice and snow demon wolf, I am determined to claim it. His sister, Yi Yanran, had awakened her dual evil body, exhibiting boundless potential and an unparalleled speed of cultivation. However, with such immense potential comes a formidable backlash. Without the aid of certain extreme and extreme cold substances for resistance, her current frail constitution would be utterly incapable of enduring it. The beast core of this ice and snow demon, therefore, serves as the most effective means of protection. This was also one of the reasons he dared to venture deep into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Thus, regardless of the outcome, he must hunt down this ice and snow demon wolf. Do you have a countermeasure? Nangong Liuli inquired. Have I not already set up the formation? Yichen replied, rolling his eyes. But does your formation truly work? Nangong Liuli exclaimed, her impatience causing her to stomp her foot. A howl reverberated through the air once more. The ice and snow demon wolf burst forth from the canyon, suddenly unleashing a frigid breath, instantly encasing several individuals who had just escaped from the gorge in a solid block of ice. Then, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the massive creature charged forward like a moving mountain, an unstoppable force. Bang, bang, bang. The frozen individuals were shattered like fragile clay figures, obliterated by the onslaught of the ice and snow demon wolf. How ferocious! Truly worthy of a sect-level beast. Such might, without the aid of a formation, no one would be able to withstand it head-on. The crowd, gripped by terror, was simultaneously filled with anticipation. For if the ice and snow demon wolf continued its charge, it would surely plunge into Bailey G's beast-binding formation. Indeed, buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the ice and snow demon wolf entered the formation, the ground around it erupted with white light, resembling chains that soared skyward, swiftly intertwining in the heavens to form a colossal net. A howl escaped the wolf, seemingly realizing the impending danger, as it howled defiantly to the sky and desperately attempted to flee to one side. However, as it moved, the immense net began to contract rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. Over 100 illusory chains swiftly converged, ensnaring the ice and snow demon wolf in an instant, forcefully dragging it toward the depths of the earth. A furious howl erupted from the wolf as it struggled with all its might. Yet, despite the chains being illusory, they were astonishingly resilient. As they tightened, they bit into its flesh like fine threads, rendering the ice and snow demon wolf powerless to escape. Truly, the formation crafted by Master Bailey is remarkably solid and reliable. To ensnare such a ferocious beast is indeed an extraordinary feat. As the icy snow wolf found itself unable to escape, the onlookers exhaled a sigh of relief while simultaneously lauding Bailey G. Even Mo Shirhang did not forget to bow slightly in acknowledgement, expressing that the successful hunt of the icy snow wolf owed much to Master Bailey's efforts, and he vowed to repay this kindness with the utmost gratitude. Mo Ishur, ever courteous, remarked that in the future, should the Yin Yang Pavilion require medicinal purchases, a touch of preferential treatment would suffice. Bailey G seized this opportunity to negotiate terms. His invitation to attend was not merely to showcase his exquisite array of formations, but primarily to foster a good rapport with the disciples of the Divine Medicine Valley. After all, who among us escapes the trials of illness or injury throughout life? Establishing a strong connection with the renowned Divine Medicine Valley is undoubtedly advantageous for anyone. Rest assured, once I procure the beast core from the icy snow wolf, I shall present you with a grand token of appreciation. Mo Shirhang expressed his gratitude once more. With the assurance from Mo Ishur, Bailey G nodded in satisfaction and urged, since the icy snow wolf is ensnared by my beast-binding formation, I suggest you swiftly eliminate it to avoid any unforeseen complications. Indeed, I shall attend to other matters. Mo Shirhang wasted no time, gesturing with a grand sweep of his arm. In an instant, numerous figures burst forth from the surrounding canyon, each ruggedly attired and exuding a primal aura. They were the mercenaries summoned by Mo Shirhang, including members of the fearsome Tiger Mercenary Corps. Let us all join forces and slay this icy snow wolf. It is but a lamb to the slaughter, ensnared by Master Bailey's formation. With our combined strength, even its formidable defenses shall not withstand for long. As they closed in, the mercenaries unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks upon the icy snow wolf. With a cacophony of sounds, various combat techniques converged into a torrent, striking the icy snow wolf with unyielding force. In mere moments, the creature was left battered and bloodied. The icy snow wolf howled mournfully, yet the hundreds of ethereal chains encircling it tightened mercilessly. The formation's potency was further enhanced by the support of Bailey G's 30-odd disciples stationed nearby. It appeared that the icy snow wolf could not endure for much longer. On a distant hill, Nangong Lioli released a breath of relief, and then turned her gaze towards Yi Chun, offering a sympathetic remark. "It seems you have no chance left. Do not rejoice too soon." Yi Chun shook his head, his expression devoid of disappointment, instead reflecting compassion. "Isn't the icy snow wolf already trapped?" Nangong Lioli inquired, puzzled. While all were aware that the icy snow wolf was a sect-level beast, few knew of its even more formidable ability. "What more powerful skill do you speak of?" Nangong Lioli asked in astonishment. "Frenzy." Yi Chun articulated each word with precision. "Frenzy?" Nangong Lioli was momentarily taken aback, but her expression swiftly transformed in alarm. "Are you suggesting that the ice and snow demon wolf possesses a berserk ability?" The term berserk is well understood by nearly everyone, signifying an instantaneous surge in strength. However, this berserk state harbors a perilous flaw. Not only is its duration exceedingly brief, but once it reverts to its normal state, it suffers a considerable backlash. Although the ice and snow demon wolf would endure severe repercussions upon entering this state, if cornered to the brink, it would undoubtedly resort to berserk mode without hesitation. Casting a glance at the mercenaries still besieging the ice and snow demon wolf, as well as the 30 or so disciples of the Inyang Pavilion maintaining the formation nearby, Yi Chun lamented, "Once the ice and snow demon wolf goes berserk, the 100 chains beast trapping formation will undoubtedly be incapable of containment." At that moment, these individuals roar. Before Yi Chun could finish his sentence, the previously confined ice and snow demon wolf suddenly emitted a chilling howl. Simultaneously, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth from its body, sending debris flying and causing the earth to crack. Chapter 88. Just in time. This is not good. The beast is about to enter a frenzied state. The ice and snow magic wolf can actually go berserk? How was I unaware of this fact? If it truly can, we are in grave danger. Upon witnessing the transformation of the ice and snow magic wolf, the triumphant smiles on the faces of the crowd instantaneously morphed into expressions of terror. Roar. The beast's roar reverberated, piercing the air and stirring the very soul. The ice and snow magic wolf, already ensnared by hundreds of ethereal chains, suddenly expanded in size, its limbs thickening with newfound strength, and its visage becoming increasingly grotesque and fearsome. "Quick, enhance the formation strength." Bai Li, in a state of panic, raised his voice. However, before anyone could take further action, icy spikes erupted from the wolf's exterior, sharp and frigid, resembling a multitude of spears. Whoosh! With a violent tremor, the icy spikes shot outwards in all directions. This. Quickly, take cover. The mercenaries attacking the ice and snow magic wolf, along with the disciples of the Inyang Pavilion maintaining the formation, were all struck with terror. Yet, the spikes rained down like a torrential downpour. Thud, thud, thud. Before they could evade, those closest were already caught in the onslaught. Some were impaled by spikes several meters long, pinned against the stone walls. Others were cleaved in half, their bodies separated. And still others were pierced repeatedly by countless smaller spikes, leaving them riddled with gaping wounds, blood oozing through from front to back. Even those who managed to escape the initial barrage were swiftly frozen into ice sculptures by the chilling air, only to be shattered by subsequent spikes. In a mere moment of retaliation from the ice and snow magic wolf, at least 100 lives were extinguished, the scene a harrowing spectacle. Although most of the fallen were mercenaries, the disciples of the Inyang Pavilion also suffered considerable losses. Roar. Seizing the moment of chaos, the ice and snow magic wolf strained against its bonds, and the hundreds of chains binding it shattered simultaneously. This is bad. The beast has broken free from the formation. Everyone flee. Given the ferocity of the ice and snow magic wolf, the consequences of its escape are unfathomable. Panic surged through the crowd, and they no longer cared about disappointing Imo Shirhang. They scattered like birds taking flight. Humanity aside, when faced with the imminent threat of death, even the mightiest cannot alter their inherent fear of mortality. Even the disciples of the Inyang Pavilion, once resolute, were now pale-faced and frantically sought escape in every direction. The ice and snow magic wolf had indeed broken free from the formation, a stark reality. Remaining would only lead to needless demise. Roar. The ice and snow magic wolf howled to the heavens, its roar thunderous. Having just escaped the formation, it lunged at the crowd in a frenzy. Bang, bang, bang. Due to its massive size, its charge was unstoppable, a force of nature that could obliterate all in its path. The mercenaries who failed to escape, along with the disciples of the Inyang Pavilion, found themselves either trampled into a bloody pulp by the colossal ice wolves or frozen into grotesque sculptures by the chilling breath of the snow-laden beasts. In the blink of an eye, the situation spiraled completely out of control. The rampaging ice wolves became the nightmarish specter haunting everyone present, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. How could this be? The previously arrogant Bailey G was now genuinely frantic. Stumbling backward, he muttered to himself, "I followed the original creator's design meticulously. How could I possibly fail to contain these ice wolves?" Meanwhile, Imo Shirshing and Chengdong were equally terrified, frantically fleeing towards a nearby cave. Their medical achievements had indeed commanded respect, earning them the reverence of many. Yet their singular focus on medicine had left their personal cultivation woefully inadequate, even inferior to the surrounding mercenaries. In the face of this frenzied ice wolf, no amount of medical prowess could come to their aid. Yi Chun, you truly anticipated this. From a distant hill, Nangong Liuli felt both admiration and shock. Previously, when Yi Chun had offered his wise counsel, Bailey had stubbornly dismissed it, perceiving Yi Chun's words as a challenge to his authority. Now that disaster had struck, it was too late for regrets. Wait, the ice wolf seems to be charging towards us. Suddenly, the admiration on Nangong Liuli's face morphed into sheer terror. The ice wolf, having broken free from the formation, was now wreaking havoc among the panicked crowd and was headed straight for them. What perfect timing! Yi Chun felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, his eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. "You must be joking," Nangong Liuli cried, both exasperated and anxious. The formation laid out by Master Bailey was so meticulously constructed that it struggled to confine the frenzied ice wolf. How could your rudimentary and untested little array possibly succeed? Before Yi Chun could respond, she grasped his wrist and desperately retreated. Yet, after only 2 steps, she stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. She realized that Yi Chun had not followed her. Instead, he stood rooted like a pillar, impervious to her frantic efforts to budge him. "What are you doing?" Nangong Liuli was on the verge of tears, fearing he intended to await death in this spot. Her words faltered abruptly as she caught sight of an astonishing spectacle. The approaching ice wolf was suddenly ensnared by a multitude of ethereal chains that erupted around it. With a resounding clatter, the chains soared into the sky, swiftly intertwining to form a vast net that constricted around the ice wolf. How could this be? The formation he had devised was indeed effective. Moreover, it resembled Master Bailey's array, as if it were also a 100 chains beast trap. Particularly striking were the chains that surged forth from the depths of the earth, not only more substantial than those of Master Bailey, but astonishingly numbering over 1,000. Initially, one could have presumed it to be mere pretense. However, the reality was undeniably astounding. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have found it wholly unbelievable. It appears we have all underestimated this young man. He may very well be a master of formations, perhaps even surpassing Master Bailey in his expertise. As the rudimentary formation laid out by Yi Chun took effect, the onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. Particularly, Master Bailey's disciple was left utterly astounded. How could he possibly succeed? The symbols he inscribed were so simplistic and haphazard, yet they genuinely activated the formation? No, this cannot be real. I must be dreaming. If the disciple was in such disbelief, Master Bailey himself felt as though the world was spinning around him, his face burning with embarrassment. Until this moment, he had firmly believed that no one in this world could possess a greater understanding of the 100 chains beast trapping formation than himself. Yet even he, while personally overseeing the endeavor, required the assistance of over 30 disciples laboring day and night, investing a full 5 days to finally complete the formation. To his utter shock, a mere jester emerging from obscurity managed to inscribe a few strokes in just half an hour, successfully establishing a formation that was in no way inferior to the 100 Chains beast-trapping formation. Could there be a more crushing blow to his pride? Yet, what awaited him next was even more difficult to accept. Chapter 89. The acquisition of the beast core. With a clatter, the chains continued to surge forth, intertwining like countless threads drawn in from all directions, swiftly ensnaring the ice snow demon wolf. Roaring in fury, the beast remained in a frenzied state. Yet, no matter how desperately it struggled, it could not break free, but rather became increasingly ensnared by the immense net. Ultimately, a series of sharp cracks echoed as the wolf's form shrank once more, returning to its original size. Had its frenzied state vanished? No, it was not truly gone. It had been forcefully suppressed by the power of the formation. Indeed, as far as I am aware, the frenzied state of a demon beast typically lasts around half an hour. Only a few breaths had passed. Such a swift dissipation was impossible. Yet, how could this young man's formation possess such terrifying power? The onlookers were rendered utterly incredulous. At this moment, the ice snow demon wolf not only had its frenzied state completely extinguished, but its body was also rendered immobile. No, this cannot be true. I refuse to believe it. In a distant cave, Li Ji appeared as though his soul had been snatched away, his face etched with despair and reluctance. No matter how much he had wished to deny it, the truth lay bare before him, leaving him no choice but to accept it. Most humiliating of all was the fact that before this, he had not only disregarded Yi Chen's counsel, but had also mocked him, branding him a mere jester seeking attention. Now, it was evident that the formation he had set up not only activated successfully, but also surpassed the power of his own formation by far. The echoes of his earlier derision rang painfully loud in his ears. Master, the 100 Chains beast-trapping formation this young man set up seems to be even mightier than the one you devised. Just as he was engulfed in a tide of shame, an oblivious disciple approached him with this remark. Li Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, not from injury, but from sheer indignation. Meanwhile, Mo Shishing and Cheng Dong exchanged glances, their faces alternating between shades of green and white, though neither uttered a word. The members of the Evil Tiger Mercenary Corps, who had narrowly escaped disaster, wore expressions of complex emotions. The most astonished of all was Nangong Liuli atop the hill. Yi Chenyu. She had intended to articulate something profound, but as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself at a loss for how to express her thoughts. Her gaze upon Yi Chun was akin to that of one beholding a monster. Previously, she, like the others, had perceived Yi Chun as merely posturing. Little did she expect such a dramatically unexpected turn of events. At this moment, she was genuinely at a loss for words to convey the depth of her astonishment. A howl of despair escaped the ice snow demon wolf, now stripped of its earlier ferocity, replaced instead with an overwhelming sense of sorrow and hopelessness. It was time to collect the beast core. Disregarding the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yi Chun extended his hand to brush over the space bracelet, and with a resonant hum, a formidable crescent blade materialized in his grasp. With a powerful push against the ground, he leapt down the hillside, diving toward the immobile ice snow demon wolf ensnared within the formation. Swiftly, the blade descended. Under the razor-sharp edge of the crescent blade, the wolf's hardened scales crumbled like tofu, and within an instant, it was over. The blade struck down, penetrating deep into the earth, and the once howling ice snow demon wolf had its massive head crash to the ground with a resounding thud. After a brief flicker of life in its eyes, they transformed into a dull gray. Its colossal body, still twitching, gradually slumped and lay motionless. Thus, the hunting operation orchestrated by Mo Shishing came to a definitive close. Yet, the true slayer of the ice snow demon wolf was neither Mo Shishing himself nor the various aides he had summoned, but rather Yi Chun, who had previously been akin to a despised jester. Black Tiger, did you not claim earlier that Yi Chen's cultivation was merely at the 5th stage of mastery, and that the real prowess lay with the woman named Nangong Yi beside him? In the crowd, White Tiger appeared to recall something, glaring fiercely at the dazed Black Tiger. Black Tiger trembled, adopting an innocent expression as he replied, "At that time, I had estimated his cultivation, and upon asking, He claimed to have reached the 5th stage of mastery. I genuinely believed he was telling the truth. Who would have known he had deceived me? Reflecting on the journey thus far, he wished he could vanish into thin air. On the way here, he had deduced Yi Qin's cultivation level based on his ability to slay the drought lizard, estimating it to be around the 5th stage of mastery. Yet, Yi Qin had not denied it. Proudly, Black Tiger had boasted of his own cultivation at the 9th stage of mastery multiple times in front of Yi Qin, indulging in various displays of superiority. Now, he realized he was merely an arrogant fool, considering the feat of Yi Qin beheading the ice snow demon wolf. It was evident that his cultivation far surpassed the 5th stage of mastery, likely reaching the pinnacle of spirit level. The expressions of those present were equally complex: shock, embarrassment, shame, curiosity, and more. However, Yi Qin remained oblivious to their reactions. After severing the wolf's head, he successfully extracted a white orb from within. The orb, the size of a fist, appeared translucent and exuded an intensely cold white mist. Yet, as Yi Qin lifted it into the air with the crescent blade, the chill rapidly receded and vanished without a trace. Typically, beast cores possess inherent attributes. For instance, the ice snow demon wolf, with its ice elemental properties, contained a formidable essence of frigid energy within its core. However, once exposed to the air, these attributes would swiftly retract. It seemed that Yanran was indeed saved. Inserting the beast core into the spatial bracelet, Yi Qin nodded with satisfaction before turning his gaze towards Nangong Liuli, who remained lost in thought upon the hill. Are you planning to stay here with them? Of course not, no? Nangong Liuli snapped back to reality, hastily leaping down from the hill. Countless questions swirled in her mind, yet she was at a loss as to where to begin. Since the beast core was already in hand, it was time to leave. Paying no heed to the myriad complex gazes surrounding her, Yi Qin casually remarked to the Nangong family and then proceeded to walk into the distance. Seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, no shouts were heard, nor did anyone pursue him. Whether it was Mo Shishing, Bai Liqui, or the various mercenaries nearby, they remained ensnared in the shock of the earlier spectacle, struggling to regain their senses. Brother, wake up. Finally, Mo Shishing was jolted back to reality by a gentle shake. Raising his head once more, he found that Yi Qin and his companion had already vanished from sight. Brother, after expending so much effort and energy, are you truly willing to hand over the beast core of the ice and snow demon wolf without contest? Cheng Dong expressed his indignation. A flicker of unwillingness crossed Mo Shishing's eyes. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he could only manage a bitter smile. Since the ice and snow demon wolf was slain by him, the beast core rightfully belongs to him. Should I still aspire to claim it by force? Brother, have you forgotten? This is the myriad beast mountain range. Cheng Dong remarked cryptically. Chapter 90. The Relentless Thief's Heart, and so what? Mo Shishing appeared to comprehend the essence of Cheng Dong's words, yet he shook his head. As you have witnessed, this young man not only possesses a unique understanding of medicine, but his mastery of formations is nothing short of astonishing. Most crucially, however, is his formidable strength. Reflecting on the moment when Yi Qin severed the head of the ice snow demon wolf with a single strike, Mo Shishing felt a sense of unease. The ice snow demon wolf is a beast of legendary rank, renowned for its formidable defenses, even rendered incapable of retaliation. One could not hope to decapitate such a creature without being at the pinnacle of spiritual cultivation. Cheng Dong seemed to have anticipated Mo Shishing's sentiments. Instead of conceding defeat, he offered a mysterious smile. I concede, this young man's prowess indeed surpasses our expectations, but can he truly rival that individual? Are you implying? Precisely. Mo Shishing was about to articulate his thoughts when Cheng Dong interjected. It is the infamous assassin of the Phantom Gate, the Butcher. The Butcher? Mo Shishing's eyes brightened instantly. The name Butcher, or rather, the moniker, was well known, for the Phantom Gate is an organization of assassins, and each member is known solely by their alias, concealing their true identity from the outside world. The Butcher is particularly renowned among the Phantom Gate's ranks, having achieved the rank of a legendary master and employing methods of assassination that are both enigmatic and unpredictable. Any target marked by him, regardless of their own strength, cannot hope to escape unscathed. Should one manage to enlist an assassin of the Butcher's caliber, Yi Qin would undoubtedly meet his demise. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he furrowed his brow, adding, however, The assassins of the Phantom Gate are notoriously elusive. Locating them is no simple task. Brother, at this juncture, there are certain secrets I must divulge to you. Cheng Dong replied with an enigmatic smile. To speak candidly, during my years of practicing medicine, I have indeed made numerous acquaintances, one of whom is the assassin known as the Butcher. You know the Butcher? Mo Shishing expressed surprise, mingled with a hint of reluctance. The Phantom Gate is infamously reviled. All major factions harbor deep disdain for it. Were it not for the Phantom Gate's profound secrecy regarding its headquarters, it would have long been uprooted by various powers. Thus, esteemed individuals generally shy away from any association with the Phantom Gate. The revelation that his junior, Cheng Dong, had befriended such a fearsome assassin left him astonished yet somewhat disheartened. Brother, we are no longer in our youth. Cheng Dong, perceiving Mo Shishing's thoughts, spoke earnestly. Human hearts can be treacherous, and the world can be cruel. After many years of practicing medicine, you must have gained similar insights. We, as healers, may be revered by society, but our lack of formidable cultivation remains a critical flaw. When we encounter desperate individuals, it is akin to a scholar confronting a soldier. Reason becomes futile. Therefore, it is wise to secure a means of retreat for oneself. There is no shame in that. Cheng Dong gently persuaded. However, Mo Shishing shook his head. That being said, your clandestine dealings with the Phantom Sect assassins remain a lurking peril. Should this come to light, the hard-earned reputation of our divine healer valley over the years could be shattered in an instant. After a brief pause, he added, especially considering Master, who harbors a deep-seated aversion to evil. If this matter were to reach his ears, brother, you are overthinking this. Cheng Dong interjected dismissively. This is something known only to you, me, heaven, and earth. As long as you remain silent, who would be the wiser? Given our relationship, I would certainly not speak of it, but I do worry about the Phantom Sect. Mo Shishing remained unconvinced, yet Cheng Dong waved his hand dismissively. As for the Phantom Sect, you need not fret further. Although their methods of assassination are exceedingly ruthless, they adhere to a guiding principle: to collect their payment while averting disaster for their clients. Even if an assassination attempt fails and they are captured, they would never disclose the identity of their employer. Nevertheless, we are currently deep within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and it is unlikely that we could summon a Phantom Sect assassin anytime soon. Mo Shishing remarked, his enthusiasm waning. Brother Mo, since I have mentioned the Phantom Sect assassins, there must be a reason for it. Cheng Dong replied with a cunning smile. To my knowledge, the Phantom Sect has also ventured into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in search of an exceedingly rare medicinal herb. The assassin I am acquainted with, known as the Butcher, happens to be within this very mountain range at this moment. What are we waiting for? We must urgently find a way to contact the Butcher. Regardless of the cost, I am determined to retrieve the beast core of the ice and snow demon wolf. Mo Shishing exclaimed impatiently. If we delay any longer, that fellow may leave the 10,000 Beasts mountain range or sell the beast core to someone else, and we would have achieved nothing. Please follow me, brother, Cheng Dong declared, not wasting another moment as he swiftly moved away from the crowd in a particular direction. Once they had distanced themselves from everyone, he retrieved a pin tube from his spatial bracelet, pulled the tail string, and with a whoosh, a burst of flames shot into the sky, blooming magnificently. What is this? Mo Shishing inquired, astonished. This is a signal flare provided by the Butcher. As long as he is within 100 miles, he will undoubtedly rush here at the first sight of it, Cheng Dong explained. Sure enough, it was not long before a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air, and a mysterious figure clad in black, with a skull mask adorning their face, appeared a mere 10 meters away from the two. Cheng Dong, you dare to bring others? The mysterious figure's eyes flashed with a chilling, murderous intent upon noticing Cheng Dong's companion. Their voice sent shivers down the spine. Butcher, please do not misunderstand. This is my fellow disciple, Mo Shishing. Cheng Dong began, but the Butcher cut him off. I know who he is. This time, I can overlook it. But let it not happen again. Otherwise, before your intended target has met their demise, you may very well find yourself at my mercy. The Butcher warned ominously. Startled, Cheng Dong hastily assured, rest assured, it will not happen again. Now, pray tell, who do you intend to assassinate this time? And what leverage can you offer? The Butcher inquired impatiently. Leverage? Cheng Dong's expression grew rather grim. Although he succeeded in establishing contact with the assassin, he had not contemplated what bargaining chips he could offer in advance. Given the assassin's status, ordinary treasures would hardly catch his interest. What is it that you require? Cheng Dong remained silent, yet Mo Shihang respectfully inquired. For an assassin of such caliber, mere monetary offerings would surely be insufficient to entice them. Thus, the only recourse was to discern their preferences and endeavor to meet their demands. What is the most precious thing you possess? The assassin retorted. The most precious thing? Mo Shihang's brow furrowed slightly. However, Cheng Dong's eyes brightened beside him. Master, why not? Present that medicinal herb of yours. Are you referring to the blood spirit herb we acquired a few days ago? Mo Shihang's expression tightened. Indeed. Cheng Dong nodded. The blood spirit herb is indispensable for concocting the Taizong pill, and its rarity is beyond compare. Absolutely not. Mo Shihang immediately rejected the idea with firm resolve. Any other bargaining chip would be acceptable, but this blood spirit herb was procured through immense effort. It is non-negotiable. Just one blood spirit herb? Very well. I shall accept your task. Before Mo Shihang could finish his sentence, the assassin unilaterally acquiesced. Mo Shihang, are you the employer, or am I? I haven't even agreed to offer this bargaining chip yet. Why are you so overly excited? Chapter 91. A momentous discovery. Opportunities arise, but once, should you decline, I shall depart immediately, with no chance for regret. The butcher added emphatically. Although Mo Shihang felt somewhat disheartened, he was also apprehensive about losing this opportunity. After all, no matter how precious the blood spirit grass may be, it pales in comparison to the beast core of the ice and snow magic wolf. Should the butcher choose to leave, their chances of reclaiming the beast core from Yi Chun would be exceedingly slim. Brother, since we cannot have both, surely you are more aware than I of which holds greater weight. Make your decision swiftly. Cheng Dong urged anxiously. Very well, it is a deal. Under Cheng Dong's persuasion, the hesitant Mo Shihang finally suppressed his bleeding heart and consented. Splendid. Now, tell me, whom do you wish to assassinate? The butcher inquired straightforwardly, eager to know the target. The principle of their phantom sect was clear. As long as one could provide the necessary stakes, there was no one they could not eliminate. A single blood spirit grass was indeed worth his personal involvement. Moreover, regardless of whom Mo Shihang intended to assassinate, he should be capable of fulfilling the task. Even if he could not, he could enlist the aid of more powerful comrades. The target I require you to eliminate is a young man named Yi Chun. Mo Shihang promptly recounted the details of the intended target. Upon hearing this, the butcher nodded. Is his cultivation merely at the spirit level? Since I have already agreed, I assure you the mission will be accomplished. However, the butcher shifted his tone, adding, I have an additional condition. What additional condition? Mo Shihang's expression darkened. Having already offered a blood spirit grass as a stake, he was taken aback by the audacity of his counterpart. Aren't you skilled in healing? A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the butcher's skeletal mask. Before we proceed to eliminate your specified target, I require your assistance with a task. What task? Mo Shihang inquired further. We have discovered a relic, yet it is teeming with venomous insects and miasma. A moment's carelessness could lead to poisoning. Therefore, I need you to support us from the periphery. Should any of our members fall victim to poison, you must exert all your efforts to heal them. This is acceptable. Mo Shihang hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Having already parted with such a precious medicinal herb, providing medical support posed little risk. After all, healing was indeed their forte. Since you have agreed, present the blood spirit grass. The butcher extended a hand encased in a metallic gauntlet. Now, Mo Shihang expressed reluctance. He had presumed the reward would be given only upon the completion of the assassination. To his surprise, the butcher insisted on receiving the payment first. Payment up front, then the delivery. This is the protocol of the Phantom Sect's assassins. Cheng Dong interjected hastily. Very well. Mo Shihang decided not to prolong the matter any further and promptly retrieved a plant from his spatial bracelet, tossing it to the butcher across from him. The plant, no larger than a palm, radiated a deep crimson hue, subtly emanating a red glow, as if blood coursed through its branches and leaves, presenting a truly enchanting sight. Indeed, it was the blood spirit herb. The butcher nodded in satisfaction, stating, Now that we have reached an agreement, follow me. At that moment, Mo Shihang could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, By the way, what relics have you discovered? You ask too many questions. The butcher replied in a deep voice. Your sole duty is to rescue the person. It would be wise to refrain from unnecessary inquiries. The more you know, the greater peril you invite upon yourself. Mo Shihong's expression shifted slightly, and he dared not press further. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and the members of the Nangong family traversed the vast expanse of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, yet their efforts yielded naught. This endless search without a clear direction is futile. Yi Chun lamented. Perhaps we should return to the Divine Physician Valley. Absolutely not. Nangong Liuli declared resolutely. The blood spirit herb is the only hope for Elder Guang's survival, and I am determined to find it. Your resolve is indeed commendable. Yi Chun wiped away a bead of cold sweat. He was tempted to reveal that Elder Guang's decay disease did not necessarily require the blood spirit herb. The reason he had included such a rare ingredient in the prescription was purely for his own benefit. After all, the blood spirit herb was exceedingly scarce and, despite its value, might not be readily given even if sought from the renowned divine physician. By linking it to Elder Guang's ailment, however, one could compel others, driven by desperation, to employ even the resources of the ethereal sect in its pursuit. This way, he could achieve his goals without having to plead for assistance. Yet, he knew he could never disclose this to Nangong Liuli. Her unwavering sense of justice would surely incite her wrath against him. It was imperative to remember that the tragic fates of Chun Duo and others were tied to the quest for the blood spirit herb. Should Nangong Liuli uncover the truth, she would undoubtedly lay the blame squarely at his feet, believing he was responsible for their demise. I have come this far, and I shall not return without the blood spirit herb. Nangong Liuli's eyes sparkled with determination. I believe that continuing this aimless search is indeed counterproductive. Yi Chun said, reluctant to squander time. Perhaps I should return and conduct further research to discover alternative remedies for Elder Guang's decay disease. His suggestion was a strategic maneuver to create an escape route for himself. While he desired the blood spirit herb for the purpose of refining the Taizong pill to expedite his own advancement to the realm of the sect, it was not an absolute necessity for saving anyone. If all else failed, he could, like any ordinary warrior, rely on his own comprehension to gradually transition from the 9th tier of the spirit level to the sect level. Thus, rather than wasting precious time here, it would be wiser to return and explore other possibilities. Upon returning, one could feign a renewed study of the esteemed physician's writings, only to exclaim in revelation that the elusive blood spirit herb was unnecessary for curing decay. In this manner, even if Nangong Liuli and her companions were to feel disheartened, they would remain oblivious to the deception that had ensnared them all. It seems someone is present. Nangong Liuli's gaze suddenly sharpened as she fixed her eyes upon a cliff ahead. In truth, even without her prompting, Yi Chun had already sensed the presence. During their previous conversation, he had indeed caught a faint sound of rushing air from a nearby direction. It was an assassin from the Phantom Gate. After observing for a moment, Nangong Liuli recognized the figures. Assassins from the Phantom Gate? Yi Chun pondered, what could they be doing in that cave? The sound he had heard was unmistakably that of a group moving swiftly. Approximately 30 individuals, all clad in black garments with skull masks obscuring their identities. A signature emblem of the Phantom Gate assassins. At this moment, this cohort of assassins had all vanished into a concealed cave ahead. Could it be that they have made a significant discovery within? Nangong Liuli mused with uncertainty. Shall we not follow and uncover the truth? Yi Chun replied with a sly smile, swiftly darting towards the cave. Chapter 92. The Saintess of the Phantom Gate. Yi Chun, what are you doing? Nangong Liuli exclaimed in surprise, hastily pursuing him. The assassins of the Phantom Gate were a source of dread for nearly everyone, yet Yi Chun, rather than retreating, seemed intent on joining the fray. Was he truly courting death? This was the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, not the territory of the Phantom Gate. What was there to fear? Yi Chun, unfazed, replied, moreover, aren't you eager to find the blood spirit herb to save Guangchenghua? Perhaps it grows within. But what if we are discovered? Nangong Liuli's concern was palpable. The assassins of the Phantom Gate were known for their ruthless nature. Once spotted, their chances of exiting the cave alive were uncertain. If you are truly afraid, you may wait here for me or return to the Divine Physician Valley, Yi Chun said dismissively, continuing his stealthy advance. You dare to go, and I should be afraid? Nangong Liuli, spurred by his audacity, stomped her foot and followed suit, steeling herself. Before long, they reached the cave's entrance, finding it unguarded. After a brief observation, Yi Chun deemed it safe and began to scale the steep stone wall. The cave was perched high above the ground, 10 meters or so up, and the surrounding area was barren, nearly inaccessible to the flying apes. However, with Yi Chen's current cultivation, ascending such a height was hardly a challenge. With swift movements, he utilized the small crevices in the rocks, quickly reaching the cave's mouth. Indeed, it was devoid of any presence. The 30 assassins from earlier appeared to have ventured deep within. Inside, darkness reigned, rendering visibility non-existent, as if some lurking beast awaited the unwary. "Let us go." After confirming they had not been detected, Yi Chen pressed onwards into the pitch-black depths of the cave. The higher his cultivation, the more agile his movements became, allowing him to traverse silently. Even in the inky blackness, his heightened senses enabled him to discern the general contours of his surroundings. In a mere quarter of an hour, they had navigated several miles through the winding passageways. This cave was indeed profound, and the distance to the bottom remained a mystery. What could possibly lure the assassins of the Phantom Gate so deep? Nangong Liuli's unease intensified. Even Yi Chen's brow furrowed. Though his concern was not for being discovered by the assassins, rather, it was the growing number of venomous creatures appearing along the walls, the likes of colorful cockroaches, unicorn centipedes, and three-headed flies, among countless others, each more toxic than the last. A single bite from any of these could prove fatal or at least painful. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the passage ahead. Yi Chen and Nangong Liuli dared not make a sound, proceeding with heightened caution. Moments later, a faint light emerged in the distance. Continuing forward towards the light, they finally beheld the 30-odd assassins of the Phantom Gate once more. "Holy Maiden, how are you? Did you catch a glimpse of the poison that bit you?" At this moment, the assassins, wielding torches, surrounded an individual in their midst, inquiring with utmost concern. The mention of the Holy Maiden of the Phantom Gate stirred something within Yi Chen. He had heard whispers of this notorious assassin organization. While the location of their headquarters remained a mystery, it was said that each generation boasted a Holy Maiden who stood above all others. Aside from the leader of the Phantom Gate, the Holy Maiden wielded the highest authority. The fact that the current Holy Maiden, Bloodless, had come here personally hinted at the extraordinary nature of this cavern. It was a green-headed mosquito. The surrounded individual, though masked, unmistakably had a feminine voice. What? A green-headed mosquito? How could it be this deadly creature? The surrounding assassins instantly fell into a state of panic. Yet one among them spoke up. "Holy Maiden, do not fret. I have summoned 2 disciples from the Divine Healer Valley, who are nearby. Perhaps they can assist you in dispelling the poison." "No need for that." The woman waved her hand dismissively. "Though the green-headed mosquito is small, its venom is exceedingly potent. If bitten, death is certain within 3 hours. Moreover, there is no antidote." As she spoke, she reached up and removed her mask. Revealed in the firelight was a woman with skin as pale as snow and features exquisitely refined, appearing to be no more than 20 years of age. "Is this the true visage of the Holy Maiden of the Phantom Gate?" Yi Chen marveled inwardly. He had presumed that such a morally bankrupt organization would be filled with ruthless and hideous figures. To his astonishment, the Holy Maiden, feared by countless warriors, turned out to be such a stunning beauty. Even Nangong Liuli, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Sunset City, expressed a hint of envy at Bloodless' appearance. "Holy Maiden, if they are unable to dispel the poison, I shall slay them to accompany you in death." The assassin known as the Butcher rasped. "There is no need." Bloodless shook her head, speaking with self-deprecation. "The poison of the green-headed mosquito is incurable. Not even the disciples from the Divine Healer Valley, nor the great Divine Healer Band show, could reverse my fate." However, before the Butcher could utter another word, Bloodless interrupted. "Enough. Perhaps my fate is sealed. I shall not blame anyone. But," she shifted her tone, continuing, "the Phantom Codex is the supreme martial art of our sect and must not be lost. Regardless of the circumstances, you must continue onward, locate the remains of that traitor from 100 years ago, and bring the Phantom Codex back to our headquarters. Rest assured, Holy Maiden, even if but one of us remains, we shall find that traitor's remains and return the Phantom Codex to headquarters." The Butcher first solemnly vowed, only to soon express concern. "But, Holy Maiden, your well-being is of utmost importance. You need not worry about me." "Huh? Who?" As Blood Without Trace spoke, her words were abruptly cut off by an urgent whisper. Simultaneously, Her cold gaze swiftly turned toward the position of Yi Chun and Nangong Liuli. Despite the considerable distance of over 100 meters, shrouded in impenetrable darkness, Yi Chun felt an unsettling chill, as if a ferocious beast were fixated upon him the moment her eyes fell upon him. "This is bad. We've been discovered." Nangong Liuli's expression shifted dramatically in fear. Yet before they could react, the sound of whistling through the air grew nearer. In the blink of an eye, over 30 assassins from the Phantom Gate surged forward like phantoms, eerily approaching Yi Chun and Nangong Liuli. The sound of blades unsheathing echoed in the darkness, glinting ominously, instilling a profound sense of dread. Chapter 93. A unique method of detoxification. Alas, I have been discovered. Nangong Liuli, gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, instinctively retreated without a moment's thought. The Phantom Gate assassins, known for their ruthless nature, would undoubtedly bring dire consequences now that their whereabouts had been revealed. Among this formidable group, aside from the Phantom Gate's holy maiden, Shui Wuhan, there lurked a notorious assassin known as the Butcher. It was rumored that the Butcher had attained a level of cultivation akin to that of a sect leader, employing mysterious and unpredictable assassination techniques, leaving no one who fell under his gaze unscathed. Yet, just as she had withdrawn a short distance, she halted abruptly, exclaiming in frustration, "Have you lost your senses?" Her ire was justified, for as she retreated, Yi Chun stood resolutely like a wooden post, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Swish, swish, swish. In mere moments, Yi Chun found himself encircled by over 30 assassins. "Please, do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intent." Despite her anger, upon witnessing that Yi Chun's escape route had been sealed off by the assassins, Nangong Liuli gritted her teeth and rushed back. Yi Chun felt a flicker of gratitude at her selfless act. He had expected her to flee for her life, yet she returned, fully aware of the peril that awaited her. Though unspoken, a warmth blossomed in his heart. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" As they surrounded Yi Chun, two of the assassins spoke coldly, their eyes, visible beyond their masks, gleaming with a chilling intent to kill. "Who we are is of little consequence. What truly matters is—" Yi Chun gestured towards the distant figure of Shui Wuhan, indicating, "Do you wish to save her life?" "What did you say? You can save our holy maiden?" The assassin's spirits lifted at his words. "Can you indeed detoxify our holy maiden?" they inquired, hope igniting in their eyes. However, the Butcher stepped forward, sneering, "You foolish boy. Even if you know what poison has afflicted our holy maiden, the venom of the greenhead mosquito is incurable. Do you truly expect us to believe such nonsense?" At this revelation, the other assassins began to awaken to the reality of the situation. "How dare you toy with us? You are courting death." As they scolded him, several assassins prepared to strike. "Stop!" A low voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Holy Maiden, are you truly willing to spare these two? They could not have appeared here without reason. They are either tailing us or coveting the treasures of the Phantom Gate. Moreover, what he claimed about saving you must surely be false." The assassins grumbled in discontent but refrained from attacking. After all, the one who had spoken was none other than their esteemed holy maiden, Shui Wuhan. "Withdraw." With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Shui Wuhan approached Yi Chun step by step. "You just said, you can save me?" Standing before Yi Chun, Shui Wuhan inquired with keen interest. "Indeed, I did assert such a claim," Yi Chun replied earnestly. Yi Chun nodded slightly before continuing. "Of course, you may choose to disbelieve me and attempt to kill me. However," he shifted his tone, adding, "as for who will ultimately perish here, that remains uncertain." As he spoke, he swept his hand across the space bracelet. A hum resonated, and a fierce-looking crescent blade materialized in his grasp. The blade shimmered with a ghostly light, broad and substantial, and under the enhancement of spiritual energy. Its edge emitted a fierce aura that sliced through the air with a hissing sound. His audacity to enter this place signified his lack of fear towards the Phantom Door assassins. Back when he was merely at the first level of spiritual rank, he had the capability to suppress Chen Duo, who was at the 4th level. Now, having ascended to the 9th level, coupled with his weapon and perfected combat skills, he felt confident enough to confront even early-stage sect warriors. "You possess quite the confidence." Shui Wuhan did not immediately issue a command to attack. Instead, he curiously appraised Yi Chun, laughing, a weapon of exquisite quality, exuding a remarkably pure aura of spiritual energy, exhibiting composure and poise in the face of adversity. TSK. At such a young age, you possess such strength and resolve. It seems you are no ordinary individual. Your flattery is unwarranted. Yichen replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Now tell me, will you choose to believe me, or will you opt to strike? Since you are aware of my identity, if I were to attack, how confident are you in escaping from this place? Shui Wuhan asked, a smile dancing on his lips. Escape? Yichen shook his head. Having dared to come here, I have no intentions of fleeing. Yichen remained calm and collected, while not far away. Nangong Liuli was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She desperately wished for Yichen to apologize, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Shui Wuhan and secure their release. Yet, Yichen showed no signs of contrition, instead exuding an audacious bravado that seemed reckless. It was as if he were courting death. However, to her surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Shui Wuhan did not issue a death warrant. Instead, a smile broke across her face. Then tell me, how do you intend to rid me of this poison? Are you threatening me? Yichen narrowed his eyes. Is it I who requires the antidote, or is it you? Impudent. Audacious. How dare you speak to our holy maiden in such a manner? The surrounding assassins roared in anger. Yet, Shui Wuhan waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need for concern. Courage and strength often walk hand in hand. However, the butcher attempted to interject, but was again interrupted by Shui Wuhan. Though there are indeed many foolish clowns in this world, I prefer to believe that this young man's confidence stems from his formidable prowess. With that, she turned her gaze back to Yichen. What you said holds merit. The holy maiden, may have been somewhat overbearing just now. To Yichen's astonishment, she even inclined her body slightly in a gesture of respect, sincerely asking, might I inquire if you truly possess the ability to rid me of this poison? This gesture left the surrounding assassins utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Nangong Liuli felt her heart leap to her throat. Though she had witnessed Yichen's numerous miraculous feats in the realm of medicine, the poison within Shui Wuhan was that of the green-headed mosquito, an affliction for which there exists no antidote in this world. No matter how proficient Yichen's medical skills may be, it is impossible to defy fate and truly eliminate the toxin from Shui Wuhan's body. That attitude is more acceptable. Yichen wisely chose to withdraw, nodding in acknowledgement as he said, indeed, I possess a method to dispel your poison. However, the approach is rather unconventional. It depends on whether you are willing to accept it. What unconventional method? Shui Wuhan inquired, while the other assassins, as well as Nangong Liuli, cast curious glances in his direction. Everyone was eager to discover just how unique Yichen's method was and how it could possibly eradicate the notoriously incurable green-headed mosquito toxin. Well, it may be somewhat difficult to articulate, but since you all are so inquisitive, I shall not hesitate to reveal it. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Yichen finally disclosed his peculiar method for detoxification. However, upon hearing it, not only did Shui Wuhan's expression darken, but the 30-odd assassins surrounding them were also provoked to a furious uproar. Chapter 94. Have you finally seen the light? According to Yichen, to expel the venom of the green-headed mosquito, one must employ a counteracting poison. The universe thrives on the principle of mutual existence and opposition. Despite the formidable toxicity of the green-headed mosquito, as long as one can identify a highly toxic substance with an opposing property, it can be neutralized, thus achieving the goal of detoxification. The fundamental principle of detoxification is indeed acknowledged by all. However, the specific process of detoxification proposed by Yichen is met with widespread disbelief. Yichen's method is rather straightforward. First, identify a highly toxic substance with properties contrary to those of the green-headed mosquito. Then, combine several herbs to concoct a potion, which must be applied generously to every inch of the skin of the bloodless maiden. Furthermore, Yichen must perform a supplementary healing technique to achieve the desired detoxification effect. How outrageous! You are simply taking advantage of our misfortune. The crowd erupted in indignation. Is there such a shameless method of treatment in this world? You surely intend to take advantage of our pure maiden. Indeed, this young man is undoubtedly spouting nonsense. He must be fearful of our retaliation, hence the excuses to delay. This boy is so young that he likely lacks even the most basic medical knowledge. How could he possibly cure the toxin of the green-headed mosquito? Moreover, the poison is said to be incurable. Even if he possesses some medical insight, he could not possibly remedy such a potent toxin. The assassins from the Phantom sect, led by the Butcher, were incensed, hurling curses with fervor. Had it not been for the silence of Bloodless Maiden, they would have eagerly torn Yi Chun to shreds. Although Bloodless Maiden remained silent, her expression was ominously dark, her beautiful eyes flickering with murderous intent. If merely applying a potion sufficed, it would be one thing. Yet requiring Yi Chun to perform some auxiliary healing technique to effectuate the detoxification was nothing short of opportunism. I knew you would react this way. Yi Chun appeared to have anticipated their response, shrugging his shoulders and offering a wry smile. The choice is yours, it matters not to me. Are you certain this will be effective? Inquired Nangong Lioli from a distance. Though she posed the question, her heart was devoid of hope. In truth, she shared the sentiment of all the assassins present, believing this was merely Yi Chun's ploy to buy time. However, after a moment of contemplation, Bloodless Maiden astonishingly nodded. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. What? You, Holy Maiden, actually believe him? This young man is clearly a charlatan. The assassins vehemently opposed this decision. The Butcher, particularly aggrieved, exclaimed, Holy Maiden, this young man's words are riddled with inconsistencies. You. Enough. I know what I am doing. Bloodless Maiden interjected, cutting off the Butcher mid-sentence. She then fixed her penetrating gaze upon Yi Chun and solemnly stated, while I harbor doubts about the efficacy of curing the green-headed mosquito's venom, I am willing to place my faith in you this once. Oh, are you so terrified that you are willing to try anything, even a desperate gamble? Yi Chun replied with a hint of mockery. In the journey of life, who is truly unafraid of death? Shui Wuhan first gave a self-deprecating smile, then promptly corrected herself. However, my choice to believe in you is not merely an act of desperation. Rather, it stems from the calmness and confidence I discerned in your gaze. This reasoning is rather amusing, isn't it? Before Yi Chun could finish speaking, Shui Wuhan interjected. Yi Chun nodded in tacit agreement. The notion that one should not judge by appearances, and that simply exchanging a few glances would compel one to place their trust in another, struck him as rather naive and laughable. By the way, there is a question. As if a thought had crossed her mind, Shui Wuhan's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Avoiding Yi Chun's gaze, she shyly inquired, is it possible for others to employ the auxiliary healing technique? Of course. Yi Chun affirmed with a nod, then surveyed the assembly, asking, the auxiliary healing technique is known as the Inner Ring Sutra. Does anyone here have experience in its practice? What? The Inner Ring Sutra? I've never heard of it. Neither have I practiced it. Among the 30 or so assassins from the Phantom Gate present, aside from Shui Wuhan, the Saintess, there were indeed several other female assassins. Despite their masks, their voices and figures revealed their identities. Yet, none had ever trained in the technique Yi Chun mentioned. Finally, Yi Chun turned to Nangong Lioli. What about you? I haven't either, Nangong Lioli replied, shaking her head. Do you have anything further to say? Yi Chun's gaze returned to Shui Wuhan. I. Shui Wuhan's delicate brows knitted together, her blush deepening. According to Yi Chun, during the process of her medicinal bath, he would need to closely administer the Inner Ring Sutra to accelerate the neutralization of the two potent toxins within her body. Just imagining that scene left her at a loss for how to face it. Then, could you possibly share the cultivation method of the Inner Ring Sutra, allowing the women present to practice it and see if they can achieve proficiency in a short time? After a moment of hesitation, Shui Wuhan, seemingly reluctant, suggested once more. Yi Chun pondered briefly before responding. It is feasible, but do any of you believe you can master a technique to its completion within an hour? Silence enveloped the room. Even the exceptionally perceptive Nangong Lioli shook her head, declaring, achieving minor proficiency within an hour is plausible, but reaching full mastery is akin to a fool's dream. Is there truly no alternative? Shui Wuhan's delicate face bore a look of despair. Yet, as time lingered on, the corners of her eyes began to show a hint of green, a sign of the worsening toxicity. Very well, let us proceed with your method. With great reluctance, Shui Wuhan ultimately made this difficult decision. However, Yi Chun let out a disappointed sigh, subtly implying, it seems you have overlooked a crucial point. What point? Shui Wuhan was taken aback. I merely suggested that I could rid you of your toxins. I never claimed I would do so. Yi Chun exhibited no fear of Blood Wuhan's potential wrath. With an air of nonchalance, he continued, after all, we are strangers to one another. Why should I expend such considerable effort to save you? The most crucial point, He gestured towards the 30-odd assassins surrounding them and added, "If my conjecture is correct, should I fail to rescue you, they would undoubtedly slay me in their fury. Conversely, if I were to succeed in saving you, you might very well feel compelled to eliminate me in order to preserve your reputation. Although I harbor no fear of engaging in combat with you, why should I undertake such a thankless endeavor?" His candid words left Blood Wuhan momentarily taken aback. However, she was not foolish. After a brief moment of astonishment, she swiftly regained her composure. "Very well, speak then. What reward do you seek?" Had she finally grasped the situation? Yi Chen had awaited her inquiry and eagerly responded. "My demands are quite simple. You need only agree to 3 conditions." "What are the 3 conditions?" Blood Wuhan instinctively inquired. "Firstly, as long as you remain within the Phantom sect, you must refrain from any actions that would harm me or my companions. Secondly, I require your utmost assistance in locating an exceedingly rare medicinal herb. As for the 3rd condition," Yi Chen scrutinized Blood Wuhan, a fervent gleam gradually igniting in his eyes. Chapter 95. The Virtuous Gentleman. What is the 3rd condition? Bloodless urged as he noticed Yi Chen hesitating to speak. Meanwhile, the blade, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, cautioned, "Kid, what is that look in your eyes?" "I merely wish to." Yi Chen was about to articulate the 3rd condition when the blade bellowed, "I warn you, our saintess has always maintained her virtue. If you dare entertain any vile intentions, do not blame me for being unmerciful." At this reminder from the blade, Bloodless suddenly awoke to the implications. Her delicate face flushed deep crimson with both embarrassment and anger. "Young master, you cannot possibly intend." "Intend what?" Yi Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily clarified. "The 3rd condition I wish to propose is actually related to the Phantom Manual you mentioned earlier. Not the Phantom Manual, but the Illusion Manual." Nangguang Liuli interjected urgently. "What on earth are you thinking? How could it be related to the Phantom?" In my understanding, the Phantom Manual is far more renowned." Yi Chen responded awkwardly. "Utterly nonsensical." Nangguang Liuli rolled her eyes. Bloodless frowned and inquired, "You seek our Illusion Sect's Illusion Manual? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to take a glance, truly just a glance." Yi Chen emphasized. "Why only a glance?" Bloodless asked, her expression one of confusion. The others found this request utterly absurd. If it were anyone else, they would either claim it outright or abandon the notion entirely. What could one discern from merely a fleeting glance? Regardless, those are my 3 conditions. If you agree, I will immediately commence the antidote for you." Yi Chen looked at Bloodless and reminded her, "Moreover, the poison of the green mosquito within you has begun to spread. Time is of the essence. You must make your decision swiftly. Otherwise, I shall be powerless." Bloodless hesitated, yet the blade, unable to wait any longer, insisted, "Saintess, though this young man's demands may seem excessive, since you have chosen to trust him, you should agree without delay." "Very well." Bloodless relented and promptly acquiesced. "Excellent. Now, you all should immediately search the surroundings and capture a 9-sun centipede." Yi Chen instructed the blade and the others. "Why capture a 9-sun centipede?" the blade asked, puzzled. "As I mentioned earlier, we shall use poison to counteract poison. The green mosquito is of a yin nature, while the 9-sun centipede is its perfect opposite, being purely yang in essence and equally venomous. The combination of these 2 potent toxins will yield a neutralizing effect. Then let us not delay, everyone. Quickly mobilize to find the 9-sun centipede." The blade wasted no time and commanded all the nearby assassins to commence their search. Before long, they indeed captured a live one. Yi Chen retrieved several herbs and, combined with the 9-sun centipede, processed them into a powder and then brewed it into a potion. Finally, he turned to Bloodless and asked, "Will you apply the potion in front of everyone, or shall I ask them to step aside?" The delicate figure of Shui Wuhan trembled slightly, her charming face flushed like a ripe apple. However, at this juncture, she paid little heed to her embarrassment and sternly commanded the others, "Stand guard outside. No one is to enter without my permission." "Yes, Saintess," the others replied, promptly departing. Nangguang Liuli's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, yet she said nothing further and silently followed the others out of the cavern. Before long, the depths of the profound cave were left with only Yi Chen and Shui Wuhan. Silence enveloped them, the atmosphere thick with tension, their labored breaths echoing as if resounding in their ears. The torches around them crackled and popped, incessantly tugging at their fragile nerves. If you have no further queries, let us commence. Ultimately, it was Yi Chun who shattered the silence. Rest assured, I am a man of integrity and will not overstep my bounds. Shui Wuhan silently nodded. Turning away to perform an act she herself found too shameful to voice. Rustling sounds followed as her garments fell away, one by one. It was only after she was left completely bare that a hoarse voice emerged from her lips. After this, I hope you will forget what has transpired here. Otherwise, the 3 conditions I promised will be null and void, and I shall unleash the full might of the phantom sect to pursue you to the ends of the earth. Are you finished? Yi Chun replied impatiently. If you are done, I shall begin applying the ointment. As a time traveler, he was not one to be overly reserved. Adopting a compassionate mindset akin to that of a healer, he embarked on a grueling treatment. Fortunately, his resolve was steadfast, and he made no mistakes due to distractions during the procedure. An hour later, Yi Chun withdrew his hands from Shui Wuhan's back and stated solemnly, "You may don your garments now." With that, he rose to leave. Yet, just a few steps away, Shui Wuhan's voice called out, "Do you have a family?" "Family?" Yi Chun paused, instinctively shaking his head. "Of course not." Then, a thought struck him, and with a playful smirk, he remarked, "Could it be that you intend to repay my life-saving grace with your body? Do not delude yourself. I merely wish to inquire about your circumstances." Shui Wuhan interjected before he could finish. Without waiting for his response, she added, "You go ahead. I shall join you once I am dressed." "Very well," Yi Chun replied, taking his leave without further delay. As he emerged, he was met by the impatient figures of Tu Dao and the others. "How is our saintess?" they inquired eagerly. "She will be out shortly," Yi Chun assured them. "Have you truly succeeded in dispelling the poison from our saintess?" Tu Dao questioned, still skeptical. The other assassins formed a semicircle around him, clearly wary of any attempt he might make to escape. After all, the poison of the green-headed mosquito was notoriously incurable. No matter how grandiose Yi Chun's claims had been, they could not allow him to slip away before witnessing Shui Wuhan's emergence. "Do not be disrespectful towards the young master." Soon, a familiar voice echoed among the crowd. Emerging from the distant shadows, Bloodless stepped forward, her face no longer bearing the previous pallor. Instead, she radiated a vibrant crimson glow, appearing alluring and enchanting, as if she had just undergone a profound transformation. "Saintess, has your poison truly been cured?" The absence of the green pallor on her face indicated that the venom of the green-headed mosquito had indeed dissipated. "Is this method truly effective? It is simply astonishing. Was it not said that the poison of the green-headed mosquito was incurable?" Upon witnessing Bloodless in her current state, the doubts harbored by the likes of Butcher were finally dispelled. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Yi Chun shifted from suspicion to gratitude. "Young master, I confess that I had previously misjudged your character and acted inappropriately. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness." With that, Butcher bowed deeply to Yi Chun. Just then, Bloodless, who had approached, suddenly felt a bit awkward and said, "By the way, may I ask for your name, young master? Have you finally remembered to inquire about my name?" Yi Chun replied with a wry smile. They had exchanged numerous words prior, yet she had never thought to ask for his name. One could only imagine how insignificant he must seem in her eyes. "I apologize. The situation was dire earlier, and I could not afford to consider such matters. I hope the young master will overlook my previous rudeness." Bloodless expressed her regrets. "My name is Yi Chun." Yi Chun did not conceal his identity this time. Given that he had rendered a favor to the saintess of the illusionary gate, he knew that this revelation would eventually prove useful, and thus, he chose not to hide his true name as he had before. "What? You are Yi Chun?" Before Bloodless could respond, it was Butcher who exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 96. Effortless Acquisition. What's the matter? Witnessing the intense reaction from the blade, Yi Chun found himself perplexed. "Could it be that you have heard of my name previously?" While the blade hesitated to respond. However, it was Shui Wuhan beside him who reacted swiftly, stating in a deep voice, "Have you received a mission to assassinate young Master Yi? The Holy Maiden is astute." The blade nodded, admitting, "I did receive a task to assassinate young Master Yi, who wishes to take my life." Yi Chun's expression darkened. Yet, the blade shook his head, expressing regret. "I'm sorry, but the code of conduct for assassins within the Phantom Sect is to accept payment for tasks and to shield the identity of our employers, even unto death. So, you mean to say that to fulfill your mission, you must kill me?" Yi Chun's eyes narrowed slightly. "Young master, please do not misunderstand." The blade waved his hands repeatedly, Since I have voluntarily disclosed this information, I would never act against you merely to complete an assassination contract. Moreover, he glanced at Shui Wuhan and added, "You are the savior of our holy maiden. Under no circumstances would I bring you harm. In truth, even without your admission, I could have surmised the identity of the employer." Yi Chen smiled enigmatically. "You know?" The blade was taken aback. "It must be Imo Shihang or Cheng Dong from the Divine Physician Valley, correct?" Yi Chen fixed his gaze intently on the blade. Prior to this, he had not only embarrassed these two disciples of the Divine Physician Valley on multiple occasions, but had also taken from them the meticulously crafted beast core of the Ice and Snow Demon Wolf. Therefore, it was most likely that these two were the ones who sought the services of the Phantom Sect assassins to eliminate him. Indeed, although the blade did not outright deny it, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. "It truly is them." Yi Chen was even more convinced. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it and turned his attention to Shui Wuhan. "Now that I have successfully helped you dispel the poison, can we proceed to fulfill the 3 conditions you previously promised me?" "Of course." Shui Wuhan nodded. "Concerning the first condition, I shall certainly abide by it. As long as I remain the holy maiden of the Phantom Sect, I will not allow any assassin from the Phantom Sect to harm you or those around you." As for the second condition, she pondered for a moment and inquired, "What medicinal herb are you seeking?" "Although we at the Phantom Sect are not particularly skilled in medicine, we have collected many rare herbs and may possess the one you desire. The herb I seek is known as blood spirit grass." Yi Chen's gaze was intense as he focused on Shui Wuhan. He had ventured deep into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, not only to find the beast core of the Ice and Snow Demon Wolf for his sister, Yi Yanran, but also to locate a blood spirit grass for the concoction of the Taizong pill. "Blood spirit grass?" Shui Wuhan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she awkwardly replied, "This herb is exceedingly rare. I fear we may not have it at the Phantom Sect." Regarding this outcome, Yi Chen seemed to have anticipated it. Displaying no significant disappointment, he continued, "I do not expect you to possess it. I merely wish to enlist your manpower to assist me in locating a single specimen." "Oh, I see." Blood Wuhan was about to nod in agreement when the nearby assassin, Butcher, awkwardly interjected, "Saintus, I happen to have a blood spirit herb." "You actually possess one?" Blood Wuhan could hardly believe it. Yi Chen and Nangong Liuli also looked over in astonishment. The blood spirit herb, such a rare medicinal material, was not even available at the Divine Physician Valley. It was utterly inconceivable that this cold-blooded assassin would have one. "Saintus, please take a look." In response to Yi Chen's incredulous gaze, Butcher indeed retrieved a herb from his spatial bracelet and presented it before Blood Wuhan. It was a plant no larger than a palm, its color a deep crimson akin to blood, with a faint glimmer of sap visibly flowing among its leaves, appearing quite magical. "This is indeed the blood spirit herb," Yi Chen exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Beside him, Nangong Lioli was even more excited, her cheeks flushed with eagerness, wishing to snatch it from Butcher's hands. To her, the blood spirit herb was the lifeline for their esteemed outer elder, Guang Chenghua, having finally located it. How could she not be thrilled? Of course, had she known that Guang Chenghua's decay illness could be treated without the blood spirit herb, she might have felt differently. "It is indeed the blood spirit herb, but..." Blood Wuhan examined it and curiously inquired, "How did you come to possess such a rare medicinal material?" Not only Blood Wuhan, but Yi Chen and Nangong Lioli also regarded him with curiosity. "Well," Butcher glanced at Yi Chen, seemingly hesitant, and stammered, "As long as it is indeed the blood spirit herb, that is sufficient. As for its origins, it pertains to our Phantom Sect's code of conduct for assassins, and I cannot divulge further." "Very well." Blood Wuhan did not press for more details, but instead handed the blood spirit herb to Yi Chen, stating, "Your second condition is now fulfilled." "Of course." Yi Chen nodded, accepting the herb and carefully storing it within his spatial bracelet. His daring venture into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range had 2 primary objectives. First, to seek out a substance capable of resisting the dual evil body for his sister, Yi Yanran, for which the beast core of the Ice Snow Magic Wolf was precisely suitable. Second, to find a blood spirit herb to concoct the Taizong pill. Now, both objectives had been thoroughly accomplished. As for the third condition you mentioned earlier, Blood Wuhan glanced toward the depths of the passage, her expression grave. "There may be even more toxins within. Whether we can retrieve the Phantom Codex remains uncertain. With my presence, All phantoms and spirits shall not dare to approach. Yi Chun replied with a mysterious smile, retrieving several medicinal materials from his spatial bracelet, grinding them into powder, and sprinkling them onto the torch. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Following the ignition, an extraordinarily peculiar odor immediately wafted out, somewhat irritating to the nostrils. However, the poisonous insects that had originally trailed closely behind them scattered in droves, as if encountering some formidable nemesis. Before long, they fled completely, leaving no trace behind. What sort of miraculous powder is this that can banish all venomous creatures? If it were not for witnessing it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. Had I known it could be so effortless, the lives of those we previously sent would not have been lost in vain. For a moment, the gaze of all the assassins from the Phantom sect, including Bloodless, turned towards Yi Chun with an expression of utter astonishment. This ancient relic had actually been discovered by the Phantom sect long ago, in their quest to reclaim the Phantom Tome, stolen by that traitor a century prior. They had dispatched several powerful individuals into this place. Yet, without exception, regardless of their cultivation level or meticulous preparations, each group that ventured forth met with demise, succumbing to the lethal poisons that lay in wait. Who would have thought that the very toxins which had held them back from daring to delve deeper could be so effortlessly eradicated by Yi Chun? Chapter 97. The Phantom Codex. Your methods, my esteemed sir, truly leave this humble lady in profound admiration. Moments later, Shui Wuhan clasped his hands in respect towards Yi Chun, vowing that should they successfully reclaim the Phantom Codex, he would ensure that the esteemed gentleman be granted a glimpse at it without delay. During their previous explorations, they had enlisted the aid of several highly regarded physicians. However, faced with the incessant barrage of toxins, these learned men found themselves utterly powerless. Yet Yi Chun, with effortless grace, dispelled all the poisons with ease. Let us proceed, Yi Chun declared, leading the way deeper into the cavern. Along the journey, he continuously sprinkled a peculiar powder onto the torches, causing swarms of insects to retreat, as if traversing a desolate domain. While the others remained silent, they silently rejoiced, for had they not fortuitously encountered Yi Chun, they would have found themselves ensnared in a perilous web of toxins, potentially facing annihilation. It could be asserted that the success of their mission, and indeed their very lives, rested solely upon Yi Chun's whims. Is this the end? At last, the group halted, for before them loomed a barren stone wall, devoid of any further passage. Look, there lies a skeletal remains. Suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. The group hurried towards the source of the call, discovering a skeleton in a seated position, its once vibrant form reduced to a stark white frame, adorned only by tattered remnants of clothing. Yet, despite the decay of flesh, the skeletal hand still clutched a time-worn tome, its pages yellowed with age. The Phantom Codex? Have we finally found it? Elation surged through the members of the Phantom sect. At long last, the opportunity to restore the glory of the Phantom sect was within reach. For a century, countless predecessors had ventured forth, yet none had succeeded in penetrating this place to retrieve the sacred text. To think that we have triumphed. The assassins of the Phantom sect were overwhelmed with excitement. However, amidst their fervor, a sense of caution emerged, as they instinctively positioned themselves between Yi Chun and Nangong Liuli, as if fearing that these two might seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. What are you doing? Shui Wuhan admonished. If Master Yi were inclined to take it by force, do you truly believe you could withstand him? Realizing their folly, the assassins retreated, acknowledging the wisdom in Shui Wuhan's words. Indeed, given Yi Chun's prowess, if he sought to claim the tome by force, he could easily do so, overwhelming them with the very toxins that surrounded them. Master Yi, I hope you will not hold their actions against them. As the crowd parted, Shui Wuhan cast a deeply apologetic glance at Yi Chun. Not at all, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. The Phantom Codex is your sect's treasured possession. Their vigilance is entirely justified. Thank you for your understanding. Shui Wuhan nodded appreciatively before urging, bring forth the sacred text. Yes, one of the assassins responded promptly, swiftly retrieving the ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age. There were no unforeseen incidents along the way. Indeed, as it was handed over, the cover revealed several prominently inscribed characters. The Phantom Codex. Young Master, although our Phantom sect's sacred texts are not meant for outsiders, our successful acquisition is entirely due to your grace. Thus, I beseech you, Blood Without Trace solemnly stated his position before extending the Phantom Codex towards Yi Chun. Rest assured, as I mentioned, I shall merely glance at it and will not linger on it. Yi Chun smiled, accepting the book from his counterpart's hands. Then, amidst dozens of astonished gazes, a cacophony of rustling ensued as he rapidly perused the Phantom Codex from cover to cover. His speed was astonishing, in mere breaths. He had finished. That will suffice. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, returning the tome to Blood Without Trace. Is that all there is to it? Blood Without Trace blinked in confusion, her delicate face painted with bewilderment. The others, including the butcher, were equally perplexed. After all the assistance provided, was it not to catch a glimpse of their sect's supreme treasure, the Phantom Codex? Why return it without a thorough examination of its contents? Could it be that he truly wished to merely glance at it? Eyes widened in disbelief. Only Nangong Liuli bore a smirk of schadenfreude. This was not her first encounter with Yi Chun's peculiar behavior. First during the competition at the Nangong residence, then again at the Long family's library. Each time he simply skimmed through before declaring he had finished. Yet, on each occasion, those who dared to mock him ultimately found themselves humiliated. However, she had no intention of enlightening Blood Without Trace and the others. After all, having suffered a setback at Yi Chun's hands in the past, she could not appear foolish if these newcomers did not experience a taste of defeat. If there is nothing else, shall we proceed outside? Yi Chun, disinclined to elaborate further, nodded to Blood Without Trace and strode towards the exit. Are you certain you do not wish to take a longer look? Blood Without Trace hurried after him, eagerly stating, you need not be overly reserved. Since I have promised to let you see it, I have no fear of you comprehending its contents. As long as you do not attempt to seize it, even if you wish to peruse it for half an hour or even an hour, I would not mind. But I have already finished. Yi Chun shrugged, bemused, and replied, do you expect me to revisit it just because you want me to? Upon hearing this, Blood Without Trace nearly collapsed to the ground. Am I pressuring you to look? What nonsense are you speaking? It must be noted that the Phantom Codex is the unparalleled secret technique of their Phantom sect, coveted by countless individuals, even among their assassins. Not everyone possesses the privilege to view it. One must undergo rigorous trials and assessments before ever having the chance to engage with this supreme sacred text of the Phantom sect. Yi Chun, despite his kind intentions to present himself, not only failed to appreciate her gesture, but also expressed annoyance at her verbosity. What sort of person is this? Although she was overwhelmed with frustration, she refrained from probing further. After all, if Yi Chun showed no interest, continuing to present the Phantom Codex would only amount to pressing a warm cheek against a cold rear. Junior brother, do you think they have been inside for so long that they might have been annihilated? Outside the cave, in a valley, Imo Shirshing was beginning to lose his patience. After they followed the butcher to this place, he had merely instructed them not to wander, then charged in with a group of assassins clad in black and donning skull masks. As for their purpose within, they had remained entirely in the dark. Bored, they had chosen to lie down and rest instead. However, 3 hours had passed since the butcher and his companions entered, and still, there was no sign of activity. Senior brother, there is no need for concern. Nothing untoward will occur. Cheng Dong shook his head in reassurance. How can you be so certain? Mo Shirshing inquired. Perhaps you are unaware, but among the assassins who entered with the butcher is none other than the current saintess of the Phantom sect, Blood Without Trace. Cheng Dong replied with a mysterious smile. What? The current saintess of the Phantom sect, Blood Without Trace, is here as well? Mo Shirshing exclaimed in astonishment. It was said that the saintess was a renowned, cold-blooded beauty. To catch a glimpse of her would render him content even in death. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds approached rapidly. They soon realized that a group of individuals had encircled them completely. Chapter 98. A slap in the face. This. Mo Shirhang and his companion were momentarily taken aback. However, upon recognizing the attire of the surrounding crowd, their surprise transformed into delight. It turned out to be you. Cheng Dong first revealed a sycophantic smile, then cautiously inquired, might I ask if you have made any gains on this journey? You have too many questions. Tu Dao stepped forward, his piercing gaze fixed coldly upon Mo Shirhang. You previously sought my assistance in assassinating someone named Yi Chun, correct? Indeed. Mo Shirhang nodded vigorously. Are you referring to me? Before Tu Dao could respond, a familiar voice emerged from behind him. He then moved aside, revealing an unmistakable face. with brows like swords and delicate features, especially those eyes, clear yet profoundly inscrutable. Yichen, Cheng Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Almost immediately, he joyfully exclaimed, Tu Dao, that's him. This is the very person my senior brother wanted you to eliminate. Mo Shihang, initially astonished, did not exhibit Cheng Dong's foolishness. After assessing the situation around him, he swiftly grasped Cheng Dong's arm, pulling him closer. Senior brother, why are you pulling me? Though we are brothers in arms, it is rather inappropriate to behave so in front of all these people. Silence. Before Cheng Dong could finish his awkward statement, Mo Shihang admonished him sharply. Senior brother, Cheng Dong abruptly realized something was amiss, and his words trailed off. Tu Dao, what do you mean by this? Mo Shihang shifted his focus away from Yi Chun and directed his gaze at Tu Dao, his voice tinged with urgency. Taking money to eliminate foes. Surely this is the creed of your Phantom Sect assassins? Do you intend to go back on your word? Indeed, the Phantom Sect does adhere to this principle. However, Tu Dao's tone shifted. You have overlooked an essential point. What point? Mo Shihang instinctively queried. Before Tu Dao could respond, Cheng Dong, seemingly struck by a realization, paled slightly. His gaze towards Yi Chun shifted from astonishment to terror. Senior brother, the principle you mentioned is merely the external guideline of the Phantom Sect. Internally, this principle is rendered void. Cheng Dong explained in a hushed tone. What do you mean? Mo Shihang remained perplexed. Taking money to eliminate foes is indeed the modus operandi of the Phantom Sect assassins. However, this must be predicated on the understanding that the target is not someone from within the Phantom Sect or someone with a close relationship to it. Are you suggesting that this Yi Chun? Mo Shihang finally grasped the implication, and as he turned his gaze back to Yi Chun, his expression began to shift. He merely cast a glance at the blade, yet he could not suppress his indignation. Even if the target I intend to assassinate bears significant ties to your Phantom Sect, since you have declined the assassination mission, ought you not to return my blood spirit herb? That herb was something I procured through immense toil. Given that he could not fulfill his own assassination objective, it was only natural for him to reclaim the blood spirit herb. However, the very mention of it made him burst into laughter. Huh, do you still have the audacity to bring up that blood spirit herb? Besides him, Nangong Liuli, Shui Wuhan, and the surrounding assassins could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Under the weight of so many mocking gazes, Mo Shihang felt an overwhelming surge of anger. If he had known the reason, it might have been bearable, but the ignorance stung him deeply. It felt akin to being toyed with like a monkey, leaving him utterly vexed. So that blood spirit herb belongs to you? Before the blade could respond, Yi Chun stepped forward and, with a sweep of his hand over the spatial bracelet, summoned forth a shimmering glow. With a hum, an object materialized in his grasp. It was indeed the very blood spirit herb that had been given to him by the blade. How did it end up in your possession? Mo Shihang was taken aback. That blood spirit herb was the commission he had paid to the blade. Instead of executing the assassination as promised, the blade had instead transferred the prepaid commission to the very target he was supposed to eliminate. A classic case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the rice. Could there be a more demoralizing blow than this? Despite his frustration, the blade's raspy voice cut through the tension. If the assassination target is someone from our sect, or an individual of great significance to our sect, not only do we not refund the prepaid commission to the employer, but we are also entitled to retaliate against the employer. As he spoke, the blade advanced step by step toward Mo Shihang and his companion. Blade, let us speak civilly. Cheng Dong panicked, pleading desperately. We have at least shared a connection. You wouldn't truly kill. The response he received was the metallic clang of a blade being drawn. The blade unsheathed a broad and heavy sword, eyes glinting with murderous intent, as the edge shimmered with lethal energy fueled by spiritual power. Yi Chun, it's a misunderstanding. This is truly a misunderstanding. With no hope of swaying the blade, Cheng Dong shifted his gaze to Yi Chun. If the blade intended to strike them down, their cultivation levels offered no means of resistance. Thus, the only possible savior at that moment seemed to be Yi Chun. Wait, indeed. Whether moved by his sincerity or harboring ulterior motives, Yi Chun unexpectedly called out to the blade. Young Master Yi, they did indeed attempt to kill you earlier. Do you truly wish to let them go? The blade inquired, astonished. I have always harbored compassion. As long as there is sincere repentance, I generally do not hold grudges. Upon hearing this, Mo Shihang was left in a state of astonishment. especially Chung Dong, who could scarcely believe his ears. His earlier pleas were mere desperate gasps in the throes of hopelessness, devoid of any real expectation. After all, they had sought to eliminate Yi Chen first. Now, with the tides turned, no matter how magnanimous Yi Chen might be, it was implausible that he would easily forgive them. "Young Master Yi, are you truly certain you wish to spare them?" Shui Wuhan's voice resonated gravely. "They sought to take your life. Should you release them now? It may well be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains." At these words, Mo Shihang and Chung Dong grew increasingly anxious. "No, we absolutely refuse," they exclaimed fervently. "If you spare us, we shall certainly reform and start anew." The two hastily swore their assurances, yet Shui Wuhan remained impervious, fixated unwaveringly on Yi Chen. It could be said that the fate of Mo Shihang and Chung Dong rested solely in Yi Chen's hands. Only at this moment did Chung Dong and Mo Shihang gradually come to realize the extraordinary nature of Yi Chen. The stunningly beautiful woman before them was undoubtedly Shui Wuhan, the contemporary holy son of the illusory sect. The fact that such a mysterious and esteemed figure sought Yi Chen's counsel to determine their fates revealed just how unfathomable Yi Chen truly was. "I have always held compassion in my heart," Yi Chen remarked, a sly smile playing at the corners of his lips as he solemnly reiterated, "Of course. It primarily hinges on whether they possess sufficient sincerity." Chapter 99. Genuine Intentions and Tensions? Mo Shihang and Chung Dong exchanged a glance, as if an understanding dawned upon them. They promptly bowed deeply to Yi Chen and earnestly said, "My disciple Chung Dong and I are wholeheartedly sincere. Yet we are rather dull-witted and truly do not know how to express our sincerity. We humbly request your guidance, young Master Yi." Ahem. Generally speaking, parting with one's most cherished possessions is perhaps the most direct way to convey sincerity, Yi Chen remarked with a profound hint. Meanwhile, Shui Wuhan and the others finally grasped the situation. It turned out they had been attempting to extort him all along. Although Mo Shihang felt quite vexed, the thought that his life was at the whim of Yi Chen made him set aside his concerns. He swiftly brushed his hand across his spatial bracelet, and with a series of thunderous sounds, an array of celestial treasures materialized before him. The sheer quantity was dazzling, and the variety was simply endless. Is this all? Despite the multitude of rare medicinal materials Mo Shihang had produced, it was evident that Yi Chen was still unsatisfied. "I have more," Chung Dong exclaimed with a flicker of inspiration, promptly retrieving a large pile of medicinal herbs from his spatial bracelet. However, as soon as he did, regret washed over him. He suddenly recalled that he had previously wagered with Yi Chen. If Yi Chen could save the injured member of the Evil Tiger mercenary group, he would offer all his medicinal materials. Since he had lost that bet and surrendered all his herbs then, it would be unreasonable to present so many now. Yet, having already taken them out, he could not simply retract them. "I am weary of wasting words with you. Leave the spatial bracelets behind and erase your soul marks. Then you may depart with your lives." Yi Chen issued his ultimatum. He had initially hoped they would willingly offer their possessions. After all, Mo Shihang and his companion were disciples of the divine physician Valley, and his medical knowledge stemmed entirely from the tomes collected by the esteemed physician Ban Shou. Technically speaking, they were akin to fellow disciples. Thus, even though he intended to teach them a painful lesson, he had no desire to eradicate them completely. However, upon witnessing Chung Dong produce such a considerable amount of herbs, he realized that dealing with these individuals was better accomplished by confiscating their spatial bracelets than relying on their goodwill. This, very well. Mo Shihang and Chung Dong felt their hearts bleed, but after careful contemplation, they complied. After all, no matter how precious their treasures were, they could not compare to their own lives. Once they erased their soul marks, their spatial bracelets became forfeit. Yi Chen was unreserved. He not only confiscated all their medicinal materials, but also claimed the two unowned spatial bracelets. His spatial bracelet sufficed for his needs, yet his sister, Yi Yanran, lacked one. Moreover, spatial bracelets are relatively valuable items. In times of financial hardship, they could be sold at a handsome price. "May we take our leave?" After all was accomplished, Mo Shihang cast another glance at Yi Chen. "Go ahead." Yi Chen graciously waved his hand. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "By the way, perhaps we shall meet again in the future. I hope that when we do, you will refrain from harboring any ulterior motives." Mo Shihang's complexion fluctuated between green and white. Although he could not comprehend Yi Chen's words, he endured the embarrassment, stating, "Rest assured, I promise it shall not happen again. Then you may leave." Following Yi Chen's declaration, Shui Wuhan immediately signaled the surrounding assassins. Understanding his intent, the assassins promptly cleared a path. Mo Shishing and Cheng Dong exchanged glances, not daring to delay, and hurriedly exited with trepidation. Yi Chen, indifferent, turned to Shui Wuhan, proclaiming, "Since this matter is resolved, I too must take my leave. Where do you intend to go, my lord?" Shui Wuhan inquired instinctively. "I plan to visit the Divine Healer Valley." Yi Chen did not conceal his upcoming journey. His venture into the Myriad Beast Mountain Range was solely to seek the Blood Spirit Herb and the beast core of the Ice Snow Magic Wolf. Now that he had acquired both treasures, it was time to return to the Divine Healer Valley. "You are headed to the Divine Healer Valley?" Shui Wuhan glanced at the departing Mo Shishing and Cheng Dong, suddenly enlightened. "Is that the reason you spared their lives?" "Perhaps." Yi Chen remained noncommittal. His decision to spare them indeed stemmed from a sense of gratitude towards the Divine Healer Band show. "Are you seeking medical assistance at the Divine Healer Valley?" Shui Wuhan was even more astonished, stating, "Given that you can cure the poison of the green-headed mosquito, your medical skills must be on par with Divine Healer Band show." It's a long story." Yi Chen felt somewhat awkward. He longed to divulge that his medical expertise was primarily pilfered from the medical texts collected from Divine Healer Band show. As for the poison of the green-headed mosquito, although the medical texts offered no solutions, his comprehension had yielded several antidotal methods through the insights of the Enlightenment system. The detoxification method he previously employed on Shui Wuhan was merely a convenient one. Of course, he could not divulge this to Shui Wuhan, otherwise, knowing there were alternative methods to neutralize the green-headed mosquito's poison, the latter would surely harbor ill will. It must be acknowledged that he had scrutinized everything pertinent to the antidote. "Very well, since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press you." Observing Yi Chen's hesitation, Shui Wuhan refrained from further inquiry, cheerfully declaring, "The Phantom Gate owes you a significant favor, and I personally owe you a life. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to deploy these signal flares. As long as there are assassins from the Phantom Gate nearby, your message will be conveyed to me promptly." As she spoke, she retrieved a large chest from her spatial bracelet and presented it before Yi Chen. "I shall do so if necessary." Yi Chen did not decline, accepting it into his own spatial bracelet. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ultimately parted ways. Yi Chen and Nangong Liuli naturally embarked on their journey back to the Divine Healer Valley. Meanwhile, Shui Wuhan and his companions had mysteriously vanished, with no one knowing their precise whereabouts. "Brother Mo, do not run away. They have not pursued us." After only a short distance, Cheng Dong halted, breathless. Mo Shishing was equally exhausted, sprawled on the muddy ground, gasping for air. "Did you hear their conversation earlier?" After his breathing steadied, Mo Shishing suddenly fixed Cheng Dong with an intense gaze. "Which remark are you referring to, Brother Mo?" Cheng Dong inquired, perplexed. Did not the saintess of the illusionary gate, Shui Wuhan, ask Yi Chen where he intended to go next as we departed? "Indeed, I heard that." Cheng Dong nodded. "But did you catch how Yi Chen responded?" Mo Shishing pressed further. "He seemed to say, that he was preparing to visit the Divine Healer Valley." Cheng Dong pondered for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. "Precisely. He did say he intended to visit our Divine Healer Valley." Mo Shishing nodded emphatically, then, with a smirk that was almost a sneer, retorted, "And what do you surmise he seeks in our Divine Healer Valley? What else could it be but to seek healing?" Cheng Dong shrugged. "Exactly." Mo Shishing appeared to have awaited this very response. Slapping his thigh in exasperation and gritting his teeth, he declared, "After humiliating us thoroughly, he still dares to seek treatment in our Divine Healer Valley? How naive." Chapter 100. The accuser first on a verdant hilltop, the holy maiden stood, lost in contemplation. "Why have you not returned to the headquarters yet?" asked the blade, approaching the elegant figure respectfully. "The Phantom Codex has been lost for over a century. We have finally located it, and must return without delay. What holds you back, holy maiden?" In response, Bloodless remained oblivious to his concerns, gazing into the distance, her thoughts veiled in mystery. After a moment, she turned abruptly, posing a rather peculiar question. "What is your opinion on that, Yi Chen?" The blade pondered for a moment before replying. "He possesses remarkable medical skills, and his strength should not be underestimated. Yet what?" Bloodless pressed. "Though he has genuine talent, He is ultimately too young and impetuous, aspiring too high, filled with arrogance. Such individuals, even if gifted, are often prone to perish in their infancy, he articulated. If you were to engage him, what are your chances of defeating him? Bloodless inquired further. Do you doubt my capability to vanquish him? The blade's eyes flickered with disdain. He acknowledged that Yi Chun had unique insights in medicine, but that was where it ended. As a martial artist of my caliber, how could I ever be outmatched by a mere youth devoted solely to the study of healing? I have a peculiar feeling. Bloodless mused. This Yi Chun may appear frivolous, yet his actions and words suggest he is far more complex than you perceive. Are you perhaps overestimating him, holy maiden? The blade responded dismissively. Your safety and our successful retrieval of the long-lost Phantom Codex are indeed thanks to him. Yet it must be said that luck played a significant role in those events. At this juncture, the blade seemed to recall something, snorting in derision. Let us not speak of anything else. Merely recalling your interaction with him when you presented the Codex reveals how superficial he truly is. His feigned mystery before you was likely an attempt to pique your curiosity and win your favor. Bloodless furrowed her brow slightly. In truth, she was well aware of the blade's observations. However, the longer she engaged with Yi Chun, the more she sensed that he was far more intricate than he appeared. Enough, she decided. We must investigate Yi Chun's background thoroughly. After much contemplation, she concluded, we cannot overlook any connections to him, especially. She paused, adding, investigate the woman by his side and discern their relationship. With that command, she resumed her gaze toward the distant sky. Yet, after a moment, she was met with silence from the blade. Blade, have you lost your hearing? Bloodless' expression darkened as she turned to him, her voice icy. Have you taken my orders as mere whispers in the wind? No, not at all. The butcher suddenly regained his composure and, feeling somewhat disgruntled, remarked, I was just contemplating a matter of utmost seriousness and inadvertently lost focus. My apologies. I will promptly investigate Yi Chun's background. 3 days later, at the Divine Healer Valley. What? Such a thing occurred? Upon hearing that his 2 disciples had suffered a grave injustice, the head of the Divine Healer class, Ban Shou, was immediately filled with indignation. The Divine Healer Valley had always adhered to the principle of saving lives and alleviating suffering. Aside from his own somewhat volatile temperament, all his disciples were honest and humble. How could they be subjected to bullying while practicing medicine abroad? Is there no sense of justice left in this world? Master, that scoundrel not only seized the ice snow demon wolf beast Dan we had painstakingly hunted, but he also stole our spatial bracelets, which contained countless medicinal herbs we had collected. Chung Dong lamented, tears streaming down his face. Most importantly, Brother Mo recently discovered a blood spirit herb deep within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and that wretch snatched it away too. How infuriating! Ban Shou was beside himself with rage, exclaiming, a robber. He is nothing short of a thief. Moreover, Master, that scoundrel has covertly bribed assassins from the Phantom sect, intending to silence us. Chung Dong went on to paint a grim picture of their misfortunes in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. If it weren't for Brother Mo's cleverness, we might not have returned alive to see you. On the other side, Mo Shihong's expression was somewhat uneasy, but at this juncture, he steeled himself and concurred. What Qing Shidi says is indeed correct. Moreover, from what we know, that young man intends to come to the Divine Healer Valley for treatment. When the time comes. Oh, he plans to visit the Divine Healer Valley? A sinister glint flickered in Ban Shou's eyes. Indeed, Mo Shihong hastily affirmed. When I escaped, I overheard that boy conversing with the Phantom sect assassins, stating that once he left the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he would rush to our Divine Healer Valley. If my conjecture is correct, he must have a request for you, Master. Haha, splendid. Come forth. Ban Shou laughed heartily. Fear not, my disciples. If he vanishes from this moment on, I would be powerless against him. However, if he dares to approach the Divine Healer Valley, I shall ensure that the grievances you have suffered will be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. Thank you, Master. Mo Shihong and Chung Dong hurriedly expressed their gratitude with utmost respect. By the way, after all this discourse, what is the background of this madman, and what is his name? Ban Shou inquired, seemingly recalling something. Mo Shihong and Chung Dong exchanged glances, and Mo Shihong respectfully replied, Master, that madman's name is. He is here. Before Mo Shihong could finish, Chung Dong suddenly shouted, pointing towards the canyon entrance. Could it be? He truly dares to come? Mo Shiheng disregarded further words and immediately turned to look in the direction Cheng Dong indicated. Upon doing so, his eyes brightened with astonishment. It truly is them. Upon confirming the identities of Yi Chun and Nangong Liuli, Mo Shiheng became increasingly exhilarated and hastily addressed his master, Ban Shou, saying, "Master, this is Hey, Master. Where are you going?" Just as he intended to further accuse, he noticed Ban Shou swiftly approaching Yi Chun and Nangong Liuli. What on earth is happening? Cheng Dong appeared utterly perplexed. Perhaps, Master is eager to defend us, hence his impatience. Mo Shiheng shook his head and followed Cheng Dong. Arriving from the valley, weary and travel-worn, were indeed Yi Chun and Nangong Liuli. "We have the honor of meeting the esteemed physician Ban." Recognizing Ban Shou's personal welcome, Yi Chun and Nangong Liuli promptly bowed in respect. However, before Ban Shou could respond, Cheng Dong, who had followed closely behind, pointed at Yi Chun and exclaimed, "Master, it is him, it is this scoundrel. Not only did he seize all our medicinal materials, but he also bribed assassins from the Phantom sect to prepare for our demise." "Are you certain it is him?" Ban Shou's brow furrowed in concern. "Master, it is absolutely true," Cheng Dong asserted with unwavering conviction. "We have just narrowly escaped from the perilous Beast Mountain range. Would we dare deceive you?" Mo Shiheng added. "Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize him." Chapter 101. A hard lesson. Ban Shou's brow furrowed even more tightly. He had indeed felt indignant earlier due to the bullying of his disciples. Yet he never anticipated that it would be Yi Chun who had tormented them. You two have returned as well?" Yi Chun remarked with a bemused smile upon spotting Mo Shiheng and his companion. "What is this? Has the lesson from the Beast Mountain not sufficed, that you now seek to cast the first stone? You are talking nonsense," Cheng Dong retorted, his bravado faltering under the pressure. "You have humiliated us time and again, stripping us of our dignity, and now you dare to come to our divine medicine valley for treatment? It is nothing short of a dream." Mo Shiheng hastily added, "Master, no matter what he offers, we must not grant him any medical assistance." Slap, slap. No sooner had he spoken than both Cheng Dong and Mo Shiheng received two resounding slaps across their faces. They stood there, momentarily dazed. What was happening? Why was their master, Ban Shou, acting so irrationally? Just moments ago, he had vowed to seek justice for them, and now, with their enemy before them, he was striking them instead? "Unworthy disciples, kneel." Ban Shou bellowed suddenly, his voice booming. Thud, thud. The two knelt in shock, their faces a portrait of innocence. "Master, what has come over you? Have we committed some grave error?" Seeing their bewildered expressions, Ban Shou felt no sympathy. Instead, he was filled with exasperation. "You two foolishly arrogant fools. How fortunate I was not to heed your slanderous words. Otherwise, it would have resulted in calamity." "Master, what on earth are you saying?" Both disciples protested. "What we said earlier was the absolute truth." "Enough." Ban Shou pointed at Yi Chun, his tone sharp and commanding. "Do you know who this young man is?" "Who is he?" Mo Shiheng and Cheng Dong finally sensed something amiss. Their master, Ban Shou, was known for his proud and unyielding nature, dismissing even the most revered figures in the world. Yet, he referred to Yi Chun with such reverence. It was evident that Yi Chun held a lofty position in their master's eyes. But how could this be? Was he not merely a fortunate rogue with decent connections, deserving of such admiration? "Apologize to young Master Yi at once." Just as they were grappling with their confusion, Ban Shou's low voice cut through the air once more. "Master, you want us to apologize to this fraud?" Cheng Dong exclaimed, his face contorted with indignation. Mo Shiheng added in disbelief, "Master, even if you have previously met Yi Chun, he did indeed seize our medicinal herbs and beast cores, and he has humiliated us repeatedly. Under such circumstances, you still demand we apologize to him? Humph. Your deceitful words will not deceive me." Ban Shou did not even inquire about the authenticity of Yi Chun, but instead stated directly, "You claim that young Master Yi has humiliated you. It is undoubtedly a reflection of your own inadequate medical skills, leading you to provoke him and ultimately suffer humiliation. Am I not correct?" Cheng Dong and his companion gaped in astonishment. Ban Shou continued, "Furthermore, you accuse young Master Yi of seizing the beast core of your ice snow magic wolf. If I am not mistaken, it was young Master Yi's own abilities that secured the beast core, and your jealousy has prompted such claims. Is that not so?" Mo Shiheng and Cheng Dong were rendered speechless once more. Ban Shou added, As for the matter of young Master Yi allegedly taking your medicinal herbs and blood spirit grass, if my intuition serves me well, either you were foolish enough to wager against young Master Yi and lost, or you provoked him first, receiving a minor lesson in return. Observing the shock on their faces, Ban Shou waved his sleeve and inquired, "Do you know how I discerned your deceit?" "No, we do not." Cheng Dong instinctively shook his head. "The most glaring flaw lies in your insistence that young Master Yi came to the Divine Doctor Valley seeking treatment, when in fact—" He gestured toward Yi Chun, speaking with a hint of reverence. "Young Master Yi's medical skills far surpass my own, and his return to the Divine Doctor Valley is not to seek my healing, but rather because I require his assistance in treating a patient whom even I cannot help." This revelation left Mo Shishing and Cheng Dong utterly astounded. Even when Yi Chun had cured a patient they believed to be beyond saving in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they had dismissed it as mere chance. They never anticipated that even their master, renowned for his medical prowess, would acknowledge his inferiority to Yi Chun. Was this not utterly astounding? Just who was Yi Chun? Reflecting on the events in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they began to grasp that Yi Chun was perhaps far more remarkable than he appeared. If even their master regarded Yi Chun's medical skills as superior, then the methods employed to save that member of the evil tiger mercenary group were not mere opportunism, but rather a testament to extraordinary medical expertise. Moreover, the formation master by Li Ji had set up the 100 Chains beast trap, which failed to contain the frenzied ice snow magic wolf, yet Yi Chun effortlessly ensnared it with a simple formation, demonstrating his profound knowledge in formation techniques. Additionally, they had once offered a blood spirit grass to entice the assassin Tu Dao to personally eliminate Yi Chun, only for Tu Dao to not only refuse but to gift the blood spirit grass to Yi Chun instead. This series of miraculous outcomes could not merely be attributed to luck, they were irrefutable evidence of strength. "What are you still dawdling for?" Seeing Mo Shishing and his companion in a daze, Ban Shou, exasperated, shouted, "Hurry and apologize to young Master Yi." Mo Shishing jolted, abandoning his thoughts, and in a state of panic exclaimed, "Yes, yes, yes. Master, please calm down. I understand my mistake." Having spoken, he swiftly turned to Yi Chun, saying, "Young Master Yi, I was indeed blind to your merits and have committed offenses. I implore you to overlook my transgressions and not hold them against me." With Mo Shishing having already offered his apologies, Cheng Dong, despite his lingering indignation, felt compelled to follow suit. To recognize one's errors and amend them is truly commendable. Yi Chun hastily waved his hand. He was genuinely taken aback by the earlier exchange between Ban Shou and his disciples. He had initially presumed that Mo Shishing and Cheng Dong would return to the Divine Doctor Valley ahead of him, and, should the villains lodge their complaints first, he would have to exert considerable effort to clarify the situation. To his astonishment, before he could even begin to defend himself, Ban Shou had already discerned the essence of the truth. This revelation was indeed unexpected. "Young friend Yi Chun, you have finally returned." At this juncture, an elderly voice resonated from a distance. "The Grand Elder?" Nangong Liuli exclaimed with joy and hurried forward to greet him. Yi Chun's attention was similarly drawn to the source of the voice. There, an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, was being assisted by two disciples of the Misty Sect as he emerged from a humble cottage. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Misty Sect. "Guang Chenghua, Grand Elder, you are saved. During our expedition to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, we managed to locate a blood spirit herb for you." As she approached, Nangong Liuli eagerly shared this momentous news. "Liuli, you have worked hard." Guang Chenghua expressed his gratitude with a nod, then surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "By the way, where are Jiang Yuanguang and Chen Duoduo?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Liuli's expression suddenly froze. Chapter 102. Death is irreversible. What has transpired? Noticing the peculiar pallor on Nangong Liuli's face, Guang Chenghua's expression gradually darkened as well. Could it be that they have encountered some misfortune? "Great Elder, actually." "Liuli, if you find it too difficult to voice, allow me to speak." Before Nangong Liuli could finish her words, Yi Chun interjected, his countenance reflecting deep sorrow. "Chen Duoduo and the others have perished." As he uttered this, his face bore an expression of profound sympathy, as if mourning the inevitable. However, Nangong Liuli's countenance grew even more intricate, for she had yet to reveal that Chen Duoduo and her companions had indeed met their demise. Yet it was by the blade of Yi Chen himself. Although their fate was a consequence of their own actions, deceiving Guang Chenghua left her heart heavy with remorse. What? Dead? Guang Chenghua's aging face turned a ghastly shade of white. His already frail constitution quivered slightly, as if he were grappling with the edge of mortality. Thud! Unable to contain herself any longer, Nangong Liuli fell to her knees before Guang Chenghua. In truth, senior sister Chun and brother Jiang. They perished while valiantly attempting to save us, falling prey to the beasts. This time, she was again interrupted by Yi Chun. Great Elder, after we ventured deep into the myriad beasts mountain, we encountered a formidable beast. They fought desperately to protect us and ultimately sacrificed their lives. Only Liuli and I managed to escape. As he spoke, he cast a suggestive glance at Nangong Liuli. The notion that death is irreversible loomed large. Since the individuals had already departed, the truth, regardless of its nature, had become irrelevant. Otherwise, it would only inflict more suffering upon the living and potentially invite endless troubles. Rather than courting calamity, it was far more prudent to bestow upon the deceased a glorious narrative of their demise, thus offering solace to both the departed and the survivors alike. Indeed, under Yi Chen's subtle persuasion, Nangong Liuli managed to suppress her emotions. Although Yi Chun had woven a falsehood, it was, at least, a benevolent lie, which lightened her heart significantly. Is this truly the case? Guang Chenghua inquired, turning his gaze towards Nangong Liuli. Yes, indeed, she affirmed with a firm nod. Senior sister Chun and brother Jiang sacrificed themselves heroically to procure the life-saving herbs for you. Great Elder, having chosen to weave a tale of deception, she felt compelled to uphold the ruse until the end. It is I who have brought about their demise. With Nangong Liuli's confirmation, Guang Chenghua found it impossible to disbelieve. Death is irreversible. I implore you, esteemed elder, to find solace in your grief. Yi Chen offered timely comfort before transitioning to the matter at hand. Elder, as we have procured the medicinal materials, time is of the essence. Allow me to prepare the remedy for you. Nangong Liuli concurred. As long as your health improves, senior brother Jiang and the others can rest in peace. Were Chun Duo and her companions to hear such words, one could only wonder if they might rise in indignation from their graves. How could they possibly find peace in death? They initially summoned him to the Wan Beast Mountain range not to seek medicinal herbs for Guang Chenghua's ailments, but rather under the guise of searching for herbs to eliminate Yi Chun, a thorn in their side. However, the unpredictability of fate led to their demise at Yi Chen's hands instead. Young friend Yi, have you truly found the blood spirit herb? Guang Chenghua inquired, suppressing his grief. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded, then turned his gaze towards the disheartened Demo Shihang, implying, in truth, it was not I who discovered it. My acquisition of a blood spirit herb was made possible thanks to the disciple of Master Ban. Thanks to him, Guang Chenghua's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he looked over. Yet, Demo Shihang's expression was one of embarrassment. The blood spirit herb indeed belonged to him, but he had intended to use it as leverage to hire an assassin from the Phantom Gate to eliminate Yi Chun. Thus, even though Yi Chen publicly acknowledged his contribution, he lacked the face to admit it. However, Yi Chun had no intention of exposing him. Rather, he cast a significant glance in his direction, saying, I previously mentioned that when we next meet, you would not harbor any ill intentions towards me. Demo Shihang trembled at these words, and as his thoughts raced, he quickly shot Yi Chun a grateful look, sincerely stating, previously, we underestimated your noble character with our petty minds. Young Master Yi, your magnanimity truly shames me. If Banshou's earlier demand for an apology had left him with a hint of resentment, then this apology now flowed from the depths of his heart. Brother, you're back. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement resonated from a distance. Following the sound, Yi Chen saw two young women rushing towards him. One of them was petite and youthful, her cheeks adorned with adorable dimples, carrying a small bamboo basket filled with an assortment of fresh herbs. The other was graceful and elegant, her demeanor dignified and alluring. Yanran, Huanin, Yi Chun exclaimed joyfully, hastening to greet them. These two unexpected visitors were none other than his sister, Yi Yanran, and the renowned musician known as the Piano Demon, Huanin. Where have you two been? Yi Chen asked. We were waiting for you here, with nothing to do, so we decided to gather some herbs in the nearby mountains for Master Ban. Yi Yanran replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Huanin added, It is truly wonderful to see you return safely. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Yi Chen nodded, then turned to Yi Yanran. During my absence, you haven't encountered any unusual occurrences, have you? No. Yi Yanran shook her head. That's good. Yi Chen felt relieved. He then reached into his spatial bracelet. And with a hum, a faint glow emerged, revealing a gem in his palm, roughly the size of a fist, crystalline and translucent, shimmering with a verdant light. In that fleeting moment, the temperature of the surrounding air appeared to plummet dramatically, and the hand of Yi Chen, cradling the gem, was swiftly enveloped in a layer of frost. The beast core of the ice and snow magic wolf. While others remained somewhat perplexed, Mo Shishing and Cheng Dong's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. During their expedition in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they had called upon various mercenaries and array masters in a desperate bid to acquire this very beast core. After Yi Chen vanquished the ice and snow magic wolf and took possession of the core, Mo Shishing went so far as to offer a blood spirit herb as a bargaining chip, enlisting the Phantom Sect's assassins to eliminate Yi Chen. It is evident just how immensely valuable this beast core is. Truly a substance of utmost coldness and darkness, it still profoundly impacted the ambient temperature. Even after its ice attributes had been somewhat restrained, Yi Chen murmured softly, extending the beast core of the ice and snow magic wolf towards Yi Yanran, saying, by refining the powers of this beast core, you will no longer need to fear being bullied by anyone in the future. Chapter 103, Deception Brother, what is this? It looks quite terrifying. Yi Yanran hesitated to reach out and take it. This is the beast core of the ice snow demon wolf. It will help you resist the backlash of the twin evil body. Noticing Yi Yanran's continued confusion, Yi Chen felt a twinge of frustration. His sister, with her pure and innocent heart, had endured the hardships of life from a young age and remained utterly ignorant of the knowledge surrounding martial cultivation. Even though she was aware of her rare twin evil body, she still did not comprehend the implications of such a constitution. Brother, Yi Yanran was about to inquire further when Yi Chen waved his hand. Never mind. Let me prepare the medicinal concoction for Elder Guang first, and then I will explain it to you in detail. Aware that a thorough explanation would take time, Yi Chen refrained from elaborating and quickly borrowed various instruments from Ban Shou to begin concocting medicine for Guang Chenghua. However, during the preparation, he encountered an exceedingly awkward predicament. Ban Shou, along with his disciple Mo Shishing and others, had taken to following him closely like persistent shadows. No matter what he did, they were reluctant to leave his side. Ahem, Elder Ban, given your age, there is no need for you to assist in the concoction. I can manage it alone. Yi Chen was left with no choice but to fabricate an excuse to have them step away. After all, he had clearly indicated in the prescription he provided to Guang Chenghua that blood spirit grass was an indispensable ingredient. In truth, he desired it solely for himself. If Ban Shou and the others remained vigilant, and he failed to add the blood spirit grass, it would surely raise suspicions. Conversely, while adding it would not affect the final efficacy, it would be a gross waste, considering the extreme rarity of blood spirit grass, which was virtually priceless. Young friend Yi, do not worry about me. To witness you concocting the remedy for the decay disease is a profound benefit to me. Ban Shou waved his hands repeatedly. Mo Shishing chimed in. The decay disease is widely recognized as an incurable affliction. If young master Yi can treat it, I shall not miss this opportunity, even if it means staying awake for days and nights. Yi Chen silently cursed under his breath, contemplating alternative solutions. Indeed, necessity breeds ingenuity. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He quickly retrieved the blood spirit grass from his spatial bracelet. With a firm resolve, he plucked a single leaf and cast it into the cauldron. This leaf represented no more than 1% of the entire plant's volume. Since you insist on lingering, I shall add the most crucial ingredient and see what you have to say. Yi Chen, are you only putting one leaf of blood spirit grass in? Mo Shishing inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity as Yi Chen returned the remaining plant to his spatial bracelet. That is sufficient. Yi Chen nodded earnestly. While blood spirit grass is indeed essential for treating the decay disease, only one leaf is necessary. As the conversation unfolded, Mo Shishing was about to articulate his thoughts when he was abruptly interrupted by Yi Chen, who declared that the medicinal brew was nearing completion. Mo Shishing, could you kindly summon Elder Guang to immerse himself in the concoction? If we delay any further, the efficacy of the medicine will significantly diminish. Yi Chen insisted. Rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately, though I still wish to inquire. What are you hesitating for? Yi Chen's impatience was palpable, leaving no room for dialogue. Ban Shou seemed to perceive the underlying tension and remarked with a wry smile, Sure Hang. It is a rare privilege for young Master Yi to allow you to observe the process of brewing medicine. You must learn to appreciate this opportunity. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Mo Sure Hang, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped the situation. He wasted no time and promptly sent someone to fetch Elder Guang. Before long, Guang Qinghua was finally able to immerse himself in the medicinal liquid, and the effects were remarkably promising. After just an hour of soaking, the once wrinkled skin began to regain some vitality and vigor. It seemed Yi Chen had not deceived the old man. This remedy was indeed effective. Upon hearing Guang Qinghua's acknowledgement, those who had harbored doubts were thoroughly convinced by Yi Chen's exceptional medical skills. Meanwhile, within a humble cottage, Yi Yanran found herself at the center of a fervent discussion. Yanran, having shared so much with you, do you now comprehend the immense potential of your Yin Sha body? Yi Chen patiently inquired, observing his sister's wide-eyed expression. He had expended considerable effort to elucidate the nature of the dual Yin Sha physique and its potential growth. Yet, Yanran merely shook her head, stating, I do not aspire to be an unparalleled powerhouse. I merely wish to accompany you, my brother, for all my days. Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing that his earnest efforts had been in vain. Ultimately, it was Huan Yin who devised a method to convey the message effectively. Yanran, may I pose a few questions to you? She asked, gently holding Yanran's small hands, her face radiating warmth. Of course, sister. I will answer anything within my knowledge. Yanran replied, nodding earnestly. Initially feeling intimidated in the presence of the renowned musician, she had gradually shed her self-doubt after spending a few days with Huan Yin, discovering that she was not the aloof figure of legend, but rather kind and approachable. No matter her mistakes or missteps, Huan Yin remained patient, always willing to guide her. Sister, let me ask you this. If your brother encounters an invincible foe and you possess the ability to shield him from harm, would you be willing to strive for that? Huan Yin inquired. Absolutely. Yanran responded without hesitation. As long as I possess such capability, I would never allow my brother to face danger. Thus, if you heed your brother's counsel and diligently cultivate your abilities, you will be able to protect both yourself and him in the future, Huan Yin continued with a smile. Sister suggested that as long as I heed brother's words, not only will I no longer require his protection, but I shall also be able to safeguard him in the future. Yi Yanran was filled with joy. Indeed, that was precisely what sister meant. Huan Yin was quite pleased with the outcome of her persuasion. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was drenched in cold sweat. In his attempt to enlighten Yi Yanran on these principles, he had transitioned from personal interests to the welfare of the world, proclaiming that by unleashing the potential of the dual Yin evil body, one could ascend to the pinnacle of power, gaze down upon all beings, and even aspire to forge a legendary chapter in history. Yet, those fervent and inspiring words, which he believed were stirring and impassioned, had failed to resonate with Yi Yanran. Instead, it was Huan Yin's few childlike remarks that penetrated Yi Yanran's heart, igniting within her an unbounded fighting spirit, truly astonishing. Chapter 104. Modest Humility. Well then, from now on, you simply need to instruct her on what to do specifically. She likely cannot grasp the grand principles at this moment. After persuading Yi Yan, Huan Yin turned to Yi Chen and said, Thank you. Yi Chen cast a grateful glance. What kind of relationship do we have that you need to be so courteous? Huan Yin replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Observing the cheerful banter between the Yi siblings and Huan Yin, Nangong Liuli felt a sudden pang of loneliness and bitterness. To be honest, she found herself enviously admiring Huan Yin. A woman so perceptive and considerate, possessing both grace and beauty, would undoubtedly be hard for any man to resist. Here, Yanran, take this and cultivate diligently. At this moment, Yi Chen retrieved a book from his spatial bracelet and handed it to Yi Yanran. The Spirit Nurturing Technique? Upon reading the bold title on the cover, Yi Yanran instinctively inquired, Is this a cultivation method? To be precise, it is a warrior-level cultivation technique. As long as you practice according to the methods outlined within, with the potential of your dual Yin Fiend body, I believe it won't be long before you officially step into the realm of martial practitioners, perhaps even swiftly advancing to the 9th tier of warrior level. Yi Chen elucidated. Huan Yin then interjected appropriately. Yinran, if you truly do not understand, I can guide you from the side. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liuli could no longer remain silent. Yichun, is the spirit nurturing technique you are giving your sister a warrior-level cultivation method from the Long family? It could be considered so. Yichun replied noncommittally. The spirit nurturing technique he provided to Yinran was indeed derived from Long Hao's teachings. However, through the refinement of the Enlightenment system, the version in his possession had reached an extraordinarily flawless state. Practicing it would not only eliminate any errors, but also yield considerable efficiency in cultivation. Yet, unaware of the circumstances, Nangong Liuli scoffed. The cultivation techniques of the Long family are often incomplete, fraught with numerous risks and drawbacks. What will you do if your sister encounters issues while practicing? Yichun was about to explain, but Nangong Liuli had already waved her hand, declaring, let me teach her personally. After all, the warrior-level cultivation techniques of the Nangong family are comparatively complete. Without waiting for a response, she strode over, disregarding whether Yi Yinran agreed or how Huan Yin felt, and sternly seized Yi Yinran's hands from Huan Yin's grasp, asking, Yinran, do you trust me? Yi Yinran was taken aback. Though Nangong Liuli was also a woman, her demeanor felt entirely different from Huan Yin's understanding and warmth. It could only be described as coldly beautiful. At this moment, with a serious expression, Nangong Liuli rendered Yi Yinran uncertain whether to nod or shake her head. Nangong Liuli, it would be better for Yinran to cultivate the spirit-nurturing technique I provided. Despite not wishing to discourage Nangong Liuli for the sake of his sister, Yichun could only offer a wry smile. While the spirit-nurturing technique was indeed obtained from Long Hao, the version I gave to Yinran has been revised by me. You revised it yourself? Nangong Liuli expressed her surprise. Whether it pertains to martial arts or combat techniques, comprehending the profound mysteries within is a remarkably rare achievement. To create one's own techniques or to refine existing, established practices is nothing short of extraordinary. A talent so scarce it is akin to a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Not only have I made modifications, but I have also personally validated them. So there is no need to trouble you. Yichun remarked awkwardly. Is that so? Nangong Liuli expressed a hint of disappointment. The courage she mustered to confront Huan Yin was already a groundbreaking endeavor. Little did she expect that in the end, Yichun would still turn her down. However, as she glanced around at Yichun and Yi Yinran, an idea seemed to dawn upon her, and her disappointment swiftly transformed into fervent anticipation. Shortly after, the group exited Yi Yinran's room, while she remained behind to commence her cultivation of the spirit-gathering technique bestowed by Yichun. By the way, do you happen to know where one might find the method for concocting the Taizong pill? Upon leaving Yi Yinran's chamber, Yichun suddenly inquired. The method for brewing the Taizong pill? Nangong Liuli was taken aback, then suddenly astonished. Your cultivation level hasn't reached the 9th stage of the spirit grade, has it? Only a martial artist who has stepped into the 9th stage of the spirit grade would urgently require the Taizong pill to transition into the sect level. But how could that be possible? Wasn't Yichun merely at the 1st stage of the spirit grade when he was at the Long family? How could he possibly advance from the 1st to the 9th stage in just a mere 10 days? What is there to be so astonished about? Yichun chuckled wryly, stating, I mentioned before at the Long family that I would cultivate to a level sufficient to contend with them before Duo and the others returned seeking vengeance. His words, though seemingly casual, resonated like thunder to the ears of Nangong Liuli and Huan Yin. It is well known that the higher the realm, the more arduous it becomes to ascend further, particularly after entering the spirit grade. Even individuals with exceptional talent find it exceedingly rare to break through a stage within 6 months. Yet Yichun astonishingly transitioned from the 1st to the 9th stage in roughly 10 days. What does that signify? Cough, cough. My sister Yi Yinran possesses a rare dual-yin physique. How could I, as her brother, be lacking in any regard? Not wishing to be perceived as a freak by Nangong Liuli, Yichun had no choice but to fabricate a casual excuse. Otherwise, if she were to learn that his journey from the 1st to the 9th stage of the spirit grade took not merely 10 days, but a mere hour, one could only imagine the extent of her shock. You didn't mention it, but we indeed overlooked that with such a unique sister, you as her brother would naturally not fall short. Huan Yin nodded in agreement. Yet Nangong Liuli still sighed, remarking, your speed of cultivation is indeed rather frightening. How do we veer off topic? I asked whether you know the method for crafting the Taizong pill. Yi Chun hastily redirected the conversation. I have dedicated myself to mastering the art of music, possessing no knowledge of alchemy. Thus, I am unable to answer your inquiry. With a wry smile, Huan expressed his limitations. However, Nangong Liuli suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and remarked, "While I cannot speak for other locations, there are certainly 2 places that do." "Which 2 places?" Yi Chun pressed for clarification. "The first place is undoubtedly the Alchemist Guild in a larger city. Does the Alchemist branch in Sheong City exist?" Yi Chun felt a spark of hope. If the Alchemist branch in Sheong City does indeed exist, considering the reputation he had established there, the president of that branch, Mei Shuesong, would likely not refuse his request for assistance. "You are overthinking it." Seemingly reading Yi Chun's thoughts, Nangong Liuli shook her head. "While I do not wish to dampen your spirits, Sheong City is, after all, a remote border town, and the resources available at its Alchemist branch are exceedingly limited. Let alone the relatively advanced Taizong pill, it is doubtful that any alchemist there could even concoct the spirit-viewing pill, which is merely a transition from master to spirit level." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a tinge of disappointment. He could not deny the truth in Nangong Liuli's words. Although Sheong City was far more prosperous than Qingye City, it was indeed merely a peripheral outpost within the vast Yongan Empire. Thus, whether the alchemist branch there possessed the knowledge to refine the Taizong pill remained uncertain. "By the way, what is the second place you mentioned?" Remembering that Nangong Liuli had indicated 2 locations, he eagerly inquired further. Chapter 105. The frightening speed of cultivation in another location. Nangong Liuli's lips curled into a sly smile, her tone laden with meaning. "Naturally. It pertains to some major cultivation sects. You don't mean to suggest your Misty sect, do you?" Yi Chun rolled his eyes. "What's wrong? Do you still harbor grievances against our Misty sect?" Nangong Liuli retorted indignantly. "Not at all." Yi Chun shook his head, a wry smile gracing his face. "I merely feel that alchemy is not the forte of alchemists. How could your Misty sect possibly possess the resources that even the Alchemist Association of Sheong City lacks?" "Oh, therein lies your misconception," Nangong Liuli declared proudly. "Though each discipline has its own specialization, a mere alchemist association in Sheong City cannot be compared to our Misty sect. It is common knowledge that the greater the power, the more profound its foundation, and that foundation is not solely defined by the number of formidable individuals within the sect or the comprehensiveness of its martial techniques. It is a composite of many aspects. Besides having a more extensive array of martial techniques, our accomplishments in other fields are not inferior to those of smaller factions." At this juncture, Nangong Liuli cast a meaningful glance at Yi Chun and sighed. "Thus, should the Alchemist Association of Sheong City prove inadequate, you may find yourself seeking assistance from our Misty sect." "Actually, that might not be out of the question," Yi Chun pondered thoughtfully. "Would you truly consider joining our Misty sect?" Nangong Liuli's interest was piqued. "If all goes as planned, I should indeed make the journey," Yi Chun replied with tentative certainty. In truth, he held a certain admiration for the Misty sect. After all, the larger the faction, the more comprehensive the collection of texts it possesses. This, indeed, was the true allure for him. His cultivation had already reached the 9th tier of the spirit level, and upon refining the Taizong pill to transition to the sect level, he would require sect-level cultivation techniques and martial skills. However, sect-level techniques and skills were scarce, not only within the Long family, but even the Nangong family lacked them. To continue advancing his cultivation, he would have to seek out a major sect like the Misty sect. Additionally, he wished for his sister, Yi Yanran, to join the Misty sect as well. After all, he was destined to tread a path that soared ever higher and further. It was impractical to keep her by his side continuously. Thus, before his departure, he needed to ensure that Yi Yanran was well taken care of. "When do you plan to leave?" Nangong Liuli inquired eagerly. "Perhaps tomorrow, depending on the situation," Yi Chun responded. "Very well then. If there is nothing else, I too shall hasten back to the Misty sect. If possible, we can journey together." "That would be ideal." Yi Chun nodded in agreement. After their discussion, Nangong Liuli's spirits soared, yet on the other side, Huan wore a somewhat despondent expression. The following morning, a series of vigorous knocks at the door abruptly roused Yi Chun from his slumber. Almost immediately, his sister Yi Yanran's excited voice echoed, "Brother, hurry and get up. The sun is already shining on your backside." "I'm coming." Yi Chun casually responded, rose from his slumber, and promptly opened the door. Creak. The moment the door swung open, a youthful visage came into view, none other than Yi Yanran. "Brother, can you guess what realm my cultivation has reached now?" she inquired mysteriously, having barely given him a moment to react. "Weren't you only beginning your cultivation last night?" Yi Chen pondered for a moment before playing along. "Could it be that you have already stepped into the realm of warriors, achieving the first tier of the scholar level?" "Incorrect, guess again." Yi Yanran shook her head. "Could it be that you broke through 2 tiers in one night, attaining the second tier of the scholar level?" "Even higher than that," Yi Yanran said, her pride evident. "Surely you haven't reached the 3rd tier of the scholar level?" Yi Chen was taken aback. Yet, Yi Yanran's expression was one of disappointment. "Brother, why do you always underestimate me? Haven't you said that I possess the rare dual Yin Fiend physique? How could a mere night of cultivation yield only the 3rd tier of the scholar level? Stop with the riddles, just tell me what realm you've really achieved." Yi Chen urged impatiently. "How dull." Yi Yanran rolled her eyes, but eventually revealed, "I have now achieved the 1st tier of the master level." "The 1st tier of the scholar level, right? I just mentioned that." "What? The 1st tier of the master level?" Yi Chen initially felt a twinge of disappointment, but as the words registered, he stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. "Yes, the 1st tier of the master level," Yi Yanran reiterated, placing her hands on her hips, brimming with pride. "Now do you see how formidable your sister is? How is that possible?" Yi Chen exclaimed in disbelief. "I haven't even given you the breakthrough elixir yet. How did you advance to the master level on your own?" Logically, even with exceptional talent, one could only swiftly cultivate to the 9th tier of the scholar level with such techniques. Transitioning to the master level would necessitate the catalytic aid of a breakthrough elixir or a gradual comprehension of the path oneself. He had intended to wait until Yi Yanran reached the 9th tier of the scholar level before providing her with the elixir. He never anticipated that in just one night, she would leap from an ordinary individual to the 1st tier of the master level. "Is it really that astonishing? What is you so merry?" A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Huan Yin." Recognizing the voice, Yi Chen turned to see familiar figures emerging into his line of sight. Alongside Huan Yin were Nangong Liuli, the grand elder of the outer sect, Guang Chenghua, and several ordinary disciples of the Piao Miao sect. While others appeared unchanged, Guang Chenghua, in particular, was radiant with excitement, moving with an energy that belied his white hair, akin to that of a youthful man. "It appears that Senior Guang's affliction has nearly been resolved." Yi Chen nodded with relief. "Thanks to your remarkable medical skills, I was able to turn peril into safety." Guang Chenghua approached Yi Chen and bowed deeply, stating in a resonant tone, "I owe you my life. Should I encounter any troubles or difficulties in the future, regardless of where I may be, I shall spare no effort to assist you. I must express my gratitude to Senior Guang." Yi Chen offered a polite acknowledgement and then eagerly pulled his sister, Yi Yanran, closer. "To be candid, I wish for my sister to join your esteemed Piao Miao sect. May I inquire, Senior? This would indeed be a fortune for our Piao Miao sect." Before Yi Chen could finish his thought, Guang Chenghua exclaimed excitedly, "I have heard of your sister Yi Yanran's condition. If she truly possesses the exceedingly rare dual Yin evil body, even without your prompting, our Piao Miao sect would undoubtedly come seeking her. By the way, didn't Yanran begin her training last night? What progress has she made? Has she reached the 1st level of the warrior rank?" Nangong Liuli seemed to recall something and inquired. Chapter 106. Deceived into becoming a live-in son-in-law? Progress in cultivation? Yi Yanran's expression stiffened. Yet, to those around her, her demeanor appeared rather awkward and uncomfortable. "Dear young lady, even if there has been no progress thus far, do not be disheartened." Guang Chenghua spoke earnestly. "With your unique dual Yin Sha physique, as long as you join my elusive Piao Miao sect and cultivate under the guidance of esteemed masters, I believe it won't be long before you not only step into the realm of warriors, but also surpass countless prodigies in your future cultivation speed." "Senior, you have misunderstood. What I intended to convey is..." Yi Yanran began to explain, but before she could finish, Guang Chenghua, in his self-assured manner, interjected. "Once you arrive at Piao Miao sect, there will certainly be someone to assess your talent level." "Talent level?" Yi Yanran was somewhat perplexed. "The talent level ranges from 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest and 10 the highest. Our Piao Miao sect's minimum standard for accepting disciples is level 6. Guang Chenghua patiently elucidated, "Given your extraordinarily rare dual Yin Sha physique, even if you have yet to make any progress in cultivation, It will not affect the assessment of your talent. I see. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Yi Yanran hurriedly expressed her gratitude. The topic had shifted, causing the earlier inquiry from Nangong Liuli regarding her cultivation progress to be momentarily forgotten by the group. Subsequently, Yichen engaged in conversation with the esteemed healer Ban Shou and eventually rose to take his leave. After all, he had accomplished his purpose for visiting the Valley of Healers and could not linger there any longer. Before departing, Mo Shishing and Cheng Dong, reluctant to see him go, insisted on having him stay a few more days. When Yichen firmly declined, they resorted to various indirect inquiries, suggesting he might have forgotten something or could take additional items with him. To this, he either turned a deaf ear or tactfully changed the subject. Eventually, feeling somewhat exasperated by their persistence, he excused himself, citing pressing matters, and made his exit with haste. Due to his swift departure, Mo Shishing was unable to catch up. Once free from their company, Yichen returned to his group. Ignoring the disdainful gaze of Nangong Liuli, he handed a spatial bracelet to Yi Yanran, saying, "Yanran, this is for you. This bracelet is quite beautiful. It must be quite expensive, right?" Yi Yanran inquired. "It is a bit pricey, but your brother has plenty of money." Yichen boasted. "How much did you spend on it?" Yi Yanran asked eagerly. "Was it 10 gold coins?" 10 gold coins? Yichen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing just how self-deprecating his sister truly was. Despite having interacted with so many prominent figures and possessing such a valuable treasure, she still felt diminutive within herself. "Yanran, the bracelet I gifted you, if auctioned, would start at a minimum price of 1 million gold coins." Huanin explained. "What? 1 million gold coins?" Yi Yanran exclaimed, her mouth agape. "Did you think this was an ordinary bracelet?" Huanin chuckled wryly. Yichen urged, "Yanran, just drop a single drop of your blood on it, and you will comprehend the situation. This is no ordinary bracelet. It is a spatial bracelet." Previously, in the Myriad Beasts mountain range, when Mo Shishing and his companion attempted to hire an assassin to eliminate him, they ended up being completely looted by him, with even the spatial bracelet falling victim to his plundering. Just now, as Mo Shishing and his companion escorted him, it is likely they intended to retrieve what was lost. However, how could they possibly relinquish something they have acquired? By the way, Yichen, you and your companions should head to the Misty Sect first. I have a matter to attend to and may return after some time. On the way, Guang Chenghua seemed to recall something and suddenly addressed Yichen. "Senior Guang, if there is anything I, as a junior, can assist you with, please feel free to ask." "No need. It is merely a personal matter. I shall return once it is resolved." Without allowing Yichen to say more, Guang Chenghua departed with haste. "Where is Elder Guang headed?" Nangong Liuli inquired, perplexed. He did not specify, but what? Seeing Yichen hesitate, Nangong Liuli pressed on. Yichen remained silent, but cast a significant glance. Nangong Liuli seemed to grasp his insinuation, her delicate face slightly shifting. "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed." Yichen nodded. "What shall we do then?" Nangong Liuli asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "What else can we do?" Yichen shrugged. "We have done nothing wrong. We shall face whatever comes our way." "What are you two discussing?" Yi Yanjin queried, bewildered. "Nothing of consequence. Let us proceed." After 5 days of travel, they returned to a place that felt strikingly familiar, Xiang City. Nangong Liuli intended to return home to bid farewell to her family and address some lingering matters. She had originally wished to invite Yichen to accompany her, but he politely declined. The reason being that he was not Long Hao, and strictly speaking, he had little to do with the Nangong family. Attending would only stir unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, he wished to visit the Alchemist Association in Xiang City to seek methods for refining the Taizong pill. Although Nangong Liuli felt a tinge of disappointment at his refusal, she did not insist and returned to the Nangong family alone. However, no sooner had Nangong Liuli departed than Huanin approached him. "Young master, you once mentioned at Suihua Tower that whenever you had time, you would visit us at Listening Snow Tower. Since you now have time, should you not fulfill that promise?" "Well, very well." Yichen hesitated for only a moment before acquiescing. After all, aside from visiting the Alchemist Association, he also needed to wait for Nangong Liuli to join him in heading to the Misty Sect. Instead of languishing in the inn, he might as well indulge Huanin and visit the legendary Listening Snow Tower. Yet, upon his arrival, he inadvertently overheard a group of female disciples from Listening Snow Tower conversing. revealing that males were strictly prohibited from entering the premises. Initially taken aback by this revelation, Yichen soon began to sense that something was amiss. At the outset, the female disciples merely stated that men were not permitted within the listening snow tower. Yet, as the conversation progressed, they unexpectedly broached the topic of marriage. What a predicament! He had merely come to visit the listening snow tower, not to take on the role of a suitor. Fearing the complications that might arise from lingering too long, he concocted an excuse of pressing matters to attend to, and the next morning, he hastily departed with his sister, Yi Yanran. Although Huan Yin felt a tinge of disappointment, she seemed to understand that her efforts to retain him were in vain. Just before Yichen left, she expressed, "Whenever you find yourself thinking of me, or weary from your travels, the doors of the listening snow tower will always welcome you." To this, Yichen offered a perfunctory response and distanced himself from the tower. Subsequently, he visited the Alchemist Association in Shenyang City. To his dismay, even the esteemed president, Mei Shuesong, could only provide the formula for the spirit viewing pill, which was merely a transitional recipe from master to spirit level, and even he could not concoct it. As for the Taizong pill, essential for advancing from spirit to sect level, no formula was available. Left with no alternatives, he placed his hopes on the Piaomiao sect. After departing from the Alchemist Association, he quickly reunited with Nangong Liuli and resumed their journey toward the Piaomiao sect. 3 days later, at the Piaomiao sect, "What? Junior sister Nangong has returned?" Upon receiving this news, Shi Men Xiao, known as the foremost disciple of the Piaomiao sect, was filled with elation. "Where is she? Senior brother Shi Men, I must warn you. Please do not be angry when I tell you." The disciple reporting the news appeared somewhat apprehensive. "What is it?" Shi Men Xiao furrowed his brow. "Junior sister Nangong has indeed returned, but she did not come straight back to the Piaomiao sect. Instead, she has been lingering in Hongyan City at the foot of the mountain, and furthermore what?" Seeing the disciple hesitate, Shi Men Xiao's temper flared. "If you continue to stammer, do not blame me for my rudeness. Please, senior brother Shi Men, do not be angry. I will tell you right away." The disciple, no longer able to hold back, divulged all of Nangong Liuli's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Shi Men Xiao's expression darkened. "What? That wretched girl. For me to take an interest in her is a stroke of fortune for her, yet she fails to appreciate it. Gallivanting with a superficial man and residing in Hongyan City instead of returning to the Piaomiao sect?" These words erupted from Shi Men Xiao through clenched teeth. Chapter 107. The disruption of a couple in the entirety of the outer sect of the mysterious mist sect. Who does not know that Nangong Liuli is the cherished woman of Shi Men Xiaokong? Initially, I believed that after making my intentions known, Nangong Liuli would be taken aback, eagerly anticipating the affection of the foremost disciple of the outer sect. To my astonishment, upon returning from Shenyang City, she did not rush into my embrace. Instead, she mingled with some dubious fellows. What I found utterly intolerable was that this occurred right beneath the mysterious mist sect in Hongyan City. Was this not a blatant display intended to provoke me, a clear attempt to cuckold me? "Lu Kai, I am currently in a critical period of seclusion and cannot leave. You must immediately take some fellow disciples to Hongyan City and teach that scoundrel beside Nangong Liuli a lesson." Shi Men Xiaokong gritted his teeth and declared, "If the opportunity arises, I shall." He did not finish his sentence, but made a gesture across his throat. "Senior brother Shi Men, if we kill someone in Hongyan City and the sect's law enforcement discovers it, being expelled from the sect would be the least of our worries. Paying with one's life would be far too grave." A disciple named Lu Kai expressed his concerns. "Even if we cannot kill that scoundrel, we must find a way to disrupt their romance. No, we must dismantle this pair of dogs and cats. They absolutely cannot frolic under my very nose." "That's easy enough. As long as we do not resort to murder, I will gladly take on the task," Lu Kai readily agreed. "I shall ensure that this scoundrel suffers humiliation, making him profoundly aware of the dire consequences of daring to pursue the woman cherished by senior brother Shi Men." Under the mysterious mist sect in Hongyan City. Yi Chun, allow me to introduce to you these esteemed sisters from the mysterious mist sect. In an inn, Nangong Liuli pointed to the 3 young women before her. "This is Lu Ying, this is Li Lan, and this is Zhong Yanmei, all of whom share a close bond with me. Greetings, elder sisters." Yi Chun smiled in response. He had just been strolling through the streets with Nangong Liuli and Yi Yanran when they fortuitously encountered these 3 female disciples of the mysterious mist sect, and together they returned to their inn. Elder sisters? Are we that old? Given the young master's handsome appearance, why speak to us as if we were elderly? The three women seemed slightly displeased. However, it was not genuine anger. The one named Li Lan shot Yichen a glance before grinning and asking, by the way, young master, being able to walk alongside our sect's foremost beauty, Nangong Lioli, surely indicates that you possess an extraordinary background? Not at all, just an idle person. Yichen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. You're being modest. If you were truly idle, how could our sister Nangong introduce you with such gravity? Li Lan refused to believe his words. Meanwhile, Lu Ying and Zhong Yanmei occasionally stole glances at Yichun, even throwing flirtatious looks his way. Yichun was already considered a strikingly handsome man. With his graceful demeanor, he exuded an elegance that was difficult for ordinary women to resist. By the way, where is the young master from? Lu Ying inquired with curiosity. Qingye City. Yichun replied politely. Qingye City, you say? Lu Yingxiu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Inquiring about the young man's previous occupation. What did you do before? Without a moment's hesitation, Yichun replied, I was a servant. As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Ying, Li Lan, and Zhong Yanmei were taken aback, their gazes shifting towards Yichun with increasing peculiarity. A servant? How could that be possible? It was well known that Nangong Lioli was the esteemed young mistress of the Nangong family in Shenyang City, possessing exceptional cultivation talent and a notoriously proud disposition. Even when the foremost disciple of the wandering sect, Shimin Xiao, had repeatedly shown her favor, Nangong Lioli had remained indifferent. And now, she was associated with a humble servant? This was utterly unreasonable. What could Nangong Lioli possibly be thinking? Or had she lost her senses? Did she not fear the potential tarnishing of her reputation? Three senior sisters, I only know that he is my friend. As for his past, I do not care. Nor do I concern myself with others' opinions, Nangong Lioli stated with a composed demeanor, as if sensing the thoughts of the three women. Moreover, judging a person by their appearance is not a noble practice. What do you mean, Sister Nangong? We harbor no such intentions. The three women quickly retorted. Indeed, we do not look down upon him. You mustn't misunderstand. We merely find your friend quite handsome. That's all, they added with nervous laughter. Nangong Lioli simply smiled in response, while Yichun remained unfazed by the trio's scrutiny. As a time traveler, he understood well the notion that nobility and status were but fleeting constructs, and he would not be embarrassed by their superficial judgments. It was truly unexpected that this young man was a servant. Was Nangong Lioli blind? Or was she deliberately provoking senior brother Shimin? Listening to the conversation from a hidden booth nearby, Lu Kai and others were both astonished and infuriated. If she were to be seen with an extraordinary individual, they might have accepted it. After all, a woman of such high pride, who even Shimin Xiao had been rebuffed by, could only have her gaze fall upon someone equally remarkable. To think it was a mere servant? This was intolerable. Brother Lu, do you not see? A man beside him scoffed. I believe Nangong Lioli had initially desired Shimin brother's affection, but since he has been unresponsive, she must have acted out of jealousy, parading a handsome man around Red Rock City to draw his attention, hoping he would come to her. That makes sense. Lu Kai nodded in agreement, then added, however, besides Nangong Lioli, there are three other fellow disciples present. It may not be wise for us to intervene. I have a plan. Another individual declared with a sly grin. What plan? Lu Kai inquired. Are they not dining? The man replied cunningly, if I am correct, this young man will surely treat us all to a meal, in an effort to please us, the beautiful disciples. I happen to be well acquainted with the proprietor of this establishment, and we share a cordial relationship. The individual patiently remarked, if I were to greet the owner, and at the moment this young man attempts to settle his bill, announce an astronomical figure, he, in his capacity as a mere servant, would undoubtedly be unable to cover the cost of his meal. Ah, what a splendid scheme. With eager anticipation, El Kai thought to himself, this fellow does not even take a moment to reflect upon his own circumstances. Does he truly believe that he, a lowly servant, could afford the extravagant prices of such an upscale inn? Since Brother L has consented, you shall remain here to observe while I seek out the owner and instruct him to inflate the bill to exorbitant heights at the time of payment. With that, the man promptly departed to locate the proprietor. Before long, he returned to the private room, brimming with excitement. Well, what news? El Kai inquired impatiently. Fear not, Brother L. Everything is arranged. We are merely awaiting the moment for this young man to make a fool of himself. Chapter 108. Apologies, it is not my treat soon. Yi Chun and his companions finished their meal. Owner, the bill please. Nangong Liuli shouted decisively. Coming. A portly middle-aged man entered the private room, his face adorned with a broad smile, exuding an amiable demeanor. However, the words that followed starkly contrasted with his cheerful expression. Esteemed guests, your total bill amounts to 87,200 gold coins. At this revelation, Lu Ying and the others were taken aback. What? Over 80,000 gold coins? How can it be so expensive? It was merely common dishes. Nangong Liuli's delicate face darkened. Is this a black shop? We ordered nothing more than simple home-style meals. At most, it should cost 10 gold coins. How can you claim it to be over 80,000? Miss, our establishment's cuisine is indeed pricier than others, and the dishes you ordered were carefully prepared, hence the elevated prices. To persuade Nangong Liuli and the others, the owner elaborated patiently. Do you see this bottle of wine? It is our special brew, priced at 45,000 gold coins. Isn't this just ordinary Qingling wine? Nangong Liuli frowned. Certainly not. The owner replied with a pleasant tone. This wine merely resembles Qingling wine, yet the price is worlds apart. You are clearly trying to swindle us, aren't you? Nangong Liuli retorted through gritted teeth. Miss, our pricing is fair, with no deceit towards young or old. If you cannot afford it, you should have inquired beforehand, but you did not. So it is not our fault. The owner remained smiling. In Nangong Liuli's eyes, however, he appeared exceedingly despicable. You are obviously trying to cheat. She wished to continue arguing, but the owner, growing impatient, waved his hand and turned to Yi Chun. Young sir, it's time to settle the bill. Settle what bill? Yi Chun shrugged, feigning innocence. I am not the one treating, so why look at me? What? It is not your treat? The owner was instantly bewildered. Just moments ago, an old acquaintance from the Floating Cloud sect had approached him, insisting that this young man was treating and prompting him to inflate the bill to embarrass the young man in front of the ladies. After all this, it turned out he was not the one treating. If not, had their scheme unraveled? It was not only the owner who was astonished. Nangong Liuli's 3 female companions also wore expressions of disbelief. Sister Nangong, could what he said possibly be true? If he is not treating, then are you? Isn't that a rather large jest? Aside from Lu Ying and the others, the neighboring private room's Lu Kai also stood there, dumbfounded. Typically, when men and women dine together, it is the male who treats, especially for a woman of Nangong Liuli's stature. Any man fortunate enough to share a meal with her would surely boast about it to others. What merits does this Yi Chun possess to dine with a beauty like Nangong Liuli? Merely being in her presence is already a stroke of extraordinary fortune. And yet he dares to expect her to foot the bill? No, this is simply inconceivable. Surely, this young man cannot afford it and intends to shirk responsibility. Or perhaps he seeks to shift the burden onto Nangong Liuli. With disbelief etched upon his face, Lu Kai seethed through gritted teeth. The other disciples nearby readily echoed his sentiments. Indeed, it must be that this fellow lacks funds and shamelessly claims it is not his treat. What is he, after all, but a lowly servant, unworthy of having a beauty like Nangong Liuli treat him to a meal? Let us remain calm and observe the situation before jumping to conclusions. In the adjacent private room, I assure you, it is not I who is treating. You may inquire with her. Yi Chun pointed towards Nangong Liuli. Indeed, it is I who invited them both to dine. Nangong Liuli astonishingly confirmed before the incredulous eyes of the onlookers. In an instant, the hearts of Lu Kai and his companions in the neighboring room were thrown into disarray. How could it possibly be that Nangong Liuli was the one treating? How could she admit such a thing? Who is this young man that he requires the company of a stunning beauty like Nangong Liuli to dine with him? While Lu Kai and his companions simmered with indignation, the proprietor before Yi Chun wore a mask of palpable embarrassment. My lady, is it truly you who is treating? He asked cautiously. Of course. Nangong Liuli nodded affirmatively. The proprietor suddenly found himself at a loss. If she was indeed the one treating, he could not afford to be so unscrupulous. Yet, the words had already been spoken, flowing like water spilled from a cup. He had clearly stated the price earlier. If he were to change his words now, it would only confirm the accusation of attempting to swindle the patrons. With this in mind, he steeled himself and said, Since it is the lady treating, then please settle the bill. And what if I refuse to pay? Nangong Liuli retorted, fully aware of the trap laid before her. My lady, do you know where you are? The proprietor's expression darkened as he crossed his arms, coldly stating, "This establishment is funded by an outer sect instructor of the Miao Miao sect. Even if you are disciples of the Miao Miao sect, you cannot expect to dine for free. Even if it is an instructor of the Miao Miao sect who has funded it, do not think you can swindle me." Nangong Liuli stood her ground without yielding. Meanwhile, Li Lan, curious, inquired, "May I ask which outer sect instructor it is? I shall enlighten you. It is none other than instructor Wen Tungwen of the Jinlia Hall, who is the true owner behind this establishment." The proprietor's face lit up with reverence at the mention of the Jinlia Hall instructor. However, Li Lan and her companions erupted into laughter at once. Huh, it is actually Instructor Wen? What a remarkable coincidence. This is simply too amusing. Not only did Li Lan and her companions find it hilarious, but Nangong Liuli also transformed her earlier anger into a bemused smile. "What are you all laughing at?" The proprietor, feeling the sting of their mockery, simmered with irritation. His anger thinly veiled. The shopkeeper, taken aback, asked, "Are you truly disciples of the Jinlia Hall of the Piamiao sect?" Nangong Liuli responded with a smile that held an air of mockery. "What? You are disciples of the Jinlia Hall?" The shopkeeper's mouth fell agape. The Piamiao sect boasts over 100 halls, each housing disciples ranging from a handful to hundreds. He had assumed that these women, even if they were indeed disciples of the Piamiao sect, bore little connection to the Jinlia Hall. To his astonishment, it seemed fate had intertwined their paths. "Shopkeeper, can you imagine the reaction of Master Wen if we were to return and inform her that a mere meal here cost us over 80,000 gold coins?" Nangong Liuli hinted slyly. "Young lady, please, do not say such things. This is all a misunderstanding." The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically, his bravado evaporating as he hastily capitulated. "In truth, I was coerced into this predicament." He could no longer disregard the plight of an old acquaintance and promptly divulged the entire story. Chapter 109. The conspiracy unveiled. What? Is there someone secretly instigating? Upon hearing the shopkeeper's account, Nangong Liuli's expression darkened once more. Li Lan exclaimed, "Who is so despicable as to secretly set a trap for you, Sister Nangong? They are also disciples of your school, the Piamiao sect, and are in the adjacent private room." The shopkeeper pointed towards the next compartment. "Oh, I am quite eager to discover which fellow disciple is so unprincipled as to dare to conspire against me." Nangong Liuli snorted coldly, immediately gathering her energy and striking forcefully towards the wooden wall opposite her. Buzz! A translucent palm imprint surged forth from her hand, fierce and unstoppable. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the wooden boards of the adjacent room splintered, scattering into countless fragments. "Ah, my eyes! A splinter has struck my eyes. Quickly! Someone take a look." A cry of agony emerged from within the neighboring room. Lu Kai and several others were left in a state of panic, utterly flustered. After all, with their guilt laid bare, they were understandably alarmed. Yet, before they could escape, Nangong Liuli's icy and chilling voice reached them first. "Lu Kai. So it was you." Lu Kai's body trembled. However, at this juncture, he had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he turned around with a cold smirk, saying, "What of it if it is me? Have I ever wronged you?" Nangong Liuli replied in a low tone, "No." Lu Kai shook his head, then strode forward with his hands behind his back, fixing his gaze on Yi Chun. "You, boy, have the guts to step forward and face me in a duel." He had brought several fellow disciples along to support Shi Menqiao, intending to break up any romantic entanglements. Having failed in his secret machinations, he decided to confront Yi Chun directly with force, finding it a more straightforward solution. As for Nangong Liuli, even if she discovered that they were the masterminds behind the scheme, what could she do? They were all disciples of the Piamiao sect. Could she truly harm them? A duel? Yi Chun rolled his eyes. "Why on earth would I want to duel with you? Are you out of your mind?" It was utterly nonsensical that someone he did not even know would challenge him upon their first meeting. "Are you afraid?" Lu Kai had anticipated that Yi Chun would shy away from the challenge. As he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, he sneered, "Boy, I am not seeking your consent. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I will strike." "A duel, is it?" Before Yi Chun could respond, Nangong Liuli stepped in front of him, coldly fixing her gaze on Lu Kai. "I shall accept your challenge." "Sister Nangong, what are you doing?" Lu Kai's expression soured. Although he had entered the sect earlier, his talent for cultivation was mediocre. To this day, he had only reached the 8th tier of master level. In contrast, Nangong Liuli was exceptionally gifted and had recently ascended to spirit level. It was evident who would prevail in a duel between them. "Weren't you just trying to set me up?" If you have the ability, come at me. Nangong Liuli's face was a stormy shade of iron. Sister Nangong Yu. Liu Kai found himself in a predicament. To agree would mean defeat, yet to refuse left him without a graceful exit. After contemplating for a moment, he pointed at Yi Chun, who stood behind Nangong Liuli, and bellowed, "You, standing behind a woman, what kind of man are you? Have the courage to face me directly. And what of standing behind a woman? If you possess true capability, find a woman to stand up for you as well." Yi Chun retorted dismissively. In his former world, relying on a woman was a coveted state for many men. Having a beautiful woman to advocate for oneself was a mark of skill, unrelated to one's masculinity. Yi Chun, you. Liu Kai was indignant, yet Nangong Liuli felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Liu Kai and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, each dripping with cold sweat. How could a man conduct himself in such a manner? With others accusing him of lacking manhood, should he not, even in the face of certain defeat, step forward to assert himself and prove he was a man of dignity and integrity? To take pride in hiding behind a woman was utterly absurd. You are simply shameless. In a fit of rage, Liu Kai could only express his frustration with a furious shout. Yet, Yi Chun merely scoffed, "Humph. Is it truly honorable for someone like you, who only knows how to shout threats, to act so? To me, you are nothing but a brute." "What did you say? How dare you call me a brute?" Before Liu Kai could finish his retort, Nangong Liuli, growing impatient, snapped, "Senior brother Liu, prepare yourself." Without further ado, she charged forward. This. Liu Kai was taken aback. However, it was too late for him to evade, as Nangong Liuli's delicate palm had already unleashed a formidable energy, hurtling towards him with great momentum. The speed was nearly instantaneous. Left with no option to dodge, he could only raise his blade to block. Clang! When the palm strike collided with tremendous force, it felt as though a mountain had crashed into him, sending the weapon flying from his grasp. Subsequently, it struck heavily against his chest. Cough! A mouthful of blood erupted, and his entire body was sent reeling backward, crashing through a wooden wall before he finally came to a halt. "Senior brother Liu, are you all right? How badly are you hurt? Are you dead?" Several disciples of the Miao Miao sect rushed over to assist Liu Kai from the debris. Nangong Liu, cough. Just as he was about to speak, another spurt of blood escaped him. "Had I unleashed my full strength earlier, you would now be dead." Nangong Liu coldly replied, "That strike was merely a warning. Should I discover you scheming against me again, do not expect me to show mercy." With that, her voice rose sharply. "Are you not leaving? Depart." Realizing that remaining would only exacerbate his predicament, Kai disregarded his indignation, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and staggered out. However, as he reached the threshold, he could not resist casting a venomous glance back at Yi Chun, declaring with malice, "You're fortunate today, with Nangong Liu backing you. But while you may evade the initial onslaught, you cannot escape the inevitable reckoning." His audacity was astonishing, a testament to his obstinacy. Nangong Liu, incensed by his words, prepared to pursue him. Startled, Kai hastened his retreat. In his haste, he slipped at the stairwell, tumbling down like a ball. Indeed, he rolled down the stairs. Yi Chun could barely suppress a chuckle at the spectacle. Nangong Liu found it somewhat amusing as well and chose not to continue the chase. Moreover, her intent was not to annihilate him, but merely to impart a lesson. After all, Hanyan City lay at the foot of the Piamiao sect, under its protection. Even disciples of the Piamiao sect could not engage in murder here without facing severe consequences. "Brother L, are we truly going to return in such a disgraceful manner?" One of Kai's companions expressed indignation after they departed from the inn. "We cannot let this matter rest. Otherwise, where would I place my dignity?" Kai seethed. "I have devised a brilliant plan that will leave that brat overwhelmed." "What kind of plan?" inquired his companion. "Isn't that boy relying on Nangong Liuli's support?" Kai's lips curled into a sinister smile. "If we can find a way to lure Nangong Liuli back to the Piamiao sect, that boy is finished." Chapter 110. Is he still a man? Within the inn, Yi Chun inquired, "By the way, why are your fellow disciples targeting you?" Nangong Liuli initially intended to articulate her thoughts, but as the words began to escape her lips, she seemed to hesitate, redirecting the conversation. "They're merely a group of troublemakers. There's no need to concern ourselves with them. Let me tell you about our Pi Omio sect's recruitment of disciples instead. That works too." Yi Chun did not press further. After all, Everyone harbors their own secrets, and if Nangong Lu Li was unwilling to divulge hers, he would not impose. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Who is it? Nangong Lu Li paused and called toward the door. Is this the esteemed Nangong Lu Li of the Pai Omio sect's outer gate? A voice from outside, tinged with respect, responded. It is. Nangong Lu Li affirmed and promptly opened the door. Before her stood a stranger clad in the attire of a servant. You are, Miss. I bear a letter for you, sent from the Pai Omio sect, specifically addressed to you. The individual presented a letter with both hands. Sent from the Pai Omio sect? Nangong Lu Li's brows furrowed slightly, yet she instinctively accepted it. The letter has been delivered. I take my leave. The individual made a respectful bow and departed without delay. Nangong Lu Li said nothing further, closing the door and opening the envelope. However, upon reading the contents, her brows knitted together. My fellow disciples are in trouble. They require all disciples of the Zhenlai Hall to return to the Pai Omio sect immediately. Junior sister Nangong, does the letter truly state such? Lilan approached. Nangong Lu Li did not respond, but handed the letter over. As Lilan perused the letter, her expression grew grave. Given that our sect is in distress, we must return. Nangong Lu Li cast a glance at Yichun, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to return. There is no need to concern yourself with me. Yichun waved his hand dismissively. But Nangong Lu Li intended to argue, but was swiftly interrupted by Yichun. Come now. Am I not a grown man? Do I require your protection? At this proclamation, Li Lan, Lu Ying, and Zhong Yanmei exchanged glances of disdain. Just moments ago, when Lu Kai had been boasting, Yichun had hidden behind Nangong Lu Li, reluctant to confront him. Now that Lu Kai had been dismissed, he had the audacity to speak up? Does he not have any shame? Nangong Lu Li felt a surge of indignation. While she recognized Yichun's formidable strength, she understood that his retreat had been a conscious choice to avoid stooping to Lu Kai's level. However, in the end, Yichun was still a man. Such disregard for his reputation seemed rather unbecoming. Very well, I shall return to the sect first. If there is anything amiss, have someone send word to me. Ultimately, Nangong Lu Li made her decision. With that, she departed the inn alongside her 3 fellow disciples. With a subtle stratagem, I managed to deceive them. And now it should be evident why, despite my limited cultivation, I have garnered the esteemed regard of Brother Shimen. In a secluded corner outside the inn, El Kai smugly boasted to several fellow disciples. The letter received by Nangong Lu Li earlier had been delivered by a passerby they had paid. It was only after Nangong Lu Li and her companions had distanced themselves that El Kai emerged from his hiding place, his face alight with anticipation. Heh. With Nangong Lu Li gone, let us see who will support you now. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, follow me. Yes, Brother El, the others responded, striding behind El Kai as they re-entered the inn. Soon, they found themselves at the door of Yichun's room. Bang! Without further ado, El Kai kicked the door open. Startled, Yi Yin ran, who was conversing with Yichun inside, gasped in surprise. Her timid nature made her nearly invisible when Nangong Lu Li and the others were present. She seldom spoke and was largely overlooked. However, with only her brother Yichun by her side, she had begun to open up a little. She never anticipated that the door would be suddenly flung open. You again? Upon recognizing the intruders, Yi Yanran felt a mix of fear and indignation. Did you not leave just moments ago? We did depart, but we have returned. El Kai sneered. Young man, let us see where you can hide now. As he spoke, he gestured grandly, and the accompanying disciples swiftly encircled them. So, you have set your sights on me? Yichun finally grasped the situation. After being duped by the innkeeper earlier, he had assumed they were targeting Nangong Lu Li. It now appeared that they were focused on him. And what of it? El Kai did not deny it. With Nangong Lu Li to back you earlier, who do you have now? I am here. Before Yichun could respond, Yi Yinran bravely stepped forward. Yichun did not hinder her. Rather, his eyes shimmered with expectation. Since unlocking her dual Fiend physique and absorbing the frigid energy from the ice snow devil wolf's core, her cultivation had surged at an astonishing pace. As of today, she had reached the 9th tier of the master level. However, despite her rapid advancement, she had yet to experience a genuine battle. With these intruders arriving at their doorstep, it presented a perfect opportunity for his sister to gain practical combat experience. Am I seeing things? El Kai, unaware of the circumstances, scrutinized Yi Yanran from head to toe, then mockingly inquired, "Little girl, how old are you?" I am 15. Yi Yanran, quite innocent, candidly responded to El Kai's question. 15, you say? El Kai chuckled. Do you know who we are? You are the bad guys. Yi Yanran stood protectively in front of Yi Chun, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Ha, bad guys. El Kai laughed heartily. You are absolutely correct. We are indeed the villains. Instantly, he suppressed a smile and, with keen interest, remarked, Little girl, since you are aware that we are villains, do you not fear your reckless display of heroism? Yes, I fear, but I must protect my brother. Yi Yanran's innocent declaration elicited another round of raucous laughter from Lu Kai and his companions. Haha, did you hear that? She wishes to protect her brother. How naive. They jeered. She probably has no inkling of what she is doing. And that boy, who just moments ago hid behind Nangong Lioli, now seeks refuge behind his sister. What a coward. Does such a person even qualify as a man? If I were him, I would rather hang myself. What meaning is there in living like this? Despite Lu Kai and his cohort's scorn, Yi Chen remained unfazed, turning to Yi Yanran to advise. When the time comes, do not strike too hard. It is not good to kill someone here. Understood, brother. Yi Yanran nodded earnestly. However, to Lu Kai and his companions, her words struck like an invisible slap, igniting their fury. Boy, what did you just say? Do you truly believe that your mere 15-year-old sister can defeat us? They shouted in unison. It is one thing for your sister to lack understanding, but are you also devoid of intelligence? Lu Kai, growing impatient, interjected. Stop wasting time with him. Attack immediately. I want this little girl to experience the consequences of her foolish bravado. Chapter 111. Does it hurt? Brother Lu, let me handle this. One individual stepped forward, striding confidently towards Yi Yanran. Little girl, can you guess how much it will hurt when my palm strikes your face? As he approached, he waved a rough, large hand menacingly, grinning with malice. In his eyes, Yi Yanran was merely an innocent fool, and he believed that a few slaps would shatter her completely, bringing her to tears. However, the outcome was quite different. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Yi Yanran had transformed into a fleeting shadow, closing the distance with breathtaking speed. So fast. Crack. Startled, he barely had time to react before a searing pain exploded on his face. The force was so tremendous that it sent him flying sideways, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. When he finally managed to rise, half of his face was swollen and several teeth lay scattered on the ground. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Aside from Yi Chun, the disciples of the Miao Miao sect, including Lu Kai, were left agape, their faces painted with disbelief as they regarded Yi Yanran as if she were a monster. My palm hitting your face, does it hurt? Yi Yanran dusted off her hands, returning his earlier taunt with a triumphant grin. Uffed. The man spat a mouthful of blood, then fainted, not from the severity of his injuries, but from sheer humiliation. He had initially mocked Yi Yanran, thinking that a mere slap would leave her questioning her own existence. Yet, the tables had turned, and it was he who found himself disoriented and utterly defeated. The irony was palpable. She was a martial artist? Based on her earlier display, her skills were undoubtedly on par with their own. Damn it, it seems we misjudged her. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. A mere 15-year-old girl possesses such prowess? At this point, it dawned on them. She had merely been feigning ignorance. Indeed, we were played. Upon this realization, Lu Kai and his companions felt a mixture of anger and wariness. Meanwhile, Yi Yanran, who had just claimed victory, was exhilarated, bouncing with joy. This is amazing. I didn't know I was this strong. Damn it, let us all attack together. Lu Kai could no longer bear to watch and bellowed as he charged forward. Although Yi Yanran's abilities had taken him by surprise, he was a martial artist of the 8th rank. Surely, he could handle a seemingly foolish young girl. Besides, his comrade had been caught off guard. If they all attacked together, they would surely make Yi Chun and his sister cry for mercy. However, despite their good intentions, despair awaited them as they engaged in battle. Amidst the cacophony of a chaotic scuffle, several disciples of the Floating Mist sect, including Lu Kai, lay strewn upon the ground, lamenting their defeat. Some bore bruised faces, while others clutched their heads in despair, and a few uttered desperate pleas for mercy. Despite their robust physiques, these brawny men were utterly outmatched by the slender, 15-year-old Yi Yanran. From the onset of their confrontation, they found themselves overwhelmed, and after a few rounds, they were all left prostrate on the ground. "Brother, am I impressive?" Yi Yanran exclaimed, casting a triumphant glance at her brother Yi Chun after vanquishing Lu Kai and the others. "Indeed." Yi Chun nodded, filled with pride. "If you continue to train diligently, you shall become even more formidable." "What manner of monster are you?" Lu Kai gasped, enduring his pain as he gazed at Yi Yanran in astonishment. "I am no monster. I am Yi Yanran, Yi Chun's sister." She firmly corrected him. "What is your cultivation level?" Lu Kai inquired again. "My cultivation? Humph. Why should I divulge that to you?" Yi Yanran had intended to respond truthfully, but abruptly withdrew her words halfway. Though she appeared innocent and naive, she maintained a fundamental sense of vigilance, especially since Yi Chun had patiently imparted many life lessons to her prior to this encounter, warning her of the treachery of human hearts and the hardships of the world. Yi Yanran, Lu Kai, gazing at the arrogant and haughty girl, felt a pang of sorrow. Her terrifying strength contrasted sharply with her childlike demeanor, her words imbued with a naivete that was both amusing and exasperating. "Now do you comprehend my prowess? Let us see if you dare to bully my brother again in the future." Yi Yanran continued with brazen confidence. "Very well. I shall remember you. We take our leave." Aware that he was no match for Yi Yanran, Lu Kai uttered this pitiful remark before signaling to his companions and, despite their injuries, retreated. The others dared not voice any further objections, casting fearful glances at Yi Yanran as they cautiously followed Lu Kai. Yi Yanran made no effort to impede their departure. Her aim was to protect her brother Yi Chun, not to torment Lu Kai and his cohorts. As for Yi Chun, he regarded these minor antagonists with indifference, having no desire to engage with them. Curse it! Another woman backing them. Once outside the inn, Lu Kai seethed with frustration. Previously, he had already held disdain for Yi Chun, who had hidden behind Nangong Liuli. Now, he found it even more infuriating that Yi Chun continued to shelter behind a mere 15-year-old girl. It was utterly unmanly. What vexed him the most was his impotence in the face of Yi Chun, whom he deemed a spineless pretty boy. "Brother Lu, perhaps we should return?" One of his companions suggested with a wry smile. "That girl is genuinely formidable. We stand no chance against her. But how can we return like this? What shall we say to Brother Shimen?" Lu Kai's face was a mask of frustration. "Yet, if we do not return, what other options do we have?" The man lamented. "You have witnessed the prowess of that young girl. Even if we joined forces, we would not stand a chance against her. Should we persist in troubling that boy, we would merely be inviting tragedy to repeat itself." Lu Kai fell silent, for he had to concede that his fellow disciple spoke the truth, based on the strength displayed by Yi Yanran earlier. Even if she had not yet ascended to the spirit level, she had undoubtedly reached the 9th tier of the master level. Among this group, his own cultivation was considered the highest, yet he had only attained the 8th tier of the master level. Absent any external assistance, it would be folly for them to seek further conflict, as they would only end up humiliated once more. However, after a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he grinned wickedly, saying, "I do have a plan." "Lu Shixiao, what terrible idea have you concocted now? Please, spare us from your schemes." Another interjected. "Indeed, Lu Shixiao, we are already in dire straits. If you persist in your antics, we might very well lose our lives." Before Lu Kai could divulge his plan, the others unanimously deemed it a misguided notion, entirely unreliable. They had just experienced a bloody lesson and were well aware that trusting Lu Kai would lead them to repeat past mistakes, subjecting themselves to further suffering. Nevertheless, after hearing the details of Lu Kai's subsequent strategy, they found themselves intrigued. Chapter 112. Utterly pure, what are you doing? Lu Kai exclaimed in exasperation. "I haven't even spoken yet. How do you know it won't work?" Ignoring the disdainful gazes of those around him, Lu Kai continued with enthusiasm. "What I meant to say is, since we cannot compete in strength, we can engage our wits instead." "How do we do that?" someone inquired. "Isn't that young girl quite formidable? If we can divert her attention, he must be left unprotected, right?" Lu Kai suggested insidiously. "That seems somewhat reasonable. If we truly can draw that young girl away, he would merely be prey on our chopping block, vulnerable to our whims. I believe that girl is genuinely quite naive, so luring her away should not pose much difficulty." After some contemplation, the group concurred. Inside the inn, Yi Chun remarked, "Yin Yin, it's still early. Allow me to take you somewhere." He glanced at the sky outside. "Where to?" Yi Yin Yin blinked her large eyes in curiosity. To the Alchemists' Guild of this city. Yi Chen replied with a mysterious smile. What do we go there for? Yi Yanyan asked, puzzled. Haven't you already reached the 9th rank of master? Yi Chen playfully flicked her delicate nose and said, it's time to find you a spirit viewing pill. What is a spirit viewing pill? Yi Yanyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yi Chen sighed, genuinely at a loss for words. His sister was indeed remarkably innocent. Despite having attained the 9th rank of master, she remained blissfully unaware of many fundamental principles of martial arts. Brother, do tell. Yi Yanyan tugged at his arm, eager for an explanation. All right. The spirit viewing pill is a type of elixir that will assist you in swiftly transitioning from the 9th rank of master to the spirit level. To ensure Yi Yanyan grasped the significance of this elixir, Yi Chen patiently elaborated. Only after she fully comprehended did he lead her outside. Although he possessed numerous medicinal materials and had some knowledge of alchemy, he was frustrated by the lack of a suitable cauldron and the absence of a recipe for the spirit viewing pill. Otherwise, he could have concocted it himself without needing to visit the Alchemists' Guild. By the way, may I ask where the Alchemists' Guild in Hanyan City is located? Upon exiting their room, Yi Chen inquired of the innkeeper. The Alchemists' Guild is located 3 miles southwest on Shaoyan Street. The innkeeper replied warmly. Are you planning to purchase some elixirs? Yes. Yi Chen nodded in affirmation. After expressing his gratitude to the innkeeper, he and Yi Yanyan proceeded toward Shaoyan Street. However, as they departed, Lu Kai and his companions returned to the inn. Young man, where did those two just go? Lu Kai asked the innkeeper. They mentioned they were heading to the Alchemists' Guild to purchase elixirs. The innkeeper answered truthfully. Oh, off to the Alchemists' Guild for elixirs, are they? Lu Kai's spirit lifted. He chuckled to himself. Heaven has a path, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you venture boldly in. Master L, have you conceived of yet another ingenious plan? Inquired one of his companions. Should I divulge that one of my uncles is a pharmacist at the Red Rock City Alchemist Association? El Kai replied with a proud smile. He then urged, let us hasten, we must arrive at the Alchemist Association before them, so my uncle can prepare a warm welcome for them. With that, he promptly led his companions to the Alchemist Association in Red Rock City. Uncle, you must seek justice for me. Upon encountering his uncle El Daong, El Kai immediately recounted his numerous humiliations, embellishing the tale as he went. Upon hearing this, El Daong's face flushed with rage. How dare a pampered fool, relying on a woman's support, lay such hands on my nephew? This is intolerable. Uncle, that scoundrel will soon arrive here to purchase elixirs. You must avenge your nephew. El Kai capitalized on the moment. Fear not. If that scoundrel dares to enter this alchemist association, I shall ensure he leaves with a heavy price to pay. What do you intend to do, uncle? El Kai inquired eagerly. Isn't it simple? A sinister smile crept across El Daong's face. As the one responsible for selling elixirs, I possess clever means to ensure those whom I disdain enter with smiles and exit in tears, perhaps even financially ruined, forced to sign servitude contracts. You truly are remarkable. Uncle, El Kai hastily praised. Rest assured, watch as I methodically bring that scoundrel to his knees, weeping and pleading for mercy. Outside the entrance of the Alchemist Association, we have arrived. Raising his gaze to the plaque above the door, Yi Chun turned to his sister Yi Yanran. Yanran, once we procure the spirit viewing pill, you shall swiftly break through the master level shackles and ascend to a higher realm. Brother, but the spirit viewing pill must be quite expensive? Yi Yanran expressed her concerns. I have told you time and again, we are not short on funds. No matter the rarity of the item, if you desire it, I will procure it for you. Noticing Yi Yanran's hesitance, Yi Chun decisively retrieved a substantial bundle of gold notes from his spatial bracelet and forcefully placed it in her hands. Here, take this money. Spend it as you wish. This, so much? Yi Yanran was taken aback, her hands trembling as she clutched the gold notes. Previously, even a few gold coins seemed a vast fortune to her. However, the sum Yi Chun had placed in her hands amounted to at least 100,000 gold coins, a staggering figure that resonated profoundly within her. Enough, let us enter swiftly. Yi Chun, uninterested in further discussion, dragged Yi Yanran through the entrance. Young master, will you be customizing elixirs or purchasing ready-made ones? A young apprentice approached, warmly attending to the two siblings. For the average person, elixirs are seen as unattainable luxuries. Even the most inferior quality elixirs carry a price beyond their means. In establishments like the Alchemist Guild, Typically, only those with substantial wealth and audacity dare to venture inside. Let me take a look, Yi Chen casually replied, leading his sister Yi Yan ran toward the elixir exhibition hall. His primary objective was to procure medicine for his sister. Yet should he encounter other beneficial potions, he would not hesitate to acquire them for future contingencies. Allow me to personally attend to this young master. You may cater to the other guests. Before the attendant could usher Yi Chen into the exhibition hall, a robust voice resonated from a distance. Yes, Master Lu. The attendant responded promptly, revealing that the speaker held a position of considerable stature, and he quickly retreated with utmost respect. Are you the alchemist here? Yi Chen inquired, scrutinizing the middle-aged man before him. This man bore an alchemist's badge on his chest, albeit of a low rank, which nonetheless indicated his standing. I am Lu Daong, the alchemist responsible for the sale of elixirs. The middle-aged man introduced himself, then gestured invitingly to Yi Chen. Young master, whatever elixir you require, I can procure the most suitable for you. Please, follow me. With that, he eagerly stepped forward to lead the way, though a sly smirk of triumph curled at the corners of his mouth as he turned. Chapter 113. Apologies, but I have little regard for the elixir exhibition hall. The place was teeming with people, their discussions resonating throughout the space. The array of elixirs on display was so extensive that it was beyond enumeration, with effects that were exceedingly varied. However, none of them bore clear price tags. Young master, regardless of the elixir's intended effect, you may sample it before making any payment. As he ushered Yi Chen into the exhibition hall, Lu Daong spoke with fervor. Oh, sample before payment? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lu Daong. Truly, in commerce, one must remain vigilant. The notion of sampling prior to payment had been a lesson learned only moments before at the inn. To encounter it once more at this alchemist association was quite unexpected. Young master, what elixir do you require? I shall personally fetch it for you. Unaware of Yi Chen's thoughts, Lu Daong inquired earnestly. I shall take a look first, Yi Chen replied dismissively. Since you have already arrived, you must have some intentions in mind. Do not hesitate to express them. I am certain I can procure the finest elixirs for you. Lu Daong continued to be obsequious. His aim was simple. Should Yi Chen reveal the type of elixir he sought or the desired effects, with his silver tongue? Deceiving Yi Chen into consuming an elixir would be no arduous task. Once Yi Chen ingested the elixir, without a clear price, it would be Lu Daong who determined its worth. Should Yi Chen be unable to afford it, he would inevitably find himself ensnared in a web of debt. Though the scheme was clever, no matter how eloquently Lu Daong spoke, Yi Chen remained impervious. As he meandered through the hall, he responded only with perfunctory remarks. It was not until he had surveyed every elixir in the exhibition and Lu Daong's patience began to wane that he finally inquired, why is there no spirit viewing elixir? Spirit viewing elixir? Lu Daong was momentarily taken aback, then his spirits soared. After such a prolonged inquiry, had Yi Chen finally caught on? With this thought in mind, he hastily gestured towards the back room. Young master, we do have the spirit viewing elixir, but it is stored in the inner chamber, not displayed here. Why is it not displayed in the exhibition hall? Yi Chen asked. His earlier silence had stemmed from a desire to assess the quality of the spirit viewing elixir before probing further, to avoid being duped. However, having traversed the entire exhibition hall without encountering it, he felt compelled to ask, Young master, the spirit viewing elixir is rather precious, and few can afford it, which is why it is not showcased here. Lu Daong explained. If you are interested, we shall take you to the inner chamber to view it. To prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from coveting it, is it truly necessary to treat the spirit viewing elixir with such reverence? Yi Chen scoffed. Young master, perhaps you are unaware of how challenging it is to concoct the spirit viewing elixir, or you may lack a comprehensive understanding of elixirs altogether. Lu Daong scrutinized Yi Chen with a peculiar gaze. Expressing his skepticism, the ingredients required for concocting the spirit viewing pill are not only numerous, but the process is fraught with potential failure. Not to mention me. Even the president of our branch would find it impossible to create the spirit viewing pill. So, from where do your spirit viewing pills originate? Yi Chen replied, astonished. Naturally, we enlisted a senior alchemist to craft them. Upon mentioning this esteemed alchemist, an overwhelming sense of reverence surged within Lu Daong. This alchemist, Zhou Shuyuan, serves as the mentor at the external alchemy hall of the mysterious Cloud sect, possessing skills that surpass even our president. He graciously agreed to assist us by concocting 3 pills. Only 3. Yi Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, but continued to inquire. What is their quality? Since you are so intrigued, why not accompany me into the inner hall for a first-hand look? Lu Daong enticed. Lead the way. Yi Chen nodded. Fully aware that the other party was no benevolent figure, he still followed, unperturbed. After all, he was not entirely ignorant of alchemy, and with a significant amount of gold coins on his person, even if he were to be deceived, it would not greatly concern him. Under Lu Daong's guidance, he and his sister Yi Yanran swiftly entered the inner hall. Young master, these are the 3 pills. Which one catches your eye? I can retrieve it immediately for you to try. Payment can be made afterward. Lu Daong gestured towards the 3 transparent vessels before them. Inside, indeed, lay 3 crystalline pills, exquisitely packaged and prominently displayed, indicative of the esteem the alchemists held for these creations. However, after a cursory glance, Yi Chen shook his head, declaring, the quality is simply too low. What? Low quality? Lu Daong's indignation flared. Young master, the spirit viewing pill is unlike other pills. Even the most inferior of the low-grade ones cannot be concocted by an ordinary alchemist. I am aware of that. Yi Chen nodded, then continued, yet I find myself disinterested in pills of such quality. Disinterested? Lu Daong, infuriated, laughed bitterly. Your standards are indeed exceptionally high. Though his tone appeared respectful, it was laced with derision. The spirit-viewing pill, even among the external disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect, is sought after yet seldom obtained. Here stood Yi Chen with 3 before him, and yet he deemed their quality inadequate? Truly, a case of standing tall without bearing the burden. After a moment's reflection, Lu Daong found solace in his thoughts. Yi Chen seemed to have no intention of purchasing the pills, merely wandering aimlessly or playing the role of a wealthy patron. After all, his nephew, Lu Kai, had already mentioned that this young man was once a servant. How much wealth could a servant possibly amass to frequent such a place? Other than pretending to be affluent and indulging in a visual feast of pills, he likely could not afford even the cheapest elixirs. Nevertheless, Lu Daong remained unconcerned. His primary aim was to seek justice for his nephew, Lu Kai. Thus, whether Yi Chen was merely putting on a fade or genuinely affluent, he had ample means to ensure his ruin upon entering this domain. Beyond the earlier ploy of trial before payment, he possesses numerous more insidious tactics. Even if Yi Chen remains vigilant, there are myriad ways for him to ensure Yi Chen cannot depart from this place in peace. Yanran, let us go. I shall devise another approach. Without a care for Lu Daong's feelings, he called out to Yi Yanran as Yi Chen turned to exit. Although the 3 spirit-viewing pills are indeed real, their quality is lamentably low, classified merely as the most inferior grade. The higher the quality of a pill, the more potent its effects. Conversely, the lower the quality, the weaker its efficacy. Rather than settling for these, it would be far wiser to wait until he enters the mysterious Cloud sect and then seek the method for crafting spirit-viewing pills, enabling him to refine them himself. With the insight system at his disposal, any concoction he produces will undoubtedly surpass the quality of these 3. Attempting to leave, observing the siblings making their exit, Lu Daong's lips curled into a sinister smirk. In the next moment, he stealthily concealed one of the spirit-viewing pills within his spatial bracelet and bellowed, Young master, wait. Did you not declare your disinterest in purchasing? Why then, in my moment of distraction, did you take one of the spirit-viewing pills? Chapter 114. Framing and Deceit. What do you mean? I took a spirit-gazing pill. Yi Chen turned around, his gaze icy. He had sensed that this individual was no benign character, yet he had not anticipated trouble arising so swiftly. My lord, please do not jest. The spirit-gazing pill is one of our most treasured elixirs. It is not a matter to be taken lightly. Lu Daong hastened to catch up, smiling as he spoke. You can either pay to acquire it or return it. I cannot bear the loss of such a precious pill. Despite his serious demeanor, Yi Chen felt as though he might collapse from laughter. The pretense was nothing short of remarkable. It seemed he had underestimated the thickness of this man's skin. At this juncture, Yi Chen was disinclined to engage in further pleasantries. Let us dispense with the formalities. What trickery are you attempting to orchestrate? Trickery? Lu Daong continued to feign ignorance. My lord, what are you speaking of? I do not comprehend a word. Oh, you do not comprehend, do you? Yi Chen, tired of the charade, waved his hand dismissively. Bring forth your president. Our president is not one to be seen by just anyone. Lu Daong's expression hardened, and he scoffed. It appears you are reluctant to admit your guilt. How can you conduct yourself in such a manner? Yi Yanran could no longer restrain herself and pointed at Lu Daong, rebuking him. It is undoubtedly you who has committed theft and is now framing my brother. Huh, so the siblings are in cahoots? Lu Daong was not offended. Rather, he raised his voice, shouting, "Everyone, come and see. Here are two thieves caught red-handed, yet they dare to turn the tables." His loud proclamation attracted many onlookers. What? Thieves? Such audacity to steal within the Alchemists' Guild. In a brief moment, dozens had gathered. Some were customers wishing to purchase elixirs, while others were apprentices and several alchemists from the guild. "Master Lu, what is the situation?" An alchemist stepped forward to inquire. "This rascal claimed he wished to purchase a spirit-gazing pill, so I brought him into the inner chamber to observe the finished products. Little did I know, his intent was not to buy, but to steal." Lu Daong pointed at the vessel containing the spirit-gazing pills, asserting, "While my attention was diverted, he audaciously pilfered one. Had I not noticed promptly, he might have made his escape." "What? Such a thing occurred?" The alchemist approached the vessel and, upon discovering the missing pill, erupted in fury. "You, boy, quickly return the spirit-gazing pill." Others joined in the outcry. "You, who appear so respectable, how could you engage in such base acts? And you have brought along a lovely young lady? Do your parents know of your shameful deeds?" In an instant, Yi Chun and his sister became the targets of public scorn, truly the focus of everyone's animosity. After all, Lu Daong was the alchemist in this locale, responsible for the sale of elixirs. Thus it was only natural that the crowd would be more inclined to trust him. "Brother, what should we do?" Yi Yanran exclaimed, overwhelmed by the multitude of hostile gazes upon them. "Do not worry, little sister. With me here, no one can harm us." After soothing Yi Yanran, Yi Chun turned his attention to Lu Daong, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "So you claim that I have stolen the elixir, correct?" "Indeed," Lu Daong asserted with unwavering certainty. "When I brought you here earlier, 3 spirit glimpse pills were still present, yet in the blink of an eye, one has vanished. If it wasn't you, then who could it possibly be?" "Humph, it is merely a low-grade spirit glimpse pill. I wouldn't even accept it as a gift. If I were to concoct it myself, the quality would surpass these 3 by a considerable margin." However, Yi Chun huffed disdainfully, then shifted his tone. "Since you assert that I am the thief, surely you wouldn't expect me to take your word at face value? Where is your evidence?" "Evidence?" Lu Daong was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the gravity of the situation would unnerve Yi Chun, yet he remained remarkably composed. However, recalling Yi Chun's previous statement, he quickly seized upon a topic shift. "What did you just say? You dare to claim that these 3 spirit glimpse pills, crafted by Master Zhou Shuyuan himself, are beneath your standards, and that your own concoctions would surpass theirs?" His repetition redirected the crowd's attention. "Young man, you are utterly deluded. Do you comprehend the weight of your words? Are you even aware of who Master Zhou is? His alchemical prowess is beyond the scrutiny of a mere jester like you." The crowd united in condemnation, treating Yi Chun as though he were an aberration. Had it not been for the prohibition against violence in this place, many would have rushed forward to defend Master Zhou's honor. This was precisely the outcome Lu Daong had sought, by seizing the high ground in public opinion. Even if he were to commit theft and frame Yi Chun, the latter would find no opportunity for rebuttal. "Silence, everyone." A venerable voice resonated from deep within the inner hall. Its commanding timbre silenced the cacophony in an instant. "It is the president. The president has arrived. Everyone, stand at attention." Recognizing the voice, several individuals immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Lu Daong hastily retracted his arrogant posture, positioning himself to the side as if awaiting an esteemed guest. "Oh, the president has emerged?" Yet Yi Chun, far from being intimidated, gazed with keen curiosity toward the source of the approaching footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew nearer, and moments later, 2 elderly men, their hair a striking white, appeared before the gathered assembly. One of them appeared somewhat frail, like a candle flickering in the wind. Another figure, rather robust and imposing, showcased a striking contrast with a slimmer companion. Could it be Master Zhou? To one's astonishment, it was indeed Zhou Shuyuan, the mentor from the alchemy hall of the outer sect of the Miao Miao sect. The 3 inferior spirit insight pills just produced had originated from Master Zhou's skilled hands. The presence of such a renowned figure promised an intriguing spectacle. Upon recognizing the 2 elderly gentlemen, the crowd was further astounded. Besides Su Jianing, the president of the alchemist branch, The leaner elder was none other than Zhou Xin, the esteemed mentor of the alchemy hall. The 3 spirit insight pills that had instigated the earlier dispute were crafted by this master alchemist. President, Master Zhou, your arrival is quite timely. This young man Lu Daong was the first to approach, eager to present his grievances. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Shiyuan raised his hand, signaling his understanding. Lu Daong dared not speak further and promptly retreated to the sidelines. Yet his gaze towards Yi Chun was rife with arrogance and mockery. Chapter 115, Utterly Absurd Young Man. Your words just now were rather audacious. Zhou Xun scrutinized Yi Chun with keen interest and remarked, I believe I heard you say, while I was engaged in a game of chess with President Su in the inner hall, that the 3 spirit viewing pills I crafted were of such inferior quality that you wouldn't even accept them as a gift. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present broke into amused smiles. Such pretense. Do continue with your charade. Just moments ago, you were quite arrogant, were you not? Did you not dismiss Master Zhou with disdain? Now that he is personally here, let us see if you dare to maintain your facade. However, to everyone's astonishment, rather than bowing down in fear and offering an apology, Yi Chen simply nodded and replied, I originally came here to purchase spirit viewing pills for my sister. But those 3 were indeed of such poor quality that I wouldn't even pay for them, much less accept them as a gift. Gasp. The crowd was instantly rendered speechless. When Master Zhou was absent, Yi Chen spoke with reckless abandon, unafraid of the consequences. Yet now, with Master Zhou present, he continued to speak with such conviction. Where does this audacity stem from? What gives him such confidence? Not only the others, but even Zhou Xuan's expression darkened. Young man, one must speak with the backing of strength. If you possess no real ability, criticizing the achievements of others without foundation may lead to dire consequences. His words were diplomatic. Yet it was evident that Zhou Xuan was genuinely angered. It is essential to understand that although this alchemy association consists of a dozen alchemists, even the most skilled among them, President Su Jianing, cannot concoct a single spirit viewing pill of the lowest grade. Only Zhou Shuyuan, with great difficulty, is capable of attempting such a feat. After dozens of tries, he might succeed once, and even then, the quality would only be the most basic inferior grade. It is clear how challenging it is to produce a spirit viewing pill. Therefore, even the lowest quality inferior grade spirit viewing pill is sought after and hard to obtain. Not just by wandering martial artists, but even by disciples of the outer sect of the Miao Miao sect. Yet here is Yi Chun, audaciously declaring he wouldn't accept one even for free. Truly, he speaks without understanding the weight of his words. However, when they heard Yi Chun's next statement, they realized they had grossly underestimated his arrogance. While I may not yet possess the skill to concoct a spirit viewing pill, I assure you that if you demonstrate the process to me, I will be able to create one of superior quality. At this declaration, a chorus of curses erupted. Goodness! This young man speaks with such reckless abandon. Other alchemists, having immersed themselves in the art for decades, succeed only rarely, yet he claims that with just a demonstration, he could surpass Master Zhou's quality? Surely, he must take a moment to reflect upon his own inexperience before making such lofty claims. Even if one wishes to boast, at the very least, one should draft a reasonable foundation for their claims. His words are utterly unfounded, and yet he dares to voice them. The surrounding audience was filled with indignation, while Zhou Xuan's face darkened with fury. Young man, do you truly believe that concocting a spirit-viewing elixir is as simple as preparing a common dish? This statement nearly erupted from between his clenched teeth. Moments ago, he had no intention of stooping to the level of Yi Chun, whom he regarded as nothing more than a foolish jester. To his astonishment, Yi Chun not only remained unrepentant, but escalated his provocations. It was as if he would not shed tears until confronted with the grave. If you doubt my words, feel free to demonstrate, and you shall discover whether my claims hold merit. Unfazed by the indignant gazes of the crowd, Yi Chun continued to incite Zhou Shiyuan. He was currently troubled about where to find the method for crafting the spirit-viewing elixir, should his opponent agree to demonstrate. He could readily seize the opportunity with his enlightenment system. Zhou Shiyuan was so enraged that he nearly sputtered. Seizing the moment, Lu Daong stepped forward and implored, Master Zhou, what is the point of arguing with a mere attention-seeking buffoon? Simply incapacitate him and cast him aside. Indeed, Master Zhou need not lower himself to engage with such a person, Otherwise, he would lose his dignity. This fellow is merely flapping his gums. Should he truly perform before you, it would only reflect poorly on your stature. I propose we capture him and parade him through the streets, so all may witness the fate of those who dare to insult Master Zhou's authority. Lu Daiyong's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from the crowd. Yet Yi Chun did not waver. Instead, he fanned the flames further. What? Are you afraid I might actually concoct the spirit-viewing elixir, thus hesitating to demonstrate? At this, Zhou Shuiyuan completely lost his composure. You dare utter such words? He could no longer maintain his demeanor, pointing at Yi Chun with gritted teeth and declaring, if I perform a demonstration and you fail to replicate it, what then? If I cannot produce the elixir, you may dispose of me as you wish. Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly. You are but an inconsequential figure. Even if I were to eliminate you, what benefit would that confer upon the master? Indeed, a person like you could be slain 1,000 times, yet the public's wrath would remain unquenched, unless you present something of tangible value. Even if it is known that you cannot concoct it, a demonstration by Master Zhou would at least yield some reward. Tangible value, you say? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, readily acquiescing. Very well. How does 500,000 gold coins sound? With that, he swiftly waved his hand across his spatial bracelet, and with a hum, a shimmering glow enveloped him, revealing a stack of banknotes that materialized in his grasp. Upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be at least 50 notes, each worth 10,000 gold coins. Here, 500,000 gold coins. Yi Chun shook the thick bundle of banknotes in his hand. If I fail to concoct the elixir, these 500,000 coins shall belong to Master Zhou. Is this wager not fair? Could he truly possess such wealth? Upon witnessing Yi Chun produce the banknotes, Lu Daiyong was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, his nephew had approached him, asserting that this Yi Chun was merely a former servant, a pretty face relying on his looks to survive. To my astonishment, one can actually produce such an abundance of gold coins. It is essential to recognize that 500,000 gold coins is no trifling sum for anyone. Even many dignitaries and nobles would find it impossible to amass such wealth without incurring significant losses. The 3 inferior spirit-viewing pills that Zhou Shuiyuan has on offer are priced at a mere 350,000 gold coins each. This implies that even if he had successfully framed someone earlier, he could only deceive Yi Chun for a brief moment, failing to achieve his true intent of avenging his nephew. Young man, are you truly certain you wish to bestow such a considerable amount of gold upon this old man? Zhou Shuiyuan expressed his surprise. Of course, given his esteemed status, he was not coveting the 50,000 gold coins. Rather, he found the situation quite unbelievable. To offer such a sum, knowing the likelihood of success was slim, one must either be deluded or excessively confident. Bestow upon you? Yi Chun shook his head, retorting provocatively. The outcome has yet to be determined. How can you be so certain that these 50,000 gold coins are yours for the taking? Chapter 116. Allow me. Very well. Since you insist on courting humiliation, I shall oblige. Zhou Shuiyuan was provoked and immediately gestured grandly. Follow me to the alchemy room. After you, master. Yi Chun, far from feeling intimidated, made a gesture of invitation. This young man, is he truly serious? TSK. I must commend his audacity. It is understandable for the youth to be brimming with passion, yet one must also grasp the importance of moderation. His reckless persistence is merely inviting trouble for himself. Let us follow and witness how he will extricate himself from this predicament. The crowd, eager to observe Yi Chun's impending folly, trailed behind. A moment later, they arrived at the alchemy room. Let me clarify, I cannot guarantee success on the first or even the second attempt. However, regardless of how many attempts it takes, I shall exert all my effort to demonstrate that I have no secrets and will continue until I successfully refine a spirit insight pill. Very well. Yi Chun nodded in agreement. In truth, he had intended to propose this himself, as he currently lacked the knowledge to concoct a spirit insight pill and needed to observe the demonstration in order for his comprehension system to incorporate the method. If Zhou Shuiyuan were to deliberately botch the process, even the most adept comprehension system would be unable to capture the authentic technique for refining the spirit insight pill. Since there are no further matters at hand, I shall commence. Zhou Shuiyuan wasted no time and approached the cauldron, which had been meticulously prepared, to begin the refinement of the spirit insight pill. Regardless of the type of elixir, the steps of refinement are largely similar. First, extract the medicinal liquid. Second, eliminate impurities. Third, Fuse into a pill. Fourth, nurture. Although these 4 steps may appear simple, the actual process is exceedingly intricate. Nevertheless, the essence remains unchanged. The fewer medicinal materials required, the easier the refinement tends to be. The reason so few alchemists can successfully concoct the Spirit Insight pill is due to the multitude of ingredients needed, over 20 distinct herbs. Thus, the first step of extracting the medicinal liquid alone has thwarted countless alchemists. Even Zhou Shuyuan stumbled when he reached the 13th medicinal ingredient, necessitating a complete restart. Yi Chun, however, exhibited patience, standing by to observe. After 5 failed attempts, Zhou Shuyuan finally transitioned to the final step, nurturing, on his 6th try. Unfortunately, by the time he reached this stage, fatigue had begun to weigh heavily upon him. Despite the final step being the simplest, his inability to control the heat led to a disastrous failure. Again, witnessing all his efforts come to naught, Zhou Shuyuan gritted his teeth and prepared to start anew. After all, he had publicly declared that he would not cease until he successfully refined a Spirit Insight pill. Now that he had yet to achieve this, he could not afford to give up midway. But Yi Chun raised his hand. That's enough. Allow me to take over. Enough? Zhou Shuyuan was taken aback. Indeed, I have already discerned the method of refinement. Senior, you should take a rest. However, before Zhou Shuyuan could articulate his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by Yi Chun. Since I have invited my senior to rest, I naturally shall not renege on this agreement. If I fail in my alchemical endeavor later, it will count as my defeat. Allowing you to rest assured, is that not so? Zhou Shuyuan remained skeptical. Not only he but also the others stood in astonishment, struggling to believe their ears. Earlier, when Yi Chun boasted so boldly, everyone presumed he was aware of the exceedingly high failure rate in concocting the spirit viewing pill. Coupled with Zhou Shuyuan's frail condition, it appeared he was merely attempting to exploit the situation, hoping to outlast Zhou Shuyuan. After all, Yi Chun had previously stated he needed to observe Zhou Shuyuan's demonstration before attempting to create the pill himself. Should Zhou Shuyuan falter and fail to produce a successful concoction, Yi Chun could easily declare, "How can I succeed if Zhou Shuyuan himself could not?" Unexpectedly, before Zhou Shuyuan even began his alchemical process, Yi Chun boldly asserted his own capability to concoct the pill. As the crowd regarded him with puzzled expressions, Yi Chun, uninterested in providing explanations, approached the cauldron and gestured to Zhou Shuyuan. "Senior, may I kindly request you to step aside?" Zhou Shuyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Until that moment, he had staunchly disbelieved in Yi Chun's ability to produce the spirit viewing pill. His public demonstration was merely a tactic to dissuade Yi Chun and silence the onlookers. He had anticipated that Yi Chun would either concoct an excuse to evade responsibility or attempt some underhanded trick. To his surprise, Yi Chun displayed such candor and integrity, an aspect he had not foreseen. "Senior, do you require assistance in descending?" Seeing Zhou Shuyuan remain stationary, Yi Chun urged once more. "No, it is unnecessary." Zhou Shuyuan, coming to his senses, hastily suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and made his way to a nearby chair, glancing back multiple times. He was indeed fatigued, and even if he persevered, the likelihood of success would only diminish further. If Yi Chun was confident in his ability to concoct the potion, it would be prudent for him to seize this opportunity to rest. What a charade. Let us see how he embarrasses himself shortly. Regardless of how gentlemanly he appeared moments ago, it is likely a ploy to garner sympathy. Indeed, should he ultimately fail to produce the pill, at least it would diminish the hostility directed toward him. I care not for what others think. Should he be unsuccessful, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. The crowd continued to harbor deep-seated animosity toward Yi Chun. Unbothered, Yi Chun closed his eyes in contemplation for a brief moment before commencing his alchemical process. However, his method starkly contrasted with Zhou Shuyuan's traditional approach. In the initial step of extracting the medicinal liquid, Zhou Shuyuan employed the conventional technique of placing various herbs into the cauldron to refine them into a potion. In contrast, Yi Chun filled the cauldron with water, brought it to a boil, and then introduced over 20 different herbs, as if preparing a hearty broth. This scene left all the surrounding alchemists utterly dumbfounded. I had thought that his apparent confidence stemmed from genuine knowledge and skill, only to discover that he lacks even the most fundamental understanding of alchemical practices. If someone like him, who operates so recklessly, were to succeed in concocting anything, I would willingly sever my own head to serve as a ball for everyone to kick. Is this what they call a thunderous proclamation with little rain? To me, he appears nothing short of a madman. Observing Yi Qin's method of concoction, all the surrounding alchemists shook their heads in dismay. Zhou Shiyuan also let out a self-deprecating laugh. Such foolish antics rendered his earlier earnest demonstration utterly pointless. Highlighting his own folly, had Yi Qin approached the crafting with diligence, even if he ultimately failed, he would at least have honored the effort he had expended. Instead, this chaotic display is nothing short of an affront. Despite his indignation, with tensions mounting, he refrained from intervening. He intended for today's incident to serve as a cautionary tale, illustrating the imperative that his authority must not be trifled with. For if he allowed such insolence to go unchecked, what would prevent every petty individual from daring to challenge him in the future? Chapter 117. The matter is not yet resolved. Amidst a multitude of gloating gazes, a miraculous scene unfolded. Yi Qin's seemingly ludicrous actions not only did not culminate in failure, but time and again shattered the perceptions of the onlookers. First, the initial step of refining the medicinal liquid not only avoided becoming a mere concoction, but after sifting out the dregs and evaporating the moisture, it astonishingly transformed into a genuine medicinal liquid. Moreover, the purity of this liquid was extraordinary. Even a pharmacist whose skills far surpassed those of Zhou Shiyuan could not achieve such a level of refinement in the initial step. Beyond the first step of extracting the medicinal liquid, Yi Qin deviated from traditional refining techniques in nearly every subsequent step. Yet, each time, he managed to create miracles that defied logic. By the time he reached the final step of nurturing, not only were the others in awe, but even Zhou Shiyuan was thoroughly captivated. Could he truly concoct the spirit-viewing pill? How could this be possible? What kind of genius emerged with such unconventional methods to achieve this? Though he was still one step away from completion, nurturing was the simplest phase in the alchemical process, and it seemed that success was all but assured. Just moments ago, he was perceived as a mere buffoon, but now it was clear that all had misjudged him. He indeed possessed the audacity to be arrogant. Despite his unorthodox approach, as long as he could succeed in the end, it would affirm the prowess of his alchemical skills. Not merely adequate, but profoundly unfathomable. Indeed, even Master Zhou might only succeed once in 10 attempts, and even then, the quality would merely be the lowest grade. Among all present, the most electrified was undoubtedly Zhou Shiyuan. No trace of disdain remained in his eyes. Instead, he was overtaken by an indescribable astonishment. How could this be? He was actually able to succeed in the refinement? His voice trembled with disbelief, his aged face flushed with excitement. Yet, no matter how incredulous he found it, after a brief period of nurturing, Yi Qin finally completed the last step. The task was accomplished. Yi Qin exhaled a sigh of relief and approached Zhou Shiyuan, holding the pill in his hand. The pill was crystalline and translucent, emanating a faint halo. It was evident that its quality was exceptionally high. Is it truly glowing? Am I mistaken? Is it not only the most exquisite pills that can emit light? But how could this be? The mere fact that he succeeded in refining it is remarkable enough, yet its quality has reached the level of a treasured item? No, this cannot be real. How could he concoct such a high-quality pill? If it were a pill that was easier to refine, achieving a treasured quality would not be overly surprising. But this is the spirit-viewing pill. Even Master Zhou, after 10 attempts, would likely not succeed even once. And even if he did, the quality would only be the lowest grade. Where did this extraordinary young man acquire such miraculous techniques? Not only did he succeed in refining the spirit-viewing pill on his very first attempt, but the quality achieved was also deemed precious. No, I must be dreaming. Upon discerning the nature of the pill, the onlookers were nearly driven to madness. Particularly those alchemists present felt as though they were ensnared in an unreal experience. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding in alchemy would recognize the formidable challenge posed by the refinement of the spirit-viewing pill. Yet the pill, which had proven exceedingly difficult for the esteemed Zhou Shiyuan to concoct, was effortlessly produced by a young man who seemingly appeared from nowhere. Moreover, its quality reached the level of precious. This outcome was nothing short of astonishing. The grading of medicinal pills ranges from low to high as follows: inferior, medium, superior, precious, and supreme. One can only imagine the vast difference between inferior and precious grades. How could this youth possess such remarkable prowess in alchemy? The individual most unable to accept this turn of events was none other than El Daong. His previous actions were merely a veiled attempt to seek revenge for his nephew. El Kai. When Yi Chun had spoken indiscreetly and offended Zhou Shuiyuan, El had secretly vowed not only to take advantage of the situation, but also to settle scores after Zhou had dealt with Yi Chun, ensuring that Yi Chun would be driven to a dead end. Little did he expect that a young man he held in utter disdain would possess alchemical skills surpassing those of Zhou Shuiyuan. This revelation utterly shattered his preconceptions. Master Zhou, would you care to examine it? Despite the astonishment surrounding him, Yi Chun confidently approached Zhou Shuiyuan, holding the pill aloft. His radiant smile, coupled with his handsome features, enveloped those present in a refreshing aura. Examine. Zhou Shuiyuan trembled, jolted from his daze. Forcing down the shock that gripped his heart, he stammered, "No, there's no need. The quality of the pill is evident at first glance." As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he hurriedly rose from his seat, his weary frame betraying his effort. He bowed deeply to Yi Chun and cautiously inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" Knowledge knows no bounds, and the accomplished shall always precede the less experienced. This young man's achievements in alchemy evidently reached an unparalleled zenith, surpassing even Zhou's own mastery. Though he had grown old and frail, nearing a century in age, he dared not flaunt his experience before this prodigious youth. "I am Yi Chun." This time, Yi Chun revealed his true identity without reservation. Previously in Shenyang City, he had masqueraded as Long Hao to undergo the Nangong family's trials. But after his ruse was uncovered, he had been compelled to maintain an air of mystery. Now, unburdened, he saw no reason to conceal his true name any longer. Yi Chun. Zhou Shuiyuan paused in surprise, then contemplated for a moment before awkwardly admitting, "Forgive my ignorance. I have indeed not heard of your esteemed name." "Not having heard of it is of no consequence." Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. "Just refrain from playing tricks." "Playing tricks?" Zhou Shuiyuan was taken aback, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him. He hastily declared with unwavering conviction, "Rest assured, Master Yi, I was blind just now and am already filled with deep remorse. How could I ever betray your trust?" Having witnessed Yi Chun's exceptional alchemical prowess, Zhou Shuiyuan found himself humbled and respectful in the presence of Yi Chun. Rather than attempting to assert his age, "Since you uphold your promise, I shall reclaim the 500,000 gold coins." As he spoke, Yi Chun retrieved a stack of gold notes from the table, placing them back into his spatial bracelet. He then turned his gaze towards the crowd, fixing it upon Lu Daong. "Now that the dispute between Master Zhou and I has been resolved, it is our turn." "We?" Lu Daong trembled, his expression contorted into one of utmost distress. His previous scheme to frame another had indeed been flawless, yet Yi Chun had publicly concocted the spirit-viewing pill, and its quality was nothing short of exceptional. Under such circumstances, it was utterly impossible for him to continue his deceit. After all, how could an alchemist capable of producing a high-quality spirit-viewing pill resort to the shameless act of stealing a low-grade one? Especially with Zhou Shuiyuan, who was now utterly in awe of Yi Chun's alchemical skills. Even if Lu Daong were to cling to his accusations, Zhou Shuiyuan would inevitably side with Yi Chun. Chapter 118. Just deserts. After a swift assessment of the situation, Lu Daong forced a rather unsightly smile, insisting, "This is all a misunderstanding." "Is it truly a misunderstanding now?" Yi Chun retorted with a cold smirk. "You were quite adamant in accusing me of stealing the spirit-viewing pill just moments ago." I. Lu Daong was flustered and at a loss. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes darting around before he sheepishly declared, "I must have been mistaken earlier. The missing spirit-viewing pill either fell into some corner or was taken by another thief. It has nothing to do with Master Yi." At this juncture, he had no better option than to downplay the situation. However, while he sought resolution, Yi Chun remained relentless, insisting that the truth must be unveiled. Especially since Yi Chun grinned slyly and continued, "As I mentioned earlier, if we are to discuss evidence, your act of self-theft and framing me is ultimately just your unsubstantiated claim. You utter nonsense." Lu Daong could no longer bear to listen, retorting with a fierce but hollow bravado, "How could a respectable alchemist like myself ever stoop to such despicable acts? Do not slander my character." "Huh? And you think you are worthy of being called respectable?" Yi Chun scoffed. "You could not provide evidence when you framed me, yet I possess a means to prove your self-theft." You are talking absolute rubbish. Lu Daong was both anxious and furious, but fearful of revealing his guilt. He feigned calmness. Very well. If you claim that I am guilty of self-theft and framing you, then present your evidence. Is it not simple to obtain evidence? Yi Chen smiled mysteriously, pointing at the spatial bracelet on Lu Daong's wrist. All you need to do is erase the soul imprint within the bracelet and allow someone else to claim ownership with a drop of blood. Then we shall see what items are contained within and determine if you have indeed committed self-theft. Upon hearing this, Lu Daong's composure shattered. If he were to proceed with such an action, his self-theft would undoubtedly be exposed. The stolen spirit viewing pill was currently nestled within his spatial bracelet. His previous confidence stemmed from a belief that no one would suspect him, and that any inspection would likely be directed towards Yi Chen instead. This is impossible. Overwhelmed by fear and desperation, he disregarded the opinions of others and vehemently refused. The bracelet contains many of my personal belongings. How could I allow others to inspect it? Are you afraid? Yi Chen remarked with a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. It is merely a matter of checking the spatial bracelet. It would not cause you any loss. If you are not guilty, why resist so vehemently? Lu Daong was about to continue his defense when, from a distance, the president, Su Jianing, suddenly interjected with a firm command. That is enough. President? Lu Daong instinctively turned to him. Yi Chen furrowed his brow as he addressed President Su. Are you perhaps intending to shield him? Master Yi, please do not misunderstand. My intention in stepping forward is not to protect him. Su Jianing hastily waved his hand in denial. Then what is your purpose, President Su? Yi Chen inquired. Su Jianing did not respond immediately. Instead, he pointed an accusatory finger at LV Daong, bellowing, You disgrace of the alchemy world. Why have you not yet knelt? President Yu. LV Daong was taken aback, yet under Su Jianing's piercing gaze, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. LV Daong, as an alchemist, you lack integrity, engaging in deceitful practices and framing your customers. You are a disgrace to the alchemy community. President, this is slander. Yi Chen continued to protest, though his tone sounded feeble and insipid. Do you truly believe that your covert actions could evade everyone's notice? Su Jianing's voice was stern. Just moments ago, I was engaged in a game of chess with Master Zhou in the inner hall, and we witnessed your acts of dishonesty in their entirety. At this revelation, LV Daong's face drained of color. If Su Jianing and Zhou Shuyuan had indeed seen his treachery, he would be left utterly defenseless. Since President Su witnessed your misdeeds, why did you not confront him immediately, allowing him to continue his slander against me? Yi Chen asked in a low, serious tone. Master Yi, it is not that I wish to remain silent. Rather, there are certain complexities that hindered me. Su Jianing's expression was one of deep sorrow. What complexities? Yi Chen instinctively pressed. Su Jianing seemed hesitant, scanning the faces of those around him, visibly troubled. Ultimately, he steeled himself and declared, Very well. Since the matter has escalated to this point, there is no harm in disclosing it publicly. Taking a deep breath, he continued. We refrained from exposing LV Daong earlier to avoid tarnishing the reputation of our esteemed association due to this disgrace. Thus, you feigned ignorance, allowing him to frame me? Yi Chen demanded. Certainly not. Su Jianing shook his head, explaining, I had intended to punish this disgrace after everyone had departed and to offer my sincere apologies to you. Master Yi, after all, this approach would have preserved your honor while also safeguarding our association's reputation. Who could have foreseen that matters would escalate to such an extent? I can assure you, President Su is not a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Zhou Shuyuan interjected quickly. Now that the truth has come to light, how do you intend to address this? Yi Chen refrained from pressing further, as his aim was merely to clear his name. Moreover, he still hoped to request a favor from Su Jianing. LV Daong. Su Jianing turned to face the kneeling Lu Daong, his voice resonant and firm. In light of your despicable conduct, I hereby declare that, effective immediately, your title as an apothecary shall be revoked, and the badge previously bestowed upon you shall be forcibly reclaimed. Furthermore, all your assets will be confiscated to compensate for the damages you have inflicted upon our association. Additionally, I shall document your misdeeds as a cautionary tale and disseminate it to apothecary branches across the empire, ensuring that you shall never find footing in the realm of potion making again. This solemn pronouncement cast Lu Daong into an abyss from which he would never rise. Master Yi, are you satisfied with my resolution? Without a glance at Lu Dayong's despairing countenance, Su Jianing turned to Yi Chun. I merely sought to vindicate my innocence. How you choose to deal with him is a matter for your branch, and it bears no relevance to me, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he stepped forward to examine Xue Xin, scrutinizing him from head to toe, before uttering a statement that would leave all present utterly astounded. Chapter 119. You are ill, Master Zhou. You are ill. The moment these words were uttered, countless spectators gasped in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Why would they berate Master Zhou for no reason? What had prompted Yi Chun to speak so? Even if he had just showcased alchemical skills surpassing those of Master Zhou, such a derogatory remark seemed entirely unwarranted. After all, Master Zhou was a venerable mentor from the Outer Sex Alchemy Hall of the Miao Miao sect, esteemed and respected, and given his advanced age, it would be inappropriate for a younger junior to employ such vulgar language to insult him, regardless of the circumstances. Not only the onlookers, but even Zhou Shuyuan was left utterly dumbfounded. As if unable to believe his ears, he stared blankly at Yi Chun for a moment before stammering. What did you just say? I said, you are ill. Yi Chun solemnly reiterated. Zhou Shuyuan was once again taken aback. He truly was being insulted. As the reality dawned upon him, his aged visage turned a deep shade of anger. No matter how magnanimous he was or how much he had begun to regard Yi Chun with newfound respect, he could not endure such humiliation. However, before he could unleash his fury, a single statement from Yi Chun drastically altered his expression. Master Zhou, if I am not mistaken, you must have been suffering from sleepless nights recently. Even when you manage to doze off, you are plagued by relentless nightmares, and you feel an increasing stiffness in your limbs. Am I correct in my assessment, esteemed elder? Yi Chun's words struck Zhou Shuyuan like a thunderbolt. After all the misunderstandings, it turned out that Yi Chun was not insulting him, but rather articulating his affliction. Moreover, Yi Chun had accurately pinpointed the ailment that had been tormenting him for some time, without a single error. How did you come to discern this, Master Yi? Zhou Shuyuan inquired, his voice trembling after a brief moment of shock. Previously, he had consulted numerous physicians, even venturing to the Valley of Divine Healers. Yet, even the renowned physician Ban Shou could not fathom the nature of his condition. To think that such a young man, seemingly not even 20, could see through his symptoms at a glance was nothing short of remarkable. I have a modest understanding of alchemy and have also made some strides in the field of medicine, Yi Chun humbly replied. Then, can you possibly cure this ailment of mine? Zhou Shuyuan asked eagerly. It is indeed treatable, but... Yi Chun pondered for a moment before chuckling wryly. The treatment is exceedingly complicated. Can Master Yi truly cure my affliction? Zhou Shuyuan's eyes lit up with hope. If Yi Chun could indeed heal him, he would spare no expense. After his visit to the Valley of Divine Healers, he had nearly resigned himself to despair, losing all hope. The sudden prospect of a cure was nothing short of exhilarating. Of course, had these words come from anyone else, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Yet, Yi Chun's extraordinary prowess in alchemy instilled in him an unwavering conviction that this assertion was far from mere conjecture. The most crucial point is that even the esteemed physician Ban Shoshan could not discern any clues regarding his condition merely by observation. Yet, Yi Chun was able to perceive it at a glance, demonstrating the extraordinary prowess of his medical skills. Given the multitude of people present, it was rather inconvenient to elaborate. Yi Chun surveyed the crowd briefly and hinted at his intentions. Ah, I see. Zhou Shuyuan suddenly realized and hastily addressed Su Jianing. I'll leave this to you. I shall borrow your study for a moment. Not at all. We are all on friendly terms here. No need for formalities. Su Jianing replied with a smile. Master Yi, please follow me. Zhou Shuyuan gestured for Yi Chun to proceed. Yi Chun nodded and, accompanied by his sister Yi Yanran, ventured deeper into the inner hall. Before long, they arrived at an elegantly adorned study. Master Yi, is my ailment truly treatable? Zhou Shuyuan inquired respectfully as they entered the room. It can be treated, but... Yi Chun hesitated, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. Zhou Shuyuan, understanding the unspoken, quickly assured him, rest assured, Master Yi, as long as you can indeed cure this stubborn illness of mine, feel free to voice any request, and I shall not decline anything within my means. Yi Chun had been waiting for this very statement. Without further preamble, he stated directly, I must not conceal the truth. I require a Taizong pill. Might you possess one? His visit to the Alchemist Guild was not solely to procure a soul-viewing pill for his sister, but also to seek a Taizong pill or the method of its refinement for himself. A Taizong pill? Zhou Shuyuan paused, then awkwardly replied, Master Yi, you are placing me in quite a predicament. The ingredients required to refine a Taizong pill are exceedingly rare, and even if I had them, the complexity of the process far surpasses that of the soul-viewing pill. With my modest alchemical skills, I am utterly incapable of crafting it. You do not have one. Yi Chun felt a tinge of disappointment. Master Yi, with your profound alchemical abilities, surely you could refine it yourself? Zhou Shuyuan asked in astonishment. That? I do not know how to refine a Taizong pill. Yi Chun admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. What? Master Yi, you do not know? Zhou Shuyuan was taken aback. Given Yi Chun's earlier display of alchemical skill, which could only be described as masterful, it was hard to fathom that he could not understand the refinement of a Taizong pill. Was this a jest taken too far? Cough, cough. Do you possess any texts regarding the refinement of a Taizong pill? Yi Chun, wishing to avoid excessive explanation, composed himself and asked, if you have any manuscripts. I would like to see them. Of course. Zhou Shuyuan nodded eagerly. Simultaneously, he retrieved a book from his spatial bracelet and handed it over. Yi Chun accepted it without hesitation, quickly perusing its contents. Rustle, rustle, as was his custom. He merely skimmed through it from beginning to end before returning it to Zhou Shuyuan. Is that all you've read? Zhou Shuyuan blinked in bewilderment, a peculiar expression on his face. You claim not to understand how to refine a Taizong pill, yet you finished browsing it so casually? Are you jesting with me? Senior, please keep this. Yi Chun forcefully pressed the ancient tome into Zhou Shuyuan's hands and added, Next, I shall prepare a potion for you. Though it may not completely cure you, it can alleviate some of your symptoms. Is this truly the case? Zhou Shuyuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Only a trial will reveal the truth. Yi Chun chuckled, picking up a brush from the table. After dipping it in ink, he swiftly inscribed a prescription onto rice paper. Have someone gather the ingredients as per this prescription, and then prepare a medicinal broth. After consuming it for approximately half an hour, you should notice some improvement. Thank you, Master Yi, Zhou Shuyuan exclaimed, immediately dispatching a young apprentice to procure the herbs. Although both alchemy and medicine require various materials, the two disciplines are fundamentally distinct. Alchemy primarily focuses on concocting elixirs essential for martial practitioners, whereas medicine is dedicated to healing ailments and injuries. Before long, the apprentice returned with the herbs as per the prescription, and after boiling them into a broth and consuming it for half an hour, the effects became evident. Master Yi is indeed an extraordinary individual. After just a short while, my previously stiff limbs feel somewhat relaxed. Your praise is unwarranted, Master Zhou. This prescription merely offers temporary relief. Prolonged use will diminish its effectiveness, ultimately leading to complete ineffectiveness. Yi Chun interjected at the opportune moment. What must be done to achieve a complete cure? Zhou Shuyuan inquired earnestly. It requires a rather intricate treatment process, which must span at least a month. Yi Chun replied with a solemn demeanor, though inwardly, he could not help but chuckle. In truth, Zhou Shuyuan's ailment could be entirely cured with a single remedy. The reason he exaggerated the complexity and severity was merely to serve his ulterior motives. Chapter 120. Dog bites dog as long as it can be thoroughly cured. I am indifferent to how much time it takes, Zhou Shuyuan proclaimed earnestly. However, Yi Chun shook his head and replied with a bitter smile. Senior, there is a question. What question? Zhou Shuyuan was taken aback. Yi Chun no longer withheld his words and stated candidly. I have come to Hanyan City to seek entry into your esteemed Piamiao sect. If all goes well, I will have ample time to assist you with your treatment. But if you deny me entry, Yi Chun did not finish his sentence, yet the implication was quite clear. Zhou Shuyuan, not being foolish, quickly assured him. Rest assured, Master Yi, with your accomplishments in medicine and alchemy, our Piamiao sect would be eager to have you. How could we possibly refuse? But it is better to be cautious than to be caught unprepared, Yi Chun lamented. His rapid ascent to authority was not solely due to his innate potential, but rather because of the Tao comprehension system he possessed. Therefore, he truly had no confidence in his talent as a martial artist. According to the earlier statements from the Outer Sect's Grand Elder, Guang Qinghua, the prerequisite for discipleship in Piamiao sect was a cultivation talent of level 6 or higher. Cultivation talent ranges from level 1 to 10. If his talent did not even reach level 6, he would surely be turned away by the Piao sect. Master Yi, do not worry. As long as I am here, I will ensure you achieve your wish to enter the Piao sect. Zhou Shuiyuan promptly guaranteed. Then I must thank you in advance, Senior. Yi Chen's spirit soared. He had deliberately made the treatment process sound convoluted to obtain this assurance. Although his Dao comprehension system was extraordinary, it would be rendered useless without access to more advanced cultivation manuals. Only by joining the Piao sect could he encounter higher-level cultivation techniques and combat skills. By the way, seemingly recalling something, Yi Chen inquired, do you possess any sect-level cultivation techniques or combat skills? None. Zhou Shuyan shook his head. I have dedicated my life to alchemy and have no interest in martial cultivation. Thus I do not possess any related texts. I see. Yi Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to capitalize on this opportunity. But it appeared he must indeed join the Piao sect. Aside from that, does Master Yi have any other requests? Zhou Shuiyuan asked. Well, I do. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before saying, do you have a better quality cauldron? Certainly, though I cannot guarantee it will meet your expectations. Let us take a look. Zhou Shuiyuan replied readily, promptly presenting several cauldrons before Yi Chen. Master Yi, these cauldrons are treasures I have collected over the years. Please feel free to take whichever one you prefer. Then I shall not be polite. Yi Chen responded, selecting the finest quality cauldron without hesitation. Cauldrons, like weapons, are tools that vary in quality and merit. Zhou Shuiyuan extracted several cauldrons, each surpassing in quality any he had previously encountered. The higher the quality of the cauldron, the greater the success rate and the superior the quality of the elixirs produced. Outside the Alchemist Guild, Lu Kai grew increasingly impatient as time wore on. Earlier, he had refrained from revealing himself out of fear of being recognized by Yi Chen, opting instead to await favorable news from his uncle. However, after a prolonged wait, his uncle, Lu Daong, still had not emerged. Fear not, Brother Lu, a fellow disciple reassured him. Your uncle is a skilled alchemist within this guild. It should be a trivial matter for him to handle a mere novice. I have faith in my uncle, yet this delay is rather concerning. Just as he spoke, another disciple shouted, Look, your uncle is coming out. Indeed, following the direction of the disciple's finger, Lu Kai beheld a figure hastily exiting the Alchemist Guild. More accurately, he was being expelled. Get out. You are never to set foot in this guild again, or we shall break your legs. You are a disgrace to the alchemical community. We were foolish to heed your words, only to discover you are a despicable scoundrel. As the man was cast out, onlookers did not hesitate to hurl insults and curses at him. Uncle? Lu Kai was taken aback and rushed forward. The man being expelled was indeed his uncle, Lu Daong. Yet he appeared utterly despondent, his garments in disarray, and even the alchemist's badge he always wore was missing. What on earth happened? Lu Kai inquired with astonishment. Did you not go to teach that fellow named Yi Chen a lesson? How is it that you were thrown out? Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Daong dealt him a fierce blow across the face, the force of which left him dizzy and disoriented. Uncle, why did you strike me? Regaining his balance, Lu Kai clutched his swollen face, his eyes brimming with indignation. Yet, instead of an explanation, Lu Daong responded with another harsh slap. Smack. The resounding sound echoed as the other side of Lu Kai's face met the same fate. Uncle, have you lost your mind? This time, Lu Kai could no longer contain his frustration and shouted angrily. What reason have you to strike me? Can we not converse civilly? It is your own folly that has led to this disgrace. Rather than ceasing his assault, Lu Daong rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists, continuing to rain blows upon Lu Kai. Uncle, please stop. Let us speak calmly. Lu Kai pleaded as he dodged the blows. All I asked was for you to teach that novice a lesson. How could that have caused you harm? I am your nephew. Curse it. I have no such wretched nephew. Lu Daong erupted in a fit of rage. Were it not for Lu Kai's plea for assistance, he would never have resorted to treachery, framing Yi Chen in the process. Consequently, he would not have lost his identity and badge as a pharmacist, nor been expelled from the Pharmacists' Guild. All of this calamity was the doing of his nephew, Lu Kai. In that moment, he even contemplated ending Lu Kai's life. Uncle, what on earth has transpired? Could you not clarify? Lu Kai, utterly perplexed, lamented, I merely requested your help. Why resort to beating me when you failed to rid yourself of that insufferable Yi Chen? The very mention of Yi Chen ignited Lu Daong's fury even further. How dare you bring up Yi Chen? I shall make you pay dearly. As he bellowed, Lu Daong charged at Lu Kai like a frenzied beast, relentlessly pursuing him. Do you truly believe I was born merely to serve as your punching bag? Initially, Lu Kai had only evaded the blows, but after enduring such a relentless assault, he finally unleashed his true anger, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Dayong's groin. The force was tremendous, compounded by Lu Kai's status as a ninth-tier martial artist. The consequences were inevitable. From that moment forth, Lu Dayong would find himself serving the emperor in the palace. Chapter 121. I am not to be provoked, Brother Lu. Your approach seems excessively harsh, does it not? What if you inadvertently incapacitate your uncle? His face has turned the color of liver. Perhaps it is prudent to cease your actions. Observing Lu Kai's relentless assault on Lu Dayong, several disciples from the mysterious sect hastened forward to intercede. Meanwhile, having vented his fury, Lu Kai finally became cognizant of the situation. Uncle, how do you fare? In my moment of urgency, I may have struck a bit too forcefully. Are you all right? It was only then that he recalled the severity of his actions. Yet, by the time he sought to apologize, it was too late. For Lu Dayong had already succumbed to unconsciousness. I had momentarily forgotten. Although my uncle is an alchemist, he is merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any cultivation. Lu Kai felt a twinge of regret. At that moment, a fellow disciple called out, "Look, that pretty boy Yi Chun has emerged." "Oh, he has appeared?" Lu Kai turned to observe. Indeed, a strikingly handsome young man was exiting the alchemist's division, accompanied by a girl of approximately 15 years of age. Strange. How is it that he emerges unscathed? Upon recognizing Yi Chun, Lu Kai pondered, what was my uncle doing that allowed this lad to exit unscathed? Although he was unclear as to why his uncle had been expelled, he was utterly baffled by the furious tirade directed at Yi Chun. Just moments ago, his uncle had fervently asserted that he would ensure Yi Chun would leave in a state of utter defeat. Yet here he stood, nonchalantly exiting the alchemist's division, wearing an expression of serene contentment, devoid of any signs of distress that one might expect after such an ordeal. This was utterly incongruous. It should have been his uncle who emerged in high spirits, not the other way around. "Brother Lu, what shall we do?" inquired a fellow disciple. Lu Kai glanced at the unconscious Lu Dayong, then at the retreating figures of Yi Chun and his sister. Gritting his teeth in determination, he resolved to pursue them. Since cunning schemes have failed to thwart this pretty boy, we might as well adopt a more direct approach. Directly how? Asked the accompanying disciple. You will find out soon enough. Before long, they caught up with Yi Chun and Yi Yanran. You again? Upon seeing his path obstructed, Yi Chun halted, a frown creasing his brow, his face alight with irritation. Do you comprehend why I have consistently targeted you? Lu Kai declared, arms crossed, his head held defiantly high. I was just about to inquire. Yi Chun replied, his tone serious. This individual was unfamiliar to him. He should harbor no grievances. Yet from their first encounter at the inn, Lu Kai had relentlessly pursued him, leaving Yi Chun bewildered. To be frank, Lu Kai adjusted his demeanor, his expression turning grave. It is solely because of Nangong Liuli. Oh, this pertains to Nangong Liuli? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. Indeed. El Kaizhong nodded emphatically. She was the foremost disciple of the outer sect of our Piao Miao sect, admired by Shimen Xiao. Are you aware of the grave consequences your close association with Nangong Liuli may bring? Shimen Xiao again. Yi Chun finally understood. Previously, at the Nangong family, a disciple named Peng Jianan had sought to gain favor with Shimen Xiao, only to meet a tragic end at his own hands. To his astonishment, upon arriving in Hanyan City, he discovered that this individual was targeting him for the same reason. It appears that Shimen Xiao indeed holds significant sway within the Piao Miao sect. Since you are already acquainted with our senior brother Shimen, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. El Kaizhong fixed her gaze upon Yi Chun, speaking in an authoritative tone. From this moment forth, keep your distance from Nangong Liuli. Or else, should I fail to deal with you, once our senior brother Shimen Xiao emerges from seclusion, you shall find yourself in a predicament most dire. Are you threatening me? Yi Chun shook his head, responding with a measured tone. If you are targeting me, it must be at the behest of that Shimen. What Shimen? It is Shimen Xiao. Before Yi Chun could finish his sentence, El Kaizhong promptly corrected him. Very well, Shimen Xiao. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. Return to Shimen Xiao and inform him that I harbor no interest in Nangong Liuli. If he desires her, let him pursue her himself and refrain from provoking me further, for Yi Chun paused, enunciating each word with gravity. I am not one to be trifled with. You. El Kaizhong's face trembled with rage. Her intention in shattering the final barrier was to make Yi Chun aware of the formidable influence she possessed. Unexpectedly, not only did Yi Chun refuse to temper his arrogance, but he audaciously warned Shi Min Xiao instead. I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. If you wish to avoid further confrontation, you would do well to vacate my sight. Yi Chun gestured dismissively, akin to swatting away a fly. At that moment, Yi Yanran stepped forward, her fingers intertwining and cracking ominously, her eyes aflame with fierce determination. Very well, await my return. El Kaizhong, suddenly fearful, left with a parting threat, retreating in shame. Previously, while at the inn, they had teamed up but were thoroughly bested by Yi Yanran, leaving them battered and bruised. He was not foolish enough to repeat that mistake. What shall we do next? One of his companions inquired after distancing themselves from Yi Chun. I have exhausted all means at my disposal and still cannot subdue this insufferable dandy reliant on women. It seems I must return to the Piao Miao sect and request that senior brother Shi Min Xiao intervene personally. Brother, after consuming the spirit-viewing pill you concocted, will my cultivation truly transition swiftly to the spirit level? Leaving the Alchemist Association, Yi Yanran exclaimed with excitement. Of course. Yi Chun nodded, his face brimming with anticipation. The spirit-quelling pill is the finest elixir for transitioning from a 9th-tier master level to a spiritual level. The one I just concocted is of exquisite quality, and coupled with your rare dual Yin malevolent body, it should facilitate a successful transition to the spiritual level in a short span of time. Why wait any longer? Let us return to the inn at once. Yi Yanran urged eagerly. Just as Yi Chun was about to acquiesce, he was suddenly captivated by a conversation nearby. Have you heard? The annual Chongfeng Street Treasure Fair is happening today. Is that so? We should hurry over to take a look. It's a grand event that occurs only once a year, where many vendors display their peculiar treasures for sale. It's an opportunity not to be missed. Last year, I spotted a weapon I fancied, but alas, I lacked the funds to procure it. This year, I must acquire a decent weapon. Upon overhearing their dialogue, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Ran, let us postpone our return to the inn. I have a delightful place to show you. Brother, are you referring to the Chongfeng Street Treasure Fair they mentioned? Yi Yanran inquired, having caught the conversation as well. Precisely, Yi Chun affirmed. It is fortuitous that you are yet to possess a suitable weapon. Let us join the festivities and see if we can unearth a weapon that suits you. Chapter 122. Another extraordinary feature of the system Chongfeng Street. A throng of people filled the area, and the air was filled with the constant sound of vendors hawking their wares. Countless stalls lined the streets, offering everything from antiques to battle armor, as well as rare plants. The annual grand gathering was indeed bustling. As Yi Chun strolled through the lively street, he couldn't help but marvel at the vibrant atmosphere. Brother, look at those peculiar stones. Yi Yanran exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a nearby rare stone shop. Let us go in and take a look, Yi Chun said, raising an eyebrow and striding into the shop. The rare stone shop, true to its name, was filled with an assortment of oddly shaped stones, some as translucent as amber, others adorned with bizarre patterns, and some small, yet surprisingly heavy. The variety was overwhelming, leaving both Yi Chun and his sister in awe. Of course, these stones were not merely for decorative purposes. Some were rare metal materials that could be used for forging or other applications. Dear customers, may I inquire which pieces caught your eye? The shopkeeper hurried over, his face beaming with warmth as if welcoming family. Just browsing, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. He had indeed come merely to accompany his sister, as he was unfamiliar with rare stones and had no intention of spending recklessly. The prices of these stones were clearly marked, ranging from as low as 10 gold coins to several 100,000 gold coins. No rush, take your time. The shopkeeper, undeterred by Yi Chun's casual demeanor, remained exceedingly courteous. Brother, this one is so beautiful, but it costs over 50,000 gold coins. Too expensive, Yi Yanran remarked, her eyes wide as she admired a sparkling stone, only to recoil upon seeing the price. In terms of mere aesthetics, that stone certainly did not warrant such a hefty sum. As they spoke, Yi Chun casually brushed his hand over one of the stones. Suddenly, a notification from the Enlightenment system echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected a blue crystal stone weighing 5 jin and 3 taels. Surprised, Yi Chun pondered the revelation. Could the Enlightenment system actually identify these stones? The system not only gauged the stone's weight, but also immediately described its properties, structure, and potential uses. "Brother, what's wrong?" Seeing Yi Chen's strange expression, Yi Yinran inquired with concern. Recovering from his astonishment, Yi Chen did not respond, but instead extended his hand towards another stone. Ding! The system has detected a sunstone weighing 3 jin and 7 taels, its color resembling flames, suitable for. The excitement surged within Yi Chen as he heard the system's notification in his mind. This enlightenment system possessed an astonishing capability, presenting him with yet another means of gaining an advantage. It was important to note that each of these rare stones contained hidden mysteries, only revealed upon being cut open. Others could only rely on experience to make guesses, but he alone possessed the ability to discern the internal structure through touch. This was nothing short of extraordinary when it came to appraising treasures. Filled with excitement, Yi Chen continued to explore the items in the store, piece by piece. "Brother, this isn't quite proper, is it?" Yi Yinran whispered, sensing the rudeness of his actions. "The shopkeeper has been watching you with increasing impatience." "Touching a few stones won't cost me anything," Yi Chen replied dismissively. The shopkeeper, already quite irritated, could hardly contain himself upon hearing this. "Sir, are you planning to make a purchase or not?" He approached, speaking in a low but firm tone. "If you have no intention to buy, please refrain from touching the merchandise. Otherwise, the items will become soiled, diminishing their appeal and affecting future sales." Yi Chen was about to respond when he abruptly fell silent. At that moment, his hand brushed against another stone. It was a grotesque rock, roughly the size of a human head, its surface dark and unappealing, lacking the luster of other stones. To his surprise, it was priced at a mere 50 gold coins. The shopkeeper likely deemed it worthless, merely a filler in his collection. However, when Yi Chen's hand made contact, the Wudao system announced a name that sent him into a state of exhilaration: Black Xian iron. This stone was one of the finest materials for crafting weapons. With the expertise of a highly skilled blacksmith, it was highly probable that an exceptional weapon could be forged. Exceptional. This represented the pinnacle of quality. Most importantly, Black Xian iron possessed inherent spiritual properties. When transformed into a superior weapon, it could give rise to the simplest of weapon spirits. In contrast to ordinary weapons, those imbued with spirits underwent a qualitative leap. The presence of a weapon spirit signified a connection with its master, allowing for telepathic control. "Hey, are you deaf? If you're not buying, remove your filthy hands from my stone." The shopkeeper, infuriated by Yi Chen's daze, yanked his hand away. Snapped back to reality. Yi Chen paid no heed to the shopkeeper's annoyance, instead gazing intently at the stone. "This rock, Before he could finish, a boisterous voice echoed from the entrance. "Anyone who doesn't want to die, step aside. Young Master Duan has arrived." Turning towards the sound, Yi Chen saw several armored guards, brandishing long swords, striding confidently into the store. In their midst was a young man, clad in a satin robe, holding a folding fan. His lips curved into a smirk, exuding a sense of arrogance. As he approached, his nose was held high, embodying the demeanor of a prince. Yet, rather than displaying any displeasure, the shopkeeper gasped in recognition. "Is that young Master Duan Mingjun?" Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried over, bowing and scraping as if he were a humble servant. "It appears that the esteemed young Master Duan has arrived, and I humbly beg your pardon for the lack of a proper welcome. Why are you standing so close? If your foul breath reaches our young Master Duan, can you afford the consequences?" Before Duan Mingjun could utter a word, a nearby guard disdainfully pushed the shopkeeper aside. The shopkeeper, undeterred, plastered a smile on his face and said, Indeed, it was my rudeness." With a quick thought, he eagerly inquired, "Young Master Duan, may I ask if you have come to seek rare stones?" "Certainly." Duan Mingjun swiftly opened his folding fan, feigning elegance as he proclaimed, "I have long wished to find a prime material for refining weapons. Unfortunately, my incompetent servants possess such poor judgment that, after much searching, they have yet to procure a piece that satisfies me. Thus, I have decided to personally visit your establishment today to see if fortune favors me." As he spoke, he brushed his spatial bracelet, and with a hum, a thick stack of gold notes materialized in his hand. "Fear not, as long as you have quality materials. Money is no object." With that, he tossed the notes at the shopkeeper's face as if dismissing a beggar, rather than being offended by such a rude act. The shopkeeper reveled in the sensation of being showered with money. "Rest assured, young master, This humble shop is replete with a variety of exquisite materials. With your discerning eye, you are sure to find an exceptional refining material. While anxiously gathering the scattered gold notes, the shopkeeper fervently flattered him. However, his compliments soon morphed into a sharp irony. Chapter 123. The Indulgence of Wealth. The concept of indulgence in wealth. Duan Mingjun, relying on his immense family fortune, indeed exhibited remarkable generosity, selecting the most expensive stones without much consideration. However, after opening several pieces priced at over 100,000 gold coins, he was dismayed to find that all yielded nothing but worthless material. Only one stone revealed a subpar jade, which, even when meticulously polished, would scarcely fetch 1 or 2,000 gold coins. The total expenditure for the stones he had chosen had soared to 700,000 gold coins. Even for someone as lavish as Duan Mingjun, this was a substantial burden to bear. "Is this a black market establishment?" Duan Mingjun inquired coldly, directing a piercing gaze at the shopkeeper. "Why have I opened several stones, yet all have proven to be worthless? Please, young Master Duan, do not be angry. Such stones are generally a gamble of fortune. Perhaps if you select a few more, you may uncover a true treasure." The shopkeeper hastily smiled, though the expression appeared forced. After all, Duan Mingjun had spent an exorbitant sum without any return. Anyone in his position would feel a simmering frustration. If it were a lesser individual, they might have refrained from causing a scene in the shop, but Duan Mingjun was notorious in Red Rock City, backed by numerous influential figures, including mentors and elders from the mysterious Cloud sect. Should he fail to procure anything of value, his wrath could very well lead to the destruction of the establishment, leaving the shopkeeper with no recourse. "Your prices are exorbitantly high, yet every stone is worthless. What else could this be but a black market?" Duan Mingjun seethed through gritted teeth. The shopkeeper trembled, fear evident in his demeanor. "Young Master Duan, please calm your anger. The previous stones may have simply been a matter of bad luck on your part. Perhaps if you try a few more, you will find something truly exceptional." Seeing the murderous intent on Duan Mingjun's face, he hastily added, "Rest assured, as a token of our gratitude for your patronage, we would be pleased to allow you to select an additional 5, no, 10 stones. How does that sound? If it were a lesser person, they would be charged for each stone selected, but Duan Mingjun's notorious reputation demanded some concession. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, even with the shopkeeper's concession, Duan Mingjun showed no signs of easing. "Humph! If I select more stones and still find nothing of value, do not blame me for turning hostile," he declared before resuming his selection of stones. After choosing 10 more, he was once again met with disappointment, discovering nothing of significant worth, merely common stones or low-value materials. "You say this is not a black market?" Duan Mingjun's fury reached a boiling point as he seized the shopkeeper by the collar, berating him vehemently. "The first few stones could be attributed to my bad luck, but after this last selection, how do you explain the continued absence of any valuable material?" Aye. The shopkeeper was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, finally grew impatient and shouted, "Shopkeeper, I'll take this one." Having spoken, he cast aside 50 gold coins, seized the stone he had just examined, and prepared to depart with Yi Yanran. This stone, having been authenticated by the Enlightenment system, was one of the finest materials for crafting black mysterious iron. However, it seemed the shopkeeper had deemed it worthless, hence the meager price of 50 gold coins. He had patiently waited previously, not wanting to miss out on such a valuable material. Yet, given the current situation, it appeared that a certain Duan Mingjun was preparing to cause a commotion. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was best to leave quickly. "Stop!" Just as Yi Chun had taken a few steps, a low voice called out from behind, Duan Mingjun's voice. Simultaneously, a swift whoosh pierced the air as several of Duan Mingjun's guards swiftly blocked the path of Yi Chun and his companion. "Our young master has commanded you to halt. Are your ears deaf? You wish to leave? First, see if our young master consents." The guards loomed menacingly, their gazes fixed upon Yi Chun and his companion as though they were mere lab rats. Yi Chun remained unfazed, turning back to Duan Mingjun. "What is the reason for obstructing my path? Did you not see?" Duan Mingjun pointed at the shopkeeper, gritting his teeth. "Knowing full well this establishment is a den of deceit, you still chose to purchase? That is my concern, and it does not pertain to you." Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly. "Impertinent! How dare you undermine our young master?" Before Duan Mingjun could respond, one of the guards bellowed, "Since our young master has declared this a black market, no one is permitted to make purchases here. Anyone who dares to buy is opposing our young master." Another guard echoed, "Wise individuals would return that filthy, worthless stone and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, you shall not leave through this door today." Even the shopkeeper was taken aback, wondering why Yi Chun would provoke Duan Mingjun. Everyone in Hongyan City knew of Duan Mingjun's reputation. He belonged to a powerful family and had influential backing within the mysterious sect. Even some disciples of the sect were hesitant to confront him. This young man, who had just examined every stone in the shop, was willing to stand against Duan Mingjun for a mere 50 gold coins worth of stone. Was this not a futile endeavor? However, but I have already purchased it. Ignoring the astonished expressions around him, Yi Chun looked at the now ashen-faced Duan Mingjun and declared, with unwavering composure, "Since I have paid, I shall take this stone with me." "So, you insist on opposing me?" Duan Mingjun's expression darkened further, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Trade is a matter of freedom. If I wish to buy, can you truly compel me not to?" "I have already made my payment," Yi Chun responded, amusement creeping into his tone. "You lament the quality of your own choices, deeming this shop a den of deceit, yet you forbid others from purchasing. By what right?" "What? You insolent fool! How dare you claim our young master has poor judgment? Do you even realize who you are speaking to?" Several guards seethed with anger. Duan Mingjun, consumed by fury, let out a bitter laugh. "Ah, splendid. So, you believe your judgment to be impeccable, do you?" Yi Chun, unfazed, retorted, "Whether my judgment is commendable or not seems irrelevant to you. You were clearly mocking me just now." Duan Mingjun, visibly provoked, pointed a trembling finger at Yi Chun, gritting his teeth. "Since you deem my discernment lacking, then I shall see just how far your judgment extends." Without further ado, he forcefully dragged the terrified shopkeeper closer, ready to cut open the stone. "If it proves to be worthless, I shall gouge out his eyes." "How can you be so unreasonable?" Ye Yinjian, standing beside Yi Chun, exclaimed indignantly. "The stones in this shop are clearly priced. Even if we were to purchase an ordinary stone, it has nothing to do with you. Why should my brother suffer for it? Blame it on your brother's poor judgment for offending those whom you cannot afford to cross," sneered one of Duan Mingjun's guards. The shopkeeper, overwhelmed with sympathy, bore a pained expression. It was evident that Duan Mingjun was in a foul mood, and anyone who crossed his path would not fare well. Chapter 124. Not only cheating, but also being arrogant, Yi Chun remained unperturbed. His interest piqued as he remarked, "What if this stone I possess yields a treasure?" "Huh, you believe that this unremarkable, murky stone could possibly reveal something valuable?" Duan Mingjun erupted in laughter, and those around him could hardly contain their amusement. A mere 50 gold coins. This was undoubtedly just an inconsequential stone in the rare stone shop. Was this lad not being overly naive? If the stone were truly precious, would the shopkeeper sell it at such a low price? Being poor was one thing, but to flaunt such audacity, was he not afraid of divine retribution? Our young master had just spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins and failed to unearth even a decent stone. How could this filthy, black stone in his hands possibly be of worth? The crowd unleashed a torrent of ridicule, gazing at Yi Chun as though he were a fool. Yet, Yi Chun remained oblivious to their scorn, keeping his gaze fixed on Duan Mingjun as he reiterated, "What if I do unveil a treasure? If you reveal a treasure, I shall immediately call you grandfather." Duan Mingjun bellowed without hesitation, "Apologies, but I have no need for a disloyal grandson like you." Yi Chun firmly declined. You dare to take advantage of me?" Duan Mingjun was incensed upon realizing the implications. What was his status? To publicly refer to a stranger as grandfather would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Yet, this lad had the audacity to claim he had no need for such a disloyal descendant. Was this not an intentional humiliation? "You were the one who offered to call me grandfather, not I." Yi Chun shrugged innocently. "You." Duan Mingjun was nearly apoplectic. In his previous rage, he had uttered a remark so foolish. His intention was merely to highlight the minuscule probability of that stone yielding anything of value. Little did he expect to be countered so effectively. "Very well, if your stone does produce a treasure, I shall do anything you ask." To avoid further embarrassment, Duan Mingjun suppressed his murderous impulse and stated, "How about this then? 50,000 gold coins." Yi Chun replied with a smirk, "Are you not wealthy? If I unveil a treasure from this stone, You must provide me with 50,000 gold coins without hesitation. What say you? Agreed. Duan Mingjun accepted the proposition without a second thought. He could hardly believe that a wretched stone might yield anything of worth. However, even if it did, 50,000 gold coins was a trifling amount for one of his affluents. What are you waiting for? Hurry and open it. Duan Mingjun urged impatiently, seeing the shopkeeper still in a stupor. Yes, I shall personally unveil it. The shopkeeper returned to reality and hurried towards Yichun. However, the disdain in his gaze had diminished, replaced now with gratitude and pity. Gratitude fills the air, for if not for Yi Chen's timely intervention, Duan Mingjun would likely have clung to him with unyielding tenacity. It is a pity that Yi Chen, in his folly, sought to wager against Duan Mingjun with a worthless stone, a move that could only result in humiliation. Even should he escape with his life, he would surely suffer irreparable harm. Let it begin. Yi Chen did not decline, promptly handing over the stone in his possession. The shopkeeper, taking it upon himself, moved to the tools and began to scrape away the stone's outer shell. The onlookers, already convinced of Yi Chen's grim fate, silently pronounced judgment upon him. However, as the scraping continued, a faint glimmer of light began to emanate from within the stone. Though still dim, it was evident that Yi Chen had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Generally, stones that emit light possess substances of extraordinary quality. How could this be? Could it be that there truly was a gem hidden within? What extraordinary fortune has this lad encountered? Our young master has squandered considerable wealth and selected numerous stones, yet none yielded anything of value, while this boy, by mere chance, uncovers treasure from a seemingly worthless stone. The most incredulous among them was undoubtedly Duan Mingjun. Moments earlier, he had relentlessly mocked Yi Chun and wagered 500,000 gold coins against him. Now, with Yi Chun revealing a treasure, it meant not only would he have to part with 500,000 gold coins, but he would also suffer a profound loss of face. No matter how difficult it was for him to accept, the shopkeeper continued to scrape the stone and soon could not contain his astonishment. It is black Xian iron, a premier material for crafting weapons. Your luck is enviably exceptional. The shopkeeper's voice quivered with excitement. What? Black Xian iron? It is one of the finest materials for weapon forging. Has this lad truly been favored by the heavens? A piece of such substantial black Xian iron, if auctioned, would undoubtedly fetch no less than 1 million gold coins. The crowd was left in a state of shock and envy, particularly the shopkeeper, whose heart felt as though it were bleeding. Had he known that the stone contained black Xian iron, he would have priced it at no less than 500,000 coins, even if he had marked it at 1 million. Now, having treated it as scrap and priced it at a mere 15 coins, he had unwittingly unveiled a treasure worth over 1 million gold coins. Anyone in his position would feel an imbalance of spirit. Yet, despite his tumultuous emotions, he dared not voice his grievances. After all, there are rules in the realm of commerce. The price he set, regardless of the outcome, belonged to the customer. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Chun remained unfazed. For prior to the stone's unveiling, the Enlightenment system had already identified the substance within. Given that it was proclaimed to be one of the best materials for forging, he extended a hand toward Duan Mingjun with a smirk, saying, "Now, hand over the 500,000 gold coins." Duan Mingjun shuddered, his expression a tumultuous sea of emotions. From the moment light emerged from the stone, he realized that this time he was destined to lose his wager. However, how could he willingly surrender 500,000 gold coins and bear the scorn of being labeled a coward? "Do you know who I am?" he seethed, his anger mounting as he disregarded the gazes of those around him. "I am Duan Mingjun, the esteemed heir of the Duan family in Hongyan City. If you are an outsider, you may inquire about my reputation and see who dares to disregard my authority in this city. So, you intend to be unreasonable, do you?" Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. "And what if I do?" Duan Mingjun did not shy away from his defiance, boldly asserting, "Not only do I intend to be unreasonable, but I also intend to act with arrogance. What will you do about it?" Before Yi Chen could respond, he signaled to several guards. Understanding his intent, they cracked their knuckles and approached Yi Chun and Yi Yanran, each face twisted into a cruel smile. Chapter 125, The Thrill of Gambling. If you know what's good for you, apologize to our young master now. Otherwise, losing an arm or a leg is merely a matter of course. You dare to put our young master in an awkward position? You are courting death. It is one thing to bring shame upon our young master, But you also desire money? I truly wonder where your audacity stems from. As they encircled him, several guards did not forget to utter menacing words. However, Yi Chen displayed not an ounce of the tension one might expect in such dire circumstances. Instead, he calmly advised, I suggest you refrain from making any rash moves. Moreover, he turned his gaze once more to Duan Mingjun. A bet must be honored. You had best return the wager of over 500,000 to me in full. Otherwise, when I demand it a second time, the amount will double. Huh? You dare to threaten this young master? Duan Mingjun, in a fury, laughed mockingly. It seems you are truly one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Without further ado, he waved his hand and bellowed, immediately, give this young master a thorough beating. His words were abruptly cut short. At that moment, as he spoke, a cacophony of strikes filled the air. His guards, caught unawares, were swiftly brought to the ground by a seemingly timid young lady beside Yi Chen, who moved with astonishing speed. The entire incident unfolded in the blink of an eye. As those present came to their senses, they beheld the guards sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Oh, my leg is broken. My arm is dislocated. Someone help me. My manhood. The sounds of their despair reached Duan Mingjuan's ears, and he finally grasped the situation. You dare. Smack. Before he could finish his threat, he received a resounding slap across one cheek. The force was not overwhelming, yet it left his face burning with pain. This time, it was not Yi Yanran, but Yi Chen who delivered the blow. You dare to curse? Smack. He attempted to continue his tirade, but the other side of his face met with another of Yi Chen's slaps. This one was delivered with greater force, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and his senses to reel. And yet, this was Yi Chen's deliberate act of restraint. Had he unleashed his full strength, with his ninth-tier spiritual prowess, he could have entirely obliterated Duan Mingjuan's head. Do you prefer money or another slap? Only when Duan Mingjun was left seething with rage and unable to respond did Yi Chen leisurely inquire. I. Duan Mingjun was on the brink of madness. But upon seeing Yi Chen raise his hand once more, he cast aside his bravado and quickly conceded. All right. I will give you the money. Please, just don't hit me again. In a situation where neither his status nor his strength could overpower his opponent, continuing to act tough would only lead to a more humiliating defeat. As he spoke, he retrieved a banknote of 500,000 from his spatial bracelet and presented it. Yi Chen, of course, was not one to refuse, accepting the note and counting it thoroughly. After ensuring that the amount was correct, he nodded in satisfaction and displayed a harmless smile to Duan Mingjun, exclaiming, Enjoy your gambling. Duan Mingjun, feeling increasingly frustrated and unwilling to humiliate himself further, barked at several guards. Is he dead? If not, get him up. With that, he covered his swollen face and strode towards the door. The guards, supporting one another, followed closely behind. Boy, do you dare to leave your name? Duan Mingjun asked resentfully as he reached the entrance. Still contemplating revenge for the future? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing no hesitation as he readily replied, Remember this. I am Yishiman, disciple of the Misty Sect. Yishiman. Duan Mingjuan's expression shifted as he seemed to recognize the name. The guards exchanged glances, astonished to learn he was the foremost figure from the Misty Sect's outer disciples. No wonder he possessed such remarkable skills. It seemed our defeat was not in vain. Having fallen to him today, we must accept our loss. However, Yi Yanran, standing beside Yi Chen, wore a perplexed expression. Brother, how? Just as she was about to speak, Yi Chen interrupted, Don't say anything. Oh, Yi Yanran nodded in understanding. Although she was unaware of why Yi Chen chose to impersonate someone else, she held deep respect for him, believing that whatever he did was justifiable. Yishiman, is it? Well, I shall remember you. Although Duan Mingjun initially felt apprehensive, he refused to show weakness and forced out a harsh remark before departing with his guards. Shortly after, only the shopkeeper and the two siblings remained in the establishment. Young master, so you are the esteemed Yishiman of the Misty Sect's outer disciples? I was blind to your status, and I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. As soon as Duan Mingjun left, the shopkeeper hurried forward, filled with trepidation to offer his apologies. Situated at the foot of the Misty Sect's mountain, even those who were not martial artists had heard of some renowned figures associated with the sect. The shopkeeper had initially thought Yi Chen was merely a petty thief, unaware of his significant background. It's nothing. I prefer to keep a low profile, so it's perfectly understandable that you didn't recognize me. Yi Chen graciously waved his hand. His choice to impersonate Yi Shimin was a strategic maneuver, aiming to stir the waters and create chaos. After all, both Duan Mingjun and Yi Shimin were adversaries of his, and if his impersonation led to a conflict between them, it was a result he would welcome. Even if misunderstandings were resolved later, it would not harm him in the least. My thanks to you, young master, for coming to my aid just now. Had it not been for your intervention, I truly would not have known how to handle the situation given Duan's arrogant nature. The shopkeeper bowed deeply to Yi Chen, expressing his gratitude. If there is anything I can do to assist you, young master, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall oblige without reservation. Since you operate a rare stone shop, you must possess a compendium of tools, right? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and inquired. Such establishments typically focus on ornamental jade and materials for crafting weapons. Therefore, in addition to the various tools used for polishing jade, there must certainly be a compendium of tools. This compendium serves as a manual detailing the secrets of weapon forging, akin to an extensive guide on weapon crafting, containing numerous methods for creating conventional armaments. Our shop has been in operation for over a century, so we undoubtedly have one. The shopkeeper appeared quite generous and promptly replied, Please wait a moment, young master. I shall retrieve it at once. Before long, the shopkeeper presented a thick tome before Yi Chen and respectfully inquired, May I ask if you intend to forge a weapon from this piece of black mysterious iron? Indeed. Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. Simultaneously, he accepted the compendium. Rest assured, young master, you have just saved our establishment. Regardless of what weapon you wish to forge, I shall do my utmost to assist you without charging you a single coin. The shopkeeper ardently stated. Typically, customers visiting the shop to purchase rare stones would incur additional fees for both stone selection and weapon crafting. However, given that Yi Chen had just rescued him and his shop, the shopkeeper was more than willing to forge not only one weapon for Yi Chen, but even hundreds. And he would gladly offer a heap of stones free of charge. It is important to recognize that had it not been for Yi Chen's timely diversion of attention, the irate Duan Mingjun could have left him severely injured, and his shop would certainly have been reduced to rubble. Moreover, he might have had to bear the infamous reputation of being a black market dealer, with no customers ever returning. Thus, Yi Chen's significance to his shop was akin to that of a second set of parents. Chapter 126. Beyond the Extraordinary. With a swift motion, Yi Chen perused the weapon blueprint before promptly returning it to the shopkeeper. Are you dissatisfied with the weapons depicted in the blueprint, young master? The shopkeeper inquired instinctively. It's acceptable, Yi Chen replied dismissively. What manner of weapon do you wish to forge? The shopkeeper pressed further, his mind swirling with confusion. Wasn't he here to craft a weapon? How could he proceed without guidance? I desire to forge a dagger. Yi Chen contemplated briefly before articulating his request. A dagger, you say? The shopkeeper glanced at the piece of black profound iron Yi Chen had previously examined, nodding in agreement. Your choice is astute, although this iron is precious. Its weight is somewhat insufficient for a larger weapon. A dagger is indeed the most suitable option. At this juncture, the shopkeeper seemed to recall something and added, Please wait a moment. I shall summon the most renowned blacksmith in West City to personally craft it for you. There's no need for that. Before the shopkeeper could turn fully, Yi Chen shook his head. Simply provide me with a furnace and the necessary tools, and I shall forge it myself. You wish to forge it yourself? The shopkeeper could hardly believe his ears. The rarity of blacksmiths in this world stemmed from the high demands of the craft. It required not only talent, but also an intimate knowledge of various forging materials, alongside exceptional strength, endurance, skill, and timing. Initially, the shopkeeper assumed Yi Chen, as the foremost disciple of the Misty Sect's outer circle, was solely adept in martial cultivation. He never anticipated that Yi Chen was also a blacksmith. If only he knew that Yi Chen's ability to forge stemmed from a mere cursory glance at the blueprint, he might very well have fainted from astonishment. Please prepare everything quickly, Yi Chen urged, offering no further explanation as he encouraged the shopkeeper to hasten. Had this been before, even with knowledge of every weapon's forging method, he would have been incapable of crafting anything. The demands placed on a blacksmith's physique were exceedingly rigorous. Among these, strength and endurance were paramount. If one's strength were insufficient, one might struggle even to lift a hammer, let alone forge. As for endurance, many weapons required a continuous forging process. Any interruption could severely diminish the weapon's quality or even lead to complete failure. This necessitated that a blacksmith possess considerable stamina. Previously, Yi Chen lacked these attributes. However, he was no longer the same individual. With his rapid cultivation advancements, while his physique appeared unchanged, its overall strength had undergone a profound transformation. Having just reviewed the blueprint, the task of forging a dagger to his specifications should pose little challenge. Indeed, the reason he sought to forge a dagger this time was due to his recent acquisition of an unfathomable martial art, the Phantom Codex. This martial technique is revered as the treasure of the Phantom sect precisely because it transcends traditional hierarchical systems. In essence, this technique evolves alongside the martial artist's growth. The greater the practitioner's cultivation, the more formidable the prowess it unleashes. In contrast, other martial arts are typically categorized by fixed ranks, with a predetermined upper limit to their power. Young master, everything is prepared. Shortly after, the shopkeeper emerged, gesturing invitingly. Thank you. Yi Chen nodded and followed the shopkeeper towards the rear of the store, where a courtyard dedicated to weapon forging awaited. This space was replete with an array of forging apparatus. At that moment, the furnace blazed vigorously, flames leaping from the coal as the bellows expelled air with a relentless roar. Yi Chen approached the fire with the black mystic iron in hand, tossing it into the heart of the flames. This black mystic iron remained a mere raw material and required refinement before it could be fashioned into a weapon. This initial step was rather straightforward. Thus, it wasn't long before he achieved an exceptionally high purity level in the black mystic iron. Next came the actual weapon crafting process, which generally follows these steps. First, purification. Second, hammering. Third, shaping. Fourth, quenching. Fifth, imbuing with spirit. And sixth, completion of the weapon. Of course, the purification step is contingent upon starting with raw materials. Should one possess already refined metals, one could commence directly from the second step. While these steps may appear simple, they are, in truth, a severe test of forging skills. One misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. However, with the assistance of the Enlightenment system, Yi Chen had long since mastered all aspects of the forging craft. Furthermore, his physical prowess had reached an astonishing level, allowing him to forge the weapon with remarkable fluidity. With a rhythmic clang and the fury of fire, within a mere hour, a dagger, measuring a foot in length, finally emerged. Its body was a deep, obsidian hue, reflecting a cold metallic sheen, and the blade gleamed with a sharp radiance. Though it lacked a dazzling aura, it emanated a piercing sharpness that felt palpable. The light was subdued, yet the edge was as sharp as a needle, perfectly balanced. This dagger could only be described as exquisite. Observing the dagger in Yi Chen's hand, the shopkeeper was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. If wielded by an assassin, it would undoubtedly render its target utterly defenseless. Yet, he soon expressed his bewilderment. Young master, this dagger appears impeccably flawless. Why does it not emit any light? Generally, if a weapon's quality reaches the level of a rare treasure, its surface should radiate. Yet, this one, despite not being the pinnacle of excellence, should at least qualify as a fine treasure. The absence of any glimmer is indeed perplexing. Have you ever heard of the concept of returning to simplicity in weaponry? Yi Chen suggested cryptically. Returning to simplicity? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Could it be that the quality of your dagger has transcended the realm of the extraordinary and reached the legendary spirit grade? It is said that above the extraordinary lies the spirit grade. Only weapons of this caliber possess a subtle radiance, embodying the essence of returning to simplicity. Such weapons are endowed with a spirit that can commune with their master, allowing for manipulation through mere thought. Due to the elevated rank, even the most skilled blacksmiths in Red Rock City have never forged one. Only a master craftsman from the inner sanctum of the Misty sect, under optimal conditions and with sufficient materials, might have the chance to create a spirit-grade weapon. One can only imagine what this dagger in Yi Chen's possession signifies. It seems it is time to consider a weapon upgrade. Yi Chen was also quite pleased with the dagger he had crafted. The shopkeeper's guess was indeed correct. The quality of this dagger had reached the spirit grade. During the forging process, he had infused it with a drop of his own blood. From that moment forth, a subtle mental connection had formed between him and the dagger, as if it would automatically spring forth to confront any adversary at his command. Young Master Shiman, you seemed to suggest earlier that it is time for a weapon change, am I right? The shopkeeper, seizing upon Yi Chen's earlier murmurs, turned to him with a fervent expression. Chapter 127. The store's treasure, yes. What is it? Yichen countered. The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly and cautiously inquired. Since young Master Shiman intends to change weapons, I presume your previous one is no longer of use? The previous one? Yichen raised an eyebrow and nodded. Indeed. It is likely no longer needed. May I acquire it in exchange? The shopkeeper eagerly proposed. Given that Yi Chun could forge spiritual-grade weapons, it was reasonable to assume that his prior weapon, even if not spiritual grade, must be of exceptional or rare quality. However, even merely being rare, should it be auctioned, it would undoubtedly create a sensation and fetch a high price. Nevertheless, I apologize, but even if it is no longer useful, I do not wish to part with it. Yichen shook his head. Although his crescent blade was only of rare quality, the variety of weapons was significant. If he were to obtain a technique that required the crescent blade in the future, relinquishing it now would leave him without a suitable weapon. The shopkeeper appeared somewhat disheartened. Reluctant to concede, he pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "How about this? If young Master Shiman is willing to part with it, I would gladly exchange it for our store's treasure." "What treasure?" Yichen inquired, taken aback. "Please follow me." The shopkeeper smiled mysteriously, gesturing for Yichen to proceed. Driven by curiosity, Yichen did not refuse and followed closely. After a brief moment, the shopkeeper led him into a secret chamber. This is. Upon seeing the items within the chamber, Yichen was taken aback. Unlike the disorienting array of stones in the shop front, this chamber housed only a single stone, large enough to be likened to a grinding wheel, with a diamond shape pointed at both ends, and its surface adorned with vein-like patterns. Among these patterns, one could observe red lights writhing, presenting an extraordinary sight. Young Master possesses discerning eyes. This is the heavenly muscle stone, the pride of our establishment. The shopkeeper, evidently pleased with Yichen's reaction, proclaimed with pride, "This heavenly muscle stone, like the black mysterious iron you just encountered, is also one of the finest materials for forging." "I am aware of that." Yichen nodded, then with keen interest asked, "Are you suggesting to exchange this heavenly muscle stone for my original weapon?" "Well," the shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly, "it depends on the nature of young Master Shiman's old weapon." Although he believed Yichen's former weapon to be of considerable quality, he felt it prudent to ascertain its value first. Otherwise, if Yichen were to produce an ordinary weapon claiming it was his old weapon, it would leave him in a precarious position. "This is my old weapon." Yichen, seemingly intrigued, reached into his spatial bracelet, and with a resonating hum, a glow emerged, revealing a formidable crescent blade that shone with an ethereal light, materializing in his grasp. A rare weapon? The shopkeeper, seasoned in dealings with weapons, immediately recognized the quality of the crescent blade as soon as Yichen drew it forth. "Indeed, my old weapon is precisely this rare-grade crescent blade." Yichen nodded and then remarked, "If you are willing, exchanging this piece of Tianjin stone is certainly not out of the question." The Tianjin stone, much like the esteemed black mysterious iron, is among the finest materials for forging. To say that a mere exquisite-grade weapon is sufficient for trade would be an understatement. Even if it were of the highest quality, he would still consider it worthwhile. Properly utilized, the Tianjin stone could indeed yield a spiritual weapon. Moreover, given that this particular stone is the size of a grinding disc, it could easily be fashioned into more than 2 weapons, provided they are not of the large and heavy variety. Thus, this transaction would undoubtedly be to his advantage. The shopkeeper seemed to grasp this notion, responding with a hint of reluctance, "Young Master Shiman, while the quality of your crescent blade is commendable, using it to exchange for this Tianjin stone does seem a bit. You feel it would be an unfair trade, don't you?" Before the shopkeeper could finish his thought, Yichen interjected. The shopkeeper offered an awkward smile, tacitly acknowledging the truth in Yichen's words. "If my assumptions are correct, the reason this prized possession of yours has remained unsold is not due to your reluctance to part with it, nor is it a matter of insufficient offers, but rather that no one possesses the skill to forge it into a weapon," Yichen implied, striking at the very core of the shopkeeper's distress. The shopkeeper's expression froze momentarily. Indeed, while the Tianjin stone is one of the finest materials for forging, it harbors a fatal flaw: the difficulty of purification. Even the most renowned blacksmiths in the city are incapable of refining Tianjin stone. This was precisely why he had refrained from selling it. The material itself was not lacking in quality, but rather the inability to forge it into a weapon rendered it unsellable. If it were black mysterious iron, My exquisite crescent blade would truly be inadequate for an exchange. However, as for the Tianjin stone, Yi Chen shook his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips. If you choose not to trade, then by all means, keep it as a mere ornament. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Wait. The shopkeeper hastily followed, feigning a troubled demeanor. How about this? In light of your kindness towards me, if you are still willing, let us proceed with the exchange. Are you certain you wish to trade? Yi Chen countered. His earlier mention of leaving had merely been a strategic retreat. Why would he so easily relinquish such a premium forging material? The inability of other blacksmiths to refine it was simply a reflection of their lack of skill. With his insight system to assist him, should it fall into his hands, it would not merely serve as decoration. You are right, young master. Although the Tianjin stone is precious, no one seems capable of utilizing it. The shopkeeper lamented. Rather than allowing it to languish here as an ornament, it would be better to fulfill your request. Noticing Yi Chen's frown, he quickly added, Of course, I also believe your weapon is quite exceptional. So should we proceed with the exchange, rest assured that I shall not suffer a loss. Now that is more agreeable. Seeing the shopkeeper finally relent, Yi Chen ceased his insistence and promptly completed the exchange on the spot. By the way, Xiaoran, what kind of weapon do you desire? As soon as he acquired the Tianjin stone, Yi Chen turned his gaze towards Yi Yanran. Me? Yi Yanran pondered for a moment, then awkwardly shook her head. I don't know. Although she had already reached the 9th tier of the master rank, she remained uncertain about which weapon suited her best. Never mind. I shall craft a bespoke weapon for you. Yi Chen understood that further inquiries would be futile. After a brief contemplation, he finally devised a plan and addressed the shopkeeper. I also need to borrow your forge. Of course. The shopkeeper readily agreed, eager to witness how Yi Chen would transform the Tianjin stone into a weapon, something that had stumped other blacksmiths. Brother, are you really going to forge a weapon for me using this Tianjin stone? Yi Yanran asked, her face brimming with anticipation. Absolutely. Yi Chen nodded. As your cultivation level continues to rise, it would be impractical to be without a suitable weapon. What kind of weapon are you planning to create for me? Yi Yanran inquired with curiosity. You'll find out soon enough. Yi Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 128. A confrontation with rivals. Yi Chen did not linger. Once all preparations were complete, he commenced the forging process. The principal reason other blacksmiths were unable to transform the Tianjin stone into weaponry was its extraordinary hardness. Not only could ordinary flames not melt it, but it was also exceedingly difficult to cut, rendering the initial step of purification an insurmountable challenge for most craftsmen. However, for Yi Chen, these obstacles were trivial. First, he retrieved the dagger he had previously fashioned from black mysterious iron and sliced the Tianjin stone into thin sheets, which he then cast into the furnace for melting. The Tianjin stone was indeed formidable, yet the dagger made of black mysterious iron, with its remarkable quality, surpassed the unrefined Tianjin stone in both sharpness and hardness. Consequently, Yi Chen's cutting was akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. The shopkeeper was left utterly astonished by this spectacle. Could it truly be done this way? He had anticipated that Yi Chen would exchange old weapons for assistance, but he had not envisioned such a direct approach. The method, seemingly straightforward and crude, proved remarkably effective. The failure of other blacksmiths to melt the Tianjin stone stemmed from their lack of sufficiently sharp tools to fragment it. However, Yi Chen's ability to slice it into thin sheets was a different matter altogether. No matter how hard the Tianjin stone, as long as it was sufficiently thin, even ordinary flames could easily refine it. Indeed, once Yi Chen had cut the stone into thin sheets, it softened into a molten liquid after a brief period in the furnace. Once refined, the purification process could proceed smoothly. Of course, despite the ease, it still required an extensive amount of time. By the following day, Yi Chen had successfully navigated through each stage and ultimately forged the Tianjin stone into a rather peculiar weapon, a piercing whip. However, it bore some distinctions from traditional versions. Its surface was adorned with numerous barbs, allowing it to retract freely. When contracted, it could be wielded as a flexible sword, and when extended, it transformed into a long whip. Astonishingly, its quality reached the pinnacle. The inability to achieve a spiritual-grade weapon was merely due to the formidable difficulty of forging the Tianjin stone. The craftsmanship of young Master Shimin was indeed an eye-opener. As the shopkeeper gazed at the completed piercing whip, he felt a mix of admiration and envy. The crescent blade he had exchanged with Yi Chun was of precious quality. Yet the weapon forged from the Tianjin stone had attained an exceptional grade. What troubled him most was the fact that Yi Chun had only spent 50 gold coins the previous day to acquire a piece of black mysterious iron from his shop. Excluding the cost of those 50 gold coins and the effort expended in forging, it could be said that Yi Chun had exchanged a precious crescent blade for both an exceptional weapon and a spiritual grade weapon. Such a transaction would leave anyone feeling a sense of imbalance. Yet, upon reflecting on Yi Chun's extraordinary forging skills, the shopkeeper could only accept his fate. After all, without trading with Yi Chun, that piece of Tianjin stone would merely serve as a decorative object, and he would lose the opportunity to possess the precious crescent blade. Xiaoran, this stinging whip shall henceforth belong to you. After observing it for a moment and finding no flaws, Yi Chun handed it to Yi Yanran. It is light and agile. Truly befitting me, Yi Yanran exclaimed, unable to part with it. Without further delay, he departed from the shop, preparing to return to there and to commence the concoction of the Taizong pill. The previous day at the Alchemist Association, he had successfully crafted a precious grade spirit insight pill for Yi Yanran and received a fine cauldron from Zhou Xuan, along with the method for brewing the Taizong pill. At the Qingshan Hall of the outer sect of the mysterious Cloud sect, what audacity Yi Chun possesses. Does he truly dare to be so brazen? Upon hearing El Kai's report, the self-proclaimed foremost figure of the outer sect, Shimin Xiao, erupted in fury. Brother Shimin, it is not that I lack effort, but that this fellow Yi Chun is exceedingly cunning, always relying on women for support. El Kai indignantly retorted, while Nangong Liuli indeed surpasses us in cultivation. That girl accompanying Yi Chun is also a prodigy. Despite our combined efforts, we were still no match for her. Pausing for a moment, El Kai added, even my uncle could not gain the upper hand against that lad. Humph, relying on women for support. What sort of man is that? Shimin Xiao spat angrily. Brother Shimin, we share your sentiments. Yet that scoundrel is utterly shameless. He not only finds no disgrace in his actions, but takes pride in them. We truly have no means to contend with him. At this point, El Kai seemed to recall something and cautiously said, by the way, on our way back, that fellow uttered a remark that was profoundly disrespectful to you. What did he say? Shimin Xiao paused, intrigued. He claimed that he holds no interest in Nangong Liuli. If you, brother, are fond of her, you should pursue her yourself, but he advised you not to provoke him again, otherwise. Otherwise what? Seeing El Kai hesitate, Shimin Xiao could no longer restrain his rage. El Kai, startled, quickly replied, he warned that he is not to be trifled with, and if you were to provoke him again, there would be dire consequences. These words ignited Shimin Xiao's fury to a boiling point. With a resounding crash, he slammed his palm down, shattering the table before him into splinters. Very well. Excellent. Shimin Xiao gritted his teeth. El Kai, do you know where that scoundrel resides? I do. El Kai nodded emphatically, his face alight with anticipation. If you personally take action, that fellow will find it impossible to rely on women for support. As the foremost figure of the outer sect, Shimin Xiao's intervention meant that even if Yi Yanran or Nangong Liuli stood by Yi Chun, they would be unable to withstand his might. Lead the way at once, Shimin Xiao declared, brimming with confidence. I shall see what audacity this fellow possesses. Yes, brother. El Kai nodded eagerly, promptly stepping forward to guide the way. Due to the proximity to Hongyan City, it took merely half an hour to escort Shimin Xiao to the inn where Yi Chun resided. At this moment, before the inn, he sighed in relief, finally returning. Yi Chun yawned, an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him. The previous day had been a whirlwind. He first attended the Alchemist Association to concoct elixirs, followed by a visit to the rare stone shop on Changfeng Street to forge weapons, particularly a thorn whip for his sister Yi Yanran, which consumed the entire night. No matter how vigorous his spirit, he now felt utterly drained. Thus, even upon returning to the inn, his foremost desire was to indulge in a restorative slumber before rising to refine the Taizong pill. However, it was Shimin Shixiang indeed. Just as he was about to step inside the inn, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Once again, it was him. Yi Yanran also recognized the voice, her delicate features darkening with displeasure. Yi Chun, taken aback, turned to look. As anticipated, the speaker was none other than Lu Kai, the disciple of the mysterious sect, who had persistently sought to trouble him the previous day. Beside Lu Kai stood a tall, imposing figure radiating an extraordinary demeanor. Chapter 129. The consequences of unrequited affection are you, Yi Chen? The man spoke, his tone laced with hostility. Simultaneously, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward Yi Chen with an air of overwhelming arrogance. Surely you are not the self-important Shimin Xiao? Yi Chen surmised the man's identity, surveying him with a look of disdain. Though he had never encountered Shimin Xiao in person, the name had reached his ears countless times, particularly after impersonating him the previous day on Changfeng Street. He had anticipated that their paths would only cross after joining the Piamiao sect. Yet here they were, face to face so soon. What did you say? How dare you claim our senior brother Shimin is self-absorbed? Before Shimin Xiao could speak, his companions, including El Kai, had already begun to scold him. However, Shimin Xiao waved them off, halting their outcry, and turned his curious gaze toward Yi Chen. You are indeed Yi Chen? Indeed, that is I. Yi Chen nodded in affirmation. Quite impressive, Shimin Xiao remarked, seemingly unfazed. Before me, you remain so composed. You are the first to do so. Yet, perhaps you shall also be the last. Pray tell, are you truly considering attacking me over Nangong Liuli? Yi Chen replied with a wry smile. Humph, the women I, Shimin Xiao, take a liking to shall not be touched by anyone. Shimin Xiao asserted, his tone unexpectedly resolute. To lay eyes on Nangong Liuli is to challenge my authority and boundaries. Uff. Yi Chen could not suppress his laughter. You are simply too amusing. What is so funny? Shimin Xiao demanded, barely containing his fury. By your reasoning, do you believe your authority and boundaries require the collective adherence of all? Yi Chen chuckled. Humph, it has been said since time immemorial that the strong reign supreme. As the foremost disciple of the Piamiao sect, my rules are immutable laws that all must obey. Shimin Xiao declared assertively. May I utter a thought, though uncertain if it is appropriate? Yi Chen inquired with a smirk. What is it you wish to say? Shimin Xiao frowned. Observing Yi Chen's dismissive demeanor, he sensed that what was to follow would likely be quite cutting, yet he could not resist the urge to hear it. How others flatter you is their concern, not mine. But before me, your so-called authority and boundaries amount to nothing but nonsense. Yi Chen pronounced, each word deliberate. An abrupt silence enveloped the air. Both Shimin Xiao and El Kai, along with the others, were left astonished by Yi Chen's audacious proclamation. Initially, they had thought Yi Chen's earlier bravado stemmed from ignorance of Shimin Xiao's presence. Yet, with Shimin Xiao standing right before him, Yi Chen still dared to be so insolent. It was sheer folly. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shimin Xiao suddenly laughed. However, that laughter was chilling, sending shivers down one's spine, and his gaze towards Yi Chen became as sharp as a blade. He uttered no further words, for his actions had already conveyed the depth of his fury. A low hum resonated as his body trembled, a surge of overwhelming energy emanating from within, stirring a tempest of dust around him. His long hair danced wildly, and his garments billowed, transforming him into an imposing figure, as formidable as a mountain, seemingly unshakable. Brother Shimin is about to strike. Everyone, retreat. Knowing the terrifying prowess of Shimin Xiao, El Kai and the others hastily withdrew. When they glanced back at Yi Chen, their eyes were filled with a malicious delight. If Shimin Xiao were to act, the outcome for Yi Chen was all too clear. Yet, just as Shimin Xiao advanced toward Yi Chen, a sudden low shout pierced the air from not far away. Shimin Xiao paused, instinctively looking back, for that voice was one he knew all too well. Yi Chen was equally taken aback, for the speaker was none other than Nangong Liuli, who had returned to the Piamiao sect just yesterday. Junior sister Nangong, your timing is impeccable. Shimin Xiao reigned in his imposing aura and adopted a self-satisfied posture before casually stating, You deliberately got close to those unworthy men to compel me into taking action, did you not? Ignoring the astonished expression on Nangong Liuli's face, he continued with a sense of self-importance. Now that I am here, you shall immediately sever ties with this pitiful excuse for a man. I can overlook your previous closeness to him and publicly declare our relationship. His words left Nangong Liuli utterly dumbfounded. Once she regained her senses, she struggled to speak. Brother Shimin, I think you've misunderstood. You need not explain. I am already aware. Before she could finish, Shimin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. After all, you are a woman, and admitting publicly that you did this to win me over would surely embarrass you, which I fully understand. Nangong Liuli's mouth fell agape. Yet before she could utter a word, Shimin Xiao delivered another statement that nearly caused her to faint. I know you have long awaited this moment. and I do not wish to place undue pressure upon you. As long as you break this young man's legs, you shall rightfully earn my trust and affection." With that, Shimin Xiao stepped back a few paces, adopting a stance as if preparing to observe the spectacle. In his mind, Nangong Liuli's association with Yi Chun was undoubtedly a result of his prior public declaration of interest in her, coupled with his failure to take action. Driven by love turned to resentment, she had resorted to provoking him into decisive action. Now that he had laid his intentions bare, he was convinced that Nangong Liuli would cherish this hard-won happiness and promptly comply with his demands. However, upon hearing the subsequent words of Nangong Liuli, his entire demeanor changed. "Shimen Xiao?" Nangong Liuli seemed unable to endure any longer and exclaimed vehemently, "Please, do not indulge in your own delusions." "What? Indulging in delusions?" Shimen Xiao's expression of smugness froze instantly. The onlookers, including LV Kai and others, exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a tableau of disbelief. Was not everything Nangong Liuli had done aimed at eliciting this very affirmation from Shimen Xiao? Now that Shimen Xiao had publicly made his promise, how could Nangong Liuli fail to cherish it and instead utter such astonishing words? Had she lost her senses? Yet, before they could fully process this, even more astounding words escaped Nangong Liuli's lips. "Shimen Xiao, it seems that unless I clarify my intentions, not only will you continue to deceive yourself, but you will also persist in repulsing others." Ignoring the grimace on Shimen Xiao's face, Nangong Liuli continued, "From the very beginning, I harbored no feelings for you whatsoever. It is merely your inflated self-importance that leads you to believe all women take pride in currying your favor. Furthermore," she pointed at Yi Chun and added, "if there is any man in this world worth my pursuit, it is unequivocally him." Chapter 130. Fury from humiliation. Every utterance from Nangong Liuli struck him like an invisible slap, resounding harshly against his face. His countenance shifted from a deep blue to a purple hue, ultimately darkening to black. The hands concealed within his sleeves clenched so tightly that they emitted a cracking sound, oblivious to the nails digging into his flesh. In this moment, he felt on the brink of madness. Who was he? He was the acknowledged foremost disciple of the outer sect of the Misty Sect, an existence admired by countless individuals for both his appearance and cultivation prowess. Initially, he believed that all of Nangong Liuli's actions were merely attempts to win his favor. To his utter shock, she brazenly proclaimed such insulting words before the public. How could he, a man accustomed to pride and disdain, possibly accept this? "Nangong Liuli, do you even comprehend the words you speak?" The question erupted from between his clenched teeth, laced with an overwhelming murderous intent. Just moments ago, he had thought that she was merely too embarrassed to admit her feelings. Yet her tone and demeanor were so earnest, her gaze directed at him brimming with palpable contempt and aversion. He could sense that this was not feigned, but rather a genuine expression of disdain and loathing. This realization meant that he had been foolishly deluding himself all along. The mere thought of it ignited a fury within him. Since joining the Misty Sect, he had never experienced such humiliation. "I believe I have made myself abundantly clear." Nangong Liuli, undeterred, reiterated with utmost seriousness, "I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever. I implore you, senior brother Shimen, do not indulge in self-deception any longer." "Huh, excellent, splendid." Shimen laughed, his fury transforming into a sardonic mirth. "Nangong Liuli, you have insulted me today, and I shall ensure that you regret it profoundly, begging for my forgiveness on your knees. That day will never come," Nangong Liuli stated resolutely, further inciting Shimen's wrath. His anger swelled, particularly upon casting a glance at Yi Chun, who appeared utterly unconcerned. The intensity of his fury reached an unprecedented peak. "Boy, you take pleasure in my humiliation, do you?" As he spoke, he strode toward Yi Chun, his eyes seemingly ablaze. However, before he could take more than 2 steps, a figure swiftly interposed itself between him and Yi Chun. It was none other than Nangong Liuli. "Senior brother Shimen, have you had your fill of chaos?" Nangong Liuli said impatiently. "I have already made it abundantly clear that this matter does not concern him, so kindly refrain from your unreasonable antics." "Unreasonable antics?" Shimen's face twisted into a predatory grin as he addressed Nangong Liuli, enunciating each word with a menacing intensity. "You would do well to step aside, or else, should you wish to harm him, you must first seek permission from the sword in my hand." Nangong Liuli retorted boldly, gesturing to her spatial bracelet. A glimmer of light flickered, and a delicate long sword materialized in her grasp. Humph, overestimating yourself. Shimin scoffed, his disdain palpable as he thrust his palm toward Nangong Liuli. Buzz. The palm strike resounded like thunder, an unstoppable force. Nangong Liuli's expression shifted as she hurriedly raised her sword to block. With a deafening crash, her longsword shattered on the spot. Meanwhile, the palm strike from Shimin Xiao continued to strike her with unrelenting power. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she was sent flying helplessly through the air. In a mere exchange, Nangong Liuli was sent sprawling by the bare-handed Shimin Xiao, a testament to his formidable cultivation. Bang! She collided with a row of fences several meters away, finally halting her momentum. With your meager cultivation, you dare to confront me head-on? Truly a fool's errand. With a disdainful sneer, Shimin Xiao remarked, were it not for the restrictions against killing here, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Nangong Liuli. She attempted to retort, but her words were cut short as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Young man, I've heard you hide behind women to play the hero. Is that true? Shimin Zhao's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Yi Chun. At this moment, Lu Kai, standing behind him, added mockingly, boy, in previous encounters, you had Nangong Liuli and that little girl to back you up. Now let's see who will defend you. With me here, you shall not lay a finger on my brother. Before Yi Chun could respond, Yi Yanran stepped forward again. Xiao Ran, you need not intervene. Allow me. This time, Yi Chun would not let Yi Yanran take the risk. He firmly pulled her back. Brother, listen to me. Fine, but do take care. Seeing Yi Chun's serious demeanor, Yi Yanran dared not insist, and promptly withdrew to the side. Finally showing some semblance of a man. Lu Kai scoffed. Yet even if you muster up the courage of a man, it remains a mere joke before senior brother Shimin. Yi Chun remained silent, casting a glance at the injured Nangong Liuli before turning back, his gaze now frigid. He fixed his eyes on Shimin Xiao, enunciating each word with chilling intensity. You have provoked my ire. Huh, did I hear you correctly? Shimin Xiao burst into laughter. And what of it if I have angered you? Nothing much, except that you shall pay a heavy price. Yi Chun's tone was calm, yet it emanated an undeniable aura of dominance. Humph, facing death, you still dare to bluff? Shimin Xiao retorted. Do you know how high senior brother Shimin's cultivation is? Do you still believe that his title as the foremost disciple of the Piaomiao sect is merely a fade? To spare you the fright, senior brother Shimin has already reached the 3rd tier of the sect level. In the entire Hongyan city, unless a disciple from the inner sect of Piaomiao arrives, no one from the younger generation dares to confront senior brother Shimin directly. Before Shimin Xiao could respond, Lu Kai and the others beside him had already erupted into frenzied howls. However, at that moment, while El Kai and the others were laughing heartily, a fleeting shadow appeared. Yi Chun had already darted towards Shimin Xiao with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. Humph, seeking death. Seeing Yi Chun act without hesitation, Shimin Xiao was not surprised but rather delighted, immediately striking with a powerful palm. The shaking mountain palm. With a thunderous roar, a formidable, semi-transparent palm imprint surged forth from Shimin Xiao's hand, its imposing aura stirring the air into a resonant roar. To demonstrate his overwhelming might, Shimin Xiao not only resorted to a combat technique, but this particular shaking mountain palm was among his most formidable skills. Unless faced with an inner disciple of the Misty sect, none of the younger generation could withstand it head-on. Yet, astonishingly, Yi Chun did not retreat but instead met the attack with a punch of his own. Is he seeking death? This was the collective thought of all present. Knowing that Shimin Xiao was the foremost disciple of the Misty sect's outer sect and had just unleashed a combat technique, how could he dare to confront it directly? Has he lost his senses? Or is he simply tired of living? Chapter 131. The Challenge of Life and Death. Bang. In a flash of lightning, Yi Chun's fist collided with the palm strike delivered by Shimin Xiao. Contrary to the horrific scene that the onlookers had envisioned, Yi Chun being reduced to a mere heap of broken bones and flesh, no such calamity occurred. Instead, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, sending Shimin Xiao staggering back several paces. Meanwhile, Yi Chun stood unwavering, rooted in place. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the arena. Both Nangong Liuli and Shimin Xiao, along with the others, stood in stunned disbelief. Particularly, El Kai's mouth gaped open in an astonished O shape. Previously, he had perceived Yi Chun as nothing more than a pretty face hiding behind a woman's protection, devoid of any masculine spirit or dignity. He had even attempted on multiple occasions to lure away Yi Chun's female companion, hoping to take advantage of him. Little did he expect Yi Chun to possess such formidable strength. It is worth noting that Shi Minxiao was renowned as the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the Miao Miao sect. Even Nangong Liuli, who could effortlessly overpower many, had shown no sign of resistance in front of Shi Minxiao. Yet, Yi Chun had managed to match him blow for blow. No, to be precise, he had gained the upper hand. After their exchange, while Shi Minxiao was forced back several steps, Yi Chun remained completely unperturbed. The disparity between strength and weakness was glaringly evident. Such terrifying prowess. Had he faced Yi Chun directly yesterday, he would have been left utterly bewildered, not knowing how he might perish. How could this be possible? After a brief silence, Shi Minxiao was the first to regain his composure, unable to restrain a low exclamation. He had just unleashed one of his most powerful techniques, the shaking mountain palm, convinced that even if Yi Chun survived, he would be left incapacitated. To his astonishment, Yi Chun had effortlessly countered his attack, even sending him retreating several steps. What was most difficult for him to accept was that Yi Chun seemed to have employed no special technique. It was merely a basic strike that had withstood one of his mightiest moves, yet still managed to push him back. The disparity in their strengths was beyond comprehension. Was this truly the same pretty boy who relied solely on the support of women, as El Kai had claimed? On the other side, Nangong Liuli wore a look of shock as well. She had sensed Yi Chun's formidable capabilities before, even noting that he had easily bested the 7th-tier spirit-level Jian Yuanguang. However, she had never anticipated that Yi Chun could stand toe-to-toe with Shi Minxiao. I had thought him to be exceedingly powerful. Is this truly all the strength that the so-called foremost disciple of the Miao Miao sect possesses? As the crowd exchanged incredulous glances, Yi Chun's voice, tinged with disappointment, resonated in their ears. Though softly spoken, it struck them like a bolt of lightning, shaking them to their core. Who exactly are you, young man? Shi Minxiao refrained from attacking further, his gaze upon Yi Chun brimming with caution and astonishment. I am but an unnamed individual, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head before urging. Since we have yet to determine a victor, let us continue. With that, he re-established his stance. Knowing that Shi Minxiao was hailed as the foremost member of the outer sect of the mysterious sect, he dared to confront his opponent head-on, fully aware of his own prowess to battle beyond his level. Indeed, his instincts proved correct. Although his current cultivation was merely at the 9th tier of the spirit level, he found himself unyielding even against Shi Minxiao, who was at the 3rd tier of the sect level. Within the confines of Hanyan City, brawling was strictly forbidden. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from a distance. Following the sound, he observed a troop of cavalry galloping toward the end of the street. Clad in battle armor and wielding long spears, they bore the prominently inscribed character for enforcement on their shoulder plates. It was the enforcement team. Clearly, the skirmish could not continue. As the cavalry approached, the faces of Lu Kai and the others turned pale. Yi Chun furrowed his brow slightly. The so-called enforcement team was, in fact, the peacekeeping force of the mysterious sect, tasked primarily with ensuring the safety of the area surrounding the sect, including this very city of Hanyan. The enforcement team had established clear regulations prohibiting private brawls within the city. The earlier altercation between him and Shi Minxiao had undoubtedly alerted the nearby enforcement team. Once they intervened, the battle between him and Shi Minxiao would be forcibly halted. While he felt a sense of unfulfilled eagerness, Shi Minxiao seemed to seize upon a lifeline. Immediately approaching, Brother Lin, your arrival is most fortuitous. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. The leading enforcer coldly retorted, within Hanyan City. I am the commander of the enforcement team, not a disciple of the inner sect of the mysterious sect. Shi Minxiao's expression stiffened, yet he maintained a forced smile, replying, Indeed, Commander Lin, it was our fault to engage in a private brawl here. Recognizing one's mistakes is commendable. Commander Lin surveyed the surroundings and continued, Fortunately, no fatalities occurred. Otherwise, according to the regulations of the mysterious sect, a murderer within Hanyan City must pay with their life. Yes, we understand. Shi Minxiao echoed once more. In truth, had the enforcement team not arrived, he would have been at a loss for how to extricate himself from the situation. Given the strength Yi Chun had previously displayed, continuing the fight would yield him no advantage. However, to concede before the crowd felt unacceptable. Thus the arrival of the enforcement team was akin to a timely blessing. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a disciple of the mysterious sect made an ill-timed suggestion. Brother Shimin, since we cannot fight here, why not challenge him to a duel at the life and death platform? Let us see if he dares to accept. What? A life and death platform challenge? Shimin Xiao nearly collapsed in disbelief. The life and death platform was a venue for unyielding duels, where signing a death contract meant one could not leave until their opponent was slain. Though the rules of the life and death platform were exceedingly harsh, such measures were often necessary between parties harboring profound enmity, allowing them to resolve their grievances without endangering innocence. But what was wrong with this fellow? Do you not realize that you are merely seeking a way out? At such a moment, you dare to challenge Yi Chun to a duel on the life and death platform? Do you wish to bring about my demise? Shimin Xiao was utterly perplexed and frustrated. However, fearing the disdain of those around him, he suppressed his fury and feigned magnanimity with a dismissive wave of his hand. Very well, for the sake of Commander Lin, I shall refrain from engaging with this insolent junior today. Though he spoke lightly, his heart seethed with resentment. Upon returning, he vowed to teach this oblivious junior a lesson. And you? Do you wish to continue? After Shimin Xiao expressed his stance, Commander Lin turned his piercing gaze once more towards Yi Chun. He had instigated the conflict, and as long as he refrained from further provocation, Shimin Xiao had no desire to engage with him. Yi Chun shrugged. Best to keep it that way. Commander Lin nodded in satisfaction. Let me reiterate, within Hanyan City, engaging in private duels is strictly prohibited. Should there be unresolved grievances, one may take them to the life and death platform to avoid harming the innocent. Upon the mention of the life and death platform again, Shimin Xiao stumbled slightly in his steps. For heaven's sake, must you persist? I have just managed to evade an embarrassing situation, and yet you bring it up once more? Are you truly intent on forcing me to a life and death battle with this fellow before you relent? Frustrated though he was, he knew he could not surpass Yi Chun, so he opted for silence and departed with Lu Kai and the others. However, it was not long before a sensational piece of news surged his confidence. A rare stone shop on Changfeng Street was set to publicly auction a prized-quality crescent moon blade. What? A prize-quality weapon? And it happens to be the very crescent moon blade I excel in? Upon hearing the news, Shimin Zhao's earlier gloom lifted instantly, replaced by palpable excitement. No matter the cost, I must acquire this prized-quality crescent moon blade. It is his weapon of choice, yet he currently wielded only a medium-quality version. Securing a prize-quality blade would at least double his combat prowess. At that point, he would be utterly confident in defeating Yi Chun and would dare to publicly challenge him at the life and death platform. Let us go? We must head to Changfeng Street immediately. Fearing that others might seize the opportunity, Shimin Xiao wasted no time and rushed towards Changfeng Street with utmost haste. Chapter 132, The Extraordinary Divine Weapon at Lu Xiaoan. Yi Chun, to what realm has your cultivation ascended? The moment she entered the room, Nangong Liuli eagerly inquired, her gaze fixed upon Yi Chun as if he were a creature of legend. If I were to claim I am at the 9th rank of the spirit level, would you believe me? Yi Chun replied with a wry smile. The 9th rank of the spirit level? Nangong Liuli was momentarily taken aback, then rolled her eyes in disbelief. Who are you trying to fool? It was no wonder she found it hard to believe. After all, their sect's outer disciple, Shimin Xiao, had already attained the 3rd rank of the sect level. Just moments ago, when Yi Chun confronted Shimin Xiao outside the inn, he had clearly held the upper hand. How could his cultivation possibly be below the sect level? What astonished her even more was that when they were in the Long family of Qingye City, Yi Chun had only been at the initial stage of the spirit level. How could such a short span of time have seen him rise to the 9th rank of the spirit level, capable of directly contending with Shimin Xiao, the foremost disciple of their sect? Such a rapid advancement in cultivation was truly astonishing. Believe it or not, not wishing to engage further with Nangong Liuli, Yi Chun swiftly withdrew a pill from his spatial bracelet and presented it to Yi Yanran. Little Yen, you must take this spirit-viewing pill at once. All right. Yi Yanran accepted the pill without hesitation and promptly retreated to her own quarters. The spirit-viewing pill you just gave your sister is of remarkable quality? Nangong Liuli was once again taken aback. I am an alchemist. Why the astonishment? Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Are you implying that this exquisite spirit-viewing pill was concocted by you? Nangong Liuli was once again astounded. If her memory served her right, there were only 3 spirit-viewing pills publicly available at the Alchemist Association in Hanyan City. all crafted by the mentors of their sect's alchemical hall. Not even the president of the Alchemist Association could produce a spirit-viewing pill. Yet, those 3 available pills were of the lowest quality. One could only imagine the difficulty in concocting a spirit-viewing pill. However, Yi Chun, upon his first attempt, had produced a pill of exquisite quality. This clearly illustrated the astonishing mastery he had achieved in alchemy. I have matters to attend to. The door is over there. You may return to your room. Indifferent to Nangong Liuli's astonishment, Yi Chun promptly issued a dismissal. What pill do you intend to concoct? Nangong Liuli instinctively inquired. The Taizong pill. Yi Chun did not conceal his intentions. The Taizong pill? Nangong Liuli blinked, struggling to believe her ears. You can actually concoct the Taizong pill? Is there a problem? Yi Chun countered. Nangong Liuli fell silent, yet the astonishment etched upon her delicate features reached unprecedented heights. It was known that even Zhou Shuiyuan, the mentor of their sect's alchemical hall, could not produce the Taizong pill. Yet Yi Chun claimed he would attempt to concoct it. Are you not leaving? Paying no heed to her incredulous expression, Yi Chun urged her once more. May I linger to observe your alchemical process? After a moment's contemplation, Nangong Liuli boldly declared, Rest assured, I shall remain a silent spectator, causing you no disturbance. Consider me invisible. Do as you wish, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, promptly retrieving the alchemical furnace he had acquired from Zhou Xuan, along with the 50-odd herbs requisite for concocting the Taizong Dan. Among these was the blood spirit herb, which he had previously procured under the guise of treating Guang Qinghua's ailment, venturing deep into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, ultimately acquiring it from the disciple Mo Shixing of the Divine Physician Valley. To his surprise, the blood spirit herb was also one of the essential ingredients for crafting the spirit-viewing pill. Upon sighting the blood spirit herb, Nangong Liuli's expression morphed into one of intrigue, as she vaguely recalled certain matters. Yet, observing Yi Chun's unwavering focus, she refrained from voicing her inquiries. Once all was prepared, Yi Chun commenced the alchemical process. Had it been any other alchemist, the odds of success would have been exceedingly slim. However, with the aid of the Enlightenment system, he found the endeavor remarkably smooth. In the span of merely 1 hour, he successfully concocted a Taizong Dan. As for its quality, it was deemed upper tier. It appeared that the higher the grade of the elixir, the more arduous the crafting process. Yi Chun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had initially believed that, even if he could not produce a supreme Taizong Dan, it should at least be of rare quality. Yet, upon actual production, he realized that the complexity of crafting the Taizong Dan exceeded his expectations. The sheer number of ingredients required, over 50, coupled with the need for precise control over the heat and the quality of the furnace, among other factors, contributed to the elixir's quality being relegated to upper tier. Meanwhile, observing his crestfallen demeanor, Nangong Liuli felt a growing sense of imbalance within herself. The Taizong Dan was a creation that even Zhou Xuan, the mentor of their Piaomiao sect's external alchemy hall, could not successfully forge. The fact that Yi Chun had managed to produce an upper-tier Taizong Dan was already beyond the imagination of countless individuals. How could he possibly be dissatisfied? What audacity! Though the quality fell short of expectations, it would suffice for consumption. With a complex expression, Nangong Liuli watched as Yi Chun placed the elixir to his lips, chewed thoughtfully, and swallowed. He then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Buzz! Within half an hour, a powerful aura irradiated from within him, an indication of a breakthrough in cultivation. Had he truly ascended to the sect level? Nangong Liuli was once again astounded. Just moments ago, she had been skeptical of Yi Chun's claim of being at the 9th level of the spirit rank. For an ordinary martial artist, surpassing 1 level in combat was already a monumental feat. Shi Minxiao was at the 3rd level of the sect rank. Even if Yi Chun's combat prowess was formidable, he should have been at least at the 2nd level of the sect rank to engage him directly. To her astonishment, he was indeed at the 9th level of the spirit rank. Only martial artists whose cultivation reaches the 9th level of the spirit realm can swiftly break through to the sect level after consuming the Taizong pill. Otherwise, for those at different realms, the pill holds no efficacy whatsoever. This confirms that prior to this moment, Yi Chun's cultivation was indeed at the 9th level of the spirit realm. Yet, how could this be? Given the vast disparity in cultivation with Shi Minxiao, how could Yi Chun confront him directly and even gain the upper hand? Now, he merely awaits his entry into the mysterious sect. Feeling an enhancement of at least tenfold in his spiritual power, Yi Chen's face brimmed with anticipation. He successfully transitioned from the 9th level of the spirit realm to the sect level, but to further elevate his cultivation, guidance from sect-level techniques is essential. Without such techniques, it is akin to wandering aimlessly through a dense fog, utterly oblivious to the path ahead. Reckless cultivation could lead to dire consequences, ranging from minor setbacks to fatal calamities. Therefore, joining the mysterious sect is his foremost choice. Yesterday, at the Apothecary Association, he could have completely cured Zhou Shuyuan's ailment with a single formula, yet he deliberately exaggerated, claiming that long-term treatment was necessary for a complete recovery. His intention was to lay the groundwork for his entry into the mysterious sect. After all, since his arrival in this realm, he has relied solely on the enlightenment system, while his own innate cultivation talent remains a mystery to him. Should his talent prove inadequate during the mysterious sect's assessment, would he not be barred from entering the sect? At Changfeng Street, shopkeeper, do hurry and bring out that exquisite crescent blade. Indeed, everyone is gathered here to catch a glimpse of such a legendary weapon. Do not keep us in suspense any longer. At the entrance of the rare stone shop, a throng of people surged, the atmosphere lively and tumultuous. Among the crowd was Shimin Xiao and his companions, who had just departed from the inn. It is truly remarkable that the shopkeeper has come across such fortuitous luck to acquire a rare-grade weapon. As Lu Kai's voice faded, Shimin Xiao added, to forge a rare-grade weapon, the craftsman must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Indeed, even the most renowned blacksmiths in Hongyan City can typically produce only upper-grade weapons, and the success rate is exceedingly low. For us outer disciples of the mysterious sect, even if we could afford the price, there is simply no place to procure such items, Lu Kai lamented. Chapter 133. The true master appears, seeing the eagerness of the crowd. The shopkeeper decided to unveil the legendary weapon. Heightening the anticipation, he finally ceased his delays and dramatically lifted the white cloth that shrouded the high platform. With a swift motion, the cloth fell away to reveal a fearsome-looking crescent blade, emanating an ethereal glow, captivating all present. It was indeed a treasure-grade weapon. Initially, some had speculated that the shopkeeper concocted such an outrageous excuse merely to entice customers, yet it turned out to be true. I had even made arrangements with a few friends to vent our frustrations by vandalizing the shop if the proprietor failed to produce a precious weapon, but he truly delivered. A treasure-grade weapon. Surely, even the mentors from the mysterious sect would be tempted. With the unveiling of the crescent blade, the already vibrant atmosphere erupted into a fervor. Among the throng, Shimin Xiao could not contain his curiosity and boldly inquired, "Pray tell, shopkeeper, from which master craftsman does this treasure-grade crescent blade hail?" A fine question. The shopkeeper, seemingly unfamiliar with Shimin Xiao, offered a mysterious smile and replied, "This extraordinary weapon indeed comes from the hands of a reclusive high-level craftsman." A reclusive craftsman? Might he be hidden within Red Rock City? Truly, a master who conceals their prowess. If that craftsman indeed resides in Red Rock City, perhaps we have all crossed paths without recognizing him. If that is the case, we must be cautious not to offend anyone indiscriminately. Indeed, if we inadvertently angered that craftsman, we would find ourselves in grave peril. The crowd exchanged glances, scanning their surroundings, wary that a stranger nearby might be the elusive craftsman. Shimin Xiao, intrigued, pressed further, "Shopkeeper, could you enlighten us about the origins of this enigmatic craftsman? Actually, it poses no issue to divulge. In order to cultivate the best atmosphere for this auction, I intend to be forthright," the shopkeeper declared, feigning an air of mystery before finally revealing with a dramatic flair. "The craftsman who forged this treasure-grade crescent blade is someone you all should have heard of. He is none other than—" He paused, waiting until the crowd was on the verge of outbursts, before articulating slowly, "The genius renowned as the foremost among the outer disciples of the mysterious sect, Shimin Xiao." At this revelation, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. How could it be him? Although Shimin Xiao was acknowledged as the top disciple of the outer sect, was he not primarily skilled in martial cultivation? Indeed, I have never heard that he also possessed the art of crafting. As a fellow disciple of the mysterious sect, I too was unaware that he was also a craftsman. Particularly, to be capable of forging a treasure-grade weapon requires an extraordinary level of craftsmanship. Shopkeeper, could it be that you are hesitant to reveal the true identity of that reclusive craftsman, and thus you are fabricating a tale to deceive us? The crowd was rife with skepticism. However, the most incredulous of all was Shimin Xiao. Was that renowned craftsman truly him? Could it be a mistake? He had never known that he possessed such extraordinary skills in crafting. What left him in a state of bemusement was that, just moments ago, he had held the mysterious artisan in the highest esteem, much like everyone else. To discover that the master craftsman was, in fact, himself, such a jest was rather excessive. Not only Shimin Xiao, but the surrounding Lu Kai and others exchanged wide-eyed glances, their faces a canvas of disbelief. "Brother Shimin, you truly are a master of concealment," Lu Kai remarked, scrutinizing Shimin Xiao anew with an oddly peculiar tone. Another peer chimed in, "Brother Shimin, it appears that in addition to your unparalleled prowess as a warrior, you possess astonishing accomplishments in the art of crafting." Shimin Xiao felt an urge to curse. Just as he was about to clarify, someone in the distance suddenly pointed at him and exclaimed, "Isn't he the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the mysterious mist sect, Shimin Xiao?" At that moment, every gaze turned toward him in unison. What? He is Shimin Xiao? Indeed, he was the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the mysterious mist sect. Could it be that he was the enigmatic craftsman who forged this exquisite weapon? How could he be so youthful? I had thought that a craftsman capable of creating such precious-grade weapons must be at least in their 50s, with hair as white as snow. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. In a mere instant, Shimin Xiao became the focal point of public attention. Yet, he found himself enveloped in embarrassment, caught between denial and acceptance. To deny would mean relinquishing the hard-won admiration that had just gathered around him, disappointing the crowd. Yet, to admit it would be equally precarious. He was not the elusive craftsman, and should the truth come to light, his situation would become even more awkward, jeopardizing his reputation within the mysterious mist sect. Do not misidentify him. Just then, the shopkeeper's voice resonated, declaring that he was not Shimin Xiao. The real Shimin Xiao was not only younger, but also far more handsome. Upon hearing this, Shimin Xiao nearly collapsed to the ground. How could one speak so thoughtlessly? Not only do they fail to recognize me as the true Shimin Xiao, but they also dare to claim that the impostor is more handsome than I. It was utterly absurd. Despite his discontent, realizing that he could not claim the aura of the mysterious craftsman for himself, he stepped forward, feigning gravity. "You have not mistaken, I am indeed Shimin Xiao, a disciple of the Qingwu Hall of the mysterious mist sect." "Impossible." The shopkeeper scrutinized him closely and asserted, "Master Shimin Xiao stayed with me throughout the night yesterday and departed only this morning. I have a vivid impression of him, and he is indeed far more handsome than you." A flicker of indignation crossed Shimin Xiao's eyes. Once again, the comparison to his looks. Could they not refrain from mentioning this incessantly? Despite the simmering indignation within him, he refrained from allowing his anger to tarnish his refined image. Although the motives of the enigmatic blacksmith who had assumed his identity remained unclear, several individuals present must have recognized him, for he was indeed the authentic Shimin Xiao. At that moment, Lu Kai promptly corroborated, declaring, "I can attest that he is the foremost figure of our Piaomiao sect's outer disciples, Shimin Xiao." In addition, a few others who had previously encountered Shimin Xiao stepped forward to affirm his identity. "I have also seen him. He is the true Shimin Xiao. During the last outer sect competition, he shone brilliantly on the arena. He is none other than Shimin Xiao." Upon hearing the multitude of affirmations, the shopkeeper was perplexed. However, he retorted, "Yet the master who forged this exquisite crescent blade is not you." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, possessing such unparalleled crafting skills, why would he choose to impersonate young master Shimin Xiao instead of establishing his own reputation?" Chapter 134, Covert Revenge Shopkeeper. "You are clearly making excuses." Someone speculated, "You must not wish to reveal the background of that master craftsman. Hence you are speaking nonsensically, are you not?" Aye. The shopkeeper was momentarily at a loss for words. The master craftsman from yesterday, who exhibited extraordinary skills, had indeed claimed to be Shimin Xiao, a disciple of the outer sect of the mysterious cloud sect. However, he was not the individual present before them now. The crowd contended that the current figure was the genuine Shimin Xiao. The shopkeeper found himself bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a sense of relief. The master craftsman from yesterday must have chosen to disguise his true identity, hence the pretense of being Shimin Xiao. Very well. Since this young master is indeed the true Shimin Xiao, I concede that the mysterious craftsman must have deceived me. Taking a deep breath, The shopkeeper promptly returned to the matter at hand. Regardless of the master craftsman's origins, the quality of the weapon he left behind could not possibly be counterfeit. If anyone present desired it, they were welcome to make an offer. The starting bid was set at 1 million gold coins, with subsequent increases not to be less than 10,000 gold coins. Bang! As the hammer struck, bids began to pour in. I offer 1,100,000 gold coins. I bid 1,500,000. I propose 1,110,000. I declare 1,112,000. With the abundance of wealth among the attendees, within mere breaths, the price escalated from the initial 1 million gold coins to 1,500,000, and it continued to rise. Initially, Shi Minshao joined in the bidding a couple of times. However, when the price soared to 1,500,000, his countenance darkened. His entire fortune amounted to only a little over 1,300,000. This was due to his relatively affluent family background. Otherwise, how could any of his peers possess such substantial funds? Fortunately, the other bidders also seemed to have limited resources. When the price reached 1,650,000 gold coins, finally, no further bids were made. 1,650,000, going once. Seeing that no one was bidding, the shopkeeper raised his hammer. If no one continued to bid after 3 calls, he would finalize the sale and determine the ownership of the exquisite crescent blade. El Kai, lend me all the gold coins you have. No matter what, I must acquire this crescent blade. Shi Minshao urged El Kai, his eyes filled with desperation. Once I possess this blade, I shall dare to challenge that brat Yi Chun to a duel to the death. However, El Kai appeared reluctant. Yet, Shi Minshao rebuked him. Are you afraid I won't repay you? Well, very well. Reluctantly, El Kai acquiesced, although he was unwilling. The thought of his recent humiliations at the hands of Yi Chun compelled him to grit his teeth and produce all his wealth to lend to Shi Minshao. In addition to El Kai, several others also contributed their entire fortunes. After gathering everything together, he ultimately secured the coveted crescent blade for a staggering 1,800,000 gold coins. Despite his success, the gazes of those around him shifted to something peculiar. Just moments ago, the shopkeeper had emphatically declared that the exquisite crescent blade was crafted by none other than the illustrious Shi Minshao, the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the Miao Miao sect. Ironically, the genuine Shi Minshao had now entered the fray to bid as well. What a twist of fate! The shopkeeper found the situation both amusing and baffling. Nevertheless, he was only interested in the gold. Once Shi Minshao presented the full amount in gold notes, the blade was handed over without hesitation. El Kai, it is now time to return to the Lu Xia Inn and challenge that young man to a life-and-death duel. With the crescent blade in hand, Shi Minshao felt invigorated, bursting with newfound confidence. Meanwhile, on another street, an elderly man clad in a long robe furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Duan Mingjun. Are you certain that the one who swindled you out of 50,000 gold coins and left you battered and bruised is indeed Shi Minshao, the so-called foremost disciple of our Miao Miao sect's outer sect? Without a doubt, it was him. Duan Mingjun gritted his teeth, asserting, before leaving yesterday, I made a point to inquire about his name, and he indeed claimed to be Shi Minshao. Observing the elder's lingering doubts, Duan Mingjun lamented, Uncle, are you not a mentor within the inner sect of the Miao Miao sect? Are you truly afraid of this outer sect disciple, Shi Minshao? It is not a matter of fear, but rather an instinct that something is amiss. The elder pondered for a moment before responding. What could possibly be amiss? Duan Mingjun retorted indignantly. He admitted it himself, and the injuries on my body are no fabrication. Do you think I could deceive you? Then why did you summon me from the Miao Miao sect? What do you intend for me to do? The elder inquired, his brow furrowed. You must understand that even as a mentor within the inner sect, I cannot disrupt the established rules here. I cannot kill at will. Especially not someone as renowned as Shi Minshao. Even if we cannot kill him, surely we can seek some form of justice for my injuries. Duan Mingjun seemed to have already devised a plan, lowering his voice. Uncle, I have already dispatched people to inquire about Shi Minshao's whereabouts. As long as he has not returned to the Miao Miao sect, you could ambush him discreetly and make him suffer a little. Ambush. The elder's frown deepened. Uncle, while the Miao Miao sect may have an enforcement team in Hongyan City, with your cultivation level, it should be a trivial matter to carry out such an act without detection. Seeing the elder still reluctant, Duan Mingjun pressed on, regardless of Shi Minshao's prowess. He is ultimately just an outer sect disciple. Are you truly so aged that you fear you cannot even succeed in an ambush against him? Nonsense. The elder was instantly provoked. Though I may be somewhat advanced in years, I am still a mentor of the Miao Miao sect's inner sect. How could I possibly be unable to deal with a mere outer sect disciple? Then what are you still hesitating for? Duan Mingjun exclaimed impatiently. The mentor possesses an aura of authority and reputation. In a situation where murder cannot serve to silence me, should I take action, I would undoubtedly be recognized by Shimen Xiao. Subsequently, he would return to the Piaomiao sect and report my actions, leading to my inevitable disgrace. In light of this, Duan Mingjun seems to have anticipated a strategy, smirking slyly as he remarked, "Uncle, do not worry. As long as you don a mask and refrain from claiming that it is for my sake, how could Shimen Xiao ever deduce the truth?" Well, very well. Unable to resist Duan Mingjun's persistent pleas, the elder ultimately acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. At that moment, an individual suddenly rushed towards Duan Mingjun and knelt before him, reporting, "Young master, I have just learned of Shimen Xiao's whereabouts. He is not only still within Hongyan City, but is also on a street not far from here." "Oh, what a twist of fate," Duan Mingjun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Uncle, the next steps are yours. Rest assured, I will handle it." The elder nodded in agreement. Chapter 135. Unforeseen calamity. Shimen Xiao, brimming with murderous intent, hastily made his way towards the Liuxiao Inn. In his eagerness to flaunt his possession of a rare weapon, he refused to conceal it within his spatial bracelet, instead carrying it prominently upon his shoulder, eliciting gasps of astonishment from passers-by. The more astonished the crowd became, the more confident he felt, convinced of his ability to slay Yi Chun upon the life and death platform. However, while his plans appeared flawless, reality often held unexpected surprises. Before he could reach the Liuxiao Inn, a shadow suddenly emerged from a narrow alley, launching a relentless assault upon him without uttering a word. The assailant's cultivation was unfathomable. Even though he was the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the mysterious Mist sect and wielding a prized crescent blade, he found himself utterly defenseless. "Who on earth are you?" Shimen Xiao gasped, finally able to voice his frustration after being thoroughly beaten. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you must face the repercussions of your actions," replied the enigmatic figure, their voice laced with mockery. "My actions?" A sense of despair washed over Shimen Xiao. "Who are you? Why did you assault me without provocation?" He was the #1 disciple of the mysterious Mist sect, and having just paraded through the streets, he had anticipated that his upcoming challenge to Yi Chun would create a sensation throughout the city. He envisioned that after vanquishing Yi Chun with his newly acquired prized crescent blade, his reputation would soar to unprecedented heights. To his dismay, before he could even issue a challenge to Yi Chun, he was ambushed by this mysterious individual. The most troubling aspect was the assailant's inscrutable strength. He hardly had a chance to retaliate. "You fool, if I were to reveal my name, would I need to conceal my face?" As the mysterious figure spoke, they delivered another vicious kick to Shimen Xiao's back. With a resounding thud, Shimen Xiao was propelled through the air, crashing against a nearby earthen wall, where he finally came to a halt. Who dares to brawl in Hongyan City? A group of law enforcement officers, mounted on war horses, rushed to the scene moments after the altercation began. "Captain Lin, you have arrived just in time. Someone has committed an act of violence in broad daylight." Shimen Xiao, disregarding his disheveled appearance, scrambled to his feet and shouted frantically like a madman. Yet, by the time he called out, the mysterious assailant had already darted into the alley with lightning speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When the law enforcement team arrived, only he remained, covered in dirt and debris as the lone victim. Especially when Captain Lin inquired about the identity of his assailant, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide any information. It was not that he was unwilling to speak. He simply had no idea who had attacked him. He couldn't even fathom who would dare to strike at him. Rest assured, Hongyan City is a place governed by strict regulations. With our law enforcement team present, we will ensure that no lawless individuals can harm you. Observing Commander Lin's earnest yet nonsensical ramblings, Shimen couldn't help but feel an urge to curse aloud. "Are your eyes blind? I am on the brink of disability from the beating I received. Is this not injury? More importantly, you even allowed that rogue to escape. And yet you have the audacity to assure me with such conviction?" Despite his indignation and desire to avoid a confrontation with the enforcement team, He was left to swallow his frustration in silence. Brother Shimin, shall we still seek out Yi Chun to challenge him to a duel? After the enforcement team departed, Lu Kai cautiously inquired. To hell with that. Shimin could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming, Did you not see the state I am in? Walking has become a challenge in itself. How could I possibly challenge Yi Chun? After unleashing his fury upon Lu Kai and the others, Shimin relinquished the idea of confronting Yi Chun and returned directly to the Floating Mist sect to recuperate. At the Lu Xiaoyan, if memory serves me right, tomorrow marks the day your Floating Mist sect recruits new disciples, yes? In the room, Yi Chun suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze toward Nangong Liuli. Indeed, Nangong Liuli nodded, then scrutinized Yi Chun with a peculiar expression. Are you certain you wish to join the Floating Mist sect? Why? Do you have objections? Yi Chun countered. I merely feel that with your current prowess, you could easily ascend directly to the inner sect, rendering any time spent in the outer sect unnecessary. Nangong Liuli remarked with a wry smile. I wish I could, but do you think those old-timers in your sect would agree? Yi Chun shrugged. Mind your tone. Nangong Liuli's expression darkened. Though our mentors in the Floating Mist sect may be somewhat obstinate, they are ultimately venerable elders. If you genuinely wish to join, you cannot continue to be so self-assured. Very well, then you can speak on my behalf and see if they would permit my direct advancement to the inner sect. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. If the opportunity arises tomorrow, I will certainly present your situation to the mentors, but I cannot guarantee their agreement. Nangong Liuli contemplated before responding. Thank you. Yi Chun nodded appreciatively. His desire to join the Floating Mist sect stemmed from a wish to access the advanced techniques and combat skills of higher sections. If he could bypass the outer sect and directly enter the inner sect, it would undoubtedly be preferable. After all, the higher one ascends, the more advanced the techniques encountered, and the benefits received would only improve. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the summit of the Floating Mist sect, throngs of people gathered outside the sect. Aspiring individuals from all directions were eager to test their mettle, dreaming of being accepted into this illustrious cultivation sect. At this moment, Yi Chun and Yi Yanran found themselves among the crowd. Due to Nangong Liuli's striking presence, it wasn't long before they were noticed. Isn't that Nangong Liuli? She is the most talented among last year's new disciples. Someone remarked. I heard that during her last test, her talent level reached an impressive 9. I have also heard that not only is she extraordinarily beautiful, but her innate talent for cultivation is unparalleled. Is she not the woman admired by the esteemed Shimin Shaoxian, the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the Misty sect? How could she be seen in the company of a mere pretty boy? One can only wonder what Shimin Shaoxian's thoughts would be upon witnessing this, even if they have done nothing inappropriate. The intimacy between them alone would surely set Shimin Shaoxian's jealousy aflame. As the presence of Nangong Liuli became known to the masses, Yi Chun too began to attract attention. This news swiftly reached the ears of Shimin Shaoxian, who was currently recuperating. What? That lad Yi Chun actually wishes to join our Misty sect? In astonishment, Shimin Shaoxian sprang from his sickbed, only to wince in pain as his abrupt movement aggravated his injury. The messenger, finding the situation somewhat amusing yet wary of inciting Shimin Shaoxian's ire, stifled a laugh and said, Brother L, I have just confirmed that not only Yi Chun, but also his sister Yi Yanran, along with Nangong Liuli, are involved. Ha, splendid. Shimin Shaoxian roared with laughter. I had planned to challenge him to a duel once I recovered, but it seems he has come to me instead. The entire outer sect of the Misty sect could be deemed his domain. As long as Yi Chun dares to join the Misty sect, he possesses myriad ways to make the young man wish he had never been born. Chapter 136. The extraordinary genius. The entrance requirement for the outer sect of the mysterious Cloud sect is a cultivation talent of level 6 or above. Thousands may have come to partake in the assessment, yet the number of those who truly succeed is exceedingly scarce. Among the hundreds of testers, merely a handful may pass. Although it is said that martial artists abound in this world, the majority possess utterly mediocre talents, with those achieving level 6 being a rarity. As for talents reaching level 7 or even 8, they are few and far between, let alone someone like Nangong Liuli, who has attained level 9. It is no wonder that your cultivation level is not high, yet you garner such attention in the outer sect of the mysterious Cloud sect. It turns out your cultivation talent is remarkably elevated. Observing the multitude of disappointed individuals departing one after another, Yichen could not help but cast another glance at Nangong Lioli. He now comprehended why she had wished to call off the engagement. With Nangong Lioli's exceptional qualifications, discovering that her fiancé is a good-for-nothing wastrel would be intolerable for any woman. Do not mock me. Rather than feeling proud, Nangong Lioli could only manage a wry smile. Given your cultivation speed, your talent level is undoubtedly above mine. It is even conceivable that you have reached the legendary level 10. I would welcome such a possibility, yet fear that fate delights in playing tricks on the honest and earnest. Yi Chun mused with self-deprecation. You consider yourself honest? Nangong Lioli wiped a bead of cold sweat from her brow. At this moment, Yi Yanran, who had remained silent, nervously inquired, Brother, do you think I can pass the test? Yi Chun was taken aback and affectionately ruffled Yi Yanran's petite nose, offering reassurance. Do not worry. If you cannot pass the test, then it is likely that no one else can either. Nangong Lioli concurred. Sister Yanran, do not underestimate yourself. You possess the rare dual Fiend body with unparalleled cultivation talent. As your brother said, if you cannot pass, then others have even less hope. That is reassuring. With the dual comfort from Yi Chun and Nangong Lioli, Yi Yanran's anxious expression finally eased somewhat. Yi Yanran, please step forward for the test. Moments later, the announcer finally called out Yi Yanran's name. Brother, I'm going to take the test. Yi Yanran turned back to Yi Chun. Go ahead and give it your best. Yi Chun offered an encouraging glance. Soon, Yi Yanran ascended the testing platform. Although she was still quite nervous, having observed many people take the test prior, she understood the procedure and promptly approached a crystal stone the size of a human head, which would be used to assess her cultivation talent. By placing her hand upon it and concentrating her thoughts, regardless of whether she had already entered the realm of martial artists, the stone would sense her cultivation talent and display the corresponding level on the adjacent light column. What do you think my sister's cultivation talent will reach? Despite having anticipated that his sister's talent would be commendable, Yi Chun felt a surge of excitement as he watched Yi Yanran slowly extend her hand toward the testing stone. Whether she could reach the 10th level, she dared not assert, yet at the very least, it would undoubtedly not be lower than. Nangong Lioli's words trailed off abruptly. This was due to the moment she spoke. Yi Yanran's hand had already made contact with the testing stone. A deep, thunderous hum resonated as the stone erupted in a brilliant halo of light. Like the blazing sun, it instantaneously rendered Yi Yanran ethereal, so resplendent that the onlookers dared not gaze directly upon her. My heavens, how could such blinding radiance be unleashed? To what level had her cultivation talent ascended? Such dazzling brilliance, even the most gifted Nangong Lioli from the previous year could scarcely hope to attain. This shy young girl, whom I initially thought was merely jesting, possessed such extraordinary talent. Could it be that her cultivation aptitude had indeed reached the legendary 10th level? As the crowd shielded their eyes from the overwhelming light, they could not refrain from vocal exclamations, especially the mentors on the high platform, who had previously exhibited a languid demeanor, now stood in unison from their seats upon witnessing the resplendent glow. Among them, an elderly mentor, overwhelmed by shock, lost his footing and tumbled from the edge of the platform. A genius has emerged. Such an intense radiance undoubtedly surpassed that of last year's prodigy, Nangong Lioli. If it exceeded that of Nangong Lioli, did it not signify the attainment of the 10th level? This was a cultivation talent reserved for those with special constitutions. Could it be that this seemingly timid girl was, after all, endowed with some exceptionally rare physique? The mentors were so astonished that their bodies trembled, their faces flushed with excitement. The reason these cultivation sects recruit new disciples each year is to ensure the continuity of their lineage. Otherwise, they risk becoming weak or diminishing, susceptible to persecution or even annihilation by adversaries. Thus, any faction would strive to claim such a remarkably gifted individual. For with the emergence of a genius, there lies the potential to lead a sect to rapid ascendancy and glory. Conversely, should the next generation be comprised of mediocrity, even the mightiest force will inevitably decline. It is easy to imagine the exhilaration that Yi Yanran's test results evoked among the mentors of the Miao Miao sect. As the brilliance began to stabilize, the number displayed beside the luminous pillar finally settled at 10. Indeed, there was no higher value. For in this world, no martial artist's cultivation talent surpasses the 10th level. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. This timid young girl has achieved an astonishing level of cultivation talent. A genius, at long last. We at the Meow Meow sect have discovered a prodigious talent. After so many years, has our sect finally found such a rare spiritual root? The mentors were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at Yi Yanran, their adoration surpassing even that reserved for their own offspring. Meanwhile, the audience exchanged glances, each visage marked by envy and jealousy. Even Nangong Lioli, standing beside Yi Chun, displayed a complex expression, murmuring in astonishment. Indeed, silence can be deceiving. When one finally speaks, they can astonish the world. Had you not masqueraded as Long Hao in my Nangong family, and the subsequent events not unfolded, your sister Yi Yanran would likely have remained obscured in an unknown corner, living a life of quiet humility day by day. Such may be the whims of fate. Yi Chen pondered deeply. The commotion stirred by Yi Yanran was immense. Before long, she transformed into the darling of all mentors at the Misty sect. The mentors responsible for the evaluations, along with numerous elders from the outer sect, all flocked around her. However, the test must continue. Next, Yi Chun. At last, the name of Yi Chun resonated from the testing platform. Has my turn finally arrived? Yi Chun's expression was somewhat peculiar. Since his reincarnation, he had relied solely on the comprehension system, unaware if this body was even suitable for cultivation. If the results revealed a stark contrast between him and his sister Yi Yanran, it would indeed be a profound irony. Fear not. Your sister possesses an extraordinarily rare dual evil physique. You should not fare poorly either. Nangong Lioli reassured him. Moreover, given your terrifying cultivation speed, your innate talent must surely surpass that of your sister. We shall see. At this juncture, Yi Chen chose not to shy away and strode confidently toward the testing platform. Chapter 137. The Outlier. Before long, he ascended the testing platform. Let us begin. The elder in charge of the test gestured for him to proceed. Perhaps due to the knowledge that Yi Yanran was his beloved sister, the elders displayed an exceptionally amiable demeanor towards him. The adage, where there is a sister, there is surely a brother, rang true. With Yi Yanran possessing such extraordinary talent, it was only natural to assume that her brother, Yi Chun, would also be a remarkable individual. However, when the actual testing commenced, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving everyone utterly flabbergasted. Yi Chun placed his hand upon the testing stone for an extended period, yet instead of radiating brilliance like Yi Yanran, it emitted not even the slightest reaction. He fared worse than those of exceedingly mediocre aptitude. How could this be? Yi Chun found it hard to believe. Was there a flaw in the process? Refusing to concede defeat, he attempted several more times. The outcome, however, remained unchanged, no response whatsoever. What on earth was happening? His sister possessed such high innate abilities. Surely, he could not be utterly devoid of talent? If that were the case, it would be an egregious irony. Could it be that the testing stone was malfunctioning? Initially, the crowd had been filled with anticipation, but after several fruitless attempts, they finally felt emboldened enough to unleash their ridicule. Even Yi Chun stood, dazed upon the platform. Oh heavens, must you jest with me? Yi Chun lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Even if I am not as formidable as Xiao Ran, at least grant me the ability to pass this most fundamental of tests. What seems to be the issue, Yi Chun? Inquired the elder presiding over the test from the elevated platform. It might be that the testing stone is faulty. Yi Chun hesitated before suggesting, perhaps we could have another individual try it, to ascertain whether there is indeed a problem with the stone. Very well, next. Lu Damon. With the elder's call, a robust figure stepped onto the testing platform. Yi Chun chose to remain beside, observing intently. He wished to determine whether the fault lay with the testing stone or himself. As Lu Damang's hand made contact with the testing stone, a brilliant flash erupted forth. Much to Yi Chun's astonishment, the stone could indeed test. Yi Chun felt as though he might faint. The fact that this individual succeeded in eliciting a response confirmed that the issue lay not with the stone, but within himself. Yet, even if his innate talent were exceptionally ordinary, it could not possibly elicit no reaction whatsoever. System, what on earth is happening? In his vexation, Yi Chun turned to the Tao enlightenment system within his mind. However, his inquiries echoed into silence, yielding no response. Yi Chun was not surprised. The system functioned like a machine, never answering his questions. It only emitted notifications when certain abilities were triggered. Could it be a consequence of my being a transmigrator? After much contemplation, Yi Chun finally entertained this possibility. in this wondrous land of fantasy. Even those with the most meager of talents could elicit at least a faint glimmer from the testing stone. However, upon testing himself, there was not the slightest reaction. This could only suggest a connection to his own soul. Ultimately, he hails from another realm and, in the eyes of this world, is merely an outsider, which explains why the testing stone remains unresponsive. Although this is merely conjecture, it is the only rationale he can presently conceive. It appears that the issue does not lie with the testing stone. Yi-chun, why not attempt it once more? If it still proves futile, then you may retreat. At this moment, the voice of the testing elder reached his ears. Yi-chun's body trembled slightly as he hastily focused his mind, nodded in affirmation, and stepped forward once again to place his hand upon the testing stone. No miracle occurred, no unexpected turn of events. The stone remained utterly unresponsive. Once more, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Yet this eerie quietude was but fleeting. As the crowd regained their composure, a cacophony of derisive laughter erupted. "Ha, this is too hilarious. My sister possesses extraordinary talent, yet my brother turns out to be an utter failure unable to cultivate?" The complete lack of response from the testing stone surely indicates that his cultivation aptitude is at zero. TSK, how can such a waste exist in this world? Initially, the onlookers merely sensed that something was amiss, but after Lu Damang's successful test, they finally confirmed that Yi-chun's cultivation aptitude was indeed at zero. Even several testing elders exchanged incredulous glances. Only Nangong Liuli maintained a furrowed brow, thinking, no, there must be some mistake. Otherwise, his strength could easily overpower Shimin Xiao. How could his cultivation aptitude possibly be zero? In truth, it was not only Nangong Liuli. Anyone who had even a slight understanding of Yi-chun found it hard to believe he was a talentless waste. In a nearby corner, Shimin Xiao, entirely wrapped in bandages, could not contain his laughter and exclaimed, "No way, this kid's cultivation aptitude is actually zero?" Beside him, Lu Kai also struggled to suppress his mirth. How could such a strong individual yield such a result? On the testing platform, Yi-chun wore a bitter expression. With the presence of the enlightenment system, he was not overly concerned about his cultivation aptitude. However, the predicament he faced was that if the testing elders deemed him as zero, he would fail the most fundamental aptitude test and be directly eliminated. Should he fail to join the mysterious sect, he would be deprived of access to cultivation techniques above the sect level. "Yi-chun, do you have anything further to say?" An elder inquired patiently. Were it not for Yi Yinran's previous brilliance, they would have expelled Yi-chun long ago. "I need to ascertain where the issue lies, esteemed elders. Please proceed with testing the others." After a swift assessment, Yi-chun did not linger on the testing platform and quickly stepped down. How could this be? "Brother, what just happened?" Nangong Liuli and Yi Yinran approached, their gazes towards Yi-chun now tinged with peculiarity. "I am unsure of what transpired, but it matters not." Yi-chun waved his hand, then leaned closer to Nangong Liuli's ear, lowering his voice to ask, "Could you assist me in locating someone?" "Who?" Nangong Liuli replied, momentarily taken aback. "The mentor from the outer sect's alchemy hall of the Miao Miao sect, Zhou Shuyuan." "Mentor Zhou?" Nangong Liuli instinctively inquired. "What do you need from him?" "You merely need to convey a message." Yi-chun replied with a mysterious smile. "What message?" Nangong Liuli asked, her curiosity piqued. "Simply say, I may be leaving soon," Yi-chun stated with a profound expression. "Is that all?" Nangong Liuli's mind was filled with questions. What significance could such a statement hold? Is it merely a farewell? However, in her recollection, it seemed that Yi-chun had no prior acquaintance with their alchemy hall mentor, Zhou Xuan. Just ensure the message is delivered. Yi-chun refrained from elaborating further. Well, all right. Although she did not fully comprehend Yi-chun's intentions, she hesitated for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Chapter 138. Master Yi, please do not depart outside the outer sect of the Miao Miao sect, in the alchemy hall. Master Zhou, the disciple Nangong Liuli from the righteous hall, requests your presence. A disciple hurriedly entered the alchemy chamber, kneeling on one knee before the engrossed Zhou Xuan. "Fool, do you not see that I am at a critical juncture in my alchemical endeavors?" Zhou Xuan erupted in anger, declaring, "Not even if an inner sect master were to come, would I entertain any visitors." "Yes." The reporting disciple nodded and immediately cast an apologetic glance toward Nangong Liuli behind him. Nangong Liuli furrowed her brow. She was well aware of Zhou Shuyuan's notorious temper. particularly during pivotal moments in alchemy. It was clear that neither she, a mere outer sect disciple, nor even a master from within could expect to gain his attention at such a time. Yet, considering Yi Chun's predicament, she felt compelled to press on. Mustering her courage, she said, "Master Zhou, Yi Chun has sent me to convey a message. Are your ears deaf?" Zhou Shuyuan interrupted, his frustration palpable. "I am in the midst of crucial alchemical work. Even if the sect leader were present, they would have to wait outside." "What did you say?" Yi Chun, his words, steeped in ire, transformed into astonishment mid-sentence. He abandoned all thoughts of alchemy, rushing out with fervent eyes fixed upon Nangong Liuli. "What did you just say?" "Repeat it." Nangong Liuli was taken aback. Had he not just proclaimed that even the sect leader must wait outside? Why was Zhou Shuyuan in such a fluster at the mere mention of Yi Chun? What power did Yi Chun possess to command such deference from someone as formidable as Zhou Shuyuan? Bang! A loud explosion echoed as a plume of white smoke erupted from Zhou Shuyuan's cauldron. Abandoned without supervision, the concoction that was on the verge of completion was instantaneously reduced to ashes. "Master, your elixir," Nangong Liuli lamented, but Zhou Shuyuan dismissively waved his hand. "Forget about the elixir. Quickly, tell me what message Yi Chun sent." "He said he is leaving," Nangong Liuli replied, somewhat disheartened. And then, Zhou Shuyuan pressed, urgency rising in his tone. "Is that all?" "And no, that is all." Nangong Liuli wiped the cold sweat from her brow. In truth, she too had found Yi Chun's message rather peculiar. What significance could such a simple statement hold? Nothing else? Zhou Shuyuan's brow furrowed, and then suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. No, no, no. He cannot leave. What will become of me if he departs?" "Master, what are you talking about?" Nangong Liuli inquired, perplexed. "Do not ask. Where is Yi Chun? Take me to him at once," Zhou Shuyuan urged. Nangong Liuli, though filled with questions, complied with his insistence and swiftly led him towards the testing grounds. However, as she arrived with Zhou Shuyuan, the testing platform announced Yi Chun's final test results. Yi Chun, having failed numerous tests, was deemed unfit to enter the esteemed Piamiao sect. This proclamation seemed to seal Yi Chun's fate. Yet, he remained unperturbed, awaiting the outcome with quiet composure. In stark contrast, Yi Yanran, beside him, wore an anxious expression. "Brother, if you cannot join the Piamiao sect, I have no desire to remain here." Initially, this sentiment was directed solely at Yi Chun, but upon hearing it, the elders and mentors surrounding her were thrown into a state of panic. "Little girl, you cannot leave. You have just passed the test. You must not go back on your word. Others may depart, but you alone cannot." The absurdity of the situation was palpable. Yi Yanran was a prodigy, a talent unseen in the Piamiao sect for millennia, and they could not afford to lose her so easily. "But I only wish to be with my brother." Yi Yanran swiftly concealed herself behind Yi Chun, clinging tightly to his arm. Her gaze directed at the elders and mentors with a wariness akin to that of a child wary of a sinister stranger. The assembly of elders and mentors found themselves in a state of utter frustration. While Yi Yanran's talent for cultivation was undeniably astonishing, her innocence seemed excessively naive. To help her understand the benefits of remaining within the Piamiao sect, the elders and mentors exerted considerable effort, discussing personal gain, the welfare of the world, and employing both persuasion and deception. Yet, despite their elaborate arguments and fervent appeals, Yi Yanran resolutely declared, "Wherever my brother goes, I shall follow." The elders and mentors were left speechless. Yi Chun could hardly suppress a smile. His earlier reluctance to persuade Yi Yanran stemmed not from a desire for her to accompany him, but rather from a wish to leverage his sister's influence to secure himself greater advantages. "Master Yi." At that moment, an aged voice emerged from the crowd. Finally, he had arrived. Even before seeing the individual, Yi Chun recognized the voice all too well. As the crowd parted, two figures swiftly approached. One was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, embodying the frailty of age. Indeed, it was Zhou Shuyuan, the mentor of the alchemy hall of the Piamiao sect. The other was Nangong Liuli, who had just come to convey a message to Yi Chun. "Why has Master Zhou come here?" Yi Chun pondered, noting the man's vigorous demeanor despite his advanced years. What if he were to injure himself while rushing about? The crowd buzzed with intrigue upon hearing Zhou's urgent call for Master Yi. Furthermore, his eagerness suggested the presence of someone even more esteemed than Master Zhou himself. Observing Zhou Shuyuan's anxious demeanor, The onlookers were taken aback. Nangong Lioli, accompanying him, was equally startled. While others might be oblivious to whom Zhou referred as Master Yi, she certainly knew it was Yi Chun. Indeed, as Zhou Xuyan swiftly approached Yi Chun, he appeared utterly unfazed by the myriad astonished gazes surrounding him. With utmost reverence, he bowed deeply to Yi Chun and earnestly proclaimed, "Master Yi, it is truly splendid that you have not departed yet." His words struck like a thunderclap in the skies above, leaving the onlookers in sheer disbelief. Was Yi Chun not considered a talentless waste of potential? What virtue or merit could possibly allow him to receive such deference from Zhou Xuan, a highly esteemed alchemist, who bowed in respect and addressed him as Master Yi? Had Zhou Xuan lost his senses, or had he succumbed to madness? Not only the participants of the assessment, but also the disciples of the mysterious Cloud sect and various elders were left speechless. Even Nangong Lioli wore an expression of astonishment. Yet, as she contemplated Yi Chun's enigmatic alchemical prowess, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon her, and she murmured to herself, "Could it be that Yi Chun has achieved accomplishments in alchemy that even Master Zhou holds in profound regard?" Only such a possibility could elucidate this astonishing scene before them. "Senior Zhou, what brings you here?" Yi Chun inquired with a knowing smile, self-deprecatingly reflecting, "It seems I am destined to remain unrelated to your mysterious Cloud sect." Chapter 139. An unexpected outcome. What does Master Yi mean by that? Zhou Xuan was taken aback, and soon, as if a realization dawned upon him, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Could it be that they have rejected you, Master?" He cast a glance at the surrounding elders and mentors of the Miao Miao sect. His eyes filled with a malevolent glint. "Mentor Zhou, what is with that gaze? Why are you looking at us like that?" Although they were unaware of the relationship between him and Yi Chun, they could not possibly allow someone who had failed the test to join the Miao Miao sect. The other mentors and elders felt both wronged and astonished. It was one thing to refer to a useless individual as a master, but Yi Chun had just undergone testing and displayed no cultivation talent whatsoever. How could they possibly make an exception to accept him? Which mentor from any branch would willingly take in such a waste? However, when they heard Zhou Xuan's subsequent remarks, they were further convinced of his madness. "What did you say? You wish to accept Master Yi into your ranks?" Zhou Xuan, furious to the point of laughter, retorted, "Do you even know who this person is? He is a top-tier alchemist, far surpassing my own abilities. Who among you is qualified to take him as a disciple?" His words left countless people in shock. A young man who appeared to be under 20 was supposedly more skilled in alchemy than Zhou Xuan? Was this a jest? Cough, cough. "Mentor Zhou, could you have mistaken him for someone else?" One mentor stepped forward, suppressing a laugh, and said, "As far as I know, alchemy is a profound skill, and even those with exceptional talent cannot achieve such heights at such a young age." Another added in agreement, "Indeed, Mentor Zhou, either you are mistaken, or you are attempting to elevate this person. But do you not fear the reputational stain of nepotism? Who is practicing nepotism?" Zhou Xuan pointed at the speaker and scolded, "What I say is the absolute truth. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with President Su Jianing in Hongyan City." Silence ensued. Given Zhou Xuan's authoritative stance, it seemed improbable that he was lying. After all, expertise is often specialized. Those of other professions may indeed lack understanding of a warrior's cultivation. Even if Yi Chun possessed no martial talent, it would not preclude him from being an exceptionally skilled alchemist. Very well. Since Yi Chun's alchemical talents have garnered Mentor Zhou's approval, allowing him to join our Miao Miao sect is not out of the question. Not wishing to escalate the situation, one elder stepped forward to mediate. However, Zhou Xuan not only refused but scoffed. "What did you say? To allow Master Yi to join our Miao Miao sect? What? Is Mentor Zhou still unsatisfied?" The elder retorted. "Satisfied? Nonsense." Zhou Xuan showed no mercy, bellowing, "You should consider who Master Yi truly is. He is an alchemist whose skills far exceed my own. If he can only become a disciple, then what am I?" Upon hearing this, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. The elder, both amused and bewildered, remarked, "What Master Zhou means is, I wish to appoint Master Yi as the external mentor of the Piao sect." Zhou Xuan articulated each word with precision. He felt compelled to address Yi Chun as master. If Yi Chun were to serve under another, it would be akin to a subtle insult to him. Therefore, should Yi Chun enter the Piao sect, it was imperative that they stand as equals, rather than him becoming a disciple of any other branch. Of course, Yi Chun could choose to apprentice under him, but he hesitated to do so. In the realm of knowledge, there are no distinctions of age. The accomplished take precedence. Despite Yi Chen's youth, his expertise in alchemy far surpassed Zhou's own. In this circumstance, it was Zhou who should seek Yi Chen's guidance, rather than the other way around. Did I hear incorrectly? You wish to hire Yi Chen as the external mentor of the Piamiao sect? Wasn't he here to participate in the selection of external disciples? He has yet to pass even the most basic talent assessment, lacking the qualifications to become an external disciple of the Piamiao sect. And now he is to be appointed as a mentor? Is this some sort of joke? If he can become a mentor, what does that make of us who have passed the tests? This is absurd. I refuse to accept it. Many were unable to reconcile this development, especially the nearby Shimin Xiao, who was nearly beside himself with rage. No. That old coot Zhou Shuiyuan must have lost his mind. Even if there were some error during Yi Chen's assessment of his cultivation talent, it would be an exception just to allow him into the Piamiao sect. Yet now he is to be appointed as a mentor? Upon hearing that Yi Chen wished to join the Piamiao sect, Shimin Xiao had already concocted numerous schemes for revenge and even considered challenging Yi Chen to a life-and-death duel once his injuries healed. If Yi Chen were to be appointed as a mentor, how could he possibly execute these plans? It is well known that any sect places immense value on respect for teachers and the teachings. Once Yi Chen is made a mentor, challenging him would be tantamount to betraying one's master. Is it truly possible? Not just the others, but even Yi Chen himself felt a sense of surprise. His initial ambition was merely to join the Piamiao sect. He had never anticipated that Zhou Shuiyuan would directly propose to appoint him as the external mentor. The contrast between his expectations and the reality was staggering. Reflecting on this, he turned to the equally astonished Nangong Liuli beside him. What advantages accompany such a role as a mentor? His entry into the Piamiao sect was solely aimed at accessing more advanced techniques and combat skills. If becoming a mentor could achieve the same ends, he would be foolish to cling to the constraints of a humble disciple. Is there any need to ask? Nangong Liuli replied with a wry smile. The external mentor of the Piamiao sect not only gains access to more advanced techniques and combat skills, but also enjoys greater status, more influence, and various enhanced benefits within the sect. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Yi Chen took a deep breath and declared with a resonant voice. Since Mentor Zhou holds me in such high esteem, I shall be honored to. But hold on. Just as he was about to acquiesce, a disciple who had recently passed the test leaped forward, exclaiming, "If this young lad can become a mentor in the outer sect of the Misty sect, I shall be the first to express my dissent." As soon as his words fell, a chorus of agreement erupted around him. I too disagree, they argued. He appears younger than I am. If he truly becomes a mentor, shall I then be compelled to address someone younger than myself as my superior? I cannot accept a mere youth assuming the role of a mentor within the Misty sect. The discontent was palpable, not only among the disciples, but also from many elders and mentors present. How could one so young be entrusted with the mantle of mentorship? Indeed, we are predominantly of middle age. Allowing such a child to assume the position of a mentor is utterly inappropriate. Chapter 140. The support of Shimin Xiao. What if he is younger? In response to the dissenting voices from the crowd, Zhou Shuiyuan seemed to have anticipated this reaction. With a sweeping gesture, he stated that Master Ye's capabilities were well recognized by many. What was the objection to appointing him as a mentor of our sect? At this juncture, he further challenged, "Are you all accustomed to judging by appearances? Or perhaps you are used to wielding your seniority?" This statement effectively silenced the elders and mentors present. Zhou Shuiyuan had preemptively closed off any further dissent. Should they voice their opinions, it would only affirm their guilt of judging by appearances and relying on age. However, while others were muted, an indignant voice suddenly emerged from the back of the crowd. "Wait, I have something to say." Is that not Shimin Xiao? Why is he stepping forward? And he is wrapped in bandages? Upon recognizing the speaker, the audience was taken aback. The speaker was indeed Shimin Xiao, a disciple of Qingwu Hall, reputed to be the foremost among the outer disciples of the Miao Miao sect. Yet at this moment, he appeared severely injured, bandages adorning his body. Again him? Nangong Liuli's expression darkened. Shimin Xiao had previously targeted Yi Chen on multiple occasions. At such a critical moment, he was stepping forward once more, clearly intending to challenge Yi Chen again. As expected, it is permissible to appoint him as our Miao Miao sect's outer mentor. But our sect venerates martial prowess. Unless he can earn the recognition of all through his martial strength, what qualifies him to be a mentor of the outer sect? What do you mean by that, Shimin Xiao? Before Yi Chen could respond, Zhou Shuiyuan shot a cold glance in Shimin Xiao's direction. Yet Shimin Xiao appeared to be well prepared, arguing his case. Though the esteemed elder teaches alchemy, if my memory serves me correctly, your appointment as the Alchemy Hall's mentor was also based on the acknowledgement of your cultivation level, was it not? His words left Zhou Shuiyuan momentarily speechless. Indeed, while he excelled in alchemy, his cultivation was not to be underestimated. The tenet of their Miao Miao sect prioritized martial skills, with other professions serving merely as adjuncts. Thus, no matter how skilled Yi Chen was in alchemy, if his cultivation did not meet the requisite standards, he could not become a mentor of the Miao Miao sect. So, if I gain recognition in martial cultivation, you will have no objections, correct? Yi Chen inquired with keen interest. Indeed, Shimin Xiao nodded. As long as you can defeat me, I shall have nothing further to say. Pausing, he shifted his tone. Of course, if you cannot even best me, a disciple of the outer sect, what right do you have to aspire to be a mentor? His words instantly thrust Yi Chen back into the limelight of scrutiny. Oh, this is going to be quite the spectacle. Earlier, during the test, it became evident that it was not the testing orb that was at fault, but rather his own capabilities. His cultivation talent was shockingly rated as 0. It seemed he possessed no cultivation whatsoever. A 0-level cultivation talent meant he was utterly incapable of training. How could he possess any martial prowess? Such an unrefined individual. It is laughable to think he could even contend with the esteemed Shimin Xiao, the foremost disciple of the Piaomiao sect. Even the weakest of our disciples could easily crush him. What amuses me most is that had he chosen to endure in silence, perhaps Mentor Zhou could have intervened and granted him an exception to enter the alchemy hall. Instead, he foolishly chooses to flaunt his bravado at this moment. What a disgraceful act. To expose one's weaknesses while attacking another's strengths. I eagerly await how he will face the consequences. The crowd sneered, their gazes towards Yi Chen laced with mockery. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Chen did not flinch. Instead, he nodded and declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge." What? Accepting Shimin Zhao's challenge? A talentless waste. Where does he find the courage and confidence to confront the foremost disciple of the Piaomiao sect? For a moment, the audience could hardly believe their ears. Zhou Shuiyuan shook his head with a wry smile, recognizing the youthful impetuosity of Yi Chen, who was still brimming with vigor and a competitive spirit. Yet, unlike the others who viewed Yi Chen's stance as a self-inflicted humiliation, Nangong Liuli regarded Shimin Xiao with a gaze filled with pity. Although she was unaware of the precise nature of Yi Chen's earlier testing, one thing was clear. Yi Chen's current prowess had long surpassed that of Shimin Xiao. Back in Hongyan City, even before consuming the Taizong pill, Yi Chen could easily subdue Shimin Xiao. After taking the Taizong pill, his cultivation surged into the realm of sect-level mastery. For Shimin Xiao to challenge Yi Chen now was nothing short of a self-deprecating folly. Unbeknownst to the circumstances, Shimin Xiao, upon hearing Yi Chen accept the challenge, appeared to have succeeded in his schemes, eagerly exclaiming, "Yi Chen, you said it yourself, you are accepting the challenge. Correct?" Indeed. Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. Esteemed elders, mentors, and fellow disciples present, you have all heard Yi Chen's declaration. I hope you will bear witness. Fearing Yi Chen might retract his words, he hastily reiterated his statement and turned to the elders on the platform, respectfully requesting, "Since Yi Chen has agreed to the challenge, I implore the esteemed elders to grant their approval." The elders exchanged glances, and one stepped forward to proclaim, "Since both parties consent, let us resolve this through a friendly duel." After a brief pause, the elder added, "However, let it be known that after this duel, regardless of the outcome, no one is permitted to speak further on the matter." As he spoke, he deliberately cast a pointed glance at Zhou Shuiyuan, the meaning unmistakable. This entire situation arose from Zhou Shuiyuan's staunch support of Yi Chen. Now that Yi Chen had agreed to settle the matter in this manner, Zhou Shuiyuan would have no further objections. "Yi Chen, please." With the elder's consent, Shimin Xiao immediately gestured for Yi Chen to proceed. Without waiting for Yi Chen's response, he eagerly ascended the stage, his eyes alight with fierce determination. Without further ado, he reached out and brushed his fingers over the spatial bracelet, causing a soft hum and a flicker of ethereal light to emerge. Suddenly, a formidable crescent blade, adorned with a radiant aura, materialized in Shimin Zhao's hand. Good heavens! It is indeed a weapon of exquisite quality. The weapon he previously wielded was merely of intermediate grade, was it not? Such a remarkable armament would undoubtedly evoke envy, even among many mentors and elders. I realize now it must be the very weapon sold at the rare stone shop on Changfeng Street, in Hongyan City yesterday. I had heard whispers that this establishment was offering a weapon of exceptional grade for sale. I assumed it was mere rumor, never imagining it would end up in Shimin Zhao's possession. Had I known it was genuine, I too would have vied for it. It is said that it was secured for a staggering sum of 1,800,000 gold coins, indicating that Shimin Zhao paid an extraordinarily high price for this treasured crescent blade. As the crowd beheld the weapon Shimin Zhao had drawn, they were struck with astonishment and envy. Those who had always looked up to Shimin Zhao, including Lu Kai and others, were adorned with fervent anticipation. After enduring such frustration for so long, does Brother Shimin finally have the opportunity to reclaim his honor? Although Yi Chen's strength is not to be underestimated, Shimin Zhao now possesses a weapon of unparalleled might. With this exquisite crescent blade in hand, Shimin Zhao's combat prowess is sure to be augmented at least twofold. Based on their previous encounter, Yi Chen's strength was only marginally superior to that of Brother Shimin. Now, armed with this remarkable crescent blade, Shimin Zhao is poised to decisively surpass that young man. Chapter 141. The consequences of overestimating one's intelligence, particularly those who were entirely ignorant of Yi Chen, were convinced that he lacked even the courage to step onto the arena. After all, a person with zero cultivation talent inherently possessed no prowess. It was one thing to boast verbally, but to actually ascend the stage would be nothing short of self-deprecation. Indeed, Yi Chen not only refrained from immediately stepping onto the platform, but his gaze towards Shimin Zhao transformed into one of profound peculiarity. Yi Chen, are you afraid to come up? Shimin Zhao jeered, noticing Yi Chen's prolonged silence. Yi Chen was about to articulate a response when, unable to suppress her amusement, Nangong Liuli burst into laughter. Ha! I can't believe my eyes. After laughing, Nangong Liuli realized her mirth was somewhat out of place and quickly stifled her laughter, saying, I apologize. It was unintentional, but I truly couldn't help it. Ha! Nangong Jr.'s sister, what is so amusing? Despite not knowing the source of her laughter, Shimin Zhao felt a surge of humiliation. Surely you don't believe that possessing such a prized crescent halberd would suffice to deal with Yi Chen? Nangong Liuli could hardly contain her laughter. What? Do you have an objection? Shimin Zhao retorted, though his bravado was clearly faltering. With Nangong Liuli's words hanging in the air, and Yi Chen's expression remaining strange, he finally recognized that perhaps he had been a tad too arrogant. I fear that articulating it might discourage you. A look of feigned sympathy adorned Nangong Liuli's face. Then do enlighten me, Shimin Zhao said, exasperated. Very well, since you are so eager to know, I shall reveal it. Nangong Liuli gestured towards the crescent halberd Shimin Zhao had slung over his shoulder and said, with a hint of pity, because the prized weapon you take such pride in is, in fact, merely refused discarded by Yi Chen. Her words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. What? That crescent halberd is discarded refused from Yi Chen? How could that be possible? A prized weapon, sought after by even the inner disciples of the sect, could not simply be regarded as refused discarded by Yi Chen. It was utterly absurd. Even if Nangong Liuli wished to defend Yi Chen, she could have chosen a more credible excuse. It was reckless to speak so freely, risking becoming the subject of ridicule. Not only did the crowd disbelieve her, but Shimin Zhao erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! Nangong Liuli, have you lost your mind? Even if you are resolute in your choice of this lad, you needn't be so blatant about it. It was no wonder the crowd found her incredulous. A prized weapon was coveted not only by the inner disciples of the Miao sect, but also by the mentors, who would salivate at the thought of possessing one. What was Yi Chen, after all? How could he dismiss a weapon that others revered as a divine artifact, as mere refuse? It must be noted that the cost he incurred to acquire such a weapon was exorbitantly high. After so long, he was finally prepared to showcase it, to use it as leverage against Yi Chen. If it were truly nothing more than discarded refuse from Yi Chen, how could he possibly come to terms with that? However, this is indeed the weapon previously used by my brother. Did I not just exchange it with the owner of a rare stone shop yesterday? How could it possibly be in your possession? Before Nangong Liuli could respond, Yi Yanran exclaimed in astonishment. Impossible. Shimin Xiao was nearly driven to madness, furiously bellowing, Yi Chun. You insist this is the garbage you discarded, but where is your proof? There isn't much to prove, is there? Yi Chun shrugged and offered a wry smile. Even if the crescent blade in Shimin Xiao's hands truly was the one exchanged from that rare stone shop, there was no need to pursue the matter so relentlessly. Yet Shimin Xiao clung to the issue, insisting on proof, as it pertained to his dignity and reputation. If this were left unresolved, wouldn't it imply that I treasure what you tossed aside as worthless? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he sneered. Could it be that you're simply sour grapes over the situation? Yi Chun. Before he could respond, Shimin Xiao smugly declared, What? Have I exposed your true colors, rendering you speechless? Just as he reveled in his triumph, a familiar voice emerged from the crowd. I can provide proof. Shimin Xiao raised an eyebrow and turned to look. Upon recognizing the speaker, his face lit up with delight, for it was the owner of the rare stone shop on Chongfeng Street in Hongyan City. You've arrived just in time. Before the shopkeeper could approach, Shimin Xiao eagerly approached him, exclaiming, Please tell everyone that I bid 180,000 gold coins for this exquisite crescent blade from your shop, and confirm that it originated from this young man. In his mind, the shopkeeper's appearance was a sure sign that he would help unveil Yi Chun's deceit. After all, this exquisite crescent blade was indeed won at auction from this man's shop. If he publicly affirmed that the blade had no connection to Yi Chun, the lie would crumble effortlessly. However, upon hearing the shopkeeper's next words, Shimin Xiao was rendered utterly speechless. What I wish to convey is that the original owner of this crescent blade is indeed this young master. The shopkeeper pointed at Yi Chun, his face brimming with excitement. Though this young master used the alias Shimin Xiao in my shop that day, I distinctly remember his appearance. It is indeed him. Those words struck Shimin Xiao like a bolt from the blue. How could this be? It truly belongs to Yi Chun? Gazing at the serious expression of the shopkeeper, Shimin Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to perish on the spot. Moments ago, he had presumed that the shopkeeper would emerge to aid him in dismantling Yi Chun's deceit. Little did he expect such a bitter twist of fate. Not only did the shopkeeper not expose Yi Chun's lie, but he also confirmed that Yi Chun was indeed the original owner of the crescent blade. If that were the case, how ridiculous would Shimin Xiao's prior actions appear? No, this cannot be. It seems impossible to accept such a brutal reality. Stumbling backward, he muttered incoherently. The proprietor of this rare stone shop has undoubtedly been secretly bribed by Yi Chun, which is why he speaks with such a lack of conscience. Do not believe him. Under no circumstances should you believe him. Not only Shimin Xiao, but also Lu Kai and the others felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. When they first heard about the public auction of a rare-grade crescent moon blade, Shimin Xiao spared no expense, investing 180,000 gold coins, ultimately outbidding all competitors to acquire this coveted weapon. He had believed that with the advantage of this weapon, his combat prowess would double, allowing him to dominate Yi Chun on the stage of life and death. Little did they know, the weapon they regarded as a peerless artifact was, in fact, nothing but discarded trash that Yi Chun had no use for. Could there be a more ironic twist? Could there be a greater blow to one's spirit? It is hard to fathom what Shimin Xiao must be feeling inside. Those who followed him now felt an acute sense of shame. Chapter 142. Insult not enough. The onlookers beneath the arena were taken aback. Expressions of astonishment and barely concealed amusement etched upon their faces, akin to sharp barbs piercing deeply into Shimin Xiao's heart. I am the foremost disciple among the outer sect of the Misty Sect. I am no jest, nor shall I become one. Seemingly unwilling to concede defeat, he disregarded the mocking gazes of the crowd and glared venomously at Yi Chun, gritting his teeth and declaring, Even if this crescent blade once belonged to you, what of it? I have already recognized it with my blood, and it is now mine. I never claimed it was not yours. Yi Chun shrugged innocently. Since I have no further use for it, and you have purchased it openly, it is indeed your weapon now. You seem to misunderstand my intent. Shimin Xiao corrected fiercely. What I mean is, the same weapon in different hands may unleash vastly different potentials. What exactly are you trying to convey? Yi Chun remained perplexed. This exquisite crescent blade in your grasp is akin to a pearl cast into the dark, yet in my hands, it shall be utilized to its fullest. Shimin Xiao raised the crescent blade, its edge pointed ominously at Yi Chun. Today, I shall use this battle to demonstrate to all that only I, Shimin Xiao, am truly worthy of this exquisite crescent blade. Confidence is commendable, but I fear you may not be able to accept the outcome of this contest. Yi Chen shook his head with a hint of pity. Enough with the words. If you possess the courage, come up to the stage. Shi Minxiao bellowed. Very well. I shall oblige. As the matter pertained to his potential ascension as a mentor within the Misty sect, Yi Chen ceased his banter and leaped gracefully onto the several-meter-high arena. Please, make the first move. If I were to strike first, I fear you would have no chance. He gestured invitingly to Shi Minxiao. However, Shi Minxiao did not immediately attack. Instead, he addressed the elders atop the platform. In a duel, one should ideally hold back, yet swords are blind. If an unfortunate accident leads to casualties, shall we merely accept our fates? Shi Minxiao, do you intend to treat this spar as a life-and-death duel? One elder asked sternly. Please, do not misunderstand. I am merely hypothesizing. Shi Minxiao reiterated earnestly. Yet, the resentment etched upon his face, coupled with the murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, was unmistakable to all present. He was indeed harboring lethal intent. Enough, just make your move. If you have the ability to kill me, I shall have no words. Before the elder could respond, Yi Chen impatiently urged. Is that your assertion? Shi Minxiao glanced back, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. Without waiting for Yi Chen's reply, he tightened his grip on the crescent blade and charged at Yi Chen like a frenzied beast. Mountain Splitter, he roared, raising the crescent blade high, unleashing a devastating strike towards Yi Chen, embodying the might of cleaving mountains and splitting rivers. Yi Chen is doomed, though no one had the chance to voice it. This sentiment resonated with the majority of those present, especially the mentors and disciples of the Misty sect. They are acutely aware of what the mountain opening / technique signifies. This is a sect-level martial art, astonishingly swift, leaving no opportunity for evasion. Once executed, its momentum is relentless. Only those whose cultivation surpasses that of the practitioner might withstand it head-on. Given the current distance between the two, it was impossible for Yi Chen to escape. Under such circumstances, there was but one inevitable outcome. Yi Chen would be cleaved in two. For until this moment, he had not drawn his weapon nor attempted to evade. However, faced with this formidable technique, Yi Chen exhibited not the slightest hint of panic. Rather, a sly smile played upon his lips. He did not retreat. Instead, at the critical juncture, he deftly curled two fingers. Whoosh! A gleaming blade suddenly materialized, darting towards Shi Minxiao's south, descending crescent blade with extraordinary speed. Clang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated amid countless incredulous gazes, as Shi Minxiao's prestigious crescent blade was unexpectedly shattered into two segments. Boom! The handle, still clutched in Shi Minxiao's grip, continued its original trajectory, descending with unyielding force. Alas, it failed to strike Yi Chen, for the greater part of the blade had already been severed by the sudden flash of the blade, hurtling away. What struck the ground was merely the handle still held by Shi Minxiao. Fragments flew, and the wind roared. Yet, beneath the arena, the spectators fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before them, especially Shi Minxiao, who remained frozen in the same position, struggling to comprehend the situation. That was a prestigious crescent blade. How could it have been shattered so easily? What was that sudden flash of blade that displayed such terrifying power? Whoosh! Clang! Just as the crowd stood in stupefied astonishment, a cold gleam flickered, and that blade, having turned in midair, flew back towards Yi Chen, who caught it deftly. It was, astonishingly, a dagger. It had effortlessly severed the prestigious crescent blade? Am I hallucinating, or am I dreaming? Only when Yi Chen grasped the blade did the onlookers finally gain clarity. Yet, every face was etched with an indescribable shock. It is well known that prestigious weapons stand as the pinnacle in the eyes of all. Yet, the dagger in Yi Chen's hand had so readily sliced through Shi Minxiao's prestigious crescent blade. What did this imply? It could only suggest that the quality of this dagger surpassed that of Shi Minxiao's crescent blade by far. And this was not even the most astonishing revelation. Have you noticed? The first to regain composure, a mentor stammered, that dagger can actually turn in midair. Upon hearing this, the others awoke from their stupor. I too have witnessed it. Indeed, it can actively change direction in the sky. Does this not imply that the quality of this dagger has ascended to the legendary spirit grade? Absolutely. Only a weapon of such legendary nature could be manipulated from a distance with mere thought. Yet, How could a seemingly inconspicuous individual possess such a formidable weapon? Just moments ago, during his assessment, was not his cultivation talent rated at 0? Indeed, how could one with a 0-level cultivation talent wield strength surpassing even that of the foremost disciple of the Misty Sect's outer circle, let alone possess a weapon of unimaginable quality? At this very moment, all present gazed at Yi Chun as though he were a creature of myth. Even Nangong Liuli, who was somewhat familiar with Yi Chun, wore an expression of utter disbelief. She had long been aware of his considerable prowess in the art of weapon forging, yet she could scarcely fathom that he possessed a weapon of spirit grade. Chapter 143. A cornered dog jumps over the wall. The most difficult thing to accept was the smile on Shi Min's face. He maintained the posture of having just struck down with his blade, resembling a statue, and long moments passed without any sign of relief. An overwhelming sense of humiliation had thoroughly engulfed him. He was at a loss as to how he might gracefully withdraw from the gaze of the crowd. Yet, what consumed his thoughts most fervently was the desire to end it all. The embarrassment was simply too profound. Upon discovering that the original owner of the crescent blade was Yi Chun, he felt utterly stripped of dignity. In a desperate bid to reclaim his honor, he had publicly proclaimed that only he was worthy of wielding the crescent blade. However, just as the match commenced, reality dealt him a harsher blow. Having slapped himself in the face twice, even his thick skin could hardly withstand the humiliation, and he felt as though he would go mad. "Do you wish to continue?" At that moment, as he wished for nothing more than to end his life, Yi Chun's magnetic voice resonated at just the right time. Shi Min shuddered, his complexion paling severely. He did not respond, but his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the arena floor. Despair was absolute. His heart felt as though it had died. This was the most genuine reflection of his inner turmoil at that moment. It was only now that he truly comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Yi Chun. He had always prided himself on being the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the Misty Sect, but in Yi Chun's presence, all his proud claims were rendered mere jokes. "I have lost." After a prolonged gaze into Yi Chun's eyes, he finally uttered this profoundly powerless statement. No matter how unwilling he was to accept it, the facts lay before him, and he could not deny his defeat. At that moment, he cared nothing for dignity or face. On the contrary, he felt an unexpected sense of gratitude. Just yesterday, upon acquiring the crescent blade, he had strutted about, preparing to challenge Yi Chun to a life-and-death duel. However, on his way, he had been inexplicably ambushed by a mysterious figure, prompting him to change his mind at the last minute. At that time, he had resented that ambush. In retrospect, he found that he felt no animosity towards his attacker. Rather, he felt a sense of appreciation. For had it not been for that unexpected assault, he might have approached Yi Chun and issued a life-and-death challenge. And once on the stage, the consequences would not merely have been the loss of a prized weapon, but potentially his very life. "Since you concede, you must have no objections to my assuming the role of mentor for the outer sect of the Misty Sect?" Yi Chun inquired further. "And no." Shi Min shook his head, forcing out a smile that was more pitiful than tears. "Excellent." Yi Chun nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his gaze toward the elders of the outer sect of the Misty Sect. "Elders, do any of you have further objections?" The elders exchanged glances, and, after a moment, all shook their heads in agreement, indicating they had no objections. With a bemused smile, Shi Min did not linger on the platform, but departed in the swiftest and most unassuming manner. The earlier embarrassment was already suffocating. Remaining on the stage would only render him a subject of ridicule and commentary. "Brother Shi Min, I have splendid news to share." The moment he stepped off the platform, Lu Kai approached him, brimming with excitement. "What more do you wish to say?" The muscles around Shi Min's smile twitched slightly, yet he forcefully suppressed his ire. It could be said that his decision to confront Yi Chun was largely instigated by Lu Kai's incessant whispering. Had Lu Kai not incessantly nagged in his ear, he would not have acted so hastily against Yi Chun, nor would he have faced such a disgraceful outcome. The humiliation he now endured was entirely due to Lu Kai's meddling. He stifled his anger solely to avoid attracting further scrutiny from the onlookers. "Brother Shi Min, I've just received stunning insider information that could not only turn Yi Chun into a universal target, but also enable you to exact your revenge immediately." "Shut your mouth." Lu Kai's words had barely left his lips when Shi Min erupted in fury. "Given the current circumstances, do you still find my plight insufficiently dire?" "But Brother Shi Min." Lu Kai attempted to interject, but Shi Min could no longer bear to listen. He He suddenly leapt and delivered a swift kick. Unprepared, Lu Kai was sent flying several paces, rolling along the ground before finally coming to a halt. Brother Shimin, have you lost your mind? Lu Kai scrambled to his feet, exasperated. Even if you're angry, don't vent it on me. I wasn't he the one who caused your disgrace. What more do you have to say? Shimin was livid, ready to charge at Lu Kai for a beating. Yet, Lu Kai seemed to anticipate this. Retreating hastily while urgently declaring, Brother Shimin, the one who killed Peng Jinan was Yi Chun. Shimin paused in his tracks. Quickly grasping the implications of Lu Kai's words, his eyes lit up with fervor as he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Kai. What did you just say? Repeat that. Lu Kai dared not delay, immediately divulging the startling information he possessed. Upon hearing it, Shimin's expression of despair was swiftly replaced by a fierce and fervent resolve. In the next moment, he turned abruptly and strode back toward the platform. Why is Shimin returning again? Could it be that he is still unsatisfied and wishes to compete once more? Is he not embarrassed enough? As Shimin returned, the crowd cast scornful glances, their derisive laughter unrestrained. Yet, Shimin shed his earlier shame and indignation, straightening his posture with boundless composure and confidence as he ascended the platform. What do you intend to do now? Others, including Yi Chun, were taken aback. You shall find out shortly. With a mysterious smile, Shimin Shao cast a sweeping glance over all those present, ultimately directing his gaze towards the esteemed elders. Esteemed ones, I have astonishing news to unveil. A particular elder, growing impatient, interjected, What is it that you wish to convey, Shimin Shao? The countenances of the other elders and mentors were equally somber. Shimin Shao had long been regarded as the representative of the outer disciples of their ethereal sect, proudly holding the esteemed title of the foremost among them. Even the elders and mentors took great pride in having such an exceptional disciple. However, moments ago, he had publicly brought shame upon himself. It was no longer a matter of personal embarrassment for Shimin Shao. It had become a collective disgrace. Esteemed elders and mentors, prior to my announcement of this astonishing news, I have a query to pose. Shimin Shao feigned an air of mystery. Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. The elder urged with increasing irritation. Unfazed, Shimin Shao cast a casual glance at Yi Chun beside him and provocatively inquired. I pose this question. Does a person who has once slain a disciple of our ethereal sect still hold the right to serve as a mentor in our outer sect? Chapter 144. The Return of the Grand Elder. What do you mean by that, Shimin Shao? The elder inquired, pointing a finger at him. Are you suggesting that Yi Chun has previously slain a disciple of our Miao Miao sect? Indeed, Shimin Shao affirmed with a nod. According to the news just received by our disciple, not long ago, Yi Chun brutally murdered a disciple named Peng Jinan from our Qingwu Hall at the Nangong family in Shenyang City. Upon hearing this, Nangong Liuli below the stage was instantly flustered. Elders, the situation is not as Shimin Shao has portrayed. She wished to defend Yi Chun. Yet before she could finish, the elder on the platform barked, Silence. No one asked for your input. Nangong Liuli's breath caught in her throat. Though she longed to clarify the circumstances, under the elder's oppressive gaze, she reluctantly retreated. Yi Chun, is what Shimin Shao just conveyed true? The elder's piercing gaze was fixed on Yi Chun. The other elders and mentors also displayed hints of murderous intent in their eyes. It is a well-known fact that taking the life of someone from the Miao Miao sect demands a life in return. Regardless of Yi Chun's impressive display just moments ago, if he had indeed killed a disciple of the Miao Miao sect, they would not simply overlook it. Yes, it is true. Yi Chun did not deny it. It was not that he wished to continue concealing the truth, but the act of slaying Peng Jinan at the Nangong family was not a secret. Those who sought to inquire would eventually uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Rather than offer feeble justifications, he chose to admit it outright. What? He actually admitted it? They marveled at his audacity. Having slain a disciple of our Miao Miao sect, he dares to swagger into our sect seeking the position of mentor? Such a reckless murderer, regardless of his exceptional abilities, is unworthy of becoming a mentor in our outer sect. With Yi Chun's admission, his situation rapidly transformed from one of public attention to that of universal condemnation. The elders and mentors swiftly descended the platform, surrounding the arena where Yi Chun stood, each one eager to take action. Is it true that the esteemed Miao Miao sect is so blind to right and wrong, incapable of distinguishing between black and white? Yi Chun shook his head in disappointment. If this were indeed the case, then I fear I have come to the wrong place. You have admitted to killing a disciple of our Miao Miao sect. No matter how many excuses you offer, it cannot erase your crime. Shi Minshao sneered. Observing Yi Chen's plight, the humiliation he suffered moments ago seemed to evaporate in an instant. Everyone, please grant Master Yi an opportunity to clarify. Despite the hostility directed towards Yi Chen, the Alchemy Hall mentor, Zhou Xuan, stepped forward. Even if he did kill a disciple of Qingwu Hall, there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps Master Yi had his own grievances. Mentor Zhou, he has confessed it with his own lips. Do you still intend to shield Yi Chen? Shi Minshao retorted indignantly. One must allow him to finish speaking. With a wave of his sleeve, Master Zhou Xianyuan coldly remarked, if we do not seek to understand the reasons behind this matter and instead call for the head of Master Yi, would it not reflect our inability to distinguish right from wrong? Upon hearing these words, many elders and mentors nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master Zhou is correct. Yi Chen, do enlighten us as to why you would harm a disciple of our esteemed Piamia sect? An elder inquired. Since you wish to hear the entire account, I shall oblige. Yi Chen did not withhold the truth and recounted the events that transpired at the Nangong family. After he spoke, the tension among the elders and mentors dissipated. Nangong Lioli exhaled, relieved that Yi Chen had a chance to present the facts. Had those elders and mentors not listened and chosen to attack him outright, even Yi Chen's formidable strength would have been insufficient to withstand their onslaught. However, Shi Minshao was unwilling to let the matter rest. Indignant, he proclaimed, elders and mentors, do you truly believe his solitary testimony? I can attest to his words. Nangong Lioli hastily interjected. Yet, her defense only provided Shi Minshao with an opportunity to mock her. You are already so utterly captivated by Yi Chen that no one can trust your words. Nangong Lioli attempted to retort, but was swiftly interrupted by an elder. Enough. Let us all remain silent. The assembly quieted, and Yi Chen chose to remain silent as well. He had clearly articulated the circumstances, and if they still chose to exclude him, there was little he could do. Naturally, if they insisted on condemning him without cause, he would not await his demise passively. Although it was evident that Shi Minshao sought revenge against Yi Chen, his argument held some merit. The elder spoke slowly. After all, without witnesses to the death, we cannot ascertain the truth based solely on Yi Chen's account. After exchanging glances with several other elders, he continued, I hereby declare that we shall investigate the truth of Yi Chen's alleged crime against our disciple before making any determinations. But his aspiration to become an outer sect mentor is hereby dismissed. This impassioned address effectively sealed Yi Chen's fate, despite the outcome not aligning with his hopes. A sly grin crept across Shi Minshao's face. For as long as Yi Chen was denied the position of outer sect mentor, he had countless schemes to enact his revenge and ensure Yi Chen paid dearly for his actions. Since you have chosen to exclude me, I shall take my leave. Yi Chen expressed, not overly disheartened. With a sigh, he descended from the arena and walked away into the distance. Though he yearned to join the Piamiao sect and access more advanced techniques and martial arts, he understood that if they did not accept him, he must seek other paths. After all, this vast illusory spirit continent was replete with numerous cultivation sects. If one place did not welcome him, another surely would. Is that not the Grand Elder? How has the Grand Elder returned? Was he not seeking medical assistance at the Divine Healer Valley? Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. The densely packed crowd parted, swiftly creating a passageway. Then, amidst countless reverent gazes, a frail old man with snow-white hair and beard, hands clasped behind his back, emerged from the end of the human corridor. Who could it be but Guang Chenghua, the Grand Elder of the Floating Cloud sect? To think it was indeed the Grand Elder. Upon recognizing the figure, Shi Minshao's face instantly brightened with joy. Before others could approach to pay their respects, he eagerly stepped forward, his expression filled with urgency. Grand Elder, your arrival is most timely. This young man. Just as he was about to cast the first stone, Guang Chenghua waved his hand, interrupting him. No need for further words. This elder is already aware. You already know? Shi Minshao was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with delight. He knelt before Guang Chenghua with a resounding thud, feigning sorrow as he implored, Grand Elder, since you are already aware, I beseech you to seek justice for our wrongfully slain comrade. Chapter 145. The youngest mentor in history. The atmosphere carried a poignant sadness. Yet Guo Chenghua remained unmoved. Instead, he delivered a resounding slap. The impact was so forceful that Shimin Xiao was sent sprawling across the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell several meters away, landing heavily and appearing utterly wretched. Great Elder, what is the meaning of this? Why strike a disciple without cause? The elders and mentors present were equally bewildered, while Shimin Xiao felt a deep sense of grievance. Great Elder, what transgression have I committed to deserve such punishment? Humph, do you dare to cast yourself as the victim? Guoqing was face darkened, his gaze towards Shimin Xiao ablaze with fury. If not for your arrogant behavior, would you have brought about the demise of that disciple, Peng Jinan, from the Qingwu Hall? What? I caused Peng Jinan's death? Shimin Xiao felt dizzy with shock. Great Elder, this is a grave injustice. Do you still have the audacity to cry injustice? Guoqing pointed at Yi Chun, his disappointment palpable. You have repeatedly troubled him, casting unfounded accusations. He is the one who is wronged. Great Elder, what do you mean by that? Shimin Xiao grew increasingly anxious. Humph. During my return journey, I conducted an investigation in Sheiyang City. Peng Jinan indeed met his end at the hands of Yi Chun, but Guoqing's voice turned stern as he fixed his gaze on Shimin Xiao. The death of Peng Jinan was instigated by your actions. By my actions? Shimin Xiao was thoroughly bewildered. How could he be held accountable when he had never even been to Sheiyang City? Yet, recalling the narrative Yi Chun had recounted, unease washed over him. According to Yi Chun, Peng Jinan had acted on his behalf, brandishing his might within the Nangong family, only to be slain by Yi Chun in the end. He had deliberately overlooked this aspect, choosing instead to focus on Yi Chun's alleged murder of a disciple from the Piaomiao sect, attempting to evade culpability. Now, with the Great Elder's intervention, evasion was no longer an option. So, the reason you left midway was to investigate the cause of Peng Jinan's death? Nangong Liuli asked, her heart still trembling. Indeed, Guoqing affirmed with a nod. Although my life was saved by young Master Yi, the death of our sect's disciple must be thoroughly examined. At this juncture, he surveyed all the elders and mentors present, his voice resonating with authority. Though the Piaomiao sect wields considerable power, we shall never oppress others with it. Nor shall we bully the weak. He gestured towards Yi Chun, continuing, though Yi Chun took the life of a Piaomiao sect disciple, it was entirely due to that disciple's own recklessness. He cannot be blamed. To harbor resentment towards Yi Chun for this would only reveal our lack of magnanimity. His impassioned words finally rendered the assembly silent. After all, Guoqing was the esteemed Grand Elder of the Piaomiao sect, a figure whose status was unparalleled. Furthermore, Guang Chenghua has stated that he has conducted a covert investigation, and who would dare to question his words? Even Shimin Xiao fell to his knees, lamenting, Great Elder. All that Peng Jinan has done within the Nangong family is solely the result of his own decisions, and has nothing to do with the disciple. The old man retorted, I know it does not concern you, so there is no need to feign pity to garner sympathy. Guang Chenghua, growing impatient, cast a disappointed glance at Shimin Xiao. What he had yet to articulate was that although Peng Jinan's actions within the Nangong family were indeed unilateral, they were ultimately aimed at elevating Shimin Xiao. Any person of integrity and responsibility would not stand idly by. Yet, in a bid to absolve himself, Shimin Xiao shamelessly shifted the blame onto the very Peng Jinan who had perished for his sake. Such a morally bankrupt and ungrateful individual, regardless of his capabilities, will never amount to anything significant. The Great Elder is indeed wise. Shimin Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, fearful of saying anything further that might betray him. He quickly retreated. Although he ultimately failed to prevent Yi Chun from becoming an outer sect mentor of the Piaomiao sect, he had narrowly escaped trouble just moments ago. The immediate priority was to ensure his own safety, lest he risk losing everything in a misguided attempt to gain advantage. With the arrival of the Great Elder Guang Chenghua, Yi Chun finally succeeded in entering the Piaomiao sect's outer sect, becoming the youngest outer sect mentor since the sect's inception. However, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. While the outer sect did bestow upon him the mentor's badge, no subsect was willing to accept him as their mentor. To all the other mentors and disciples, he was too unconventional, too peculiar, and far too young. Each subsect feared the potential negative repercussions of associating with him. Only the mentor of the Alchemy Hall, Zhou Shuyuan, expressed willingness to accept Yi Chun. Nevertheless, Yi Chun had little interest in teaching the art of alchemy. His true aspirations lay in mastering the more advanced martial cultivation techniques and combat skills within the Piaomiao sect. Should he become the mentor of the alchemy hall, his exposure would be limited to alchemical texts, precluding access to martial literature. After much contemplation, he was compelled to make an exceedingly difficult decision to establish a new subsect. This meant starting from scratch to create an entirely new branch within the outer sect of the Pyamya sect. Traditionally, the outer sect comprised exactly 100 subsects, a structure that had remained unbroken for millennia. Thus, Yi Qin's decision sent shockwaves throughout the entire outer sect. Indeed, such youthful fervor, full of vigor and determination, to propose the establishment of a new subsect over a trivial disagreement? Only he would conceive of such an idea. Did he truly believe that founding a new subsect would be a simple endeavor? Everything would need to begin anew, and the myriad challenges he would face would far exceed his expectations. I suspect he is merely caught up in a moment of impulsive enthusiasm. In a few days, he may abandon this notion. Even if he somehow manages to establish a new subsect, he must still attract disciples to join. If no one is willing to take him as their master, would not the subsect ultimately face closure as well? He appeared to be merely around 18 years of age, even younger than many newly initiated disciples, who would willingly choose to take a younger individual as their master. Upon hearing Yi Qin's decision, whispers and critiques circulated among the crowd. However, their remarks were not entirely unfounded. Ever since the Elder Council allocated him a remote corner as his branch hall, Yi Qin had indeed begun to harbor some regrets. This location had been abandoned for many years. It was not only small in size, but also in a state of disrepair. To this day, he had yet to recruit even a single disciple, leaving him without anyone to assist him. The task of tidying up this dilapidated space would require his own efforts. Yet, to clean such a wretched place single-handedly felt like an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, if he failed to recruit disciples within a month, not only would he be deprived of access to various advanced techniques and martial skills, but he would also face forced dismissal, and the branch he had established would be shut down. Ultimately, what lay before him was an enormous pitfall. Perhaps it was best to venture outside, hoping to entice a few unsuspecting souls to become his disciples. After careful consideration, Yi Qin resolved to step out and commence his search for potential disciples. Chapter 146. A display of unrequited affection before long. Yi Qin arrived at the entrance of the mysterious Cloud sect. A multitude lingered, some having failed the assessments and been eliminated, while others had passed, but were yet to decide which subsect to join. Is that not the young instructor employed by the outer sect of the mysterious Cloud sect? I have heard of him. His name is Yi Qin. He originally came to participate in the disciple selection test, but failed to qualify. Ironically, due to connections with influential figures, he was exceptionally hired as a mentor. What a grand irony. Such youth, and yet he dons the mantle of a teacher. Even if his own prowess is commendable, lacking any teaching experience, how could he possibly guide others effectively? Only a fool, with a mind befuddled, would choose him as their master. To take a mentor younger than oneself not only offers little in terms of learning, but often one finds themselves instructing him on the ways of life. A truly ludicrous situation. As soon as Yi Qin appeared in the crowd's sight, he became the subject of various criticisms. Yet, rather than displaying any embarrassment or anger, he remained composed and utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of profound wisdom that suggested he found amusement in the ignorance of others. The more serene he appeared, the more others perceived him as merely putting on a facade. Even his unique recruitment slogan, "I guarantee your future. If there is no progress, I will refund you in full," still garnered nothing but disdain and ridicule. It seemed that traditional recruitment methods were futile. Observing the indifference to his slogan, Yi Qin decided to abandon the sign and approached a few seemingly naive young individuals. "Young lady, you seem remarkably familiar. Have we crossed paths before? Let us step aside and converse privately," he said with a charming smile to a shy girl, her demeanor timid. He spoke thus, wary of being exposed by those who scorned him. However, before any revelation could occur, the timid girl branded him a rogue and fled, leaving him at a loss. Reluctantly, Yi Qin sought out another young man who appeared equally oblivious. "My dear fellow, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a rare gem in the realm of cultivation. With diligent practice, you are destined to become a formidable force." He feigned an air of gravitas, his expression serious to lend credibility to his words. "However, my dear brother, you flatter me. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Please spare me your comforting words." The young man responded with a wry smile. What, my dear brother? I am your mentor, for heaven's sake. Yi Chen thought, feeling increasingly vexed as the situation unfolded. The young man seemed unaware of his identity as he approached and lightly tapped his shoulder, lowering his voice to say, "By the way, I heard that there is an exceptionally young mentor at the outer sect of the Misty sect named Yi Chen. Everyone claims he only became a mentor through connections, and even if one cannot join another branch, one should absolutely avoid becoming his disciple." Yi Chen. In such a scenario, it was impossible for him to continue deceiving them, for as soon as he revealed himself to be that young mentor, the other party would undoubtedly flee. Never mind, let us call it a day. I shall devise a new plan tomorrow. After attempting countless strategies without managing to deceive a single disciple, Yi Chen was ready to give up. However, as he turned to leave, he was abruptly met with the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Then, an urgent voice reached his ears. "Excuse me. Are you the youngest, newly appointed mentor of the Misty sect, Yi Chen?" Huh. Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled and turned around. Before him stood a fairly handsome young man. "Do you have business with me?" Yi Chen's tone was somewhat brusque. After all, given his notorious reputation, if someone approached him, it could only mean two things. Either they were curious to see what kind of oddity he was, or they had come to mock him. Regardless of the reason, he certainly did not welcome either. Yet, upon hearing the next words from the young man, he could not help but feel astonished. "Greetings, Mentor Yi. I am Si Wenkong. I have come to seek you as my mentor." The young man introduced himself and respectfully bowed to Yi Chen. Yi Chen blinked, struggling to believe his ears. While others avoided him like the plague, this Si Wenkong did not appear to be a fool. Why would he voluntarily seek to become his disciple? Had he lost his senses? "Mentor Yi, are you listening to me?" Seeing Yi Chen in a daze, Si Wenkong cautiously inquired. No. Yi Chen snapped back to reality, feigning calmness as he asked, "Why do you wish to become my disciple?" "Because I firmly believe that you are the most suitable mentor for me in the entire outer sect of the Misty sect," Si Wenkong declared with conviction. "What makes you think so?" Yi Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Si Wenkong's words were clearly flattery. Otherwise, how could the other party have any basis for such a claim given that he had never taught disciples before? Of course, it is because. Si Wenkong's eyes darted around, and he stated emphatically, "Others say that you are too young and lack teaching experience, and that becoming your disciple will likely lead to disdain, resulting in a lesser status among peers compared to other branches." However, he shifted his tone, speaking passionately, "These considerations do not concern me in the slightest. I, Si Wenkong, have always held in contempt those who blindly follow the opinions of others. While others doubt your capabilities, Mentor Yi, I refuse to believe it. I am determined to become your disciple and prove them all wrong." After a brief pause, he added, "If I cannot become your disciple, Master Yi, I would rather leave the Misty sect than join any other branch." His words were fervent and impassioned, yet Yi Chen, with a calm demeanor, inquired, "What level did you achieve during the aptitude test for cultivation?" This question immediately froze Si Wenkong's expression. Yi Chen seemed to have anticipated the reaction, continuing, "If I am not mistaken, your cultivation aptitude likely does not even reach the 6th level required for entry, does it?" The adage "no one offers kindness without ulterior motives" rings true. It was already common knowledge that he had been blacklisted by countless new disciples. Any rational individual would be unlikely to seek him as a mentor. Si Wenkong did not appear to be a fool. He seemed unconcerned about his youth and indifferent to the opinions of others, boldly asserting that if he could not be accepted as a disciple under Yi Chen, he would prefer to leave the Misty sect rather than join another branch. Such altruism is exceedingly rare in this world. Thus, when the other party approached him, it could only signify either ulterior motives or that he had been eliminated during the test, with no other branch willing to accept him, prompting him to reluctantly consider Yi Chen as his master. Chapter 147. The Unreliable Master and Apprentice. Upon being seen through by Yi Chen, Si Wenkong's face instantly flushed crimson. After a moment of hesitation, he awkwardly admitted, "Master Yi, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. You saw through me at a glance. To speak candidly, my cultivation talent is indeed only at level 5. Not wishing to linger in embarrassment, he hastily excused himself before Yi Chen could respond and fled into the distance. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, Yi Chen's voice called out from behind, "Wait, what are your orders, Master Yi?" Si Wenkong halted, though he dared not meet Yi Chen's gaze. "Did you not wish to become my disciple?" Yi Chen retorted, "I did wish, But you already know my cultivation talent is only at level 5, which is below the minimum requirement. Si Wenkang responded with self-deprecation. What if I were willing to accept you as a disciple? Yi Chen's words held a deeper meaning. Would you truly? Si Wenkang was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly kneeled before Yi Chen, exclaiming, as long as you are willing to take me as your student, I would comply without any complaints. His earlier display of cunning had been predicated on the notion that Yi Chen had yet to accept any disciples. He believed that if he could just manage to gain entry, perhaps Yi Chen might allow him to remain at the Misty sect, given his lack of disciples. Though he thought his ruse had been uncovered, making his entrance into the Misty sect utterly hopeless. He was astonished that Yi Chen would still consider accepting him despite knowing he did not meet the basic entry requirements. It felt as though a stroke of good fortune had befallen him. While the entry requirement for the Misty sect stipulated that one's cultivation talent must exceed level 6, Yi Chen added, however, as long as you are willing to put in the effort, I am confident you will not fall short of those with superior talents. After a pause, he continued, of course, this presupposes that you have encountered an extraordinarily exceptional mentor today. Master Yi, you truly are rather lacking in humility. Si Wenkang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He refrained from adding that if his cultivation talent were also above level 6, it would be foolish to seek to become Yi Chen's disciple. I understand that you might perceive me as somewhat arrogant, but before long, you will be grateful for having sought me out today. Noticing Si Wenkang's thoughts, Yi Chen displayed an enigmatic expression and embarked on a series of persuasive tactics. As a time traveler, he had witnessed countless forms of persuasion. Convincing a martial artist from another world was a trivial endeavor. Indeed, at first, Si Wenkang nodded along verbally, though his eyes still reflected his skepticism. However, under Yi Chen's discourse, imbued with profound philosophical insights yet fundamentally akin to motivational platitudes, the disdain in Si Wenkang's eyes gradually transformed into boundless fervor. The earlier thoughts of submission had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unparalleled admiration for Yi Chen. Due to Yi Chen's recent discourse, it was even more incisive than that of many erudite scholars. Every word that flowed from his lips struck like a thunderclap, instantly elevating his state of mind. He found it utterly unimaginable that a youth who appeared no older than 18 could possess such profound knowledge and articulate such astute theories. However, just as he was swept away by the fervor ignited by Yi Chen's insights, Yi Chen suddenly inquired, by the way, among the people you know, is there anyone else who, like you, failed the test but is reluctant to leave in defeat? Si Wenkang was taken aback. A flicker of understanding seemed to dawn upon him. Yet, under the penetrating gaze of Yi Chen, he instinctively nodded, acknowledging that he did know someone. Since you know them, swiftly reach out and introduce them to me, Yi Chen exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. Rest assured, as long as you can persuade them. As long as the individuals you introduce successfully join my tutelage, you shall receive a reward. Observing Yi Chen's exuberance, Si Wenkang's mouth gradually formed an shape. The earlier fervor and determination felt as if doused by a bucket of cold water, dissipating in an instant. So, after all that, not only had he been led astray, but he was also expected to entice more individuals? Yet, upon realizing that there were no other sects willing to accept him if he did not join Yi Chen's ranks, he could only nod again. Rest assured, Master Yi, as long as you are willing to accept me, there are countless underappreciated talents like myself. Then by all means, make haste. I await your good news. Yi Chen replied with satisfaction. Si Wenkang wasted no time and immediately set out to find candidates for Yi Chen. Had he finally managed to recruit someone? Watching Si Wenkang depart, Yi Chen nodded in relief. His desire to gather more disciples stemmed naturally from a wish to avoid dismissal and expulsion from the mysterious sect. As long as he remained within the sect and could access higher-level techniques, he would not only refuse potential disciples, but would even dismiss anyone who wished to learn from him. The following morning, in the dilapidated courtyard allocated to Yi Chen, Master Yi, these are the ones, Si Wenkang exclaimed, leading 5 individuals before Yi Chen, gesticulating animatedly. They are all prodigies in their respective fields, but like you, Master Yi, they faced issues during the test and were consequently eliminated. Observing Si Wenkang's earnest yet absurd declarations, Yi Chen stifled his embarrassment and waved his hand dismissively. No need for elaboration. I have already discerned their potential. Although this statement was laced with insincerity, the 5 individuals brought by Si Wenkong were nonetheless elated. After all, failing the test and being barred from entering the outer sect of the mysterious sect was a painful truth they all struggled to articulate. Thus, even if Yi Chun spoke insincerely, it provided them with a semblance of comfort. After a round of self-introductions, Yi Chun finally discerned the identities of the 5 individuals. Among them, 3 were men and 2 were women, all older than Yi Chun. Each possessed expertise in distinct areas. Some excelled in alchemy, others in artifact forging, and yet others in formations. Only 3, including Si Wenkong, practiced martial arts techniques. Despite their varied specialties, the 5 shared a common trait with Si Wenkong. None achieved a cultivation talent level above 6. What troubled Yi Chun the most was that the 3 skilled in alchemy, artifact forging, and formations had cultivation talents that fell short of even level 5, with one shockingly at merely level 2. Nevertheless, considering that they showed no ambition to pursue martial techniques, he reluctantly accepted them as his disciples. In the Qingwu Hall, Brother Shimen, allow me to share with you an utterly ludicrous tale. Upon returning from outside, Elkai immediately approached Shimen with a grin, barely containing his laughter. Can you guess whether that Yi Chun managed to recruit any disciples? Could it be that he has indeed succeeded? Shimen frowned. Yes. Elkai nodded. How is that possible? Shimen sprang from his chair, exclaiming in frustration, did I not instruct you to discreetly tarnish his reputation, ensuring he could not attract any disciples? Brother Shimen, we have indeed exerted ourselves in promoting his disrepute, but what? Seeing Elkai hesitate, Shimen urged him impatiently. Brother Shimen, do not rush. Allow me to finish. Elkai suppressed his amusement and said, Yi Chun has indeed received 6 disciples. However, these 6 are rather peculiar. Chapter 148. Each disciple is a remarkable talent. How exceptional could they be? Shimen laughed instinctively. The peculiarity lies in the fact that Lu Kai smirked cunningly. The 6 disciples that Yi Chun has received were all individuals who had previously been eliminated during the assessment due to their insufficient cultivation aptitude. What? Yi Chun actually took in those who were deemed unworthy? Shimen was astonished. However, he soon seemed to recall something, and a sinister smile gradually crept upon his lips. Hee. I was just worried about some fool who wouldn't heed advice and chose to apprentice under him. Yet unexpectedly, he commits such a foolish act. Isn't this akin to shooting oneself in the foot? What are you planning to do, Senior Brother Shimen? Lu Kai inquired. Let him toil for a few days, and when he believes everything is in order, I shall let him experience the sensation of having all his efforts turn to naught. Shimen's smile grew even more malevolent. Outside the Piao sect, in a dilapidated corner, Yi Chun proclaimed, the rise of our branch hall, and its recognition as a notable entity within the Piao sect entirely depends on your unwavering dedication. After delivering a fervent speech, Yi Chun gestured towards the surrounding shabby courtyard. And your first task is to clean this place up and establish a proper branch hall. Upon hearing this, the once enthusiastic expressions of Si Wenkong and the others quickly faded. Yi Chun's earlier address had entranced them, leading them to envision themselves as prominent figures basking in the admiration of countless onlookers. Yet, with a shift in tone, they were suddenly instructed to commence with menial tasks. The disparity between reality and fantasy was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Despite their discontent, not wanting to squander their only opportunity at the Piao sect, they sprang into action. As for Yi Chun, being the mentor, he naturally could not engage in such mundane chores. Instead, he found a chair, sat leisurely, and contemplated the intricacies of life. Mentor Yi, since our branch hall has just been established, have you chosen a name for it? While tidying up, Si Wenkong seemed to recall something and turned to Yi Chun. The name of the branch hall, you ask? Yi Chun pondered for a moment and replied, let us call it the Hall of 10,000 Laws. The Hall of 10,000 Laws. Si Wenkong inquired in confusion, why did the master choose such a name? It is simply because I, as your mentor, am well versed in all. Yi Chun declared with unabashed pride, regardless of what you wish to learn, I am confident in my ability to teach you well, and it shall undoubtedly be no less than any other branch hall. Is this truly the reason behind your naming it the Hall of 10,000 Laws? Si Wenkong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. To put it positively, it's called the Hall of 10,000 Laws. To put it bluntly, it's just a hodgepodge. Enough chatter. Hurry up and tidy up. I shall take another stroll to see if I can persuade. Cough, cough. To see if I can gather more gifted individuals. Without paying any heed to the peculiar gazes of Si Wenkong and the others, he strode purposefully outwards. Although the 6 disciples were not an insignificant number, it would be prudent to recruit additional individuals, just in case these 6 proved to be incapable. After all, only by cultivating more exceptional disciples could he amass greater resources within the Miao Miao sect and gain access to more advanced techniques and martial arts. Tap, tap, tap. As Yi Chun was preparing to depart, a sudden footfall came to a halt at the entrance of the courtyard. Someone was approaching. Could it be that yet another individual was seeking affiliation with our Wan Fa Hall? If it were under duress, it might be acceptable, but for anyone to willingly seek us out would undoubtedly be a display of poor judgment. Hush, keep your voice down. Such blatant truths should only be whispered among ourselves. If Master Yi hears, we might find ourselves expelled. Not only Yi Chun heard the footsteps, Si Wenkong and the others also listened with surprise, turning their gazes toward the entrance. Upon doing so, they were all rendered speechless. Even Yi Chun was taken aback. For standing at the door was a woman of breathtaking beauty, a veritable goddess among mortals. Her brows were artfully shaped, her skin as fair as snow, and her features were delicate and exquisite. Notably, 2 shallow dimples adorned her cheeks, rendering her appearance utterly enchanting. Excuse me, is this the newly established branch of Master Yi Chun? The woman first surveyed the dilapidated surroundings before her captivating eyes finally settled upon Yi Chun. Indeed, this is Wan Fa Hall. Yi Chun nodded, adopting the authoritative demeanor befitting a mentor, and proclaimed with feigned gravity, I am Yi Chun, the master of Wan Fa Hall. Are you still accepting disciples? The woman inquired further. Absolutely. Yi Chun responded without hesitation, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had been preparing to entice a few individuals, but unexpectedly, someone had sought him out, especially a stunning beauty. Of course, her beauty was not the primary concern. What astonished him was that she had approached him of her own volition. So you are Yi Chun? The woman broke into a radiant smile and exclaimed, My name is Tang Yu, and I wish to become your disciple. Yi Chun was eager to grasp her hand and personally guide her through the registration process. However, he hesitated, contemplating whether acquiescing so readily would undermine his authority as a mentor, giving the impression of desperation. With that thought, he forcibly suppressed his excitement and affected an air of difficulty, saying, I will accept you, but not just anyone can become my disciple. You must meet my standards. He then inquired, by the way, what level did you achieve in the aptitude test? I have not been tested. Tang Yu shook her head. I arrived late and missed the testing period, so I do not know my level of cultivation aptitude. Not tested? A flicker of disappointment briefly crossed Yi Chun's eyes. Previously, even those like Si Wenkong, who barely met the fundamental requirements for entry-level cultivation, displayed a remarkable aptitude for martial arts, reaching a level 5 in talent, aside from the 3 individuals pursuing other professions. It is surprising that Tang Yu has not undergone any assessment. For if one's cultivation talent is exceedingly low, no matter how adept one's teaching methods may be, it is impossible to transform mere clay into gold. Observing the disappointment etched on Mentor Yi's face, Tang Yu inquired, Do my qualifications fail to meet your expectations? In strict terms, yes. Yi Chun nodded. Although the school had only recently been established, every disciple it enrolled was a prodigy, truly a rarity among thousands. He initially intended to extol the virtues of his institution to leave Tang Yu awestruck, and under her earnest pleas, he would reluctantly accept her as a pupil. Such an approach would ensure she cherished this hard-won opportunity. After all, if she were to disregard him as her mentor post-enrollment, how could he establish a commanding presence? However, given Mentor Yi's lofty standards, perhaps it would be best to let it go. Tang Yu, far from being ensnared by his words, merely stated this and turned to leave. Yi Chun's expression stiffened. Could it be that she was relinquishing her pursuit so readily? Despite his vexation, he could not disregard the gravity of the situation. He swiftly approached and grasped her wrist, exclaiming, Fair maiden, do not depart. What are you doing, Mentor Yi? Tang Yu gasped, taken aback. To so casually concede is a grave disservice to oneself. Yi Chun lamented, Let us reconsider, in light of your undeniable sincerity. I mean, your admirable qualities. I shall make an exception and reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Chapter 149. A promising seedling of cultivation after a series of actions. Si Wenkong and the others were left utterly astonished. Just moments ago, They had emphatically stated that not everyone could be accepted. Only those who met certain standards would qualify. Yet here was Tang Yu, about to leave, and Yi Chun pursued her, declaring a special exception for her admission. All of them who had entered previously were there due to their failure to pass the test, settling for the Wanfa Hall as a secondary option. And yet, Yi Chun, in their presence, unabashedly proclaimed that the disciples he accepted were rare talents among thousands. Who was he trying to deceive? Tang Yu blinked, struggling to believe her ears. However, Yi Chun, unfazed, waved his hand dramatically, adopting a look of profound compassion, and said, "Alas, my heart is simply too tender. Whenever I see the weak and helpless, I cannot help but extend a helping hand." "Ye master, is the helping hand you refer to the one that has yet to release mine?" Tang Yu replied, a teasing smile on her lips. Upon looking down, Yi Chun realized he was indeed still holding her hand. Yet, with remarkable audacity, he did not let go immediately. Instead, he stroked an imaginary beard and, with an air of mystery, remarked, "Indeed, quite remarkable. The pulse is steady, the body temperature normal, and the skin exceptionally delicate, a rare seedling of cultivation." At the Qingwu Hall, senior brother Shimin frowned upon hearing the news from El Kai, who had been secretly observing the Wanfa Hall. "What? He has recruited another new disciple?" "Indeed," El Kai replied, shaking his head. "It is said that this new female disciple, having arrived late, did not participate in the cultivation talent test. Is it possible that Yi Chun dares to accept someone who has not passed the test?" Shimin laughed incredulously. "He truly is reckless, disregarding the various protocols of the Piamiao sect, doing as he pleases. If Yi Chun continues this way, it may become increasingly difficult to expel him from the Piamiao sect." El Kai expressed his concerns. Shimin's expression darkened. He had initially believed that with his influence in the outer sect, if he tarnished Yi Chun's reputation through covert means, Yi Chun would be unable to recruit disciples, preventing the establishment of the new sub-hall. To his surprise, Yi Chun was now attracting those who had been eliminated from the tests. If this continued, and Yi Chun managed to cultivate even one of these so-called failures into a success, it would grant him a foothold in the Piamiao sect. It seemed he could no longer afford to wait. After careful deliberation, Shimin waved his hand decisively. "Follow me. We must see the master at once." "See the master for what?" El Kai inquired, trailing behind. "Have you forgotten? Peng Jinan is the sole heir of our master," Shi Minxiao remarked with a sinister smile, continuing. "Not long ago, however, Peng Jinan met a tragic end at the hands of Yi Chun in the city of Sheiyang. Are you implying that you wish to use our master's influence to eliminate Yi Chun?" LV Kai furrowed his brow. To eliminate Yi Chun is not the immediate goal, for that young man enjoys the protection of Master Zhou Shuyan and the Grand Elder. As long as he remains within the confines of the Piamiao sect, our master would likely refrain from taking any action against him. At this point, a more malevolent grin crept upon Shi Minxiao's lips. However, not daring to act does not equate to lacking hatred for Yi Chun. Given the opportunity, our master will undoubtedly force Yi Chun out of the Piamiao sect and avenge Peng Jinan. What exactly do you intend to do, senior brother? LV Kai remained perplexed. "Follow me. We shall first seek an audience with our master." Without further elaboration, Shi Minxiao led LV Kai to the back hall of their Qingwu Hall. The back hall typically served as the residence for the mentors. At present, it was steeped in sorrow. For Mentor Peng Gao had only recently learned of his son Peng Jinan's demise and was in the midst of mourning for his child. Death cannot be reversed. Please accept my condolences, master. Upon entering the back hall, Shi Minxiao and LV Kai feigned grief for a moment, shedding a few artificial tears before finally broaching the matter at hand. "Are you saying that after failing to recruit disciples, Yi Chun has taken in those who did not pass the tests?" Upon hearing Shi Minxiao's account, Peng Gao's expression shifted. "Indeed, master. That young rascal has already accepted 7 disciples, all of whom either failed the tests or did not even participate." Shi Minxiao embellished the story further. "Excellent, excellent." A glimmer of vengeful intent ignited in Peng Gao's eyes. He had been troubled about how to expel Yi Chun from the Piamiao sect, yet unexpectedly, Yi Chun had provided him with a perfectly justifiable excuse. Without hesitation, Peng Gao promptly took Shi Minxiao and the others to the Enforcement Hall. The Enforcement Hall is a branch of the Elder Council, specifically tasked with regulating and enforcing the sect's rules. After detailing Yi Chun's alleged transgressions, the Enforcement Hall became incensed, and a throng of elders surged toward the newly established Wanfafang of Yichun. Why have you all stormed into my Wanfafang with such murderous intent? What counsel do you seek? Upon witnessing the influx of individuals, Yichun's brow furrowed in concern. The sheer force of their arrival indicated ill intentions, especially with Shimin Xiao and the resentful mentor Peng Gao lurking ominously at the back of the crowd. Yichun, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? An elder from the enforcement hall stepped forward, loudly reprimanding him. Our Piao Miao sect has established specific criteria for accepting disciples. Anyone with a cultivation talent below level 6 is prohibited from entering our ranks. Now just look. The elder pointed towards Si Wenkong and his companions, who were tidying up their belongings, and questioned with a resonant voice. These individuals have all failed the tests, and yet you have audaciously admitted them as your disciples. Are you openly challenging the authority and system of the Miao Miao sect? Before Yichun could respond, a chorus of agreement arose around him. I have long maintained that he is far too young and lacks the necessary attributes befitting a mentor. Even if we were to reluctantly appoint him as a mentor, he would likely only create chaos and tarnish the reputation of our Miao Miao sect's outer disciples. I suspect that his inability to attract disciples has led him to indiscriminately accept those with poor cultivation talent into his ranks. The ability to recruit disciples relies solely on one's own capabilities, and his reckless inclusion of the unworthy is indeed disrupting the orderly regulations of our Miao Miao sect. I propose that we promptly close this branch and force his resignation to prevent him from instigating any further outrageous actions. Chapter 150. The Great Deceiver, do I require your consent to choose my own disciples? Faced with such hostility, Yichun's tone grew increasingly impolite. Yichun, you are disturbing the order of the mysterious sect. An elder from the law enforcement hall rebuked. Our sect has long established a rule that any disciple with a cultivation talent below level 6 cannot be accepted. As one of the external mentors of our sect, how can you lead the destruction of such order without adhering to your own principles? Isn't order defined by man? Yichun retorted. Of course it is defined by man. Is it somehow self-generated? The elder scoffed. Then why establish these orders? Yichun pressed further. What exactly are you trying to convey? The elder's expression darkened. First, answer my question. Yichun insisted. Very well, the elder, unable to withstand the pressure, reluctantly replied. We established these orders and rules primarily to maintain the stability of our sect and to ensure that future successors possess greater advantages. In other words, these rules are in place to ensure the next generation is not inferior, correct? Yichun inferred. That is one way to put it. The elder nodded. Then what objection could you possibly have to my actions? Yichun's barrage of questions had been aimed at ensnaring his opponent. He straightened his posture, adopting a righteous demeanor. Since I have been invited to serve as an external mentor of the mysterious sect and to establish a brand new branch, is it not expected that I would strive to promote it and cultivate more talents for the sect? Well, the original intention was indeed such, but the elder was about to counter when Yichun interjected. If that is the case, is everything I do not in pursuit of this very goal? However, you have violated. The elder attempted to invoke the rules once more, only to be interrupted again by Yichun. Since you have just stated that rules serve a purpose, as long as I achieve that purpose, what harm is there in employing unconventional methods? His well-reasoned arguments left the surrounding elders in stunned silence. Even the elder who had previously debated with Yichun found himself at a loss for words. However, the other elders of the law enforcement hall remained silent. While Peng Gao, a mentor from the Qingwu Hall, stood up. Yichun, no matter how eloquent you may be, you cannot change the fact that the disciples you accept all possess cultivation talents below level 6. And what of it? Yichun countered. Do you believe that cultivation talent necessarily equates to future cultivation or achievement? You are grasping at straws. Peng Gao exclaimed, exasperated. Although it is true that cultivation talent does not guarantee future success, it is the foundation of cultivation. If the foundation is weak, the effort put into cultivation will yield little return, and even greater efforts may be in vain. Since you acknowledge that cultivation talent does not equate to future achievement, does this not risk stifling those with genuine potential? You are merely concocting excuses to recruit disciples. Peng Gao bellowed. If it were any other mentor, they would have been left speechless under scrutiny, forced to confront the situation. Yet here was Yichun, who, having clearly violated the sect's regulations, could eloquently articulate his transgressions with a silver tongue. What drove Peng Gao to the brink of madness was that all the elders of the law enforcement hall present were utterly incapable of countering his arguments. "I am merely stating the facts," Yi Chun declared, gesturing grandly as he spoke. "Throughout the millennia of history on the illusory spirit continent, there have been countless sages of mediocre talent who achieved remarkable success later in their lives. Therefore, while innate ability is indeed important, an individual's true accomplishments depend on various factors. As the saying goes, diligence can compensate for lack of talent, as long as one remains humble and perseveres. Coupled with the right guidance from a mentor, even those with lesser innate gifts can ultimately rival the prodigies." His seemingly profound, yet ultimately vacuous rhetoric left everyone astounded. The elders of the law enforcement hall wore expressions of shame, as if their rigid adherence to tradition had stifled the potential of countless gifted individuals over the years. Meanwhile, those who had just been accepted as disciples by Yi Chun, such as Si Wenkong and others, were filled with fervor, their minds envisioning a future where, through relentless effort, they could one day stand atop the pinnacle of strength. Of course, only those without grievances against Yi Chun were swayed by his words. The likes of Shimin Xiao, Lu Kai, and Peng Gao, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards him, were not convinced. They felt that Yi Chun was merely spouting nonsense, appending right and wrong. Yet, despite their reluctance, Shimin Xiao found himself at a loss for a reasonable rebuttal. It was Peng Gao, the mentor from the Green Martial Hall, who, after a few contemplative moments, spoke gravely. "No matter how eloquently you speak, you must ultimately rely on facts to substantiate your claims." "Oh, facts to prove, you say?" Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied, "Since I dare to defy the sect's rules, I naturally possess the confidence to back my words. Confidence alone is insufficient. You must deliver results." Peng Gao retorted coldly, "That is a certainty." Yi Chun nodded earnestly, asserting, "If you remain skeptical, then let time be the judge. Decades from now, my disciples will undoubtedly become renowned powerhouses." He spoke with unwavering confidence, leaving those around him nearly fainting in disbelief. Can we not be more realistic? Decades? What a jest! In that span of time, everything may change beyond recognition. Who will be left to witness whether you can create miracles? Even if you truly manage to achieve something extraordinary, the older generations might very well have passed away by then. Yi Chun, do not think to deceive us with such impractical pretenses. What we demand is tangible results in a short time." Peng Gao declared indignantly. "In a short time, you say?" Yi Chun pondered for a moment before nodding and stating, "Very well, then you shall await the results. In the near future, I will undoubtedly ensure that my disciples show significant progress." Enough. Peng Gao could no longer tolerate it and bellowed, "Ultimately, you seek to deceive everyone with such ambiguous words. What is it that you truly desire?" Yi Chun shrugged his shoulders innocently. The statements he had just made could indeed be perceived as a form of deception. After all, even those with the most meager cultivation talents, as long as they do not remain idle, cannot possibly lack even the slightest advancement. And with even the smallest measure of progress, he could irresponsibly proclaim, "See, under my meticulous guidance, they have indeed improved." While the sentiment was commendable, this mentor of the Qingwu Hall, Peng Gao, seemed adamant in his opposition. "Did you not assert earlier that even if one's cultivation talent is somewhat lacking, with diligent practice and the right teaching methods, one would not be outmatched by those with superior talents?" Peng Gao remarked with significant implication. "I did make such a statement. However, it ultimately depends on the individual." Yi Chun was about to clarify, but before he could finish, Peng Gao decisively interjected, "Very well, since you are so confident, why don't we place a wager?" Chapter 151. An unequal bet. How shall we wager? Yi Chun inquired instinctively. "This year, our Qingwu Hall has also accepted over a dozen new disciples. Let us designate 3 disciples each from our respective factions, and over the course of 1 month, we shall cultivate them using our own methods. After this period, they will compete on the arena." A sinister smile crept across Peng Gao's face as he continued. "If the disciples you train lose, not only must you resign from your position as a mentor, but you must also disband the new branch you have established." "And if you lose?" Yi Chun questioned. I too shall resign from my post and depart from the Piamiao sect." Peng Gao gritted his teeth. However, the figure behind him, Shimin Xiao, became alarmed and whispered urgently, "Master, you mustn't. Although this young man is inexperienced, he possesses countless cunning strategies. There is no need for you to stake your promising future against him. Do you doubt my teaching prowess?" Peng Gao interrupted Shimin Xiao before he could finish. "It's not that I doubt you. It's just Shimin Xiao attempted to voice his concerns again, but was silenced once more by Peng Gao, who confidently asserted, "Rest assured. Both my teaching experience and the myriad resources our Qingwu Hall has acquired from the Piaomiao sect far surpass those of any other branch." At this juncture, he cast a cold glance at Yi Chun, disdain dripping from his words. A mere youth, yet to fully mature, dares to wager against me? How utterly foolish. Very well then. With Peng Gao having spoken so decisively, Shimin Xiao finally ceased his protests, as he too believed firmly that his master had no chance of losing. Their advantages were overwhelmingly apparent. First, their Qingwu Hall was renowned as the foremost outer branch of the Piaomiao sect, offering superior treatment to its main mentors and far more resources to its disciples than any other branch. Second, Peng Gao's teaching experience was indeed exceptional among all mentors of the Piaomiao sect's outer branch. Otherwise, he would not have led the Qingwu Hall to ascend as the premier branch among the 100 in the outer sect. Most importantly, however, was the disparity in the disciples' innate talent for cultivation. The 7 disciples Yi Chun had taken under his wing either failed the entrance test or did not meet even the most basic requirements. One had not even participated in the examination. In stark contrast, the new disciples accepted by Qingwu Hall all possessed cultivation talents above level 6, with 4 achieving level 7 and 1 attaining the exceedingly rare level 8. Given such a multitude of advantages, even if his master, Peng Gao, were to neglect his responsibilities, the competition a month hence would surely result in a decisive victory over Yi Chun's disciples. "Yi Chun, do you dare to wager with me?" Peng Gao provocatively challenged once more. "Wager? Why not?" Yi Chun not only declined to refuse, but responded with enthusiasm. "Haha, splendid." Peng Gao clapped his thigh and turned his gaze toward the elders of the law enforcement hall. "Esteemed elders, I trust you have all heard Yi Chun's declaration. Since he is willing to wager with me, I kindly ask you to serve as witnesses to prevent any potential dishonesty from him after a month." A group of elders exchanged glances momentarily, and one among them stepped forward to proclaim, "Since none of you have objections, we shall act as witnesses." At this juncture, the elder turned his gaze toward Yi Chun and bluntly stated, "Yi Chun, while your earlier words were indeed invigorating, they have, after all, contravened the regulations of the mysterious sect, which will inevitably cast a shadow upon its reputation. Should you fail to perform miracles, you must face the consequences befitting your actions. If I lose, I shall abide by your wishes." Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. His willingness to agree indicated his confidence in victory. After all, he possessed the miraculous Tao enlightenment system. "Now, you may each select 3 new disciples, so that everyone can familiarize themselves with their faces," the elder urged. Yi Chun nodded and swiftly surveyed Tang Yu and the others, ultimately selecting 3 individuals, Si Wenkong, Wang Ku, and Feng Ruodong. Among them, Si Wenkong and Wang Ku were male, while Feng Ruodong was the sole female. Yi Chun's choice of these 3 was not due to their exceptional cultivation talents, but rather because they were the only ones among his 7 current disciples who primarily practiced martial arts. The other 3 were engaged in different vocational skills. As for the newly arrived Tang Yu, having not even participated in the assessment, her cultivation aptitude remained uncertain. It was prudent to reserve her for now, lest she turn out to be a talentless waste like himself. "Your turn." Upon finalizing his selections, Yi Chun immediately turned his gaze to Peng Gao. "All of my newly accepted disciples are in the Qingwu Hall, but I can enroll them directly now." Peng Gao appeared to be entirely composed, promptly announcing 3 names. Yi Chun had never heard of these individuals, yet judging by Peng Gao's confident demeanor, their cultivation talents were likely commendable. In truth, he was correct. Among the 3 Peng Gao named, one possessed an astonishing cultivation talent of level 8. Such aptitude was exceedingly rare, even within the outer sect of the mysterious sect. The other 2 also displayed impressive talents, each reaching level 7. In this light, Yi Chun's previously selected trio appeared rather unimpressive, as they had participated in the entrance examination and only achieved a mere level 5, failing to meet the basic criteria for admission. With such a motley crew, any hope of surpassing the 3 prodigies under Peng Gao seemed utterly fanciful to all observers. Now that you have chosen your disciples, according to your earlier agreement, there will be a competition in the outer sex martial arena in 1 month. The side whose disciples lose will be required to resign from their positions as mentors. Otherwise, the enforcement hall will forcibly dismiss them. After Yi Chun and Peng Gao finalized their lists of competitors, an elder from the enforcement hall solemnly inquired, "Do you have any further additions to make regarding this matter?" "None." Yi Chun shook his head. Peng Gao added, "As long as no prominent figures come forth to evade responsibility at that time." Once everything was settled, the group did not linger and promptly returned to their respective halls. Before long, only Yi Chun and 7 newly initiated disciples remained. "What are you all still dawdling for? Continue tidying up," Yi Chun urged impatiently upon noticing Si Wenkong and the others standing in place, exchanging glances. "Master, since you have already wagered with Minter Peng, why not take your time with the cleaning? It would be wiser for you to guide our cultivation right away, lest we lose and implicate you." Si Wenkong replied, somewhat disgruntled, "Isn't there still a month left? I am not worried, so why should you be?" Yi Chun retorted, rolling his eyes. The others were left speechless. "Enough. Hurry up and clean this place up. I shall visit the library to see if there are any suitable books for you." With that, Yi Chun strode away. Meanwhile, Si Wenkong and the others remained behind, feeling utterly dejected. Was he merely scrambling at the last minute? It seemed he had made no preparations beforehand. "I told you he was too young and lacked teaching experience, but you wouldn't listen. Don't expect us to teach him. It would be a miracle if we don't end up teaching him instead. I truly wonder if choosing him as our master was the right decision. To be honest, I enrolled under him without any expectations of learning. I simply hope he doesn't lead us astray. Likewise, I am only interested in the platform of the mysterious Cloud sect, not in a mentor younger than myself." Chapter 152. The Shame of the Piao sect. Yi Chun overheard the conversation among Si Wenkong and others, yet he chose to remain unperturbed. He was acutely aware of his youth and lack of teaching experience, something that not only others recognized, but he himself did as well. Nevertheless, his audacity in establishing a new branch and daring to wager against the mentor of the Qingwu Hall, Peng Gao, indicated that he had his own justifications. Before long, he arrived at the outer sect's library, the sole repository of knowledge within the Piao sect's outer sect, shared among the various halls. However, strict limitations governed access. 2 rules were particularly paramount. First, disciples could only peruse texts pertinent to their primary focus of study. Indulging in too many subjects would only hinder progress. Even the most gifted prodigies experienced slow advancement if they attempted to dabble in multiple disciplines simultaneously. Second, one could not access texts beyond their current level. For instance, a disciple at the master level was prohibited from prematurely studying spirit-level texts. Such premature exposure could jeopardize their current training progress, leading to potential mistakes and backlash. These regulations were instituted by the Piao sect to deter ambitious disciples from recklessly overreaching and ultimately ruining themselves. However, these restrictions applied solely to the disciples. Mentors were afforded exceptions. As the bearers of knowledge, mentors often encountered disciples specializing in diverse fields, thus they were permitted to access a broad array of texts, albeit still bound by the rule against studying materials beyond their level. "Are you the mentor from the Wanfa Hall, Yi Chun?" Upon Yi Chun presenting his name, the elder overseeing the library inquired, "What is your current realm?" "Zone level," Yi Chun replied candidly. After consuming the Taizong pill in Hongyan City, he had successfully transitioned from the 9th tier of the spirit level to the zone level. Yet, due to the lack of zone-level training techniques, he remained at the 1st tier of that level. To validate his claim, the elder insisted on a test before granting him access to the zone-level area. The elder's diligence was understandable, as there were concerns regarding the authenticity of Yi Chun's proclaimed level. Yi Chun complied, and upon testing, he indeed confirmed his standing at the 1st tier of the zone level. The elder was puzzled. "I heard that your testing aptitude was at 0 level. How could your cultivation reach the 1st tier of the zone level?" "Perhaps there was an issue with the testing apparatus," Yi Chun replied dismissively. "But Shi Min Xiao is at the 3rd tier of the zone level, and you are merely at the 1st tier. How did you manage to defeat him so decisively?" The elder remained perplexed. "Perhaps it was simply due to my superior combat prowess," Yi Chun suggested, eager to move past the line of questioning. "Now that the test results are clear, might I enter the library?" "Of course." The elder, not wishing to impose further, gestured for him to proceed. Though his demeanor appeared courteous, his gaze towards Yi Chun was rife with disdain. The esteemed mentor's cultivation level is surprisingly inferior to that of the most formidable outer disciple. A disgrace to the esteemed Piao sect. It appears the rumors hold true. This youth must have leveraged connections to ascend to the position of an outer mentor. The more he pondered, the more indignant he became. If given the chance, he would certainly expel him from the Piao sect. Otherwise, what dignity would remain for the elders and mentors of our sect? Unbeknownst to this elder, Yi Chun entered the library and proceeded directly to the sect's elite area, swiftly perusing various techniques and martial arts manuals. It must be said, Piao sect is indeed the largest cultivation sect within 1,000 miles. Its collection of tomes leaving Yi Chun utterly astounded. Back in the Long family of Qingye City, their library contained not a single sect-level technique or martial arts manual. Even the spirit-level techniques were incomplete. Yet before him now stood shelves brimming with sect-level techniques and martial arts. In comparing the two, he finally comprehended why Piao sect consistently maintained superiority over other factions. With such abundant literary resources, they outclassed lesser sects beyond comparison. After enduring such a long journey, had he finally fulfilled his desire to access sect-level techniques? He murmured to himself before rapidly skimming through the texts. An hour later, he had perused all the martial arts techniques in the sect-level area. With the aid of the comprehension system, every technique had been refined to perfection. Without delay, he seated himself and began his cultivation. In merely an hour, his cultivation level surged from the 1st to the 9th stage of sect level. It seemed the time had come to procure a dominance pill. Rising to his feet, Yi Chun made his way directly to the alchemy area. The dominance pill, akin to the peak pill, spirit insight pill, and Grand Ancestor pill, is one of the transitional elixirs for cultivation. The dominance pill serves as the optimal remedy for transitioning from the 9th stage of sect level to king level. The cultivation hierarchy ascends from soldier, master, spirit, sect, to king. Now that he had reached the 9th stage of sect level, the dominance pill was indispensable for a swift transition to king level. However, after surveying the tomes in the alchemy area, he felt disheartened. There was not a single book detailing the crafting of the dominance pill. Helpless, he had no choice but to depart in disappointment. Ah, Elder Gu. May I inquire about something? Exiting the library, Yi Chun approached Elder Gu Xiuxian, who was responsible for guarding the outer library of Piao sect and had recently administered his test. Ask away. Elder Gu's demeanor was notably frosty, as he held a strong aversion to Yi Chun. Unfazed, Yi Chun boldly inquired, "Do you know the method for creating the dominance pill?" The method for crafting the dominance pill? Elder Gu was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "What do you need that for?" "I am in urgent need of a dominance pill." Yi Chun did not conceal his intent. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Zong realm, and he required the Overlord pill to transition to the king level. However, Gu Xiuxian chuckled derisively. "You just tested your abilities. And did you not only attain the 1st level of the Zong realm? How could you possibly need the Overlord pill?" I have indeed broken through to the 9th level of the Zong realm." Yi Chun felt a bit embarrassed. If the other party pressed further, he was uncertain how to explain his rapid advancement. Yet, the 9th level of the Zong realm? Gu Xiuxian mocked him as if he had heard a particularly amusing joke, scoffing. Before entering the library, your cultivation was clearly at the 1st level of the Zong realm. It has barely been over an hour, and you dare to claim that you have reached the 9th level? Do you take me for a fool? Or do you believe this elder lacks even the most fundamental knowledge of cultivation? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. In his view, Yi Chun was clearly attempting to mock him. For any martial artist, the higher their cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to ascend to the next level. Particularly after reaching the Zong realm, even the most exceptional talents require a minimum of 6 months, and often several years, to advance a single tier. Yi Chun had only been in the library for a little over an hour, yet he claimed to have risen 9 levels? Even if one were to boast, should it not be done with a modicum of credibility? Such reckless words, one might fear, could lead to a swift reckoning. Chapter 153, Utter Nonsense, Elder Gu. "I haven't done anything," Yi Chun exclaimed, feeling quite vexed. Had he truly provoked such ire merely for stating a simple truth? Not done anything. Gu Xiuxian fumed, his beard bristling with indignation. "Are you claiming that the results of your earlier cultivation test were fabricated?" "Of course they were genuine," Yi Chun affirmed earnestly with a nod. "Then how do you explain your sudden emergence as a 9th level sect member?" Gu Gu Xiaoxian retorted, visibly agitated. But that is the reality. Yi Chen replied, bemused. He pondered. How could he be accused of deceit? Even if he were to lie, what concern was it of Gu Xiaoxian? If the elder deemed him boastful, it was hardly worth the quarrel. Was it not a futile endeavor? Although Gu Xiaoxian was seething, he appeared to be at a loss regarding how to confront Yi Chen. After a moment of contemplation, a cunning smirk crossed his face as he remarked, "Did you not wish to inquire about the crafting method of the Overlord pill?" "Indeed." Yi Chen nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Securing the method to concoct the Overlord pill would expedite his ascension to the king level in cultivation. However, I shall divulge my knowledge. But first, you must admit your fault and apologize to me, Gu Xiaoxian declared. Admit my fault? Yi Chen was taken aback, puzzled. What fault do I have, and why should I apologize to you? Still feigning ignorance, Gu Xiaoxian ground his teeth in frustration. Before entering the archives, your cultivation was clearly at the first level of the sect, yet now you claim to have reached the 9th level. Such nonsense not only undermines the integrity of the other instructors, but also borders on mockery of my person. So Elder Gu was enraged over this matter. Yi Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, but I spoke the truth. Excellent. Simply splendid. Gu Xiaoxian's fury transformed into a derisive smile. Since you refuse to acknowledge your error, I find myself powerless against you. However, if you seek to extract the method for the Overlord pill from me, you might as well abandon that thought. Thus, if I can prove I have not been boasting, will you then share the crafting method of the Overlord pill with me? Elder Gu? Yi Chen inquired with keen interest. If you truly did not lie, then I concede I have wronged you, Gu Xiaoxian conceded. But then he shifted his tone. Yet my patience has been thoroughly tested by you. Now leave at once, lest you become an eyesore. With a wave of his hand, Gu Xiaoxian turned away, as if merely casting another glance at Yi Chen would be too much to bear. Yi Chen chose not to further argue. Instead, he strode purposefully toward the testing platform nearby. What are you doing? Gu Xiaoxian bellowed in fury, rushing forward to intervene. His earlier turn had only been a gesture to express his disdain for Yi Chen, yet he remained alert to the young man's movements. Does Elder Gu wish for proof? I shall provide it. Before Gu Xiaoxian could reach him, Yi Chen swiftly placed his hand upon the testing stone. Phew! Under the fervent infusion of spiritual energy, the test stone erupted with a dazzling brilliance. The beam of light on the left ascended rapidly, ultimately halting at the pinnacle of the sect level. How could this be? Gu Xiaoxian, rushing forward, gasped in astonishment, his steps coming to an abrupt stop. For at that moment, Yi Chen's cultivation had indeed reached the 9th tier of the sect level. Elder Gu, do I need to undergo the test again? Yi Chen turned around, a wry smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Gu Xiaoxian. What on earth is happening? Gu Xiaoxian, regaining his composure, was filled with incredulity, his gaze towards Yi Chen akin to that of viewing a monster. He distinctly recalled that just over an hour ago, Yi Chen had tested at merely the 1st tier of the sect level. To think that upon retesting, he had astonishingly escalated to the 9th tier. This is utterly unbelievable. Elder Gu, can you now reveal to me the method for concocting the Overlord pill? Yi Chen inquired once more. Yet Gu Xiaoxian did not respond, instead expressing suspicion. Could it be that you concealed your true cultivation level earlier? This could be considered so? Yi Chen shrugged, remaining noncommittal. Regarding his ascension from the 1st to the 9th tier within just over an hour, it was not only others who found it hard to believe. Were it not for the insight system, he himself would struggle to accept it. I see. Gu Xiaoxian seemed to harbor no doubts, expressing relief. If you indeed concealed your true cultivation, that would make sense. However, furrowing his brow, he questioned, why did you choose to hide your true level? I prefer not to reveal my real cultivation in public. Perhaps this reason is acceptable to you, Elder? Yi Chen chuckled ruefully. On this point, I can indeed empathize. Gu Xiaoxian nodded, sighing. After all, the world can be treacherous, and everyone harbors some means of self-preservation. It is understandable that you would wish to keep your true level concealed from too many people. So, Elder Gu, can you now disclose the method for crafting the Overlord pill? Yi Chen pressed earnestly. Regarding that, I must admit I am also unaware. Upon realizing he had wronged Yi Chen just moments ago, Gu Xiaoxian's face was now filled with regret. What? You do not know either? Yi Chen nearly collapsed in disbelief. If you are unaware, why waste so much of my time? Just now, you scolded me harshly. Do not be agitated. While I may not know the method for concocting the Overlord pill, I do know where to find it. Gu Xiaoxian hastily replied. Where might that be? Yi Chen inquired. Naturally, it is in the inner sect's library. Gu Xiaoxian asserted firmly before adding. However, disciples and mentors from the outer sect are forbidden to enter the inner sect's library. Why is that? Yi Chen instinctively asked. This is to prevent individuals from being overly ambitious, aiming for the skies before they have even secured their footing. Is that so? Yi Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring, what requirements must one fulfill to gain entry into the inner sect's library? Quite simple. Gu Xiaoxian stroked his white beard, chuckling. Once you advance to the inner sect, you shall have access to the library. Advance to the inner sect? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. You mean through the annual outer sect competition? Indeed. Gu Xiaoxian nodded. Every year, the Piaomiao sect hosts a grand competition, and the top performers have the opportunity to ascend to the inner sect. But I am a mentor, not a disciple. Yi Chen replied with a wry smile. Are you suggesting I relinquish my position and casually join a branch as a disciple? You must be jesting. Gu Xiaoxian nearly choked with indignation. To become a disciple after already being a mentor would not only render Yi Chen a subject of ridicule, but it could also undermine the very principles of the Piaomiao sect, leading to a loss of respect for teachers and the teachings. It seems the rumors were true. Yi Chen remained too youthful in his thinking. He acted on impulse without considering the consequences. But if I am not a disciple, how can I advance to the inner sect? Yi Chen lamented. Suppressing the urge to scold, Gu Xiaoxian replied earnestly. It is not impossible for an outer sect mentor to ascend to the inner sect mentor position. Chapter 154. Caught red-handed, what can be done? Yi Chen inquired earnestly. There is a way, albeit with somewhat stringent requirements, Gu Xiaoxian replied. As long as the disciples under your tutelage achieve remarkable rankings in the grand competition, and your own cultivation stands out among the other mentors, there exists an opportunity for you to ascend to the rank of an inner sect mentor. Oh, is it truly so? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, continuing to question, if my disciples outperform those from other branches in the outer sect competition, and I surpass the other mentors in skill, may I then be promoted to an inner sect mentor? Indeed. Gu Xiaoxian nodded solemnly. Thank you, Elder Gu, for clarifying my doubts. Having received the answer he sought, Yi Chen bowed deeply to Gu Xiaoxian and promptly departed. At the Hall of 10,000 Methods, several disciples were engaged in casual conversation. Si Wenkong, do you think Yi Chen has lost his mind to dare wager against the most renowned mentor of the Qingshan Hall? Wang Ke remarked. Indeed, I believe this Yi Chen is utterly devoid of sense, Fang Ruodong added. Are we not aware of our own meager talents? Even we lack confidence. Yet he dares to pit us against three geniuses from the Qingshan Hall? Si Wenkong sighed. Honestly, I share your sentiments. Yi Chen is simply too young. His actions will undoubtedly lead to his own humiliation. He then shook his head, adding, Yet, one cannot entirely fault him. He is younger than most of us. Filled with youthful vigor and impetuosity, prone to pride and competition. These traits are understandable. Understanding aside, if we all fail in the competition a month hence, not only will he be forcibly dismissed from his position as mentor, but we will also be expelled from the sect. Wang Ku expressed his concerns. Such is the way of things. Si Wenkong shook his head. Considering our cultivation talents, we were never truly qualified to enter. If we are expelled from the sect a month later, there is little to lament. Primarily, we might become the subject of ridicule. Wang Ke retorted. Had we chosen to leave the sect from the outset, perhaps no one would have batted an eye. Yet, in our desperation to remain, we have taken a mentor younger than ourselves. Should we be expelled shortly thereafter, it would be the height of irony. As Yi Chen made his way to the library, the group spoke freely, particularly in their disdain for him, addressing him by name with blatant derision. However, amidst their merriment, an exceedingly discordant voice echoed nearby. It appears you possess a keen awareness of your circumstances. We are all those who were eliminated after testing, fully cognizant of our status. Yet that arrogant fool Yi Chen dares to compare us to the Qingshan Hall. Yi mentor? Wang Ke's words faltered as he realized that the voice he had just heard did not belong to Si Wenkong and the others, but rather to Yi Chen himself, who had approached unbeknownst to them. This is troublesome. Upon recognizing Yi Chen, not only did Wang Ke's jaw drop, but Si Wenkong and the others exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Deep down, they indeed held Yi Chen in contempt, yet they only dared to express their dissatisfaction in private. When confronted with Yi Chen directly, they refrained from being overly audacious. After all, a mentor commands a certain authority, and as disciples, failing to demonstrate the fundamental respect and reverence for their teacher would be utterly unacceptable to any instructor. However, just as they anticipated Yi Chen to erupt in fury and expel them from the Hall of 10,000 Laws, he uttered a remark that left them utterly astonished. "I am truly gratified by your self-awareness," Yi Chen declared, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor relaxed. "My only concern is that, having secured such an extraordinary mentor as myself, you may become arrogant and haughty, which would undoubtedly be a fatal flaw in your future cultivation." His self-aggrandizing words prompted exchanged glances among Wang Ku and the others. "Who considers you extraordinary? We find you rather contemptible. Thank you. Must you be so self-assured? Moreover, if there were any other choice, who would choose you as a mentor?" Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. Seemingly to divert the topic, Fang Ruodong hastily interjected, "By the way, Mentor Yi, I heard that your sister, Yi Yanran, achieved the legendary 10th level in her cultivation aptitude during her assessment. Is it true that she possesses such a rare special constitution?" "Indeed," Yi Chen nodded, "since she is your biological sister, and you have already become a mentor in the outer sect of the mysterious Cloud sect, why hasn't she accompanied you here for her studies, and instead chosen to go elsewhere?" Fang Ruodong inquired with curiosity. "Some matters are too complex. Knowing them would not benefit you." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. In truth, his sister Yi Yanran had wished to follow him, but he had declined. The reasons were manifold. First, although he possessed an understanding of the Tao, he lacked teaching experience. Secondly, this branch was not given much importance, and the resources available were woefully inadequate. Thus, rather than allowing Yi Yanran to endure hardships alongside him, it would be better to send her to the Elder Academy. Given Yi Yanran's previously assessed cultivation aptitude, the mysterious Cloud sect would undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing her. As for himself, he could always offer guidance in his own way when time permitted, which would surely yield better results. "Mentor Yi, we have tidied this place up. May I ask when you will begin instructing us?" Wang Ku cautiously inquired. "Since it is clean now, go about your business." Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings, waved his hand, and declared, "From this day forth, you shall cultivate independently. If you have any questions, come to the inner hall to seek me." After speaking, Yi Chen strode towards the inner hall. Yet, Wang Ku and the others were left in stunned silence. What? Cultivate independently? If we could cultivate on our own, what was the point of joining the mysterious Cloud sect? Despite their lingering frustration, Yi Chen swiftly vanished from the entrance of the inner hall. Although this area is not particularly vast, it is equipped with a variety of facilities. Within the courtyard lies a training ground, while disciples' accommodations and a kitchen flank 3 sides. And at the rear is the inner hall where the mentor resides. He must be evading responsibility. Upon confirming Yi Chen's entry into the inner hall, Fang Ruodong expressed her indignation, stating, "He surely lacks the ability to instruct us, which is why we are left to cultivate on our own." "I concur." Wang Ku deeply agreed, remarking, "He is younger than we are and possesses no teaching experience. His position as an outer sect mentor of the Piaomiao sect is solely due to connections. It appears that becoming his disciple is indeed akin to leaping into a fire pit." Si Wenkong began to regret his decision. At this juncture, Si Wenkong seemed to recall something and turned his gaze toward Tang Yu, asking, "Hey, why have you remained silent? Do you not harbor any regrets?" "Regrets?" Tang Yu shook her head and retorted, "I willingly chose to join the Wanfa Hall. Why should I regret it? Yet, Mentor Yi does not understand how to guide disciples. Are you not concerned that he might mislead the young?" Si Wenkong protested. "Although Yi Chun is younger than us, I believe I have a piece of advice that is quite necessary to share." Tang Yu hinted. "What advice?" Si Wenkong and the others were taken aback. "Never attempt to question Yi Chun. Otherwise, the ones who will truly regret it will be you." Seeing that Si Wenkong and the others remained dismissive, Tang Yu added, "If you do not believe me, wait until a month later when you compete with the Qingwu Hall, and you will realize how fortunate it is to have Yi Chun as your mentor." Chapter 155. Learning on the fly. Tang Yu spoke with an air of seriousness. Yet Si Wenkong and the others could scarcely contain their laughter. "I must ask you, Tang Yu, as the last to join the Wanfatang, why do you protect Mentor Yi so fervently? Could it be that you are acquainted with him from before? Even if you wish to uphold his reputation, there is no need to speak so absurdly. Our cultivation talents are all merely ranked at 5, insufficient to even meet the entry requirements. To my knowledge, the 3 disciples from King Wutang, with whom we are to compete in a month, possess talents rated at 7, and one has even achieved an 8. Given these circumstances, do you truly believe we have a chance of victory? Faced with Si Wenkang's skepticism, Tang Yu refrained from elaborating further, merely curling her lips in resignation. Believe what you will. With that, she turned away, seemingly unwilling to continue the debate. I refuse to accept that, Si Wenkang exclaimed, a hint of indignation in his voice. Did Mentor Yi not instruct us to cultivate independently and seek his guidance when in doubt? I shall confront him directly and see how he addresses my inquiries. Si Wenkang, are you truly going to do that? Fang Ruodong expressed her concern. What if you anger him? If he is unable to clarify my doubts and instead becomes enraged by my questions? It would only confirm our suspicions that he is unworthy of being a mentor. Si Wenkang's expression grew resolute, and he declared passionately, if that is the case, even if he expels me from his tutelage, I shall have no regrets. With that, he strode toward the inner hall as if venturing into a blaze. Meanwhile, in the inner hall, Yi Chen sat in contemplation upon his chair, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Although the Tao comprehension system he possessed permitted personal enlightenment, it could only facilitate his own understanding. The only assistance he could offer to his disciples was to incorporate the system's insights and refine the techniques and combat skills he transmitted to them. How much they could comprehend thereafter was beyond his control. Master, I seek an audience regarding a matter. Just as he was grappling with his thoughts, a familiar voice reached his ears. Looking up, he saw one of his disciples entering, the very Si Wenkang he had been contemplating. What is it? Yi Chen inquired. Disciple has encountered some challenges in his cultivation and earnestly requests your guidance. Si Wenkang responded with a respectful tone. His demeanor was indeed deferential, yet a subtle smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth. His visit, it seemed, was more about testing than seeking wisdom. What technique are you practicing? Yi Chen asked. Wuliangju. Si Wenkang replied without hesitation. Wuliangju. Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This was unfamiliar territory for him, although he had perused countless cultivation techniques during this time. The vastness of martial arts meant that it was entirely normal not to have encountered every practice. Has the master truly never heard of Wuliangju? Si Wenkang inquired cautiously, observing Yi Chen's changing expression. I must admit, I have not heard of Wuliangju. Yi Chen did not attempt to save face. Instead, he candidly acknowledged the truth. Si Wenkang refrained from further comments, yet his eyes were filled with disappointment. Indeed, he realized he had unwittingly boarded a sinking ship. Yi Chen was younger than they were, and in terms of experience, he was even less seasoned. Under such circumstances, it was not only unreasonable for them to expect guidance from him, but they would be fortunate if he did not end up instructing them instead. However, Yi Chen implored, do not regard me with such disdain. Even if I have not perused the Infinite Sutra, as long as you present the manuscript for my examination, I can swiftly learn and guide you. Si Wenkang was nearly rendered speechless. To think that one could provide guidance merely by learning on the spot? Who was he trying to fool? Even the most formidable of mentors would likely not dare to be so audacious. Did you not wish for me to resolve your uncertainties? If that is the case, quickly bring forth the manuscript. Let us not squander time, Yi Chen urged. Yet, Si Wenkang was about to retort when he was abruptly interrupted by Yi Chen. If you doubt my capabilities, then leave. Do not waste my time here. Si Wenkang was seething with rage. Indeed, it was a pitfall. He clearly lacked the ability to instruct yet pretended to be a grandiose figure, which was utterly detestable. Very well, the manuscript is here. Please examine it, master. With great restraint against the urge to curse, Si Wenkang produced the manuscript. He was eager to see how Yi Chen would attempt to provide guidance. However, upon witnessing Yi Chen's subsequent actions, he realized he had gravely underestimated the absurdity of the situation. With a flourish, Yi Chen took the Infinite Sutra and did not peruse it meticulously. Rather, he skimmed through it hastily. Then, to Si Wenkang's astonishment, he cast the manuscript into the nearby brazier. What are you doing? Si Wenkang gasped, rushing forward to retrieve the manuscript from the flames. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Yi Chen yanked him back. This flawed manuscript is better off burned. It would only misguide you further. Have you lost your mind? Si Wenkang could not process this madness and shouted in fury, his gaze towards Yi Chen nearly igniting with rage. When Yi Chen had earlier admitted to not having studied the Infinite Sutra, Si Wenkong had known that he would not receive any guidance. The mere act of presenting the manuscript was merely to witness Yi Chen's folly. He had assumed that even if Yi Chen could not truly guide him, he would at least feign some semblance of effort and utter nonsensical platitudes. To his shock, Yi Chen had not even bothered to examine it properly before tossing it into the fire. Was this not a quintessential display of embarrassment and anger? As I previously stated, this manuscript is riddled with errors. If you continue to practice according to its methods, not only will your cultivation stagnate, but it will also hinder your progress indefinitely. In response to Si Wenkong's extreme reaction, Yi Chen appeared to have anticipated it, remaining unperturbed and patiently offering an explanation. Do you perhaps possess a superior cultivation method? Si Wenkong retorted through clenched teeth. Indeed, I do. Yi Chen nodded, then swiftly shifted the topic. However, you have already practiced the Wuliangju. Should you wish to pursue another technique, you would have to start anew, rendering a change unnecessary. Since a change is unwarranted, how can you expect me to cultivate if you burn the Wuliangju manual? Si Wenkong exclaimed indignantly. Having disposed of it, I naturally possess an improved version of the Wuliangju for you. Yi Chen replied with a mysterious smile, seemingly unfazed by Si Wenkong's astonished gaze. As he gestured toward the ink stone on the adjacent table. Prepare the ink. Prepare the ink for what? Si Wenkong asked instinctively. Of course, to compose a more comprehensive version of the Wuliangju for you. Yi Chen responded impatiently. Si Wenkong was momentarily taken aback. Have you not seen the Wuliangju before? Even if you possessed photographic memory, you did not examine the manual closely moments ago. How can you write it for me now? What he found most amusing was Yi Chen's audacious claim that the version he was about to write would be more complete than the one he had previously possessed. What a ludicrous jest. Even if one were to seek to undermine me, there would be no need to incinerate one's own manual. To destroy another's manual is akin to slaying their parents. It is evident how furious he was at this moment. Chapter 156. Heartfelt submission. What are you still doing here? Grind the ink. Seeing Si Wenkong still lost in thought, Yi Chen urged him once more. Si Wenkong's body trembled, his expression shifting momentarily. He restrained his impulsive urge to explode and walked to the desk, beginning to grind the ink. He was curious to see just how long Yi Chen could maintain his facade. If, in a short while, he failed to replicate the Infinite Sutra or produced nonsensical scribbles, he would not hesitate to retaliate, committing acts tantamount to betraying his master and ancestors. Before long, the ink was ready. Yi Chen picked up the brush and began to write on the rice paper. The brush danced like a dragon and serpent, flowing like clouds and water. In no time, a brand new Infinite Sutra was presented before Si Wenkong. From now on, practice according to this, Yi Chen said, putting down the brush. Unless your comprehension is exceedingly poor, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly be significantly faster than before. Si Wenkong remained skeptical. He had been holding back, waiting for Yi Chen to falter, at which point he would have ample justification to erupt. However, at that moment, he felt uncertain. The Infinite Sutra Yi Chen had just inscribed, though slightly different from the one that had been burned, bore a striking resemblance overall. This alone was enough to leave him incredulous. After all, Yi Chen had claimed he had never seen the Infinite Sutra before, and when he had taken the original, he had merely flipped through it carelessly before tossing it into the fire. Logically, even with a photographic memory, it was implausible that he could rewrite an entire manual without thorough examination. Yet, the scene before him completely shattered his understanding. Master Yi, how did you accomplish this? Si Wenkong asked, still in a daze. Do you think I burned your manual merely to punish you? Yi Chen retorted. Well, Si Wenkong's expression shifted as he cautiously inquired. But Master Yi, why are there some differences between the version you rewrote and the original? I mentioned earlier that the original was riddled with flaws. Continuing to practice from it would yield no benefits for you. Yi Chen pointed to the Infinite Sutra he had penned and continued. Thus, I made some revisions to correct the errors and address the existing shortcomings. Is that true? Si Wenkong remained doubtful. The ability to remember the original content after a mere glance was already miraculous. The fact that he could discern flaws within it and rectify them, was that even human? You'll discover the truth for yourself once you begin your practice. Yi Chen, disinterested in further explanation, forcibly handed the manual to Si Wenkong before returning to his chair to meditate. Si Wenkong's expression fluctuated, but in order to verify the authenticity, he began to cultivate on the spot. Remarkably, after practicing according to Yi Chen's rewritten Infinite Sutra for just a quarter of an hour, A resounding boom echoed within him. Had he actually broken through? Feeling the transformation within, Si Wenkong was overcome with emotion, nearly brought to tears. This fluctuation is a result of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Prior to this moment, he remained ensnared at the third tier of the master level, making no progress whatsoever. The root of this stagnation lay in a singular phrase from the infinite technique that he could not grasp. However, the revised infinite technique pinned by Yi Chun rectified this very phrase, allowing him to comprehend it at last. Upon reading it, he felt as though a sudden awakening had occurred, dispelling all prior confusion in an instant. With this newfound understanding, he swiftly transcended his limitations and advanced in cultivation. Now, do you believe in your master? Yi Chun's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Si Wenkong offered no reply, but instead fell to his knees, bowing deeply to Yi Chun before tremblingly uttering, "Thank you for your guidance, master. If there are no further matters, you may take your leave." Yi Chun gestured dismissively. "Yes." Si Wenkong responded respectfully as he exited. In the courtyard, the wait seemed interminable. Why had Si Wenkong been inside for so long? Could it be that Yi Chun silenced him for good? Unthinkable. Even if Yi Chun were to lose his mind, he would not resort to such inhumanity. Earlier, faint echoes of Si Wenkong's furious reprimands had emanated from within, yet silence had subsequently fallen. Fong Ruodong and the others were beside themselves with concern. After more than half an hour, Si Wenkong still had not emerged, which was rather perplexing. At that moment, Wang Ke suddenly pointed towards the inner hall. "Look, Si Wenkong is coming out." Everyone turned in unison, their expressions frozen in surprise. Indeed, Si Wenkong, who had entered the inner hall moments ago, was now striding confidently towards them. "Finally, you've emerged. We were beginning to worry something had happened to you. So how did it go? Did you manage to humiliate Instructor Yi? If I am not mistaken, he must have been rendered speechless by your questions, correct?" As they approached Si Wenkong, each face bore a smirk of schadenfreude. However, silence. Si Wenkong retorted sharply, his demeanor grave. "From this day forth, show respect towards Instructor Yi. Anyone who dares to slander him will have me to answer to." All expressions froze, disbelief washing over them. "Si Wenkong, what has gotten into you?" Before entering, you were so adamant about challenging Yi Chun. Yet, after merely half an hour, you returned transformed? What transpired within those walls? Did he perhaps threaten you? Ignoring the astonished gazes of Wang Ku and the others, Si Wenkong turned to the ever-reserved Tang Yu. "It seems you possess a keen eye. To be accepted under Instructor Ye's tutelage is indeed our honor. No wonder you hold him in such high esteem. The infinite technique is a family heirloom of his, a master-level cultivation method that, despite being passed down for countless generations, had never revealed its flaws until now." Yi Chun casually flipped through the pages, not only memorizing every detail but also discerning various flaws, which he subsequently amended to a more refined state. Remarkably, his recent cultivation led to a breakthrough in his abilities. Such profound methods, even the esteemed Minter Peng Gao of the Qingwu Hall at the outer sect of the Miao Miao sect would likely find unattainable. It was only now that he realized how laughable it was to judge others based on appearances. The ignorance and folly of others, who deemed Yi Chun's youth as a sign of inadequate teaching experience, became painfully evident. "Si Wenkong, have you lost your senses?" Wang Ku exclaimed indignantly. "In my recollection, you are a person of strong opinions, not easily swayed by others. How is it that after merely half an hour alone with Yi Chun, you have become his disciple? Words cannot adequately convey my sentiments. Perhaps it would be best for you to experience it for yourself." Si Wenkong replied with a wry smile. "Humph. I shall enter and see for myself. I refuse to believe that Yi Chun possesses such extraordinary capabilities." Wang Ku, provoked, strode boldly towards the inner hall. Chapter 157. The exceptional disciple. Apart from Wang Ku, the expressions of Fong Ruodong and the others were filled with incredulity. However, each individual who ventured inside emerged as if their minds had been transformed, their attitudes towards Yi Chun having undergone a complete and utter reversal. Whether it was the intricacies of martial arts or the arts of alchemy, weapon forging, and formations, Yi Chun seemed to possess an unparalleled mastery over them all. Those who sought his counsel emerged profoundly enriched, as though they had unlocked the door to a new realm of understanding. "It appears we were gravely mistaken. Although Minter Yi is younger than us, his knowledge and experience far surpass our own. To have him accept us as his disciples is an extraordinary stroke of fortune." I truly pity those who, having looked down upon Mentor Yi, chose not to join the Hall of 10,000 Methods. It is indeed their loss. Yet, if others were to learn of Mentor Yi's capabilities, we might find ourselves without an opportunity. Indeed, the only reason Mentor Yi reluctantly accepted us is due to the lack of disciples. If individuals with greater talents were to recognize his prowess, we would certainly lose our chance to enter the Hall of 10,000 Methods. Given this situation, we must not only remain discreet, but also do our utmost to ensure that others continue to underestimate Mentor Yi, lest our status within the hall be jeopardized. While the groups celebrated their fortune, they also began to hatch various schemes. At that moment, Fang Ruodong suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, "Hey, Tang Yu, are you also going to venture in for a trial?" The crowd paused, turning their gazes towards her. Indeed, they observed Tang Yu, who had seldom engaged with the group, striding confidently toward the inner hall. Though I had long been aware of Yi Chen's abilities, surely they cannot be as exaggerated as you claim. I shall give it a try. Without looking back, Tang Yu swiftly entered the inner hall. "Do you have inquiries for me, dear disciple?" Upon Tang Yu's entrance, Yi Chen, seated at the table, inquired with calm composure. Since Si Wenkong was the first to enter, one by one, individuals followed, presenting an array of peculiar questions that spanned diverse fields. Were it not for the assistance of the Enlightenment system, his reputation as a mentor among the disciples would have long been tarnished. "Mentor Yi, I indeed have several questions I wish to pose." Tang Yu did not bow, but instead approached directly, perching herself on the edge of the table, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she teased, "Mentor Yi, do you have a significant other?" Yi Chen nearly toppled over, his previously solemn demeanor dissipating in an instant. He had anticipated that Tang Yu would, like the others, seek guidance on cultivation or other professional dilemmas. He never imagined she would pose such an unusual question. What is the purpose of that inquiry? Finally regaining his composure, Yi Chen retorted, exasperation evident in his voice. However, Tang Yufei was not the least bit intimidated. Instead, she smiled knowingly and remarked, "Although you are a mentor, your youth and striking appearance pique my curiosity. Have you taken a spouse yet?" Observing Yi Chen's furrowed brow, she continued, "Is it not permissible for a disciple to be inquisitive about Mentor Yi?" "Of course it is," Yi Chen replied, albeit feeling that Tang Yufei's inquiry was rather peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded, "I am yet unmarried." "What of it?" Tang Yufei inquired further. "Then, how do you find my appearance?" Her smile grew increasingly mischievous. This is quite improper," Yi Chen exclaimed, astonished and indignant. "There exists a distinction between master and disciple. How can you behave so inappropriately in the presence of your teacher? It is only natural for a man to marry and a woman to wed. Is that not a fundamental truth?" Tang Yufei showed no signs of abating her playful banter. On the contrary, she intensified it. "Since you are still unmarried and so youthful, it seems rather reasonable for me to take an interest in your lifelong matters. Does it not?" "Enough." Yi Chen waved his hand decisively. "If you wish to inquire about cultivation, I shall gladly provide guidance, but such levity is not permitted henceforth." Yes, I understand my error." Tang Yufei quickly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "I shall refrain from such inquiries in the future. Now, do you have any questions regarding your cultivation?" Yi Chen spoke with gravity. "None." Tang Yufei shook her head. "What is your area of study?" Yi Chen pressed on. Despite having accepted Tang Yufei as his disciple, he remained entirely ignorant of her cultivation level and chosen discipline. "I naturally practice martial arts," Tang Yufei replied. "Since you are engaged in martial studies, have you encountered no challenges that require your mentor's insight?" Yi Chen inquired once more. "None whatsoever." Tang Yufei shrugged nonchalantly. Yi Chen was rendered speechless. It was customary for those who joined the mysterious sect to seek guidance due to their own cultivation struggles. Yet, here was Tang Yufei, already part of the sect and claiming to need no instruction. What, then, was her purpose in joining? Merely to jest at his expense? A month had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the martial arts arena, numerous disciples and mentors from various branches had gathered, all eager to witness a long-anticipated competition. The contenders were the newly established 10,000 Methods Hall and the renowned Qingwu Hall, celebrated as the premier outer sect hall of the mysterious sect. However, the scale of the competition was modest, with each hall participating with only 3 disciples, newcomers from this very year. The 3 disciples from 10,000 Methods Hall were Si Wenkong, Wang Ku, and Fang Ruodong. The trio from Qingwu Hall were Lu Jie, Ling Ke, and Wu Dalong. Before the competition commenced, the crowd was abuzz with speculation and opinions. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this contest? Is there any doubt? It will undoubtedly be Qingwu Hall. The mentor of the 10,000 Methods Hall, Yi Chun, is nothing short of a farce. It is said that he originally came to participate in the selection of disciples, but was eliminated due to his exceedingly low cultivation talent during the assessment. Subsequently, through connections with some prominent figures within the sect, he not only avoided being turned away, but was directly appointed as a mentor, thereby establishing the 10,000 Methods Hall as a new branch. Due to his tender age, hardly anyone with adequate cultivation talent is willing to take him as their master. Among the 7 who did, either they did not participate in the assessment, or their cultivation talent failed to reach even level 6. In contrast, the 3 disciples from the Qingwu Hall boast 2 with a cultivation talent of level 7 and 1 who has even attained level 8. In such circumstances, the outcome of any competition is already evident. I have come here solely to witness the absurdity of the 10,000 Methods Hall. Neither the disciples nor the mentor are regarded favorably, especially under the leadership of Yi Chun. Chapter 158. Psychological Imbalance. While others were engulfed in their own sentiments, the members of the Qingwu Hall, led by Peng Gao, were brimming with fervor and confidence. At the forefront, Peng Gao sat upright, his expression grave. Lu Jie, Ling Ke, Wu Dalong, do you possess the confidence to triumph over the disciples of the Wanfat Hall? He inquired, glancing over the 3 selected disciples. Indeed, the trio responded in unison. These 3 were the new disciples he had personally chosen a month prior to compete against Yi Chen's students. Despite their remarkable cultivation talents, which rendered victory over Yi Chen's disciples a mere formality, he had dedicated himself to their training over the past month to avert any unforeseen circumstances. He had allocated most of the resources acquired by Qingwu Hall for their development and had tirelessly instructed them day and night. In just a month, Lu Jie and the others had made tremendous strides in their cultivation. Master, you need not worry. After today's contest, Yi Chen will undoubtedly be expelled from the Miao Miao sect, and his Wanfat Hall will be forcibly shut down. All his efforts during this period will amount to nothing but a farce. At this, Shimen Xiao flattered. The cultivation talents and starting points of Lu Jie and her peers far exceed those of Yi Chen's disciples. Even if they had not trained this past month, they would still remain undefeated. LV Kai eagerly concurred. Shimen's words ring true. The disciples of Wanfat Hall have yet to arrive. I suspect Yi Chun is acutely aware of his inevitable defeat and wishes to avoid public humiliation, hence his absence. He does possess a degree of self-awareness. Shimen Xiao nodded in agreement before coldly remarking, however, even if he doesn't come, he cannot escape the consequences. After all, the wager from a month ago had the law enforcement hall elders as witnesses. Should he refuse to compete, it would be tantamount to conceding. As his words hung in the air, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Look, the disciples of Wanfat Hall have arrived. A voice from the crowd broke the tension, pointing toward the entrance of the training arena. Shimen Zhao's expression stiffened as he instinctively followed the direction of the pointing finger, only to witness several figures entering in succession. Leading them was a strikingly handsome young man, appearing to be around 18 years of age, yet retaining a hint of youthful innocence. Despite his youth, he donned the distinctive attire of an outer sect instructor of the Miao Miao sect. Could it be anyone other than Yi Chen? How audacious of him to show up. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shimen Zhao's countenance darkened. Just moments ago, he had boasted that Yi Chen would never dare to attend. How ironic that, as soon as he spoke, Yi Chen arrived with his disciples, deliberately placing him in an embarrassing position. Nevertheless, the spectators erupted with excitement. Is that the instructor Yi Chen of Wanfat Hall? He is indeed as young as the rumors suggested. Yet, what does youthfulness matter? Can it possibly enhance the combat prowess of his 3 disciples? I initially believed he would not dare to show up, yet he appeared undaunted, leaving me bewildered as to where he derived such audacity and confidence. Does he not fear the disgrace of his 3 disciples suffering a humiliating defeat? Unperturbed by the multitude of curious gazes, Yi Chen strode confidently onto an elevated platform alongside his 7 disciples. This space had been meticulously prepared for the Wanfa Hall. Opposite them stood their rivals, the disciples of the Qingwu Hall, led by Peng Gao. As the bell tolled, its echo resonated throughout the martial arena. On the central platform, An elder from the law enforcement hall rose and, with a rhythmical cadence, delivered the opening address, thereby commencing the first phase of the competition, the assessment of cultivation levels. Cultivation level serves as the most potent measure of a warrior's strength. A warrior with a lower cultivation level, regardless of their myriad techniques, cannot possibly triumph over one whose cultivation far surpasses their own. Thus, if the disparity in cultivation levels between the two parties is too vast, there would be no need for a contest. It seemed the match would not proceed. Indeed, considering the necessity for a cultivation assessment, the three disciples of Wanfa Hall likely lacked even the qualifications to ascend the platform. Needless to say, in terms of innate talent, foundational cultivation upon entering, and the teaching experience of their mentors, Wanfa Hall could not be compared to Qingwu Hall. One could only hope that the gap was not excessively wide. Even before the disciples of both halls took the stage for testing, countless spectators began to mourn for Wanfa Hall. However, after the testing commenced, a surprising scene unfolded. The cultivation levels of Qingwu Hall's Ling Ke, Wu Dalong, and Lu Jia were recorded at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th ranks of master level, respectively. Yet, the three from Wanfa Hall, Wang Ku, Fang Ruodong, and Si Wenkong, strangely attained the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd ranks of master level. Though the overall cultivation level of Wanfa Hall's disciples was 2 tiers lower than that of Qingwu Hall, this result astonished many. How could this be? How did the three disciples of Wanfa Hall progress so swiftly in their cultivation? Wasn't their innate talent below the 6th level upon entry? How could they achieve such remarkable advancements in merely 1 month? I recall none of them reached master level at entry, yet they now stand at the 1st to 3rd ranks of master level. It is noteworthy that among Qingwu Hall's disciples, 2 possessed a cultivation talent of level 7, while Lu Jie boasted an astonishing level 8. How could they have progressed so slowly compared to the disciples of Wanfa Hall over the past month? Had I not witnessed the testing results with my own eyes, I would have deemed it utterly unbelievable. I am left questioning how Yi Chen accomplished this. Could it be that we have all misjudged him? I had originally thought that, given his youth, his role as a mentor was merely a jest. Yet this outcome has proven otherwise. Not only the onlookers, but even Peng Gao, the mentor of Qingwu Hall, and his disciples were left in a state of stunned disbelief. No, this cannot possibly be true. Seemingly unable to accept this outcome, Peng Gao, after a brief moment of shock, exclaimed in exasperation. How on earth did Yi Chen accomplish this? Could it be that there was an error in the test results? It is no wonder that he felt such profound discontent. A month prior, Wang Ku, Fang Ruodong, and Si Wenkong from the Wanfa Hall were merely at the 8th to 9th ranks of the warrior level, not even having reached the master level. Yet now, they have astonishingly ascended to between the 1st and 3rd ranks of the master level. This indicates that within this short span of a month, Yi Chen's 3 disciples have elevated their cultivation by 3 to 4 ranks. In stark contrast, the 3 disciples under his tutelage, including Lu Jie, had all reached at least the 2nd rank of the master level before entering. Over the past month, in a bid to extract the utmost potential from his 3 disciples, he has not only imparted his lifelong skills, but has also devoted the majority of the resources acquired by the Qingwu Hall to them. Despite his efforts, Lu Jie and her companions have only managed to advance by 1 to 2 ranks. In terms of cultivation advancement alone, he has already suffered defeat. Master, do not lose heart. Even if Yi Chen's 3 disciples progress at a swifter pace, ultimately, it will all come down to a contest on the arena. Interjected Shimin Xiao indignantly. The overall cultivation levels of Lu Jie and her companions surpass those of Yi Chen's disciples by 2 ranks. As long as they emerge victorious in the end, Yi Chen will still have to pack up and leave. Chapter 159. The Consequences of Arrogance. Upon hearing those words, Peng Gao's expression softened slightly. Shimin's assertion held merit. Rapid cultivation did not necessarily equate to greater strength. Among his 3 disciples, their cultivation levels range from the 3rd to the 5th tier of the master realm, collectively surpassing Yi Chen's disciples by 2 tiers. Such a disparity was insurmountable. While there existed instances of the weak triumphing over the strong, typically these could only bridge a single tier in combat. Rarely did one see instances of individuals overcoming a difference of 2 tiers and emerging victorious. In the past century, such occurrences were few and far between. He could not believe that each of Yi Chen's disciples was a prodigy capable of contending against 2 tiers above them. Should his disciples prevail in the arena against Yi Chen's, it would ultimately be Yi Chun who would be expelled from the Miao Miao sect, not him. Master Yi, the results of the assessment have been revealed. Your 3 disciples' cultivation levels are indeed slightly inferior to those of the 3 disciples from the Qingwu Hall. The elder presiding over the competition directed his gaze towards Yi Chun. Will you concede defeat? Or do you wish to take the stage for a contest to determine the victor? Knowing full well that Yi Chun's disciples stood little chance of victory, his inquiry was merely a formality, a precaution against accusations of bias. Given the evident disparity in cultivation between the 2 sects' disciples, everyone had already anticipated the outcome of the contest. Of course, I shall engage in the arena. Unfazed by the gleeful glances of the onlookers, Yi Chun responded with remarkable composure. His strikingly handsome visage bore no trace of anxiety despite the evident inferiority of his disciples' cultivation levels. The elder's eyes flickered with disdain. The gap in cultivation was so apparent. Why subject oneself to such humiliation? And what of you, Master Peng? The presiding elder inquired, shaking his head. Do you also wish to determine the outcome through the arena? Absolutely. Peng Gao replied emphatically. Since both masters wished to resolve the contest through the arena, the elder proceeded to announce the competition's rules. The contest would unfold in 3 rounds, with one-on-one battles determining the victor. Whichever side won 2 rounds would be deemed the overall champion. For the first round, let the 2 disciples from the respective sects take the stage. Having declared the rules, the presiding elder promptly struck the bell to signal the commencement of the first match. When the bell tolled, the eager disciples from Qingwu Hall surged forth, with Ling Ke being the first to ascend the arena. He was the weakest among the 3 participants from Qingwu Hall, possessing merely a 3rd-tier master cultivation. Unless Qingwu Hall deployed Si Wenkang, also a 3rd-tier master, there was no way to compete against Ling Ke. Yet, even Si Wenkang's strength was comparable to Ling Ke's, making it difficult to ascertain who held the advantage. Even if Si Wenkang emerged victorious in this round, the subsequent 2 rounds would undoubtedly favor Wan Fa Hall. Indeed, the weakest disciple of the Qingwu Hall possesses a cultivation level that is comparable to the strongest disciple of the Wanfata Hall, rendering this contest seemingly devoid of suspense. Curiosity piqued, all eyes converged upon the elevated platform where Yi Chun stood. Master, shall we proceed as originally planned? Fang Ruodong stepped forward, offering a respectful bow. Her beautiful eyes sparkled not with fear, but with an indomitable fighting spirit. Go ahead, do not be overly anxious. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. Yes, master. Fang Ruodong responded before swiftly ascending the stage. It is she? Fang Ruodong, with a mere cultivation level of the 2nd tier of master, is inferior to Ling Ke by a tier. I cannot fathom Yi Chun's reasoning for sending Fang Ruodong into battle. Had he chosen Si Wenkang, who boasts a cultivation level at the 3rd tier of master, victory would have been almost assured, even if they ultimately lost. By sending forth Fang Ruodong, whose prowess is eclipsed by Ling Ke, has he not utterly extinguished any hope of triumph? Indeed, given that on the Qingwu Hall side, the remaining contestants, Wu Dalong and Lu Jie, possess cultivation levels of the 4th and 5th tiers of master respectively, it is clear that any participant from Wanfata Hall would be unable to secure a victory. I suspect Yi Chun has lost his senses. As Fang Ruodong stepped onto the platform, she was immediately met with countless disdainful glances. The mentor of Qingwu Hall, Peng Gao, sneered derisively, seemingly confident that only the first 2 rounds of competition would be necessary. Master is indeed wise. Shimin Xiao chimed in, with the best of 3 format. Should we win the first 2 matches, the final contest would indeed be rendered unnecessary. On the platform, Ling Ke narrowed his eyes, regarding Fang Ruodong with unabashed contempt. So, you are Fang Ruodong? A smirk danced upon his lips as he continued. In light of your status as a mere woman, perhaps it would be prudent to concede now, rather than suffer the humiliation of being thrown off the stage in front of an audience. Since I have ascended the stage, how could I possibly retreat without a fight? Fang Ruodong replied with unwavering resolve. You overestimate your abilities. Ling Ke's demeanor shifted coldly, and he swiftly drew his sword. The blade pointed menacingly at Fang Ruodong. If you wish to invite disgrace upon yourself, do not blame me for being ruthless. Before any blows were exchanged, the outcome was still uncertain. With a disdainful huff, Fang Ruodong drew her own weapons, 2 short swords. As they left their sheaths, the metallic resonance echoed powerfully, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Are those high-grade weapons? How could she possess such exquisite quality? It is no wonder she dares to confront Ling Ke despite her lower cultivation. This contest may indeed prove to be more engaging than anticipated. Observing the weapons Fong Ruodong wielded, the audience gasped in astonishment. For her arms surpassed Ling Ke's sword in quality, which was of inferior grade. It is widely acknowledged that the superior the quality of a weapon, the greater the might of the martial artist's techniques. From the perspective of weaponry alone, Fong Ruodong can compensate for her deficiencies in cultivation. It appears that you have made thorough preparations for this contest. On the opposite side of the arena, Ling Ke's expression is somewhat grim, yet it is not out of fear. After all, the advantages of weaponry can only enhance one's combat abilities to a certain extent. Cultivation ultimately remains the foundation of a martial artist. Now that both parties are ready, I, the Elder, hereby declare that the first match officially commences. As the bell tolls, Fong Ruodong and Ling Ke immediately charge towards each other. The clang of metal resonates as they clash, and the battle swiftly escalates into a fervent contest, with blades flashing and waves of energy surging across the arena. Although Ling Ke's cultivation surpasses Fong Ruodong by one tier, the disadvantage of his weapon renders him unable to gain the upper hand, even when he exerts his utmost effort. In contrast, Fong Ruodong remains composed and adept in her responses, navigating the fray with remarkable ease. Chapter 160. I shall unleash my power with a resounding clash. The weapons of the two combatants collided fiercely, causing them to stagger backward. Ling Ke's chest heaved violently, his breath coming in ragged gasps, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, while his complexion paled significantly, a clear sign of exhaustion. In stark contrast, Fong Ruodong, having retreated to a distance, remained unflustered, her demeanor as composed as ever. How could this be possible? Ling Ke, both astonished and enraged, pondered why. Despite his superior cultivation, he found himself on the brink of depletion while she appeared unfazed. Can you not discern the reason? Fong Ruodong replied with a sly smile. It is because I have been on the defensive, while you have recklessly expended your energy in a frenzied assault. The spirit energy you have consumed is at least several times greater than mine. But how can your combat prowess be so formidable? Ling Ke retorted indignantly. Even if you hold an advantage in weaponry, you should not be able to match my strength. How have you managed to deflect all my attacks? Thanks to my master's exceptional guidance, Fong Ruodong said, glancing towards Yi Qin's direction, her face reflecting a hint of reverence. Given her lower cultivation rank compared to Ling Ke, merely possessing a superior weapon should not have sufficed to withstand his assaults. However, the martial techniques she practiced had been refined by Yi Qin, reaching an almost flawless state. This combination enabled her not only to easily counter Ling Ke's strikes, but also to maintain the upper hand throughout their duel. Your master's instruction? I find that hard to believe, Ling Ke replied skeptically. He is so young and lacks teaching experience. How could he possibly excel beyond my own master? Isn't our current achievement the best proof? Fong Ruodong countered, pride illuminating her features. Their success was indeed a testament to Yi Qin's contributions. His assistance encompassed several key aspects: the enhancement of their martial techniques, the crafting of numerous potions to accelerate their cultivation, and the forging of high-quality weapons. These accomplishments were beyond the capabilities of other instructors from their branch, allowing them to advance rapidly in their training, even with relatively low innate talent. No, you must be exaggerating. My talent for cultivation has reached level 7. No matter how proficient your master is, how could I possibly be inferior to a mere novice like you? Ling Ke shouted, struggling to accept this harsh reality, before charging at her once more. If you lack any more formidable techniques, then this contest should come to an end. Fong Ruodong shook her head, crossing her two short swords. She made a powerful slash toward the advancing Ling Quebec. With a whoosh, a sharp cross-shaped wave of energy shot forth, aiming to cleave through the very air itself. What? Ling Ke gasped, startled. As he stood before the cross-shaped aura, he unmistakably sensed a formidable and unyielding presence. However, the oncoming blade of energy approached with such swiftness that evasion was rendered impossible. In a moment of peril, he had no choice but to raise his longsword defensively. The clash resounded with a force that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. With a sudden gasp, he found himself spitting blood, the sword slipping from his grasp as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. How could this be? Had Ling Ke truly been defeated? It seemed that Fang Ruodong had concealed her true prowess all along and had merely toyed with him. As Ling Ke flew off the stage, the onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Prior to the contest, everyone had assumed Fang Ruodong would inevitably succumb to defeat. No one had anticipated such a revolutionary outcome. The most difficult to accept were the mentors and disciples of the Qingwu Hall. What was Ling Ke thinking? His cultivation level was clearly superior to Fang Ruodong's. How could he be vanquished by her? Was it possible he had shown restraint due to her being a woman, thus leading to his downfall? Surely, that must be the case. Did you not hear the words exchanged between them moments before the clash? He must have been tender-hearted, which led to his defeat. Truly, beauty is a source of calamity. Ling Ke has brought shame upon our Qingwu Hall. Unable to bear the truth, the disciples of Qingwu Hall hastily attributed Ling Ke's loss to his misguided compassion. Yet, as he lay battered upon the stage, Ling Ke wore a bitter expression. It was not a lack of effort on his part. Rather, Fang Ruodong was genuinely too strong, so formidable that even his utmost exertions could not withstand her might. With Ling Ke cast down from the arena, the victory belonged to Fang Ruodong of the Wanfa Hall. The elder presiding over the contest announced the results from the elevated platform. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. What was meant to be a straightforward sparring session had culminated in an outcome that left everyone astounded. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the mentor of Qingwu Hall, Peng Gao, wore a grim countenance, his concealed hands producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. Master, it was merely an accident. It won't happen again. Shi Minxiao offered a timely consolation. The remaining disciples, Wu Dalong and Lu Jie, have attained the 4th and 5th ranks of master-level cultivation, respectively. No matter who Wanfa Hall sends forth, victory will be out of reach. Enough. That was no mere accident. Despite Shi Minxiao's soothing words, Peng Gao was not foolish. He barked back. Do you not see? Fang Ruodong possesses a significant advantage in both weaponry and combat techniques, which is the fundamental reason for Ling Ke's defeat. The reality is evident. Do not deceive yourselves any longer. This left Shi Minxiao momentarily speechless, his expression frozen in shock. The surrounding disciples fell into a heavy silence. Just moments ago, they were merely deceiving themselves, unwilling to confront the harsh reality. After all, they were not blind and could not possibly overlook the true reasons behind Ling Ke's defeat. Lu Jie, you shall take the stage next. Peng Gao suppressed the frustration boiling within him, his gaze fixed intently on one of his most promising disciples. Although it was his intention to have you perform last, circumstances have shifted, and we must ensure a victory in this round. Otherwise, should another unforeseen event occur, there will be no third round. Yes, master. Lu Jie replied affirmatively and promptly ascended the arena. Among the 3 disciples competing for Qingwu Hall, her cultivation was the highest, having reached the 5th stage of the master level. In contrast, the most accomplished disciple from Wanfatang, Si Wenkong, was only at the 3rd stage, a full 2 stages below her. Given such a vast disparity, even if Si Wenkong were to compete with superior weapons, he could not possibly contend with her. However, upon seeing the contestant chosen by Wanfatang, Lu Jie was utterly taken aback. Chapter 161, An Unconventional Mastery Whoosh. A series of slicing sounds pierced the air as a figure swiftly ascended the arena. It was one of the 3 disciples from the Wanfa Hall participating in the contest. However, contrary to everyone's expectations of the most formidable practitioner, it was the weakest among them, Wang Ku. How could it be him? Wasn't his cultivation merely at the 1st level of the master stage? With such modest abilities, what audacity did he possess to confront Lu Jie? A foe boasting 4 levels of superiority? Was he merely a jester in this scenario? Upon recognizing the individual who had taken the stage, laughter erupted among the onlookers. Lu Jie herself could scarcely believe her eyes. Are you truly intent on sparring with me? Given that I have already ascended the platform, it appears this question is rather redundant, is it not? Wang Ke shrugged nonchalantly, displaying no signs of the anxiety one would expect in such dire circumstances. From where do you derive your confidence? Lu Jie pressed further. Because Wang Ke grinned slyly, then turned his gaze toward the elevated platform where the elders sat. I concede defeat in this contest. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? He has surrendered outright? Everyone was watching. Could he not take this more seriously? Without even engaging in combat, he had capitulated, displaying a complete lack of fortitude. No wonder he had been so brazen upon his arrival. It seemed he had no intention of facing Lu Jie from the very beginning. The crowd's expressions were filled with disdain as they cast scornful glances at Wang Ku. Yet, he appeared to have embraced a certain wisdom from Yi Chun, for in the face of their contempt, he exhibited no shame whatsoever. Instead, as he descended from the stage, he waved cheerfully at the assembly. "You flatter me. I am hardly the paragon of valor. While I may possess a certain handsomeness, is it necessary for you to fixate upon me so? Alas, being so striking can indeed be a burden." This remark ignited a surge of ire among the spectators. Who among them deemed you handsome? They perceived you as lacking manliness. Could you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? Yet, what further vexation awaited the crowd was Wang Ku's continued bravado. "It is precisely because I possess self-awareness that I have chosen the wisest course of action at this juncture. After all, facing an opponent whose cultivation exceeds mine by 4 levels, and opting for surrender allows me to retreat unscathed. To persist in a futile struggle would only serve to bring disgrace." His words, laden with profound implications, rendered the crowd speechless. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, the mentor from the Qingwu Hall, Peng Gao, felt the muscles of his face twitching in irritation. Damn it, this Yi Chun is utterly despicable. Like the rest, he had looked down upon Wang Ku's immediate concession. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he had been outmaneuvered. According to the competition's rules, each disciple was allowed only one opportunity to compete. This meant that his most favored disciple, Lu Jie, after securing victory in this round, would no longer be eligible to participate in the third contest. The only disciple yet to compete, Wu Dalong, has achieved the 4th tier of master-level cultivation. However, among the remaining disciples of the Wanfatang, the highest ranking is Si Wenkong, who has reached the 3rd tier of master level. Should Si Wenkong possess a weapon of exceptional quality, it is highly likely he would replicate the outcome of the first match, where the weaker overcame the stronger, thus seizing victory from his disciple Wu Dalong, culminating in a best-of-3 triumph. Merely contemplating this scenario sends pangs of anguish through his heart. With Wang Ku, a disciple of Wanfatang, conceding defeat voluntarily, this elder now announces that in the second match, Lu Jie of Qingwu Hall emerges victorious. Despite his unwillingness to accept, the authoritative voice of the judging elder resonated from the high platform. The audience below bore expressions of complex emotions. This contest has indeed been fraught with twists and turns. Initially presumed a certain defeat for Wanfatang, the outcome has proven unexpectedly different. It has been said that the mentor of Wanfatang, Yi Chun, is a joke, yet it appears that the consensus was misguided. In truth, considering the rapid advancement of Fang Ruodong and her companions over the past month, even if Wanfatang were to ultimately lose, they would still hold their heads high in honor. Admittedly, their innate talent for cultivation fails to meet even the basic threshold. Yet their rate of progression has surpassed that of Lu Jie and her prodigious peers by at least double during this month, underscoring the efficacy of Yi Chen's teaching methods. Had I known of Yi Chen's remarkable pedagogical prowess earlier, I would have sought to join his ranks. What a folly it is. I now find myself regretting my decision the most. In the past, when he struggled to recruit disciples, he had persistently pursued me, yet I ultimately rebuffed him. I too share in this regret. Yi Chun had once offered numerous enticing benefits to entice me into his fold, which I then dismissed with disdain. In retrospect, I find myself lamenting my choices deeply. Originally, Peng Gao had been seething with pent-up frustration, and upon hearing these remarks, his ire intensified to the brink of madness. Yi Chun, do not celebrate prematurely. Each side has claimed a victory, and there remains a final match. He muttered through clenched teeth before casting a piercing gaze upon Wu Dalong, saying, "Now, it is up to you. Master, I shall exert my utmost effort." Wu Dalong responded with resolute conviction. "Merely doing your best may not suffice." Peng Gao shook his head, and then retrieved a long knife from his spatial bracelet. "Master, what are you doing?" Wu Dalong's expression shifted slightly, while the other disciples looked on in astonishment. The long knife Peng Gao produced was his most prized weapon, of superior quality. "Just in case, this weapon is a gift from your master. I hope you will not bring shame upon me like Ling Ke." As he spoke, he fought back tears, erasing the soul imprint from the blade before presenting it to Wu Dalong. "The soul imprint has been removed. This knife is now without an owner. Once you acknowledge it with your blood, it shall belong to you from this moment forth. Master, you must not." Wu Dalong, filled with a mix of astonishment and trepidation, was on the verge of declining when Peng Gao forcibly placed the elder's weapon into his hands. Remember, whether I can remain at the mysterious Cloud Sect and continue to guide you depends on your ability to surpass Si Wenkong of the 10,000 Laws Hall. It is hardly surprising that he was pained to part with it, for today's contest would determine who between him and Yi Chun would be cast aside. Otherwise, no matter how magnanimous he might be, it would be inconceivable for him to gift his weapon to a disciple who had only recently joined his ranks. Rest assured, Master, with your weapon in hand, I shall undoubtedly gain an advantage akin to that of a tiger taking flight. Even if Si Wenkong possesses a superior weapon, he shall not stand a chance against me. Kneeling before Peng Gao and making a solemn vow, Wu Dalong rose and ascended the arena as if stepping into the jaws of a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, on the side of the 10,000 Laws Hall, Yi Chun similarly gestured to Si Wenkong. Go forth. I have faith in you. Yes, Master, Si Wenkong replied and climbed onto the stage. Chapter 162. The target of all upon the elevated platform. The presiding elder declared in a booming voice, since both sides have claimed victory in one match each, the outcome of this third contest shall determine which hall prevails. With that, he turned his gaze towards the eager competitors, Wu Dalong and Si Wenkong. Are you both prepared? Ready, came their simultaneous response. Excellent. Since you are both prepared, let the contest commence. As the bell tolled, Wu Dalong, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, surged forward like a frenzied beast. Such ferocity. Si Wenkong was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, sidestepping while swiftly drawing his weapon. His weapon, a broad and hefty battle axe, sliced through the air, producing a resonant whoosh, as if it possessed the might to topple mountains. Yet, its quality was merely of average grade, akin to the long knife that Wu Dalong had recently acquired from Peng Gao. Just average grade? Wu Dalong sneered. If you possess no other means, this contest shall yield no unexpected results. As he spoke, he swung his long knife with ferocity towards Si Wenkong. With a sharp sound, the blade cleaved the air with unmatched precision, akin to a bolt breaking through bamboo. With no avenue for escape, Si Wenkong had no choice but to raise his axe in defense. Clang! The deafening clash of metal echoed as Si Wenkong was immediately sent flying. He managed to halt his momentum at the edge of the platform, yet his grip on the axe trembled slightly, and his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. In the first contest, Fang Ruodong of the 10,000 Methods Hall indeed only held a weapon advantage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to triumph over Ling Ke of the Qingwu Hall. With Wu Dalong now wielding a weapon of similar quality and his cultivation level surpassing that of Si Wenkong by a tier, the outcome of this battle seemed all but certain. Having barely begun their confrontation, Si Wenkong found himself at a disadvantage. The result was already apparent. Witnessing Si Wenkong falter, the members of the Qingwu Hall erupted in cheers, their imaginations running wild with visions of Si Wenkong being relentlessly beaten back by Wu Dalong, ultimately tumbling off the platform in a spectacular fashion. Yet, Yi Chun remained composed and unperturbed, fully aware of the prowess possessed by both sides. He confidently led his disciple into the contest, assured of victory. At the edge of the platform, Si Wenkong's hand trembled as he absorbed the residual shock from the previous clash. Turning back to Yi Chun, he cast an inquiring glance. Understanding the unspoken communication, Yi Chun subtly nodded in affirmation. Si Wenkong, no longer hesitant, promptly retrieved a pill from his pocket, chewed it briefly, and swallowed it. What did you just consume? Wu Dalong inquired, astonished. Do you truly intend to resort to poison in a fit of despair? Buzz. As his words faded, an invisible wave of energy erupted from within Si Wenkong, instantly doubling his imposing presence. I comprehend. What he has just ingested must be the legendary body renewal pill. Only this elixir can forcibly augment one's combat prowess within a brief span. However, the body renewal pill possesses severe side effects. While it can indeed enhance strength momentarily, once the effects wane, one may suffer a decline in cultivation, or worse, die from exsanguination. In the pursuit of victory, Si Wenkong has been exceedingly ruthless towards himself. Did you not witness it? This was the intent of Master Yi Chun from the 10,000 Methods Hall. I too observed Yi Chun casting a confirming glance at Si Wenkong, prompting him to consume the pill. This Yi Chun, in his relentless ambition, has resorted to such unscrupulous means. It is utterly reprehensible. Upon realizing the nature of the pill Si Wenkong has taken, the crowd erupted in curses. Even the observing mentors and elders expressed their indignation vocally. Yi Chun has truly gone too far to secure triumph in this contest. He shamelessly gambles with the life and future of his disciple. Such despicable behavior, especially from one who shares the title of mentor in the mysterious Cloud sect, is nothing short of disgraceful. Should anything untoward happen to Si Wenkong, even if Yi Chun ultimately prevails in this contest, he must not be allowed to remain within the mysterious Cloud sect to wreak further havoc. Particularly, the elder from the law enforcement hall immediately confronted Yi Chun, asking, "Master Yi, did your disciple just consume the body renewal pill?" "Indeed," Yi Chun nodded. "Are you aware of the consequences of consuming the body renewal pill?" The elder inquired further. "I am," Yi Chun acknowledged, then swiftly altered his tone. "However, the body renewal pill I concocted bears no side effects." "Nonsense!" The elder bellowed in fury. "Any body renewal pill severely depletes a martial artist's physical strength. How could there possibly be no side effects?" As Yi Chun became the target of collective ire, Mentor Peng Gao from the Qingwu Hall seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, declaring, "Yi Chun, your blatant disregard for your disciple's well-being is an affront to the very essence of mentorship. Just moments ago, he had entrusted his weapon to Wu Dalong, which was his last resort. If Si Wenkong truly ingests the body renewal pill and experiences a surge in strength exceeding double, the outcome of the contest becomes uncertain. Thus, before the competition concludes, if public opinion can be harnessed to expel Yi Chun from the mysterious Cloud sect, it would be most desirable. Since I dare to allow my disciple to consume it, I naturally would not harm him." In the face of widespread skepticism, Yi Chun remained unperturbed, casually remarking, "Let us continue observing the contest. Should you remain unconvinced, you may wait until it concludes and then monitor Si Wenkong to ascertain the truth." With Yi Chun having articulated his stance so clearly, the crowd, albeit still doubtful, ceased further discussion. On the arena, Wu Dalong, astonished and enraged, confronted Si Wenkong. "You are truly devoted to your master. To safeguard his position, you disregard your own future and life? That is my concern and need not trouble you." Holding a broad axe, Si Wenkong's eyes burned with fervor for battle. "Allow me to showcase the fruits of Master Ye's teachings over this period." With a thunderous roar, he raised the axe high and swung it down ferociously at his opponent, Wu Dalong. A sharp whistle pierced the air as a fierce arc of axe light shot forth, seemingly intent on rending the very fabric of space. Recognizing the formidable aura emanating from the axe's edge, Wu Dalong did not dare to underestimate his adversary. He promptly unleashed his most prized combat technique, the long blade's destruction. The clash of their energies created a tremendous wave that surged outward. The sheer force of their confrontation shattered the wooden planks of the arena into splinters. However, after merely a moment of stalemate, Wu Dalong's blade light was swiftly shattered by Si Wenkong's axe light, dispersing into a cascade of luminous droplets. Undeterred, the axe light continued its relentless trajectory, hurtling towards Wu Dalong with unyielding ferocity. Chapter 163. A cornered dog will jump the wall. Wu Dalong's expression changed dramatically. However, the onslaught of the axe light surged forth with unrelenting ferocity, showing no sign of abating due to his fear. Left with no choice, he raised his blade to block the attack. Clang! Although he managed to deflect the incoming axe light, his long knife was sent flying from his grasp, and he himself was violently thrown off the platform. This clash transpired in the blink of an eye, culminating in Wu Dalong's utter defeat. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the outcome. Just moments ago, Wu Dalong had seemed to hold the upper hand. How could the situation have reversed so dramatically? Even though Si Wenkong had consumed a body rejuvenation pill, which could enhance a warrior's strength by at most 50% without considering side effects, the power he had just exhibited was far beyond that, at least tripling his original capabilities. For a mere 50% increase would not suffice to overwhelm Wu Dalong with such dominance. Esteemed elders, I have defeated Wu Dalong, and can we now declare the results of the contest? Si Wenkong's voice resonated throughout the arena, jolting the spectators from their stupor. Yet, there was no cheer to follow. The gazes directed at Si Wenkong were not filled with admiration. Rather, they brimmed with sympathy and pity. For each person understood the grave consequences of consuming the body rejuvenation pill. Si Kong, is it truly worth disregarding everything for your master to secure victory in this contest? On the elevated platform, the presiding elder sighed, his face marked by reluctance as he remarked, "Though our mysterious cloud sect venerates the respect for teachers and the path of learning, such reverence must be founded upon sincere trust." His good intentions were met with Si Kong's retort, "Elder, you just stated that respect for teachers is built on sincere trust. I believe in my master. So please do not divert the topic. Let us announce the contest results." The presiding elder's face turned a deep shade of anger. His ire was not solely directed at Si Kong's refusal to heed his counsel, but also at his inability to fathom the immense influence Yi Chen wielded. Just moments ago, it had been made abundantly clear that Yi Chen, in his pursuit of victory, had shown utter disregard for Si Kong's future and well-being. Yet here was Si Kong, ungrateful and fervently defending Yi Chen despite the outcry of the crowd. "Wait, I have something to say." Before the presiding elder could declare the results, Peng Gao could no longer contain himself and stood to proclaim, "Yi Chen cheated. This contest should not count." "How did I cheat?" Yi Chen inquired. "Your disciple, Si Kong, was originally unable to defeat my disciple Wu Dalong, yet you compelled him to take the body rejuvenation pill, forcefully augmenting his strength. What else could that be but cheating?" Peng Gao bellowed. "Before I address your accusation, may I pose a question?" Yi Chen replied with a bemused smile. "What question?" Peng Gao was taken aback. "I pose a question. Prior to the competition, they all underwent assessments, and the disparities in their cultivation levels were glaringly apparent. In such circumstances, why not directly declare who is superior, instead of continuing with the contest?" Yi Chen implied. This. Peng Gao was momentarily at a loss for words. This question, in truth, is known to all. The essence of the competition lies in the fact that higher cultivation does not necessarily equate to greater combat prowess. Only through actual confrontation can one discern the stronger from the weaker. However, if he were to respond in such a manner, would it not play directly into Yi Chen's hands? Although Yi Chen's insistence on having his disciples consume the revitalization pill was somewhat extreme, the fundamental objective of a martial artist training is to triumph over adversaries, regardless of the methods employed. Just as Peng Gao pondered how to respond, the presiding elder interjected, stating that had the previous match not been a mere demonstration, but rather a life-and-death struggle against an enemy, your disciple, Wu Dalong, would now be deceased. "Elder, but..." Peng Gao attempted to voice an objection, only to be swiftly interrupted by the elder's dismissive wave. "There is no need for further argument. It is indeed the case that the 10,000 Methods Hall emerged victorious." Observing Peng Gao's face contorted with indignation, the elder shifted his tone, adding, "Of course, due to Yi Chen's reprehensible actions, which could severely tarnish the reputations of all the mentors at our mysterious cloud sect, it remains to be determined who is truly deserving of resignation from their mentorship role." Upon hearing this, Peng Gao's expression softened somewhat. Although the final verdict had yet to be rendered, it seemed almost inevitable that Yi Chen would be expelled from the mysterious cloud sect. The evidence of Si Kong consuming the revitalization pill was indisputable. Furthermore, the severe aftereffects of the pill remain unresolved, manifesting within half an hour after ingestion. Should Si Kong exhibit any discomfort, even the slightest regression in cultivation, Yi Chen would be firmly implicated in the crime of endangering his disciple for his own ends. At that point, the outcome of the competition would pale in significance. However, half an hour had passed, yet Si Kong showed no signs of distress. Indeed, the aftereffects of the revitalization pill were supposed to manifest within that time frame, were they not? Look at him. His countenance remains unperturbed, and his aura is steady. Where is the slightest indication of regression in cultivation or impending demise? Could it be that he did not consume the revitalization pill after all? Impossible, as Yi Chen had explicitly acknowledged it, and moreover, Si Kong's combat strength had surged immediately after taking the pill. There could be no deception. If it is not a deception, why then is Si Kong unscathed? After patiently waiting for half an hour without witnessing any abnormality in Si Kong, the crowd began to fidget. Most anxious among them was Peng Gao, the mentor from the Qingwu Hall. It cannot be. Si Kong must be feigning. Having scrutinized Si Kong, who was meditating on the ground, Peng Gao addressed the elders on the high platform. "Esteemed elders, I propose we conduct a cultivation assessment on Si Kong." "Certainly." The elders promptly acquiesced to his proposal. Moments ago, After Si Wenkong descended from the arena, he remained seated in meditation before Yi Chun. On the surface, he appeared unchanged. Yet who could assert that Si Wenkong was not feigning nonchalance to safeguard Yi Chun? Hence, a cultivation assessment would reveal whether Si Wenkong was merely acting. No, the elders, having just embraced the proposal for ridicule, were met with Yi Chun's immediate and vehement protest as he rose from his chair. I refuse to permit Si Wenkong to undergo a cultivation test at this moment. This declaration elicited a cacophony of condemnation. What is this? Are you feeling guilty? Do you fear that Si Wenkong's cultivation has diminished? Hence your reluctance to allow the test? This is a proposal accepted by all the elders, and your dissent is unwelcome. After such a prolonged charade, have you finally reached your limit? The more Yi Chun resisted, the more the assembly perceived his actions as the trembling of a thief. Yet, just as several elders rushed forward, intent on forcibly escorting Si Wenkong for the assessment, a faint sound emanated from within him, utterly astonishing everyone present. Chapter 164. The results of verification. The sound was akin to the delicate crackling of bubbles bursting, light yet distinctly clear. Particularly for the few elders who had rushed forward, the clarity was undeniable. Could this be the fluctuation of a breakthrough in cultivation? Surely, I must not have misheard. Having just consumed the body renewal pill, his cultivation should have diminished, or he should have faced the peril of sudden death. How could there possibly be a breakthrough amidst such a crisis? The elders exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. The crackling sound emanating from Si Wenkong was indeed a phenomenon that signaled a breakthrough in cultivation. Upon hearing their exclamations, a wave of commotion surged through the crowd. Surely not. Si Wenkong's cultivation had actually increased instead of decreasing? Was it possible that he had not consumed the body renewal pill? No, I refuse to believe it. The fluctuations within him must be a ruse orchestrated by Yi Chun to deceive the elders. The one who found this most challenging to accept was Peng Gao, the mentor of the Qingwu Hall. Esteemed elders, do not be deceived by this illusion. We must have Si Wenkong undergo a test. Despite the urgency in Peng Gao's voice, the elders did not immediately act. After all, having spent many years in the Miao Miao sect, they were well aware that the sound they had just heard was unmistakably indicative of a breakthrough. Such phenomena could not be fabricated. Si Wenkong, since Mentor Peng insists on a test for confirmation, you shall accompany the elders to be evaluated. Just as everyone anticipated that Yi Chun would vehemently oppose this, he spoke a contrary sentiment. Were you not just trying to prevent this? One elder instinctively inquired. My earlier opposition was due to the critical moment of Si Wenkong's breakthrough, which could not tolerate any disturbances. However, since he has successfully broken through, I shall no longer impede. Yi Chun replied with a smile. What? He had intervened earlier because he was aware of Si Wenkong's precarious position on the brink of a breakthrough? But how could this be? After consuming the body renewal pill, would not his cultivation only decline? How could it possibly elevate? What sort of anomalies were Yi Chun and Si Wenkong? The crowd was filled with astonishment. The surrounding elders of the law enforcement hall were also torn between belief and skepticism. At this moment, the unwilling Peng Gao urged once more, esteemed elders, seeing is believing. Do you wish to continue heeding only Yi Chun's word? Since a test is required to clarify the truth, Si Wenkong, you shall accompany me to the testing platform. Reluctantly, one elder turned to Si Wenkong. Yes, elder. Si Wenkong nodded, rising and striding toward the testing platform. Could he truly dare to go? Was it possible that he had not suffered the backlash of the body renewal pill? This was indeed a miracle that had not occurred in thousands of years. I shall watch closely to see if his cultivation remains at the third tier of master level as it was moments ago. As Si Wenkong approached the testing platform, expectant gazes from the crowd were instantly directed towards him. Only Peng Gao remained, his old face etched with anxiety, unaware of how his nails dug into his flesh within the confines of his sleeves. The outcome of Si Wenkong's test would determine who among him and Yi Chun would be expelled from the mysterious sect. The calm demeanor of Si Wenkong and Yi Chun only served to underscore their confidence. All right, Si Wenkong, please commence the test. Despite his mounting worries, as the elder's voice echoed, Si Wenkong stepped onto the testing platform and placed his hand upon a crystal-clear testing orb. Buzz! A resounding roar erupted as the orb instantly radiated an extraordinarily brilliant aura. Concurrently, the corresponding cultivation level appeared on the display. Fourth stage of master. This figure struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. Fourth stage of master. Could I be mistaken? His cultivation has truly increased, rather than diminished. Wasn't he at the third stage of master just before the contest? I seriously suspect that the pill he ingested was not the body renewal pill. Indeed, I believe it to be another mysterious elixir that enhances combat prowess without side effects. While the crowd struggled to accept this revelation, they speculated on various possibilities. The presiding elder, equally perplexed, inquired, Si Wenkong, was the pill you just consumed truly the body renewal pill? Indeed. Si Wenkong nodded affirmatively. However, the elder seemed poised to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Si Wenkong. Elder, the test results are already in. Does it truly matter whether the pill I consumed was the body renewal pill? Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, whether Si Wenkong had taken the body renewal pill or not was now irrelevant. The test results had already spoken for themselves. Even if Si Wenkong had indeed consumed the body renewal pill, the absence of any side effects would indicate that Yi Chun had not jeopardized his fellow disciple for his own ends. Esteemed elders, may I take my leave? As the crowd stood in a daze, Si Wenkong's voice resounded once more. The presiding elder, coming to his senses, exchanged knowing glances with several other elders and, with a wry smile, nodded. Go ahead, you were put through quite a trial. Thank you for your understanding, elder. Si Wenkong clasped his hands in gratitude and returned to the high platform where Yi Chun stood. Master, did I bring you shame? You performed admirably. Yi Chun nodded in appreciation and then turned to the presiding elder. Do the esteemed elders have any further objections regarding today's contest? The elders furrowed their brows. Caught in indecision, agreeing or disagreeing posed a dilemma. Truthfully, they did not wish to expel the mentor Peng Gao from the mysterious sect over a single contest. After all, the quality of Peng Gao's teaching had been evident to all over the years. To oust such an experienced educator from the mysterious sect would undoubtedly be a considerable loss. Moreover, over the years that Peng Gao has taught, he has nurtured countless rising talents for the Piaomiao sect, earning him remarkable accolades. To expel him from the sect is undeniably inhumane. Standing upon the high platform, Peng Gao's aged visage oscillated between shades of green and white, reflecting his unwillingness to accept this outcome. Yet, faced with such circumstances, no matter how much he resented it, he found himself powerless. Master, perhaps, you should consider admitting a fault, whispered Shimin Xiao, lowering his voice. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. It is evident that the elders do not wish to cast you out of the Piaomiao sect. If you adopt a more sincere attitude and apologize to Yi Chun, we might plead on your behalf, potentially turning a grave matter into a trivial one. On the other side, El Kai hastily concurred. Shimin Shixiang speaks wisely. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Master, if you can endure this humiliation for a while, surely an opportunity for redemption will arise. Peng Gao's countenance, however, remained etched with discontent. Suddenly, Shimin Zhao's eyes gleamed with an idea, and he ominously remarked, Master, have you forgotten that in 3 months' time, we shall hold the annual outer sect competition? At this revelation, Peng Gao's spirit stirred, and he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, 3 months hence presents an excellent opportunity for a turnaround. Chapter 165. Enduring humiliation for the sake of survival or for the sake of life. Although the thought was noble, upon glancing at Yi Chun on the high platform across, Peng Gao frowned and remarked, but what if he refuses to accept my apology? This left Shimin Xiao momentarily speechless. He had indeed contemplated various future plans. Yet the crux lay in obtaining Yi Chun's forgiveness. Should Yi Chun stubbornly hold his ground, the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall, in their pursuit of justice, would inevitably expel their master from the Misty sect. Grand Elder has arrived. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a resounding shout shattered the oppressive silence. Following the voice, a group of venerable elders clad in ceremonial robes strode purposefully through the entrance of the training ground. At the forefront was the Grand Elder of the Misty sect's outer sect, Guang Chenghua, with whom Yi Chun was somewhat familiar. Greetings, Grand Elder. With Guang Chenghua's arrival, all present bowed in respect, including Yi Chun himself, for Guang Chenghua was undoubtedly the highest authority within the outer sect of the Misty sect. Please, no need for formalities. Guang Chenghua waved his hand, signaling the crowd to rise. He then advanced to the central high platform and proclaimed, I am already aware of the recent contest. Silence enveloped the crowd as they awaited Guang Chenghua's subsequent words. Particularly for Peng Gao, his heart raced as if it were lodged in his throat. Guang Chenghua was the most authoritative elder of the Misty sect's outer sect. A single word from him could alter the fates of many. Yi Qin's close relationship with Guang Chenghua had enabled him to rebound as a mentor in the outer sect despite his initial failure in the selection process. Given their bond, Guang Chenghua's presence could very well indicate his intent to stand up for Yi Qin. However, Guang Chenghua did not advocate for Yi Qin. Instead, he spoke earnestly. It is well known that a competitive relationship exists among the various halls of our Misty sect's outer sect. It is precisely this competition that stirs the enthusiasm of the mentors and unlocks the potential of the disciples. At this juncture, Guang Chenghua offered Yi Qin a warm smile. Continuing, it is quite normal for you and Mentor Peng to have some disagreements as fellow mentors of the outer sect. Yet it is unnecessary for this to culminate in a life-and-death conflict. The implication of the Grand Elder's words was clear. Was he suggesting that Yi Qin should show mercy? Yi Qin furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by Guang Chenghua's defense of Peng Gao. Meanwhile, Peng Gao, overwhelmed with emotion, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Exclaiming, "The Grand Elder is correct. I acknowledge my mistake. To recognize and amend one's errors is indeed a virtue." Guang Chenghua nodded and addressed Yi Qin again. After all, Peng Gao is a mentor in our outer sect, possessing unique methods for guiding his students. To expel him from the Misty sect over a single contest would be a punishment too severe. What does the Grand Elder mean? Yi Qin inquired. Could you grant me, an old man, a favor and let this matter pass? Guang Chenghua replied awkwardly. Yi Qin found himself in a quandary. Ever since he discovered that Peng Gao was the father of Peng Jianan, he realized that an irreconcilable enmity existed between them. However, with the Grand Elder Guang Chenghua standing up to publicly plead for him, it would be somewhat inappropriate for Yi Qin to refuse outright. After weighing the matter carefully, he chose to compromise. He would let it pass, but with several conditions. What conditions? Guang Chenghua inquired. Firstly, Yi Qin cast a glance at Peng Gao, who was kneeling before Guang Chenghua. He must apologize to me. Secondly, I demand that he and others shall not interfere with anything we undertake at the Wanfatang. Thirdly, the treatment we receive at Wanfatang must be on par with that of King Watang. Regarding these three conditions, Guang Chenghua hesitated for only a moment before readily agreeing. Your ability to train disciples with cultivation talents below level 6 to achieve such results in just a month speaks volumes about the quality of your instruction. Thus, I hereby declare that from this day forth, no one shall interfere in Wanfatang's affairs. Moreover, the resources allocated to Wanfatang will not be less than those of King Watang. Additionally, Guang Chenghua turned his gaze back to Peng Gao. Your provocation has led to this outcome, and you have brought this upon yourself. However, Yi Qin possesses a magnanimous heart and will not stoop to your level. Just apologize and let this matter be resolved. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your understanding. Peng Gao, now filled with trepidation, dared not utter a word of dissent. After bowing to Guang Chenghua, he sincerely apologized to Yi Qin. Of course, while it appeared genuine, a flicker of malice still lingered in his eyes. Yi Qin noticed this, but, having chosen to relent, was not overly concerned, casually dismissing the matter with a few perfunctory words. After all, everything he did was merely a stepping stone towards advancing into the inner sect. To ascend to the inner sect, two prerequisites must be met. First, one must cultivate a group of exceptional disciples to gain the inner sect's recognition. Secondly, one's prowess must stand out among the outer sect instructors. Meeting both criteria simultaneously would allow for promotion to an inner sect mentor. Only then could he access more advanced martial arts techniques and the alchemical texts required to refine the Overlord pill. To cultivate a group of outstanding disciples, ample resources are essential. These resources encompass not only pills and weapons, but also various privileges, such as unrestricted access to the library. It is evident how vital these resources are for the instruction of disciples. King Watang. Bang! With a resounding slap, the desk before him shattered into pieces, scattering debris across the room. Having just returned from the training grounds, Peng Gao's face was ashen, resembling a storm-laden sky, with bloodshot eyes brimming with murderous intent. The accompanying Shimen Xiao and others were rendered speechless, trembling in fear. A profound humiliation indeed. With a resounding slap, he shattered the table. Yet Peng Gao remained unsated in his wrath, continuing to leap and bound in place like a frenzied beast. He had believed that by triumphing in this contest, he could force Yi Chun out of the mysterious sect. Once Yi Chun was beyond the watchful eyes of the sect, he could pursue him relentlessly and exact vengeance for his son, Peng Jinan. To his utter astonishment, not only did he fail to drive Yi Chun away, but he himself was nearly expelled from the mysterious sect. What gnawed at his psyche even more was the fact that, after this contest, his illustrious reputation was utterly shattered, while Yi Chun emerged as a celebrated figure, eclipsing the renown of all the mentors in the outer sect. He could scarcely fathom how the mentors and disciples of the outer sect would regard him henceforth, and the bitter jests they would surely whisper behind closed doors. "Master, please temper your fury," Shimin Shao ventured cautiously. "As I have mentioned, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. We were indeed careless in this contest, but as long as you remain in the mysterious sect, there will be ample opportunities to repay Yi Chun tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 166. One person ascends. All rise. Are you referring to the outer sect competition in 3 months? Peng Gao inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed. Shimin smiled, nodding affirmatively. The outer sect competition in 3 months presents us with the opportune moment to cleanse our shame. However, what my master truly desires is the life of Yi Chun. Peng Gao's face was marred with resentment. The humiliation he suffered today was but a minor concern. His paramount objective was to eliminate Yi Chun and avenge his son, Peng Jinan. Merely diminishing the arrogance of the Wanfa Hall and reclaiming today's disgrace would not suffice to satiate his thirst for vengeance. Rest assured, the outer sect competition in 3 months is merely a means to reclaim some interest. Shimin smiled mysteriously, implying, "Have you perhaps forgotten the grand debate at Mount Wanzhong?" "Oh, the debate at Mount Wanzhong?" Peng Gao seemed to connect the dots, his eyes suddenly alight. "Wanfa Hall. Ha. Today has been utterly satisfying. The Qingwu Hall, the most esteemed branch of the Miao Miao sect's outer sect, has been defeated by us. Moreover, the 3 disciples from Qingwu Hall we faced were considered top-tier geniuses among this cohort, having commenced their training at a superior level to ours. It is indeed a monumental irony that these exceptional talents have been bested by those deemed as worthless by the masses. From this day forth, let us see who dares to look down upon us." Upon returning to the Wanfa Hall, disciples, including Si Wenkong, were exuberantly celebrating in the courtyard. Naturally, amidst their excitement, their gazes towards Yi Chun were imbued with genuine reverence. For their current achievements, they owed everything to Yi Chun. Without his meticulous guidance over the past month, coupled with the crafting of various high-quality weapons and concocting of numerous elixirs, their cultivation would not have advanced at such a rapid pace. Nor would they have triumphed over the 3 prodigies from Qingwu Hall in today's contest. "I am weary. I shall retreat to the inner hall to rest." Paying no heed to his wildly exuberant disciples, Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the inner hall. As he walked, he added without looking back, "By the way, today I shall not urge you to cultivate. Feel free to do as you please. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance." "Yes, master." Si Wenkong and the others promptly responded in unison, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Only Tang Yu, seated upon a nearby railing, wore a smile that hinted at mystery. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the hall. "Is someone here? Has it not always been the case that no one visits our Wanfa Hall?" The disciples, engaged in a celebratory feast, fell silent. Sure enough, after a brief pause, the knocking resumed. "Knock, knock, knock." After confirming, Si Wenkong shouted, "Who is it?" "Si Wenkong." "It is I, Chenju." A male voice called from outside. "Chenju?" Si Wenkong furrowed his brow, muttering, "How did this fellow come to find me here?" "Senior brother Si, do you know this person?" inquired Feng Ruodong, who stood nearby. "Of course I do." Si Wenkong nodded, though his expression darkened. "When we both came to the Piaomiao sect for the entrance examination, his cultivation talent reached level 6, and he successfully joined the Hall of Loyalty. As for me, my talent only reached level 5, which disqualified me from even gaining entry. Reluctant to leave the Piaomiao sect in disgrace, I sought him out for advice. Yet, instead of offering any guidance, he mocked me, claiming that the gap between us would only widen, no matter how hard I tried. I could never stand on the same level as him. Since that day, he has completely severed ties with me." As Si Wenkong recounted this humiliating past, a surge of anger welled within him. Feng Ruodong and the others listened, equally incensed. Such treachery is truly detestable. A quintessential example of ingratitude. Not only you, senior brother C, but every one of us who has entered the Hall of 10,000 Laws has endured similar humiliations. It is fortunate that we have encountered a mentor as admirable as our master. Cursing aside, the persistent knocking at the door continued. Feng Ruodong remarked, "Since you have already severed ties with him, what could he possibly want from you?" "I do not know, but I shall find out." Si Wenkong suppressed his indignation and promptly approached the door to open it. Indeed, a familiar face awaited him outside, tall and somewhat ordinary in appearance, yet at that moment, his face was adorned with a warm smile. "Good brother, it feels like ages since we last met." As soon as Si Wenkong opened the door, Chen Zhu rushed forward with open arms. However, Si Wenkong sidestepped, allowing Chen Zhu to stumble into empty space. Chen Zhu's expression froze. Yet, he possessed a thick skin. After a few moments of contemplation, he managed to force a rigid smile. "Si Wenkong, what are you doing? Are you still angry with me?" "Not at all." Si Wenkong shook his head dismissively. "It's all in the past. You know, a month ago, I had a bit to drink and said some rather foolish things. You couldn't have taken them seriously, could you?" Realizing that Si Wenkong was merely appeasing him, Chen Zhu laughed awkwardly. "Moreover, I came here today specifically to apologize, hoping you would not hold my drunken words against me." "I would rather believe that drunken words reveal the truth," Si Wenkong replied, his tone laden with meaning. Chen Zhu's expression stiffened once more. Si Wenkong seemed to have lost his patience, declaring irritably, "If you have come merely to apologize, there is no need, for I have long since dismissed your words from my mind." Pausing, he fixed his gaze on Chen Zhu and added emphatically, "For now, you are no longer worthy of my resentment." Chen Zhu's face, once forced into a smile, gradually faded away. Despite his thick skin, even he felt a twinge of embarrassment under Si Wenkong's pointed remarks. Yet, unwilling to leave in disgrace, he mustered his courage and said, "Is it not enough that I acknowledge my mistakes? I have come today not only to apologize, but also to request an audience with Master Yi of the Wanfa Hall." "Request an audience with our master?" Si Wenkong raised an eyebrow. "What do you seek from him?" Chen Zhu appeared flustered, hesitating with his words. "Speak clearly or leave quickly. Do not squander our time here." All right, I will speak." Under Si Wenkong's urging, Chen Zhu hurriedly stammered, "I merely wish to inquire if Master Yi might permit me to transfer my allegiance to the Wanfa Hall." Chapter 167. The Outer Sect Competition. Are you considering transferring to our 10,000 Methods Hall? Si Wenkong and the others behind Feng Ruodong were taken aback. When Chen Zhu had been repeatedly apologizing and trying to ingratiate himself earlier, they presumed it was merely due to the stunning performance in the martial arena that had stirred a sense of guilt within him. They never anticipated that he was genuinely seeking to join their 10,000 Methods Hall. "Could you convey a message for me? I wish to meet Master Yi," Chen Zhu implored desperately. "Huh?" Si Wenkong chuckled instantly. "I'm afraid that's not possible." "What do you mean?" Chen Zhu furrowed his brow. "My master has instructed us that he is rather fatigued and wishes to rest. We should not disturb him unless it's absolutely necessary, and even then, we should refrain from bothering him." "Did Master Yi truly say that?" Chen Zhu asked, a hint of indignation creeping into his voice. "Enough. We need to continue our training. Farewell." Si Wenkong, uninterested in further discourse, promptly issued an eviction notice. Although he spoke with a serious demeanor, Chen Zhu was nearly enraged to the point of bloodshed. The area was littered with empty bottles, and the dishes on the table were scarcely half consumed, yet they claimed they needed to train? Who were they trying to fool? Even if they merely wished to dismiss him, they could have chosen a more credible excuse. Despite his frustration, aware of the impatience evident in Si Wenkong and the others' gazes, Chen Zhu recognized that further dialogue would be futile and left the 10,000 Methods Hall in dejection. Once Chen Zhu departed, Si Wenkong let out a hearty laugh. Relishing the moment, Feng Ruodong and the others were all aglow with delight. It seemed that being able to take Master Yi as their mentor was indeed a blessing accrued from their past lives. What past lives? It was a fortune accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Had it not been for Master Yi's willingness to accept them, they might still be lamenting in some obscure corner, wallowing in self-pity. Initially, the group believed that Chen Zhu's visit was merely an isolated incident, but the following day, something astonishing transpired. Following Chen Zhu, disciples from other branches of the sect flocked to their hall. Some sought to transfer to the 10,000 Methods Hall, Others inquired about Master Ye's methods of instruction, and some came bearing gifts, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship. The once desolate 10,000 Methods Hall was suddenly bustling with activity, a remarkable transformation. Many who arrived were prodigious talents from other branches, boasting cultivation aptitudes of levels 7 and 8. To their astonishment, even some mentors approached them, seeking to learn the secrets of instructing disciples from Master Yi. At first, Si Wenkong and his companions were filled with trepidation. After all, they were not prodigies. Their acceptance into Master Ye's tutelage was solely due to his tarnished reputation at the time, which rendered him unable to recruit disciples with cultivation aptitudes above level 6, compelling him to reluctantly accept them. However, they were relieved to observe that even when those with level 8 aptitudes arrived, Master Yi remained oblivious, resolutely rejecting them at the door. While rejecting these prodigies, Yi Chen uttered a seemingly simple yet classic adage. In the past, you were indifferent to me. Now, I am beyond your reach. After Yi Chen's declaration, the anxious Si Wenkong and his companions finally felt a sense of relief. As long as no other geniuses entered, they would remain the pillars of the Wanfa Hall, and Yi Chen's focus would continue to rest upon them. In simpler terms, they would not fall from grace. One could only envy Si Wenkong and his peers for encountering such a brilliant mentor. Had I known Yi Chen's teaching methods were so exceptional, I would have sought to apprentice myself under him from the very beginning. Mentor Chu Yi had once approached me, urging me to become his disciple, but instead of accepting, I seized the opportunity to mock him a few times. In hindsight, I truly wished to slap myself. After being turned away by Yi Chen, many lamented their decisions. The geniuses who had previously looked down upon Si Wenkong and his companions now found themselves envious of them. This, in turn, filled Si Wenkong and his peers with immense pride. Yet, pride aside, they became even more diligent in their cultivation. As for Yi Chen, his refusal of those aspiring disciples stemmed from his desire to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, his aim was to ascend to an inner sect mentor, gaining the chance to access the techniques for concocting the Overlord pill, as well as more advanced martial arts skills. Given Si Wenkong and his companions' pace of progress, they would undoubtedly make a name for themselves in the upcoming outer sect competition 3 months hence. He had no intention of expending further time and energy on those who had once scorned him, only to now approach him like eager supplicants. Lacking the opportunity to learn the art of crafting the Overlord pill, he devoted most of his time and energy over the next 3 months primarily to his disciples. Aside from the occasional visit to his sister, Yi Yanran, this included modifying their martial techniques, forging weapons, and concocting elixirs, among other endeavors. Si Wenkong and his peers did not disappoint him. In just 3 short months, each of them experienced a remarkable transformation. However, one disciple stood apart, Tang Yu. Since her initiation, she had never once sought Yi Chen's counsel regarding her cultivation, nor had she requested any weapons or elixirs. Each encounter between them was filled with playful banter, which left Yi Chen exceedingly vexed. Yet, after exhausting all forms of reasoning, he resigned himself to the fact that Tang Yu remained impervious to his words. Although her behavior was somewhat unruly, it ultimately did not violate any sect rules, nor did it constitute any exceedingly inappropriate conduct. To expel her without cause would indeed be unjust. 3 months swiftly passed, as the first rays of morning sunlight kissed the distant mountain peaks. All 101 mentors and disciples from the outer sect of the Piaomiao sect gathered at the martial arts arena, a throng of people bustling about, the air filled with lively chatter. For today marked the annual outer sect competition of the Piaomiao sect. This grand event promised joy for both young and old alike. Following today's grand competition, numerous disciples with profound cultivation will have the opportunity to distinguish themselves and ascend to the ranks of inner disciples. Additionally, several exceptionally skilled mentors, renowned for their effective teaching methods, may also elevate their status to elder or inner mentors. Thus, today serves not only as an occasion for the disciples to showcase their prowess, but also as a pivotal moment for the mentors to achieve remarkable advancements. At the location of the Qingwu Hall, Shi Minshao remarked, "Whether my master can ascend to the inner sect depends on your performance." Peng Gao cast a respectful glance at the standing Shi Minshao, his face alight with anticipation. Over the past year, Shi Minshao has been hailed as the foremost figure among the outer disciples of the Piaomiao sect, primarily due to his unparalleled cultivation. As early as 4 months ago, Shi Minshao had attained the third tier of the sect level, making him the sole disciple among all outer members to reach such heights. Rest assured, Master, the tragedy of 3 months ago shall not repeat itself with your disciple, Shi Minshao declared with unwavering confidence. After all, to this day, no other disciple in the entire outer sect of Piaomiao has achieved the sect level. Furthermore, he cast a deliberate glance towards the direction of the Wanfatang and continued, in these past 3 months, I have not remained stagnant. My cultivation has indeed progressed, reaching the 4th tier of the sect level. Chapter 168. Allow me, in order to ensure the fairness of the competition, it will not be conducted through a lottery, but rather through a challenge on the arena. A total of 101 arenas will be established, with each faction dispatching a disciple to guard the stage. Any disciple from other factions, possessing confidence in their ability to defeat the Guardian, may ascend to challenge. This process will continue until no one is willing to take the stage. The remaining 101 will then engage in further sparring until specific rankings are established. However, each disciple is allowed a maximum of 3 challenges. Once exhausted, they may either remain on the stage or await next year's opportunity. The purpose of the competition is to foster communication and promote healthy competition, thus sparring on the arena should be controlled, with no harm to life permitted. All participating disciples must bear this in mind. After announcing the rules, the presiding elder called out, "Now, let each faction select their guarding disciple." Each faction seemed well prepared, for as soon as the elder's voice faded, a disciple from each faction ascended the arena, each exuding confidence and vigor. After all, they are the rising stars, and those chosen to guard the stage are indeed the elite among their ranks. However, a few factions stood out as exceptions. For instance, the highly esteemed Qingwu Hall, which boasts the renowned Shi Minshao as its top disciple, did not select him to guard the stage, but rather a disciple of lesser cultivation. Why was Shi Minshao not chosen? Had he been the guardian, it is likely that no one would dare to challenge that arena. Shi Minshao is the only disciple among the outer sect of the Piaomiao sect to have reached the realm level. Even the most reckless would not dare to confront him. Although his reputation has suffered in recent times, his position as the foremost disciple remains unshaken. If he is not the guardian, it seems the challengers from other factions will be in for a difficult time. Qingwu Hall truly deserves its reputation as the premier faction of the Piaomiao sect. With every action they take capturing the attention of all. Due to Shi Minzhao's decision, many began to speculate about the Wanfa Hall. It was quite evident whom Shi Minshao was targeting by not taking the stage. The humiliating defeat 3 months ago against the instructor Peng Gao and all disciples of Qingwu Hall was a significant disgrace. Today's opportunity to redeem themselves would not be missed. Wanfa Hall appears to be in for a rough time. Even though Instructor Yi is known for his high-quality teaching, the foundational skills of his disciples are lacking. No matter how well he instructs, it is impossible for his students to soar to great heights. In fact, it is not just others who are troubled. Yichen himself is also facing challenges. Although his 7 disciples have shown continuous improvement, their low innate talent severely restricts their progress. Over the past 3 months, despite his utmost efforts in teaching, the most successful among them, Si Wenkong, has only reached the 4th tier of the spirit level. This places him a full realm below Shi Minshao. Such a disparity renders even the mightiest artifact powerless against Shi Minshao. The absence of Shi Minshao on the stage is unmistakably strategic, aimed squarely at their Wanfa Hall. Therefore, regardless of who he sends to defend the platform, the outcome will inevitably be tragic. "Master, allow me." Wonka stepped forward, resolute as if marching into the flames. Someone must rise to defend the platform. Yichen furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. After considerable deliberation, he reluctantly nodded. It seemed there was no other option. "I shall go." Yet before he could finish, another voice interrupted. In an instant, a figure darted onto the stage with remarkable speed. "Tang Shimi, what are you doing? Please, stop this nonsense. You never practice. This is not the time for bravado." Upon seeing the figure on the stage, Si Wenkong and the others gasped in unison. Yi Chun was equally taken aback. The one who ascended the platform was none other than his most troublesome disciple, Tang Yu. In the 4 months since her initiation, Tang Yu had always followed her own path, never once seeking his guidance on cultivation matters. Most critically, due to her late arrival at the Piaomiao sect, she had missed the assessment for her cultivation aptitude. To this day, he remained unaware of her cultivation level or the realm she had achieved. Each time he attempted to inquire about her training, she either deflected the conversation or resorted to topics that left him blushing. Over time, he had grown weary of her antics, believing she had joined the Piao Miao sect merely for amusement, showing no genuine interest in cultivation. Now, unexpectedly, amidst a landscape devoid of any viable contenders, Tang Yu dared to take the stage. What audacity and confidence propelled her? However, upon reflection, he began to understand her intention. Are you attempting to exhaust Shi Min Zhao's opportunity to challenge? Each disciple from the various branches was permitted a maximum of 3 challenges. Once their chances were consumed, they could either remain on the platform awaiting the final showdown or be completely eliminated. Tang Yu's sudden emergence to defend the platform was likely a strategy to deplete one of Shi Min Zhao's challenge opportunities, thereby granting her fellow disciples more chances. Otherwise, if Shi Min Zhao maintained his relentless pursuit, no matter which platform his disciples occupied, they would face a barrage of challenges, leaving them with no opportunities whatsoever. Precisely. Tang Yu offered no further explanation but turned to face Shi Min Zhao, adopting a provocative tone. Shi Min Zhao, do you dare to face me in combat? Huh, you? Shi Min Zhao could not suppress his laughter, which was rife with mockery and disdain. Are you certain you're not merely jesting? The laughter resonated through the crowd, with others joining in, incredulous at the audacity of this peculiar challenger, utterly unaware of her own limitations. In the realm of the Wanfa Hall, the most accomplished Siphon Kong dared not confront Shi Min Zhao, a charlatan of dubious merit. What audacity does he possess? The disciples of Wanfa Hall are indeed a collection of peculiar individuals. Although the Qingwu Hall faced defeat in the competition 3 months prior, it was merely the consequence of pre-selected participants. Otherwise, with their overall prowess, they would still maintain their esteemed position as the foremost sect of the Miao Miao sect's outer disciples, particularly with regard to Tang Yu. It is rumored that she did not even partake in the aptitude test for cultivation, nor has she diligently trained like her peers during this period. Now she boldly steps forward to defend her title. It appears she is merely seeking to assert her presence. She does not warrant our attention. Unfazed by the jeers of the crowd, Tang Yu provocatively challenged, Shi Min Zhao, do you truly dare to engage me in battle? Such audacity is astonishing. After repeated provocations, Shi Min Zhao could no longer restrain himself. If she so relishes humiliation, he would gladly oblige. With a graceful demeanor, he ascended the platform. Shi Min Zhao, in this sparring match, temper your strikes. Do not take a life, understood? Pen Gao, the mentor of Qingwu Hall, imparted a significant warning. Yes, master, I shall exercise restraint. Shi Min Zhao nodded in agreement. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, a glimmer of cruelty filled his gaze. While Pen Gao ostensibly cautioned him to hold back, he was, in truth, subtly encouraging him to disregard such notions of restraint. Even if one were to fall, it could merely be dismissed as an unfortunate consequence of dueling, for in combat, the blade is merciless and casualties are inevitable. Chapter 169, An Unyielding Blow, Surrender Already. Seeing the expression of Shi Min Zhao, Yi Chen called out anxiously. However, Tang Yu on the stage paid him no heed, and instead turned to the judging panel. Elders, may we commence? Since both of you are prepared, let the contest begin. The chime rang out, signaling the start of the sparring match. At this point, even if Tang Yu wished to retract her decision, it was too late. Why must my junior sister do this? Her sole intention was to exhaust one of Shi Min Zhao's challenge opportunities. Now that she has achieved her goal, surrendering would suffice. Continuing this bravado could lead to injury, if not worse. How perplexing her thoughts seemed, as the sound of the contest bell echoed. Si Wenkong and others were filled with trepidation for Tang Yu. Yi Chen's expression darkened as he deemed Tang Yu utterly reckless. Yet, the events that unfolded next left not only him, but everyone in utter astonishment. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yu dashed forward like a specter the instant the bell tolled. Such speed! Slap! Shi Min Zhao, initially standing with arms crossed in arrogance and disdain, finally sensed the fierce wind rushing toward him, realizing he may have underestimated Tang Yu. Before his astonished exclamation could fully escape his lips, he received a stinging slap to the side of his face. The force was so tremendous that it left him disoriented, struggling to discern east from west. How could this be? Her speed is astonishingly unbelievable. How did she achieve this? Did you see that clearly? Below the stage, the onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. Even Yi Chen, The mentor of the Wanfa Hall, along with several of his disciples, stood agape, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. In their minds, although Tang Yu possessed some cultivation, she should not have been a match for the likes of Shi Minxiao, renowned as a formidable figure from the Piaomiao sect. To their shock, not only did she withstand his advances, but she also delivered a resounding slap to him. Could it be that she had been concealing her true strength all along? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yichen suddenly grasped this possibility. Only this explanation could account for the astonishing scene before him. Shi Minxiao was hailed as the foremost disciple of the Piaomiao sect's outer sect, the only one who had reached the sect level in cultivation. If Tang Yu's prowess were not commensurate, he could never have suffered such a setback. Now it dawned on him why, for the past 4 months, Tang Yu had refrained from seeking his guidance on cultivation matters. Her cultivation level had already surpassed his, rendering his advice unnecessary. But who exactly is Tang Yu? With such formidable strength, why would she choose to remain under my tutelage, idling her days away? As he pondered these questions, Shi Minxiao, who had just been struck by Tang Yu, finally came to his senses. You actually launched a sneak attack? He covered his swollen face, disbelief etched across his features. How can you move so swiftly? You asked too many questions. Tang Yu shook his head and launched another attack. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air suddenly pierced the atmosphere. Shi Minxiao felt a fleeting shadow before him, and before he knew it, a stinging slap met the side of his face. Crack! This time, the force was even greater than before, sending him spiraling sideways until he skidded to a halt at the edge of the arena. What manner of monster are you? Shi Minxiao seethed with rage. The first time, he could attribute it to his own carelessness, having been unprepared. But this time, he had clearly anticipated the assault, yet still fell victim to it. One could only imagine how astonishing Tang Yu's speed was. As Tang Yu bore down on him once more, Shi Minxiao disregarded the pain radiating from his face and swiftly activated his spatial bracelet. With a hum, a crescent blade materialized in his grasp, indeed, the very mid-grade weapon he had previously wielded. Initially, when the outer sect of the Miao Miao sect had recruited disciples, he had spent a fortune on a prized crescent blade, intending to use it against Yichun. However, when he finally drew it, not only did he fail to suppress Yichun, but he also became the source of various humiliations, as that prized blade was effortlessly shattered by Yichun's superior dagger. Reluctantly, he had to resort to using the lesser quality weapon he now held. Oh, have I angered you? Tang Yu showed no hint of fear. Rather, her delicate features were adorned with playful mockery. I know you excel in speed, but ambushes are ultimately a coward's tactic. Gripping the crescent blade, Shi Minxiao gritted his teeth. Today, I shall prove to you the undeniable authority of a sect-level powerhouse. With that, he raised the crescent blade high, charging forward like a raging beast. Breaking army slash. As he barreled forward, he bellowed, lifting the crescent blade with tremendous force and bringing it crashing down upon Tang Yu. Whoosh! The arc of the blade surged forth, unstoppable in its ferocity. As he struck, the semi-transparent crescent of blade light expanded relentlessly. After cleaving through 5 meters, it had swelled from its original 2-meter width to an astonishing 8 meters, resembling a resplendent rainbow spanning the heavens, intent on cleaving the sky above the arena in two. Tang Yu was doomed. Though no one had the time to voice it, this sentiment resonated in the hearts of all present. Such an unparalleled combat technique, once unleashed, could hardly be retracted midway. With the speed and might of this blade arc, unless Tang Yu could withstand it head-on, evasion was simply impossible. This was no mere display of restraint. It was a clear intent to end a life. Despite the reluctance, the suddenness of the event meant that even those at a moderate distance, including Yichun, had no chance to intervene. Yet, clang! In the face of this relentless blade arc, Tang Yu exhibited no semblance of panic. Instead, she merely waved her sleeve. Crack! With a resounding shatter, the once unstoppable blade of light encountered an object of greater hardness, fracturing into a dazzling cascade of radiant fragments. In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the arena. The spectators below the stage were left utterly astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Shi Minxiao stood frozen, gazing at the surging spectacle of luminous particles before Tang Yu, unable to regain his composure for what felt like an eternity. Is this all she is capable of? Tang Yu's voice, calm yet resonant, reverberated through the ears of the crowd like thunderclaps in an otherwise tranquil landscape. How is it possible? She actually blocked it? How did she achieve such a feat? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, echoing throughout the martial arts arena. At that moment, Tang Yu appeared to all as a rare and enigmatic entity, imbued with an air of mystery and unpredictability, especially for Yi Chun, as he exhaled deeply. His gaze toward Tang Yu gradually morphed into something peculiar. Chapter 170. A stunning revelation. While others may have merely observed Tang Yu flicking her sleeve, he distinctly perceived a fleeting glimmer of cold light within her flowing garment. It was precisely this inconspicuous gleam that shattered Shi Minxiao's formidable blade aura. At last, was the veil of mystery beginning to lift? Thoughtfully, Yi Chen murmured to himself. On the arena, after a brief moment of astonishment, Shi Minxiao trembled as he inquired, "What level of cultivation have you attained, that you could so effortlessly thwart my breaking army slash?" The martial technique he had just executed was among his most powerful. He had assumed that once unleashed, Tang Yu would pay dearly for the 2 slaps she had dealt him moments ago, with blood and perhaps her very life. To his utter disbelief, she had merely waved her sleeve, effortlessly dismantling his offensive. Now it was my turn. In response to Shi Minxiao's question, Tang Yu merely smiled slyly. And without any visible exertion from her feet, she vanished with a swift whoosh, reappearing like a specter. Her speed was so astonishing that Shi Minxiao could only glimpse a fleeting shadow before him. The next moment, he felt a chill at his throat. By the time he realized what had transpired, the elusive figure of Tang Yu had already retreated to the opposite side of the arena. Yet, a thin line of blood now marred his neck. The wound was shallow, merely a scratch, but a trickle of blood slowly seeped out, quickly staining his collar. In stark contrast, Tang Yu stood at the far edge of the arena, delicately pinching a leaf between her fingers. At the edge of the leaf, a drop of crimson blood was gradually dripping down. Yu. Shi Minxiao was utterly horrified. Even he, despite his lack of wit, grasped the truth in an instant. If Tang Yu truly intended to kill him, he would possess no strength to resist. Indeed, he wouldn't even know how he had met his end. Terrifying, frightening. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately express the extent of his inner turmoil. The true terror lay not in the might of an overwhelming adversary, but rather in the silent enemy that stealthily lurks behind, unnoticed. Tang Yu was undeniably that kind of formidable foe. "Do you still refuse to concede?" Tang Yu teased, shaking the leaf in her hand with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. Shi Minxiao's body trembled. Without hesitation, he immediately cupped his hands in salute and, with a quivering voice, declared, "I concede." Although this outcome shattered his expectations, the memory of the perilous encounter flooded his mind, and his fears swiftly eclipsed any lingering resentment. What? Shi Minxiao, the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the mysterious Cloud sect, has conceded? Surely I must have misheard. He was the only martial artist among our outer sect disciples to have reached this sect level. Such cultivation should have rendered him invincible within the outer sect of the mysterious Cloud sect. How could he possibly lose to an obscure individual? As the crowd was astonished by Shi Minxiao's admission of defeat, their attention swiftly shifted to Tang Yu. This Tang Yu, not only was she obscure in other branches, but even within the Wanfatang, it seemed that her existence went largely unnoticed. Furthermore, to my knowledge, she had not even undergone a test of her cultivation talent before joining Wanfatang, and no one was aware of her true level of prowess. Initially assumed to be the weakest link in Wanfatang, she surprisingly concealed her strength so well that she surpassed even Shi Minxiao, the top disciple of the Piamiao sect. Is this what they call beyond the realm of mortals? There are greater heavens? Who would have anticipated that she would emerge as the greatest dark horse in this outer sect competition? Today has truly opened my eyes. Not just the others. Even SW and K. Ing and other disciples of Wanfatang were equally bewildered. Is this really the Tang Shimi I remember? Wasn't she always idling about? How could she possess such formidable cultivation? Can't you see? She must have concealed her true battle strength. But why would she do such a thing? Only Yi Chun, with his thoughts racing, seemed to grasp something, and with a sudden spark of inspiration, he wondered, could it be? "Master, have you thought of something?" Fong Ruodong inquired eagerly. Yi Chun furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment, then ultimately shook his head. "It's nothing. Focus on your competition." Meanwhile, at the Qingwu Hall, Master Peng Gao's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. To be honest, this outcome took him completely by surprise. The reason he hadn't allowed Shi Minxiao to defend the platform was to undermine Yi Chun and the Wanfatang disciples. He had originally believed that as long as Shi Minxiao took the stage to challenge, even if all Wanfatang disciples took turns, it would only end in dismal failure. Little did he expect that this would be the first challenge and yet result in a defeat. It was akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers. Master, I am incompetent and have failed to bring honor to our Qingwu Hall. Please punish me severely. With a downcast expression, Shi Minxiao knelt before Peng Gao to plead for forgiveness. Rise, this matter is not your fault. Although Peng Gao was furious, he did not lose his composure. Casting a thoughtful glance at Tang Yu on the platform, he remarked, "It is not that you are lacking in skill, but rather that you encountered a true hidden expert." A hidden expert? Shi Minxiao turned to glance at Tang Yu, but she appeared younger than the disciples. After suffering so many losses, do you still wish to define a person's worth by their age? Peng Gao reprimanded. A deep sense of unwillingness flashed in Shi Minxiao's eyes. The implications in Peng Gao's words were glaringly evident. To not judge by age clearly referred to Yi Chun. Initially, not only they but nearly everyone regarded Yi Chun as a grand joke due to his youth. Ironically, those who laughed at Yi Chun ultimately became the subject of ridicule themselves. Once again, a remarkably formidable female disciple has emerged under the banner of Yi Chun. Should he continue to judge by age, he would only highlight his own folly and failure to learn from past lessons. Shi Min, you need not belittle yourself. At that moment, as Shi Min was lost in thought, Peng Gao encouraged him, saying, though this unexpected talent has exceeded my expectations, such surprises occur but once. There will be no second occurrence. Indeed, Master speaks wisely. I shall strive ceaselessly and find courage in the face of shame. Shi Min took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his feelings of disappointment and frustration, and turned his gaze to the other platforms. To prevent the regret of overlooked talents, the competition rules grant each disciple at least 3 opportunities to challenge. This implies that even if he fails once, he still has 2 chances remaining. As long as he refrains from provoking Tang Yu further, he retains a sense of pride within the entire outer sect of the Miao Miao sect. Brother Shi Min, look over there. Isn't that Yi Chen's sister, Yi Yanran, the challenger? Lu Kai, noticing something, pointed towards a distant platform and spoke to Shi Min. Oh, Yi Chen's sister, Yi Yanran. Shi Min raised an eyebrow and glanced over. Indeed, on a platform in the distance stood a young girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, with an exceedingly charming visage. However, the girl seemed quite reserved, perpetually lowering her head and avoiding eye contact with the onlookers surrounding the platform, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment, as if she felt uncomfortable regardless of her actions. Yi Chun, even if I cannot exact retribution from you at this moment, I may as well collect a small interest from those around you. Upon recognizing the identity of the girl on the platform, a flicker of fierce combat spirit ignited within Shi Min's eyes once more. Chapter 171. Unrepentant without a moment's hesitation, Shi Minxiao strode purposefully towards the arena where Yi Yanran stood. Moments earlier, he had publicly ridiculed Tang Yu, only to suffer a humiliating rebuke himself. And now he was seething with unexpressed fury, seeking an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Given the impossibility of avenging himself on Tang Yu and Yi Chun in the immediate future, redirecting his animosity towards Yi Chen's sister seemed a fitting alternative. However, just as he took a few steps forward, a voice called out from behind. Hold on, do you even know who Yi Yanran is? Yes, she is Yi Chen's younger sister. Shi Minxiao retorted without a second thought. Are you aware of the level of her cultivation talent when she first entered the sect? The voice continued, belonging to Peng Gao. While Shi Minxiao fell silent for a moment, he was certainly aware that Yi Yanran's cultivation talent had reached the legendary level of 10, a rarity in the world. Yet, after a brief contemplation, he stubbornly replied, Master, even if Yi Yanran is a prodigious talent of legendary proportions, mastery in cultivation cannot be achieved overnight. I refuse to believe that in just 4 short months, she could surpass me. Beside him, El Kai chimed in, rest assured, Master. I inquired a few days ago, and Yi Yanran has yet to reach the zone level. Oh, she has not yet reached the zone level? Peng Gao pondered briefly before finally nodding. Since she has not even attained the zone level, you may proceed. But do not underestimate her. Do not make the same mistake again. While it was true that Yi Yanran possessed extraordinary cultivation talent and received treatment that was unparalleled among other disciples. Ultimately, it was her cultivation level that determined her strength. If Yi Yanran had not yet reached the zone level, how could she possibly contend with Shi Minxiao, who was at the 4th stage of the zone level? Understood, master. With Peng Gao's consent, Shi Minxiao responded eagerly and dashed up to the arena where Yi Yanran stood. Junior Sister Yi, I seek your guidance. As he stepped onto the platform, Shi Minxiao immediately adopted an elegant gesture of invitation. His presence drew considerable attention, and wherever he went, discussions erupted among the onlookers. Look, Shi Minxiao is initiating another challenge, and it is against the legendary prodigy, Yi Yanran. Before she joined the sect, her cultivation talent was tested at level 10. Furthermore, I have heard she possesses the rare dual Yin Sha body, with an astonishing cultivation speed that eclipses even those with a level 9 talent. Due to the peculiar nature of Shi Minxiao's challenge, the crowd beneath the other arenas surged forward like a tidal wave. Even Yi Chun and his disciples were drawn in by the spectacle. Shi Minxiao truly is unrepentant. After suffering defeats at the hands of our master and junior sister Tang, he still hasn't learned his lesson and now seeks to challenge Master S sister, Yi Yanran. How infuriating. He likely believes he can use Master S sister as a punching bag to vent his frustrations. As she spoke, Fang Ruodong tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve. Master, are you not the slightest bit concerned? Concerned about what? Yi Chen retorted. Yi Yanran is your sister. Just now, Shi Minxiao seemed intent on seeking revenge against us, and now he is targeting your sister. What if something were to happen to her? Fang Ruodong exclaimed, both anxious and furious. If I'm not worried, why should you be? Yi Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Because she is my sister, and there is no one who understands her better than I do. What do you mean? Fang Ruodong and the others were left utterly bewildered. You will understand soon. Yi Chun, uninterested in further explanations, swiftly moved to a place with a broad view. At that moment, on the arena, Yi Yanran's expression turned somewhat furious upon recognizing the newcomer. Shi Minxiao, why are you here again? What is wrong with that? Shi Minxiao sneered. I am also a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Since you are in charge of guarding this arena, is it not permissible for me to challenge you? Well, of course you can. Yi Yanran considered for a moment before nodding. However, she then added sternly, but I advise you to concede now. Otherwise, I fear you may not handle the defeat well, just like last time, and end up screaming madly. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into laughter. Haha, did I hear that correctly? Yi Yanran is actually advising Shi Minxiao to concede? This year's competition is truly more entertaining than any other. Indeed, in past years, the outcomes were seldom surprising, but this year has been filled with unexpected twists. Just moments ago, Shi Minxiao had lost face at the Wanfa Hall, and now he was being humiliated by a mere girl. He should be ashamed, yet it was Yi Yanran who felt embarrassed for him. The esteemed first of the Floating Cloud sect's outer disciples, yet he constantly faced setbacks. It was truly pitiful. If he were to humiliate himself once more, he might as well find a rope and hang himself. Listening to the piercing jeers from the crowd, Shi Minxiao's face turned a deep shade of green, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with unbridled hatred. Yi Yanran, it is one thing for your brother to humiliate me, but how dare you look down upon me as well? He glared at Yi Yanran across the arena, filled with resentment. I will make you pay for your words. Just as he was about to recklessly charge forward, a thunderous voice emanated from the judging platform. This is utterly outrageous. It was the voice of the elder judge. Shi Minxiao's body trembled, instinctively halting his advance. Shi Minxiao, are you here for a friendly spar, or are you seeking personal vengeance? The elder sternly questioned. Elder, I. Shi Minxiao realized he had acted impulsively and quickly suppressed his anger, forcing a stiff smile. I apologize, I was a bit too excited earlier, but I will exercise restraint. Please rest assured, Elder. Remember, the rules of the contest dictate that one must strike with restraint, should you intentionally inflict harm. The consequences shall be severe. The disciple acknowledges this. Shi Minxiao responded with utmost respect, then gestured to Yi Yanran, inviting her to demonstrate her skills. This is a challenge you have willingly accepted. Yi Yanran shook her head, and then cupped her hands in salute to the elders on the judging platform, stating, Since he wishes to challenge me, let it commence. Very well. The elder nodded and promptly rang the bell for the contest. Ding! The resonant sound of the bell swiftly filled the air. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an immediate silence, with every gaze fixated upon the arena. Yishimi, be cautious. Shi Minxiao, seemingly impatient, drew his crescent blade the moment the bell tolled, charging forward like a frenzied beast. Whoosh! A tempest surged in his wake, a chaotic torrent unleashed, breaking the army's slash. Without even nearing her, he raised his crescent blade once more, bringing it down upon Yi Yanran with ferocity. Swish! A translucent arc of blade light shot forth, fierce and unparalleled, as if to cleave the very void. He unleashed the same technique, breaking the army's slash that had been effortlessly countered by Tang Yu moments before. Yet he was resolute in his belief that Yi Yanran was not Tang Yu. The same technique that Tang Yu could easily withstand would surely prove insurmountable for Yi Yanran. Chapter 172. Continuous setbacks. Though the idea was promising, upon witnessing the weapon that Yi Yanran produced, he was instantly disheartened. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid metallic impacts echoed as a long whip, adorned with barbed spikes, swiftly extended from Yi Yanran's spatial bracelet, resembling a venomous serpent as it darted toward the blade aura he had unleashed. Clang, bang. As the two collided, the arc of light from Shi Minxiao's strike was shattered in an instant, dispersing into a shower of luminous particles. How is this possible? Shi Minxiao exclaimed in disbelief. However, what left him even more horrified was yet to come. Whoosh! After obliterating his blade aura, the barbed whip continued its relentless advance toward him, its speed astonishingly swift. Nearly instant. With no avenue for evasion, he had no choice but to raise his crescent moon blade defensively. The result? Clang. He managed to block just in time, yet Yi Yanran's whip was extraordinarily sharp. Upon contact, despite the blade's surface being a width of 2 fingers, it offered no resistance whatsoever and was punctured effortlessly. No, Shi Minxiao shouted in desperation. Yet, in truth, Yi Yanran had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. As the whip's tip pierced through the crescent moon blade's surface, it halted precariously at the center of Shi Minxiao's brow, barely an inch away. Such proximity meant that had she hesitated for even a heartbeat longer or intended to kill, it would have instantaneously penetrated his skull. After all, while Shi Minxiao wielded a mid-grade weapon, it was as fragile as tofu in comparison to Yi Yanran's whip, no matter how resilient his head might be. It could not contend with the weapon in her grasp. You have lost. After retracting the whip, Yi Yanran stated each word with precision. Shi Minxiao stood frozen, unable to utter a single word, let alone speak. Empowered by spiritual energy, the whip's tip exuded a menacing aura, emitting a hissing sound akin to a deathly summons that sent chills coursing through his entire being. Meanwhile, the onlookers below the arena exchanged incredulous glances. Another block? How could this be the outcome? It was one thing to falter before Tang Yu, but to exhibit no defensive capability whatsoever in front of Yi Yanran was astonishing. Was Shi Minxiao merely a figure of hollow reputation? Or was Yi Yanran overwhelmingly formidable? I concede. After a brief moment of dazed contemplation, Shi Minxiao stammered his admission. In that instant, he disregarded all notions of pride and dignity, for his life now hung solely on Yi Yanran's decision. Conceding is wise. Yi Yanran did not press further. As she spoke, her hand flicked the whip. With a crisp sound, the whip, as if possessing its own consciousness, swiftly retracted, transforming in an instant into a long sword adorned with barbed spikes. At first glance, it appeared delicate, yet the barbs upon its surface were keen enough to instill a chilling fear. What peculiar weapon is this? Capable of easily piercing even the renowned crescent blade of Shi Minxiao? Are your eyes deceiving you? The surface of the thorn whip is adorned with swirling halos, a feature characteristic of extraordinary weapons. What? It is indeed an exceptional weapon? Such a quality of armament would undoubtedly be coveted by both inner disciples and mentors alike. Only at this moment did the onlookers below the arena finally discern Yi Yanran's weapon. Shi Minxiao's countenance turned bitter. No wonder I suffered such a crushing defeat. So this is the extraordinary weapon you wield? Do you think I triumphed merely due to the advantage of my weapon? Yi Yanran countered. This. Shi Minxiao's expression shifted for a moment before he cautiously inquired. What level of cultivation have you attained? Before ascending the stage, Lu Kai had confidently declared that Yi Yanran had not even reached the sect level. However, after their recent clash, he realized he might have been misled by Lu Kai. If Yi Yanran had not reached the sect level, even with an extraordinary weapon, she could not possibly be his match. I just broke through to the first level of the sect last night. Yi Yanran casually replied. What? Only the first level of the sect? Shi Minxiao gaped in disbelief. What? Do you not believe me? Yi Yinran retorted. No, this is utterly impossible. How could someone at the first level of the sect overpower me without any chance of retaliation? Shi Minxiao's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Typically, being able to fight across one level is already quite rare. Yet, the disparity between him and Yi Yanran was a full 3 levels. In such circumstances, for Yi Yanran to emerge victorious against a stronger opponent and force him into a desperate situation with a single strike, did that not render his 4th level of the sect merely ornamental? Perhaps I do possess an advantage in weaponry, but the techniques and combat skills taught to me by my brother are the true source of my prowess that far exceeds that of my peers. Yi Yinran elucidated. Under the careful guidance of the elders in the Elder Hall, she had indeed made rapid progress over the past 4 months. Both her cultivation and her understanding of various aspects had undergone a remarkable transformation, making her unrecognizable compared to the naive girl she once was. Wasn't it the elders who instructed you? How has it changed to your brother? Shi Minxiao retorted indignantly. The assistance from the elders has been invaluable. Yet my brother often helps me refine various techniques, and each of his insights strikes right to the heart of the matter, enabling my swift advancement. Yi Yinran patiently explained. She felt a genuine pride for her brother, Yi Chun. Of course, her ability to elaborate so freely in public was also attributed to her innocent nature. Had it been someone with a bit more cunning, they would generally refrain from such detailed disclosure. However, what was said without intent might still be interpreted with intent. Her words resonated among the disciples of various sects, instantly igniting a fervor of admiration for Yi Chun. Did I hear correctly? It turns out that Yi Yinran's rapid progress is indeed attributable to Yi Chun's guidance. Initially, when his prowess was spoken of in such exalted terms, I thought the accolades were exaggerated. Now it seems I merely underestimated his capabilities. Clearly, the quality of his instruction is beyond reproach. Alas, he no longer accepts disciples. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to devote my entire fortune to study under him, given the slightest opportunity. Upon hearing the enthusiastic exclamations from the crowd, the expressions of the elders in the council grew somewhat grim. However, none dared to voice a contradiction, as they were compelled to acknowledge the truth in Yi Yinran's assertions. While it was indeed they who had diligently nurtured Yi Yinran, the martial techniques and skills she practiced were predominantly those refined by Yi Chun. Initially, they had vehemently opposed this, fearing that Yi Chun's interference might ruin this promising talent. Yet, after obtaining a manual that Yi Chun had edited for Yi Yinran, they were astounded to realize not only had they erred, but they had gravely misjudged the situation. The techniques revised by Yi Chun had reached an unparalleled level of perfection. The questions that had perplexed them for decades were effortlessly elucidated by Yi Chun's keen insights. From that moment onward, rather than obstructing him, they often found themselves surreptitiously visiting the Hall of 10,000 Methods, shamelessly seeking his counsel. Chapter 173. When will the cycle of revenge end? I have already said enough. Since you have admitted defeat, you should hasten to withdraw. Yi Yinran waved her hand impatiently. Shi Minxiao's face turned a ghastly pale. Despite the tumult of resentment and frustration in his eyes, he suppressed the urge to hurl himself headfirst into oblivion and retreated from the stage in utter humiliation. Shi Minxiao has conceded once more. Each time he believed he could redeem his dignity, he only found himself further humiliated. Alas, how will he face others in the future? If he were an ordinary disciple, it might be forgivable, but he was once celebrated as the foremost disciple of our Piaomiao sect's outer circle. To fall so low is a profound irony. The surrounding murmurs of pity pierced Shi Minxiao's heart like daggers. Yet, he bore it in silence. At this juncture, any further justification would only serve to deepen his self-deception in the eyes of onlookers. However, he would not continue to endure this humiliation indefinitely. Once he returned to the secluded corner of the Qingwu Hall, he summoned his junior disciple, Lu Kai, to a more private space. Senior brother Shimin, even in the face of this defeat, do not lose heart. A true man knows how to bend and stretch. Do not let the opinions of those fools weigh upon you. They are merely a herd of mindless commoners. Noticing Shi Minxiao's discontent, Lu Kai began to offer words of comfort. And rest assured, I have found another reliable arena for you. The guardian of this stage has wronged you in the past, and I have inquired about his cultivation level. Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips. Shi Minxiao, unable to endure any further, had delivered a fist to Lu Kai's nose. Senior brother Shimin, let us discuss this rationally bang. Just as Lu Kai attempted to plead for mercy, Shimin Xiao's fists and feet rained down upon him once more. Dare you find me another arena? Dare you deceive me? I shall make you pay. In a furious flurry, Shimin Xiao unleashed his wrath through punches and kicks. Although he was careful not to inflict fatal harm, his rage was sufficient to leave Lu Kai battered. The reason he had called Lu Kai to this secluded spot was to vent his frustration. Being bested by Tang Yu had indeed caught him off guard, but it was Lu Kai who had incited him to challenge Yi Yanran. Had Lu Kai not been there to egg him on, he might have heeded his master's advice and refrained from confronting Yi Yanran. Had he done so, he would not have faced such a pitiful outcome. Thus, all of this misfortune was entirely Lu Kai's doing. Moments later, the two returned. Shimin Xiao's expression had softened considerably, but Lu Kai limped in, his face bruised and battered. Brother Lu, what has happened to you? Why is your face so mottled with bruises? Did you and senior brother Shimin engage in a spar? Witnessing Lu Kai's disheveled state, many fellow disciples of Qingwu Hall cast astonished glances in his direction. Lu Kai's lips twitched slightly, seemingly unable to endure any longer. He rolled his eyes a few times and suddenly leaned in closer to a junior disciple, whispering, Li, since you are so eager to know what just transpired, why not follow me to that corner where I can discreetly share the details? Oh, splendid! The individual exclaimed with utmost excitement, promptly trailing after Lu Kai. However, it wasn't too long before he returned, battered and bruised. In the arena, the challenges continued in an orderly fashion. Other platforms were almost constantly changing participants, as it was rare for anyone to maintain their position on a single platform for long. Once defeated, challengers either sought out other platforms or had no choice but to concede. Naturally, while challenges on other platforms were fervently underway, the platforms guarded by Tang Yu and Yi Yanran remained as tranquil as ever. Ever since Shi Minxiao's failed challenge, no one dared to confront these two platforms again. During this time, several disciples from Yi Chen's sect also took their turns. Despite the fact that Si Wenkong and his peers did not possess particularly high cultivation levels, their superior weapons and martial techniques enabled them to often engage in battles beyond their rank, triumphing over stronger opponents. Consequently, after a series of challenges, aside from those disciples focused on alchemy and artifact forging, nearly all martial arts practitioners among the disciples claimed a platform for themselves. Of the 7 disciples under Yi Qian, 3 practiced other professions, while the 4 martial artists smoothly advanced to the next round. As for Shimin Xiao, who had faced multiple setbacks, he refrained from provoking the disciples of the Wanfa Hall again, fearing further humiliation. Instead, he chose a relatively weak defender, defeating them to secure his place in the next round. Following the elimination of the first round, only 101 disciples remained. At this moment, those still standing on the platforms were undoubtedly the Cr. Mi de la Sar Mi of the outer sect of the Piamiao sect. After all, the outer sect comprises 101 branches, each with varying numbers of disciples, ranging from several to hundreds. From such a vast pool, the emergence of these 101 individuals signifies their formidable strength. Among these 101, aside from Yi Yanran, the 4 from the Wanfa Hall led by Tang Yu and Shi Min Xiao, previously regarded as the foremost disciple of the Piamiao sect. There was also a highly regarded disciple, Nangong Liuli. During this period, her cultivation had steadily advanced, currently reaching the 6th level of the spirit rank. And after a series of challenges, she too occupied a platform. Following this, the final competition was set to commence. The rules remained consistent with the previous round, a platform challenge. However, the number of platforms had diminished from 101 to merely 10, a natural consequence of the reduced number of participants. Furthermore, the advancement system of the Piamiao sect is structured according to necessity. The hierarchy of the Piamiao sect, from outer to inner, is as follows: 100 halls in the outer sect, 10 palaces in the inner sect, and 3 peaks for the true disciples. In each edition of the Outer Gate Grand Competition, only 10 disciples are granted the privilege of advancing to the inner gate. This translates to a mere single new disciple being accepted into each hall of the inner gate. Such stringent requirements ensure that the higher echelons of the Miao Miao sect are not filled with mediocrity, thereby preventing any hindrance to the sect's overall progress. Once the rules were elucidated, the second round of the finals commenced promptly. It goes without saying that Tang Yu and Yi Yanran, upon ascending the stage, found that the defenders did not even engage. They conceded outright. When it was their turn to defend, none dared to challenge them on the platform. Consequently, two of the stages were virtually monopolized by Tang Yu and Yi Yanran. The third stage, characterized by its stability, was naturally claimed by Shi Minxiao. Despite having faced considerable embarrassment during this period, his cultivation level remained at the fourth tier of the sect's ranking, and apart from the unfathomable Tang Yu and Yi Yanran, no one else in the outer gate posed a challenge to him. Thus, the third stage was swiftly claimed as well. The fourth stage was firmly held by Nangong Liuli, who, despite facing numerous challengers, remained unshaken. The remaining 6 stages, however, continued to see a flurry of exchanges. After all, those who advanced to the second round demonstrated considerable strength. Following a fierce competition among the disciples of the Wanfa Hall, apart from Tang Yu, only Si Wenkong and Fang Ruodong managed to defend their platforms, while Wang Ku was eliminated. Even so, the accomplishments of the Wanfa Hall created a stir throughout the outer gate of the Miao Miao sect. With a total of 101 sub-halls in the outer gate, the average yield is merely 1 disciple emerging from every 10 sub-halls. Yet, the newly established Wanfa Hall, founded by Yi Chun, secured 3 slots. The remaining 100 sub-halls could only allocate 7 slots among them. It is evident how demoralizing such a ratio can be. The prospect of ascending to the position of an inner gate mentor seems imminent. Observing the 3 disciples standing on the stage, Yi Chun felt a sense of gratification. According to tradition, the mentor whose disciples excel the most in the competition and triumph over their peers in subsequent mentor challenges is assured advancement to the inner gate. Becoming one of its esteemed mentors, he had now taken the first step. Should he prevail in the upcoming mentor contests against those from other sub-halls, he would be able to replace his current mentor insignia with that of the inner gate. Though the ambition was noble, an extraordinary event unfolded prior to the commencement of the outer gate mentors competition. Chapter 174. The Mysterious Origin of Tang Yu. Just as everyone returned to their respective halls, preparing to continue the following day, a piece of news emerged that would shake the very foundation of the mysterious sect. Disciples from various factions traveling abroad were being assassinated one after another, and the perpetrators were none other than the assassins of the Phantom Gate. To thwart the nefarious actions of the Phantom Gate, various factions were compelled to mobilize a group of warriors to collectively besiege them. After a thorough discussion, the elders of the mysterious sect reached a significant decision. Each hall would select several elite disciples, led by their respective mentors, to converge with individuals from other factions in Ening City, located 800 miles away, forming a formidable team to confront the Phantom Gate. The elders not only responded to the call of the major factions, but also aimed to provide the disciples with an opportunity for practical experience outside the sect. In the Wanfa Hall, impossible. Upon hearing the news, Tang Yu instantly slammed her hand on the table. As far as I know, although the assassins of the Phantom Gate are cold-blooded, they adhere to a strict code and would never kill members of various factions without reason. You seem to know quite a bit about the Phantom Gate, Yi Chen remarked, his tone laden with implication. Tang Yu furrowed her brows, retorting coolly. The principles by which the Phantom Gate operates are hardly a secret. I am merely stating facts. Yi Chen remained silent. Yet his gaze upon Tang Yu took on a peculiar quality. Why are you looking at me like that? Under Yi Chen's unusual scrutiny, Tang Yu felt an unexpected surge of indignation. Are you perhaps captivated by my beauty and harboring ulterior motives? Yi Chen, fearing that Tang Yu might utter something inappropriate again, he quickly composed his expression and said solemnly, By the way, who exactly are you? What purpose do you have in joining the Wanfa Hall? What is your current level of cultivation? Which question should I answer first? Tang Yu shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. Any of them will do, Yi Chen replied. And what if I choose not to answer any? Tang Yu countered playfully. What do you intend to achieve? Yi Chen's brow creased in concern. In truth, he had sensed something amiss with Tang Yu for quite some time, but each time he inquired, she either brushed him off or responded with frivolous remarks, leaving him at a loss. Over time, he had pushed the matter aside. However, today as competition forced him to reassess the situation, it was unsettling that someone whose cultivation might surpass his own would choose to take him as a mentor. If I were to say that I have my reasons for not being able to disclose everything at this moment, would you still press me? Under Yi Chen's piercing gaze, Tang Yu unexpectedly adopted a serious demeanor. What reasons? Yi Chen asked instinctively. He generally disliked compelling others against their will. But there was a threshold. If the other party refused to divulge, he would respect that. Yet, if there was even a hint of willingness to share, he would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. After all, it was not as though he had any secrets to hide. However, Tang Yu was not foolish. She pouted and said, I have already mentioned that it is a predicament. How could I casually disclose it? Noticing Yi Qin's somber expression, she hastily added, but rest assured, when the time is ripe, I shall reveal everything to you. I can afford to be patient for now, but you must answer me one question. Yi Qin pondered for a moment and replied, What question? Tang Yu inquired. Do you harbor any hostility towards me or those around me? Yi Qin fixed his gaze intently on Tang Yu, enunciating each word clearly. This inquiry, seemingly trivial, held significant weight for him. By gauging her response and the subtle shifts in her expression, he could glean vital information. He needed to ascertain that she bore no malice towards him to lower his guard. Otherwise, having someone with ill intent nearby could lead to perilous consequences. Fear not. I not only harbor no hostility towards you, but I am rather filled with affection, Tang Yu replied with a mischievous smile. Meanwhile, in the Qingwu Hall, Peng Gao was ecstatic, exclaiming, Ah, truly, heaven is on my side. Having just received a decision from the Elder Council, he was beside himself with joy. Yi Chun, how you have wronged me. Is retribution finally upon you? As if struck by a thought, he approached a plaque in the corner and halted, a profound sorrow washing over his face. The plaque bore the prominent inscription, Spirit of Peng Jianan. Rest assured, Jianan. As long as that boy Yi Chun dares to leave the Piamiao sect, the opportunity for vengeance will arise. Master, but that boy Yi Chin's cultivation level seems quite formidable. Even if he departs from the Piamiao sect, do you have confidence in subduing him? Westgate Xiao, standing nearby, inquired cautiously. Did you not just engage him before the entrance selection? Peng Gao dismissed. If you haven't deceived me, his cultivation is only slightly superior to yours, and with the advantage of his weapon, he was merely able to subdue you. Master, rest assured, every word I spoke previously was the absolute truth, with no embellishments or exaggerations. Westgate Xiao fervently assured. Since Yi Qin's cultivation is only marginally higher than yours, what is there for me to worry about? Peng Gao scoffed. You must understand that my cultivation has already reached the royal level. Dealing with a mid-stage sect warrior is hardly a challenge. Master, there is still one concern. Westgate Xiao mused for a moment before continuing. Although the Elder Council hopes that each sect will mobilize some individuals, it is not mandatory. If Yi Qin refuses to leave the Piamiao sect, won't your earlier plans fall through? This thought caused Peng Gao to furrow his brow. As ideas flitted through his mind, he suddenly smiled and said, Do not worry. I shall visit the Elder Council forthwith. As long as I can persuade the elders to issue a firm command, Yi Qin will have no choice but to comply. And how do you intend to persuade the esteemed elders? Westgate Xiao asked. Do not concern yourself with that. Hasten your preparations. For I shall return, and we shall embark at once. Yes, master. In the Elder Council, upon hearing Peng Gao's proposal, an elder inquired, Master Peng, do you mean to say that all those who secure a position within the top 10 of the outer sect competition must venture forth to undergo trials? Indeed. Peng Gao nodded, asserting that mere victory in the contest holds little significance. One must experience the world and endure trials of blood and fire to be deemed worthy of inheriting the foundational pillars of our ethereal sect. His impassioned declaration swiftly garnered the approval of the majority of the elders. While his words may have appeared somewhat extreme, the harsh realities of life dictate that without facing the trials of life and death, it is indeed challenging to cultivate true successors of responsibility. As the elder finished speaking, another elder echoed, In that case, let us decree that those branches placing in the top 10 must participate in this expedition against the Phantom sect for their training. Wise elders. Witnessing the successful persuasion of the council, Peng Gao offered his compliments and then added, Of course, during this external training, casualties are likely unavoidable. However, those who manage to survive will undoubtedly emerge as the true elites of our ethereal sect in the future. Chapter 175. A great misunderstanding. On the following day, all the branches were prepared and ready to embark on their journey. Naturally, not all branches were required to send representatives. Only those whose disciples ranked in the top 10 during the grand competition were obliged to participate, and they had to be led by their respective mentors. Thus, Yi Chun, whose branch, the Myriad Laws Hall, had 3 disciples in the top 10, could not escape this duty. However, even if the Elder Council had not issued a strict order, he would have felt compelled to take his disciples out for experience. Firstly, Tang Yu always seemed indifferent to other matters, yet became exceedingly serious and earnest when the topic of the illusory gate arose. He was convinced that there must be some connection between Tang Yu and the illusory gate. Secondly, he himself had some ties to the illusory gate, having previously pilfered its unique secret technique, the illusory scripture, while in the myriad beast mountains. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he felt it was imperative to investigate further. Yi Chun, wait for me. As he stepped out of the gates of the mysterious cloud sect, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. It was Nangong Liuli. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Chun instantly recognized her. Sure enough, following the sound, he saw a middle-aged beauty accompanied by a group of female disciples rushing towards him. The one calling out was none other than the well-known Nangong Liuli. Wow, it's actually someone from the Chaste Hall. I've heard that all the disciples there are not only female, but each one is as beautiful as a fairy. I've longed for a dark, stormy night to sweep through their ranks. Especially this Nangong Liuli, who possessed both beauty and talent. Even Shi Minxiao, who once claimed to be the foremost figure among the outer disciples of our mysterious cloud sect, had boasted of wanting to become her partner. Yet, she had not only dismissed his advances, but had instead become close to our master. Now it seems that Nangong Liuli truly has discerning taste. How could someone so self-important as Shi Minxiao compare to our master? Upon recognizing her, Si Wenkong and the others immediately perked up, adjusting their attire and striking what they believed to be their most charming poses. However, their careful arrangements were completely disregarded by Nangong Liuli. Approaching Yi Chun, she beamed at him. Yi Chun, it has been a long time. This smile was enchanting, akin to 100 charms, captivating even the onlookers, including Si Wenkong. Yet, before Yi Chun could respond, a cold, chilling voice interjected, Liuli, return to me, master. Nangong Liuli's brows furrowed slightly. Yi Chun was also taken aback and turned to gaze in the direction of the voice. What met his eyes was a middle-aged woman, dignified in demeanor. With a cold and proud expression, she had not once deigned to look Yi Chun in the eye. Ah, it is Master One, a pleasure to meet you. Despite sensing the woman's evident prejudice against him, Yi Chun still managed to greet her with a smile. This middle-aged woman was none other than the current mentor of the Chaste Hall, Wen Tongwen. Master One, I am not concerned with how you meddle with my disciples behind the scenes, but since I am here today, I absolutely will not allow any of my disciples to engage in any indecent behavior. Wen Tongwen stated pointedly, am I meddling with your disciples? Yi Chun found himself in a state of bemusement. Mentor One, have you perhaps misconstrued something? Humph. The entire outer sect of the mysterious cloud sect is abuzz with rumors. Do you believe my ears are deaf? Wen Tongwen waved her sleeve, offering no opportunity for Yi Chun to clarify, and led a few female disciples away, circumventing the crowd at the hall of all methods. Yi Chun, however, felt no desire to explain. It was not that he wished to avoid the clarification, but rather that he deemed it unnecessary. After all, many had misconceived him, and he did not mind adding one more to the list. On the contrary, Nangong Liuli wore an expression of embarrassment and guilt. I am truly sorry. It is my fault that you have been implicated. It matters not. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Chun shook his head, forcing a wry smile. There are many who harbor prejudice against me, and it is only natural that your master looks down upon me. Then you should go on ahead. We can converse later. Very well. I shall take my leave. With an expression filled with regret, Nangong Liuli swiftly caught up with her departing companions. Master, that mentor one is truly excessive. After Nangong Liuli left, Fong Ruodong expressed her indignation. She, like you, is an outer sect mentor of the mysterious cloud sect. What right does she have to condescend to you? Furthermore, she added, the disciples you have trained far surpass those from her purity hall in excellence. How dare she put on airs before you? Enough, we must focus on our journey. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively and strode purposefully into the distance. Along the way, it seemed that the various branches maintained an unspoken distance between them, as if to delineate boundaries. As for the Qingwu Hall, which held the most animosity towards Yi Chun, they lingered behind the hall of all methods. Despite the absence of verbal exchanges, Yi Chun could sense a few pairs of spiteful eyes fixed upon him. It appeared that this expedition not only served to confront external adversaries, but could also provide an opportunity to resolve some internal conflicts. A glint of icy determination flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Within the mysterious Cloud sect, he could afford to ignore them. However, during this journey, the strength of the enemies they might encounter remained uncertain. Should Peng Gao and his ilk choose to strike treacherously at a critical moment, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences for them. Thus, if Peng Gao and his companions remained compliant, all would be well, but should they engage in any underhanded antics, they must not blame him for being ruthless. To his disappointment, by the following morning, Peng Gao had not committed any indiscretions, maintaining a respectful distance of a mile behind them. What scheme is Peng Gao concocting? Yi Chen pondered in confusion. Logically, last night, while camping in the wilderness, should have presented the perfect opportunity for Peng Gao to act against him. Yet, despite remaining vigilant throughout the night, not a single disturbance had occurred. Master, look. It seems there are people ahead. Suddenly, Fang Ruodong's voice rang out. Yi Chen snapped back to reality and instinctively turned to follow the direction of her pointing finger, indeed spotting a group of individuals at the end of the road. Approximately 20 individuals, both men and women, were present, yet their attire was remarkably similar. Clad in form-fitting black outfits, the men exuded handsomeness while the women radiated beauty, collectively embodying the spirited vitality characteristic of youth. However, at the forefront stood a middle-aged man, his skin rugged and his face marred by excess flesh. His piercing eyes glimmered with a wild intensity, as if harboring deep-seated grievances against all he beheld. Could it be that they are members of the Yinwen sect? What a coincidence to encounter fellow practitioners of another faction here. The individual from the Zhenglai Hall, striding ahead, promptly approached with warm greetings. Yi Chen suddenly realized. So it is the Yinwen sect. Although their heritage may not rival that of the mysterious Mist sect, they are not to be underestimated. Master One, it has been years, and you have grown even more enchanting. The middle-aged man, identified as Hong Hao, chuckled heartily, bowing slightly towards Wen Tongwen, a glimmer of flirtation flickering in his gaze. Wen Tongwen seemed to sense this, yet merely furrowed her brows slightly. Out of consideration for social niceties, she forced a smile and replied, I wondered who it could be. It is Master Hong Hao. Why are you not in Yining City, joining forces with your allies, but instead here? Naturally, it is to await your esteemed presence. The middle-aged man, Hong Hao, replied with a mysterious smile.